Peach Blossom Island. In the heart of the expansive meadow, a gentle breeze caressed the grass, causing the blades to sway gracefully. A young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, stood amid the verdant expanse, his arms crossed before him and his legs slightly bent, as still as a rock. Suddenly, his ebony eyes slowly opened, revealing a tranquility akin to a serene lake. He took a deep breath, his hands began to move in a circular motion, and his body swayed in tandem. The air currents and leaves around him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swirling and gathering between his hands to form a small vortex. Whoosh! Bang! With a sudden thrust of his hands, the vortex shot forth, striking a large rock ahead with tremendous force. In an instant, the rock shattered into countless fragments, reduced to dust. It has been 5 years since I arrived in this world. I have mastered the 8 Extremes Fist to its dark energy level, but I wonder if my strength can rival that of Sun Wukong and his companions. The young man mused, a flicker of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Originally an ordinary young man from Earth, he awoke to find himself transported to this unfamiliar realm. Fortuitously, a nearby village provided him with the knowledge that he was on Peach Blossom Island, within the world of Dragon Ball. That year marked the commencement of the 20th Martial Arts Tournament, and the villagers were all eager to attend. With nowhere else to go, he constructed a humble dwelling on a nearby hill. In this Dragon Ball universe, even ordinary individuals could lead fulfilling lives, for if they were slain by formidable foes, Sun Wukong and his allies would utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. In his previous life, he had practiced martial arts on Earth, excelling in the 8 Extremes Fist, yet he had never achieved notable success. Upon his arrival in this world, he discovered the ability to cultivate energy, igniting his desire to transcend mediocrity. Even if he could not match the power of Super Saiyan, he was determined to refine the 8 Extremes Fist to its utmost perfection. Now, with merely a month remaining until the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, he resolved a journey on foot to South Island, as Peach Blossom Island was not far from there. "Uncle Marlowe, will you be attending the martial arts tournament this year?" he inquired while packing his belongings. Uncle Marlowe, a villager who had welcomed him upon his arrival, had cared for him over the past 5 years. Scratching the back of his head, Uncle Marlowe chuckled heartily. Young Yuwood, haha. I won't be going this year. There aren't many formidable contestants, so it's rather dull to watch." Yuwood smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Haha, your words only make me more eager to see it. Perhaps if I participate, I can add some excitement to this year's tournament." Uncle Marlowe's eyes sparkled with interest at Yuwood's suggestion. "Oh, you plan to join the martial arts tournament?" Yuwood nodded resolutely. "Indeed, Uncle Marlowe. I have practiced the 8 Extremes Fist for 5 years. Although I am uncertain of my limits, I am eager to test my abilities." Patting Yuwood on the shoulder, Uncle Marlowe beamed with anticipation. "Good lad. You have ambition. Be sure to prepare well, for the opponents of the tournament are no trifles. However, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly astonish everyone." Ebony nodded, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that while he may never ascend to the ranks of a super warrior like Sun Wukong, he could nonetheless leave his mark on this world through diligent effort. In the days that followed, Ebony redoubled his training in Bajiquan, simultaneously acquiring the foundational skills of this realm's Qigong waves. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the day of the martial arts tournament had arrived. Clad in a simple martial arts uniform and carrying a small backpack, he embarked on his journey to the tournament. On South Island, at the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament, a staff member, holding a megaphone, called out, "Is there anyone else wishing to register? Registration closes at noon today. Ebony, hurry and sign up. We'll be waiting for you here," Uncle Marlowe encouraged, patting Ebony on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "All right, Uncle Marlowe," Ebony replied, nodding as he made his way to the registration desk. He joined the queue, and soon it was his turn. "Name? Ebony. All right, next." After registering, Ebony turned to reunite with Uncle Marlowe. Meanwhile, a car slowly came to a halt outside the venue, its doors opening to reveal 3 figures stepping out. "Wow, I never expected there would be so many people in the world." What's wrong, Wukong?" Krillin inquired, looking curiously at Sun Wukong. It's nothing, just that person gives off such a strong aura," Sun Wukong replied, his brow relaxing into an excited smile. "How impressive. the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Ebony felt the weight of gazes upon him, and upon turning, he recognized the crab-headed figure and the bald man as Sun Wukong and Krillin. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, but he quickly regained his composure, offering them a smile before continuing toward Uncle Marlowe. Sun Wukong, noticing Ebony's smile, nodded in return before heading to the registration desk. "Hey, what a peculiar person," Krillin remarked, squinting his eyes and scratching his head, following Sun Wukong with a hint of perplexity. "Hey, wait for me, Wukong." Master Roshi stood nearby, his glasses gleaming with intrigue. "What an extraordinary young man," he murmured to himself as he made his way to the registration desk. With Ebony's arrival, the course of the tournament began to shift. What would the outcome be? At the registration desk. "We wish to register. May I have your names, please?" "It's not me who wishes to participate. It's those two," Master Roshi indicated towards Sun Wukong and Krillin. "Wait, are these two children really going to compete?" The staff member looked astonished at Sun Wukong and Krillin, but swiftly recorded their names nonetheless. "Hey, Wukong." After completing his registration, Sun Wukong heard someone calling his name and looked around. Failing to spot any familiar faces, he turned to Krillin and asked, "Was that you calling me?" Krillin awkwardly chuckled and shook his head. He could see that moment. A figure approached them. "Hello, Wukong, it's been a while." Who are you?" Sun Wukong blinked his large eyes, a look of confusion adorning his round face. Wolfang Fist. The individual assumed a stance. Yamcha," Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight. "Hee, you finally recognized me. Wow, it's been such a long time. How did you change so much? Your hairstyle is unrecognizable." "Well, someone mentioned that having long hair in the city is rather outdated." Yamcha chuckled, reminiscing about his recent encounter with Bulma and the others, scratching the back of his head with a blush. Krillin, observing the interaction, tugged at Sun Wukong's sleeve. "Hey, who is he?" "He is my friend, named Yamcha," Sun Wukong introduced. "This guy here is Krillin, who trained with me at the old man's place." The two exchanged greetings, just as Master Roshi approached, accompanied by Bulma and the others. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, "Wukong! Bulma! Oolong! Puar!" Upon seeing them, Sun Wukong joyfully ran over. Oolong opened his arms wide, and together with Sun Wukong, they leaped with exuberance. "Wukong, it's been ages." He laughed heartily. "Indeed. How is everyone doing?" Sun Wukong asked with excitement. Chapter 2. The Joy of Reunion. The preliminary rounds commenced. The reunion with old friends brought immense joy to Wukong and Bulma. "Wukong, what brings you to this martial arts tournament?" Bulma inquired, her eyes shimmering with delight as she held an ice cream cone. Just then, Master Roshi unexpectedly appeared, drawing near to Bulma. "Hello? Master Roshi," Bulma exclaimed, startled, nearly dropping her treat. Regaining her composure, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Where exactly are you living now?" "I visited that little island to find Wukong, only to discover it was utterly deserted." Master Roshi, donned in sunglasses and a black suit, chuckled as he clasped his hands behind his back. "That place was a tad too small for Wukong and the others to train, so we relocated." He suddenly raised his hands, his cheeks flushed with a silly grin. "It's been so long since we last met. Would you care to play some games with me again? Have you forgotten? Just like the old days." Bulma's expression turned a shade of fury as she could no longer contain herself, pulling out a hefty hammer and sending Master Roshi flying. "You fool." Observing this scene, Oolong shook his head in resignation, remarking, "Master Roshi hasn't changed a bit." However, Yamcha, with a hint of self-deprecation, added, "But the thought of Wukong participating too leaves me feeling rather disheartened." Starting tomorrow, we shall be adversaries in the arena," he mused. "Tomorrow? Aren't the matches today?" Bulma responded, exasperated, tapping her forehead. "What are you talking about? Today is for determining dorm assignments. The competition begins tomorrow morning." "Really? How disappointing," Wukong lamented, a flicker of regret in his eyes. With no matches to attend, Wukong and Krillin settled into the dormitory provided by the tournament. Everyone dispersed to prepare for the following day's contests. Inside their quarters, Wukong and Krillin tidied up and freshened up, both lost in the joy of reunion and the anticipation of tomorrow's battles, time slipping away unnoticed as they soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Oolong lay alone, with Uncle Marlowe's family residing next door. Lying in bed, he meticulously analyzed the competitors for the next day. If all goes as anticipated, similar to the original story, only 4 individuals would pose a significant threat. He silently recited to himself, his brow furrowed. If the tournament format played out as expected, he would only confront 2 of them. Yet, to clinch the championship, he would inevitably cross paths with either Wukong or Chunlong, Master Roshi's alias. As he pondered, Oolong's eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, the grand spectacle of the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. I never expected such a massive crowd, Bulma exclaimed, standing at the entrance, gazing at the throngs of people with astonishment. There must be numerous competitors inside, Wukong said excitedly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he surveyed the crowd. Krillin frowned, uncertain. I imagine there will be quite a few. All right, let us head to the preliminary venue. Master Roshi urged the group. Make sure not to get lost. Participants in the martial arts tournament must first pass the preliminary round. Please make your way to the martial arts arena. In the center of the arena's courtyard, a figure brandishing a loudspeaker called out, his voice resonating throughout the expansive area. Upon hearing this announcement, all competitors began to head towards the martial arts arena. At the entrance of the arena, the turtle sage paused, turning to face Sun Wukong and Krillin. I can accompany you no further. The rest is up to your own efforts. Yes, Sun Wukong and Krillin replied in unison. I nearly forgot. Your current attire is not suitable for combat. Here, take these. The turtle sage suddenly recalled something and turned to open his suitcase, retrieving 2 sets of martial arts uniforms. The garments were predominantly red, adorned with a circular emblem on the left chest, within which the character for turtle was inscribed, symbolizing the turtle school. Sun Wukong and Krillin accepted the uniforms and promptly began to change. Sun Wukong gazed at his new outfit, his heart brimming with delight as he exclaimed, "Wow, I look so cool." Meanwhile, Krillin appeared somewhat embarrassed, glancing from side to side. Isn't this a bit too flashy? As everyone observed the two in their new attire, Oolong couldn't help but exclaim, "Wukong, it suits you perfectly." The turtle sage approached the duo, imparting solemnly, "The 8 individuals who advance from the preliminaries will duel before the audience. I shall be among the spectators, and I hope to witness your performance." "Understood. We will give it our all." Bulma encouraged Yamcha. "You must win, Yamcha." "Yes, I have trained tirelessly for this day. I will not yield easily." With that, they proceeded to compete, while the remaining individuals took their seats in the audience. Meanwhile, Uncle Marlo's family was also cheering for Ubu. "Ubu, you must do your best," Uncle Marlo encouraged, patting Ubu on the shoulder with a tone full of support. "Go for it, brother Ubu," shouted Arya, waving her tiny hands excitedly. She was Uncle Marlo's daughter, inheriting her mother Maria's vibrant red hair, and was lively and adorable. When Ubu first arrived in this world, Arya had just been born, and now she had grown up, often visiting him to play. Maria smiled gently, silently cheering for Ubu. Uncle Marlo's family was truly wonderful, owning their own farmland and never lacking in sustenance. Throughout the 5 years he had spent in this world, they had continuously supported him in his daily life, and Ubu felt deep gratitude for their unwavering assistance. Aunt Maria was a kind and gentle woman, her presence akin to a ray of sunshine in their home. She diligently managed the household chores, never allowing Uncle Marlo to worry about trivial matters. Uncle Marlo took care of external affairs, creating a perfect balance between them. Such a harmonious way of living filled their lives with warmth and serenity. In the Dragon Ball universe, aside from the couple of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, most of the couples that appeared were remarkably harmonious. All right, I will do my best. Inside the martial arts arena, the cacophony of voices permeated the entire space. As contestants eagerly prepared themselves, the atmosphere charged with tension and intensity. Upon entering, Yuwood spotted Sun Wukong and his companions, a spark igniting within him as he considered greeting the protagonists. Sun Wukong and Krillin navigated through the bustling crowd, various competitors weaving between them, some warming up, others engaging in friendly sparring, as an air of anticipation and anxiety enveloped the surroundings. Sun Wukong glanced around, his eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Are all these individuals competitors? In contrast, Krillin appeared somewhat anxious, his brow furrowed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "I am gradually losing my confidence," Krillin murmured softly, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. "Ah, hello there." Yuwood approached them to extend his greeting. "Ah, you are that person from yesterday," Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at Yuwood in astonishment. Krillin awkwardly tugged at him and then greeted Yu Wu. "Hello. My name is Krillin." Sun Wukong soon composed himself, clasping his hands together and bowing slightly in respect. "Greetings. I am Sun Wukong. What is your name?" "I am called Yu Wu." "Yu Wu. What an unusual name," Sun Wukong muttered, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Hey, Wukong." Krillin, concerned that Wukong might inadvertently offend Yu Wu, called out. Yu Wu, unperturbed, smiled and replied, "It's quite all right. Names are merely labels for remembrance. Their peculiarity is subjective." At that moment, a voice echoed through the hall. "Now commencing. The preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament are officially underway." The sound of a gong reverberated, instantly igniting excitement within the arena. The World Martial Arts Tournament had finally begun. "Wukong, we are not in the same bracket. We shall meet again in the top 8. "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with anticipation. "And you too, Krillin, do your best." After bidding them farewell, Yu Wu approached his designated ring, while Sun Wukong and Krillin found their own, observing the ongoing matches above as they awaited the results. Chapter 3. The end of the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the World Martial Arts Tournament were in full swing, with a staggering 138 contestants. The arena was divided into 4 sections, each selecting 2 competitors to advance to the top 8. Yu Wu was placed in one section, Sun Wukong in another, Krillin in a separate one, while Yamcha and Chun Long occupied the last. Each ring could yield 2 victors, provided that Yamcha did not encounter Chun Long. Contestant 12 wins. "Now, contestants 13 and 14, please take the stage for your match." The referee's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, and Yu Wu realized it was his turn. Taking a deep breath and slightly stretching his limbs, he walked towards the ring. His opponent made a flamboyant entrance, executing a somersault and landing in a tight-fitting suit, sporting an extravagant hairstyle. Upon entering, he boisterously proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my opponent is just a little pale kid like you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll send you home to cry in your mother's arms." Contestant 13 was indeed fortunate to face such a young adversary in the first match. Upon hearing the derisive taunts of his opponent, Wumu remained impassive, knowing that with but a moment's effort, he could silence him, thus refraining from wasting his breath. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as contestant number 13, caught unawares, was propelled from the arena by Wumu's punch, landing heavily upon the ground. A profound silence enveloped the venue. The audience, dumbfounded, had scarcely perceived Wumu's movements. Wumu turned and descended from the platform, casually remarking to the referee, "It is time to announce the results." The referee, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure and exclaimed, "Ah? Oh, contestant 14 is the victor. Next group, please ascend the stage." A murmur of confusion swept through the crowd, each person bewildered by the abrupt conclusion of the match. Wumu found a corner and seated himself, closing his eyes in meditation. Such competitors posed no challenge for him, their abilities merely at the level of ordinary individuals. Unlike Sun Wukong, he did not feel the need to cautiously probe their strengths. His goal was simply to identify the 8 strongest contenders and gain insight into his own prowess. Presently, there was no combat power system to gauge strength, it was all based on instinct. In Wumu's mind, he possessed a lucid understanding of his capabilities. His mastery of martial arts harmonized with the qi of this realm. Qi served as the foundation, while his martial arts elevated the overall capacity of that qi. Each breakthrough in his martial arts realm resulted in a multiplicative increase in strength. The various levels were as follows: Mingjin, Onjin, Huajin, Danjin, Weigangjin, Nigangjin, and the transcendent state of breaking through the void to achieve divine invulnerability. Breaking through Onjin would double his strength. Each subsequent breakthrough would continue to build on the previous level. Huajin would quadruple his strength, Danjin would octuple it, Weigang would increase it 16-fold. Neigang would yield 32 times the power, breaking through the void would result in 64 times the strength, and the divine state would augment it to 128 times. If Wumu's combat power during the initial Mingjin phase was around 60, upon surpassing Onjin, his strength would surge to approximately 120 to 130. Of course, this was merely an estimate. The true measure of his combat prowess would only be determined through contests against Sun Wukong and others. At this juncture, estimates of Sun Wukong's combat power had circulated during Wumu's previous online explorations, suggesting that Master Roshi was around 137, while Sun Wukong himself was estimated at about 120. Wumu had no external aids, Initially, his martial arts allowed him to keep pace with Sun Wukong. However, once they reached the Namek Saga and Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, the disparity would become significant. Surpassing the martial arts realm would double his battle strength. And as long as he diligently honed his foundational power, he anticipated that the doubling effect would remain consistent. Sighing, Wumu felt a sense of frustration. Unlike other transmigrators who benefited from systems enabling them to defeat divine beings in mere years, he had to rely on earnest training. At this stage, there were no immediate methods to rapidly enhance his strength, save for the potential fruits of the spirit tree and the awakening of the Grand Elder on Namek. As for whether the Grand Elder would assist Wumu, he felt no concern, as long as he cultivated a good rapport with Sun Wukong. He could join him in future adventures on Namek. Come on, Krillin. This familiar voice abruptly interrupted Wumu's reverie. He turned towards the sound and beheld Sun Wukong, cupping his hands around his mouth, fervently cheering for Krillin from below the arena. On the arena, Krillin stood in a tense confrontation with his opponent. The individual before him was his senior brother from the temple, the one who had relentlessly bullied him in the past. Faced with this adversary, who had haunted his nightmares countless times, Krillin felt a wave of fear and trepidation wash over him. Those fellows are not that formidable. Krillin, deliver a decisive blow. As he heard those words, his body involuntarily trembled, and his legs began to quiver. He was aware that Sun Wukong was cheering him on. Yet the inner dread proved difficult to dispel. Observing Krillin's reaction, his senior brother wore a mocking grin, cackling, "Aren't you going to run away like before? Your newfound courage is commendable. Ah, I shall not hold back." With that, he assumed a fighting stance and swiftly charged at Krillin, throwing a punch. Instinctively, Krillin leapt into the air as he saw the fist coming toward him. To his astonishment, he managed to evade his senior brother's attack, a realization dawning upon him that his training under Master Roshi had borne fruit. Upon landing, he propelled himself off the ground, launching towards his senior brother and delivering a kick to his chest. In an instant, his opponent was sent flying off the arena, while the other seniors who had tormented Krillin in the temple watched in horror. Victory for Krillin, number 93. The referee exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin leaped down from the platform, where Ubu and Sun Wukong immediately rushed to greet him. "See, I told you so, didn't I? We have undergone the old man as training and have unknowingly grown stronger." Sun Wukong flexed his muscles, a proud grin on his face. Ubu smiled gently and remarked, "Congratulations. Krillin, you have shattered your nightmare." Krillin gazed at his hands, and upon hearing Ubu's words, he replied with a thank you, still somewhat incredulous as he looked at his own hands. Ubu chuckled, then turned to Sun Wukong, saying, "Wukong, my turn is about to begin, so I shall head over. Best of luck to you both." Without waiting for a response from Sun Wukong, Ubu made his way to the designated arena. Following that, the preliminary rounds unfolded one after another, with Ubu achieving victory after victory. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and his companions also triumphed in their respective battles, ultimately securing their spots in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. The 8 contenders who qualified included Ubu, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Chunlong, Mr. Nam, who had struggled over water resources in the original story, the monstrous Kira, and the stunning purple-haired beauty, Miss Lan Fong. After the preliminaries concluded, the 8 finalists gathered at the official tournament venue, awaiting their turn. Subsequently, the diligent golden-haired referee, who had been a constant presence throughout the series, called out, "All right, all participants, please assemble here." Once the crowd had gathered, he continued, "We shall now draw lots to determine your opponents and the order of battle." The draw results were as follows. First match, Chunlong versus Lan Fong. Second match, Sun Wukong versus Kira. Third match, Ubu versus Nam. Fourth match, Yamcha versus Krillin. Due to Ubu's inclusion, the match order had shifted, resulting in Sun Wukong and Master Roshi facing each other in the semifinals. While it remained to be seen whether Krillin or Yamcha would advance from their bout, this bald opponent is no ordinary foe. Yamcha cast a glance at Krillin, silently deliberating. Having made up his mind, the roster was finalized. The referee, following the established protocol, informed the participants. The match was unrestricted, continuing until a victor emerged. In simpler terms, a contender would lose if they fell from the platform or conceded. The referee clarified that any attacks aimed at the eyes or groin would be deemed foul play, gesturing as he spoke. Soon after, Sun Wukong, reminiscent of the original tale, innocently inquired about the nature of the groin, eliciting a wave of laughter. The referee then announced that the competition was about to commence, urging everyone to prepare for their imminent entrance. Feeling famished, Sun Wukong inquired with the referee about dining options before hastily departing for a meal. Meanwhile, the referee proceeded to make preparations on the arena, leaving the others in the lounge to meditate or practice martial arts, patiently awaiting the contest's initiation. Chapter 4. The quarterfinals begin. The essence of fist techniques. After a series of intricate preparations, the audience gradually settled into their seats, and the venue fell into a hushed anticipation. A resounding drumbeat reverberated through the air as the referee, microphone in hand, confidently approached the center of the arena. The World Martial Arts Tournament is now officially underway. Let us commence with the first match. Contestants, please prepare to enter the arena. Chun Long versus Lan Fong. As the referee's words resonated, Lan Fong and Chun Long emerged sequentially from opposite sides of the stage. Upon her entrance, Lan Fong cast a flirtatious glance towards the audience, instantly provoking a cheer from the crowd. In stark contrast, Chun Long wore a besotted grin, his gaze fixated on Lan Fong, while he emitted a series of peculiar chuckles. Miss Lan Fong, hee. Noticing his reaction, Lan Fong's lips curled slightly, a flicker of mockery crossing her mind. You lecherous old fool. You shall serve as a stepping stone to my advancement. As the signal to commence the match was given, Lan Fong surged towards Chun Long, her fists raining down like a tempest. However, Chun Long deftly evaded each blow with agile footwork, narrowly escaping Lan Fong's relentless assault. Within the lounge, the onlookers climbed to the walls to observe, their expressions filled with astonishment. What an impressive old man, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This tournament truly is a gathering of masters, Krillin murmured, his voice trembling with trepidation. Typically one to employ cunning tactics, yet lacking in courage, Krillin now appeared particularly anxious. Could this gentleman be Master Wutian? Yamcha pondered, glancing at the arena before turning to Sun Wukong and Krillin, his mind racing with speculation. Namu leaned against the wall, eyes closed in contemplation, silently vowing to secure the championship for the salvation of his village. Ubu cast a sympathetic glance at Namu, feeling the weight of the village's burdens pressing down upon him. Though filled with compassion, he felt powerless to act, hoping that Master Roshi would, as in the original narrative, perceive Namu's inner struggles and extend his assistance. Ubu, indifferent to the match unfolding on the arena, was already aware of its outcome, instead immersing himself in the meditative essence of Bajiquan, seeking a path to transcend his limitations. The 8 Extremes Fist is renowned for its vigorous intensity, yet in its advanced practice, it embodies a harmonious blend of both strength and softness. In the realm of martial arts, no school can solely embody rigidity, for rigidity is prone to fracture. The principles of the universe can be encapsulated in the duality of yin and yang, where yang represents strength and yin signifies softness. The path of martial arts is intrinsically linked to the philosophy of yin and yang, and the interplay of strength and softness. Regardless of whether one initially practices with a focus on strength or softness, the ultimate goal is to achieve a state where yin does not separate from yang, and yang does not separate from yin, resulting in a harmonious balance of strength and softness, wherein one embraces yin while supporting yang. Absent this balance, one cannot truly claim mastery in martial arts or genuine skill. This concept resonates with the teachings of the esteemed Sun Lutong, who spoke of the path of harmony. To transcend into a state of transformative power, one must harmonize yin and yang. If the 8 Extremes Fist fails to reach its pinnacle, it may indeed be prudent for Wu Mu to consider further training in Tai Chi. Tai Chi's philosophy of strength and softness precedes its practice, distinguishing it from the 8 Extremes Fist, which transforms softness into strength, and from Baguazhang, which converts strength into softness. However, Wu Mu is mindful of overextending himself. He intends to first train the 8 Extremes Fist to its limits before contemplating a shift to Tai Chi in the arena. Lan Fong, having failed to gain the upper hand, wore a grim expression and gritted her teeth, saying, "Old man, at your age, you should step aside and leave the opportunity for me." As she spoke, she intentionally pulled down her shoulder garment, revealing a patch of fair skin. Casting a flirtatious glance at Chun Long, caught off guard, let out a silly laugh, yet quickly regained his composure. Placing his hands together at his chest to concentrate his energy, his gaze sharpened, as if rejuvenated by decades. "Young lady, true competition demands genuine strength. Relying on underhanded tactics will not suffice. I too have my reasons for not accepting defeat. Allow me to gift you a refreshing breeze. He took a deep breath, gathering all his energy in his right hand, and then waved it towards Lan Fang. Before she could react, a powerful gust swept her out of the ring. While Qianlong stood with his hands clasped behind him, the arena fell into a hushed silence, the audience wide-eyed in astonishment, before erupting into cheers. Wow, what just happened? That was incredible. Truly spectacular. It's astonishing to see that old man, from such a distance, with just a wave, send that woman flying out of the ring. At that moment, the referee finally regained his composure and announced the result. Mr. Qianlong is victorious. In the next match, Sun Wukong will face La Ji. You have 5 minutes to prepare. As Qianlong descended from the stage, his gaze swept over Nan Wu and Wu Mu before continuing forward. Yamacha, observing Qianlong's retreating figure, curiously inquired of Sun Wukong and Clin. Wukong, could you tell me where Mr. Wu Tian is now? The old man likely went somewhere else. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, Is that so? Somewhere else. Yamacha pondered. Indeed. He left before we began the competition, Clin added. Yamacha mused. So that's it. It must be that old gentleman. Gazing at Qianlong's silhouette, Yamacha realized that the identity of the turtle sage had already raised suspicions, but lacked concrete evidence to substantiate it. During the 5-minute intermission, Sun Wukong sought sustenance from the staff to replenish his energy. Lockie sat to the side, a large platter of meat skewers before him, devouring them one by one, much to Goku's envy. Unable to contain his desire, Goku rushed over to join him in feasting. Lockie cast a glance but paid him no heed. Time passed swiftly, and the referee's voice rang out once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match is about to commence, featuring contestant Sun Wukong against contestant Lockie. Upon hearing this, Lockie rose, his massive form inadvertently toppling the table. As a pterodactylian, his stature was imposing, each step resonating through the ground. Goku swallowed the last morsel of his food and immediately sprinted toward the arena. Upon reaching the stage, Lockie let out a thunderous roar, prompting Oolong to exclaim, That is a monster. After stepping onto the platform, Goku faced the audience with a smile and a wave, saying, Good afternoon. My name is Sun Wukong. Go Wukong! Cheered Bulma and Oolong in support. The referee declared, The second match begins now. In an instant, Goku assumed his starting stance, while Lockie looked down at the diminutive figure before him, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Ha ha ha, you little brat who knows nothing of the world. Watch as I nearly beat you to death. He then extended his hand toward Goku, taunting, What do you think this is? Goku leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, Nanny? What is it? Just as Goku processed the situation, Lockie's tail struck him, sending him crashing into the wall. The unexpected blow from Lockie was indeed formidable, and Goku was knocked down almost immediately after the match began. Ha ha ha, I win. Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the accuracy of Lockie's strike. Goku's friends, Krillin and Bulma, looked on with concern as Goku lay down. However, it wasn't long before Goku flipped himself back to his feet. I can hardly believe it. They gasped, witnessing the wall, constructed of bricks, crack under the impact. Goku appeared dazed, unable to retaliate. I'm not out of it yet. It just hurts a bit, he mumbled, covering his face. Of course. Goku wouldn't fall from just a little attack, Krillin exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Who was it that was worried just now? Surely not because of any affection for Goku. Yosh. Recovering quickly, Goku dashed towards Lockie, throwing a punch. While Lockie attempted to block and counter with a punch of his own, Goku, evading Lockie's blow, swiftly targeted Lockie's abdomen. Lockie cried in pain, clutching his belly as Goku seized the opportunity to leap behind him, grabbing his tail and spinning him around before launching him into the air. Such terrifying strength. Goku, with his petite frame, had hurled Lockie, who was several times larger, out of the arena, a true display of Goku's remarkable comeback. Chapter 5. The Escalation of Drama. Oolong's entrance. Lockie lost momentum mid-air, plummeting rapidly. Panic seized him as he suddenly remembered he was a pterodactylian, quickly regaining his composure, spreading his wings, and soaring back toward the stage. Ha ha ha, I will absolutely not be thrown out, he assured the audience. Lockie laughed triumphantly in the air, his voice reverberating across the arena. The referee's voice followed closely, declaring that Lockie had risen like a phoenix from the ashes. Indeed, the rules of the competition stated that only those who fell outside the ring were deemed defeated, hence he was not at a loss. Sun Wukong wore a puzzled expression. Taken aback by such twisted logic, he furrowed his brow and assumed a combat stance. Nevertheless, it mattered not. I shall make you beg for mercy with your own lips. Lockie returned to the arena, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. He had no desire to engage Sun Wukong in close combat. Instead, he unleashed a wave of radiant energy that swiftly ensnared Sun Wukong, forming a substance reminiscent of chewing gum. What is this? Sun Wukong struggled fiercely. Yet he could not break free. He found himself immobilized. Ha ha ha, you have been ensnared by my rubber band. Don't exert yourself. Surrender. The pterodactyl man, Lockie, chuckled with glee. No one can escape my rubber band. Now you are as helpless as a rag doll. Lockie pressed his fingers together, causing his joints to crack ominously. The spectators and Yamucha watched in horror and despair, as if victory had been firmly grasped by Lockie. Seizing the moment, Lockie delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's head, causing him considerable pain. He then lifted Sun Wukong high above his head. What are you doing? Sun Wukong exclaimed in panic. What do you think? I shall repay you in kind for your earlier actions. Please, let us engage in a fair duel. Ignoring his plea, Lockie declared, Oh, this is bad. Sun Wukong is truly immobilized. If he is thrown out of the ring, he will be declared the loser, and he has completely lost hope for victory. The audience below wore expressions of concern and anticipation. Their worry stemmed from Sun Wukong's childlike appearance, while their hope was for a miraculous turn of events. You are finished, kid, Lockie asserted confidently, then hurled Sun Wukong into the air. Sun Wukong could not move, soaring through the sky at an alarming speed. Oh no, Wukong, it's over. Krillin and Yamucha exclaimed as they watched Wukong fly out of the ring. As Sun Wukong braced for a fatal fall, he shouted, Nimbus, please, come quickly. Whoosh. A yellow streak cut across the sky, swiftly arriving beneath Sun Wukong to catch him. I'm saved. Thank you, Nimbus. Sun Wukong sighed in relief. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he soared back to the arena, leaving Lockie in a state of utter disbelief. What? Krillin and Yamucha shouted excitedly. We're saved. We're saved. The Nimbus halted atop the arena, allowing Sun Wukong to leap down. I'm here. Yet, Sun Wukong remained immobile, indicating that his peril was far from over. Hey, how can this be allowed? Using a tool is against the rules of the competition. Lockie pointed at Sun Wukong, directing his grievance toward the referee. Sun Wukong retorted softly, but you descended from the sky yourself, didn't you? And what of that ghastly circle? Lockie bellowed in fury. I flew with my own body, and that rubber band was expelled from my mouth. The referee cleared his throat and announced. After a thorough discussion between the judges and the curator, it has been decided that we shall make an exception. The use of clouds by contestant Sun Wukong is not a violation. What? Are you truly targeting me? The great King Lockie? However, this exception can only be granted once. If you use that cloud again, it will count as a loss. Do you understand, contestant Sun Wukong? The referee added. Ha. The great King Lockie still has a chance. You are doomed, little one. Let us see how you survive this time, Lockie gloated, casting a triumphant glance at Sun Wukong. This is terrible. The audience's emotions oscillated with the referee's words, their hearts brimming with worry and tension. If he is thrown out again, it will mean defeat. Everyone was anxiously rooting for Sun Wukong. Despite the delay, a loss is still a loss. Lockie sneered and swiftly charged at Sun Wukong, who was still struggling within the rubber band. His movements resembled a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, exuding immense power. You will have no chance. I shall deliver a mighty punch. He roared, launching a fist towards Sun Wukong, the blow accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at his face. It's over. Sun Wukong shut his eyes in fear. However, just as the fist was about to strike him, his body suddenly vanished from sight. The spectators below were left bewildered, utterly confused about what had transpired. Was he struck away? Lockie scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for Sun Wukong's figure. Where did he go? At that moment, he felt something unusual on his arm. Looking down, he discovered that Sun Wukong had suspended himself from his arm with his tail. It turned out that in the instant Lockie's fist approached, Sun Wukong instinctively sensed the danger, swiftly dodging and wrapping his tail around Lockie's arm. Due to the size difference between Sun Wukong and Lockie, coupled with the blind spot in Lockie's vision, he had momentarily failed to notice Sun Wukong's presence. Ah, my tail. It's back. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. His tail? The onlookers, Yamucha, Oolong, and Bulma, were struck with terror at the sight of Sun Wukong's tail reappearing. as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Sun Wukong took a moment to compose himself, then gracefully leaped back to the ground. I'm saved. He sighed with relief, his heart filled with gratitude. But if I don't free myself from this bind, victory will remain elusive. Sun Wukong gazed down at the rubber band ensnaring him, his brow furrowed in concentration. He made another attempt to break free from the rubber band, letting out a series of primal roars. Ugh. Clenching his teeth, beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he vigorously tugged at the rubber band. Finally, after relentless effort, the rubber band was torn apart. With his tail supporting him, Sun Wukong lifted his entire body, feeling a surge of long-lost strength. Indeed, having my tail back is the source of my true power, he mused, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As the formidable Raki beheld Sun Wukong's tail, his hands fell limply to his sides, his neck craning forward in astonished disbelief as he stammered, "Why, you're not human, are you?" Unperturbed by Raki's astonishment, Sun Wukong, invigorated by excitement, planted his tail firmly on the ground, lifted his legs, and assumed an eccentric offensive stance. Then, harnessing the spring-like force of his tail, he forcefully kicked the wall beside the arena. In an instant, the wall crumbled, reduced to a heap of rubble. Splendid. My physical condition has significantly improved. Sun Wukong beamed at his handiwork before turning to Raki, his eyes glinting with the fervor of combat. All right, it's time for my counterattack. At this moment, Raki, thoroughly intimidated by Sun Wukong's various displays, hastily drew a small white flag and waved it in surrender before Sun Wukong could even prepare for an attack. I concede. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell backward in exasperation, utterly speechless. Oh yeah. The audience erupted in cheers, their applause resonating throughout the arena. Sun Wukong has emerged victorious, declared the referee, astonished by the outcome. The revelation of Sun Wukong's tale was indeed astonishing. While the unknowing spectators remained curious and amazed, those in the know, like Yulong and Bulma, wore expressions of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Omu ceased his meditation, aware that it was his turn to step into the ring. Finally, it's my moment. Though I feel sympathy for Nanwu, I shall not hold back. As for Sun Wukong's tale, Omu harbored no concerns. In the original tale, Master Roshi had subdued Sun Wukong with the universal shockwave during the finals, which occurred at dusk, when the moon's rise transformed Sun Wukong into a colossal gorilla. However, the circumstances were entirely different now. It was still early, and Sun Wukong's match against Master Roshi would take place in the semifinals. As Omu pondered these thoughts, the respite period concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, the third match is about to commence, featuring Omu against Nanwu. Chapter 6. A thrilling contest, Nanwu's worries esteemed audience. We are now entering the third match, with Omu squaring off against Nanwu. As Omu and Nanwu stood upon the arena, the referee declared the match officially underway. Omu adopted the starting stance of the 8 Extremes fist, his gaze resolutely fixed on Nanwu. Nanwu, a notable expert in the early stages, commanded Omu's utmost respect, leaving no room for complacency. The 8 Extremes fist possesses its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Before it reaches full maturity, its force may be excessive, yet its endurance is lacking, making prolonged combat challenging. The distinctive feature of the 8 Extremes fist is the grinding wheel step, which emphasizes rapid engagement with the opponent, followed by a series of movements to incapacitate them. It underscores explosive power, targeting 3 key areas: hands for opening the door, feet for controlling the entrance, and body for the final assault. In simpler terms, it involves pushing open the door with the hands, stepping through with the feet, and then the body becomes the ultimate weapon. The heavy-handed approach of the hands resembles long-range strikes. The weight on the feet is akin to wrestling, and the body often favors close contact. Meanwhile, Nanwu stood on the opposite side, his brow furrowed, reflecting on the village chief's words before departing his village. This cannot continue. The drought persists, and we cannot even grow crops. Our village is doomed. As these thoughts consumed him, Nanwu resolved firmly to seize the championship title. Only the champion is awarded a prize, a sum of 500,000, sufficient to procure ample water and alleviate immediate concerns. I am determined to secure the championship for my mother, my younger brother, and the villagers. Once victorious, I shall return with an inexhaustible supply of water for you all. The competition commenced with the resounding beat of drums, jolting Nanwu from his reverie. He quickly composed himself, adopting a poised stance. Observing this, Omu advanced with a swift step, executing the technique known as Yama King's 3 drops. With a right bow stance, he launched a right straight punch aimed at Nanwa's chest. Nanwa positioned his left foot forward, utilizing his left forearm to block the incoming strike. In response, Nanwa maneuvered his left hand to embrace and press against Omo's right forearm, simultaneously stepping forward with his right foot and delivering a back fist aimed at Omo's face. Omo promptly leaned back to evade, retracting his left foot and withdrawing his right fist, raising both hands to intercept Nanwa's assault. Refusing to relent, Nanwu initiated another attack with his left palm aimed at Omu's face. Omu quickly countered by pushing Nanwa's left elbow outward with both hands. Without hesitation, Nanwa pivoted to the left, settling into a horse stance, and struck with a right chopping punch targeting Omu's head, shoulder, or neck. Omu tilted his body to the side, evading the blow while using his right elbow to deflect Nanwa's strike. As both contenders found themselves in a stalemate, they instinctively leapt backward. The audience, captivated by the intensity of the duel, fell into a hushed silence until one exclaimed, "This is absolutely thrilling. The speed is astonishing." This exclamation jolted the crowd into encouragement, rallying behind both fighters. "Go, Nanwu, the dark-skinned champion. Go, Omu the youth." Uncle Malo joined in the cheer. From the spectators' area, Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. 1-10. Meanwhile, Klin gazed anxiously at the two combatants in the arena, his heart racing with trepidation. "I won't have to fight him, will I?" "Do not fret. First, you must pass my challenge," Yamu replied calmly, crossing his arms. Klin shot a sidelong glance at Yamu, his eyes narrowing. Back in the arena, Nanwu was wholly focused, scrutinizing Omu for any sign of weakness. Aware that the impasse could not last, Omu decided to feign a vulnerability and adjusted his footing. An opportunity presented itself. Nanwu's eyes gleamed as he charged towards Omu. He stepped with his left foot, delivering a left straight punch aimed at Omu's head. Omu countered with a feigned step, blocking Nanwa's attack with his left arm. In a swift motion, Omu spun to his left, stepping on Nanwu's left shin while delivering a right palm strike to the side of Nanwa's neck. Reacting quickly, Nanwu withdrew his left hand and stepped back to evade the blow. Omu advanced with his right foot, pivoting to the right and sweeping his left leg behind Nanwa's right leg to trip him, following with a left elbow strike aimed at Nanwa's solar plexus. Unrelenting, Omu swiftly turned left, thrusting his right knee into Nanwa's abdomen while launching a right hook towards his chin. Nanwu was sent flying, skidding across the ground until he collided heavily against the edge of the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Breathing heavily, Omu wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating, truly, this opponent had once nearly bested Sun Wukong. The pressure was immense, and there was no room for complacency. The slightest misstep could lead to defeat. With a pained grunt, Nanmo rose to his feet, adjusting himself before assuming a fighting stance, determination glimmering in his eyes. The referee continued his commentary unabated, and the audience held their breath in suspense. Standing tall, Nanmo gazed gravely at Omu, silently vowing, "I shall not fall here." With a swift push from his legs, Nanmo leaped into the air, and Omu recognized that he was about to unleash his signature move. The spectators' gazes followed Nanmo's ascent, their eyes tracking him until he vanished from sight. Moments later, a dark spot plummeted swiftly from the heights. Still a distance from the ring, Nanmo, head down and arms crossed beneath him, shouted, "Receive my blow, Skycross fist. I must win. The entire village is counting on me." Omo fixed his eyes on Nanmo, calculating his landing position and seeking an opportunity to evade. Judging the trajectory of a falling object from such heights proved challenging, as the field of vision was too vast and the speed too great. However, evading this move would be akin to dodging a joke. Absorbing his focus, Omu could faintly discern Nanmo's descent speed. Just before Nanmo struck the ground, he sprang sharply to the left. The impact created a large crater, engulfed in clouds of dust. What is happening? The audience strained to see through the haze, eager to grasp the situation. Amitba. As the dust began to settle, Nanmo's figure was revealed. His hands were clasped in prayer, his attire tattered and disheveled, a picture of disarray. "Ah, Mr. Omu, you are truly formidable. Even if you faced this move again, it would be futile." Omu smiled faintly. "Mr. Nanmo, the match is not yet concluded. You must have another technique at your disposal." Though phrased as a question, his tone resonated with certainty. Nanmo shook his head, sighing, "It is of no use. My final technique, the Super Skycross Fist, is much akin to this one. I apologize, my fellow villagers. I concede. Mr. Omu, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." With a forced smile, Namo turned and descended from the ring. Watching his retreating figure, Omo felt a surge of sympathy, yet he was powerless to assist. He himself had yet to establish his footing in this world, still reliant on Uncle Marlow's support. Furthermore, he intended to use his prize money to repay Uncle Marlow's kindness. The contestant Namo has conceded, the contestant Omo is victorious. The referee announced, concluding a truly spectacular bout. As Omu stepped down from the platform, his mind began to strategize for the next match against his opponent. If Krillin could employ the Kamehameha, he might stand a chance against Yamcha. However, in terms of martial prowess, Yamcha was no longer the underperformer he once was. His martial spirit was robust, and his combat experience far surpassed that of Krillin. Meanwhile, as Nanmo entered the resting room, he began to gather his belongings. At that moment, Master Roshi approached him. Having sensed the turmoil within Nanmo's heart, he employed a touch of telepathy, perhaps moved by compassion, seeking to offer what assistance he could. Nanmo, are you heading back? Yes. Will you not stay to watch the conclusion of the matches? I have no time to spectate. Nanmo lowered his head. Memories of the village and the faces of his compatriots flashing through his mind. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, uttering, I am deeply sorry, dear villagers, for failing to fulfill your wishes. I am unable to procure water for you. Mr. Nam, take this back. The turtle hermit tossed a universal capsule towards Nam. Chapter 7. The Intent of Wu Tian. The Choice of Ebony. Mr. Nam, take this back. The turtle hermit retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it to Nam. Standing before the turtle hermit, Nam furrowed his brows as he received the small capsule, filled with confusion. Isn't this a universal capsule? What? Nam examined the capsule closely, his eyes brimming with doubt. The turtle hermit smiled gently, interrupting Nam. Oh, it's nothing. There's nothing inside. This capsule can hold a substantial amount of water, allowing you to carry it back effortlessly. Nam's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. How do you know about the water? I am indeed Master Wu Tian. Such matters are not beyond my perception, he replied in a hushed, mysterious tone. Nam's face lit up with joy, nearly leaping in excitement as he exclaimed, You truly are Master Wu Tian. Shoo, you fool. The turtle hermit quickly silenced Nam, glancing around nervously to ensure their conversation had gone unnoticed before letting out a sigh of relief. Fearing detection, the turtle hermit pulled Nam outside. Why have you changed your name to attend the tournament? Nam inquired with a hint of curiosity and confusion. As you may know, my two disciples, Krillin and Goku, are also participating in this martial arts tournament. Under my tutelage, their growth has surpassed my expectations. Their strength has increased remarkably, especially Goku, whose innate wildness has endowed him with incredible power, the turtle hermit explained earnestly. Thus, I decided to let him compete in the tournament to test his abilities. However, those two are incredibly strong. I thought perhaps he might even secure the championship. But you see, they are still immature children. If they were to win the championship now, it would surely lead to arrogance. How would they face future trials if that were to happen? I aspire for them to become more accomplished, greater martial artists. Hence, after much contemplation, I resolved to participate incognito, to teach them that there are always greater forces beyond them. So, your hair is indeed a wig? Nam innocently inquired, pointing at the turtle hermit's hair after hearing his explanation. Yes, I feared the wig might fall off, so I secured it with an exceptionally strong adhesive. Now my head is quite itchy. The turtle hermit scratched his head. Nam could not help but laugh, his admiration for the turtle hermit deepening. It is a privilege to converse with you, master. I bow deeply, filled with gratitude and respect. Speaking of which, I wish to return the universal capsule you gifted me. Master Wu Tian. I sincerely apologize. I currently lack the funds to purchase water, rendering it unnecessary for me. Master Turtle, would you kindly follow me? The turtle hermit led Namu to the well, gesturing toward its mouth. Behold, the water source in this vicinity is abundant, no matter how much you take. It is entirely free. If you were to purchase it from others, you would only be met with ridicule. Namu's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with gratitude and surprise. Is this truly the case? He clasped his hands together, bowing deeply to the turtle hermit. I am exceedingly grateful to you. Master Wu Tian, Mr. Qianlong, your immense kindness shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. It's quite all right to forget. Farewell. The turtle hermit waved dismissively. Not looking back, Namu watched the retreating figure of the turtle hermit, filled with appreciation and admiration. Subsequently, he joyfully drew water from the well, storing it in his universal capsule. The fourth match featured contestant Clin facing off against Yamcha, marking the final bout for a chance to advance to the top 8. Who will emerge victorious? Let us bear witness. The intermission passed swiftly. Clin and Yamcha stepped onto the stage, locking eyes, the air thick with tension. Let me see just how formidable Master Wu Tian's disciple truly is. Yamcha assumed his fighting stance, a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. Clin mirrored his posture, prepared for the confrontation. At the referee's command, the two became mere afterimages, swiftly charging toward one another. The audience held their breath, fixated on every movement unfolding on the stage. The sounds of their clash echoed, thud, 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 as they exchanged blows, their rapid exchanges dazzling to behold. Bulma and Por cheered fervently for Yamcha, while Sun Wukong clenched his fists, rallying for Clin. Wolfang Fist. The preliminary skirmish had run its course, and Yamcha decided to unleash his ultimate technique. His hands transformed into claw-like appendages, launching a flurry of rapid strikes toward Clin. Clin, caught off guard, could not evade the assault and was sent crashing to the ground. In this moment, Clin had no techniques left. His combat prowess relied solely on his physical conditioning, which paled in comparison to Yamcha's skill. Having taken the brunt of the Wolfang Fist, Clin staggered to his feet, now at the end of his strength. How can you still rise? You should have stayed down, he thought bitterly. Yet, having regained his footing, he resolved to continue. Surrendering was not an option. Clin staggered forward, throwing a punch at Yamcha. Yamcha observed Clin's approach calmly, sidestepping his blow with a slight lean, and seized the opportunity to strike Clin in the abdomen. Ugh! Clin spat bile, his eyes wide, before collapsing unconscious. In that instant, Yamcha caught him and gently laid him on the ground. Yamcha is the victor. He advances to the semifinals. All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break while we await the semifinals. At that moment, Sun Wukong rushed onto the stage to check on Clin's condition, relieved to find he was unharmed. He then turned to Yamcha with a smile. You've become incredibly strong. I yearn to engage in a duel with you. Though I must acknowledge that the elder opponent is quite formidable, while I, Sun Wukong, would relish the opportunity for another contest. The likes of Wu Mu and Chun Long should not be underestimated. Yamcha spoke gravely, aware that Chun Long is merely a pseudonym for Master Roshi. He firmly believed that Sun Wukong could not best master Wu Tian, especially after witnessing the intense match between Namo and Wu Mu, which he found exceedingly challenging. Upon returning to the lounge, Sun Wukong placed Krillin upon the bench. At that moment, Yamcha's gaze shifted towards the meditative Wu Mu. Sensing the scrutiny, Wu Mu opened his eyes to find Yamcha and nodded with a faint smile, contemplating that indeed, Yamcha would emerge victorious. Should he win this bout, and if no complications arose from Master Roshi's side, he anticipated a confrontation with him. Master Roshi possesses an extensive repertoire of key techniques and exceptional martial arts skills, while Wu Mu's Bajiquan, though potent, lacks the refinement of practice techniques. Moreover, in the previous world devoid of magic, Bajiquan merely surpassed that of an ordinary individual. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Mu resolved to employ the prince's battle method, a technique devoid of intricate skill, wherein all the ki within him is unleashed in a singular force. Noticing Wu Mu's smile, Yamcha furrowed his brow and then turned to Wukong, encouraging, Wukong, you must give it your all. With that, he headed towards Master Roshi, adding, it would be quite embarrassing to lose to your student. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi jolted, exclaiming, what student? Yamcha chuckled softly and departed, while Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on the astuteness of the young man. This martial arts tournament is truly exhilarating. Wu Mu is indeed impressive. I wonder if he will seize the championship, Uncle Marlowe mused with a simple grin. Wu Mu brother, you will surely triumph, shouted Alaga, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, you shall win. Marlowe laughed heartily, his gaze filled with affection. Maria covered her mouth in amusement, joyfully observing the exchange between father and daughter, her heart brimming with warmth. The intermission swiftly passed, and the host, microphone in hand, stepped onto the arena, proclaiming in a resounding voice, we shall now commence the semifinals, with the first match featuring contestant Sun Wukong against contestant Chun Long. Upon hearing this, the individuals in the lounge exited, with even Wu Mu coming to witness the contest, while Krillin remained in a fainted state. Chapter 8, Sun Wukong vs. Master Roshi. Upon the arena, Sun Wukong and Chun Long stood facing each other, their gazes fierce and their spirits high. Sun Wukong. clad in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, radiated vitality, as if each strand of hair danced with energy. In contrast, Qianlong donned a simple, gray martial arts outfit, topped with a grayish-white wig. Though his attire was unassuming, the sharpness of his eyes betrayed his true strength. The battleground was the martial arts tournament arena, surrounded by thousands of spectators. Their expressions varied widely. Some clenched their fists in anxiety, others were nearly jumping with excitement, while many wore expressions of eager anticipation, yearning to witness this extraordinary clash. The air was thick with tension and exhilaration, as every individual held their breath in eager expectation of the match's commencement. Bulma, Oolong, and Puar gathered together, their expressions a tapestry of anxiety and anticipation. Bulma clenched her fists, her eyes fixated on the arena, silently rooting for Son Goku. Oolong and Puar exchanged nervous glances, their faces betraying their worries. This match would determine who would advance to the finals. With a sharp command from the referee, the contest commenced. Son Goku showcased his astounding agility and prowess, each punch slicing through the air with a whoosh. In contrast, Qianlong employed his vast experience and strategy, continually testing Son Goku's mettle. His defenses and counterattacks appeared unwavering and precise. Each clash elicited gasps and applause from the audience. As the match progressed, Bulma and her companions grew increasingly tense, alternating between cheers and sighs, utterly captivated by the thrilling spectacle. As the duel intensified, the confrontation between Son Goku and Qianlong became more fervent. Each strike reverberated through the arena, accompanied by the audience's astonished gasps. Son Goku's every leap seemed to defy gravity, his movements a blur of lightning speed that dazzled the spectators. Meanwhile, Qianlong stood like an immovable mountain, his defenses steadfast, each counterstrike infused with power and wisdom. In a moment of fierce exchange, Son Goku launched a rapid barrage of attacks at Qianlong, the force of his punches stirring up clouds of dust, as if the very arena trembled under his onslaught. Yet, in this critical moment, Qianlong revealed his profound mastery. He clasped his hands together, channeling his energy to form an invisible force field that completely neutralized Son Goku's assault. This spectacle left the audience in awe, marveling at Qianlong's formidable martial skills. Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were equally stunned, their previously anxious expressions transforming into astonishment and respect. As the competition continued, both Son Goku and Qianlong displayed their unique attributes. Goku's speed and agility allowed him to glide effortlessly across the stage, while Qianlong's composure and depth lent each of his strikes a sense of poise and strength. Their clash embodied a battle of velocity against might, a juxtaposition of youth and experience. Following a particularly exhilarating exchange, both combatants retreated a few steps, locking eyes. Son Goku's gaze sparkled with respect for his formidable opponent and the thrill of challenge, while Qianlong's expression remained calm and profound, as if conveying that the contest was far from over. The atmosphere in the audience reached a fever pitch, with spectators animatedly discussing each thrilling encounter, extolling the performances of both Son Goku and Qianlong. Bulma, Oolong, and their friends oscillated between excitement and admiration, cheering for Son Goku while acknowledging Qianlong's martial prowess. The match entered its final phase. The two fighters, drenched in sweat, maintained unwavering resolve in their eyes, embodying the indomitable spirit and perseverance of martial artists. This contest transcended mere physical combat. It was a profound duel of spirits. Regardless of the final outcome, both Sun Wukong and Qianlong have earned the admiration and applause of all through their remarkable performances. Now, I shall unleash the Kamehameha wave of my grandfather, declared Sun Wukong, adopting a stance with his hands converging into a lotus shape to gather energy. Observing this, Qianlong was equally resolute, mirroring Wukong's posture and muttering, "The might of the Kamehameha wave, which I have painstakingly developed over many years, will not be easily surpassed." Strange, isn't the Kamehameha wave the creation of Master Roshi? Sun Wukong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion at Qianlong's statement. "Well, that is indeed the signature move of Master Roshi," Qianlong replied sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "But didn't you just claim it was your own creation after years of effort?" Wukong pressed, bemused. "Why ask so many questions? With your personality, you'll never make friends," Qianlong retorted, a flicker of anger surfacing on his face, though resignation was more evident. Upon finishing their energy gathering, the two launched their attacks at one another. "Kamehameha wave," they shouted in unison. thrusting their hands forward as two azure energy waves collided in the center of the arena, illuminating the faces of all present. After a moment of stalemate, the resulting energy dispersed, sending both combatants crashing to the ground. Dust swirled around the arena, and a burnt scent lingered in the air. This can't be happening. It's impossible, Shenlong exclaimed in disbelief, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong chuckled foolishly, using Kamehameha against Kamehameha. Haha. I did it. His grin radiated pride and exhilaration, as though he had just accomplished something extraordinary. I can hardly believe it. To think that one could suppress my Kamehameha with their own, murmured Master Rashi, rising to his feet and gazing at Sun Wukong, his eyes shimmering with a complex mixture of astonishment and satisfaction. The audience marveled in awe, witnessing such an exhilarating duel, erupting into cheers and applause that resonated like thunder throughout the arena. How astonishing! It is said that only Master Wu Tian could wield the Kamehameha, yet here stands another. Aside from Shenlong, the host exclaimed in surprise. Phantom Fist. Shenlong realized that Sun Wukong's energy wave rivaled his own and decided to alter his strategy, employing a different technique. What is this? Sun Wukong murmured, his eyes scanning the surrounding phantoms. The real location suddenly dawned on him, and he swung a punch backward with force, only to strike yet another illusion. Another phantom. Just then, Shenlong appeared silently behind Sun Wukong and unleashed a powerful kick. Ha ha ha. Double phantom fist, surrender now. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with determination. All right, let me give it a try. Damn it. Always copying others' moves. Shenlong exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing Sun Wukong's phantom. This must be the double phantom. He swiftly turned to attack a side phantom, but missed entirely. What? In that fleeting moment of Shenlong's distraction, Sun Wukong descended upon him from above with a mighty blow. This is the triple phantom. Doesn't it look familiar? Shenlong stood up, clutching his head, and spoke through gritted teeth. You insolent brat. How dare you strike your master? You unfilial disciple. He had never found Sun Wukong to be so detestable. Sun Wukong, with an innocent expression, replied, Why would the old gentleman be my master? My master is the turtle sage. It was indeed a slip of the tongue. He chuckled. I didn't mean to say that. Ha ha ha. Shenlong's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly laughed. Old gentleman, you are truly strange. Sun Wukong pouted in response. Shenlong's expression darkened, and he bellowed. Enough of this nonsense. In that case, prepare to receive my attack. With that, he staggered forward, resembling a drunken man. Is Shenlong truly inebriated? Or is the alcohol from yesterday finally taking effect? The host remarked in astonishment. While Sun Wukong was still puzzled, Shenlong seized the opportunity to attack, landing several blows before Sun Wukong could react. What are you doing? Sun Wukong demanded. Shenlong maintained his drunken demeanor and offered no explanation. Yamucha interjected. That's the drunken fist technique. Be cautious, Wukong. Just like the fighting style of my late grandfather. This is quite perplexing, Sun Wukong murmured, rubbing the back of his head. Suddenly, Sun Wukong emitted a peculiar cry and crawled towards Shenlong on the ground, taken aback by this unexpected assault. Shenlong retreated step by step. What a bizarre fighting style, like a wild monkey. Haha, this is the monkey fist. The tide of battle shifted dramatically on the ring as Sun Wukong began to overpower Shenlong, who was compelled to exert all his strength to defend himself. Onlookers Bulma and other friends could hardly contain their joy, while Yamucha gleefully watched Shenlong's plight. Wu Mu, observing the situation, realized that the turtle sage had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. As expected, what comes is indeed what is said. Chapter 9. The stubborn Wukong, Wu Mu advances. With no other choice, Shenlong had to resort to his trump card. Though perilous, Wukong should not perish from it. 10,000 nations sky-shattering palm. With his back against the wall, Shenlong no longer wished to prolong the confrontation. He understood the extent of Sun Wukong's growth and intended to defeat him with this move, to impart the lesson that there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Shenlong gathered golden electric energy in both hands and charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong cried in agony as the golden lightning enveloped his entire being. Yield, urged Shenlong. I want tea. Sun Wukong declared defiantly. Hurry up and concede. Continuing like this will lead to your demise. Shenlong implored anxiously. I will not concede to you. Shenlong retorted angrily. You stubborn fool, you will truly perish. Bulma and the others watched with concern, urging him on. The audience held their breath, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Don't be stubborn, Wukong. Surrender. You've done wonderfully, Wukong. Hearing the encouragement from his friends, Sun Wukong contemplated conceding, but just as he opened his mouth to yield, he collapsed from exhaustion. Wukong. Chunlong hastily dissipated his energy and rushed to assess the situation, then proceeded to perform CPR. Moments later, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and weakly remarked, "Grandfather, your technique is truly remarkable." Relieved to see Sun Wukong unscathed, he remained silent, directing his gaze towards the host. Congratulations to contestant Chunlong for advancing to the finals. The next match features contestants Yamcha and Ubu. Chunlong carried Sun Wukong off the stage, as there was no respite during the semifinals. At that moment, Ubu and Yamcha stepped forward. On the vast arena, Ubu and Yamcha stood facing each other. The audience held their breath, as if they could hear the very rhythm of each other's hearts. Ubu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, contemplating that victory here would lead him to the finals. He leaned slightly forward, his legs taut, ready to strike at any moment. Yamcha regarded him gravely. "Let me witness your strength," he declared, standing firm like a mountain, his hands shaped like claws. The battle was imminent as Ubu darted forward like a wraith, his movements light and agile, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, stirring up a cloud of dust like a golden whirlwind. Yamcha, unfazed, glimpsed a spark of brilliance in his eyes. Like a wolf, he deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Ubu's assault. He then skillfully employed a technique of yielding to overcome rigidity, dissipating Ubu's offensive with ease. Seeing this, Ubu frowned slightly and swiftly altered his approach. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his right hand forward, unleashing the mountain-splitting palm. The force of his palm howled forth with a thunderous might, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Yamcha, not daring to slacken his pace, nimbly leapt backward, evading the ferocious strike. Immediately, he launched a kick, his leg tracing a graceful yet fierce arc through the air, the rushing wind causing the surrounding leaves to rustle wildly. Ubu retreated a few steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Behold my technique. Tiger subduing style." His voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the arena. Yamcha narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms in front of his chest, preparing to withstand the blow. He stepped back, acutely aware of Ubu's formidable prowess. With unwavering focus, he fixated on Ubu, inhaling deeply to regulate his breath and rhythm. Then, his legs began to bend slightly, coiling with latent energy. Super Wolf, Fong Wind Fist. And with that, Yamcha's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. His leg muscles tensed, unleashing a sudden burst of power. During his charge, his body tilted slightly, merging with the wind. His legs whirled like a tempest, generating a powerful airflow. Dust swirled in his wake, creating a magnificent spectacle, as if a colossal dragon soared through the air, roaring towards Ubu. As Ubu witnessed Yamcha approaching like a whirlwind, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze, yet he remained composed. He swiftly repositioned his feet, attempting to sidestep the fierce onslaught. However, Yamcha's speed was extraordinary, leaving Ubu with no choice but to hastily extend his arms in defense. Yamcha's movements were fluid and natural, each clawing swipe and kicking strike imbued with strength and elegance. His speed escalated, and the shadows of his legs and claws intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling net that bewildered onlookers. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be stirred by the force of his punches, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. This whistle resonated like a battle drum, urging Yamcha to unleash even greater power. The audience watched intently, fearing the loss of any thrilling moment. The might of the Super Wolf Fong Fist was astonishing, its momentum akin to an overwhelming tide, capable of annihilating all in its path. Despite Ebony's utmost effort to resist, he could still feel the formidable impact, his feet sliding back on the ground, leaving deep marks. Faced with this powerful attack, Ebony's expression grew increasingly serious. He clenched his jaw tightly, concentrating to counter Yamcha's offensive. Within, he reflected on Yamcha's prowess, acknowledging his exceptional martial arts talent. Yet, Yamcha did not revel in his brief advantage. He gazed at Ebony with a grave demeanor. Ebony readied himself to launch an assault. "Yamcha, be cautious. The following move could be fatal if you cannot block it." Ebony's form was agile as he stepped forward, his right arm swinging fiercely, executing a fierce strike from the Eight Extremes fist, akin to a colossal axe aiming at his opponent. However, Yamcha remained unperturbed. subtly shifting his body to evade the ferocious blow with ease. Immediately after, he swiftly kicked out, employing a clever leg technique to neutralize Ebony's attack. Ebony, undeterred, quickly adjusted his stance, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power, accompanied by a whistling wind. Yamcha adeptly countered each move, weaving through the shadows of punches with agile grace. He occasionally sidestepped, at times raising his hands to block, skillfully deflecting Ebony's advances. Suddenly, Ebony unleashed a mountain-crushing palm, its force like thunder converging upon his opponent's chest. Yet, Yamcha was prepared. He swiftly retreated a step, drawing his hands in an arc to neutralize the palm's force with softness overcoming hardness. The exchange of blows between them was dynamic and unpredictable, each move a clash of strength and skill that captivated the audience. Amidst the intense confrontation, Yamcha's breath quickened, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He understood that a moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. At last, after a fierce struggle, Ebony seized upon Yamcha's opening and executed the Iron Mountain Lean, securing victory as Yamcha was sent flying out of the ring. Ebony, however, did not bask in arrogance. Instead, he smiled, appreciating Yamcha's performance. This exhilarating duel not only showcased the appropriate application of the 8 Extremes fist in this realm, but also revealed the profound foundation of early-stage Yamcha. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers echoing like thunder, unwavering and fervent. Uncle Marlow's family stood up in excitement, cheering for Ebony. Congratulations to Ebony for advancing to the finals. A 30-minute break, followed by the final match between Ebony and Shenlong. Chapter 10. The Finals. The brief intermission passed swiftly, and the referee in the center of the ring raised the microphone, announcing in a booming voice, "The match begins. The match between Yuwood and Shenlong is about to commence. Please welcome both contestants to the stage." As Yuwood and Shenlong step onto the arena, Uncle Marlow and his family cheer passionately for Yuwood, their voices resonating distinctively amidst the fervent crowd. "Yuwood, you are magnificent," Uncle Marlow exclaims, his arms raised with fervor. Yuwood acknowledges them with a nod, a confident smile gracing his face, before turning his attention to Shenlong. He is acutely aware that he stands before the legendary Master Roshi. The referee stands at the center of the ring, declaring loudly, "The match begins." Yuwood and Shenlong slowly approach each other, exchanging smiles as the tension between them thickens. "Yuwood, your performance has been commendable, but do not underestimate an old man." Shenlong, the turtle hermit, remarks calmly, an air of anticipation in his voice. Yuwood nods earnestly in response, saying, "Master Wutian, I have long admired your prowess. It is an honor to battle with you." Upon hearing Yuwood's respectful address, the turtle hermit chooses not to argue, fully aware that this moment had been anticipated. Apart from Sun Wukong, it seems most have unraveled his identity. With the referee's command, the final round officially commences. Yuwood understands that against the turtle hermit, the only path to victory is to take the initiative. He focuses intently, dashing forward with the intent to breach his opponent's defenses with swiftness. The turtle hermit smiles faintly, deftly retreating to evade Yuwood's assault with effortless grace, as if every move is under his command. "Yuwood, your speed is impressive, yet speed alone is insufficient," he gently advises, launching a counterattack. Though his movements are not rapid, each strike is remarkably precise and imbued with tremendous force. Yuwood grits his teeth, striving to evade while seeking an opportunity to retaliate. He understands that each of his attacks must be executed with impeccable accuracy to challenge this master. The clash intensifies, with Yuwood's every attempt deftly countered by the turtle hermit, whose responses leave Yuwood in a precarious position. "Yuwood, your journey in martial arts is still in its infancy. Mastery is not achieved in a day," the turtle hermit imparts, continuing to engage while teaching. "To become truly formidable, one must cultivate not only skill and strength, but also a tranquil mind. The relentless pursuit of power leads one astray." Amidst the fierce exchanges, Yuwood gradually begins to grasp the depth of the turtle hermit's words. He attempts to regulate his breathing and rhythm, abandoning blind aggression in favor of waiting for the opportune moment. As time passes, Yuwood's offensive becomes more stable, while he still does not hold the upper hand. He is now better equipped to handle the turtle hermit's attacks. "Well done, Yuwood, you are beginning to understand," the turtle hermit praises, simultaneously intensifying his own assault, clearly seeking to further test Yuwood's resolve. The two fighters move across the arena like dancers, each strike resonating with force and precision. The audience is captivated by this spectacular duel, erupting with gasps and applause. In that moment, Yu Wu perceives a slight opening in the turtle hermit's defense. Without hesitation, he unleashes the Iron Mountain Lean. The turtle sage seemed to have anticipated the encounter, a faint smile gracing his lips as he deftly evaded the assault from Wu Mu. In a swift motion, he countered with a strike aimed directly at Wu Mu's vital points. Wu Mu hurriedly dodged, yet the turtle sage's attack grazed him, leaving a shallow mark. Steadying himself, Wu Mu inhaled deeply. He recognized that he could no longer afford to attack blindly against the nearly flawless onslaught of the turtle sage. He needed to discern the perfect moment, an instant that would catch the turtle sage off guard. Wu Mu, your progress is astonishing. Yet the crux lies in whether you can penetrate my defenses, remarked the turtle sage, his smile reminiscent of one admiring a raw gem. Wu Mu clenched his fists, his resolve intensifying. Mr. Wu Tian, I am prepared. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Mu surged forward like a bolt of lightning. His approach no longer a simple linear attack, but a culmination of all the techniques he had mastered, seeking to expose the turtle sage's vulnerabilities. For the first time, a hint of seriousness crossed the turtle sage's countenance. His hands moved with the grace of fish gliding through water, deftly parrying Wu Mu's strikes. However, Wu Mu's assault this time was markedly different, employing an alternative application of Baguazhang that rendered his movements unpredictable, compelling the turtle sage to focus intently. Very well, Wu Mu. It seems I must unleash my true strength, the turtle sage declared, his aura shifting dramatically as an invisible current enveloped him. Wu Mu felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet he did not falter. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Come, teacher Wu Tian, let me witness your true prowess. The two engaged once more, their clash now more fervent than before. Each of Wu Mu's attacks brimmed with power and velocity, while the turtle sage countered with his profound martial skills, skillfully neutralizing and retaliating. In the midst of this fierce exchange, Wu Mu suddenly sensed an opportunity. A subtle movement from the turtle sage in the heat of battle revealed a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Mu channeled all his strength into a technique he called Two Instruments Peak. This time, he exerted not just force, but heartfelt intent, infusing his understanding of martial arts and his yearning for victory into that singular strike. The turtle sage's eyes widened with surprise, clearly unprepared for Wu Mu's display of such power and speed. Attempting to evade, the turtle sage found Wu Mu's momentum too swift, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. The collision of their energies reverberated through the air, producing a deafening sound. The entire arena seemed to tremble at that moment, as spectators held their breath, captivated by the duel unfolding before them. Both Wu Mu and the turtle sage were momentarily pushed back by the force of their clash, yet they quickly regained their footing. Standing face to face, their gazes reflecting mutual respect. Wu Mu, you have succeeded. You have made me feel the pressure. The turtle sage smiled, his voice imbued with admiration. Though Wu Mu panted heavily, his eyes sparkled with determination. Master Wu Tian, it is an immense honor to receive your acknowledgement. The turtle sage stood firm, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wormwood, inhaling deeply before bringing his hands together in prayer, slowly drawing them apart as if conjuring an invisible energy from the very air. Wormwood, behold, this is the turtle school's Kamehameha. The sage's voice resonated with solemnity. Wormwood, feeling the weight of the moment, adjusted his stance, aware that he was about to face a true test, the pivotal moment of his engagement with the forces of this world. He took a deep breath, centering his focus, bracing himself for the sage's impending assault. With a resounding shout, the turtle sage unleashed a formidable wave of energy from his hands, hurtling towards Wormwood with alarming speed, enveloped in a scorching current that seemed capable of piercing through anything. As the energy wave approached, Wormwood's heart quickened. He immediately activated the prince's combat technique. His hands moved with rapid precision, unleashing a multitude of energy waves akin to a shotgun blast in an attempt to neutralize the sage's oncoming attack. Chapter 11. A breakthrough in martial arts, becoming the champion. The two forces collided violently in midair, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the arena. Although Wormwood's prince's combat technique successfully mitigated a portion of the energy wave, a fraction still breached his defenses, striking him and forcing him back several steps. Heh, young one, it seems you have much to learn, the turtle sage remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Wormwood steadied himself, determination etched across his face. Master Wu Tian, Your Kamehameha is indeed formidable, but I shall not yield. Very well. Let us continue. The sage's voice brimmed with fighting spirit as he prepared to launch another assault. The two engaged once more, with Wormwood adopting a more cautious approach, striving to decipher the sage's attack patterns while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Meanwhile, the turtle sage persistently varied his techniques, keeping Wormwood on his toes. As time progressed, the match escalated into a heated climax. Each exchange between Wormwood and the turtle sage was charged with tension, the audience holding their breath, captivated by the duel unfolding before them. Wormwood, your prowess is commendable, but let us see how you respond to this. The turtle sage suddenly increased his speed, launching a ferocious barrage at Wormwood. Gritting his teeth, Wormwood evaded and searched for a chance to retaliate. In that instant, he spotted a slight opening in the sage's technique, too swift for alteration. Without a moment's hesitation, Wormwood unleashed a full-force strike. This time, his speed and power reached their zenith, landing a direct blow on the turtle sage, forcing him back several paces. The sage regained his footing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well done, Wormwood. Your progress is truly remarkable. Breathing heavily, Wormwood's eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. Master Wu Tian, I have yet to reach my limit. The duel continued, each encounter leaving the audience awestruck. Wormwood's every attack brimmed with resolve and strength, while the turtle sage, with his unfathomable martial prowess, deftly countered and neutralized each advance. As the competition progressed, Yuwood gradually sensed the burgeoning strength within him, each strike he unleashed resonating with greater potency than the last. Observing Yuwood's performance, Master Rashi's eyes glimmered with increasing admiration. At that moment, Yuwood launched a ferocious assault, channeling nearly all his might into his fist. Despite Master Rashi's attempts to evade, the speed of the attack was overwhelming, forcing him to focus solely on defense. The two forces clashed again in the air, producing a deafening roar. This time, Yuwood's strike clearly held the advantage, pushing Master Rashi back several steps until he regained his balance at the edge of the arena. Steadying himself, Master Rashi gazed at Yuwood, his eyes shimmering with recognition and appreciation. Yuwood, you have performed admirably. I underestimated you. Your potential far exceeds my expectations. Yuwood, panting heavily, felt an immense sense of honor at Master Rashi's acknowledgement. Master Wu Tian, to spar with a master like you is an unforgettable experience in my life. The two once again positioned themselves at the center of the arena. Although the contest was not yet concluded, all present could feel the awe and inspiration emanating from their duel. The battle between Master Rashi and Yuwood was not merely a test of strength, but a testament to the martial arts. Master Rashi prepared to strike again, this time gathering even more energy, clearly intending to employ his ultimate technique to determine the victor. Yuwood braced himself, cognizant that the impending clash would be the final confrontation. He knew he must exert all his strength to have a chance at victory. The atmosphere on the stage grew tense once more, as spectators held their breath, awaiting this ultimate showdown. Master Rashi's figure darted across the arena with dizzying speed. Yuwood kept a watchful eye, striving to track his movements. Yuwood, are you ready? This will be the most formidable attack you have ever encountered. Master Rashi's deep voice resonated across the arena as he began to gather a dazzling light in his hands. Yuwood took a deep breath, adjusting his stance. Master Wu Tian, I am prepared. Please, guide me. His voice was resolute, his eyes sparkling with a challenge. Here it comes. Kamehameha. With a mighty shout, Master Rashi unleashed the amassed energy towards Yuwood. A colossal sphere of light hurtled towards him at an unimaginable speed. Yuwood did not flinch. He recognized this as Master Rashi's test and knew he must confront it head-on. Abandoning the princely technique, he clasped his hands together, energy swirling around him, and a surge of azure waves erupted from his palms, meeting the immense light sphere. I shall name this technique Divine Wind Wave. The two forces collided violently in the air, producing a thunderous sound. The light sphere began to dissipate under Yuwood's power, until it ultimately vanished. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience, as they marveled at Yuwood's ability to withstand Master Rashi's formidable blow. Master Rashi smiled gently, looking upon Yuwood with approval. Well done, Yuwood. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. However, the match is not yet over. You must remain vigilant for the next assault. Omo nodded, his expression growing more solemn. Teacher Wu Tian, please continue. He understood that the preceding actions were merely a means to familiarize him with martial arts. The martial training he underwent in his previous life at a martial school was vastly different from what he encountered in this world. As the subsequent rounds of attacks unfolded, Master Rashi's speed and strength continuously escalated. Although Omo managed to withstand the onslaught, each encounter proved to be exceedingly arduous. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck Omo. He recalled Master Rashi's earlier teachings. True strength emanates not solely from the body, but from the spirit. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Endeavoring to forge a connection between his mind and body, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. He addressed Master Rashi. "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Wutian. I believe I have discovered the path to my breakthrough." Master Rashi smiled and nodded. "Then let me witness your progress." With a fierce shout, Omo unleashed the full force of his being, launching himself toward Master Rashi like a cannonball. Unfazed, Master Rashi met him head-on. As they clashed in midair, each collision reverberated with tremendous sound. Omu's speed and strength underwent a remarkable transformation. Even Master Rashi felt the pressure mounting. As the battle progressed, Omu gradually sensed his power intensifying. Each strike he delivered grew more potent than the last. At last, during one fierce exchange, Omu successfully identified a weakness in Master Rashi's defense and landed a decisive blow. Master Rashi was pushed back several steps but bore no anger. Instead, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Omu, congratulations. You have transcended. Forge your own path. Your future knows no bounds. I concede. You must come visit my little island sometime," Master Rashi said with a grin, his objective fulfilled. The title of champion was of little consequence. Initially, he merely intended for his disciple to understand that there are always greater forces beyond. Yet he had unexpectedly encountered a martial artist unlike any other and felt compelled to offer guidance. "Very well, Teacher Wutian, I will seek your counsel," Omu replied. Never looking down upon Master Rashi, despite his flaws and declining combat prowess, he was, after all, a legendary master. Master Rashi nodded, descending from the arena. "Congratulations to contestant Omo for his victory. He has become the champion and will receive a prize of 500,000. Uncle Malo rose from his seat in excitement, cheering, while the other spectators celebrated the birth of a champion. Omu, panting heavily, wore a smile on his face. Chapter 12. Seeking Karen Tower upon receiving his prize. Omu hurried to Uncle Malo, offering the entire sum to him. "Omu, what are you doing?" Uncle Malo exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the money in his hands, bewildered. Omu inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with the desire and determination to grow stronger. At this stage, he understood that to master the ways of the Dragon Ball world, he needed to ascend Karen Tower. "Dear Uncle Marlo, I am truly grateful for your care over the past 5 years. I have decided not to return. I have gained a clear understanding of my current capabilities and I seek further experiences. I intend to embark on a quest to find the legendary immortal." Uncle Marlo accepted the reward with a complex expression. He recognized that Yuwood was an ambitious individual. Yet he was taken aback by Yuwood's decision to seek out the fabled immortal. This choice signifies that Yuwood is about to embark on a journey fraught with uncertainties and dangers. "Yuwood, the path to finding the immortal is perilous. Are you truly prepared?" Uncle Marlo inquired with concern. Yuwood nodded resolutely. "I am ready. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not falter. For years, I have been training for this moment. I believe it is time to pursue my dreams." Uncle Marlo fell silent for a moment before he sighed. "Since you have made your decision, I cannot dissuade you. However, you should keep this reward. The journey is long, and you will need these funds to ensure a smooth passage." Yuwood shook his head. "Uncle Marlo, this money is not essential to me. I hope you will use it to take care of yourself. As for me, I shall earn everything I need through my own efforts." Gazing into Yuwood's steadfast eyes, Uncle Marlo realized he could no longer voice any objections. He looked at Yuwood deeply, finally letting out a sigh. "Very well. Since your resolve is firm, I can only wish you smooth sailing. Remember, no matter the adversities you encounter, do not give up on your dreams. Should you ever wish to return, know that this place will always be your home." "Brother Yuwood, remember to come back and visit me," Ariga said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Yuwood. "Thank you, Uncle, for your care over the years. I will remember your words and not give up easily," Yuwood replied with a nod, then turned to Ariga. "Ariga, I will remember. You must be sure to listen to Uncle Marlo." After bidding farewell to Uncle Marlo and his family, Yuwood set off in the direction of Sun Wukong. At that moment, Master Rashi had removed his disguise and joined Sun Wukong and the others. When questioned by them, he fabricated a casual excuse to deflect their inquiries. Yu Wu approached Sun Wukong, who appeared as confident and optimistic as ever. Wukong, now that the martial arts tournament has concluded, what are your plans? Yu Wu inquired tentatively. Sun Wukong turned his head, revealing his signature grin. Hee, I plan to search for my grandfather's relics, and afterward, I suppose I will continue my training. After all, there are many formidable opponents in the world beyond. I cannot afford to stagnate. Yu Wu nodded in understanding of Sun Wukong's insatiable fighting spirit. Just then, Master Rashi approached, his gaze seemingly harboring deeper meanings. Oh, what are you two discussing? He asked casually. Sun Wukong promptly replied, Grandpa Rashi, I was contemplating my training plan following the tournament. Master Rashi stroked his beard thoughtfully and said earnestly, Indeed, training is of utmost importance. In this world, there remains an abundance of knowledge awaiting our discovery. However, Wukong, do you not agree that it is equally essential to occasionally relax and savor life? Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, exclaiming, I find cultivation to be exceedingly fascinating. Omu, who listened nearby, could not help but admire Wukong's fervor and dedication to his training, a passion that had partly inspired his own desire to attend a martial arts academy in a previous life. Suddenly, he posed a question. Master Wu Tian, do you know the whereabouts of Master Karen? I have heard that you were once guided by her in your youth. The turtle sage gestured in a specific direction, saying, Master Karen resides atop the towering Karen Tower, which is guarded by protectors. To meet her, you must ascend the tower yourself. Follow this path, and you shall behold the tower. Omu gazed toward the direction indicated by the turtle sage and bid farewell. Thank you, Master Wu Tian, for your guidance during the tournament. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Farewell, Wukong. I look forward to our next contest. Omu glanced at Wukong and then nodded to Yamcha and the others. After departing the martial arts venue, he embarked on his journey to Karen Tower. Along the way, Omu reflected on his growth. He had experienced a breakthrough during his match with the Turtle Sage and anticipated further enhancement under Master Karen's tutelage. Subsequently, he planned to continue seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. As Omu journeyed toward Karen Tower, his heart brimmed with hope for the future and contemplation of the past. He mused that although the martial arts tournament had concluded, it marked a new beginning for him. He looked forward to adapting his martial arts to this world under Master Karen's guidance. Just then, Omu suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Instinctively alert, he scanned his surroundings in search of the source of the sound. Not far away, he spotted a small boy who seemed to have climbed a tree in pursuit of a bird, yet now found himself too frightened to descend. Omu approached gently and inquired, Little one, what is your name? Why have you climbed the tree? The boy, somewhat intimidated by Omu's presence, stammered, I am Xiao Jia. I saw a beautiful bird perched on the tree, and I wanted to climb up to see it. But now I cannot come down. Omu smiled reassuringly, Fear not. Xiao Jia, I will help you down. With that, he effortlessly leaped into the tree, carefully cradling Xiao Jia in his arms before descending safely to the ground. Once on solid ground, Xiao Jia exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, big brother. You are truly amazing. Omu tousled the boy's hair and replied, Xiao Jia, refrain from climbing trees carelessly in the future. If you find yourself in danger, always seek help from an adult. Xiao Jia nodded, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Omu. Big brother, where are you headed? Omu gazed into the distance, determination flickering in his eyes. I am bound for Karen Tower to seek Master Karen and continue my path of cultivation. Xiao Jia inquired curiously, What is Karen Tower? Who is Master Karen? With a gentle smile, Omu explained, Karen Tower is a towering edifice that pierces the clouds, and Karen is a formidable martial artist. I aspire to receive his guidance to enhance my strength. Little Jia listened in wide-eyed astonishment. He had never encountered such a wondrous place or personage. Big brother, you must strive hard. I believe you can become stronger. Omu smiled tenderly and nodded. Thank you, little Jia. I shall indeed. With that, he prepared to continue his journey, advising Jia to return home and refrain from climbing trees. After bidding farewell to Jia, Omu resumed his expedition towards Karen Tower, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future and a fervent desire for cultivation. He understood that the path ahead, though fraught with challenges, would ultimately lead him to realize his dreams, provided he persevered. Chapter 13, Ascending Karen Tower. In the heart of the vast forests of the southwestern Indian plains, there stood Karen Tower, Omu sprinted for 3 days before he encountered a village where he paused to rest and inquire about Karen Tower. An elderly man, who had once attempted to scale the tower in his youth but had failed, shared his experiences. Grateful for the elder's insights, Omu continued his rapid journey towards Karen Tower. Days later, the expansive forest came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, Omu plunged deep into the woods. By the time he emerged from the thicket, twilight had settled over the forest. "This must be Karen Tower," he exclaimed, raising his gaze to behold the monumental white pillar that soared skyward. Reminiscent of its depiction in the original anime, he marveled at the fact that only through direct observation could one truly feel its majesty, a sensation wholly absent from the screen. "Who are you? Have you come here to challenge Karen Tower?" A robust man emerged from a tent beneath the tower, exuding an aura of strength, accompanied by a child. Both were adorned in traditional Indian attire, their sun-kissed skin painted with colorful designs, and feathers reminiscent of wild birds woven into their hair. Recognizing their attire, Omu understood that they were Upa and his father, the guardians of Karen Tower from the original tale. In the narrative, Upa's father, Brola, was a formidable ally to Sun Wukong but had perished while protecting Upa during the quest for the Dragon Balls. Contemplating this, Omu resolved to offer assistance if able, but decided to first ascend Karen Tower. "I am Omu, and I have heard that a sage resides here. I wish to learn from him," he said with a warm smile. Brola, accustomed to such visitors, replied, "Why not rest for the night? We have spare tents." Acknowledging the need for rest after days of relentless travel, Omu agreed. After settling in, Brola invited Omu to join them outside the tent. "Omu, I just roasted some meat. Come and have a bite to replenish your energy." Omu nodded and sat opposite Brola, the warmth of the fire casting a glow around them. A skewer of succulent pork sizzled over the flames, and Omu swallowed hard at the sight. Noticing Omu's eager expression, Brola chuckled. "It's ready. Please, don't hold back. Help yourself." Unable to contain himself, Omu tore off a piece of meat and savored it with great delight. How delectable! During his travels, he had not had the pleasure of tasting any decent food, and the thought of it brought forth tears. "It is not my intention to discourage you, dear brother Omu," Bra said solemnly. "Our clan has guarded Corinta for generations and has witnessed numerous challengers, yet only Mr. Wu Tian succeeded 300 years ago." Bra gazed up at the towering Corinta, shook his head, and sighed deeply. "Those who failed, if fortunate, returned alive. If not, they met their demise upon the ground below. I, too, have attempted to ascend, but it seems the tower has no summit. Brother Omu, I must advise you once more. Should you feel unable to continue, do descend." Omu swallowed his food, aware that with his current strength, akin to that of the turtle hermit, he could indeed scale the tower, yet he wished to remain unassuming. "Thank you for your counsel, brother Bra. If I sense my stamina waning, I shall come down." Bra smiled and nodded at Womu's response. "Very well. Finish your meal and rest quickly. Tomorrow, I shall watch from below." After Womu finished eating, feeling satisfied, he stretched his neck, relaxed his body, and walked towards the river to wash up. After cleaning himself, he turned to Bra and said, "Brother Bra, I shall retire for the night." "All right," Bra replied. The following day, Womu rose early and practiced a few forms of Bajiquan by the river before sitting cross-legged to attune to the energy within him. During his final match with Master Wu Tian, he had experienced a sudden breakthrough. By current standards, one could classify his realm as mid-level dark energy. He had never categorized martial arts into stages, but rather assessed his own progress. After spending a considerable time in one realm, a breakthrough occurs naturally. Moreover, Womu was uncertain how to delineate levels while cultivating the energy from the Dragon Balls. The breakthrough had resulted from a sudden expansion of his physical capacity, allowing more energy to surge forth. According to the combat power system, he estimated his fighting prowess to be around 140 to 50, and once he ascended the tower and completed his training, he intended to explore beyond the cosmos. "Brother Womu, are you prepared?" Bra approached, looking at Womu with inquiry. Womu nodded affirmatively. "Brother Bra, I am ready." Bra patted Womu on the shoulder, reminding him, "Remember, if you sense danger, descend immediately. Though Corinta is shrouded in mystery, life is far more precious." Womu smiled in response. "Rest assured, I shall be cautious." Together, they made their way to the base of Corinta. Womu gazed upward at the towering pinnacle, a surge of determination rising within him. He began his ascent, using both hands and feet, climbing steadily upward, one step at a time. "Brave child, may the divine protect you," Bra whispered, his eyes fixed on Womu's figure. At first, The surface of Carinta was smoother than Wumu had anticipated, requiring him to invest additional time in locating suitable handholds and footholds. He recalled Bra's words, striving to maintain composure, and gradually found his rhythm. As he climbed higher, the winds intensified, presenting an unprecedented challenge. He could feel the energy within him flowing, as if responding to the call of Carinta itself. With each segment of the ascent, Wumu paused to regulate his breathing and attune himself to the flow of energy within, gradually calming his heart. Time seemed to lose its significance in this endeavor. He was unaware of how long he had been climbing. His fingers began to tingle, and his muscles protested against the relentless exertion. Yet he pressed on, for he understood that this journey was not solely a test of physical endurance, but also a crucible for his willpower. After several hours of climbing, Wumu felt his strength wane, each pull becoming increasingly arduous. He stopped to rest against a protrusion of Carinta, closing his eyes to take deep breaths in an attempt to recuperate. At that moment, he heard a faint voice. "Wumu, do not surrender. You are so close to the summit." He opened his eyes and searched for the source of the sound, but found nothing. He realized it might be the voice of his own spirit, or perhaps the cat sage of Carinta encouraging him. He could go on. Renewed, Wumu resumed his ascent. Finally, when he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to pull himself to the pinnacle of Carinta, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the boundless scenery around him, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and awe. For a moment, standing atop the tower, he surveyed the world, witnessing the clouds flow gently beneath him, as if the entire universe lay at his feet. In this instant, he experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom and achievement. Is this the feeling of transcending one's limits? Wumu murmured to himself, feeling an inner strength swell within. Then, Wumu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He wished to etch this moment into his memory. This experience of surpassing his own boundaries, believing it would bestow upon him boundless strength in his future endeavors. As he felt the energy coursing through him, it seemed as though he had become one with the cosmos. Just then, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. "Welcome to Carinta, young one." Wumu turned to see a cat, leaning on a staff, slowly approaching him. He recognized him as the Sage of Carinta. Chapter 14. The guidance of the Sage of Carinta. Wumu rose and took a few steps forward, bowing respectfully. The sage nodded, acknowledging. "I am aware of your purpose for coming here. However, your arrival at this place already attests to your determination and strength. What is it that you wish to learn?" Wumu pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "I wish to learn how to better control my energy and how to apply it more flexibly in battle." The sage smiled and nodded. "If that is your desire, I can indeed teach you. Yet, the energy within you is quite immense. Allah, you will blindfold yourself to catch me." The sage tied a bell to his staff and tossed Wumu a strip of cloth. Wumu carefully blindfolded himself, gripping the cloth tightly, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. "Shall I begin?" he inquired tentatively, groping for direction as he moved towards the sound of the bell. "Yes, let us commence." The sage's voice echoed softly in the air, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. The ebony would slowly turn in place, attempting to capture the position of the esteemed Master Karen amidst the gentle breeze. The sound of bells resonated intermittently, sometimes distant, sometimes near, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. "How is it? Have you sensed my location?" The voice of Master Karen seemed to echo right beside him. Ebony bent slightly and nodded, hastening towards him. Indeed, yet your movements remain too sluggish." Master Karen's voice floated from a short distance away, the bells chimed shifting accordingly. "What must I do to hasten my pace?" Ebony inquired, his voice imbued with a fervent desire to enhance his abilities. Master Karen chuckled softly. "First, you must learn to perceive the currents around you. Close your eyes. It is not merely about the absence of sight, but rather about feeling with your heart." Ebony calmed himself and, following Master Karen's guidance, endeavored to sense the gentle breeze and the fluctuations in the air. "Excellent. You are beginning to grasp the sensation." Master Karen approached Ebony, offering gentle guidance. "Now try again." Taking a deep breath, Ebony felt his senses sharpen significantly. This time, as the bell chimed anew, he instinctively turned swiftly, grasping Master Karen's wrist with remarkable speed. "Ha! Splendid, Ebony, your progress is swift." Master Karen praised him. "It is your teaching that is commendable." Ebony replied respectfully, removing the cloth strip from his forehead. In the days that followed, Ebony and Master Karen's life was filled with various forms of training. Each morning, Ebony would accompany Master Karen to learn how to better control and perceive the vital energy. After lunch, they would engage in discussions regarding strategies and techniques for combat. By nightfall, Ebony would practice alone, integrating the knowledge acquired during the day. Master Karen, how do you assess my control now? One evening, after a session of practice, Ebony curiously asked. Master Karen smiled in response. You have made significant strides, yet the mastery of vital energy is not solely about technique. It is predominantly about mindset. You must remain calm and focused, even amidst the fiercest battles, never losing your essence. I understand. Thank you, Master Karen, Ebony solemnly replied. In the ensuing days, Master Karen imparted numerous techniques regarding the control of vital energy, teaching Ebony how to swiftly redirect its flow during combat and harness its power to amplify his speed and strength. As time progressed, under Master Karen's guidance, Ebony not only learned to master the control of vital energy, but also to apply it flexibly in battle. Each day, he made continuous progress, gradually sensing a deeper connection with the energy. Though the training was fraught with challenges, Ebony felt profoundly fulfilled and content. He understood that all of this effort was to fortify his strength. After a morning session of training, Ebony sat on the ground to regulate his breathing. While Master Karen observed nearby, Master Karen, I feel that each time I harness the energy, it is tumultuous and difficult to control, Ebony expressed, a hint of confusion in his voice. Karen, the sage, smiled gently, remarking that it was because you had yet to fully merge your consciousness with your energy. Envision energy as an extension of yourself, a tool rather than an adversary. How might I achieve that? Ub inquired. Guide it with your heart, not merely your will. Karen replied as he rose to demonstrate. Observe, just like this. He waved his hand lightly, and a gentle breeze swirled within the room, caressing Ub's face. Ub's eyes widened in realization. So that is how it is. Indeed, one cannot grasp the intricacies merely through animation. Energy is not solely a force, nor is it merely for destruction. Now, give it a try, encouraged Karen. Ub closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to follow Karen's guidance. At first, he felt only a faint current swirling around his fingertips. However, soon, as he focused and directed his heart, the current intensified. Excellent, you have succeeded. Karen's voice brimmed with approval. Ub opened his eyes, astonished to find he had indeed conjured a gentle breeze, a smile of incredulous joy gracing his face. In the afternoon, they deliberated on the astute application of energy in combat. Remember, the utilization of energy transcends mere direct attack and defense, Karen stated. It is a reflection of the inner self. Ub nodded, silently committing these words to memory. As night fell, he found himself alone under the cool moonlight, practicing. He endeavored to integrate the knowledge he had acquired throughout the day, not only mastering the control of energy, but also how to wield it in movement. I shall attempt the sky dance technique, Ub mused, now understanding the flow of energy and intent on trying the technique. He inhaled deeply, focusing all his attention and strength, and then sought to harness the power of energy to elevate himself. Initially, only the tips of his toes grazed the ground, but soon, as his mastery of energy grew, his entire body began to ascend slowly. Ub felt an unprecedented exhilaration as he rolled and spun through the air, completely guided by the power of his energy. When he finally settled back to the ground smoothly, Ub knew he had acquired a new skill. Sitting down, he reflected on the day's training and his accomplishments, his heart swelling with gratitude and resolve. Having mastered the sky dance technique, Ub felt a qualitative leap in his power. Contemplating this, he decided to pose a request to Karen. Karen, I wish to ask you a question, he said, standing before the sage, his tone tinged with caution. Karen gazed at him, smiling. What is your question, Ub? Chapter 15, Summoning the Dragon. During these recent days of training, I have subsisted on the mystical beans. Feeling my body strengthen considerably, I wonder if it would be possible to receive some more of the beans, for I sense they not only restore energy swiftly, but also heal injuries. I believe that acquiring some before my departure could prove immensely beneficial for my forthcoming journey. Ub articulated. Karen, the sage, fell into a momentary silence before nodding in understanding. Wumu, I can certainly comprehend your request. Your journey indeed necessitates such assistance. However, the celestial beans are exceedingly rare, each one a treasure beyond measure. From behind her, Karen produced a bag containing nearly 100 verdant celestial beans. Wumu accepted the beans and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Sage Karen. I shall use them judiciously. Remember, while celestial beans are beneficial, True strength must be cultivated from within, Karen advised earnestly. Wumu nodded enthusiastically, his voice resonating with conviction. I will heed your wisdom, Sage Karen. He then rose, bowing once more to express his profound respect and appreciation. Karen responded with a smile, gesturing for him to forego further formalities. After bidding farewell, Wumu approached the edge of Karen's tower, gazing down at the expansive azure sky and the vast land below. He understood that his journey was far from over, with numerous challenges awaiting him. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the currents beneath his feet. Sage Karen, I shall take my leave now. Go forth, Wumu, and believe that you will become an exceptional martial artist. Karen's voice was infused with encouragement. Wumu inhaled deeply, centering his thoughts, and then employed the aerial technique to glide gently from the tower. As he descended, the scenery sharpened into view, and his heart raced with exhilaration. Eventually, Wumu landed gracefully on the ground, scanning his surroundings until he spotted Bra and his son waiting for him. Their mouths agape in astonishment, they exclaimed, Wumu, how did you achieve that? Bra marveled. Wumu smiled, ruffling his hair. It is the flying technique, made possible by Sage Karen's guidance. Wumu, I never expected you to succeed in climbing up there. Bra expressed his excitement. Ha ha ha, it was sheer luck. Wumu chuckled, his heart brimming with gratitude for Karen. After parting with Bra and his son, Wumu was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. He recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he felt an unwavering belief in his ability to overcome any obstacles. He traversed the winding mountain trails, in search of a suitable place for his cultivation. After several days of exploration, Wumu discovered a secluded yet picturesque peak. While not excessively high, it was steep and surrounded by dense foliage, resembling a hidden paradise. He resolved to settle here and commence his training. Though the mountain was not overly perilous, the tranquil environment offered him a sanctuary, with the wild beasts posing little threat. Finding a flat area on the mountainside, he cleared a space and constructed a simple dwelling using nearby trees and bamboo. Each day, Wumu diligently practiced the 8 extremes fist, repeating the fundamental movements and combinations from dawn until dusk. He understood that only through relentless practice could he refine his technique and enhance his prowess. Every day, Wumu runs through the mountains to fortify his physique. With unwavering determination, he strives for perfection in every movement of Bajiquan. Under the rigors of such intense training, his body grows increasingly robust and his breath deepens. While mastering Bajiquan, Wumu also embarks on the creation of his own unique chi wave technique. He understands that relying solely on the divine wind wave is insufficient. In future battles, he requires a signature move to face his adversaries with composure. Immersed in the exploration of chi wave, Wumu perseveres through countless trials and failures. One fateful night, beneath a darkened sky, he successfully unleashes his first chi wave, a pure, white wave imbued with formidable power, carving a long trajectory through the air and wreaking havoc upon impact. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Wumu realizes he has finally discovered his own skill. After extensive practice and refinement, he names this technique the star-shattering wave. Inspired by the vision of countless stars bursting forth in brilliant splendor each time he manifests the wave, Wumu's life becomes both simple and fulfilling. Each day, he diligently practices Bajiquan and the star-shattering wave, while also descending to the nearby town to stay informed about the world beyond. A year swiftly passes, and Wumu's training yields remarkable results. He not only masters Bajiquan, but also amplifies the potency of the star-shattering wave. During this time, Sun Wukong embarks on a quest for the Dragon Balls and engages in multiple conflicts with the Red Satin Army. Amidst his training, Wumu occasionally descends the mountain to visit Bulma and her father. Throughout the year, he senses the changes in the world, particularly the escalating threat posed by the Red Satin Army. On one such descent, Wumu fortuitously encounters the Red Satin Army attacking Bulma and her father. Recognizing their peril, he unhesitatingly joins the fray, employing his exceptional martial skills and the star-shattering wave to successfully repel the attackers and rescue them. Filled with gratitude, Bulma exclaims, Wumu, you are truly our savior. Time progresses, and Wumu learns of Sun Wukong's triumph over the Red Satin Army, realizing that Wukong has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Determined to find Sun Wukong and make a wish, Wumu, through Bulma, discovers Wukong's whereabouts and promptly sets out. After several days of soaring through the skies, Wumu finally locates Sun Wukong. Wukong, I have heard you have collected all 7 Dragon Balls, Wumu states directly. Sun Wukong glances at Yumo with a friendly smile. Indeed, Yumo. I have gathered the Dragon Balls. What brings you here? A bit shy, Yumo replies, I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Over the past year, I have dedicated myself to training, hoping to grow stronger. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish, and I wish to seize this opportunity to enhance my power. Sun Wukong listened attentively and nodded. Wu Mu, I can sense your determination and kindness. Since the Dragon Balls can assist you, I am, of course, willing to help. However, please be mindful of your wish, as the Dragon Balls can only grant one wish per year. Wu Mu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Wukong. I will carefully consider my wish. Dragon, please fulfill my desire. As Sun Wukong recited the incantation to summon the dragon, the sky suddenly darkened, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present. Subsequently, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, its arrival accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. State your wishes. The dragon's voice resonated with grandeur and authority, echoing in the hearts of the two. Chapter 16. Arrival at Namek. Unleashing Potential Dragon. I wish to gain the instantaneous movement of the Supreme Kai. Wu Mu, awestruck by the dragon's immense form and the palpable pressure, swallowed hard and spoke. I am terribly sorry. That is beyond my capability. Then, dragon, I wish for the chance to be transported to Namek. Wu Mu pondered for a moment before stating. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a red light, its voice reverberating through the air. Your wish is quite simple. It is about to be granted. In a flash of brilliance, Wu Mu felt himself transcending space, the coordinates of Namek clear in his mind. However, this ability was a one-time gift. Regarding the difficulty of wishes, the dragon could only categorize them as either impossible or very simple. The Earth Dragon, created by the deities of Earth, indeed lacked the authority to grant the instantaneous movement of the Supreme Kai, as it was a divine technique. After I made my wish, Sun Wukong looked at me with curiosity. This journey to Namek would leave us drifting through the cosmos, with no certainty of our return. At this moment, Sun Wukong, at the age of 13, possessed a battle power of around 170, while I, now 18, had surpassed 1200 in battle power over the course of this year. My martial arts level could be tentatively assessed as the peak of dark energy, and I had reached a bottleneck in my 8 extremes fist. To break through to the next level, I would need to practice Tai Chi. Seeing the curious expression on Sun Wukong's face, Wu Mu smiled. I wish to find a training ground, but I am uncertain when I will return. Be sure to diligently train, and please send my regards to teacher Wu Tian. Oh, a training ground. I want to go too. Ha. I will take you when I return. I must be off now. Remember to send my greetings to teacher Wu Tian. With that, Wu Mu waved goodbye, his entire being glowing. In an instant, Wu Mu vanished. On Namek, Wu Mu's figure flashed through the Namekian sky, his goal clear, to seek the Grand Elder, hoping to enhance his cultivation through the Elder's wisdom and strength. The environment of Namek was starkly different from Earth, filled with lush green vegetation and towering, strange trees that blocked out the sun. Occasionally, peculiar creatures could be seen weaving through the forest. Wu Mu took a deep breath, sensing the air here was unlike that of Earth, imbued with a refreshing purity that invigorated the spirit. Following the coordinates in his mind, he swiftly found a settlement of Namekians. Taking a deep breath, he made his way toward the center of the settlement. Upon encountering the unfamiliar human, Yuwud, the Namekians exhibited a degree of wariness, quickly surrounding him. Their tall and slender figures were adorned with a tranquil green hue, topped with a pair of distinctive antennae, and their eyes sparkled with wisdom. Stranger from beyond, whence do you hail? Inquired the leading Namekian, articulating in fluent earthly language. Yuwud felt compelled to critique this, as the original narrative depicted Namekians possessing their own language, yet all beings across the universe could converse effortlessly with Sun Wukong and his companions, suggesting a universal tongue. I am Yuwud, a traveler from the distant planet Earth. I wish to meet your esteemed elder, Yuwud stated candidly. An aged Namekian emerged, his gaze revealing a flicker of curiosity. Earth, a remote world indeed. What compels you to seek an audience with our elder? I find myself at an impasse in my cultivation journey. It is said that your elder possesses profound wisdom and deep mastery, which may illuminate my path, Yuwud replied earnestly. The venerable Namekian studied Yuwud, pausing in silence for a moment, then closed his eyes, seemingly attuning to the essence within Yuwud. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of acknowledgement illuminating his gaze. He nodded. Follow me. Your energy is pure and formidable. indicating that your cultivation is not superficial. Our elder indeed possesses the wisdom you seek. A surge of joy filled Yu Wu's heart as he expressed his gratitude. Following the elder, he traversed verdant woodlands until they arrived before an ancient abode. This is the dwelling of the Namekian elder, enveloped in an aura of solemnity and sanctity. Are you prepared? The elder inquired. Yu Wu nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation and reverence. He understood that he was about to encounter a true sage, capable of revealing fragments of the future. The leading Namekian gently rapped on the door, announcing, "Elder, a cultivator from Earth requests your presence." The door creaked open, and a powerful yet gentle energy enveloped Yu Wu. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Yu Wu beheld the elder seated at the center. Though the elder's physical form appeared frail, his gaze was sharp, penetrating all that lay before him. "I am aware of your intent," the elder spoke, his voice frail yet distinct. "Your essence is pure and remarkably strong, a rarity indeed. Elder, I have encountered obstacles on my path of cultivation, and I seek your guidance," Yu Wu stated respectfully, standing before the elder with a mix of anxiety and eager anticipation. He recognized that this sage had the capacity to unlock his latent potential. Taking a deep breath, Yu Wu resolved to candidly share his purpose and confusion with the elder. "Elder, to be forthright, my arrival on Namek was inspired by the knowledge that the deities from my earth also hail from your world. Their wisdom and strength have safeguarded our planet countless times." Omu spoke slowly, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's gaze, which soon deepened into contemplation. "Oh, there are beings from planet Namek on Earth as well?" Omu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is said that long ago, a celestial deity arrived on Earth aboard a spacecraft, becoming a martial artist, later succeeding the former deity in the pursuit of higher realms. However, what he did not disclose to the elder was that the celestial being had, in fact, split into two on Earth. His malevolent thoughts had manifested as the monstrous King Piccolo, who once unleashed great calamities upon the planet." The elder fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a measured tone. "Ah, the child of Katats. It is astonishing that such a young one has safely arrived on Earth." Omo bowed deeply. "Elder, I seek your guidance to help awaken my latent potential." The elder nodded, gesturing for Omu to approach his side. He extended his hand, gently placing it upon Omo's crown. "Young one, are you prepared? I will now assist you in unlocking a portion of the power within you. But remember, true strength emanates from your inner self." As the elder's words resonated, Omo felt a gentle yet potent force surging into his being from above. This power was warm and profound, akin to sunlight bathing the earth, bestowing upon his spirit an unprecedented sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Omu closed his eyes, immersing himself in this newfound energy, sensing his body and soul gradually growing stronger and more resolute. After a moment, the elder withdrew his hand, and Omu opened his eyes, now ablaze with a renewed light. "Thank you, elder. I can feel the transformation within me. I shall cherish your teachings and continue progressing on my path of cultivation." The elder smiled faintly. "Go forth, young one. Remember, wherever you may journey, your spirit remains your greatest strength." Omu bowed deeply once more before turning to depart from the elder's abode. Stepping outside, he inhaled the crisp air of Namek, his heart brimming with newfound hope and determination. Chapter 17. Surge of power. He turned to the elder Namekian who had guided him earlier. "I seek a place to reside and cultivate. Might you assist me in finding a suitable location?" Omu requested. The elder Namekian pondered for a moment, then replied, "There exists a place most conducive to cultivation. Follow me." He led Omu through verdant woodlands until they arrived at a serene valley. Within the valley stood a small hill, crowned with a cave, and before it lay an expansive clearing, ideal for training. "This shall be your sanctuary for cultivation," the elder Namekian declared. Omu surveyed his surroundings. The environment was tranquil, imbued with the essence of nature, making it perfect for his practice. "I am deeply grateful," Omu expressed his appreciation to the elder. Once the elder departed, Omu entered the cave to rest, reflecting upon the power awakened within him. "Now, I should possess approximately 15,000 in combat power. However, attempting to break through to the transformation stage at this moment may prove counterproductive, considering that even a quadruple increase would only yield a mere 70,000. At this juncture, Dale's combat strength should be around a few thousand, thus there is no need to worry about being unable to seize the fruit in his possession. Nevertheless, based on the timeline derived from the movie, it is inferred that Goku's confrontation with him occurs prior to the events on Namek, though such assumptions are inherently flawed. As the films are not canon, Ubu contemplated this. He resolved to first acclimate to his newfound power on Namek, subsequently continuing his training while also embarking on the study of Tai Chi in preparation for a future breakthrough. He would then wish upon the Dragon Balls to acquire a spaceship in the location of Dales, seeking to find him and seize the seeds of his spirit fruit tree. The following day marked the commencement of Ubu's rigorous training regimen. Each dawn, he would practice martial arts on the flat ground within the valley, employing the techniques of Bajiquan, each move infused with strength and grace. As the sun ascended, Ubu's silhouette appeared resolute beneath its radiant glow. In the afternoon, he would sit on the flat ground before his cave, closing his eyes in meditation, attuning himself to the flow of energy within his body. Striving to comprehend the profundities of Tai Chi, everything around him seemed to freeze, with only Ubu's essence flowing gently. Tai Chi has a practice step known as Isho Dan Tian, which emphasizes focus and is recognized as a crucial method and process. In ancient times, this was referred to as cultivating the heart and concentrating the spirit, believed to be essential for nurturing energy and directly influencing the efficacy of one's training. As evening approached, Ubu stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distant horizon, filled with anticipation for the future of his martial path. Subsequently, he would engage in the slow and fluid motions of Tai Chi, with each action seemingly embodying the laws of nature. As night fell, Ubu would return to his cave. Days passed in this manner, with Ubu's strength steadily increasing. He felt himself drawing ever closer to a breakthrough in Tai Chi, his heart brimming with hope. One day, during meditation, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful energy, illuminating his inner being, as if revealing a brand new path for cultivation. He opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. He had attained a minor mastery in Tai Chi. From that day forth, Ubu's training entered a new phase, where he began to place greater emphasis on inner cultivation, each practice infused with an understanding of the natural laws. Thereafter, he would engage in a series of physical training exercises to fortify his body. In the unique environment of Namek, Ubu noticed an unnoticed yet significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Gradually, he perceived a qualitative leap in his strength during his training. Realizing that merely relying on his own efforts would not suffice to fully harness this surging power, he required a sparring partner to better understand and control this newfound force. Thus, he resolved to seek out the Grand Elder of Namek, requesting that Nail become his training companion. Ubu approached the Grand Elder's abode and said, "Great Elder, in my training, I have sensed a tremendous surge of power, yet I find that I cannot fully master it through my efforts alone. I yearn for a companion to assist me in comprehending and mastering this formidable power. I would like to request the aid of your guardian, Neru." After pondering for a moment, the elder finally nodded in agreement to Uwu's request. Neru is indeed one of the few Namekians on our planet with a battle power exceeding 10,000, and his experience and prowess are exceptionally well suited to your needs. I shall instruct Neru to seek you out, hoping that you may mutually inspire one another and advance together. Uwu expressed his gratitude to the elder and subsequently met with Neru. Neru, a tall and imposing Namekian, exuded a powerful aura reminiscent of the second-generation Demon King Piccolo. Starting from the following day, Neru began daily sparring sessions with Uwu. In their first encounter, Uwu exerted all his strength, attempting to overwhelm Neru with his newfound abilities. But he soon realized that Neru's combat skills and experience far surpassed his own. Neru not only effortlessly neutralized Uwu's attacks, but also discerned his weaknesses during counterattacks, placing Uwu under considerable pressure. After the battle, Neru remarked, "Though your strength is formidable, there remains ample room for improvement in your control and technique. An exponential increase in power does not permit you to neglect the honing of your skills. In the days to come, I shall aid you in this regard." Uwu humbly accepted Neru's counsel, and their subsequent sparring sessions transcended mere displays of strength, focusing instead on the enhancement of technique and combat awareness. Uwu began to learn how to better regulate his power, identify his opponent's vulnerabilities during battle, and maintain composure in times of crisis. As time progressed, Uwu's control over his strength became increasingly precise, and his performance in combat improved remarkably. Neru also sensed Uwu's advancement and said, "You have mastered the application of your power. Now what you require is further combat experience to enrich your fighting style." Uwu understood the profound implications of Neru's words. He recognized that while he had made a qualitative leap in strength, he held no considerable advantage over opponents of equal caliber. and he needed to continually accumulate wisdom and experience in battle. After each sparring session, Nero meticulously analyzed Yu Wu's performance, pinpointing his shortcomings and offering suggestions for improvement. Yu Wu frequently sought Nero's guidance regarding uncertainties in combat, and their relationship gradually evolved from a mere training partnership into one of mutual respect as comrades. In the ensuing time, Yu Wu's ability to control his strength and his combat experience saw significant enhancement. He became increasingly adept at wielding his power and could adapt the most effective strategies in battle based on his opponents. On one occasion, during a sparring match with Nero, Yu Wu successfully utilized his precise control over power to exploit a flaw in Nero's defense, securing victory in the encounter. Nero commended Yu Wu's progress, saying, "Yu Wu, you have excelled remarkably. Achieving such advancement in such a short span attests to your potential and dedication." Yu Wu expressed his deep gratitude to Nero, stating, "Nero, I am indebted to you for your guidance during this period, which has greatly contributed to my progress." Chapter 18. Wish upon the universe. In his sparring sessions with Nero, Wu Mu demonstrated remarkable progress, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his combat skills and control over his strength. Throughout this period of cultivation, Wu Mu delved deeper into the essence of Tai Chi, beginning to integrate its philosophies into his own combat style. As his training advanced, he discovered that his combat power had astonishingly reached the level of 21,000. In the original narrative, Vegeta's initial combat power was 18,000, and during the early phases, aside from Frisia, few possessed power exceeding 100,000. With the consumption of the spirit fruit, a breakthrough could propel his strength to 1,000,000, at which point he would only need to be wary of Frisia. This enhancement in power further deepened Wu Mu's comprehension of Tai Chi. One fateful night during meditation, an epiphany struck him, leading to the understanding of Tai Chi energy, which served as the foundation for a novel skill he named the primordial wave. The name of this skill is derived from the philosophical tenets of Tai Chi, signifying the primordial chaos. Wu Mu discovered that through inner tranquility and a profound grasp of Tai Chi principles, he could harness the elemental energy of the surrounding environment to create a powerful wave of energy. This wave embodied the gentle and restrained characteristics of Tai Chi while also harboring immense explosive potential, capable of inflicting significant damage upon adversaries during combat. In the Dragon Ball universe, the soul energy technique was the King Kai's energy sphere, an embodiment of the energies of nature and life. However, through his mastery of Tai Chi, Wu Mu too could manipulate this vital energy. Subsequently, Wu Mu dedicated himself to refining his command over the primordial wave. Each morning, amidst the mountains of Namek, he practiced channeling the elemental energy of the earth and sky to form the primordial wave. Each release of the wave resulted in dramatic shifts in the air currents within the valleys, occasionally even triggering small-scale cyclones. Wu Mu observed that with the continual practice of the primordial wave, his understanding of Tai Chi deepened progressively. He began to adeptly employ the push-hand techniques inherent in Tai Chi, skillfully applying the principles of yin and yang transformations in real combat, thus enhancing his fluidity in battle. To assess his advancements, Wu Mu sought Nero once more for a sparring match. During this encounter, Wu Mu refrained from hastily launching an attack, instead opting to engage Nero with the footwork and techniques of Tai Chi, searching for the opportune moment. When the moment arrived, Wu Mu unleashed the primordial wave towards Nero, who simultaneously countered with his own energy wave. The age-old adage of energy collision dictated that the one on the left would lose, and Nero found himself positioned on that side. The two energies collided for several moments, resulting in Nero being pushed back several meters. Once steadied, Nero gazed at Wu Mu in astonishment, unable to fathom how Wu Mu could have developed such a formidable technique in such a brief span of time. "Wu Mu, your progress is truly astonishing," Nero remarked with genuine admiration. Wu Mu smiled slightly, his heart brimming with gratitude and pride. He recognized that without the elder's assistance and Nero's companionship and training, such swift mastery of his abilities would have been unattainable, let alone advancing further. Now, he has transcended being merely a formidable warrior and has evolved into a martial artist with profound insights into the art of combat. In the ensuing days, Wu Mu continued his training on Namek, dedicating each day not only to practicing Tai Chi and the Hunyuan wave, but also to delving into the philosophy of Tai Chi, seeking deeper truths of martial arts. His combat prowess and understanding of martial arts were in a constant state of enhancement, and as time flowed, Wu Mu's reputation began to spread across Namek. Many warriors of Namek aspired to engage him in sparring, and Wu Mu welcomed these challenges, each encounter yielding new insights. Further refining his combat techniques and comprehension of Tai Chi the following day, Yumo resolved to depart from Namek, heading towards the residence of the Grand Elder, intending to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek. Upon arriving at the Grand Elder's abode, Yumo noticed Neru was also present and greeted him. Neru acknowledged with a nod, but remained still. Yumo then respectfully bowed to the Grand Elder, who, though increasingly frail, still radiated sharpness and wisdom in his gaze. Yumo articulated their purpose to the Grand Elder, expressing a desire to use the 7 Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls of Namek are each guarded by different villages. What do you intend to do with them? Yumo replied, I feel that my strength has been sufficiently cultivated, and I wish to leave Namek for the cosmos. Therefore, I seek to acquire a spacecraft and the location of an acquaintance through the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He dispatched a messenger to notify the village leaders, and soon after, the 7 Dragon Balls were brought to the Grand Elder's residence one by one. Once the Dragon Balls were gathered, the Grand Elder instructed Neru to summon the eternal dragon Purunga in the Namekian language. Come forth, eternal dragon. Purunga emerged, exuding an indescribable aura of authority, and the sky darkened. Unlike the dragon of Earth, Purunga bore no resemblance to an eastern dragon. Rather, it resembled a colossal genie, dwarfing even the mountains of Namek. Its voice resonated like thunder. State your wishes, and I shall grant you 3. Yumo took a deep breath and articulated his first wish. I desire an advanced spacecraft equipped with artificial intelligence for navigation, complete with a gravity chamber capable of simulating up to 100 times Earth's gravity. He was not a scion. Such gravity training was ample. This world lacked unique techniques, and the 8 Extremes fist held no extraordinary qualities. What set it apart was that both 8 Extremes and Tai Chi were rooted in the Taoist scriptures. Once he grasped the essence, he would undoubtedly surpass beings like Sun Wukong, who straddled the line between martial artist and warrior. Neru echoed Yumo's words to Purunga in Namekian. Purunga's eyes flickered momentarily before conceding to the wish. Your wish is simple. A colossal spacecraft materialized not far from Yumo. For his second wish, Yumo sought the current location of Dales and any potential future locations. The final wish, the last desire, was to acquire the instantaneous teleportation of the Yardratians. After the fulfillment of his 3 wishes, Bogolan bid farewell to Umu and Neru, swiftly vanishing into the ether. Once his wishes had been granted, Umu turned to Neru and expressed, "Thank you for your companionship during this time." Neru responded with a gentle smile, words unspoken. Subsequently, Umu approached the Great Elder, saying, "Great Elder, I am grateful for your care over these past few months." The Great Elder returned a slight smile, his gaze revealing an enigmatic depth. "Umu, you are an exceptionally promising young man. I believe you will traverse far along the path of martial arts. In the event of a calamity on Namek, will you be able to protect some of the Namekians to the best of your ability?" Umu solemnly nodded. "When that time comes, I shall be present to partake in the events, and until then, I will grow stronger." He understood that the Great Elder had likely foreseen the impending Frisia invasion a decade hence, yet at that time, he was uncertain of how formidable his own strength would be. After bidding farewell to Neru and the Great Elder, Umu walked towards the spacecraft awaiting him. He recognized that this was merely the beginning of his journey towards strength, and before him lay a vast expanse of opportunities. As Umu boarded the ship and initiated the engine, the spacecraft ascended gradually into the sky. Through the porthole, he gazed at the diminishing figure of Namek, silently vowing, regardless of how arduous the future journey may be, he would remain true to his original aspirations, relentlessly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Ultimately, he vanished beyond the horizon of Namek. In Umu's eyes shimmered a blend of curiosity and yearning for the unknown, as he anticipated whether, after resolving the Dales incident, he could leave behind traces of his cultivation in the cosmos, uncovering the essence of martial arts. Chapter 19. Planetary Supplies and Troubles in the Vast and Mysterious Expanse of the Universe. A diminutive spacecraft drifted like a lost star, traversing the interstellar void in solitude. Umu, a youth clad in simple martial attire, sat quietly within the ship's training chamber, surrounded by a simulated training environment constructed through virtual technology. Activate the 8 Extremes fist training mode, Umu commanded with a serene yet powerful voice. As he spoke, the entire training room transformed, revealing a virtual opponent. Rising slowly, Umu's eyes fixated on the simulated adversary, and in an instant, His body erupted with astonishing speed and strength. Each punch and kick was accompanied by the roaring sound of the wind, the essence of the eight extremes fist manifesting vividly in his hands. The chamber echoed with the sounds of fists cleaving through the air as Omo found himself in a realm apart from the world, engaged in fierce combat with his virtual foe amidst the boundless expanse of this digital universe. As the training session concluded, Omu, drenched in sweat, stood still, gradually regulating his breath. Next, Tai Chi, he murmured softly, and the training environment shifted once more, presenting him with a more formidable virtual adversary. In contrast to the ferocity of the eight extremes fist, Tai Chi emphasized a harmonious blend of softness and strength, a balance of movement and stillness. Every movement of Wumu is fluid and imbued with strength, each posture emanating a sense of beauty. As his training deepens, he becomes increasingly aware of the energy within him intensifying, his breath seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of the cosmos. Amidst his rigorous practice, Wumu does not neglect the mysteries of the spacecraft. Although compact, it is equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence system capable of autonomous navigation, allowing Wumu to devote more time and energy to his cultivation. He frequently engages in dialogue with the ship's AI, acquiring knowledge about the universe and broadening his horizons. After a day of training, Wumu returns to the observation window, gazing quietly at the vast ocean of stars outside. He understands that his journey has only just begun, with true challenges awaiting him in the distance. Yet his heart brims with confidence and anticipation, for he firmly believes that through relentless practice, he will one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, delve into the depths of the cosmos, and discover his own path. Display the current cosmic star map. Wumu's voice resonates within the control room. Instantly, an immense star map unfurls before him, each galaxy and celestial body vividly discernible. Wumu's gaze roams across the map as he searches for traces of Darius. In this boundless universe, locating a single individual is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet Wumu shows no sign of retreat, for he knows this is his sole opportunity, the key to his leap in strength. Darius, once I find you, it shall mark my new beginning, Wumu murmurs, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. The spacecraft continues to traverse the cosmos, journeying toward the unknown, leaving behind a trail reminiscent of starlight. Time flows slowly in the universe, and Wumu's cultivation remains unceasing. Whether advancing in eight extremes fist, deepening his understanding of Tai Chi, or enhancing his dark energy, he continually surpasses his limits. Amidst this ocean of stars, Wumu's spirit grows increasingly resilient, and his martial path gradually unfolds within this vast cosmos. During the protracted journey through the stars, Wumu finally discovers a planet capable of sustaining life, known as Carlos. The surface of Carlos is adorned with dense forests and expansive rivers, boasting a temperate climate conducive to human habitation. The planet is rich in natural resources, with sparse human presence, yet one can still sense a whisper of life. Wumu decides to pause here, granting himself and the spacecraft a brief respite. Landing in a tranquil small town, Wumu experiences a long-lost sense of peace and serenity. The townsfolk, clad in simple attire, wear smiles upon their faces, their leisurely pace of life forming a stark contrast to the tumultuous universe outside. Here, Wumu observes no signs of conflict or strife. Everything appears harmoniously aligned. He strolls along a winding path towards the nearest marketplace, where a vibrant throng bustles about. Merchants hawk a myriad of goods, from fresh produce to handcrafted items, a veritable feast for the senses. The dazzling array of products captivates his attention. He effortlessly procured the essentials for his existence while relishing the simplicity of interactions with the local vendors. Throughout this experience, he was enveloped by the warmth and friendliness of the townspeople. However, Omu had no desire to delve deeply into the affairs of this planet. He merely sought a place to rest and replenish his necessary supplies. In a corner of the marketplace, he discovered a quaint inn. Although modest in size, it was clean and tidy, and the proprietor, a genial middle-aged man, warmly welcomed Omu as an outsider. After renting a room and freshening up, Omu reclined on the bed, gazing out at the twinkling starlit sky, which imparted an indescribable sense of tranquility, swiftly lulling him into slumber. The following morning, Omu was roused by a cacophony of noise. He hastily donned his clothing and stepped out of his room, only to find a throng of people gathered outside the inn, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. It turned out that a band of cosmic pirates had invaded the town, brazenly scouring the streets for plunderable targets. Omu silently lamented to himself, What a troublesome affair. I had hoped for a peaceful respite, only to be confronted with this predicament. Nevertheless, he intended to sidestep the chaos, but was intercepted by several pirates. One of them, equipped with a combat power scanner, proceeded to scan Omo. Ha ha ha, this fellow has a combat power of merely 5. What a weakling. The pirates mocked. I thought some formidable traveler had arrived on this wretched planet, but it turns out to be a mere 5 combat power loser. Ha ha. The pirate leader laughed boisterously. Boy, hand over any valuable treasures you possess. Do you even comprehend our combat prowess? Mine is a staggering 5,005, and theirs is no less than 4,000. Be wise, and we might let you go. Omu chuckled inwardly. During his months of interstellar travel, his combat power had already soared to 27,000. He had concealed his true strength since arriving on this planet, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. In response to the pirate's derision, he merely smiled lightly, thinking, let them have their moment of amusement. Oh, you all possess combat powers in the 4 to 5,000 range. How truly terrifying. Omu feigned trepidation while secretly strategizing his counterattack. Seeing that Omu appeared intimidated, the pirates grew increasingly arrogant, encircling him and preparing to strike. At that moment, however, Omu unleashed a formidable aura, launching a ki blast at the nearest pirate. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind the pirate leader and delivering a powerful blow to his back. The pirate leader cried out in pain, sent flying by the unexpected force. The other pirates, taken aback, quickly regained their composure and retaliated with ki blasts aimed at Omu. Yet, he moved like a specter among them, each strike landing with precision and leaving the pirates unable to react. Seizing the opportunity, Omu swiftly subdued one of the leaders, prompting the others to flee in disarray. While he refrained from pursuing them, he could not simply let them escape, standing his ground to gather his energy, coalescing it between his hands. Divine Windwave. A cerulean beam surged towards the fleeing pirates. Alas, not a single one remained. They were all reduced to ashes. Chapter 20. The Spiritual Fruit, 1,000,000 in battle power. The innkeeper and the townsfolk gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had never imagined that this outsider possessed such astonishing power, effortlessly dispatching a band of ferocious cosmic pirates. Thank you, young man. You have saved our town, the innkeeper exclaimed, stepping forward to clasp Omo's hand tightly. The other residents gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Omo. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such thanks. I merely acted on impulse, he replied. He then led the pirate captain away from the crowd to an open space. Now, tell me how you came to this planet so suddenly. I cannot believe it was mere coincidence that I encountered trouble upon my arrival, Omu inquired sternly. My lord, one of my subordinates happened to see you at yesterday's market. Noticing you were an outsider, and considering you were alone with such a grand spaceship, he thought you might be an easy target. Who could have known your strength could evade the battle power detector? The pirate captain explained, kneeling on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Omu grasped the situation. As it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, that is somewhat reassuring. Now, tell me, what is the maximum capacity of that detector? Bring it to me. And do you have any other comrades? My lord, this detector is a new development from Lord Frisia's Legion, with a maximum capacity of 100,000 battle power. As for comrades, aside from those you have annihilated, I have only a brother who serves in Frisia's forces. The pirate captain offered the detector with trembling hands, his eyes glistening with tears. Very well. I glanced at him, raising my hand to gather a wave of energy. Spare me, my lord. A loud explosion echoed, leaving a deep crater in the ground, devoid of any trace of the captain, reduced to mere dust. The Frisia Legion would inevitably confront me. Other factions could pose a greater threat, and I dreaded their lingering attention. I returned to the inn to rest. After a brief sojourn of several days, he reignited the spaceship's engines, embarking once more on his journey of exploration. The vast cosmos, replete with the unknown and challenges, was precisely the path he sought. The spaceship glided through the stars, leaving trails of brilliance in its wake. Seated in the cockpit, Omo's eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation. He understood that regardless of what awaited him ahead, he would forge ahead, continuously transcending his limits, unraveling the mysteries of the universe, and seeking the whereabouts of Darius until he discovered his own path. Atop a star. After months of interstellar travel, Omu's ship descended gently upon this planet. Stepping off the vessel, he beheld a desolate landscape, the ground littered with corpses, the vegetation wilted, and a profound silence enveloping the area. This devastation was undoubtedly wrought by Darius. Time was of the essence, and I wondered if the spiritual fruit had matured. Omu closed his eyes, attuning himself to Darius's aura. There. He then employed instant transmission to swiftly arrive at his destination, beneath the spiritual fruit tree. At this moment, Dales and his group were gathered around a colossal spirit fruit tree, their eyes glimmering with greed and excitement. In just a few days, the spirit fruit would ripen, and with it, our power will increase tremendously, Dales exclaimed enthusiastically. Indeed, Lord Dales, this spirit fruit tree is our lucky star, one of his subordinates echoed, though his gaze inadvertently swept over the corpses on the ground, erupting into laughter. I wonder how many fruits will yield this time. Last time, that planet only bore 4, which was far too few. This planet has a decent quality. It should produce a considerable amount, Dales remarked indifferently, eyeing the tree. As a low-ranking Scion warrior, Dales had only a battle power of around 1,000 to 2,000 upon reaching adulthood, and it was fortunate that he had inadvertently obtained a spirit fruit, elevating his strength to 7,500. Dales intended to harness the power of the spirit fruit to realize his ambition of dominating the universe. Turning slowly, he glanced at several subordinates with a crooked grin and said, "If there are many fruits, everyone might get a few more." Ha ha ha. Yes, Lord Dales. The group responded with excitement. You no longer have that opportunity. Who dares? Dales shouted through clenched teeth. At that moment, Yuwood had arrived, casually unleashing a ki blast that stirred up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Dales coldly inquired, "Who are you to trespass on our territory?" Yuwood approached quietly, his gaze icy. "Dales, what have you done?" His voice was frigid, filled with displeasure. Dales, upon seeing Yuwood, was momentarily taken aback. A scion? No. You lack a tail. Beep beep beep. 5. Then, Dales looked at the power level displayed on his scouter, his face betraying astonishment and disbelief. Are you one of those special races with hidden energy? Dales laughed heartily. But you alone think you can contend with us? Yuwood, uninterested in a reply, was eager to amplify his strength. Enough of this chatter. With that, Yuwood swiftly launched an attack. His speed so rapid that Dales and his crew barely had time to react before most of them were slaughtered. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Dales still refused to concede, flying around the tree while shouting, "You may not know, but once the spirit fruit ripens, even you cannot stop us." Yuwood glanced at the nearly ripe spirit fruits, aware that time was of the essence and battle must be resolved swiftly. He unleashed his full power, rapidly closing the distance, striking Dales down, and then following up with several ki blasts before ultimately unleashing a devastating god wind wave, killing Dales. As Dales fell to the ground, gasping for breath, Yuwood approached the spirit fruit tree. He understood that by consuming the spirit fruit, he could enhance his strength and then break through to a higher level. This was his unique path to becoming stronger. Yuwood stood quietly beneath the spirit fruit tree, his gaze firmly fixed on the few fruits that were on the verge of ripening. As time passed, the fruits gradually shifted from green to red, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating an irresistible allure. At long last, on a tranquil night, the spirit fruit reached its full maturity. Yumo gazed at the few fruits radiating a crimson glow, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him. He was acutely aware that these fruits would be the key to his remarkable ascent in power. 1, 2, 4, 7, 9 fruits. Ha. Yumo beamed at the bounty before him. He extended his hand and gently plucked one spirit fruit. As it touched his palm, a warm energy surged from his hand throughout his entire being, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. Without a moment's hesitation, Yumo swallowed the spirit fruit whole. Instantly, he felt a tremendous energy erupt within him, as if countless currents were coursing through every nerve and muscle. Yumo closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the baptism of this newfound power. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. When he opened his eyes again, he sensed a profound transformation within his body. His combat prowess had escalated to 150,000, continuing to revel in the power surging through him. Yumo could not suppress a satisfied smile. He devoured the remaining spirit fruits one by one, feeling his aura intensify, conjuring a tempest around him. With the consumption of the final fruit, he reigned in his exuberant energy. His strength now stood at 620,000. However, the enhancement from the subsequent fruits was diminishing. Nevertheless, achieving such a breakthrough in his transformation would still yield 248,000 in combat power. Reflecting on the diminishing returns of the fruits with a hint of regret, he settled into a cross-legged position, ready to advance further in his transformation. Chapter 21. Scion, a Torbiter star. He had successfully transitioned into a new state of transformation, boasting a power level of 248,000. Aside from Frisia, he was virtually invincible during the early stages. Yumo rose, thoroughly satisfied with his newfound strength. It had been roughly 2.5 years since the last martial arts tournament, with only 6 months remaining until the 22nd tournament. During the 21st tournament, Goku had not transformed into a giant ape and destroyed the arena. Thus, the 22nd event might still follow the 5-year cycle. Nevertheless, Yumo leaned toward a narrative correction, believing there would be alternative reasons for a 3-year cycle. Now that he possessed 1 million in combat power, he had no intention of returning to Earth for participation. Unlike other transmigrators who relied on systems and external aids, burdened with missions, his sole focus was on becoming stronger, pursuing the transcendental realm of breaking through the void and encountering the divine. Currently, he intended to journey to the Adrat star to seek other avenues for cultivation. As King Kai's planet was not in this dimension, and spaceships could not locate it, nor could they find the God of Destruction's planet. Thus, Yumo prepared himself, embarking on his spaceship towards Adrat star, while simultaneously scouting for uninhabited planets to plant spirit fruit tree seeds. As Yumo's spaceship traversed the vast cosmos, stars flickered past him like blurred scenery along the roadside. His heart brimmed with curiosity for the unknown and a thirst for power. This time, he was heading to Adrat star to discover new methods of cultivation and enhance his strength. En route to Adrat star, Yumo's ship unexpectedly detected an uninhabited planet, blanketed in lush forests, teeming with vitality. Yumo decided to descend and explore. He wandered through the forest, basking in the unique vitality of this planet. Eventually, he stumbled upon an open space and resolved to plant the seeds of a spiritual fruit tree. The seeds swiftly took root and sprouted, but soon after, the surrounding vegetation withered, transforming the land into a barren desert. Observing this desolate scene, Yuwood lamented, "Alas, this spiritual fruit tree is indeed tyrannical. Fortunately, I chose a deserted planet. Without a golden finger to enhance my strength, I must resort to such means." Though Yuwood was not inherently virtuous, he adhered to his principles, treating the amicable with courtesy while adopting a different demeanor towards adversaries. To weaker foes, he expressed indifference, stating, "I cannot be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words." Conversely, against formidable opponents, he opted to evade confrontation, waiting until he had amassed sufficient strength to seek vengeance. As Yuwood immersed himself in contemplation, a sharp inquiry disrupted his reverie. "Who are you? How did this place come to be?" A towering scion appeared before him, evidently astonished by the surroundings. Yuwood turned to face the scion, surprise flickering within him. He had not anticipated encountering a fellow scion on such a remote planet. The scion, astonished, pointed at him and exclaimed, "A scion? You too are a scion?" In response to the probing question, Yuwood calmly replied, "I am not a scion. I am a human from Earth." The scion, clearly skeptical, presumed Yuwood was sent by King Vegeta to retrieve him. Yuwood, unwilling to elaborate further, was aware of the destruction of planet Vegeta and the near extinction of the Scion race, yet he found no inclination to enlighten this individual. "I don't believe it. Are you truly not sent by King Vegeta?" The scion pressed on. "Planet Vegeta has been obliterated. There are no more scions," Yuwood stated with an expressionless visage. While he knew a few scions still survived, he had little desire to explain. "Impossible. We are a warrior race. How was planet Vegeta destroyed? Tell me." The scion, Ganus, shouted incredulously, his voice rife with disbelief and shock. Yuwood fixed him with a cold, indifferent gaze, gathering a shimmering energy sphere in his hand, his tone icy and resolute. "Silence. Do not disturb me, or I will ensure the extinction of your kind." Ganus, apprehensively glancing at his scouter, felt a wave of unfamiliar dread as the power level displayed was far beyond his own capabilities. He swallowed hard, attempting to steady his nerves. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. May I accompany you, my lord? My power level is merely 12,000, but I am willing to serve you." Yuwood pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his features. "I do not require subordinates. However, considering your lack of malevolence, I may allow you to remain by my side." He then beckoned Ganus to sit with him as they awaited the fruit's maturation. "Energy?" Ganus inquired curiously. "Precisely. The energy you refer to is what we call chi. Those of my kind are capable of sensing its fluctuations, Yu Wu elucidated. Subsequently, he revealed to Ganas the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta and the survival of scions such as Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly and his progeny, along with Vegeta's trio. Omo also learned of Ganas' past. It turned out that he had been sent to govern another planet during his childhood, but along the way, he fell to this place due to a meteor strike, surviving solely on wild fruits and beasts. Reflecting on this, Omo couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Ganas, remarkably, managed to survive alone on this planet with a battle power of 12,000, which bore striking similarities to Broly's situation. The revelation that there were still surviving scions piqued Ganas' curiosity regarding Prince Vegeta's current abilities. Omu replied, stating that if nothing extraordinary had occurred, Vegeta's battle power should now be around 18,000, and he was likely serving under Frieza. To possess a battle power of 18,000, the prince is indeed exceptional. Is he aware that Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta? Ganas pondered, falling into contemplation before he could finish his thought. Omo glanced at him, interrupting his musings. Whether he endures humiliation for the greater good, I cannot say. However, even with a battle power of 18,000, multiplying it 100-fold would still be insufficient to defeat Frieza, whose power reaches an astonishing 120 million. Even I, upon realizing this, feel a twinge of despair. In the 8 years leading up to the events on Namek, he must break through to a battle power of 10 million and gain an 8-fold enhancement through the breakthrough elixir. There is no need to dwell on such matters. There is no longer a king among the scions, and you have joined my side. I shall not treat you unfairly. However, let me clarify. The openly acknowledged power of Frieza is 120 million, followed by my own battle power of 248,000. Beyond that, I am unaware of any other individuals boasting a power exceeding 100,000, though this is merely the visible spectrum. 120 million? And you, sir, possess a battle power exceeding 200,000? Ganas exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape. Omu sighed, that is still far from sufficient. In the future, even greater warriors will emerge. You possess immense potential. If you can reach 300,000 battle power within these years, I will teach you to become a Super Saiyan. At that point, you will wield a battle power of 150 million. He cast an envious glance at Ganas, recognizing his decent talent and the absence of a violent disposition, suggesting that he could quickly grow stronger with the Scion's innate abilities. Super Saiyan, does it truly exist? Sir, how do you know so much? Ganas asked, filled with admiration. I learned it by chance. A Super Saiyan is a transformation that Scions can achieve under specific conditions when their battle power reaches 300,000, enabling a 50-fold increase. Omo explained, before falling silent, quietly observing the spirit fruit tree nearing maturity, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 22. Planet Adrat. After several days of arduous waiting, the precious fruits finally ripened. During this time, Omu spared no effort in training Ganas, often pushing him to the brink of death before using the healing beans to restore him, resulting in Ganas' battle power soaring to 700,000. Although they attempted to enhance their strength through passive skills, it was evident that this method was becoming increasingly unsustainable. As Wumu cautiously plucked the ripe fruits from the tree, he felt a pang of regret upon discovering only 6 of them. However, he acquiesced to this reality. Nas, this fruit shall be yours, he declared, tossing a spirit fruit to Ganas. In truth, Wumu had once contemplated savoring these fruits in solitude, for he had no other external advantages at his disposal, unlike Ganas, who possessed an infinitely replenishable passive skill. Yet, ultimately, considering Ganas' loyalty and companionship, he resolved to share one. Without hesitation, Ganas consumed the fruit, fully aware of its extraordinary effects, having learned from Wumu that his arrival on this planet was solely for these fruits. In an instant, as the fruit entered his body, Ganas' energy erupted like a wild stallion, radiating powerful waves in all directions. My combat power has now surpassed 900,000. Just days ago, I was merely at 12,000. This is utterly inconceivable. Ganas marveled at his hands, unable to fathom the transformation. This is your first consumption, and coupled with your innate talent, the results are especially remarkable. However, subsequent effects may not be as astounding, Wumu explained with a smile, before consuming the remaining 5 fruits himself, his combat power soaring to 3 million. He felt as though he had touched some limit, realizing that further breakthroughs would be challenging in the near term. Though 3 million was formidable, it still fell short of his expectations. If he could achieve the dam level now, his power might reach 24 million. But that was still far from his ultimate goal. Resolving not to dwell on it further, Wu Mu decided to depart with Ganas from this planet and continue their training on Yadarat Star. Ganas, observing the now stronger Wu Mu, nodded in agreement. And together they boarded their spacecraft. After months of cosmic travel, they finally arrived at Yadarat Star. During their journey, they had explored 2 uninhabited planets and acquired 16 precious fruits. Wu Mu attempted to consume one, only to find no increase in his combat power. Consequently, he gifted 3 of the fruits to Ganas, reserving the remaining 12 for future breakthroughs into the Dan level. Upon landing, as Wu Mu and Ganas disembarked, they were approached by a blue-skinned inhabitant of Yadarat Star. Greetings, esteemed visitors from afar. I am Pabala, an elder of Yadarat Star. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Pabala's appearance resembled that of a catfish from the deep sea, and his gaze was filled with curiosity. The original text had mentioned that the inhabitants of Yadarat Star were exceedingly friendly. I am Wu Mu, from Earth, and this is Ganas. We have come here to pursue knowledge and training, Wu Mu replied politely. Ah, so you seek to train. The people of Yadarat Star advocate for peace and are eager to share learning and development techniques. Please, follow me, Pabala said, leading them toward the dwelling of the Yadarat Star inhabitants. Upon entering the spacious hall and taking their seats, Elder Pabala began to speak. The utilization of energy must delve into the depths of the soul. A mere pursuit of explosive power will not unveil the greater mysteries of energy. I sense that your spirit has undergone some form of cultivation, yet it has not seamlessly merged with the energy within you. As for your companion, a subtle aura of ferocity flows within him, a malevolence born from an unrefined spirit. You must first temper your character before pursuing further cultivation. Hearing these words, Wu Mu and Ganas exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, responding, very well, Elder Pabala. Thus, in the days that followed, they devoted themselves to the cultivation of spiritual strength under Elder Pabala's guidance. Wu Mu was acutely aware that in the realm of Dragon Ball, many underestimated the importance of spiritual cultivation. However, for him, the breakthrough in martial arts was profoundly reliant on the strength of the mind. The rapid surge in power during this period had nearly caused him to forget this essential truth. Just as Sun Wukong in the original text never abandoned his spiritual practice, each of his mentors emphasized the significance of mental learning. Under Elder Pabala's tutelage, Wu Mu and Ganas began to place greater emphasis on the cultivation of their spiritual power. The environment of planet Adrat was serene and harmonious, enveloped by lush green forests, with the air permeated by a delicate floral fragrance, as if it were a secluded paradise, an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. The elder led them to a tranquil valley, a secret location for the inhabitants of Adrat to hone their spiritual powers. At the center of the valley lay a crystal-clear lake, its waters transparent to the bottom, with a massive platform in its midst, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that radiated a gentle glow. This is our sacred ground for cultivating spiritual strength, known as Spirit Lake, Elder Pabala explained. Here, you will not only cleanse your spirit, but also perceive deeper layers of power. Wu Mu and Ganas complied, sitting on the platform with closed eyes, beginning to attune themselves to their surroundings. Initially, they could only sense the energy within their own bodies. However, as time passed, they gradually became aware of the subtle transformations within the natural world around them. The sound of the lake's gentle ripples, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, and even the distant breaths of animals. Wu Mu discovered that through the practice of the mind, he could perceive the flow of energy within himself more profoundly, even sensing the delicate shifts in the surrounding nature. This sensation was unprecedented, leading him to realize that the enhancement of power transcended mere combat prowess. It was, more importantly, a harmonious resonance between the spirit and nature. As their cultivation deepened, Wu Mu's state of mind began to transform. The worries that once troubled him gradually faded away, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility and peace. He felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, becoming purer. Ganas' transformation was even more pronounced. The ferocity that once resided within him was gradually diminished through this period of cultivation, supplanted by a gentle yet resolute strength. His gaze deepened, as if he could perceive the hearts of others. A month has swiftly passed, and under the guidance of Elder Pibara, Wu Mu and Ganas have not only cultivated their mental fortitude, but have also mastered the art of harmonizing this power with their own energy to achieve a more formidable effect. Since departing from Earth 2 years ago, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament should now be in full swing. Yet I remain oblivious to the current circumstances of Uncle Marlowe and the others. Soon, The moment will arrive when the great demon King Piccolo makes his entrance, ultimately to be vanquished by Sun Wukong. In 3 years, the 23rd martial arts tournament will commence, followed closely by the wedding of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. 5 years after that, Raditz will arrive on Earth, marking the true beginning of the narrative. If my strength is sufficient by that time, perhaps I could defeat Frisia before Sun Wukong transforms. Chapter 23. The top 8 of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament on Earth at Papaya Island. The venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament sparkles like a resplendent pearl embedded in the azure heart of the ocean. The sun, a blazing eye, casts its golden rays upon the delicate, soft sands, while gentle waves caress the shore, producing a melodious sound akin to celestial music, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony for this grand event. At the heart of the venue, a vast arena stands majestically, surrounded by a sea of spectators whose exuberance nearly rivals the blazing sun. Warriors from all directions wear expressions painted with anticipation and anxiety, their eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for victory. The air is imbued with a unique scent, a blend of sea breeze and sweat, while the aroma of food from distant vendors fills the venue with a rich sense of life. Occasionally, waves of applause and cheers ripple through the fervent atmosphere, infusing the martial arts tournament with a passionate fervor. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, along with Master Roshi and Master Crane, gather at the entrance of the tournament. The two elderly masters, burdened by past grievances, cast a subtle yet tense atmosphere around them. As proud disciples of the Turtle School, Krillin and Yamcha bear the weight of their lineage, while Tien and Kaiatsu represent the Crane School. Their gaze is sharp, thick with the essence of rivalry. With a hint of disdain and confidence, Tien remarks, "Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Don't be too confident. I am thoroughly prepared this time." His words betray a lingering bitterness influenced by the extreme teachings of Master Crane. Krillin, attempting to ease the tension, gently interjects, "Ultimately, whether we belong to the Turtle School or the Crane School, our aim is to transcend martial arts." He seeks to avert conflict, striving to conclude the impending quarrel on a harmonious note. Yamcha nods in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we should learn from one another and elevate ourselves together." At this moment, Kaiatsu, filled with indignation, addresses Tien. "Tien, we must show them our true strength." Master Roshi, with a gentle smile, reassured, "Ah, my dear disciples, while the competition is indeed significant, the invaluable lessons learned and the friendships forged through this opportunity are far more precious." However, Master Crane retorted with a sardonic laugh, "Old turtle, are you voicing such sentiments out of concern for your disciples' potential defeat? I, for one, eagerly anticipate this contest as a means to finally resolve our past grievances." Master Roshi calmly responded, "Crane, let bygone disputes fade into oblivion. Our focus now should be on the growth of our students." Provocatively, Master Crane taunted, "Are you already trembling with fear, old turtle?" In a moment of heightened emotion, Master Roshi, his face flushed, countered, "You obstinate old fool, you remain as insufferable as ever." Under the watchful eyes of their disciples, Master Crane and his rival exchanged heated words, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Master Crane departed with a resounding proclamation, accompanied by Tien Shinhan and another disciple, delving deeper into the venue. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong arrived, his presence ushering in a warm breeze of comfort. After registering, they retreated to their dormitory for a brief respite and recovery. As the dawn of the following day approached, the preliminaries commenced with fervor as numerous competitors, brimming with enthusiasm, successfully battled their way into the quarterfinals. During the draw for the quarterfinals, the host's voice brimmed with anticipation, while Tien Shinhan discreetly signaled to Gyoza to employ his supernatural abilities to manipulate the outcome of the match. At last, the results of the draw were revealed. Yamcha was set to face Tien Shinhan. Shenlong was to confront the Wolfman. Krillin would duel with Gyoza, and Sun Wukong was matched against the newcomer, Little Jia. Little Jia, a rising star captivated by martial arts due to a chance encounter 3 years prior, had persevered through rigorous training and, albeit with difficulty, managed to advance past the preliminaries. As the names of the contestants were called, the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena, leading them towards the center of the stage. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha began their warm-up, preparing for the impending clash. The first match of the quarterfinals was set, Tien Shinhan versus Yamcha. With the host's spirited announcement, the two competitors stepped onto the arena, and the stage was set for an exhilarating confrontation. On the platform, Tian Xinhan and Yamcha locked eyes, their intensity palpable. The audience held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. With a commanding shout from the host, the two competitors charged at each other like wild beasts prepared for battle. The contest commenced, and they clashed fiercely. Tian Xinhan's movements were swift and precise, each punch and kick landing heavily upon Yamcha's defenses, producing resonant thuds that reverberated through the arena. Yamcha, unwilling to concede, unleashed his super wolf Fang fist, the howling winds accompanying each strike as they surged towards Tian Xinhan, each blow seemingly capable of tearing through the very air. Tian Xinhan's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity, his movements rapid and accurate, each assault imbued with strength and speed. Although Yamcha continually retaliated, he gradually lost ground under Tian Xinhan's relentless onslaught. The audience's breaths quickened, their eyes riveted on every maneuver, desperate not to miss a single thrilling moment. As the battle unfolded, Yamcha unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. A brilliant blue orb coalesced in his palm, and with a fierce roar, the sphere hurtled towards Tian like a shooting star. Observing this, Tian deftly evaded the deadly strike with astonishing speed, immediately retaliating with a powerful punch that struck Yamcha squarely in the chest, forcing him back several steps. Ultimately, after an intense exchange, Tian landed a heavy blow on Yamcha, causing him to lose his balance and teeter precariously. Without offering his opponent a moment to recover, Tian executed a swift kick aimed at Yamcha's leg. The force of this kick was accompanied by a chilling whoosh, and the sound of a bone snapping echoed through the arena as Yamcha collapsed in agony, his leg broken. The arena fell into a stunned silence, the audience reeling from this sudden twist of fate. Tian stood on the stage, his breath quickening slightly, yet his expression remained stoic, seemingly unmoved by the thrill of victory or any sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, the defeated Yamcha curled up on the ground in pain. In that instant, the entire arena was captivated by Tian's ruthless fighting style. After a brief silence, the spectators erupted into even more fervent applause and cheers, exhilarated by the spectacular confrontation and awed by Tian's formidable prowess. Chapter 24, Learning Special Skills. Yamcha, Bulma and the others wore expressions of deep concern as Goku dashed towards the arena like a bolt of lightning, anxiously assessing Yamcha's injuries. Tears brimmed in Puar's eyes as he flew onto the stage, his voice choked with emotion. Yamcha, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Transforming into a flying carpet, he hovered beside Yamcha and urged Goku. Goku, hurry, help me lift him up. Of course. Krillin, come lend a hand. Goku called out loudly, and together they helped Yamcha onto the carpet. Puar immediately soared towards the hospital, followed closely by Bulma and Launch. Goku glared at Tien, fury boiling within him. You've gone too far, he demanded angrily. Yamcha has already lost consciousness. You knew that, and still chose to strike. Tien, arms crossed and standing there with an arrogant smirk, retorted, Humph, it's a stroke of luck I didn't take his life. I'm quite the compassionate one. Wouldn't you say? With that, he turned and left the stage. How infuriating. Goku and Krillin glared at Tien's retreating figure, their fists clenched tightly. Yamcha, I will settle this score with him in the tournament, Goku vowed, teeth gritted, his eyes glinting with rage. Ha ha ha, don't dream. You won't even make it to the championship. Tien sneered, stopping to cast a disdainful glance back at Goku. In the stands, Master Roshi, witnessing Tien's victory, beamed with pride, exclaiming, well done. Now they will truly realize the might of the Crane School. I can hardly wait to see Master Roshi's grim expression. Besides, Tien's true strength has yet to be fully revealed. Today's competition has concluded splendidly, and tomorrow morning, the second round of the quarterfinals will resume. In the lounge, Tian Xinhan encountered Dumpling upon entering. Dumpling, with a face full of joy, congratulated him. You are victorious. That was to be expected. But the Turtle School's fighters possess greater strength than I anticipated. You must exercise caution, Tian Xinhan replied earnestly. Indeed, from my observation, that opponent named Yamcha is likely the most formidable disciple under Master Roshi, Dumpling remarked. Thus, the championship is undoubtedly mine, while you are destined for the runner-up position. Tian Xinhan, brimming with confidence, stroked his chin and flashed a victorious smile at Dumpling. The outcome was already apparent. Upon meeting Master Roshi, Goku, aware that tomorrow is his turn to battle, encouraged, tomorrow, give it your all, old man. Indeed. However, your performance just now was commendable. You restrained your impulses and refrained from disrupting the match, showcasing your maturity. Master Rashi replied with heartfelt approval. On the distant planet of Adralat, Omu and Ganas completed their training. This celestial body radiated with the unknown and the mysterious. The sky displayed a unique violet hue, and the stars twinkled in a manner starkly different from Earth, as if each star whispered ancient secrets. The ground was adorned with peculiar fluorescent plants that illuminated the night, draping the entire planet in a veil of mystery. Yumo and Ganas practiced in an ancient forest where towering trees reached the clouds, their trunks so vast that it would take a dozen people to encircle them. The leaves emitted a soft blue glow. In this forest, time seemed to slow, and the air was infused with a calming fragrance. Omu had been focusing on cultivating his spiritual power, sensing that this inner strength would be the key to transcending the void and achieving invincibility. Thus, he immersed himself in spiritual training until today, when his spirit and inner energy finally harmonized. Meanwhile, he had mastered the 8 extremes fist and achieved proficiency in Tai Chi, deciding to abandon the pursuit of other martial arts, for these 2 disciplines were sufficient for his empowerment. Ganas had also attained inner tranquility and learned to control and perceive his energy. Omu and Ganas sat side by side on a glowing patch of grass, beneath a starry sky that sparkled with unfamiliar constellations. The surrounding blue-hued leaves swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a tranquil radiance. Omu inhaled deeply, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Ganas, through this period of training, I feel I have undergone a profound transformation. The power of the spirit is far mightier than I had imagined. Ganas nodded calmly, his gaze profound. Indeed, I too have realized that true strength lies not solely in physical prowess, but in the peace of the heart and the mastery of one's energy. After concluding their training, they proceeded to the residence of Elder Pabala. The Elder's abode was situated within a grand crystal palace, perched atop a colossal crystal mountain. From afar, it resembled a magnificent gem embedded upon the planet. The interior of the palace glows with a resplendent brilliance, where a myriad of colored crystals intertwine, casting a dreamlike play of light and shadow. Yumo and Ganas stand before Elder Pabala, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and a fervent desire to acquire unknown skills. Elder Pabala, we have completed our training. May we learn the skills of your planet? Ganas' voice is filled with anticipation, while Yumo stands quietly beside him, his gaze resolute. They express their earnest request to Elder Pabala. The elder's voice resonates slowly within the crystal palace, reminiscent of a distant realm. How remarkable! You have progressed so swiftly. Allow me to teach you the art of telepathy, the technique of forced separation, mental communication, and healing. Telepathy? Does that mean we can hear the thoughts of others? Yumo inquires, unable to suppress his excitement. Many characters in the original tales possess this ability, and Yumo has long yearned for it. He never imagined he could learn it on the planet Yadalat. Elder Pabala smiles gently. Not only that, but you will also be able to sense their emotions and comprehend their true intentions. However, remember to wield this skill with caution, for it is imperative not to invade the privacy of others. Ganas nods thoughtfully. And what of the forced separation technique? It sounds rather powerful. The forced separation technique allows one to temporarily detach consciousness from the body, which can be extremely advantageous in combat. Yet, there are risks. A careless attempt may harm one's own soul. It can also separate those who are fused together, Elder Pabala states with a serious tone. We will exercise caution, Elder. Yumo and Ganas reply in unison. Lastly, the healing technique is a most precious skill, enabling you to mend yourselves and those around you. Elder Pabala's voice is imbued with warmth. The two exchange a smile. Thank you, Elder Pabala. We shall study diligently and not disappoint your expectations, Ganas proclaims earnestly. Elder Pabala nods. Very well, let us commence. Chapter 25, Kamehameha. The following day, the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth is once again abuzz with excitement. Although Yumo's whereabouts remain a mystery, it does not diminish the intensity of the martial arts competition. The turning point for Tien Shinhan unfolds here. Oh! The audience erupts with cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch as the announcer heralds the start of the match. The competitors, Wolfman and Master Rashi, step onto the stage, ready to commence their duel. With a signal, the competition officially begins. Boom! The drums resonate thunderously, igniting excitement. Wolfman charges towards Master Rashi with ferocious speed, launching a relentless attack. Like a beast, he lunges at Master Rashi with fierce aggression. However, Master Rashi stands calmly with his hands behind his back, deftly evading with graceful sidesteps, his form fluid on the stage as if reveling in the joy of the contest. Though Wolfman's strikes are swift, Master Rashi dances like a ghost, artfully dodging at every critical moment. The audience watches in rapt attention, frequently erupting in exclamations of awe. "Humph, it seems I must take this more seriously," he muses. In the eyes of the male wolf, a fierce battle intent ignited, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within him, his speed surging instantaneously. At this moment, even the expression of Master Rashi grew solemn. He understood that the male wolf was about to unleash his ultimate technique. Wolf Shadow, 1,000 transformations. The male wolf bellowed, and in that instant, he seemed to dissolve into countless phantoms, launching an assault on Master Rashi from all directions. This skill was not only astonishingly swift, but also unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The battle on the arena intensified, with the male wolf's attacks resembling a torrential storm. In response, Master Rashi ceased to hold back. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them with a sudden intensity. His hands moved with remarkable precision, striking each of the male wolf's phantoms with unerring accuracy. With every blow, one phantom after another began to vanish. Ultimately, when the last phantom disappeared, the true male wolf stood before Master Rashi, appearing somewhat fatigued. Master Rashi smiled gently and remarked, "Young man, your speed is impressive. However, when faced with a seasoned opponent, speed alone is not the key to victory. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Today's battle has been immensely enlightening," the male wolf replied sincerely. With a warm smile, Master Rashi approached and patted the male wolf on the shoulder. "Your strength is formidable, and the road ahead is long. Continue to strive for greatness." The audience erupted once more into fervent applause, exhilarated by the thrilling contest. Although the male wolf had been bested, he remained undeterred, expressing his respect for Master Rashi. Recognizing the valuable lessons he had gleaned from this encounter, this scene diverged from the original narrative. In the source material, due to the moon being pushed away by Master Rashi, the male wolf was unable to transform into a human, harboring intentions of vengeance against Master Rashi. However, in this rendition, devoid of animosity, the male wolf's demeanor appeared far more natural. In the original tale, the male wolf's resentment stemmed largely from his desire to become human for romantic pursuits, mistakenly believing that the destruction of the moon would render his transformation impossible, thus leading to his grudge against Master Rashi. Meanwhile, Tien stared intently at the disguised Master Rashi, reflecting deeply. So, the opponent in the semifinals will be this old man. His prowess is unfathomable. In my past battles, few have reached such heights. Kaiatsu, puzzled, asked, "You can deduce that from just this?" Such skepticism was entirely warranted, especially in the absence of Ub. Otherwise, he would have wanted to critique the original Master Rashi for not showcasing any techniques. Indeed, merely observing his movements and breathing is sufficient. His actions flow like the wind, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers in his breath. Every aspect exudes the aura of a master. "My fighting spirit has been thoroughly ignited," Tien explained. All right. You are a martial arts master. You are impressive. In the early stages, strength truly relies on conjecture." At this moment, the announcer on the stage stepped forward, his voice resonating powerfully, proclaiming, in this fervent, impassioned atmosphere, "Let us seize the momentum and proceed directly to the quarterfinals." Turning to Kaiatsu, Tien said, "Kaiatsu, it's your turn to take the stage." As the third round of competition is about to commence, the two competitors, Dumpling and Klin, prepare to engage in a remarkably thrilling duel. The host's voice reverberates across the arena, heightening the pre-battle tension. Each contestant occupies a side of the stage, their gazes piercing the void like arrows, fixated on one another. This is not merely a contest. It is a battle for honor between the esteemed Turtle School and Crane School martial arts factions. As the host's voice gradually fades, the atmosphere within the arena becomes increasingly charged. Dumpling and Klin stand at opposite ends of the stage, and although no blows have yet been exchanged, the intensity of their eye contact foreshadows the ferocity of the impending clash. With the sounding of the gong, Klin dashes toward Dumpling in an instant, his speed astonishing, leaving only a blur in his wake. Dumpling, on the other hand, remains composed. His body seems to float, unbound by the force of gravity, moving gracefully through the air to evade Klin's attacks. Unwilling to remain on the defensive, Klin begins to unleash a combination of punches and kicks, each strike imbued with tremendous power that resonates even when striking the air. Though Dumpling dances through the air with agility, He must tread carefully in the face of Klin's relentless assault that threatens to envelop every corner of the stage. Just as Klin prepares to launch another attack, Dumpling suddenly activates his extraordinary ability. With an outward thrust of his hands, an invisible yet immensely potent force instantaneously immobilizes Klin, rendering him unable to move. Klin's expression shifts to one of astonishment as he realizes he is suspended in midair, helplessly watching Dumpling prepare his next move. "What is this?" Klin exclaims in panic. The audience erupts in gasps of awe, taken aback by Dumpling's unexpected mastery of such a formidable technique. Klin struggles to break free, but despite his utmost efforts, he cannot escape Dumpling's telekinetic grip. Seizing the opportunity, Dumpling retaliates with his signature technique, the Ding wave. Brilliant energy coalesces at his fingertips before he unleashes a dazzling wave toward Klin. Though immobilized, Klin refuses to concede easily, summoning all his strength to withstand the oncoming energy. The wave finally collides with him, propelling him to the opposite end of the stage, yet Klin remains resolute and unyielding. As Dumpling's supernatural influence begins to wane, Klin regains his freedom. He stands unsteadily, determination written across his face. The two combatants face each other once more, the atmosphere thick with tension. Dumpling silently observes Klin in midair, while Klin, unwilling to be merely passive, resolves to deploy his still imperfect ultimate technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Assuming a familiar stance, he begins to gather a powerful energy between his palms, and without hesitation, he launches it toward Dumpling. Kamehameha wave. The azure energy surges toward Dumpling, who, in a moment of alarm, retaliates with his own Ding wave. The azure Kamehameha and the piercing waves emitted by Dumpling collided in the air, erupting into a dazzling display of light. The clash of energy waves was exceedingly intense, culminating in a stalemate, an even draw. Sun Wukong, witnessing the aerial duel, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Dumpling, how can you fly?" Master Rashi elucidated, "That is the Crane School's aerial technique. Naturally, the old bird's disciple would possess such skills." Hearing this, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, remarking to Master Rashi, "I never imagined you, old man, were so knowledgeable about our Crane School." Sun Wukong's gaze returned to Dumpling, and he suddenly recalled something about Dumpling's piercing waves, which resembled a technique used by the foe he had previously vanquished. "Tao Pai Pai." Taken aback, Tianjin Fan replied skeptically, "How is that possible? You killed Tao Pai Pai?" To which Sun Wukong retorted indignantly, "Why couldn't I have killed him?" Without further discussion, Tianjin Fan turned and walked away, declaring, "Just wait until the competition. You'll be the one to perish." Master Rashi, overhearing their exchange, could not help but marvel at how Sun Wukong's growth exceeded his expectations. On the arena, Dumpling removed his hat, revealing a bald head with a single strand of hair, and charged at Krillin. "Ah!" Krillin exclaimed in pain from the collision, "I can do that too." He then engaged in a series of headbutts with Dumpling. But Dumpling's head was as hard as diamond. After a few exchanges, Krillin found himself overwhelmed and began to evade. Although Krillin was constantly avoiding, his mind raced to devise a strategy. While Dumpling's headbutts were formidable, they were followed by brief pauses. This was his opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Krillin resolved to counterattack. Just before Dumpling's next strike, Krillin lunged forward, feigning a direct collision. Seeing this, Dumpling seized the chance and charged at Krillin. However, at the very moment of impact, Krillin swiftly pivoted, evading Dumpling's attack and rapidly maneuvering behind him, unleashing a fierce assault on Dumpling's back with all his strength. Caught off guard, Dumpling stumbled forward but quickly regained his balance and turned to face Krillin. Their eyes clashed in the air, and both sensed each other's extraordinary prowess. In the audience, Sun Wukong watched intently, unable to look away, and couldn't help but praise. Krillin has made remarkable progress, swiftly identifying his opponent's weaknesses in battle. Master Rashi nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with pride. Indeed, this child's potential has finally begun to manifest. The intensity of the battle escalated as Krillin and Dumpling showcased their ultimate techniques, unleashing radiant bursts of energy that stirred waves of atmospheric pressure. Their speed was astonishing, appearing almost as mere flashes of lightning darting across the arena. After an arduous exchange, both combatants were panting heavily, yet neither was willing to concede. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Krillin's eyes. He knew it was time to conclude the fight. Channeling all his strength, he clasped his hands tightly and began to gather energy. Observing this, Dumpling, undeterred, prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. At nearly the same instant, the two combatants unleashed their attacks, and a powerful wave of energy collided in midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the entire arena in a radiant glow. Kamehameha, Dodonrai. As the brilliance gradually faded, the audience held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. On the stage, Krillin and Yamcha lay exhausted on the ground, yet Krillin's arm lifted slightly, signaling that he still possessed a flicker of strength. Thunderous applause erupted from the spectators, lauding the remarkable performances of both contenders. Tien and Goku ascended the stage, assisting Krillin and Yamcha to their feet, with Goku cheerfully exclaiming, "What an exhilarating match, Krillin!" Tien cast a solemn glance at Goku and Krillin before silently descending from the stage. The sun in the sky began its descent, casting golden rays upon the arena, illuminating the faces of every spectator and immortalizing this splendid moment in their memories. Henceforth, such an extraordinary martial arts tournament would be a rare find. With the conclusion of the tournament, Goku and his companions made their way to the hospital to visit Yamcha, who had been following the event through live television broadcasts. Upon hearing of Krillin's victory, Yamcha felt a surge of joy, yet glanced at his injured leg with a tinge of discontent. "Hey, Yamcha, we've come to see you." Goku beamed as he burst into the hospital room to share the good news. Following him, the others gathered around Yamcha's bedside, filling the air with laughter and cheer. "Congratulations, Krillin." Yamcha expressed his heartfelt congratulations. "Oh, it's nothing significant." Krillin chuckled, patting his bald head in delight. Laughter echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. In this moment of camaraderie, Goku suddenly shifted the topic. "It's rather strange. Where exactly is that training location that Ub wished for? I've searched numerous places over the past 2 years without success, and it's a pity he didn't attend the tournament. I was quite eager to face him." Master Roshi, astonished, interjected, "Have you seen him since then?" "Indeed. He approached me seeking Dragon Balls to wish for a training ground. That's what he said." "Oh, by the way, Grandpa, Ub asked me to send his regards to you." Goku replied innocently. "I see. He is indeed a very earnest martial artist. His future achievements are beyond even my predictions. I never anticipated he would remember this old man." Master Roshi reflected with deep emotion. "You all should begin to seek independence after this tournament. It's time for you to venture out and gain experience," Master Roshi advised. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged an excited glance and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the jovial atmosphere surrounding Master Roshi, the mood was heavy and tense near Master Shun. Upon learning of his brother Tao Pai Pai's tragic demise at the hands of Master Roshi's disciple, Master Shin's expression darkened as he gravely cautioned Ten, "Should you encounter them on the stage, do not show any mercy." "Yes," Ten replied resolutely, though a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. As the disciple of the Crane Immortal, he is acutely aware of the weight of responsibility and the expectations placed upon him by his master. Yet, within his heart, he steadfastly cherishes an unwavering pursuit of the purity of martial arts. His aspirations transcend mere victory. He yearns to uncover the profound truths of martial arts through the crucible of battle. However, under the stringent tutelage of the Crane Immortal, he finds himself beset by inner conflict and difficulty. Alongside Dumpling, he has also been taken in by the Crane Immortal, having clandestinely undertaken numerous secret tasks in gratitude for his master's profound influence. Chapter 27. Martial Arts. The following day, at the venue of the martial arts tournament, the stage once again became the focal point as dawn broke. On this day, the flames of competition continued to blaze in the quarterfinals, heralding the thrilling clash between Sun Wukong and Shao Jia. Shao Jia, a rising star who had only entered the realm of martial arts 3 years prior, dazzled all with his exceptional talent and indomitable spirit, propelling himself into the top 8 and becoming the center of attention. Sun Wukong, the previous tournament's third-place finisher, possessed undeniable strength, yet he opted for a demeanor that did not reflect his full potential when facing Shao Jia. With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Sun Wukong stood on the platform with an air of ease, confronting the evidently more anxious Shao Jia. Despite his brief training period, Shao Jia's innate skill and diligence propelled him to this moment. Sun Wukong, with a smile, sensed the tension and excitement radiating from Shao Jia. As the bell tolled, Sun Wukong refrained from immediate assault, choosing instead to observe Shao Jia as if awaiting a pivotal moment. Taking a deep breath, Shao Jia endeavored to quell his nervousness and launched an assault on Sun Wukong. Although swift, his movements appeared as if in slow motion to Sun Wukong, who effortlessly evaded the attack with a subtle sidestep. As the match progressed, Xiao Jie began to experiment with a more diverse array of offensive strategies. Although each attempt failed to connect with Sun Wukong, he could distinctly feel his own growth. Every strike and counterattack allowed him to glean new insights into the essence of martial arts from Sun Wukong's movements, igniting a spark of hope within him. Ultimately, Sun Wukong concluded the match with a graceful counter, elegantly sealing the outcome. Although Xiao Jie faced defeat, he bore a sense of honor, his eyes shimmering with determination and resolve. He understood that despite his loss today, the experience and growth he gained would serve as invaluable assets for his future. Sun Wukong approached Xiao Jie with a smile, saying, "You are truly impressive, Xiao Jie. You have demonstrated remarkable potential and are continuously improving. You surpassed me when I was learning from the old man. Brother Wukong, do you know Brother Wumu? I wish to learn martial arts from him." Xiao Jie looked up at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with respect. "Ah, Wumu, I am unsure of his current whereabouts, but I shall convey your wishes to him." Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Thank you so much, Brother Wukong." Xiao Jie bowed deeply in gratitude. Little Jie, the child saved by Ebony 3 years prior, had since trained in numerous martial arts schools, advancing at an astonishing pace, rendering him unmatched among ordinary individuals. Gazing at Sun Wukong, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He recognized that this setback was merely a minor obstacle on his martial journey, with the true challenges and glories yet to unfold before him. As the quarterfinals concluded, the drums of the semifinals reverberated. With the intermission drawing to a close, the arena of the martial arts competition once again became the focal point of public attention. The impending clash between Tianjin Fan and Chunlong stirred the hearts of all spectators, quickening their pulses. Chunlong, competing under the alias of Master Rashi, was the runner-up from the previous tournament, and his participation undoubtedly added countless highlights to this martial arts event. With a commanding call from the host, the competition officially commenced. In the initial phase, both competitors displayed exceptional prowess in their techniques, probing each other's limits. Tianjin Fan's movements were swift and incisive, each strike infused with astounding power. Conversely, Chunlong, Master Rashi, adeptly countered with his profound martial arts foundation and extensive combat experience, rendering the battle on the stage both riveting and unpredictable. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan retreated several steps, gathering his entire strength to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha. The audience held their breath as all eyes converged upon him. With a fierce roar, a massive wave of energy erupted from his hands, surging towards Master Rashi. Unfazed by this formidable assault, Master Rashi inhaled deeply, pushing his hands forward to execute his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. The two powerful energies collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The fierce clash generating tremendous shockwaves that reverberated throughout the arena. As the energy waves dissipated, the two returned to their combat, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Tianjin Fan, leveraging his aerial combat skills, launched an attack from above, while Chunlong adeptly maneuvered on the ground, relying on his agility and rich combat experience. Master Rashi understood that, although Tianjin Fan had been influenced by Crane Hermit, his heart was not malevolent, and his passion for martial arts remained pure. After a close-range engagement, Master Rashi seized the opportunity to softly impart wisdom to Tianjin Fan. "Young man, the essence of martial arts lies not solely in the struggle for power, but in the exchange and growth of the spirit. You possess remarkable potential that should not be shackled by hatred or prejudice." Tianjin Fan felt a profound stirring within upon hearing these words. He recognized that his opponent was no ordinary contender, and he sensed genuine care and guidance in the latter's voice. As the match progressed, Tianjin Fan's offensive began to wane, prompting him to reflect on his understanding of martial arts and the path ahead. Observing this, Crane Hermit bellowed from the sidelines, "Tianjin Fan, what are you doing?" Roused by his mentor's call, Tianjin Fan refocused his attention, deciding to ponder these matters after the contest. Despite a slight diminishment in his offensive, he continued to showcase his remarkable martial prowess as the match unfolded. Master Rashi, with his immense experience and unfathomable prowess, maintained a delicate equilibrium with Tian Xinhan, rendering the competition all the more riveting. At that moment, Master Rashi abruptly slowed his offensive, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gracefully leaped back to the center of the ring and declared to the referee, "I concede." A profound silence enveloped the arena, soon erupting into a cacophony of bewildered discussions. Many spectators were perplexed by Master Roshi's sudden concession while he seemed to be in the lead. Tien Shinhan stood atop the platform, gazing at Master Roshi's broad, ocean-like silhouette, feelings of deep respect and reflection surging within him. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Indeed, he began to reevaluate his understanding of martial arts and the path that lay ahead. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the teachings of Crane Hermit and the true purpose of pursuing martial arts. Although Tien Shinhan had not fully grasped everything, he was acutely aware that the impending challenge of the finals awaited him, with an opponent being one of Master Roshi's two disciples. The instructions from Crane Hermit echoed in his ears, yet Master Roshi's words had stirred uncertainty within him. Below the stage, Crane Hermit furrowed his brow, puzzled by the concession of a contestant named Chen Long, while also sensing Tien Shinhan's inner turmoil. Chapter 28, Champion. Tien Shinhan staggered towards Crane Hermit, his gaze fraught with conflict and hesitation. Crane Hermit's brow tightened, a flicker of evident displeasure crossing his eyes as he queried Tien Shinhan. What transpired on the stage just now? Why do you appear so unsettled? Tien Shinhan lowered his head, his lips quivering as if a torrent of words yearned to be spoken, but ultimately remained unvoiced. His heart was undergoing a fierce struggle, deeply affected by Master Roshi's actions and words. He realized that his understanding of martial arts was quietly transforming, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts to his master. Just then, the voice of the announcer on the stage shattered the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals are about to commence, featuring a contest between the two distinguished disciples of the Turtle School, Krillin and Sun Wukong. Please welcome the contestants to the arena. Noticing Tien Shinhan's silence, Crane Hermit ceased his inquiries, shifting his attention to the stage. Tien Shinhan also lifted his head, understanding deep within that this match might provide clarity to his inner confusion. At this moment, all eyes were once again riveted upon the stage. Krillin and Sun Wukong, as disciples of the Turtle School, were undoubtedly poised for a captivating duel. The two took their positions at the center of the ring, bound by profound friendship yet infused with the spirit of competition. Krillin and Sun Wukong exchanged smiles, embodying the camaraderie of brothers as well as cherished friends. They lightly ascended the stage and performed a respectful salute. The audience below was already abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating this extraordinary clash. Krillin, do not hold back, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, his eyes glimmering with a fervent desire for battle. Wukong, neither will I, Krillin replied earnestly, his demeanor reflecting the significance he placed on this contest. With the referee's command, the two combatants immediately engaged in a fierce duel. Sun Wukong seized the initiative with astonishing speed, launching a series of attacks, each strike a perfect amalgamation of power and velocity. Krillin, undeterred, cleverly employed his skills and agility, skillfully evading Sun Wukong's onslaught multiple times, while displaying his own intellect in counterattacks. Krillin, with his nimble movements, continuously shifted his position in search of an opening in Sun Wukong's defenses. Conversely, Sun Wukong retaliated with formidable strength and swiftness against each of Krillin's strikes. The battle between the two was replete with technique and cunning, captivating every spectator present. As the contest escalated to a fever pitch, they exchanged blows in a breathtaking display of offense and defense. The audience, enthralled by their performance, erupted in waves of applause and cheers. Come on, Wukong, let us try the Kamehameha, Krillin exclaimed, eager to test the technique he had recently mastered against Sun Wukong. All right, Sun Wukong responded with a grin. They both assumed their stances and shouted in unison, Kamehameha. Two azure waves of energy collided fiercely in the air after a moment of stalemate. Sun Wukong's energy wave overpowered Krillin's. Krillin, agile as ever, dodged and seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Sun Wukong. Aware that his Kamehameha would struggle against Sun Wukong's might, Krillin had prepared for this eventuality as they once again plunged into a fierce clash. As the contest progressed, their techniques grew increasingly ferocious. Sun Wukong demonstrated remarkable potential, each blow infused with immense power and rapidity, compelling Krillin to exert even more effort in response. Ultimately, after an exhilarating exchange, Sun Wukong executed a masterful maneuver, successfully sending Krillin off the stage. Wukong, you have truly grown stronger, Krillin remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head, as the entire arena erupted in cheers for the spectacular match. Although Krillin faced defeat, His performance had earned him the respect and admiration of all. Sun Wukong extended his hand to Krillin, aiding him to his feet. They exchanged smiles, reflecting the deep camaraderie between brothers in arms. After the match, Taijiquan's emotions remained complex. Observing the friendship between Sun Wukong and Krillin, he felt a profound understanding of elements beyond martial arts: camaraderie, respect, and courage. His heart brimmed with questions and contemplation about his future and the true meaning of martial arts, prompting him to delve deeper into introspection. Taijiquan's mind was awash with intricate thoughts. He recognized the need for time to process these experiences and uncover the genuine answers within his soul. The forthcoming finals undoubtedly represented another significant milestone on his spiritual journey. At this moment, Master Roshi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his disciples would exhibit such astonishing prowess. He turned to Taijiquan and said, "Regardless of your own calculations, when facing Sun Wukong in the finals, do not hold back in the slightest." "I understand," Taijiquan resolutely responded, understanding that whether to avoid disappointing his master or to fulfill his own dedication to martial arts, he would exert every ounce of his strength. As the final match commenced, the atmosphere surrounding the arena surged to a thrilling climax. Taijiquan and Sun Wukong stood at the center of the stage, their gazes intertwining, a blend of profound respect and fierce competitive spirit igniting between them. Master Roshi, having shed his disguise, returned to the audience. Bulma and Oolong, noticing his return, eagerly inquired about his whereabouts. However, Master Roshi merely smiled enigmatically, his focus intently fixed on the two contenders in the arena. Jiaozi anxiously watched Taijiquan, vocally cheering him on. "Taijiquan, you must win." Meanwhile, Bulma and Krillin rallied behind Sun Wukong, the atmosphere charged with fervor. "Wukong, go for it. This time, you must seize the championship." Sun Wukong, wearing an innocent smile, expressed his desire for a fair contest. "Taijiquan, let us engage in a just battle." Taijiquan remained silent, his expression steely, though his heart underwent a transformation. He recognized that this battle was not solely for victory. It represented his pursuit and understanding of martial arts. As the match began, Sun Wukong and Taijiquan immediately launched into a fierce confrontation. Taijiquan initiated with the sky dance technique, swiftly maneuvering to evade Sun Wukong's attacks, while simultaneously employing the Four Symbols Fist to create three clones that encircled Sun Wukong. Despite being surrounded, Sun Wukong maintained his playful smile, adeptly countering each assault. "Taijiquan, your strength is truly impressive," he remarked with a laugh, his demeanor remaining relaxed. Taijiquan felt a jolt within, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by cold determination. "Sun Wukong, you need not concern yourself with my thoughts. Now, receive my Kamehameha." Joining his hands, Taijiquan concentrated a formidable energy and launched it towards Sun Wukong. Unyielding, Sun Wukong retaliated with a Kamehameha of his own, the two powerful energies colliding fiercely in the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left the audience breathless. As the battle progressed, both fighters demonstrated their limits. Taijiquan unleashed his Kamehameha, while Sun Wukong dodged with increasing speed. The intensity of their clash escalated, yet both began to feel the weight of fatigue. Ultimately, after a breathtaking exchange, Taijiquan managed to repel Sun Wukong with a precise Kamehameha, causing Sun Wukong to stagger to the edge of the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the thrilling contest. Although Taijiquan narrowly claimed victory, he felt little joy. His gaze was filled with contemplation and a profound pursuit of martial arts. Chapter 29. The death of Krillin. Taijiquan slowly descended from the stage, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, his heart awash with complex emotions. Beside him, Tien Shinhan wore a grim expression, evidently displeased with Taijiquan's performance. In a sharp tone, he questioned, "Taijiquan, why did you not go for the kill against Sun Wukong?" Taijiquan halted his steps, turning to face Master Crane, determination shining in his eyes. "Master, I believe the essence of martial arts lies not in the struggle between life and death, but in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement and transcendence." Master Crane paused momentarily, then, filled with anger, spun around and departed, leaving Taijiquan and Jiaozi standing in place. Jiaozi approached Taijiquan and gently consoled him. "Taijiquan, I support your perspective." At that moment, Master Roshi ambled over to Taijiquan, speaking in his gentle tone. "Taijiquan, I watched your match with Goku. It was truly exceptional." As you walk the path of martial arts, do not let hatred and violence cloud your vision. A true warrior's strength is not solely reflected in physical prowess, but, more importantly, in the fortitude of the spirit. Tianjin Fan listened intently, Master Rashi's words enveloping him like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the fog within his heart. Master Rashi continued, "The highest realm of martial arts lies in using one's strength to protect others, rather than to harm them. I understand that deep within you lies an insatiable yearning for power, yet that strength should be wielded to safeguard all that you hold dear." A flicker of enlightenment crossed Tianjin Fan's eyes as he gazed deeply at Master Rashi and nodded slowly. In that moment, he comprehended the true essence of the martial path he sought. Taking a deep breath, the light of understanding rekindled in his gaze, he expressed, "Master Wutian, I am grateful for your guidance. I have begun to grasp it." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Krillin had already made their way to a restaurant to celebrate their victory that day. Laughter echoed within the establishment as everyone gathered around to relish the delights of food and friendship. "Wukong, your performance today was truly astonishing," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Sun Wukong chuckled, patting his head, "Haha, actually, Tianjin Fan is incredibly strong. I nearly lost him." Krillin interjected, "Wukong, though you didn't win in the end, you always managed to showcase astonishing strength at critical moments." Sun Wukong took a bite of his meat bun and replied with a grin, "Hee hee. Perhaps it's because I enjoy facing challenges." Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi found a quiet corner to sit. Tianjin Fan reflected on Master Rashi's teachings, nurturing a new goal within his heart. "Jiaozi, I think I have come to understand. True martial arts do not reside in defeating others, but in surpassing oneself." Tianjin Fan stated earnestly. Jiaozi nodded. "Tianjin Fan, I believe you can carve out a martial path that belongs to you." The joyous laughter of Sun Wukong and his friends gradually faded into the night sky as they prepared to leave after their hearty meal. Just then, Wukong suddenly slapped his forehead. "Ah, I left my things at the restaurant." He anxiously turned to head back. Krillin immediately stopped him, saying, "Don't worry, Wukong. I'll go get it." With that, Krillin turned and dashed towards the restaurant. Sun Wukong called out to him, "Krillin." Krillin looked back, and Wukong continued, "Hurry back." Krillin smiled. "Got it, Wukong." With those words, he quickened his pace toward the restaurant. With light footsteps, Krillin navigated the empty dining area, the echoes softly reverberating in the tranquil space. He vividly recalled his seat and moved toward that direction without hesitation. On the table, just as he expected, lay the unique 4-star ball, a treasure left behind by Sun Wukong. Just as Krillin reached out to grasp the ball, preparing to depart, a sharp and harrowing scream suddenly pierced the night sky, followed by chaos and panic. Wukong and the others stood outside the restaurant, the night breeze carrying a chill and the stars shimmering brilliantly above. They were engaged in conversation about the day's competition, sharing their feelings and future aspirations. However, a sudden scream erupted from within the restaurant, shattering the tranquility of the evening. A sense of foreboding gripped Wukong's heart. He rushed into the restaurant without delay. The scene inside left Sun Wukong in shock. Several individuals lay on the floor, the ground stained crimson with blood. Amidst the carnage, Krillin lay silently, no longer breathing. The 4-star ball, cherished by Wukong, had vanished without a trace. Kneeling beside Krillin, Wukong was overwhelmed with grief and fury. He clasped Krillin's hand tightly, whispering his name, but received no response. His heart brimmed with sorrow and rage, his fists clenched, tears glistening in his eyes. What had transpired? Master Rashi and the others entered the scene. With tears in his eyes, Wukong lamented the loss of Krillin. At that moment, a trembling voice spoke up. "Monsters! Monsters! They burst in and attacked us before we could react. They took a peculiar orb adorned with stars and the roster of martial arts participants and left." How infuriating! Wukong clenched his fists, engulfed by a sense of helplessness and wrath. He could never have anticipated that a gathering after dinner would devolve into such a tragedy. Wukong rose, determination glimmering in his eyes. He understood that now was not the time for sorrow. He had to find the perpetrator, retrieve the 4-star ball, and avenge Krillin. "Bulma, do you have the dragon radar?" Wukong called out to Bulma. Confused, she produced the dragon radar, and Wukong swiftly snatched it from her hands and dashed out of the restaurant. Sensing something amiss, Master Rashi called after him, "Wait." Wukong. Ignoring him, Wukong continued. And Rashi insisted, "I command you to wait. This is the master's order. I must find that person." Wukong retorted angrily. He shouted, "Kintawan, A yellow cloud rapidly materialized beneath him. He leaped onto the Kintoan, his heart awash with complex emotions: anger, sorrow, helplessness, but above all, resolve. He had to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Guiding the Kintoan into the unknown, Wukong's mind raced with thoughts of avenging Krillin and other innocents. As the clouds soared through the night sky, his memories swirled within him. Remembrances of his first encounter with Krillin, their training sessions, and days spent fighting side by side. Each recollection cut through his heart like a sharp blade. A torrent of questions flooded Wukong's mind. Why had this all transpired? Who harbored such deep-seated hatred? What were their intentions? Was this all directed at him? The nimbus cloud raced through the night sky, mirroring the heavy heart of Wukong. This night's events would become an everlasting source of anguish within him. Yet, he understood that this was yet another trial on his path to martial prowess. He needed to grow stronger, not solely for his own sake, but to safeguard all that he held dear. Such a calamity would never be permitted to occur again. With a resolute expression, Sun Wukong gazed ahead. Chapter 30. The origin of the culprit. A collective dismay and air of anxiety and unease enveloped the onlookers. Their eyes fixated on the receding figure of Sun Wukong, hearts heavy with apprehension for the unknown. Tianjin Fan gently caressed Krillin's eyes, urging him to close them in an attempt to provide solace to his friend. The scene was particularly desolate. Each individual harbored a growing unease about the imminent challenges Wukong would face. At that moment, Master Roshi's gaze fell upon a piece of paper on the ground, and he slowly approached, bending down to retrieve it. Upon discerning the contents, he was struck with such shock that he could scarcely remain upright. "What is this?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The character inscribed within the circle evoked memories of a horrifying past from many years ago. His startled cry drew the attention of the others, who gathered around. Even the typically reticent Tianjin Fan and Dumpling could not refrain from inching closer. Bulma curiously leaned in, peering at the paper. "What does this mean?" she inquired, her face etched with confusion. This query echoed the thoughts of the assembly. As they looked to Master Roshi for enlightenment, Roshi's hands trembled, his voice quivering. This is the emblem of King Piccolo." As he spoke, memories of those terrifying times flooded back, leaving his complexion pale. King Piccolo? The crowd echoed in unison, many hearing the name for the first time, yet sensing an unprecedented gravity from Roshi's demeanor. Tianjin Fan's tone grew somber. "I have heard of him. He was the dark sorcerer who once plunged the world into a chasm of terror long ago." His words were imbued with reverence for that historical account. Master Roshi recounted the dreadful deeds of King Piccolo. Indeed, he was a formidable foe. 3 centuries past, he and his minions assaulted martial artists, dismantled armies, rendering even tanks ineffective against them. The chilling history sent shivers through those present, as they struggled to fathom the existence of such terror in their world. Until our Master Mateto, sacrificed his life to seal him away. Roshi's voice resonated with admiration and nostalgia for Master Mateto. Tianjin Fan's expression turned complex. These events were never disclosed to us by Master Crane. His tone was tinged with regret and confusion as to why their teacher would remain silent on such a pivotal chapter of history. Master Roshi sighed deeply. He was reluctant to revisit that terrifying past, a factor that led Ahi down a path of malevolence. From that incident, he realized how impotent justice could be in the face of overwhelming power. His words were imbued with profound resignation and sorrow, encapsulating the eternal theme of justice versus evil, strength versus weakness. Yulong could not help but inquire, what happened next? The turtle sage replied solemnly, subsequently, the medium through which Master Mateto sealed the demon was personally cast into the depths of the ocean by me. Logically, there should be no possibility of King Piccolo's resurrection. Absolutely none. His tone was resolute, seemingly attempting to convince both himself and the others present. Suddenly, Jiaozi speculated in horror. Could it be that Master Crane retrieved him? This conjecture struck like lightning, stirring a tremendous ripple of anxiety among the crowd. However, the turtle sage turned to Jiaozi, firmly rebutting, "No, that is impossible. He is well aware of how terrifying King Piccolo is." His words were steeped in understanding and trust towards Master Crane. Despite Crane's previous descent into darkness, the turtle sage believed he would not engage in such a reckless act. This assertion seemed to provide a modicum of comfort to everyone. Nevertheless, Yamcha soon expressed his concerns. But if the one who killed Krillin is indeed a minion of King Piccolo, his sentence remained incomplete. Yet it cast an air of unspeakable dread over all present. Silence enveloped the room as Yulong trembled, then Goku would be in danger? This question rendered everyone mute, their hearts heavy with worry for Goku. Deep within, the turtle sage silently prayed, "You cannot die, Goku." Plu's voice was laced with fear as he scanned the faces of everyone present, as if seeking a glimmer of understanding and support. If that terrifying fiend were to be resurrected. His words trailed off, the atmosphere thick with an ominous premonition. Yulong quickly seized the moment, his tone somewhat flippant. Yet a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Then we would be in dire straits. This simple declaration struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. Each person comprehended the calamity they would face should that fiend truly return. Tianjin Han clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute yet tinged with anxiety, acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. At this point, we can only hope that Goku does not seek out that fiend. However, Lan Shi bore a face of distress and urgency, vividly recalling Goku's indomitable spirit. He will find him. Have you forgotten? Goku has the Dragon Ball radar. Her words revealed an inescapable truth. Goku's possession of the Dragon Ball radar undoubtedly provided a significant advantage in locating the Dragon Balls. At this moment, the turtle sage appeared particularly silent, his eyes deep and contemplative. His worries extended beyond the possibility of Goku encountering that fiend. There was a deeper concern that troubled him. Furthermore, I am quite concerned about the items they stole, the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament. His voice betrayed a profound anxiety. The theft of the Dragon Balls and the roster of the World Martial Arts Tournament undoubtedly hinted at a scheme far more intricate and terrifying than they had imagined. The Dragon Balls and the list of the world's greatest martial artists seemed to be entirely unrelated, yet they were forcibly taken by certain individuals, suggesting a deeper mystery at play. Master Roshi understood well the immense power of the Dragon Balls, while the roster contained valuable information about many formidable warriors. Should these items fall into the wrong hands, the repercussions would be unimaginable. At this moment, Tien was utterly bewildered, urgently inquiring, "What on earth is going on? What do you mean by balls and radar?" His voice was filled with confusion and urgency. He understood the gravity of the situation but felt lost regarding the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar, concepts that were foreign to him. Master Roshi sighed softly, gazing at the night sky, his eyes seemingly penetrating through time and space, glimpsing a more distant future. He murmured, "What is that fellow truly thinking?" His voice was low, laden with endless worry and unease. At this critical juncture, everyone was engulfed in doubt and fear, uncertain of what would transpire next, and could not foresee the calamity that would arise upon the revival of that individual. Chapter 31. The Demon King Piccolo in an Unnamed Borderland. A colossal airship floated in the sky. This vessel was unlike any ordinary craft, adorned with enigmatic symbols, as if it were an envoy from another realm. Inside the airship, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe sat upon a uniquely designed skull-shaped chair. His skin exhibited an unusual green hue, and two slender antennae sprouted from his head, while a conspicuous emblem of the character for demon was embroidered prominently on his chest, revealing his extraordinary identity, Piccolo, the Demon King. Nearby, a humanoid crow stood. Though small in stature, its keen and alert gaze commanded respect. "So it is," the Demon King Piccolo murmured to himself, his voice imbued with awe and satisfaction over a significant discovery. "If I gather all 7, any wish can be granted?" he inquired slowly, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. Upon hearing this, Pilaf chuckled nervously, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Indeed. Surely, great Demon King. Your wish is to conquer the entire world?" he ventured, rubbing his hands together, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Huh. Conquering the world does not require the power of the Dragon Balls," Piccolo replied, gently shaking his head, a confident and enigmatic smile playing on his lips, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. "What, then, do you desire?" Pilaf asked with curiosity, a glimmer of intrigue shining in his gaze. Piccolo's expression suddenly grew profound, and he spoke slowly. "What I seek is the gift of eternal life, an ageless body that never succumbs to decay. If I can attain that, this world shall forever be under my dominion." Upon hearing this, Pilaf could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming that the great king truly possessed foresight. He chuckled awkwardly, a flicker of embarrassment flashing in his eyes, as if he sought to divert the conversation. Suddenly, he appeared somewhat flustered, his voice tinged with tension. "What is it?" asked King Piccolo impatiently, a hint of displeasure crossing his countenance. With great effort, Pilaf cautiously revealed, "I went through immense trouble to retrieve the enchanted rice cooker that resurrected you. and I even divulged the secrets of the Dragon Balls. His two companions, pale with fright, dared not utter a word. What exactly are you trying to say? King Piccolo's voice carried a chilling sharpness, sending shivers down their spines. It's not that it's particularly important. Pilaf quickly waved his hands, his trio of companions tremblingly denying any wrongdoing, inwardly lamenting the calamity they had summoned. It's just that after you conquer the world, if you could, he said, rubbing his hands together with a forced chuckle, a hint of barely concealed greed lacing his tone. What is it? King Piccolo intoned, his voice deep and resonant, as though emanating from the very bowels of the earth, instilling terror. If I could receive half of the world, then, ha. Pilaf attempted to mask his ambition with humor, yet as his words progressed, his laughter grew increasingly awkward. He suddenly sensed the razor-sharp gaze of King Piccolo fixated upon him, a chill creeping up his spine, prompting him to hastily add, moreover, the World Martial Arts Tournament. This was something I informed the king about. If I could have 1/3 of the world, before he could finish. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Pilaf's brow. What? King Piccolo's voice turned even more frigid. And no, a quarter would suffice. Pilaf quickly amended, his tone rife with desperation as he unconsciously stepped back, as if ready to flee this terrifying place. Piccolo fell silent, his abyss-like eyes boring into Pilaf, as if attempting to see through his very being. Pilaf felt an unprecedented pressure envelop him, his heart brimming with fear and anxiety. Under this oppressive weight, he hastily corrected himself, his voice trembling. It's all right if it's not that much, my lord. With each step backward, his dread intensified, and he silently cursed his predicament, feeling an unparalleled sense of powerlessness before King Piccolo. At that moment, King Piccolo finally spoke, his tone measured. I will consider it. Yes. Indeed, I entrust everything to you. Pilaf seemed to grasp a lifeline, eagerly nodding and bowing deeply, his face awash with sycophancy. By the way, has Damblin not arrived yet? King Piccolo abruptly shifted the topic, breaking the tense atmosphere. He sat back in his expansive command chair, his gaze sweeping across the control panel ahead, as if searching for something. Yes. Upon hearing this, Pilaf felt as though he had been pulled back from the brink of a precipice, swiftly turning to look at Mai. She immediately caught the glimmer of understanding in Pilaf's eyes and gracefully darted toward the control panel. As Xiao Wu pressed a button, a display screen emerged within the airship, revealing a luminous dot advancing towards their location. With her deft fingers, she activated a protruding button, and the screen illuminated, showcasing a bright point gradually approaching them. It's making its way here, Xiao Wu reported softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. It should be arriving shortly. Pilaf seized the opportunity to interject, attempting to find solace amid the subtle tension. But why do you desire the roster of the world's foremost martial arts tournament? His words were cautious, as if he feared disturbing a sensitive nerve. What did you say? The voice of King Piccolo suddenly resonated, his chin resting on his hand, lazily lifting his gaze towards Giraffe. Within that glance lay a hidden sharpness, disquieting enough to deter direct eye contact. Pilaf and his companions broke into a cold sweat, inwardly lamenting the overwhelming aura of the Demon King. Yet, King Piccolo appeared unfazed by their trepidation, his attention shifting dismissively to a nearby rice cooker, his tone brimming with disdain and fury. Those martial artists, with their nonsensical spells, have imprisoned me in this bizarre contraption. How infuriating. His eyes suddenly flashed with a blinding light, and the rice cooker exploded, as if his pent-up rage had finally found an outlet. I shall send every martial artist to hell, King Piccolo declared, his voice icy and resolute, as though his hatred had reached a boiling point, poised to erupt. Pilaf and the others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion and dread regarding King Piccolo's plans. Yet they could only feign composure and tremulously respond. Then, please do your best. I found you. Chapter 32. Pursuing the culprit after a prolonged and tense search, Sun Wukong finally spotted that loathsome figure hovering above a desolate valley. Sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, casting dappled illumination upon him. It was a creature radiating a green luminescence, with a pair of enormous wings unfurled behind, clutching both the coveted Dragon Balls and an apparently ordinary roster. Indeed, this was none other than Damblin, King Piccolo's loyal aide. I've located you. Sun Wukong's voice echoed through the expansive valley, brimming with uncontainable fury and determination. He rode on his nimbus cloud, swiftly approaching like a shooting star, his powerful eyes fixed intently on Damblin. Don't run. Stop, he shouted, propelling himself forward on the nimbus. Damblin seemed to sense something, slowly turning around. His cold eyes met Sun Wukong's gaze. He hovered in midair, seemingly taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden appearance. What do you want? Who do you think you are? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze, suddenly noticing the 4-star Dragon Ball in Dambelin's grasp. It was the most cherished memory in his heart. A memento from his grandfather, and an indelible bond connecting him to Krillin. At that moment, Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation, as if all his emotions erupted in that singular instant. My Dragon Ball, it was indeed you, he roared, each syllable laced with boundless fury. What are you saying? Dambelin's voice betrayed a hint of confusion, but predominantly exuded impatience. Return my Dragon Ball and Krillin's life. Sun Wukong shouted with every ounce of his strength, his tail bristling. Resembling a beast poised to strike, his rage and resentment potent enough to shake the heavens. Krillin? Dambelin feigned ignorance, repeating the name with a trace of mockery. Stop pretending. You are the one who killed him. Sun Wukong's voice brimmed with accusation and wrath, his body taut as though on the verge of an explosion. Oomph. You mean that damned little brat who dared to defy me? Dambelin chuckled, his laughter dripping with disdain, as if Krillin's life were as insignificant as that of an ant in his eyes. I see, that little brat is dead. How fortunate. Dambelin's words were steeped in cruelty and coldness, a flicker of arrogance flashing in his gaze. What did you say? Sun Wukong's entire being ignited with fury upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly, every bit of his strength simmering, ready to be unleashed. You are the murderer of Krillin. I demand you return his life. Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance, his gaze resolute, emanating a powerful aura, prepared to engage Dambelin in a fierce confrontation. Is that so? Is that your reason for pursuing me? How amusing. Dambelin licked his arm, his demeanor contemptuous, seemingly indifferent to the impending conflict. If we are to fight, let us commence. His voice dripped with provocation. The two clashed midair, their movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Dambelin intercepted Sun Wukong's punch. Do you truly believe your sluggish punches can defeat me? His voice was rife with derision, as he lifted Sun Wukong and kicked him down from the sky, showcasing his formidable strength and speed. Master Roshi crouched down, meticulously examining Krillin's lifeless body, a heavy expression clouding his face. A single strike. Krillin's head was struck with such force that it extinguished his life. He slowly rose, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The onlookers were taken aback. The atmosphere thick with silence, as if the air had solidified. Yamcha shook his head in disbelief, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. How could Krillin, with his abilities, be defeated in a single blow? His voice was barely above a whisper. Yet each word struck the hearts of those present like a hammer. A terrifying foe. Immediately after, Bulma gazed anxiously into the distance, her eyes filled with worry and unease. Wukong, she murmured softly, her hands tightly clenched into fists, silently praying that this dreadful adversary would not bestow upon Wukong the same fate. Meanwhile, Tien stood silently beside Krillin's corpse, his gaze fixated, unblinking. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes sparkled with a complex light, leaving no one to fathom the depths of his thoughts. Sun Wukong plummeted from the heights, crying out in unbearable agony, "Nimbus cloud." Immediately, his brow furrowed, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Just at that precarious moment, the Nimbus cloud appeared beneath him, catching his fall. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong lamented, "I have exhausted all my strength at the martial arts conference." Ha ha. Dambelin roared with laughter nearby, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Little monkey, the phrase overestimating oneself was tailor-made for you." His laughter was laced with ridicule and disdain. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he retorted furiously, "Enough of your prattle. The contest has only just begun." With that, he clenched his fists, determination etched on his face, charging towards Dambelin, utilizing the Nimbus cloud's swift movement. He circled Dambelin like a streak of light, searching for a flaw. At the very moment he was poised to strike, Dambelin eerily rotated his head 180 degrees, revealing a menacing grin, and abruptly extended his tongue, several meters long, ensnaring Sun Wukong and hurling him violently towards the ground. During his descent, the Nimbus cloud appeared once more, catching him just in time. Dambelin, gazing down, chuckled, "Do you understand now? With the strength of your kind, you cannot hope to defeat our demon race." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. "Damn it, if I weren't famished, I wouldn't lose to you." Dambelin sneered, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. "Humph, stubborn little monkey, I shall ensure that you never speak again." With that, He unleashed a crimson wave of energy directly at the Nimbus Cloud. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as the Nimbus Cloud was shattered, losing its support, and he began to fall. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. The Nimbus Cloud, how could it be? Just then, Dambalin descended swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's head. Accelerating his descent, the ground loomed ever closer, and Sun Wukong hastily drew out his staff, shouting, "Extend! Rui Jingu Bang!" The staff rapidly elongated. But Dambalin seized one end and wrenched it away, discarding it. Without the support of the Rui Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong continued his helpless plummet. "Ah!" he cried as he crashed heavily to the ground, the impact shaking the earth itself. He lay motionless, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Moments later, Dambalin landed from above, his knee crashing down onto Sun Wukong's back, a blow that was undoubtedly a cruel addition to his suffering. Ha ha ha, the sensation of killing is truly exquisite. Dambalin wore a cruel smile, relishing the moment, yet inwardly he lamented, "What a hassle, why is this fellow so tenacious?" Assuming Sun Wukong had succumbed to defeat, he flapped his wings, preparing to vacate this wearisome battlefield. However, just then, Sun Wukong suddenly reached out, grasping Dambalin's foot with unwavering grip. His entire body ached, yet his eyes blazed with unwavering determination as he laboriously lifted his head, addressing Dambalin. "The vengeance for Kekalin, I shall surely exact upon this wretch." Dambalin, consumed by rage, was taken aback by Sun Wukong's unexpected resilience. In his fury, he seized Sun Wukong and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon his already defenseless form, each blow infused with seething wrath. Subsequently, he hurled Sun Wukong into the air, soaring after him, arms raised in a powerful embrace. Before crashing down upon him with tremendous force, Sun Wukong plummeted heavily to the ground, his arms slightly raised as if to make a move, yet ultimately fell limp, motionless. Dambalin descended, observing the fallen Sun Wukong with a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Humph, you have wasted a significant amount of my time." With that, he flapped his wings and departed from the scene. Chapter 33. The Demise of the Martial Artist. So, this is the Dragon Ball? King Piccolo gazed at the four-star ball in his hand, an unmistakable glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. It was indeed Dambalin who had returned it to him. This resplendent Dragon Ball shining like the brightest star in the night sky, emanating an aura of mysterious and formidable power. Indeed, the Dragon Ball is precisely located as they described, Dambalin remarked, casting a glance at Pilaf, his gaze laced with certainty. His voice remained calm, yet concealed a satisfaction with the successful completion of the mission. As a reliable aide to King Piccolo, finding the Dragon Ball marked a significant achievement for him. Right. Just as I said, I was not mistaken. Pilaf chuckled awkwardly, his face alight with pride. Though he often appeared comical, his insights were invariably accurate in critical moments. King Piccolo gazed at the Dragon Ball, proclaiming, "Once I collect all 7 of these orbs, I shall attain eternal youth and life." His voice resonated with aspirations for the future and a yearning for power. For King Piccolo, the Dragon Ball symbolized not merely a source of great power, but also the hope of reclaiming youth and life. "Ah, of course, splendidly so," Pilaf responded sheepishly. Although he did not possess the profound understanding of the Dragon Ball's power that King Piccolo and Dambalin did, he could sense the gravity of the situation and endeavored to exhibit his support and enthusiasm. "Soon, my body will regain its once overwhelming strength," King Piccolo declared, his eyes shimmering with reminiscence of the past and anticipation for the future. In his heart, the Dragon Ball promised not only a rebirth, but also the restoration of his previously unmatched might. This is the roster of participants for the World Martial Arts Tournament. A serendipitous coincidence that the Dragon Ball is also present. This journey can be deemed a dual triumph, Dambalin stated, producing the list with a hint of strategic excitement in his tone. To them, the World Martial Arts Tournament represented not only a platform to comprehend the martial artists of this era, but also an exceptional opportunity to seek the Dragon Balls. "Very well. Affix the roster to the wall," King Piccolo commanded. His voice was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with confidence in the plan and a fervent desire for victory. To him, this list was not merely information about adversaries. It represented the key to the Dragon Balls and the fulfillment of wishes. Then, Dambalin, along with the Corvid near the Demon King Piccolo, affixed the list. He casually glanced at the roster and let out a derisive sneer. "Is this guy really formidable among them?" The tone of Dambalin, while posting the list, was laced with disdain. "Do you know him?" inquired Demon King Piccolo. "No, there's no need to post this one," I've already disposed of him with ease. Dambaran replied nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu held a list with astonishment written all over her face. King Pilaf, look at this person. Her voice brimmed with shock and disbelief. So, that's why he is so strong. It turns out he has participated in the martial arts tournament for 2 consecutive sessions, securing 3rd place once and 2nd place another time, remarked Pilaf, eyeing the name of Sun Wukong on the list. There's no need to post him either. He has already met his demise at my hands. Dambaran's tone remained as cold as ever. Dead. The trio of Pilaf was utterly taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Sun Wukong had caused them considerable trouble, and they had never envisioned such an outcome. It's not possible. That little brat was weak beyond belief. Easily dealt with in just a few moves. Dambaran's words dripped with contempt, as if in his eyes, Sun Wukong's strength was utterly negligible. I see. That little brat once claimed 2nd place under the Demon King. Now it seems there are no worthy martial artists left in this world. Dambaran's summary infused the air with a sense of impending victory. This is splendid news. However, for safety's sake, we must proceed with caution. I certainly do not wish to be sealed again. Eliminate every martial artist on this list, and those who resist must be dealt with as well, understand? Demon King Piccolo declared with a laugh, his voice betraying a chilling ruthlessness. Yes, Dambaran and the Corvid replied in unison, their voices filled with determination. Then we shall gather the 7 Dragon Balls and conquer the world. The grand and audacious scheme of Demon King Piccolo echoed throughout the space. King Pilaf, it seems we have inadvertently unleashed someone we should not have. Do you feel a tinge of regret? Xiao Wu, Pilaf, and Ashio whispered in a corner, their voices laced with worry and remorse. Will he truly divide half the world with us? Ashio's tone was rife with skepticism and unease. Within the dojo of King Gappa, silence reigned. He furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the darkness ahead as he solemnly inquired, Who are you? Yet, there was no reply, only a sinister cackle echoing in the shadows, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the figure from the darkness launched an attack with ghostly swiftness. Elusive and unfathomable. Though King Gappa was a master of martial arts, he found himself caught off guard by this unexpected assault. He fought valiantly to defend himself. But within mere exchanges, he was struck by an overwhelming force, his body soaring through the air like a broken kite before crashing to the ground. Lifeless and devoid of breath, the scene was suddenly thrown into chaos. In response, the disciples of King Gappa surged forward, their furious shouts echoing in the air as they vowed to avenge their master. However, their adversary was overwhelmingly powerful. Each one of them fell like frail insects beneath the might of this mysterious visitor, none escaping the onslaught. The victor, Dambaran, stood amidst the sea of corpses, tilting his head back to unleash a triumphant laugh. The next destination is here. He gazed down at the blood-stained list in his hand, seemingly confirming his next target. This list bore the names of martial artists marked for death, a task bestowed upon him by the great Demon King Bic. Completing this list would signify the eradication of all martial artists from this world. A cold smile crept across Dambaran's lips as he tucked away the list and transformed into a shadow, darting towards his next target cloaked in the night. Behind him lay a desolate silence and ruin. Yet what was to come was merely the tip of the iceberg. All of this was orchestrated by the great Demon King Bic. He commanded Dambaran to eliminate every martial artist on the list, thereby fulfilling his ambition to dominate the world. The name Dambaran was destined to become a nightmare in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 34. The tenacious Sun Wukong Ha. Little Jia exerted all his strength, delivering a kick to the neck of the green monstrosity before him. His brow furrowed, disbelief filling his eyes, for his attack had seemingly no effect whatsoever. He stepped back, terror gripping his heart, trembling as he inquired, What manner of creature are you? Despite little Jia's considerable talent in martial arts, he often lamented the absence of a worthy master and the inadequate time he had devoted to his training. He had always wished to apprentice under the Ebony wood who had saved him 3 years prior. The creature before him, Dambaran, curled its lips into a sinister grin, emitting a mocking cackle that seemed to deride little Jia's impotence. With a scornful tone, it taunted, Little brat, your strength is utterly feeble. In an instant, its sharp claws slashed through little Jia's chest, blood erupting in a gruesome spray. Little Jia gasped in agony, his heart brimming with resentment and fear, yet overshadowed by sheer terror of this unknown monster. He yearned to resist, but found his power to be insignificant in the presence of such a dreadful foe. Damblin appeared quite pleased with its handiwork, casting a glance around before murmuring, "Just a few more." With that, its figure vanished like a gust of wind into the night. Little Giel lay on the ground, feeling the searing pain radiating from his chest, his mind engulfed in endless confusion and dread. He could not comprehend how such a creature could exist in this world. His vision blurred, consciousness fading. Yet within him lingered an insatiable desire for survival and an ever-present fear of the unknown. "The fragrant melon soda you requested has arrived," Xiao Wu said gently, walking carefully with both hands cradling a large basin of green liquid that exuded a refreshing aroma, approaching the great Demon King Bic. A glimmer of reverence shone in her eyes. The great Demon King Piccolo lounged in his chair, exuding an air of superiority, and made a gesture as if to suck in the surrounding atmosphere. The liquid in the bowl appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually diminishing. "Might I inquire, esteemed Lord Demon King, how do you propose we gather the Dragon Balls?" asked the Crow Man, standing nearby, his tone respectful yet tinged with caution. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo slowly articulated his command. "We shall enlist another warrior to assist in the collection." His voice was devoid of warmth, suggesting that he had meticulously plotted this course of action. "Another one." The news caused the faces of the Pilaf trio to pale, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Ashu leaned closer to Pilaf, whispering, "He is going to perform that again. I really don't want to see it. It ruins my appetite." Pilaf furrowed his brow, muttering his discontent softly. "Please, Lord Demon King, if you were to lay another egg now, it would deplete your strength and hasten your aging. You might not conquer the world before your own demise," the Crow Man implored, concern for the Demon King's well-being evident in his voice. "Nonsense. Just a bit longer, and the Dragon Balls will be ours. Utilizing my magic a few more times before acquiring them will not lead to my end," Piccolo retorted dismissively, evidently resolute, with unwavering faith in his stamina and magical prowess. With that, the great Demon King exerted himself, murmuring incantations as he began to chant. Soon, he expelled an egg the size of a dinosaur's, glistening with saliva, a sight both extraordinary and somewhat repugnant. Each onlooker inwardly criticized the Demon King's outrageous actions, yet none dared voice their thoughts, silently lamenting the spectacle. "Awaken. You shall be named Simbaru," commanded Piccolo, his tone laced with anticipation and authority. The massive egg trembled, then cracked open, revealing a dragon-like head that slowly opened its eyes and rose to its feet. "Have you awakened, Simbaru?" Piccolo inquired once more, his gaze betraying a hint of satisfaction and eagerness. "Yes, Lord Demon King," Simbaru replied, his voice imbued with reverence and loyalty. "You comprehend your task, do you not?" Piccolo pressed, his tone grave. "Your command is to gather the remaining Dragon Balls," Simbaru answered clearly, demonstrating his understanding and resolve to execute the order. "And where lies the next Dragon Ball?" Piccolo turned to Pilaf and his companions, his gaze piercing, leaving no room for concealment. Upon hearing the Demon King's voice, Xiao Wu hastily checked the radar, her movements swift and anxious, as if undertaking a monumental task. Pilaf then relayed the location of the nearest Dragon Ball to Simbaru, who bid farewell to Piccolo before soaring from the airship, his silhouette streaking across the sky like a meteor, fading into the distant horizon. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, his eyes slowly opening. Through a haze of confusion, he spotted a frog hopping about, creating a series of blurred images. With great effort, he propped himself up, his body trembling slightly as he rose. Just then, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to uncontrollably sink back to the ground. Clutching his head, he furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by pain. How long had he been asleep? Soon after, his stomach let out a grumbling noise. Looking around, Sun Wukong sought something to satiate his hunger. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as he noticed a tree not far off, adorned with several tempting fruits. He dashed over, effortlessly plucking one and popping it into his mouth. The pangs of hunger rendered this simple fruit extraordinarily delectable. However, mere fruit could not satisfy his ravenous appetite. He was only slightly less hungry, with his belly still feeling empty. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, Sun Wukong discovered a large fish roasting over a fire not far away. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged toward it, unhesitatingly devouring it in great bites. The exquisite flavor of the fish compelled him to exclaim in genuine delight, "Wow, delicious!" Within moments, the once plump fish was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Sun Wukong reclined on the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. That meal was exquisite. he remarked, patting his belly in gratitude. After resting for a while, he suddenly sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from the water, stretching his body and sensing that he had regained his vigor. This time, I shall not be defeated by him again, he declared confidently. Cloud somersault. Cloud somersault. His voice echoed through the vast valley. Yet there was no sign of the cloud somersault. Suddenly, realization struck him. How could he have forgotten? The monster had scattered the cloud somersault. His spirits plummeted from great heights to the depths of despair. Damn it! Even the cloud somersault has been destroyed by him. Unforgivable. Just then, a massive stone came crashing down toward him. Sun Wukong nimbly jumped upward, landing safely on a small rocky hill. Who are you, you bastard? Where are you? Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction and fury. At that moment, a plump figure ambled into view, wearing a disdainful expression. Who are you calling a bastard? That should be my line. The newly appeared rotund individual proclaimed, his tone laced with evident anger. You stole my fish. That's simply despicable. Your fish? That fish was already there. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Fool, do you think a fish would come running to roast itself over a fire? You villain. The plump figure was infuriated, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to engage Sun Wukong in battle. Sun Wukong gracefully leapt down from the rocky hill, landing firmly before the rotund figure. That was my breakfast. It was nearly done cooking, and you stole it. The plump figure exclaimed. How dare you say that? Sun Wukong retorted. You threw a stone at me the moment you appeared. His gaze suddenly froze upon noticing a gleaming dragon ball hanging from the fat man's neck. Is that my dragon ball? I see. You are in cahoots with those monsters, aren't you? Monsters? Silence. Do not attempt to deceive me. You are clearly a thief. The fat man shot back angrily, adopting a stance ready for combat. I will teach you a lesson, little brat. Do not come crying to me later. What? You fatso? Sun Wukong defiantly replied, his tone laced with provocation. The term fatso struck a nerve, causing the fat man's cheeks to flush crimson as he charged at Sun Wukong in a fury. Their brief skirmish was electric, each strike igniting sparks in the air. Sun Wukong nimbly evaded the fat man's attacks, countering with pinpoint precision. Despite his bulk, the fat man was surprisingly agile, exerting all his strength in response to Sun Wukong's challenge. After several exchanges, both retreated a few steps, glaring at each other. This boy appears unassuming, yet he is far from trivial. They clashed once more, their figures entwined, with the scent of dust and sweat permeating the air. The intensity of their battle escalated, each encounter probing the other's limits. Soon, the fat man aimed a powerful blow at Sun Wukong's head, producing a sound akin to stone striking stone. Ouch, that hurts. It feels as hard as a rock. Sun Wukong exclaimed, clutching his head and crouching in pain. Now you understand my strength? The fat man declared triumphantly. However, Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily. Enduring the pain, a glint of determination sparkled in his eyes. Watch my counterattack. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his head toward the fat man. The sound echoed, and this time it was the fat man who staggered backward, clutching his forehead. Your head is the one that's like a rock. The fat man groaned, disbelief etched across his features. They stood facing each other, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. The fat man scrutinized Sun Wukong, his gaze turning serious. Who exactly are you? You cannot be an ordinary thief. I am not a thief. I am Sun Wukong, he declared earnestly. TCH. What a strange name, the fat man scoffed, curling his lip. And what is your name? Sun Wukong inquired. I refuse to tell you. The fat man replied defiantly. How despicable. Infuriating. Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and lunged at the fat man once more. Just then, he caught sight of the dragon ball on the fat man's chest, abruptly halting his movements. Ah, that is a star dragon ball. Not the one that was stolen from me. Where did you get it? Tell me. I found it 3 years ago. Do you have a problem with that? The fat man coldly responded. Now I see. Sun Wukong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. I apologize. It seems I misunderstood you. I do not know what you were talking about. Do not think a smile will suffice. Return my fish. The fat man retorted, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. What is it? Spit out the fish. The voice of the hefty man grew increasingly louder. At that moment, Sun Wukong pointed into the distance. No, what is that? The hefty man turned to look, only to see a peculiar flying object rapidly approaching. It was Simbaru, who was searching for the dragon balls, descending like a flash of green lightning before them. Simbaru cast a cold glance at them. You little brats, answer me. You resemble that person, but you are not him. Sun Wukong, observing Simbaru's green dragon-like appearance, recalled the green figure that had bested him. What are you? Why are you so arrogant? The hefty man retorted, irritated by Simbaru's words. Simbaru's voice carried a menacing undertone. Listen carefully. If you do not speak the truth, I will have you killed. Have you seen a glass ball with a star nearby? The hefty man turned crimson with anger upon hearing this. Is this how you treat someone you seek help from? It's that one. Simbaru's gaze zeroed in on the dragon ball around the hefty man's neck, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong noticed Simbaru's unusual behavior and immediately connected the dots, suspecting Simbaru might be an accomplice of the mysterious figure. Do you have a companion who looks like this? Sun Wukong smirked, deliberately elongating his voice while mimicking a strange posture towards Simbaru. With large wings and a terrible temper, speak quickly. Simbaru paused, pondering. Could it be you mean Dambalin? You truly are with him. So what? Enough prattle, hefty one. Hand over the ball. Simbaru impatiently waved his hand, speaking coldly. Hefty one? How outrageous. Why should I listen to a villain like you? The hefty man's face turned ashen with rage, tightly gripping his weapon. Wait, this one is mine. Just as the atmosphere grew tense enough to explode, Sun Wukong suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the hefty man, his expression resolute. Don't meddle. The hefty man glanced at Sun Wukong, muttering in dissatisfaction, Do you know my friend was killed by his accomplice? Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with vengeful determination. That does not concern me. He is my prey, a substitute for roasted fish for my breakfast. The hefty man snorted disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Sun Wukong's words. No way. I will handle this. You are truly bothersome. In that case, let us settle this with rock, paper, scissors. All right. Rock, paper, scissors. Simbaru watched in disbelief as the two ignored him and continued their game, infuriated. How dare you look down on me? I am a subordinate of King Piccolo. We don't care who you are. The hefty man scoffed, continuing to play with Sun Wukong. Ultimately, the hefty man emerged victorious, leaping with excitement. Wonderful. I won. Leave it to me, he declared, striding towards Simbaru with a dismissive expression. Come on, let us fight. Though it appeared unappetizing, Simbaru sneered, a sinister curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Humph. You will regret not handing over the ball. I think the one who will regret it is you. The hefty man shouted as he charged at Simbaru. The ensuing battle was extraordinarily fierce. The rotund fighter launched a kick aimed at Simbaru's jaw, striving for a decisive blow. However, Simbaru deftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful lash of his tail that sent the hefty opponent sprawling. What do you think of that, you rotund fool? The fighter rolled and rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, casting a glance at Sun Wukong, and could not help but exclaim, Today is truly peculiar. I keep encountering formidable foes. He then turned his gaze towards Simbaru, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. I am not merely a fat man. I am Akalope. With that declaration, he drew his blade and swiftly slashed at Simbaru. Before Simbaru could react, the blade struck, sealing his fate. Sun Wukong observed this scene in awe, murmuring, He is indeed formidable. Chapter 36. Time is of the essence on the Turtle Hermit's Island. The sun shone brightly, and the waves gently caressed the shore. Within the Turtle Hermit's abode, a group sat together, the atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation. Are you speaking of the Dragon Balls? Tian's brow furrowed as he asked uncertainly. Yamcha, standing tall with arms akimbo, affirmed, So you're saying that if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted? Indeed. But only one wish can be realized, Bulma replied lazily, reclining on the sofa, her coffee swirling gently in the cup as she moved. What if we wished for Shenron to eliminate King Piccolo? Yamcha clutched his teacup tightly, his eyes flickering with a mix of hope and confusion. As far as we know, King Piccolo is beyond our capacity to confront. This is the best plan I could conceive. I've heard that once a wish is granted with the Dragon Balls, a year will be spent in stone, Poor interjected cautiously, his voice low, as if fearing to disrupt the tranquility of the space. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to wait a long time to resurrect Krillin? Oolong lamented, clutching his head, his tone revealing both urgency and helplessness. In that case, the body would decompose, Launch frowned. Rest assured, my friends. Bulma replied confidently, her demeanor relaxed. What are you talking about? Poor looked perplexedly at the turtle hermit, inquiring with confusion. What sort of battle plan is this? Yamcha's gaze was fixed intently on the turtle hermit, eagerly awaiting a clear answer. The turtle hermit sat on the ground, facing Bulma, who was elegantly perched with her legs crossed. Suddenly, he remarked, No, I meant Bulma's underwear. This statement rendered the previously serious discussion awkward. Bulma instantly reacted, her face flushed with anger as she slapped the turtle hermit across the face. "Where are your eyes wandering? What time is it, and you're still peeping at my underwear? You lecher." "Wait, I merely intended to lighten the mood." The turtle hermit awkwardly rubbed his face, attempting to explain. "Who needs you to lighten the mood? How infuriating," Bulma retorted angrily. The turtle hermit quickly abandoned his jesting demeanor, adopting a serious tone. "In any case, we must locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Though it is perilous, we can only do our utmost." At that moment, the television broadcast delivered news of numerous martial artists being slain by a single individual, leaving behind a sinister mark at the scene. This news left everyone in a state of shock. The suddenness was utterly unexpected. They began to discuss various strategies and ponder how to reach those who remained alive. However, the list was taken away, leaving them without any contact information or addresses, plunging them into a predicament. Ultimately, Master Roshi made a decisive choice. Remaining here would pose a danger. In short, we should relocate to another place. His voice resonated with determination. He then turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, how long will it take to create a new radar?" After a moment of contemplation, Bulma calculated the necessary time in her mind and finally responded, "If we push ourselves, it will take at least half a day." "Half a day is acceptable. Please proceed without delay," Master Roshi instructed after a brief moment of reflection. "Once the radar is complete, we shall set forth." Subsequently, the group departed the small island in their flying craft, aiming for the unknown island ahead. The vehicle traced a brilliant arc across the sky before landing steadily on the mysterious terrain. As they disembarked, everything appeared both fresh and unfamiliar. Master Roshi surveyed the surroundings and addressed the group. "This place is unlikely to be easily discovered, but you must remain vigilant." "Understood. By the way, I hope you can gather all the Dragon Balls swiftly, even faster than the great demon King Piccolo," Bulma remarked. "Indeed. Poor advised Kaiatsu, be cautious on the journey." His tone conveyed a hint of concern. "All right," Kaiatsu replied resolutely. "Damn it, if my foot hadn't been injured, I could have gone too," Yamcha lamented. "I hope you can recover well here. If we perish, you will be our last hope," Master Roshi stated. "Ah, Master," Yamcha exclaimed urgently. "Hey, you." Launch approached Tien with an assertive demeanor. "Tien, if you dare to die, I will not forgive you. Whether it's a broken head or a gaping wound in your abdomen, you must return alive to me. Otherwise, I shall take your life." Tien, blushing with embarrassment, replied shyly, "Yes." The others stared in astonishment at Launch and Tien, who also turned red under their gazes. Thereafter, Tien piloted the craft, carrying Master Roshi and Kaiatsu in search of the Dragon Balls. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the sky, leaving behind the group's hopes for their success and boundless imaginations about the future. Oolong remarked, "I hope they succeed. It would be best if they could defeat that great demon King Piccolo." "Now, I shall prepare a refrigerated capsule to protect Krillin's body," Bulma declared, tossing a capsule that transformed into a house. She entered, followed by the others, as they awaited future news. At that moment, despite the uncertainty and peril that loomed, their hearts brimmed with trust in their friends and hope for what lay ahead. The great demon King Piccolo reached out telepathically to Shin Balu. "Shin Balu, Shin Balu. Respond quickly." However, the only reply was an overwhelming silence, heavier than any words could convey. He truly was dead. Sembaro was but a child born of anguish, having perished within mere days, igniting a conflagration of wrath and bitterness within the heart of King Piccolo. He immediately shifted his focus, employing telepathic abilities to locate Dambalin. At that moment, Dambalin had already discovered Bulma's hiding place, his gaze cold and his energy nearly grazing Yamcha's lifeline. "Yes, my lord, I am proceeding as planned. Only a handful of martial artists remain," he reported. "Well done, but I bear unfortunate news. Sembaro, in search of the Dragon Balls, has been slain." King Piccolo's voice bore a weight of sorrow. "Impossible." Dambalin could scarcely believe the tidings, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. "Immediately eliminate the one responsible for Sembaro's death. I shall provide you with the location, 2933, King Piccolo instructed. "Understood. I shall deal with that individual at once," Dambalin replied, readying himself for departure. He concluded the telepathic communication with King Piccolo and coldly addressed Yamcha. "Consider yourself fortunate. You shall live a while longer." His tone dripped with disdain and mockery before he transformed into a shadow, racing towards his designated target. Chapter 37. The personal encounter as Damblin soared towards location 2933 with astonishing speed. Son Goku awaited him, calm and resolute. The atmosphere was thick with tension and impending peril. Goku's unwavering gaze and fiery aura foretold the fierce battle that was to ensue. At last, you've arrived. Son Goku murmured, his sharp eyes fixated on the approaching shadow. His fists clenched, muscles taut, prepared for the imminent confrontation. Akairobe, this adversary shall not be yours to claim, he declared. Akairobe chuckled lightly in response. Very well. I shall leave this one to you, but the spoils of victory belong to me. His demeanor was nonchalant, seemingly dismissive of the foe before them. Damblin finally descended to the ground, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. So it was you who killed Simbaro. Truly pathetic, to be bested by mere children. His voice dripped with scorn. How dare you call us children? Akairobe retorted, visibly incensed by Damblin's derision. Damblin then turned to Son Goku, mockingly sneering. Do you dare to challenge me? You are hardly a threat. It seems you truly wish for your demise. He arrogantly gestured to himself, his eyes filled with provocation. Goku's aura intensified, his response unwavering. I am far stronger now, having filled my belly well this time. His voice resonated with undeniable confidence. Oh, what makes you different? Show me, Damblin sneered, clearly unconvinced by Goku's claims. Watch closely. You have harmed my friends, and I shall not let you go unpunished. Goku roared, his presence surging with even greater ferocity. The flames of vengeance ignited in his eyes, every cell poised for the battle that lay ahead. The gazes of the two adversaries collided with the intensity of a lightning strike. In an instant, Sun Wukong lunged towards Damblin, his fists slicing through the air with a resounding force. Quick to react, Damblin unfurled his wings and deftly evaded the onslaught. Yet Sun Wukong swiftly countered with a powerful palm strike aimed at Damblin's chest. Struck, Damblin staggered back, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated such immense strength from Sun Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, each blow imbued with both power and velocity, leaving Damblin struggling to defend himself. Your strength surpasses my expectations, but it is still insufficient. Damblin bellowed, a surge of intense energy erupting around him, forcefully repelling Sun Wukong. Steadying himself, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, a resolute flame igniting within his eyes. He understood that the outcome of this battle bore significance for Krillin's vendetta. Failure was not an option. Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong shouted, channeling his energy into his hands to form a colossal sphere of light. He charged forward, launching this formidable energy directly at Damblin. Attempting to counter with his own energy, Damblin found the force of the sphere far beyond his expectations, the violent impact nearly overwhelming him. Amidst a thunderous explosion, Damblin was hurled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. From a distance, Yachirobe observed the scene and muttered to himself, it would be wise not to provoke Sun Wukong's wrath in the future. Damblin, struggling to rise from the ground, was battered and bruised. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed straight at Sun Wukong. Unfazed by the assault, Sun Wukong crossed his arms before him, absorbing the energy of the blast. Gradually, the power of the attack dissipated against his defenses, and Sun Wukong seized the moment to charge at Damblin once more. His fist struck like the sound of thunder, each blow inflicting considerable pain upon Damblin. Ultimately, Damblin, drained of strength and seeking to escape the battlefield, attempted to flee. Sun Wukong, unwilling to forfeit this chance for vengeance on behalf of Krillin, wielded his Rui Jingu Bang, extending it with a swift motion to pursue Damblin. Gathering all his might, he shouted, Kamehameha. A fierce blue energy wave erupted from his palm, striking Damblin directly. The overwhelming force annihilated him, his form exploding into countless fragments amidst the air, beneath the heavy shroud of dark clouds. The airship of King Piccolo cut through the low skies with a weighty presence, the surrounding clouds resembling a ferocious black beast, ravenously devouring the scant light. Inside the vessel, the dim yellow lights flickered, casting shadows on King Piccolo's furious visage, intensifying his terror-inducing demeanor. The two warriors I painstakingly trained have been slain. King Piccolo's voice reverberated within the confined space, brimming with rage. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Whoever you are, beware. I, King Piccolo, shall personally demonstrate the true terror of the Demon King. As he spoke, a more menacing glint flickered in his eyes. his entire being trembling as if he might unleash a terrifying power at any moment. Beside him, Pilaf deftly maneuvered the airship while cautiously monitoring the radar display on the screen. Suddenly, he exclaimed in a tone laced with anxiety and urgency. "A few Dragon Balls have gathered here, Demon King. What shall we do? If they find those Dragon Balls before us?" Piccolo turned around, his gaze slicing through Pilaf like a cold blade, his voice deep and commanding. "There is no need for concern. They cannot possibly gather them all, especially since one is in my possession." He produced a shimmering 4-star Dragon Ball from his cloak, playfully toying with it, a cunning glint dancing in his eyes. "No matter who it is, they would best gather the remaining Dragon Balls quickly. It would save me considerable trouble, and I shall retrieve them all at once." As he spoke, Piccolo's tone suddenly grew more severe. "Regardless of that, our utmost priority is to identify the culprits responsible for the deaths of Shinbaru and Dambaran. We must locate them swiftly." A flash of determination crossed his eyes, indicating the gravity of the situation, one that could not afford any missteps. "Yes, my lord." Pilaf immediately responded, his fingers flying across the control panel as he adjusted the airship's course, hastening towards the Dragon Ball signal displayed on the radar. After defeating Dambaran, Son Goku had been waiting, and he had since learned that both Dambaran and Shinbaru were merely pawns for someone else. Bored, he pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, constantly refreshing the data. At that moment, Yachirobe, holding the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck, chimed in, "If you win, remember to let me know, and this Dragon Ball will be yours." Huh. Son Goku looked at the radar, confusion etched on his face, as Yachirobe stood up, dissatisfied. "Are you listening? It's nearby. Dragon Balls are coming this way." Son Goku focused intently on the radar. Beep, beep, beep. The sound from the Dragon Ball radar became increasingly frequent. "It's here." Son Goku scanned the area, but saw nothing. "Up there," he suddenly exclaimed, raising his gaze to see an airship hovering above him. He fixed his eyes on the airship just as its hatch opened, and a figure leaped down unprotected, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Chapter 38. The Despairing Demon King. It was evident that this Dragon Ball did not belong to Piccolo. Master Roshi observed the radar in his hand, muttering to himself, "Hurry and descend, Tien." Tien, piloting the aircraft, kept his sharp gaze focused ahead, yet his thoughts were deeply ensnared in perplexity. What, or who, was this magic sealing wave? Even Master Mateto held it in considerable regard, as it could seal away the formidable skills of Piccolo. "I simply wish to witness the magic sealing wave once," he pondered. When Master Roshi noticed his distraction and inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Tien?" Snapping back to reality, Tien replied, "Ah, it's nothing. I'm descending now." No sooner had he spoken than he expertly maneuvered the aircraft to land steadily in the stone forest. As they touched down, the dust slowly settled, revealing Piccolo's eyes, filled with malice. "Tell me, did you kill Krillin? Were you the one who led the theft of my Dragon Ball?" Goku stepped forward, his voice imbued with an undeniable gravity. King Piccolo, his hands clasped behind him, spoke with a calm demeanor that concealed a hint of indifference. "So it was you. No wonder you possess a Dragon Ball." This particular Dragon Ball originally belonged to Yajirobe, who, sensing impending danger prior to Piccolo's arrival, entrusted it to Goku and swiftly vacated the scene. "It was indeed you. This time, I shall not let you escape," Goku proclaimed resolutely. "Do you not intend to forgive me?" "Huh?" King Piccolo mocked, laughter dripping with scorn. "Truly, you have no intention of forgiving me?" Goku furrowed his brow. "What is so amusing to you? It seems your skills are quite formidable. Even the 2 warriors I dispatched were unable to subdue you," Piccolo smirked. "I shall vanquish you entirely and reclaim the Dragon Ball you possess." Goku's gaze burned with intensity, his spirit invigorated. King Piccolo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How amusing. It appears you remain unaware of the true terror that is King Piccolo, considering I have lain in wait for so long." "I have no desire to comprehend someone like you," Goku bellowed in fury. A resolute gleam sparkled in Goku's eyes as he charged at King Piccolo, his fist striking like lightning. Yet, each blow merely stirred an invisible wind against Piccolo, inflicting no tangible harm. A hint of disdain flickered across Piccolo's countenance. His form remained unyielding against Goku's onslaught. Suddenly, his counterattack struck with the ferocity of thunder, landing a powerful blow to Goku's chest and sending him staggering back. The surrounding air quivered with the force of the impact, dust and debris swirling chaotically. After several exchanges, despite Goku's utmost efforts, Piccolo's strength surpassed his expectations. Following a fierce clash, Goku was felled to the ground by a single punch from King Piccolo. Rising to his feet, Piccolo wore a sardonic smile. I never anticipated being brought low. You truly are the one capable of slaying my two subordinates." As he spoke, he removed his cloak, revealing his robust physique, while the energy around him began to swell dramatically, stirring the dust into a tempest. Gritting his teeth, Goku braced himself against the ground, striving to withstand the tremendous pressure of the wind. King Piccolo's silhouette flickered in the dust, and then, in an instant, he appeared before Goku, delivering a fierce blow to his chest. Goku felt a jolt of agony as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Piccolo, denying Goku any respite, swiftly seized the fallen warrior, coldly remarking, "Impressive, you still draw breath." Goku, grappling with his pain, gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course." Yet, before he could finish, another punch from Piccolo struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently to the ground, blood staining the earth. Despite the bloodshed, the fire of indomitable resolve blazed fiercely in Goku's eyes. He struggled to rise, engaging in battle once more with the formidable King Piccolo. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as mere shadows darting about. Sun Wukong sought opportunities amidst the chaos, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks like a tempest. King Piccolo, staggered and retreating, displayed a moment of astonishment upon his face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing that he still possessed hidden cards to play. The clash persisted. Despite his grievous wounds, Sun Wukong persevered, rising each time he was knocked down, enduring the agony to continue the fight. In this stone forest, the intensity of their confrontation was extraordinary, each strike imbued with the power to shatter the very earth. Surrounding stone pillars crumbled under the force of their battle, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the ensuing minutes, they exchanged blows. Sun Wukong, though drenched in blood, retained an indomitable glint in his eyes. His movements quickened to a blur, nearly incomprehensible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he concentrated all his strength, unleashing a formidable wave of energy towards King Piccolo. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, King Piccolo was propelled backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The ground trembled from the violent impact, dust swirling into the air. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong reached his physical limits, every cell in his body groaning in agony. Yet he knew he could not relent. The vengeance for Krillin and the Dragon Balls that had been taken from him must be reclaimed. King Piccolo slowly rose from the rubble, wiping the blood from his lips, a newfound seriousness glimmering in his eyes. "Sun Wukong, you have rekindled my appreciation for the thrill of battle," he intoned, his voice deep and commanding, his aura swelling with newfound strength. Their gazes locked once more, tension and intensity saturating the air around them. It felt as though the world had stilled, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats echoing through the stone forest. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy clouds gathering as a fine rain began to fall, perfuming the air with the scent of damp earth. In this somber atmosphere, King Piccolo's figure appeared particularly striking. Standing upon the sodden ground, his eyes flickered with fervor and rage as he roared, amassing his terrifying energy. "This attack, you shall not evade," he declared with a chilling smirk. Sun Wukong let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes glazing over, and he fell backwards like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the muddy ground. Observing this, King Piccolo's lips curled into a cruel smile as he approached the fallen Sun Wukong, plucking the luminous Dragon Ball from his chest. Then, utilizing flight, he transformed into a shadow, soaring towards the distant airship. At that moment, the hidden observer, Yachirobe, revealed himself, his brow furrowed and disbelief etched across his face. "It's over. I never anticipated he would be so easily defeated. It's all his fault for choosing the wrong opponent," Yachirobe muttered, moving towards Sun Wukong, preparing to dig him a grave. "It seems he is not as delectable as expected." Just as Akalobe bent down to commence his excavation, a sudden and powerful heartbeat reverberated through the air, growing increasingly loud and resonant. Akalobe, astonished, leaned closer to Sun Wukong's chest to confirm the astonishing sound of the heartbeat. Could it be? How is this possible? He shook Sun Wukong in an attempt to rouse him. With great difficulty, Sun Wukong managed to utter a word. Immediately, Akalobe scooped him up and hurried to the nearby riverbank, cautiously offering him water to drink. As the water flowed in, Sun Wukong's complexion gradually began to improve. "I never anticipated your vitality to be so resilient that it could revive you." Sun Wukong let out a bitter laugh, his voice weak yet resolute. "How infuriating. I find myself utterly powerless against that demon King Piccolo." It is not your fault. After all, the Demon King Piccolo is a true monster, Akalob reassured him. Slowly rising to his feet, Sun Wukong fixed a determined gaze upon Akalob. Hey, take me to a place where I can receive treatment. Where? Just make sure I get a hearty meal afterward, Akalob replied. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Rest assured, I won't let you go hungry. Chapter 39. Master Roshi faces the Demon King. Ah, found it. Dumpling exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing through the vast valley. He joyfully raised the shimmering 3-star Dragon Ball in his hand, sunlight refracting dazzlingly off its surface. At that moment, Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, hearing the commotion, hurriedly approached from the opposite hillside. As Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, he glanced at the Dragon Ball in Dumpling's hand, nodding with satisfaction. This marked the 5th one. His voice carried a hint of undeniable excitement. Tien Shinhan, however, furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze, indicating that one of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls was in the possession of Demon King Piccolo. His tone was tinged with unease, causing the atmosphere around them to grow tense. We must proceed with caution from here on, Master Roshi stated solemnly as he picked up the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the refresh button. The dots of light on the radar began to flicker, revealing the locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Huh. The last 2 are clustered together and are heading towards us, his voice tinged with surprise and alertness. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, his heart brimming with determination for battle, silently contemplating. Come on, great demon. Though he maintained a calm exterior, the tension and excitement within him were palpable. Master Roshi turned to Tien Shinhan and Dumpling, his tone resolute and earnest. Even facing them head-on, victory is unlikely. We must seize both of their Dragon Balls unexpectedly. With our 5 Dragon Balls combined, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for the eradication of Demon King Piccolo from this world. Each of his words carried significant weight. I understand, Tien Shinhan nodded, his gaze steady, indicating his comprehension and agreement. A sense of suspense and tension enveloped the 3 of them as they set up camp in a concealed spot within the valley, awaiting the arrival of Demon King Piccolo. The trees surrounding gently sway with the breeze, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows upon the ground. The distant calls of birds echo, seemingly attuned to the impending tension in the air. Across the vast expanse of the plain, the hovercar piloted by a Kairabai moves like a silver flash, darting swiftly between the grass and the horizon. Inside the vehicle, Sun Wukong reclines in the passenger seat, his complexion pale and breath faint, as if on the brink of losing consciousness. Outside, the wind howls, the rustling of grass blending with the roar of the car, composing a symphony of the wilderness. A Kairabai glances at Sun Wukong, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Honestly, I've never encountered anyone as foolish as you, taking on King Piccolo all by yourself. Beneath the surface of his words lies a flicker of concern, though overshadowed by exasperation and reproach. Sun Wukong coughs weakly, a glimmer of stubbornness and self-reproach flickering in his gaze. I didn't expect you to abandon me, a Kairabai, he murmurs, his voice low and hoarse, each syllable seemingly draining him of strength. A Kairabai huffs, redirecting his focus to the road ahead, though the twitch of his lips betrays his inner turmoil. Of course, I detest dying. I would never wish for that. His words, though flippant, are laced with genuine concern. Which side do we take? A Kairabai suddenly inquires, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Sun Wukong slightly turns his head, summoning all his strength to point ahead, a bit more to the left. A Kairabai promptly adjusts the steering, the hovercar elegantly carving a curve across the grassland. But a Kairabai, your car is quite impressive. Sun Wukong manages a feeble smile, attempting to ease the tension. Isn't it splendid? I borrowed it, a Kairabai boasts, pressing the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward like an arrow, stirring up dust and grass. Nonetheless, I hope you refrain from challenging that fellow again. He is far too formidable. A Kairabai's tone shifts to one of seriousness, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Sun Wukong falls silent for a moment before slowly asking, have you heard of him? A Kairabai nods, his tone weighted. I've only encountered tales of him. In summary, he is a nefarious demon intent on world domination, sealed away by a warrior. His words resonate with a deep reverence for the legend. A spark of admiration and defiance ignites in Sun Wukong's eyes. Incredible, what must one do to defeat such a being? Above the endless azure sky, clouds churn, and the sun bleeds red, as King Piccolo's airship looms in the heavens, resembling a dark fortress, foreboding and enigmatic. Standing at the control panel, Little Wu reports solemnly. Lord King Piccolo, We have reached the location of the Dragon Ball's signal. King Piccolo rises slowly, casting a long shadow within the tense cabin. Good. I shall commence my actions now. His voice is deep and authoritative, as he takes two shimmering Dragon Balls in hand, swallowing them whole, before striding purposefully towards the hatch. Meanwhile, on the ground, the heated argument between Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Tien's face was taut, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. Please, allow me to duel with Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi. Master Roshi shook his head, a blend of resignation and resolve etched on his face. Fear not. I shall not perish. I have consumed the elixir of immortality. His voice was calm, yet a complex emotion flickered in his gaze. Tien furrowed his brow, about to voice his protest, but was abruptly interrupted by a cloud of mist expelled by Master Roshi. The mist carried a faint fragrance, causing Tien to feel dizzy. His body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. With a soft sigh, Master Roshi bent down to lift Tien, carefully placing him in a concealed cave. I apologize. Rest for a while. After all, we no longer wish to sacrifice innocent lives. His voice bore a weight of inevitability and sorrow. Standing tall, he fixed a determined gaze upon the unconscious Tien, his voice low yet resolute. There is no elixir of immortality. I deceived you. If I were to fall and Goku is absent, you are the hope of defeating the Demon King. This declaration resonated like a silent vow, a lament of acceptance. He then turned, embodying the essence of a master, and exited the cave. His steps were steady, each footfall resonating with unwavering resolve. Approaching another cave, he whispered instructions to the hidden dumpling. The previous battle plan is rescinded. Regardless of what transpires, do not emerge. A trembling yet determined voice replied from the depths of the cave, understood. With firm steps, Master Roshi made his way directly beneath Demon King Piccolo's airship, his solitary silhouette stark against the desolate valley. He raised his gaze towards the airship, his voice booming and imbued with strength, as if it could pierce the clouds and reach the heavens. Come down here, Piccolo. All the Dragon Balls are here. Upon hearing this, Demon King Piccolo raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he stood at the edge of the airship, surveying the old man below with a hint of surprise. Oh, he knows that I am his opponent, and he dares to challenge me. Quite audacious. Then, with a flick of his power, Piccolo floated down gracefully, akin to a leaf drifting to the ground. As his feet touched the earth, dust swirled around him. He locked eyes with Master Roshi, his voice cold and commanding. Your courage is commendable. His tone was deep and resonant, echoing throughout the vast valley. In the face of Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi's expression grew grave, his aura stabilizing. He slowly assumed a combat stance, feet planted firmly apart, fists clenched, ready to confront the impending battle. Chapter 40. The Vanishing of the Wish. Demon King Piccolo regarded Master Roshi's defensive posture with disdain, his smile widening. A flicker of contempt flashed in his eyes as he suddenly stepped forward, his speed astonishing, nearly imperceptible. The air around him whistled in response to his movement, as if time itself had momentarily halted. The turtle sage was momentarily blinded, only to find the fearsome Demon King Piccolo standing before him, as silent and ghostly as a wraith. He hastily raised his hand to block, their fists colliding with a deafening crash that reverberated through the very fabric of space. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire realm trembled. Thus commenced the fierce battle. Each of Piccolo's assaults was imbued with a ferocious might, his punches and kicks echoing with the force of thunder. Meanwhile, the turtle sage met these attacks with his profound martial arts and extensive combat experience. Though his movements lacked Piccolo's swiftness, each evasion and counterstrike was executed with remarkable precision. With every exchange, powerful gusts of air surged forth, swirling dust that obscured the heavens, while rocks in the valley were sent flying in all directions. This confrontation was not merely a contest of strength, but a clash of wills. Amidst this intense duel, a bittersweet smile crossed the turtle sage's face. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, he was acutely aware of his precarious position. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. Each collision with Piccolo reignited the flame of life within him, and every dodge and counter became a testament to his limits. As the battle raged on, even the winds seemed to sense the fervor of their struggle, growing increasingly tempestuous. The winds whipped up more dust, and dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. In this tumultuous setting, the confrontation between the turtle sage and Demon King Piccolo reached a fever pitch. Following a particularly fierce exchange, the turtle sage staggered back a few steps to regain his footing, his eyes glinting with resolve. even in the face of such a powerful adversary. There was no hint of retreat in his gaze. "Hey, are you all right? You've been sweating profusely," Yachirobe observed with concern as he glanced at Son Goku. Worry lacing his voice. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and replied weakly, "Hurry, take me to Karen Tower." His voice was low, betraying his exhaustion. It appeared that a skilled doctor awaited him there. "Let us get you to Master Karen," Yachirobe responded, driving with urgency. "So, the doctor's name is Karen," Yachirobe mused, a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. "Meow," Son Goku murmured, his voice deep and his gaze somewhat unfocused. Yachirobe stole a glance at Son Goku before returning his attention to the road, realizing that Goku must have a fever, given his delirious remarks. "You should recall this," the turtle sage said, pressing a universal capsule and tossing it onto the ground, where it instantly morphed into an ordinary rice cooker. The voice of Demon King Piccolo was filled with dread as he exclaimed, "A rice cooker?" A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly. "No, this cannot be." Piccolo's voice was nearly a whisper, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over him. He remembered vividly how, long ago, Master Mateto had sealed him away using a similar method. He never anticipated that this seemingly harmless elder possessed the same skill. The Demon Seal Wave. Master Mateto plans to unleash the Demon Seal Wave. Indeed, Master Mateto knows the technique. This means he is prepared to face death. As Tianjin Fan regained consciousness at the entrance of the cave, he lay exhausted yet vigilant, his eyes fixated on the fierce battle unfolding outside. It seemed that the memory of being sealed away by Master Mateto lingered in his mind. Master Roshi spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his voice bore an undeniable resolve. He assumed his stance, his energy coalescing into a palpable force. Fear enveloped Demon King Piccolo, his complexion turning a sickly shade, cold sweat trickling down his face. Panic evident in his eyes as if he were prey pursued by a ferocious beast. At that moment, the clouds in the sky churned rapidly, and the ground fissured around Master Roshi, as if the entire world responded to his burgeoning power. He was enveloped in a radiant white light before unleashing a beam of verdant energy towards Piccolo. The Demon King found himself ensnared by the green energy, his terrified screams echoing as he was gradually drawn towards the rice cooker. With a decisive gesture, Master Roshi sent Piccolo hurtling downward like a kite severed from its string, plummeting toward the cooking pot. Freed from the binding of the energy, Piccolo gasped for breath on the ground, overwhelmed by astonishment and confusion. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of dread. "This is disastrous. How could this go awry? What a pity." Master Roshi's voice faltered, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "However, if you believe this grants you peace, you are gravely mistaken. I trust there will always be someone capable of defeating you." With those final words, Master Roshi closed his eyes and collapsed, breathless. Master Mateto, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, witnessing this heartbreaking scene from the cave's entrance, were engulfed in sorrow and despair. Meanwhile, seated in a vehicle, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart, his complexion paling. "What is it? Are you still in pain?" A Chirolobe looked at him with deep concern. "It seems there is something I am unaware of," Sun Wukong murmured, a foreboding sense gnawing at him. "You truly are an odd fellow. Is your injury acting up again?" A Chirolobe inquired, his tone laced with care and worry. "Ha ha ha." Piccolo cackled as he gazed at the fallen Master Roshi. "He's finally dead, the fool. Even so, I will perish as well. I never expected someone could wield the magic seal, but alas, he is gone. Ha ha ha." He then gathered the remaining Dragon Balls, arranging them together. The 7 orbs radiated a brilliant light, casting the sky into darkness. "Arise, Shenron." On the other side, the heavens were shrouded in profound darkness, the stars losing their brilliance. Bulma anxiously scanned the horizon, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Clutching her detector tightly, she was filled with doubt and concern, unsure of who had successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong sensed the shift as well, standing atop a massive boulder, his gaze pierced the distance, fully aware that this was the handiwork of Demon King Piccolo. Clenching his fists, he displayed an expression of defiance. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan lay on the cold ground, utterly drained, only able to reach out to Jiaozi through telepathy. His voice was weak and urgent. "Jiaozi, listen to me. I am unable to move. Master Mateto has administered a potent drug upon me. The malevolent wishes of the Demon King Piccolo are on the verge of realization, and you must hastily make your wish before him to erase his existence from this world." Upon hearing the words of Tianjin Fan, Dumpling felt an overwhelming sense of dread, Yet he understood the gravity of his responsibility. He stammered in response, "All right, I will do my utmost." At this critical moment, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, revealing a colossal divine dragon before the Demon King. Its immense form shimmered with an enigmatic luster, and its eyes sparkled like two exquisite jewels. Its voice resonated powerfully and majestically, echoing in every corner, "Speak your wish. No matter what it is, I shall fulfill it." Standing before the divine dragon, the Demon King wore a euphoric smile, arms outstretched as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. "Then I shall say it. Please allow me." Just as he was about to make his wish, a figure suddenly dashed forth like lightning. Dumpling cupped his hands in a trumpet shape, shouting with all his might to the divine dragon, "Great dragon, I beseech you, let the Demon King Piccolo vanish from this world." In an instant, terror overcame the Demon King's expression. He had not anticipated that someone would thwart him at this crucial juncture. Chapter 41. Has the divine dragon perished? The Demon King, gripped by unprecedented dread, felt an alarming threat. His eyes glimmered with unease. In this desperate moment, he swiftly unleashed a powerful energy blast aimed directly at Dumpling. The energy wave carved a brilliant arc through the air, striking Dumpling with lightning speed. His body lost balance and collapsed heavily to the ground. He struggled to utter a word, his voice faltering as he endeavored to reach out to Piccolo, but ultimately, he gasped his last breath, his eyes slowly closing as he succumbed to eternal slumber. The Demon King, standing nearby, revealed a sigh of relief on his face. How infuriating, that was quite perilous. "I did not expect he had accomplices," he muttered to himself, while cautiously surveying his surroundings, wary of other potential threats. At that moment, the voice of the divine dragon resonated once more, shattering the tense atmosphere. "Speak quickly, what is your wish?" The dragon's voice bore an undeniable authority. The Demon King promptly collected his thoughts and replied solemnly, "Hasten to restore my youth, to return to that vigorous era. Can you accomplish this?" A glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. "Merely a trifle," the divine dragon declared, its eyes suddenly flashing with a crimson glow, revealing its immense power. Subsequently, a white light enveloped the entire form of the Demon King, gradually transforming him. As the light dissipated, his muscles appeared significantly more robust, and his visage reverted to that of youth. "Ah, this is the sensation of youth. I have returned." The Demon King laughed exuberantly, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the divine dragon stated calmly, preparing to vanish. However, a wicked smile unexpectedly spread across the Demon King's face. "Alas, how unfortunate," he cackled. And with that, he unleashed a powerful wave of light directed straight at the divine dragon. The dragon, struck by the wave, emitted a cry of agony. Dust swirled around. Stones flew chaotically, and the entire scene descended into turmoil. When the dust finally settled, the body of the dragon lay scattered in pieces, soon to vanish completely, leaving behind merely 7 dragon balls, now transformed into ordinary stones. "Ha ha ha, the dragon is dead," exclaimed King Piccolo, his laughter resonating with the triumph of a victor. In that moment, he felt an invincible sense of security, believing that no threat could endanger his life any longer. Meanwhile, Tien, lurking in the shadows, witnessed this shocking spectacle, his face reflecting disbelief. He muttered to himself, "How could this happen?" His voice was laden with astonishment and confusion. However, overwhelmed by both mental and physical fatigue, he ultimately succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness. King Piccolo, reveling in his victory, levitated gracefully towards the distant airship, leaving chaos and uncertainty in his wake. On an uncharted isle, the turtle hermit's abode sat quietly, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The warm light intertwined with the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. Where could it have gone? Bulma furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, where the once flickering lights had vanished completely. Her voice was tinged with disbelief and urgency. Yamcha, Launch, and the others exchanged glances, each face etched with confusion and concern. Launch bit her lip nervously and asked, "So who succeeded in this matter?" Yamcha took a deep breath and speculated, "If Master Roshi and the others summoned the dragon, then King Piccolo must have disappeared." A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Oolong interjected confidently, "Exactly. It must be so. Typically, it is the forces of good that emerge victorious." He attempted to comfort the group, yet his somewhat comical expression betrayed his own doubts. Bulma sighed, her voice heavy with worry. "I hope that is truly the case." A fleeting look of anxiety crossed her eyes. The room fell silent, with only the sounds of the waves and the gentle breeze echoing in their ears. Suddenly, Puer broke the silence, his tone infused with curiosity and concern. But if it was King Piccolo who summoned the dragon, what wish could he possibly make? His question landed like a heavy bomb, deepening the somber mood of the group. Yamcha sprang to his feet, decisively stating, "In any case, Bulma, tell me where the Dragon Ball signal disappeared. I will go investigate." His tone conveyed an undeniable resolve. Bulma hastily grasped Yamcha's arm, her expression filled with apprehension. "But if Master Roshi and the others succeeded, they will contact us shortly. Let us wait a moment." Her eyes shimmered with a plea. Yamcha frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this passive approach. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Yet, he ultimately resigned and returned to his seat. Yajirobe piloted the hovering car, his gaze through the windshield drawn to the gradually brightening sky, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the sky is becoming bright again." Seated in the passenger seat, Sun Wukong gripped the Dragon Ball radar tightly, his brow furrowed, his gaze unwavering from the small screen before him. The once flickering signal points on the radar had suddenly vanished, instilling a sense of unease within him. All traces of the Dragon Balls had indeed disappeared, confirming that the individual was making a wish. His fists clenched involuntarily, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Yajirobe, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze and softly replied, "The Eternal Dragon, huh? I would indeed like to see that." Sun Wukong's tone grew contemplative. What kind of wish could such a formidable being possibly make? His words echoed a profound curiosity and a subtle worry regarding this unknown desire. The atmosphere within the vehicle thickened with tension as their dialogue unfolded. Outside, the scenery swiftly retreated, the hover car gliding steadily across the plains, surrounded by sparse trees and the occasional hillock, with the morning dew glimmering like jewels upon the leaves. At that moment, Yajirobe suddenly pointed ahead, a hint of excitement in his voice. "There it is. That must be Karin Tower, right?" Sun Wukong quickly lifted his gaze towards the distant, ethereal tower. Yajirobe promptly pressed the accelerator, and the hover car surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The sounds of rushing wind and machinery intertwining to create a symphony of urgency. Sun Wukong clutched the radar firmly, his heart a tumult of anxiety, yet resolute determination. He understood that regardless of how formidable the adversary might be, he must confront them. Chapter 42. Arrival at Karin Tower after a lengthy journey. Yajirobe's vehicle finally came to a gradual halt at the foot of Karin Tower. With a click, the car door swung open, and Yajirobe was the first to leap out. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. "We've arrived. Is this truly the place?" He questioned uncertainly, a hint of disbelief mingling with curiosity. "Is there really any delectable food to be found here?" Sun Wukong gracefully alighted from the vehicle, inhaling deeply, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "This place is truly reminiscent. It hasn't changed at all," he mused, his voice tinged with gentle pleasure and reminiscence. It was here, 2 years prior, that he had triumphed over Teapaipai and forged bonds with the likes of Bulma and her father. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered Wukong's reverie. "Wukong." Upa's voice brimmed with surprise and excitement as he sprinted towards them, his steps light and hurried, as if eager to reach Wukong in the swiftest manner possible. "It's been so long. I'm so happy to see you." Joy radiated from Upa's eyes. Wukong smiled, patting Upa on the shoulder. "How have you been? You've grown so much." Upa laughed heartily, clearly elated indeed. He turned towards the depths of the forest and shouted, "Dad, it's Wukong. Wukong has come to see us." At that moment, Yajirobe leaned closer to Sun Wukong, whispering conspiratorially, "Just remember, don't forget about my food." Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I know," he replied. As Bulma emerged slowly from the woods, upon sighting Sun Wukong, her face lit up with joy. "Oh, Wukong." Her voice was filled with surprise. "Bulma." Sun Wukong responded with a loud voice, and the two soon began reminiscing. During their conversation, Upa learned that Sun Wukong had sustained injuries in battle and needed to seek healing from Master Karin. Upa looked at Wukong with concern, worried about how he would manage to climb given such severe wounds. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that there was no need for worry, as a Kairobe would assist him, making everything feasible. Despite a Kairobe's considerable strength, he clearly preferred to avoid this troublesome affair. However, upon hearing Wukong mention the delicacies on Karin Tower, a Kairobe's eyes sparkled, and he readily agreed. "I shall lend you a hand." Bra volunteered, her tone resolute and sincere. Subsequently, a Kairobe hoisted Sun Wukong onto his back, and Bra lifted them with great effort, directing them toward the summit of Karen Tower. Akairobe and Sun Wukong soared swiftly into the heavens, then clung tightly to the pillar of Karen Tower as their momentum waned, continuing their rapid ascent. Pilaf rubbed his hands together, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he respectfully addressed the great demon king, Piccolo, who sat in a high-backed chair. "Congratulations, Your Excellency, on regaining your youth. With this, you shall reign over this world for an eternity. Do not forget to share half with me." Piccolo slowly turned his head, his abyss-like eyes scanning Pilaf with a hint of scornful amusement, before erupting into a thunderous laugh, filled with arrogance and confidence. His laughter echoed throughout the room, sending shivers down the spine. Abruptly, the laughter ceased, and his expression grew cold, as he fixed an ominous glare upon the trio of Pilaf. Speaking in a chilling tone, "I do not wish to see you again." The trio, taken aback by the sudden threat, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, their voices quaking with fear. "We shall leave at once." Yet their feet hesitated, unwilling to move. Piccolo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, his voice even colder. "I said, I do not want to see you." He then strode toward the door of the airship, flinging it open, and a powerful gust of wind immediately expelled Pilaf and his companions from the cabin. At that moment, a raven-cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, holding a complex map in his hands. Calmly, he reported, "My lord, based on current intelligence, the reigning king has divided the earth into 43 regions." He pointed to a location on the map, indicating the domain of King Kessler. "That is enough. No need to elaborate further," Piccolo interrupted, his tone revealing his annoyance at the tedium of the information. The Raven Man promptly lowered his head, responding with a single word, "Yes." Piccolo's gaze sharpened once more, his eyes suddenly emitting red lasers that obliterated the photograph of the king's palace in his grasp. As the airship approached, they reached the skies above Kessler's palace. Piccolo rose, invigorated, declaring, "Behold, the first step toward world domination, a moment to be etched in history." He and the Raven Man moved to the window, gazing down at the bustling scene below. The Raven Man remarked, "Today marks the 20th anniversary of the current king's reign. It seems these fireworks are celebrating for you, my lord." The great demon king Bick revealed a sinister smile as he, alongside the Crow Man, employed the art of flight, gradually descending. His cold retort was laced with sarcasm and disdain. "Revel while you can." The celebratory fireworks would soon transform into the pyrotechnics of conquest. Upon landing, the great demon king advanced towards the king's castle with heavy and resolute steps, the surrounding winds seeming to grow more frigid in response to his presence. As an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, "This shall become my fortress. It is quite satisfactory," he intoned, his voice deep and commanding, echoing like a chilling resonance from the abyss. Observing this, a young guard clad in silver armor stepped forward, his expression tense as he urgently proclaimed, "Halt! You cannot enter this place." Ignoring the guard's warning, the great demon king continued his advance without pause. As he passed the guard, he suddenly struck with a swift blow to the neck, the guard's eyes widening in disbelief before he collapsed lifelessly. Another guard, overwhelmed by fear, hastily drew his pistol and fired. Yet the bullets struck the great demon king as ineffectually as if they had collided with a steel barrier. The guard's eyes were filled with incredulity, his hands trembling as the sound of missed shots echoed in his heart, heralding his demise. With a scornful glance, the great demon king sent the guard flying with a single blow, his body tracing a tragic arc through the air, life extinguished. Following two anguished cries, alarm bells blared throughout the palace, summoning all guards to assemble as if jolted by an electric shock. The great demon king stood in the castle's courtyard, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a terrifying red light. Beams of laser energy swept forth like the scythes of death, overwhelming the guards who fell helplessly before him. Meanwhile, in the palace's rear courtyard, King Dog stood upon a small stage, addressing the public with fervent passion and resolute expression. "As long as I breathe, I shall dedicate my life to the cause of peace, love, and justice for eternity." Just then, a group of young maidens in festive attire prepared to present flowers. The sudden upheaval threw the scene into chaos. The great demon king strode forth, each heavy step seeming to reverberate through the earth. Troops and tanks scrambled to intercept this uninvited guest, yet they were effortlessly obliterated, as if these high-tech weapons were mere fragile toys in his presence. Upon learning of the monster's intrusion, the king's countenance paled, and he urgently commanded the crowd to disperse, retreating into the depths of the palace. Fear and unease filled his heart, Yet a glimmer of hope remained, a silent wish that someone might thwart this calamity. However, the great demon king pursued the scent of fear like a harbinger of death, ruthlessly sweeping aside all guards that stood in his path. The king stood with his back to a window, his body quaking slightly, eyes brimming with terror and despair, his lips quivering as he attempted to utter words, yet ultimately, no sound emerged. A flicker of derision danced in the eyes of the great demon king Piccolo as he slowly approached the king, each footfall reverberating ominously in the king's heart. His voice, deep and frigid, declared, "This castle now belongs to me." Chapter 43. The Awakening of All Within the Valley. Shadows danced, enveloping the area in a somber atmosphere. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a whispering sound as if mourning a great loss. Tien Shinhan carefully laid the remains of Master Rashi and Kaiatsu side by side, his movements tender and deliberate, as if afraid to disturb their eternal slumber. He stood silently nearby, his gaze profound, seemingly transcending time and space, confronting the anguish and dread within. His eyes shimmered with a tumult of emotions, a blend of fury towards the great demon king and a palpable fear of him. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his tumultuous thoughts. Suddenly, the roar of an aircraft shattered the valley's stillness. Tien Shinhan abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharply fixed on the horizon. The plane drew nearer, the sound of its vibrating body growing increasingly distinct. "This is the location where the Dragon Balls ceased to respond," Bulma remarked, urgency lacing her tone. Gripping the controls tightly, her eyes brimmed with anticipation and anxiety. Launching forth with determination, Launch replied, "All right, let us descend and investigate." Her voice resonated with unwavering courage. Yamcha, however, appeared more cautious, maintaining the plane's steady hover as he solemnly advised, "No, let us first assess the situation. There may still be enemies lurking." His eyes darted about, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Oolong voiced his complaints from the side. "What if something goes wrong? I warned everyone against coming here. This is ridiculous." Bulma paid no heed to Oolong's grumbling. Her gaze remained fixed outside the window until, suddenly, her eyes lit up. "That's Tien Shinhan," she exclaimed almost instinctively. As Yamcha swiftly maneuvered the aircraft for landing, the group rushed out, hurrying towards Tien Shinhan. Yamcha was the first to spot Master Rashi's lifeless body, his complexion draining of color as he quickly crouched down, his voice choked with sorrow. How could Master Mateto end up like this? The group gathered, tears glistening in their eyes, their faces etched with grief, the air heavy with a suffocating sadness. Launch and Tien Shinhan stood silently to the side, the latter's gaze revealing a profound sense of helplessness and resolve. Wiping away his tears, Yamcha rose, his tone resolute yet filled with indignation as he addressed Tien Shinhan. "It is now just the two of us. We must unite our efforts." A steadfast light flickered in his eyes. Tien Shinhan nodded slowly, his voice low and firm. "Yamcha, listen closely. There is something I must accomplish." His gaze conveyed an undeniable determination. Yamcha watched Tien Shinhan anxiously, noticing his hesitation, before Tien finally spoke. "I must master the Mafuba technique. I will not rest until I have defeated the great demon King Piccolo." Yamcha replied eagerly, "If that is your resolve, then I shall train in the Mafuba as well." Tianjin Fan shook his head, his tone heavy with gravity. "No, the Mafuba must be witnessed firsthand to truly comprehend it. Thus, you cannot learn it. It's not that simple." A profound disappointment flickered across Yamucha's face as he opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something. Yet before his words could take shape, Tianjin Fan resolutely turned away, striding towards the parked spacecraft. His movements were swift and decisive, as if he had cast aside all hesitation and pleas. The roar of the spacecraft's engine shattered the silence, and soon, he piloted the vessel, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. The onlookers stood in solemn silence, watching as Tianjin Fan's craft gradually vanished into the distant horizon. Yamucha's expression was rife with frustration and anxiety, his hands clenched unconsciously, fingertips turning pale. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, stirring the dust around him yet failing to disperse the dense fog clouding his heart. Subsequently, Bulma and the others busied themselves, carefully wrapping the bodies of Master Rashi and Kaiatsu in cloth bags, each action imbued with profound respect and sorrow. Their gazes reflected an incredulous disbelief. It was unfathomable that such a formidable presence as Master Rashi could fall. Yamucha, suddenly stirred by emotion, rushed towards the now empty aircraft, hastily contacting Tianjin Fan through the communicator. "Tianjin Fan, come back. I want to practice the Math B and defeat King Piccolo. His voice brimmed with determination and urgency. Tianjin Fan answered the communicator, yet remained silent. At this moment, Bulma joined the conversation. Tianjin Fan, if we find the Dragon Balls, we could wish for Master Roshi, Kaiotsu, and Krillin to be revived. However, Tianjin Fan's response doused all hope like a cold shower. It's too late. The Eternal Dragon has been slain by King Piccolo. The news of the dragon's demise struck each person present like a bolt from the blue, leaving them speechless as they exchanged disbelieving glances. Yamcha quickly regained some composure and spoke into the communicator again. In that case, I must train harder in the Math B. Tianjin Fan, do you hear me? After a moment of silence on Tianjin Fan's end, he hastily disconnected, his thoughts echoing, it's enough for one person to face death. His heart was heavy with helplessness and guilt, yet simultaneously, he felt the resolute spirit of a lone warrior. Bulma murmured sorrowfully, is it possible that Goku is truly gone? A glimmer of tears shone in her eyes as her voice dipped into melancholy. I have a strong feeling that Goku is still alive, Por whispered from the side. I share your sentiment, Yamcha replied. Bulma sighed deeply. In any case, let us return and wait. Her tone carried a sense of resignation and fatigue. They then boarded the spacecraft, departing from the land steeped in battle and sorrow. As night descended, the silver moonlight bathed the pillars of Korin Tower, where Yajirobe, panting heavily, finally reached the summit, carrying Goku on his back. Master Korin, it has been a long time. Sun Wukong leapt down from the back of Yajirobe, rubbing his sore shoulders, and greeted the immortal Karin with a smile. Yajirobe gazed at the seemingly ordinary cat with curiosity, wondering how such a creature could be the legendary immortal. Is this fellow really an immortal? He inquired aloud. I am Sun Wukong, he declared. Just as Sun Wukong was about to elaborate, Karin raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, there is no need for further explanation. I am already aware of everything. What do you know? Sun Wukong asked, leaning in with intrigue, his eyes brimming with confusion. In your battle against the Demon King Piccolo, you suffered a complete defeat, did you not? Karin strolled towards Sun Wukong, her tone imbued with an undeniable assurance. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know so much? Karin smiled gently. Out of sheer boredom, I often peer down from here. She gestured towards a spot near the tower. Driven by curiosity, Yajirobe hurried to the edge of the tower to look down, only to be met with a thick fog that obscured his view. Can you really see below from here? He asked, bewildered. Of course, you cannot see anything from there. Karin replied playfully, then pointed to a jar on the other side. But over there. Here? Yajirobe dashed over and lifted the lid of the jar. The water's surface revealed a scene below, where the Demon King Piccolo was confronting the Dog King, mockingly declaring that the Dog King was merely his puppet, destined to be under his control. The Dog King, trusted by the populace, helplessly admitted his inability to comply, while Piccolo laughed derisively. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and addressed Karin. I must defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Please allow me to train once more. Wait, first tend to your injuries. Karin mused for a moment, then retrieved a large jar of senza beans from the corner and tossed one to Sun Wukong. Here, eat this. Is this not a senza bean? Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the bean. Yajirobe, upon hearing this, felt deceived and exclaimed, is this really a senza bean? The food of immortals? You are tricking me. Sun Wukong chuckled helplessly. Indeed, it is. What sort of delicacy is this? Yajirobe fumed, snatching the jar from Karin. I endured so much for this wretched thing. It is utterly despicable. In his frustration, he grabbed a handful of senza beans and stuffed them into his mouth, feeling unsatisfied. He continued to cram in more, grumbling, this bean is hardly palatable. Karin and Sun Wukong stared, bewildered, at Yajirobe, who suddenly froze, his belly round and aching as he lay on the ground, groaning in distress. One senza bean can stave off hunger for 10 days, Sun Wukong explained, then consumed the bean in his hand, feeling his injuries heal instantaneously as he gazed at his hand in disbelief. How is it? Is your injury healed? Karin inquired. Indeed. Karin, could you teach me once more? Sun Wukong asked eagerly, filled with anticipation. I am truly sorry, but you have already surpassed me. The gap between you and the Demon King Piccolo is far too vast. Even Wu Tian has perished, Karin said earnestly. Old man, how could it be? Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong was utterly astonished, his mind flooded with the teachings of Master Roshi. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists, wishing to rush forth and vanquish the Demon King Piccolo immediately. However, at this critical moment, The voice of Master Karen wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, dispelling the fog of confusion from Sun Wukong's heart. Since you have accepted the notion of death, then drink this super divine water. Master Karen's gaze was unwavering and profound, as if he could foresee the tumultuous winds of the future. Super divine water? Are you referring to something akin to holy water? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bewilderment etched across his face. Master Karen smiled softly and shook his head, clarifying, "It is nothing like that trivial ruse meant to deceive children." He then turned and guided Sun Wukong toward another container. With a delicate motion, Master Karen unscrewed the lid, and an ancient aroma wafted forth, beckoning Sun Wukong to enter. Hesitating for a moment, Sun Wukong ultimately decided to dive into the vessel. His body was enveloped by an enigmatic force, and in an instant, he found himself in a desolate, frozen realm. This was a world encased in ice, with snow blanketing the earth, and the biting winds howled, compelling one to retreat from the frigid cold. As Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, a sense of loneliness and unease surged within him amidst the desolation. Meanwhile, Master Karen, from a distance, began to cast a spell, his staff waving gently as he chanted incantations. Soon, the bulging belly of Yachirobe began to recede, returning to its normal state. A satisfied smile graced Master Karen's face as he and Yachirobe sat quietly, awaiting the outcome of Sun Wukong's endeavor. Chapter 44. The End of Training. Before the final battle, as night descended and stars adorned the sky, in a tranquil forest, the crackling of a small fire broke the silence. The flames danced in the gentle breeze, illuminating the serious and focused expression of Tenshinhan, who sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, hands forming seals. Seemingly isolated from the world, entirely absorbed in deep meditation. In his mind, vivid scenes of Master Rashi employing the spirit bomb replayed incessantly. As his thoughts returned, Tenshinhan slowly opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and rose to his feet. He adjusted his breathing, concentrated his spirit, and began to emulate Master Rashi's movements. His arms gradually lifted, gathering a verdant glow at his fingertips, which intensified as he altered his gestures. Yet, at the moment he unleashed the spirit bomb, the light veered off course, tracing a mere arc in the air, failing to strike any target. "Damn it," Tenshinhan muttered through gritted teeth, brows furrowed, a flicker of frustration and anxiety flashing in his eyes. He understood that each attempt at the spirit bomb consumed precious vitality. Yet the urgency within him compelled him to master this skill swiftly. The threat of Demon King Piccolo loomed like a sword over his head, preventing him from finding peace. He must grow stronger quickly to safeguard himself and his friends from harm. He closed his eyes once more, striving to recall every detail of Master Rashi's execution of the spirit bomb. Was it his gestures that lacked precision, or was it a matter of controlling his power? He pondered repeatedly, endeavoring to uncover the reasons for his failure. Then, he made another attempt, the radiance in his hand shining even brighter this time, his expression resolutely steadfast. The light surged forth once more, swifter and more precise. Though it still fell short of perfection, a discernible improvement was evident. Yet, it was still insufficient. Tianjin Fan remained dissatisfied with his own performance. By the flickering fire, his silhouette appeared increasingly solitary yet resolute, as he practiced relentlessly, pouring his heart into each endeavor. The night grew deep, the stars twinkled persistently, and his determination, much like the vast expanse of the starlit sky, remained unquenchable. On a remote, nameless isle, the turtle hermit's abode stood quietly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the pathway before the house. This place was once a serene paradise. Yet at this moment, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the interior. The sudden disappearance of Sun Wukong had left everyone in a state of frantic anxiety. Alone, Tianjin Fan had ventured to an unknown destination to practice the math BA, leaving only Yansha with the strength to fight. Each person inside waited anxiously, the air thick with an unsettling tension. At that moment, the television erupted with the sound of a live news broadcast. On the screen, the visage of King Dog appeared, etched with deep concern, as he urgently addressed the camera. "People of the world, I have an important announcement. Please gather before your screens. I have been forcibly removed from my throne, and this world has fallen into the hands of the evil demon King Piccolo. Once this fiend assumes the crown, our world will spiral into destruction. Hurry, let us vanquish this vile creature." As his words unfolded, the king's voice grew increasingly agitated. His eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Bulma and the others, witnessing this sudden revelation, wore expressions of shock. Bulma clutched the remote tightly, her brow furrowed in disbelief. I should have warned you. You were not to speak without permission. At that moment, a deep, authoritative voice interrupted the king's discourse. The image of Demon King Piccolo materialized on the screen, one hand gripping the king's neck, lifting him effortlessly, his gaze cold and merciless. You do not wish to meet your demise, do you? His voice was frigid, instilling dread. Piccolo then hurled King Dog violently to the ground before turning to the camera, his eyes blazing with intensity. All of you in this world, listen closely. I am your new king, Demon King Piccolo. As for my power, just witness the devastation of Kakarot, and you will comprehend. He then proclaimed his ambitions. Now, allow me to share the aspirations of your new sovereign. Firstly, I must confess, I detest justice and peace. I harbor no desire to restrain or penalize my subjects. What I mean is, you are free to indulge your desires as you please. The profession of policing is abolished. War, violence, and murder are all liberated actions. Feel free to engage in them. Yamcha clenched his fists, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes as he muttered curses at the television screen directed towards Demon King Piccolo. How despicable. As Piccolo's speech concluded, it was as if a signal had been issued to criminals worldwide, who then unleashed chaos and looting without restraint. The police were utterly powerless against the sudden onslaught of mayhem. In the distance, Tianjin Fan, engrossed in his training, was struck by an unprecedented sense of urgency upon hearing the voice from the broadcast. He understood that mastering the magic sealing wave was the only means to avert this calamity. Bulma, unable to bear the horrific scenes before her, switched off the television and sank to the ground in despair, her hands clasped over her head, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. At that moment, Launch gently patted Bulma's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her, assuring her that there was no need to worry, for Tianjin Fan would soon learn the magic sealing wave. However, Yamcha suddenly raised his head, a flicker of concern crossing his face. But do you remember? Master Roshi once said that anyone who employs the magic sealing wave will perish. A profound silence enveloped the room, each face etched with anxiety. In the wake of several chaotic days, violent incidents surged across the globe, prompting righteous individuals to rise against the rampant destruction. Amidst this tempest of chaos, the malevolent King Piccolo announced a chilling plan. He would obliterate a city each day. His voice was cold and merciless, and with a casual wave of his hand, a formidable energy wave cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards the horizon. With a thunderous roar, a city was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and ruins. King Piccolo hovered in the air, surveying the devastation with a maniacal laugh, proclaiming it today's sacrifice. In that desolate stony terrain, Tianjin Fan's figure appeared particularly solitary. After countless days and nights of relentless training, he finally discovered the key to success amidst a series of failures. The stone in his hand, under the unwavering gaze of his determined eyes, was gradually enveloped by an invisible force, ultimately sealed within a crystal-clear vial. At last, I have succeeded, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and relief. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, his expression resolute and filled with determination. He strode purposefully toward the parked spacecraft, the sound of his steadfast footsteps echoing across the vast expanse. At the moment he activated the spacecraft, he took a deep breath, silently reciting, "I am coming, King Piccolo." The engines roared to life, propelling him toward the unknown and perilous destination of King Piccolo's palace. Meanwhile, Son Goku was enduring a grueling challenge at Karin Tower, ultimately obtaining the ultra-divine water. After consuming it in one gulp, Karin the Hermit immediately cast a spell to assist him out of the jar. Goku felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through him, his muscles swelling and his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. He was so exhilarated that he nearly burst out of the tower to seek revenge on King Piccolo. Wait! Karin the Hermit timely intervened, summoning a large cloud of Kintoon. Goku gazed in awe at the cloud before him, and Karin gestured for him to take his pick. Goku selected a small tuft, reminiscing as he rubbed it, then exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, he's right there. This time, I feel I can defeat him." Standing atop the Kintoon, he sensed King Piccolo's location with the newfound power he had acquired. "You can sense that too?" Karin the Hermit asked in astonishment, taken aback by Goku's transformation. Sun Wukong nodded resolutely and declared, "I shall take my leave, Master Karin, and a Kyrolope." Master Karin acknowledged with a nod, entrusting everything to Wukong. A Kyrolope, with concern in his voice, urged, "Be careful." Standing atop the Kintoon, Sun Wukong soared swiftly towards the lair of the demon King Piccolo. In the sky, the Kinto-one left a long, golden trail, resembling a beam of hope slicing through the firmament. On this path leading to the ultimate confrontation, Wukong's heart brimmed with a fervent desire for battle and uncertainty about the future. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. Chapter 45. The demise of the Demon King. The following day, Tenshinhan arrived first at the palace of the Demon King Piccolo, his figure appearing diminutive before the grand edifice. The palace's entrance towered above him. Standing before the threshold, Tenshinhan inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and boldly called out, "Demon King Piccolo, come forth and face me." From the shadows emerged the imposing figure of Piccolo, his tall stature and green skin casting an ominous presence under the sunlight. He regarded Tenshinhan with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, proclaiming, "I have no desire to engage today. Let Dolarm entertain you instead." With that, Piccolo opened his mouth, and from it emerged a colossal egg that descended to the ground and cracked open, revealing the towering figure of Dolarm. This creature, birthed from the Demon King, boasted muscular form and fierce eyes, unmistakably a formidable adversary. His arrival seemed to freeze the very air around them. The battle erupted with ferocity. Dolarm's movements were swift and brutal, each strike accompanied by a whistling wind. Though Tenshinhan possessed remarkable skills, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage in terms of strength. He attempted to compensate with agility, yet Dolarm's might relentlessly overwhelmed him. As he evaded and countered, Tenshinhan grew increasingly weary, internally lamenting, "Why is this foe so unyielding?" Ultimately, in a moment of miscalculation, Dolarm landed a punch, sending Tenshinhan crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Piccolo observed with a cold smirk, turning to depart. Struggling to rise from the earth, Tenshinhan's eyes flashed with defiance as he hastily retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, casting it to the ground. Instantly, the capsule transformed into a rice cooker. Gritting his teeth, Tenshinhan attempted to unleash his recently mastered technique, the Math BA, but due to severe fatigue, the attempt backfired, injuring him gravely instead. Lying amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, Tenshinhan found himself immobilized, his gaze fixed on the advancing foe. Dolarm, a towering figure, swung his fists, akin to boulders, heavily towards Tenshinhan. In that critical moment, a blinding light pierced the sky, and Dolarm was suddenly sent flying, crashing against the palace wall with a thunderous impact. Wukong. Tenshinhan managed to lift his head with great effort, and there stood Sun Wukong, his eyes aglow with unwavering determination and resolve. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Tianjin Fan, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. "It seems I have arrived at just the right moment." Standing like an immovable mountain, Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the formidable Demon King Piccolo ahead. Doram slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with a more ferocious light. Observing this scene, Tianjin Fan urgently called out to Wukong, "Be careful, Wukong." Yet, Wukong seemed to have anticipated this moment. Just as Doram's fist was about to descend, he kicked backward without turning around. The force of his kick was so immense that it sent Doram flying, crashing into the palace wall, leaving a massive dent in its wake. Tianjin Fan stood in stunned silence, inwardly marveling. When did this guy become so powerful? Seeing the turn of events, Demon King Piccolo scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with scorn. "I never expected you, Sun Wukong, to come seek your demise again." Without hesitation, Piccolo charged towards Wukong, launching a fierce assault. Wukong effortlessly blocked each strike, the sound of their clashing fists and feet reverberating through the palace as waves of energy exploded around them. In the heat of battle, Wukong seized an opportunity and delivered a punch that sent Piccolo soaring, but the demon quickly regained his footing, his face contorted with rage. Piccolo unleashed his full might, engaging Wukong in a ferocious clash. He relentlessly fired energy blasts, yet Wukong deftly countered every attack. As the conflict escalated, Piccolo was once more struck down, colliding with a nearby crowman, causing the latter to collapse. Piccolo scrambled to his feet, his expression seething with fury, his aura surging dramatically as he bellowed, "Sun Wukong, I shall unleash my full power." His voice echoed across the battleground, brimming with uncontainable wrath. The battle erupted anew, this time with Sun Wukong clearly gaining the upper hand, each of his strikes forcing Demon King Piccolo to retreat. In a particularly intense exchange, Wukong skillfully dodged an attack from Piccolo and countered with a punch to the demon's abdomen, sending him flying once again. As Piccolo's energy surged, the pressure in the air intensified, His gaze became as sharp as a blade, and he gathered a suffocatingly powerful energy sphere in his hands. A blue radiance flickering in his palms before it surged towards Sun Wukong. The energy sphere sliced through the air, whipping up a fierce wind, casting the scene into chaos as dust and debris swirled, as if the entire battlefield were being consumed by this force. When the dust settled, the spot where Sun Wukong had stood was empty. He had leaped into the air, gathering a formidable golden energy in his hands. Facing Piccolo, his brow furrowed, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination, he bellowed and unleashed his signature Kamehameha wave. The blue energy surged forth like a raging tide, pushing Piccolo back several steps. Amidst the swirling dust, Piccolo's expression was one of shock and disbelief as he trembled and asked, "Are you a monster?" The battle reignited, with Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanging blows in a furious dance. Each collision was accompanied by explosive bursts of energy, and despite the injuries adorning his body, the indomitable spirit of battle burned fiercely in Wukong's eyes. In a fierce confrontation, the eyes of the Demon King Piccolo suddenly emitted two piercing beams of laser, striking Sun Wukong's right knee. With a pained cry, Sun Wukong fell to the ground, and Piccolo coldly remarked, "You are left with but one leg." "Yet," Sun Wukong optimistically replied, "but I still have one leg, don't I?" With that, he drew his Rui Bang from behind, using it as support to struggle to his feet. At that moment, Piccolo, radiant with golden light, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his 10 fingers. One blast struck the Rui Bang, sending it flying, while another accurately hit Wukong, knocking him down once more. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a devastating energy wave. Tianjin Han, witnessing the impending doom, exerted all his strength to teleport and carry Sun Wukong away, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Subsequently, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, and the entire area fell into desolation. For miles around, nothing remained unscathed, leaving a haunting silence amidst the wreckage. Exhausted from forcibly rescuing Sun Wukong, Tianjin Han lay helplessly on the dust-covered ground. Piccolo, with vengeance igniting his eyes, brutally grasped Tianjin Han's head, using him as a hostage to threaten Sun Wukong. His voice was deep and hoarse, laden with an undeniable resolve. "Wukong, if you take another step, his life is forfeit." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, and as he faced Piccolo's threat, a swiftly spinning stone struck his left hand, followed by a blow to his left leg, causing him to kneel in agony. Observing this, Piccolo's lips curled into a cruel smile, convinced that Sun Wukong was powerless to retaliate. He released Tianjin Han and soared into the sky with the swiftness of an arrow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, despite his grave injuries, Sun Wukong's eyes still burned with indomitable fighting spirit. He struggled to move his right hand, gathering a brilliant blue luminescence that formed a dazzling sphere of energy around him. He positioned the energy sphere beneath him and unleashed a powerful wave, propelling himself skyward. In midair, Sun Wukong executed his earth-shattering fist, piercing through Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's face contorted in disbelief as he felt the life force rapidly draining from him. He realized his end was near. In his final moments, Piccolo summoned all his strength to expel an egg containing the essence of his revenge, casting it into the distance. It was the offspring of Piccolo, a continuation of his vengeance and hope. Subsequently, Piccolo chose to self-destruct, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shook the entire battlefield, causing Sun Wukong to plummet. In this critical moment, an unexpected salvation arrived. Yachirobe, piloting a hovering car, sped onto the scene, leaping from the vehicle just in time to catch the rapidly descending Sun Wukong. At that moment, Tianjin Han also arrived, dragging his weary body, a relieved smile gracing his face. He proposed to Sun Wukong a rematch at the next martial arts tournament, a means to gauge their growth. Yachirobe, witnessing this, smiled as he drove away from the battlefield with Sun Wukong. With the demise of the Demon King Piccolo, the land once shrouded in fear was destined to embrace new hope and peace. Chapter 46. The Obsidian Enlightenment of the Path Ahead. Time flies. It has been 2.5 years since the turmoil surrounding the Dark Lord Piccolo subsided. Wounded, Sun Wukong was brought to Karin Tower by Yachirobe for treatment. Subsequently, under the recommendation of Master Karin, Wukong learned of a temple suspended above the tower, a dwelling of the divine. Driven by curiosity, he ascended to this lofty sanctuary, where he encountered a deity strikingly similar in appearance to the Dark Lord Piccolo. After grasping the full context of events, Wukong commenced a prolonged period of cultivation under the guidance of Mr. Popo. Meanwhile, Bulma hurriedly arrived to take Tien Shinhan away. Later, the deity restored the dragon, and Bulma and her companions retrieved the Dragon Balls. By making wishes, those who had fallen victim to the Dark Lord Piccolo were resurrected. The revived individuals promptly set about rebuilding their homes, while the deposed Dog King reclaimed his throne, once more ruling over his realm. On planet Yardrat, Obsidian and Ganas had dedicated nearly 3 years to their training, mastering every skill available. Ganas, having sustained severe injuries during his cultivation, had reached a battle power of 3 million, matching Obsidian. In contrast, Obsidian appeared somewhat anxious, as a mere mortal practitioner without external enhancements. He could not elevate his strength as swiftly as a scion. Presently, even the Grand Elder of Namek would likely struggle to help him unlock further potential, and the gains from the Spirit Fruit were negligible. Thus, Obsidian resolved to explore how to transcend the realm of Danjin before venturing into the cosmos. Seated upon a smooth boulder, a glimmer of contemplation illuminated Obsidian's eyes as he mused. Danjin, in my past life, was merely a construct of fiction distinct from Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajin. It is an exquisite martial technique of profound depth. Yet, having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps the realms depicted in those narratives can manifest into reality. He closed his eyes, striving to perceive every subtle breath coursing through his body. Danjin, reputedly a higher technique than Huajin, involves the internal cultivation of the golden elixir, bringing forth a perfect circularity. One must embrace the elixir and ground oneself, concentrating the entirety of one's essence, blood, and marrow into a singular point, akin to the nascent universe birthing a minuscule yet boundless world. This art, while seemingly cryptic, fundamentally focuses all power into the Dantian, culminating in a sudden eruption of strength. The tighter the consolidation, the greater the explosive force. Upon mastering this embrace of the elixir, one attains the ability to control one's vital energy through sheer will, shattering the limits of the human body. However, Obsidian recognized that mere mastery of these concepts was insufficient. His battle power had stagnated at this level for many years. Thus, he resolved to experiment with a more radical approach, aiming to unify his chi, spirit, and mind in pursuit of forming the golden elixir. With this intention, Obsidian guided the flow of energy within him through mental focus, gradually gathering it at the location of his heart. Uncertain of the precise location of the Dantian, he chose to forge a new path, designating his heart as the focal point for energy convergence. As time progressed, Obsidian sensed the energy within him thickening, as if all his strength were coalescing at his heart, poised to erupt at any moment. A pained yet resolute expression crossed his face, sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his gaze remained fiercely determined, as though he had already glimpsed the dawn of his breakthrough. In that moment, he completely forgot the world around him, entirely immersed in the realm of cultivation, where only he and the immense energy within him awaited the arrival of a pivotal moment in the silent cosmos. Time flowed like a silent river, imperceptibly erasing the marks of the years. Throughout this lengthy period of meditation, Ganas remained steadfastly by his side, oblivious to the subtle changes occurring within Wumu. A month passed quietly and unremarkably. During this time, Wumu underwent a qualitative leap in his cultivation, culminating in a significant achievement. At this moment, he radiated a dazzling white light, yet curiously, no aura escaped him. Wumu slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a silvery brilliance, resembling the depths of a starry sky, mysterious and profound. Observing this transformation, Ganas stepped forward, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion, and inquired, "My Lord Wumu, have you completed your cultivation? Why can I not sense your aura?" Wumu gently retracted the light enveloping him, his gaze gradually returning to a deep black. As he smiled and explained, "I am not entirely sure. I merely sense a change in my life level, though it feels as if something is still lacking." His voice was deep, laced with a hint of mystique and tranquility. "Life level? What is your current strength?" Ganas pressed on, his eyes glimmering with inquisitiveness. Wumu shook his head, a hint of transcendence in his smile. "Strength is no longer paramount. I have discovered a path that truly belongs to me." His words exuded a serene confidence. Wumu's gaze drifted toward the horizon, as if he could envision the road ahead, one filled with light and hope. With this breakthrough, Wumu consolidated his aura and spiritual power at his heart, forming a golden elixir. Now, his essence had transcended mere energy, resembling the divine power of a destroyer. Though he was unaware of how destroyers cultivated, like him, Ordinary beings could not perceive their aura. His power bore similarities to that of a destroyer, yet it was distinct. The path of advancement he had discovered seemed entirely different from theirs. The deities beneath the destroyers existed in a form that appeared to be a fusion of aura and divine power. In the original text, when Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, he could sense the aura of any life form, except for the destroyer and the king of worlds. Wumu estimated that, aside from his aura being imperceptible, his life level was comparable to that of Earth's deity, Bik. However, Wumu had now combined his aura with his spirit, fortifying his heart. His heart pulsed with a force akin to primordial energy, continuously enhancing his combat prowess, with this growth being gradual and sustained. In the future, Wumu's cultivation to gain strength would primarily rely on the absorption of primordial energy. However, the only technique capable of absorbing primordial energy was the Hunyuan wave, which he had inadvertently developed, a technique that combined primordial energy with qi. Yet this skill was not purely refined, prompting Wumu to seek out the King of Worlds to explore the cultivation methods of primordial energy projectiles, aspiring to create a method for absorbing primordial energy. However, Wumu has transcended the limits of his own strength, and his power has doubled once again, despite his uncertainty about the true nature of his abilities. He senses that even if his previous combat power of 3 million were to multiply eightfold, it would not compare to his current prowess. The sensation of employing the instant transmission and clone technique he had previously mastered feels entirely distinct now, invigorated by his energy. He then turns to Ganas, saying, "Ganas, our training is nearly complete. It is time to bid farewell to Elder Pabala and return to Earth. When the time comes, I shall assist you in transforming into a Super Saiyan." Ganas, filled with excitement, nods eagerly and follows Wumu toward Elder Pabala, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 47, Homecoming. Wumu stands in the expansive courtyard, sunlight filtering through the sparse clouds, casting a warm and gentle glow upon his face. His silhouette stretches long, resembling a solitary shadow. With unwavering resolve, he gazes ahead, a spark of determination illuminating his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he speaks slowly. "Elder Pabala, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance and care over the years. I have decided to leave this place and return to my homeland." Though Wumu has surpassed Elder Pabala in strength, he retains a deep respect for the elder. Ganas, standing beside him, bows his head in reverence. Elder Pabala smiles softly, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He gestures gently, his tone warm yet tinged with concern. "It is quite all right, Wumu. I understand your decision. However, regarding the changes within you, while I am not entirely versed in their origins, I wish to offer you some advice." He pauses before continuing. "Our universe is home to many deities, both benevolent and malevolent, whose emotions can be quite volatile. In my youth, I had the fortune of hosting a destroyer named Beerus, whose temperament was capricious. Your transformation may attract their attention. Regardless, as you venture forth, be sure to exercise caution." Listening to the elder's words, Wumu is taken aback to learn that Pabala has personally received Beerus and emerged unscathed. He nods thoughtfully, pondering that if his assumptions are correct, through energy cultivation, he might ascend to the realm of the gods. At that juncture, without the omnipotent king to bestow divinity upon him, he wonders whether he would be regarded as a mere wild god and how they might respond to him. The Kaioshin may be manageable, but he fears the involvement of Beerus and Whis. After bidding farewell to Elder Pabala, Wumu utilizes instant transmission to depart from the planet Yardrat. After several twists and turns, he finally arrives on Earth. Unlike before, his energy-infused instant transmission does not rely on sensing others' auras, but rather communicates with the planet's essence, thus ensuring he does not lose his way. The celestial bodies respond to Wumu, guiding him. In the North Galaxy, on the blue planet Earth, Wumu materializes amidst a verdant forest. He inhales deeply, savoring the fresh air, a profound nostalgia washing over him. Although Wumu is not a native of this land, since his arrival in this world, he has chosen to consider it his homeland. "Lord Wumu, is this truly your homeland?" Ganas inquires curiously, surveying the surroundings and marveling at this place so different from the rest of the universe. With a smile gracing his ebony features and a hint of mischief in his gaze, Yuwud mused on the bustling future that awaited this place. His laughter resonated with an air of mystery. "Ganas," he said, stroking his head, "is it going to be lively here?" He echoed the sentiment with a touch of bewilderment before inquiring curiously, "So, where are we headed now?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Wu's expression deepened. I intend to visit an elder who has shown me great kindness. You may choose to accompany me or explore on your own, but remember, you must refrain from using any powers. I shall explore Lord Yu Wu's homeland then, Gannis resolved with determination. Yu Wu nodded, closing his eyes to commune with the spirit of the earth. His body quivered gently, as though engaged in a silent dialogue with the very soul of the planet. Meanwhile, far away in the temple, a deity sensed the fluctuations of the earth's spirit. He gazed down at the mortal realm, a slight frown creasing his brow. Isn't that the young martial artist from a few years ago? How he has changed. Though surprised, the deity refrained from intervening. He recalled Yu Wu's time training in Corinta and felt a certain trust in his character. He had once considered bestowing a divine position upon Yu Wu when the time was right, but it seemed that such measures were now unnecessary. After concluding his communion with the earth's spirit, Yu Wu's form suddenly vanished from sight. Gannis, observing the absence of Yu Wu, shrugged his shoulders and activated his flight technique, soaring toward the distant city. The city's landscape starkly contrasted with the forested hills, towering skyscrapers reaching for the heavens, adorned with flickering neon lights. As Gannis soared above, his curiosity piqued. He scrutinized every corner with awe, his heart brimming with excitement for this novel world. Although he had been warned against using his powers, he could not help but fantasize about the technological marvels surrounding him. Peach Blossom Island, a small haven embraced by the warm rays of the morning sun, housed Peach Blossom Village at its core, encircled by lush greenery and soft sandy beaches. The morning air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, mingling with the salty breeze of the sea. Alaga, come back for dinner. Marlowe called from the entrance of their wooden cottage, addressing Alaga, who was practicing her stances in the yard. His voice was laced with paternal concern and urgency. I know, Dad, Alaga replied in acknowledgement. Inspired by Marlowe's passion for martial arts and Yu Wu's influence, Alaga had developed a keen interest in the discipline as well. Thus, she had begun training from a young age, practicing stances that Yu Wu had once imparted to Marlowe. Alaga gently shook her body to awaken her dormant blood and then gradually straightened her posture. Aware that abruptly breaking her stance could harm her body, she first loosened her movements before slowly retracting her position, a gesture of respect and care for her own physical being. Suddenly, Yu Wu's figure materialized in the yard, and Alaga instantly recognized her former neighbor. She blinked to confirm her sight, then joyfully exclaimed, Brother Yu Wu. Dad, Brother Yu Wu has returned. Marlowe, hearing the shout, wiped the sweat from his brow with his hand and hurried out. Upon seeing Yu Wu, a radiant smile spread across his face. Yu Wu, you have finally returned. How have the past few years treated you? There has been no word from you. Alaga also approached, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Yu Wu brother. Where have you been these past years? You missed the last martial arts tournament, and so much has transpired since. Yu Wu chuckled lightly, his tone casual. 5 years ago, I made a wish upon the Dragon Balls to journey through the cosmos in search of a place to cultivate. His words astonished both Marlowe and Alaga. Subsequently, Marlowe took Yu Wu by the arm and led him inside. Inside, a wooden table was laden with a sumptuous feast, while Maria busied herself in the kitchen. Soon, she emerged, carrying steaming plates of food, and with a smile, nodded at Yu Wu. As long as you are safe. Marlowe scratched his head in realization. Oh dear, you returned so suddenly. I didn't prepare anything. I shall go borrow some pork from next door. As he turned to leave, Yu Wu quickly grasped his arm. Uncle Marlowe, there's no need for that. You know me well. When I was a child, I arrived here with nothing, and it was your kindness that supported me. I am eternally grateful. And your cooking is already delightful. Ha ha ha. Very well then, let us eat. Marlowe joyfully ushered Yu Wu to sit down. Alaga took her place beside Yu Wu, while Maria settled next to Marlowe. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the dining table. Marlowe gazed at Yu Wu, reflecting, Yu Wu, you have grown taller and matured significantly. Yu Wu smiled, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. This place had become his second home. The memories of his past life had faded away, and in this life, he vowed to cherish the people before him. Chapter 48, A Formidable Foe. Gannis stepped onto the soil of West City, his curiosity piqued by the towering skyscrapers and hovering vehicles. On Vegeta, technology was primarily harnessed for warfare, presenting nothing akin to this landscape. Moreover, having been trapped on a wild planet, he had never had the opportunity to experience the marvels of other technological worlds. As he walked, he marveled aloud. The planet where Lord Yu Wu resides is truly remarkable. Just as he immersed himself in this realm of technological wonders, a figure resembling Ultraman suddenly charged forth. Armed with a firearm, he aimed it at Gannis, shouting anxiously, "Thais, run. This man is an evil scion." Gannis felt a surge of anger, bewildered by the gun pointed at him. Although firearms posed no threat to him, the sensation of being targeted was irksome. In a blur of motion invisible to the naked eye, he seized the weapon and effortlessly reduced it to dust. Thais, witnessing the scene, trembled in fear. "Gak, what should we do now?" she asked anxiously. Thais had not anticipated that just days after returning to Earth to celebrate Bulma's birthday, and intending to relax for a few days with her cosmic friend, the interstellar detective Gak, they would encounter such a predicament. If this scion truly harbored ill intentions towards Earth, there would be no one capable of stopping him. Gannis observed the trembling figures before him and remarked indifferently, "I assure you, I have done nothing, yet you suddenly point your guns at me." Trembling, Jack stammered, "Aren't you a scion? What brings you to Earth?" Gannis, at a loss for words and disinclined to clarify, felt a wave of boredom wash over him and resolved to depart. He took his leave. Jack and Thais slumped to the ground, exchanging glances, and decided to return to inform Bulma of the potential formidable foe that had arrived on Earth. Meanwhile, Gannis soared through the sky, having left West City far behind, now gliding over the expansive ocean. He internally scoffed. That fellow was clearly a cosmic patrolman. I never expected to encounter them here on Earth. However, I am no longer the scion consumed solely by the desire for battle. It would be wise not to cause trouble for Lord Ubu. After dinner, Ubu sat quietly by the window, listening to the rustling winds outside, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. The Piccolo incident had become a thing of the past, and the caretaker for the Sun family had been engaged. The coming years heralded the arrival of the Scions. Yet, for Son Goku, this was not a concern, leading Ubu to resolve not to intervene any further. However, the issue regarding Frieza demanded his personal attention. It was a matter of gratitude for the elder of Namek, and until resolved, his heart would remain unsettled. Suddenly, Aliga rushed in with excitement, grasping Ubu's arm, her eyes shimmering with desire. "Brother Ubu, teach me martial arts. I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. Ubu, meeting Aliga's eager gaze, smiled gently, feeling a swell of warmth within. "Very well. I possess a set of techniques suited for you, known as the 8 trigrams floating palm." His voice was soothing. Ubu rose to his feet and, under the soft illumination of the moonlight, began to demonstrate the martial art. His movements were fluid and varied, akin to a dragon gliding gracefully through the air. He moved lightly, as if each step encapsulated profound philosophy. "Aliga, observe my footwork closely. This is the essence of the technique." His voice floated on the night breeze, imbued with an indescribable charm. Aliga fixated intently on Ubu's movements, striving to capture every detail. Ubu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her to perceive the transitions of each action more clearly. After showcasing 3 sequences of the 8 trigrams floating palm, Ubu halted, his gaze piercing as he looked at Aliga. "Did you see it clearly?" he inquired, a hint of challenge in his tone. "I did see it," Aliga replied excitedly, though a trace of uncertainty lingered in her voice. Ubu nodded, continuing his guidance. "When practicing this footwork, remember to incorporate breath control, drawing energy from your dantian with each step and maintaining your center of gravity low. Once you've acclimated, you will move to the stance training." His words conveyed a sense of rigor and seriousness. Aliga, deep in thought, nodded and began to imitate Ubu's movements. Though her actions were somewhat clumsy, her determination was evident, revealing her passion for martial arts. Ubu observed attentively from the side, correcting her errors with precision and care, ensuring each piece of advice was both accurate and timely. The night deepened, and the moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the martial arts arena where 2 figures moved gracefully in the stillness, as if weaving a dreamlike dance of combat. As darkness enveloped the sky and the last remnants of the sun gradually faded, Omu gazed at the dimming heavens and softly remarked, "All right, that will be all for today." His voice drifted through the air with the gentle breeze, carrying a hint of imperceptible solitude. Alika paused her movements, the sweat on her forehead gradually cooling in the night wind. She tenderly wiped her brow, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Omu and whispered, "Omu brother, are you leaving?" There was a note of uncertainty in her voice. Omu sighed softly, his gaze distant as if lost in recollection, and replied, "In a few days, I shall be departing to visit a senior." Alika's expression immediately dimmed, and she quietly asked, "Oh, is that so? Will you return for the martial arts tournament in a few months?" Omu smiled gently, his gaze softening upon Alika, as if he could see through her innermost thoughts. "I will return. Are you planning to participate in the tournament? You are only 11. It would be wise to practice for a few more years." His words, though gentle, bore an undeniable firmness. Were it not for the impending martial arts tournament, a fated clash between Piccolo Jr. and Sun Wukong, Omu would certainly have encouraged Alika to compete. However, he knew that a child, when told not to do something, often finds a way to sneak in anyway. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would be present, and Piccolo would not stir up any trouble. Alika, evidently unconvinced, pouted and retorted with a mixture of stubbornness and confidence, "Humph, don't underestimate me. I am certain I can make it to the top 8. Didn't Sun Wukong compete at 12? Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, clearly confident in her abilities. Omu chuckled helplessly and affectionately ruffled Alika's hair, his tone laced with fondness. "Very well. I shall be watching from the sidelines, cheering for you." His gaze was filled with love and anticipation for the young girl. At this, Alika's face broke into a satisfied smile as she turned to enter the house. At that moment, Marlowe emerged from within, looking at Omu with gratitude. "I truly appreciate your help, Omu. Alika has always held you in high regard." Omu smiled in response, his voice warm and respectful. "It's no trouble at all, Uncle Marlowe. You should head back to rest." Marlowe nodded and added, "Omu, you should go back and take a look at your place. I'll be in shortly." Omu bid farewell to Marlowe and made his way slowly toward his wooden cabin nestled in the mountains. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the immaculate cleanliness of his dwelling, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He realized that Uncle Marlowe must have tirelessly come to tidy up over the years, filling his heart with gratitude. Omu gently organized a few things before lying down on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Underneath the tranquil night sky, his heart too seemed to find a moment of peace. Chapter 49. The sound of the sea breeze at sunset. Bulma furrowed her brow, casting a doubtful gaze upon Gak as she inquired with evident perplexity, "You claim that extraterrestrials have arrived on Earth with intentions to dominate it? Yet upon encountering you, they chose to spare your lives and flee? How is that even conceivable?" Her voice brimmed with skepticism. Gak nodded resolutely, a glimmer of urgency reflected in his eyes. "Indeed, it is imperative that you promptly alert the formidable beings of your planet, rallying them to resist. The Scions are the most ruthless race in the cosmos, notorious for their invasions of other planets, subsequently selling them off." His tone was grave and insistent, underscoring the seriousness of the matter. Bulma remained unconvinced, turning to her sister Tais for validation, her eyes pleading, "Sister, is what Gak says true?" Tais nodded hesitantly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "It is true, but I sense that this Scion may not be as fearsome as the rumors suggest." Her brows knitted in contemplation, as if pondering deeper implications. Regardless, Bulma resolved to take action. She stepped into the yard, retrieving a universal capsule from her pocket, which she tossed lightly. It instantly transformed into an aircraft. She turned to her sister and Gak, declaring, "Follow me. We shall consult my friend for a strategy." The trio swiftly boarded the aircraft, with Bulma at the helm, initiating the flight towards Kame House. Gak, filled with curiosity, asked, "Bulma, is your friend truly formidable?" Without glancing back, she replied nonchalantly, "They are arguably the most powerful individuals on our planet. If even they cannot resolve this, we may have to resign ourselves to our fate." With a sigh, her thoughts wandered, reflecting on the recent turmoil following the Demon King Piccolo incident, now faced with yet another crisis. Their world seemed beset by misfortune. She hoped that Gak's dire warnings were unfounded. Throughout the journey, her heart was heavy with unease. Master Roshi took a sip of tea, exclaiming, "I see. So these years have seen Ubu venture into the cosmos." A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he mused. "I never anticipated his rapid growth. When I first encountered him, I sensed he would eventually surpass me, yet I did not foresee his journey into the universe." Opposite him sat Ganis, cradling his teacup with calm and focused demeanor. Having departed from West Capital the previous day, he sought solace in a new locale, unexpectedly discovering a small island and an elderly man of considerable combat prowess. He descended to learn more about Ubu's origins. Upon realizing Ubu had once clashed with the elder before him and had benefited from his guidance, Ganis held the elder in high esteem. Thus he willingly engaged in conversation with Master Roshi. "Where is Ubu now, and what brings him back this time?" Master Roshi inquired. Lord Ubu mentioned visiting an elder who had cared for him, Ganas responded, then shook his head. As for Lord Ubu's intentions, I am not entirely certain. Ganas gently nodded, his gaze drifting through the window, observing the waves gently lapping at the shore, seemingly in search of inner tranquility. Master Rashi, could you enlighten me further about Lord Ubu? I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors a sense of urgency. The sea breeze wafting through the window brought with it a refreshing chill. Master Rashi smiled faintly as he reflected on Ubo, a being with whom I had only a singular encounter. At that time, I recognized his immense potential, demonstrated through techniques I had never previously encountered. He was remarkably intelligent, growing rapidly with just a hint of guidance. I challenged him with my Kamehameha, and in response, he devised a technique that was on par with my own. In that moment, I understood that this young man would inevitably surpass me. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Master Rashi's eyes. However, the urgency of the situation eluded my understanding. I had once assumed his pursuit was solely a quest for martial prowess. Garnaz listened intently, his grip on the teacup tightening, causing the liquid within to quiver slightly. Could it be that his sense of urgency stems from a profound sense of responsibility? He inquired. Perhaps, Master Rashi sighed. After a brief silence, Garnaz suddenly rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, seemingly deep in thought. He turned back to Master Rashi and remarked, I believe I am beginning to comprehend Yubo's choices. He seeks not only power but also a path that is uniquely his own. Master Rashi nodded slightly, rising to place a reassuring hand on Garnaz's shoulder. Young man, each individual's journey is distinct. You too shall discover your own path, much like Yubo. Garnaz returned the gesture with a smile, determination shining in his eyes. Thank you, sir. The two resumed their seats, continuing their conversation over tea. The wind outside grew stronger, carrying distant echoes, as if responding to their dialogue or perhaps heralding the promise of the future. As the afternoon sun pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the azure sky, a silver-gray aircraft sliced through the atmosphere, gently descending onto a tranquil island. Bulma piloted the craft, deftly transforming it back into a capsule and pocketing it. Just then, Master Rashi emerged from the house. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he approached Bulma with a lively gait, exclaiming, Bulma, have you come to pay a visit to this lonely old man? Bulma frowned, suppressing her irritation, and suddenly delivered a sharp punch to Master Rashi's head, her voice piercing, You old pervert. Garnaz and Jack were taken aback, staring in astonishment at the scene. Garnaz mused to himself, this old gentleman is quite the character. Meanwhile, Jack caught sight of Garnaz and, in a sudden fit of anxiety, pointed at him, trembling as he exclaimed, Scion. Bulma turned to look, noticing a tall man, around 2 meters in height, with a somewhat handsome face and a tail. A tail? Bulma scrutinized him again, her curiosity piqued. Garnaz gently lowered his head to glance at his tail and explained, We Scions are naturally born with tails. Bulma and Master Rashi exchanged contemplative glances. Bulma then cut straight to the point. You've come to Earth, Haven to you? Is it to invade this place? Jack murmured softly beside her. Isn't that a bit too direct? Before he could finish, Garnaz interjected. You misunderstand. The Scion race is nearly extinct. We no longer engage in planetary conquest. His voice carried a hint of helplessness, and his eyes betrayed a subtle sadness. At that moment, Master Rashi interjected. He was brought back by Ub. Bulma echoed this familiar name, her thoughts drifting back to the bygone days 5 years ago. So it was him. It had all been a misunderstanding, and now everything was fine. Her tone relaxed, and a relieved smile graced her face. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, why not stay and chat for a while? I am still not quite accustomed to being a solitary elder again. With that, he slowly walked into the room. Bulma pondered for a moment before following suit. Tais, Gak, and Ganas entered the room in unison. Gak deliberately maintained a distance from Ganas as he entered, quietly inching closer to Tais. Inside, the wooden chairs creaked softly against the floor as everyone found their seats. Bulma glanced around and then inquired, Where are Krillin and the others? Her voice revealed a blend of curiosity and disappointment. Master Rashi smiled gently, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. During the last martial arts tournament, I promised to let them venture out on their own for training. Tenshinhan stayed here for a while before setting off to challenge Karen. And Launch went along as well. His tone was warm, yet it conveyed a sense of care and anticipation for his students. Bulma nodded and then turned to Ganas. Seeking tales of their adventures, different from what her sister had recounted. Ganas then recounted his experiences, and upon hearing this, Gak finally lowered his guard, feeling less apprehensive. Chapter 50. A reunion after long separation. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The fresh air was imbued with the fragrance of earth and grass. Alaga stood before a sturdy oak tree, her figure appearing particularly resolute in the sunlight. Ha, ha, ha. With each strike, the sound of forceful wind accompanied her palms, creating ripples in the air. This morning, Ub had instructed her to stand in the 8 basic stances for an hour and a half. This was a foundational practice of Baguazhang, comprising the 8 sets: Tai Chi stance, Yin Yang stance, 3 talent stance, 4 symbol stance, 5 element stance, 6 harmony stance, 7 star stance, and the Bagua stance. Following this, she practiced footwork, repeating each movement until every action was executed with precision. Now, she began to cultivate her palm strength, deepening her morning practice. Each strike required the concentration of her entire being, and with every impact, the tree quivered slightly. Beneath her palms, the bark began to show signs of indentations, a testament to her formidable power. Ub stood by, his gaze piercing, observing every movement and detail of Alaga's practice. His voice was low and resolute. Alaga, from now on, you shall follow this regimen daily. Alaga struck the tree with renewed vigor, her movements unceasing as she softly affirmed, "All right." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was imbued with determination and resolve. She understood that each practice session was a step toward becoming stronger. Observing Alaga's adept control over her power, Ub nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Then, he silently vanished from the scene, leaving only Alaga to continue her training. At Karen Tower, 4 warriors were engaged in a fierce skirmish: Tian Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a dappled glow on their sweat-drenched faces. Yamcha and Krillin had once journeyed far and wide, delving into the mysteries of martial arts. Upon hearing of Goku's training at Karen Tower, they embarked on a quest to find this renowned place. When they finally arrived, they discovered that Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu had been training there for quite some time. Thus, the 4 decided to train together, continuously honing their skills, which eventually escalated into the chaotic battle at hand. The sounds of combat echoed relentlessly. The 4 exchanged blows, the clash of technique and power generating a series of explosive sounds. In the fray, Kaiatsu was the first to be repelled, his figure tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Shortly after, Krillin, caught off guard, was also sent back. Now, only Tian Shinhan and Yamcha faced each other, their stances poised for confrontation. Tian's gaze was resolute, while Yamcha's eyes sparkled with a challenging gleam. Suddenly, Yamcha halted, took a deep breath, and solemnly addressed Tian Shinhan. "Tian, let me show you my new technique." His voice resonated with an undeniable determination. Yamcha gripped his left wrist tightly with his right hand, as a sphere of blue light began to coalesce in his palm, swirling and growing larger. His brow furrowed. He focused intently on the gathering energy. "Energy sphere," he shouted, and the blue orb shot forth like an arrow aimed directly at Tian Shinhan. Sensing the impending attack, Tian swiftly sidestepped, his movements agile and precise. Yet, Yamcha was relentless. He extended his right hand, deftly directing the energy sphere midair to pursue Tian once more. Tian turned back, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and quickly pivoted, pushing forward with both hands, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that dispersed the relentless sphere. The battle raged on, with Tian inwardly muttering, "This guy always has new tricks up his sleeve. It's truly bewildering." However, a smile of admiration graced his features, clearly revealing his thrill and anticipation for the duel. Although the conflict among the 4 was intense, each understood that this was not merely a simple confrontation but a trial of friendship, respect, and self-transcendence. Meanwhile, Ubu employed his instantaneous movement technique, his form flickering like a phantom as he traversed the space and appeared inside the Kame house. The sea breeze wafted in, carrying a briny scent that mingled with the aroma of tea within. Aside from Ganas, everyone else was taken aback by Ubu's sudden arrival, their eyes wide with astonishment as if witnessing something extraordinary. Ubu, slightly surprised himself, had not anticipated the presence of so many, including Tais and Gak, on Earth. He scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and politely greeted Master Rashi. "Master Rashi, it has been a long time." Master Rashi sat upon a low stool, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Upon hearing the voice of Ebony, he gently set down the teacup and, through the veil of his sunglasses, scrutinized Ebony with eyes that seemed to perceive all. His voice was steady and commanding. "Ebony, what technique did you just employ?" Ebony chuckled softly. "Ah, that was instantaneous movement. A technique from another world." Master Rashi's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses, sensing the shift occurring within Ebony. With a hint of astonishment, he remarked, "You have indeed become unfathomable, akin to an abyss, imperceptible to all." There was admiration interwoven within his words. Ebony smiled faintly in response. "Master Rashi, you flatter me. I had intended to visit you a few years back, but my eagerness to train prevented an earlier meeting." Master Rashi, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Ebony, why the urgency to grow stronger?" Ebony paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the gathering of Kanaz and Bulma, before finally resting on Master Rashi. He spoke slowly. "During my martial arts training, I sensed an intense spiritual forewarning, as if Earth were on the brink of an unprecedented crisis, one that could lead to its destruction. Unsure of how to avert this catastrophe, I made a wish to the dragon for guidance." Upon hearing this, Bulma turned pale, covering her face with trembling hands, her voice quaking. "What? Earth could be destroyed? How is that possible? I have yet to enjoy a wonderful romantic life as a beautiful girl. Yamcha spends all his time training and is hardly ever around." Ebony felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yamcha was still training, but once he began to abandon martial arts for the pursuit of women, Bulma would find herself even more disheartened. Later on, even when she sought out Vegeta, she would still miss out on a fulfilling romance. However, this was not Ebony's concern. Master Rashi, after contemplating for a moment, asked, "Is that so? Do you possess a means to prevent this upon your return?" Ebony shook his head. "Not yet. My purpose in returning is to seek out a deity who can take me to meet someone." He then called out for Kanaz, who promptly rose to stand behind Ebony. Turning once more to Master Rashi, Ebony bowed deeply. "Master Rashi, this visit is to express my gratitude for your guidance in the past. I have discovered these miraculous fruits during my travels through the cosmos, which can enhance one's strength." As he spoke, he presented 2 crystalline spiritual fruits. Master Rashi accepted the fruits, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he marveled at the existence of such wonders. After bidding farewell to Master Rashi, Ebony vanished from sight with Kanaz in a flash of instantaneous movement. Chapter 51. The Tranquility of the Skies. The swiftness of lightning, the serenity of the mind, is akin to an infinite sky, vast and profound. The swiftness of action resembles lightning cleaving the heavens, ever-changing in an instant. Son Goku sat cross-legged within the tunnel of time, his eyes closed in contemplative silence, his heart rhythmically dancing with each breath. 2 years prior, after vanquishing the Demon King Piccolo in a fierce battle, he had arrived at this sanctuary, embarking on his journey of cultivation. Mr. Bobo, the guardian of the temple, imparted to him this profound technique, and since then, he has immersed himself in endless cultivation. Throughout these years of training, Sun Wukong traversed the annals of time, engaging in fierce battles with legendary martial artists from history, each confrontation presenting a formidable challenge that elevated his understanding of martial arts to new heights. He also observed the fishing process of the old fishermen, witnessing the breathtaking speed of lightning splitting the sky. These experiences gradually enlightened him to the tranquil vastness of the sky and the swiftness of lightning. Now, Sun Wukong is no longer the naive youth he was 2 years ago. He stands at a height of 175 centimeters, his muscular physique more defined than ever. Although his attire is specially reinforced, it feels as light as a feather in the face of his burgeoning strength. With every breath, he can feel the surging energy within him. With every movement, he exudes precision and power. Suddenly, a wave of hunger interrupted his meditation. He opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion and helplessness crossing his gaze. "Ah, how is it that I am hungry again? It seems it is time to eat something." Sun Wukong slowly rose, stretching lazily, each movement revealing an unparalleled grace and swiftness. He stepped out of the time portal with light and determined strides, each footfall resonating crisply on the temple's stone slabs. Upon reaching the temple, he found Mr. Bobo, who had been waiting for him. "Bobo, training certainly works up an appetite. Is there anything delicious to eat? I feel as though I could devour an entire dinosaur," Sun Wukong exclaimed, playfully pinching his belly to emphasize his hunger. Mr. Bobo, without a word, turned as usual and headed toward the kitchen, leaving Sun Wukong chuckling merrily in place. At that moment, Omu appeared with Ganas, and Wukong immediately tensed, alertly scrutinizing the sudden figure before him. As his gaze sharpened, a look of surprise adorned his face, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Omu, wow, where have you been all these years?" Omu smiled warmly, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "It has been a long time, Wukong." Sun Wukong quickly approached Omu, curiously poking him with a finger. "Omu, how come I can't sense your aura?" His brow furrowed, seemingly pondering some profound mystery. Omu merely smiled gently, offering no response. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's enthusiasm surged as he assumed a combat stance, excitedly declaring, "Well, never mind, Omu, let us have a sparring match." His eyes sparkled with delight. Sun Wukong had long been intrigued by Omu, and now that they finally reunited, he could hardly contain his eagerness to challenge him. Omu observed Sun Wukong adopt his stance without hesitation, and he did not refuse the invitation. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ganas, who nodded in understanding and quietly stepped aside, though he remained puzzled by the decision to accept what appeared to be an ordinary challenge. "Come at me, Wukong," Omu said with a serene smile. However, Sun Wukong hesitated, his gaze fixed on Omu's seemingly unguarded demeanor, filled with uncertainty. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yuwud appeared to be riddled with vulnerabilities. However, Sun Wukong dared not trust this Fade. He mused to himself, "This won't do. I must test the waters first." With this thought, Sun Wukong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yuwud. Yet, Yuwud's form was as graceful as a willow leaf in the breeze, effortlessly evading the blow. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly transitioned to a sweeping kick, attempting to knock Yuwud down. But Yuwud leaned back, once again dodging with ease. In the ensuing flurry of attacks, Yuwud managed to evade each strike with astonishing agility. Watching this unfold, Yuwud recalled the scene from Dragon Ball Super, when Sun Wukong first challenged Beerus, and a hint of mischievous delight flickered within him. He felt an urge to tap Sun Wukong on the back of his head. In an instant, Yuwud's figure blurred, appearing behind Sun Wukong, where he gently flicked the back of his head. Though the tap was light, it caught Sun Wukong off guard, sending him hurtling through the air, and he tumbled several times upon landing. In the shadows by the temple entrance, the deity and Bobo stood silently, witnessing the spectacle. The deity recognized that Sun Wukong had grown significantly stronger, surpassing him by a considerable margin, and he understood Yuwud's formidable strength. Although he could not sense Yuwud's energy, he was astonished by how effortlessly Yuwud had bested Sun Wukong with a single strike. Rubbing the back of his head in pain, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Yuwud. "Ouch! Yuwud, you've become incredibly strong. How have you trained?" Yuwud, silhouetted against the setting sun, leisurely stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. He softly inquired, "Do you wish to continue the contest?" "Of course," Sun Wukong replied. "Let us see how this fares." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly assumed a battle stance, his hands firmly positioned at his waist. As he concentrated, a stunning blue glow emanated from his palms, and a fierce energy surged forth like a tempest. "Kamehameha!" Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that charged toward Yuwud like a ferocious beast. Yuwud observed the approaching energy wave with serene composure. He thought to himself, "This energy is potent, around 500 in battle power, considerably stronger than described in the original tale. I wonder if Piccolo has also grown stronger. In any case, Raditz will surely face a beating soon." A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. Then, with a serious demeanor, Yuwud slowly raised his right hand, his movements deliberate and unhurried. As the energy wave reached his palm, he gently closed his fingers, effortlessly shattering the powerful swirling energy as though it were mere fragile paper. Sun Wukong and the observing deity stood agape, scarcely able to believe their eyes. In his astonishment, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim, "Yuwud, you are simply incredible. You could not even stir up a speck of dust." Yuwud responded with a modest smile. "It's merely luck. The individuals I've encountered over the past few years have awakened my potential. You will catch up in due time." He regarded Sun Wukong with a touch of envy. Sun Wukong looked at Yuwud, somewhat puzzled by his expression. At that moment, the deity and Bobo slowly stepped forward. The deity wore a gentle smile as he greeted, "Yuwud, It is a pleasure to meet you. His voice was calm and warm, imbued with wisdom and compassion. Beside him, Ganas gazed in astonishment at the divine green hue of his skin, exclaiming, Namekian? Chapter 52, The Celestial Realm, Serpent Path. Namekian? Me? The deity paused, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed, as if striving to comprehend this sudden revelation of identity. His fingers unconsciously stroked his chin. Observing this, Wumu chuckled and explained, Divine One, your skin tone and features closely resemble those of the Namekians, a remarkably unique race in the cosmos. Wumu thought to himself, surprised by Gana's reaction, which had prematurely revealed the deity's lineage, making the unfolding narrative unpredictable. Amidst his astonishment, a hint of introspection flickered in the deity's eyes. So, I am an extraterrestrial. All along, I believed myself to be merely an extraordinary inhabitant of Earth. His voice trembled slightly, hands clenched tightly, emotions swirling within him. He looked up at the starry sky, as if envisioning the distant Namek. How I longed to return to Namek. His voice brimmed with yearning. The deity's gaze grew resolute, yet was soon tinged with a semblance of helplessness. But as the guardian of Earth, I cannot depart so easily. His shoulders sagged slightly, embodying the weight of responsibility. A profound sense of duty emanated from his eyes, intermingled with the helplessness of his fate. Divine One, I have a request. Wumu's voice turned serious. I need to journey to the celestial realm to seek the King of Worlds. Could you take me there? His eyes sparkled with determination, exuding an earnest demeanor. The deity inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment, before finally nodding. Wumu, you wish to seek the King of Worlds in the celestial realm? Wumu affirmed with conviction, yes. I have pressing matters to discuss with the king. If possible, I hope you can accompany me. The deity pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall assist you. He then turned to Bobo, saying, Bobo, I will take them to the underworld to meet Yama. I shall return shortly. Bobo's dark face remained expressionless, nodding slowly, his movements mechanical and sluggish, as if time had frozen around him. At that moment, Sun Wukong excitedly patted Wumu's shoulder. Wumu, I will grow stronger. Wumu smiled faintly, a glimmer of mystery and anticipation in his expression, and gently nodded. Sun Wukong and Bobo waved their farewells as the deity, along with Wumu and Ganas, teleported to the underworld, the celestial realm and the underworld. Here stood rows of majestic palaces, each radiating distinct divinity and solemnity. In front of the first palace, a winding path was lined with an endless queue. The figures in this procession, or rather souls, appeared as ethereal clouds, light and translucent. At the forefront of the line, a blue-faced imp, adorned with two sharp horns, was bellowing through a large trumpet. Ladies and gentlemen of the souls, please maintain order and proceed in an orderly fashion. His voice reverberated through the trumpet, echoing in this enigmatic space. Despite their varied forms, all the souls exhibited remarkable compliance. At the end of the path stood a grand palace of imposing stature. Within its confines, a colossal figure resembling a mountain, Yama, the king of the underworld, was seated at an expansive table, scrutinizing the deeds of souls from their mortal lives with a scarlet brush in hand. His presence was as formidable as an insurmountable peak, instilling awe in all who beheld him. Just then, a celestial being appeared through a mysterious teleportation spell. Accompanied by two unusual visitors, Yuwud and Ganas, they found themselves in this solemn setting, their surroundings both alien and overwhelming. Yuwud could not help but exclaim, "This feels nothing like the anime. The genuine experience is truly breathtaking. How massive Yama is. I wonder what he consumes on a daily basis." Yama, keenly sensing the presence of the living, thundered with a voice that resonated like a storm. Living beings? The sound was so powerful it startled the celestial being, who quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, they are brought by this minor deity." Yama surveyed the area, his gaze eventually settling on the celestial being at his feet. His deep voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Ah, it is you, the deity of Earth. What brings you here, accompanied by two living souls?" The celestial being appeared somewhat flustered, stammering an explanation. "This is Yuwud, along with his friend. My intention was to guide them through the serpent path to meet the king of the realm." Yama pondered briefly before picking up a ledger from the table, his eyes returning to Yuwud and Ganas. He spoke slowly. "I shall make an exception and allow the living to proceed, but I must caution you. Be vigilant, and do not fall. Below lies hell." His words carried an unmistakable gravity and warning. Yu Wu nodded thoughtfully and then turned to gaze deeply at the celestial being, solemnly stating, "Thank you for bringing me here. Once I have completed my mission, I can take you to see Namek." A complex smile graced the celestial being's face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes reflecting the passage of time. He sighed gently, his tone tinged with resignation. "I appreciate your kindness, Yu Wu, but Earth still requires my presence." His gaze drifted into the distance, as if contemplating a profound matter. Yu Wu silently regarded the celestial being, understanding the unspoken concern regarding the successor to Piccolo. He recognized that elaborating further would yield no clarity. Thus, he nodded once more and said softly, "I shall take my leave then." No sooner had he spoken than Yu Wu stepped onto the winding serpent path, with Ganas closely trailing behind. Along their journey, they encountered many wondrous sights previously unseen, Ganas brimming with curiosity yet aware that this was not the time for idle chatter, following Yu Wu in silence, filled with reverence. The celestial being watched as Yu Wu gradually vanished along the serpent path, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. He then turned to Yama, softly saying, "That minor deity has departed." His voice bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained resolute. "Indeed," Yama replied, casting a deep glance towards the celestial being, his eyes shifting away as a low rumble emanated from his throat, suggesting he was pondering some profound enigma. The celestial being swiftly employed a teleportation spell, its figure leaving behind a fleeting shimmer in the air before disappearing entirely. After the divine entity's departure, the king of hell sat alone, his gaze once again cast towards the serpent path, his brow slightly furrowed. He pondered inwardly. This Ebony, indeed a mysterious individual. There exists no record of him upon the book of life and death. His power eludes detection, and his essence transcends that of mere mortals. Furthermore, the scion accompanying him is equally formidable. The king of hell shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It was best not to concern himself with such matters, for they were beyond the purview of a minor deity. Chapter 53. What do you think I know on the winding serpent path? Ebony and Ganas had been walking for over 2 hours. Surrounding them was an ethereal expanse, with twinkling lights in the distance resembling the eyes of another world. Silently observing their journey, Ganas' pace gradually slowed, his brow knitted in evident confusion and curiosity. "Lord Ebony, I never imagined there truly existed a world after death. Are we here to manage the souls of earthlings or those of the cosmos?" Ganas could not help but inquire. Ebony turned his head, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his gaze profound as if it could penetrate the very doubts residing in Ganas' heart. This entire universe falls under the stewardship of that king of hell. Regardless of one's prowess in life, in death, the king possesses the power to subdue all. The wicked descend into hell, while the virtuous ascend to paradise. Upon hearing this, Ganas was taken aback, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He had not anticipated such a wondrous realm. Given the nature of my scion kin, they should surely all be condemned to hell, he mused to himself, simultaneously feeling a twinge of relief at not having invaded any planets, and for having encountered Ebony, with whom he had cultivated his spirit. Just as Ganas was about to pose another question, a resonant, ethereal voice echoed through the air. "Ebony, Ebony." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, both insubstantial and palpable, leaving one perplexed. Ebony paused, his brow furrowing in puzzlement, and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the scenery along the serpent path remained shrouded in mist, devoid of any signs of life. "In this realm, I am not acquainted with many, and no one has perished. It is unlikely anyone would call my name in the underworld, especially on a path leading to the King of Worlds," Ebony contemplated. Yet he remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity for the source of the sound. Exchanging a glance with Ganas, both could perceive a hint of unease in each other's eyes. They continued onward in tacit understanding, their footfalls echoing in the vastness of the serpent path, seemingly resonating with the mysterious summons. Soon, Ganas abruptly halted, pointing ahead in astonishment. "Lord Ebony, look ahead," he exclaimed, his face betraying a mixture of surprise and intrigue. In the distance along the serpent path, a figure appeared to be drawing near, shrouded in a veil of light and shadow, enigmatic and unpredictable. Ebony stood upon the serpent path, his gaze piercing through the dissipating luminescence, revealing the silhouette of a middle-aged man with a crew cut. He was clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with the character for bird prominently emblazoned within a circle on his left chest. adorned with spectacles and encircled by a faint halo. He bore a gentle smile as he gazed at Omu and Ganis. Omu, the enigmatic middle-aged man, called softly. Yumo scrutinized the individual before him, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. In disbelief, he inquired, "Could you be Mr. Toriyama? How did you come to be here?" Yumo was indeed taken aback, never expecting the creator of the Dragon Ball universe to manifest in this realm. Was it true what the netizens joked about, that even in death he traversed the Serpent Road? Yet, he had passed on before his own arrival here, so it seemed implausible for him to be present. Mr. Toriyama chuckled amiably, scratching the back of his head, and replied, "Ah, Omu, do not be startled. I too did not anticipate finding myself here. Haha, it is rather extraordinary, isn't it?" Yumo pressed further. "But, did you wait here for me for a specific reason?" His tone carried a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Mr. Toriyama, still smiling, replied earnestly, "In truth, there is nothing particularly special. I merely wish to convey that you tend to overthink, which is a shortcoming of yours. Since your arrival in this world, I have been watching over you. You need not worry or be anxious. Consider this as a miraculous journey." Yumo, taken aback by his words, mused in his heart. Truly, the Creator possesses privileges even in this world. He pondered the profound implications of Mr. Toriyama's statement, attempting to decipher its deeper meaning. Just as Yumo was about to pose another question, Mr. Toriyama had already vanished, leaving behind a resonant voice in the air. "Feel free to pursue your desires without concern for the consequences. We shall meet again." Yumo stood rooted in silence, while Ganas nearby refrained from interrupting him. In recent times, he had witnessed an array of astonishing phenomena and gradually realized that this world was far more complex than it appeared. Above the highest dimensions of the 12 universes lay a mysterious realm known as the Omni King universe. In this space, time and space seemed to lose their conventional significance. The Omni King Palace, a vast edifice constructed of pure white crystal, loomed majestically in the void, surrounded by a myriad of planets and nebulae, all shimmering with resplendent light. Within the main hall of the Omni King Palace, a seemingly youthful Omni King sat upon a lofty throne. His form resembled that of an ordinary child, yet his profound eyes harbored the power to pierce through all existence. Flanking the Omni King were two tall, slender guards, their expressions grave and their gazes vigilant, ever prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Before the throne lay an enormous chessboard, quietly displaying an array of colorful spheres, each representing the various planets and forces within the universe. The Omni King extended his small hand, casually grasping a red sphere, and with a gentle toss, it collided with a blue sphere, producing a crisp sound as both shattered into a cascade of vibrant light. At that moment, a high priest with a pale blue complexion and silver hair gracefully entered the grand hall. A mysterious azure halo encircled the back of his head, and his strides were steady and solemn. Upon reaching the presence of the Supreme King, he immediately bowed in reverence, his voice laced with undeniable respect. "Your Excellency, the mark of the otherworldly individual has vanished." The Supreme King responded with a crisp tone, revealing a hint of indifference. "Do not worry, High Priest. That being has already encountered him. Let us disregard it." His fingers gently tapped the edge of the chessboard, seemingly pondering an esoteric dilemma. The High Priest slightly nodded, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the next course of action, quietly inquiring, "Since that being has met him, should I provide any clarification regarding this?" The Supreme King waved his hand dismissively, his gaze returning to the celestial bodies on the chessboard. "No need to concern ourselves. Let Vis continue to observe the otherworldly individual. It should not be long before he formally meets us." A playful tone tinged his voice, as if he were eagerly anticipating the forthcoming events. The High Priest acknowledged, "Yes, Your Excellency," and then turned to gaze at the cosmos beyond the hall, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. He mused inwardly. Ever since the Salama incident, the universe has remained tranquil for many years. It appears that it is about to become intriguing once more. Chapter 54. The ironic jest following that incident. Omu and Ganas hastened their pace with a sense of significant responsibility, racing towards the planet of the King of the Universe. Soon, they arrived at the terminus of the Serpentine Path. There, a diminutive planet floated in the cosmos, akin to a speck of dust in the void. The figures of Omu and Ganas descended upon this celestial body like shooting stars, experiencing a sudden heaviness as they landed, their bodies momentarily halted by the force of gravity. Ganas furrowed his brow, glancing around in astonishment, and exclaimed, "My lord Omu, is this truly the abode of the king of the universe? I had not anticipated the gravity to be akin to that of planet Vegeta, yet this planet is exceedingly small." Omu did not respond immediately, his attention captivated by the scene before him. A small red sports car was zipping across the surface of the planet, and the driver was none other than the king of the universe. Beside the racetrack stood a massive gorilla and a grasshopper, evidently Baburus and Gregor. Noticing the arrival of Omu and Ganas, Gregor hurriedly reported to the king, "Visitors have arrived." The king halted his vehicle, leaping out and turning his gaze toward Omu and Ganas. His corpulent form appeared even more cumbersome under the influence of gravity. Clad in a long black robe adorned with the words King of the Universe, he wore sunglasses, and two antenna-like appendages quivered slightly. Approaching Omu, he scrutinized him from head to toe, then took a deep sniff. "A living being? Has come to the realm of the dead? Ha ha, what a delightful jest." Omu and Ganas exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of awkward smiles. The king abruptly ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. "What brings you to me?" Clearing his throat, Omu solemnly replied, "Your Excellency, I have heard that you are a formidable martial artist, and my companion and I wish to learn the spirit bomb and the king's fist from you." The king of the realm erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the praises of Wumu, his mirth resonating across the diminutive planet. "Though you say so, I shall not readily impart my teachings to you." Ganas, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "What conditions must we fulfill for you to deign to instruct us?" The king's demeanor abruptly turned grave. He cast a sidelong glance at Ganas and intoned, "Only if you can provoke laughter from me." Ganas froze momentarily, then whispered to Wumu, "Is this person trustworthy?" Wumu, having anticipated the moment, cleared his throat and began to narrate a joke. "A toad has recently lost all appetite, even neglecting to catch mosquitoes. The other toads were curious about its plight. The eldest among them suggested, 'Catch a swan.' That ought to do it," as the toad yearned for the taste of swan meat. As the words hung in the air, Wumu shivered involuntarily, while Ganas regarded him with a perplexed expression, pondering whether this was truly amusing. Yet, the king suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Very well. You have passed." Wumu and Ganas exchanged relieved glances, astonished at how effortlessly they had amused the king. "I can bestow upon you the technique of the spirit bomb," the king pronounced, his voice deep and resonant, his gaze shifting between the two before settling on Ganas. "However, it requires a heart filled with righteousness to learn." His eyes were profound, seemingly capable of piercing through to the soul. Ganas felt the weight of the king's scrutinizing gaze, his heart tightening as he discerned the king's thoughts. Wumu, equally aware of his own lack of pure righteousness, cleared his throat in an attempt to mask his discomfort and earnestly asked, "Might you enlighten me on the principles behind the spirit bomb?" His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. The king nodded, gesturing for them to follow. Turning, he clasped his hands behind his back and ambled towards his humble abode. Wumu and Ganas hurried to keep pace, their steps betraying a blend of tension and anticipation. Beside the dwelling stood a solitary, rudimentary table, appearing somewhat out of place. Once seated, the king beckoned them to join him. Wumu and Ganas exchanged glances before taking their seats opposite the king. The king's gaze softened as he began to elucidate. "The spirit bomb is, in essence, quite simple. Every living being harbors the essence of nature. This is true across the cosmos. The spirit bomb harnesses this vital energy, amalgamating it into a singular form. This essence has existed since the inception of the universe." Wumu nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. "Is there a method to absorb this essence into oneself?" He pondered aloud. The king regarded Wumu with a knowing look, pausing thoughtfully before responding, "Indeed, there exists a method. As I mentioned, this essence is the energy that has prevailed since the dawn of the universe. In my quest to harness this power, I once sought to absorb it to amplify my strength. However, I soon realized my body could not withstand such might, leading me to abandon that pursuit and instead explore its application within the spirit bomb." At this, the king slowly retrieved two ancient tomes from behind him, leafing through their pages as if to conjure memories of bygone days. He gazed deeply at the ebony wood and remarked, "This is the method I initially employed to absorb vital energy and the cultivation technique of the king's fist." Upon receiving it, the ebony wood slightly bowed, expressing gratitude to the king. The king nodded, stating, "I cannot teach you anything further, for you have already taken that significant step." You may examine the methods above and learn from them. In his heart, the Ebony would understood that despite the king often presenting a humorous demeanor, he was indeed a genuine deity with remarkable insight. At that moment, the Ebony Wood's heart resembled an unceasing engine, relentlessly supplying energy, causing his physical prowess to burgeon daily. He recognized that to grow stronger, he must continue to absorb vital energy until his body reached a state of saturation. Subsequently, seeking possibilities for breaking through to the next stage, relying solely on the energy from his heart, was far too slow. With a clear voice, he declared, "Then, King, we shall take our leave." Hardly had the words left his lips when he turned and began to walk out. Ganas cast a puzzled glance at the king before promptly following suit. He caught up with the Ebony Wood and inquired, "Lord Ebony, are we departing just like that? Aren't we supposed to learn?" The Ebony Wood paused, turned, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. The objective has been achieved. Learning was merely an excuse. With that, he and Ganas employed the sky dance technique, their figures soaring like arrows released from a bow, rapidly ascending the winding serpent path. The king stood in place, watching the two depart, his eyes behind the sunglasses flashing with contemplation. Chapter 55. Return. The Ebony Wood and Ganas soared side by side above the serpentine path, the scenery around them retreating like a flowing stream. Ganas' gaze turned to the Ebony Wood, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and confusion. He tilted his head, hesitantly posing the question, "Lord Ebony, what exactly are the techniques of the King's fist and the vital energy sphere?" Having observed the conversation between the Ebony Wood and the king, Ganas remained perplexed. The Ebony Wood smiled gently, a depth of understanding illuminating his eyes as he slowly elucidated. The King's fist is a technique that can significantly amplify one's strength in a short span, yet it inflicts excruciating pain on the body afterward. The vital energy sphere, on the other hand, is an energy orb formed from the condensation of natural energy, which can only be wielded by those with a righteous heart. Malevolent beings cannot withstand its pure power. Even if the vital energy sphere inadvertently strikes a just individual, it inflicts no harm. Upon hearing this, Ganas' eyes widened further, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He had witnessed the use of energy on the planet Adrat, yet he had never imagined such wondrous techniques existed with the king. Reflecting on the straightforward, destructive fighting style of the Scionts, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of bitterness and helplessness, silently lamenting, "It seems we Scionts are indeed rather crude." Noticing Ganas' confusion, the Ebony Wood slightly tilted his head, his gaze imbued with warmth. "So, Ganas, what do you believe is my purpose in coming here to cultivate these techniques?" Ganas was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, then began to ponder earnestly, his brow furrowed, clearly engaged in the arduous pursuit of a rational answer. After a brief pause, he cautiously inquired, "Then, Lord Ebony, did you truly come here solely to hone these skills?" A flicker of complex emotion crossed Ebony's eyes as he was about to speak, but at that moment, they had already reached the terminus of the serpentine path. Ebony swiftly pivoted, landing first at the entrance of the Hall of Yama. Ganas followed closely behind, his curiosity piqued by the unspoken words of Ebony. Yet he understood that some matters might remain silently ensconced within Ebony's heart. Within the dim and solemn Hall of Yama, the imposing figure of Yama sat regally upon a lofty throne, meticulously revising the ledger of souls with a crimson brush. Each name bore the weight of a life lived, and every stroke of correction bore significance for a soul's fate. The atmosphere within the hall was imbued with a reverent aura. Ebony and Ganas slowly entered the grand chamber, approaching the feet of Yama, whereupon Ebony raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of awe. "Might I trouble you, Lord Yama, to summon the celestial deity? We beseech him to escort us." Ebony's voice resonated through the vast hall, seemingly accompanied by an echo. Although Ebony possessed the skill of instantaneous movement, the frail energies of Earth and his yet-to-be fully realized power imposed limitations upon his capabilities. Moreover, the realm of the underworld and the cosmos did not exist within the same dimension, rendering his instantaneous movement nearly ineffective in this domain. He intended to meticulously analyze all his skills upon returning to Earth and seek avenues for enhancement. Yama cast a glance down at Ebony. His eyes, deep as black holes, appeared to pierce through all. "Ah, it is you. Have you located the Realm King?" His voice was low and resonant as he proceeded to summon the celestial deity, the god of Earth, to this place. Before long, a figure swiftly materialized within the hall, It was the celestial deity, his expression one of mild astonishment. You are prepared so soon. Have all matters been resolved? The deity's mouth gaped open, clearly taken aback by Ebony's efficiency. Ebony nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, I would appreciate it if the celestial deity could escort us back. The deity acquiesced and turned to Yama, saying, Lord Yama, given that their affairs have been settled, I shall take my leave with them. Ebony and Ganas bowed slightly in gratitude towards Yama. Yama merely grunted in acknowledgement, returning to his task of amending the ledger, as though their departure was but a mundane occurrence in the tapestry of his routine. Under the deity's guidance, the figures of Ebony and Ganas gradually vanished beyond the threshold of the hall of Yama. The hall fell once more into its prior stillness, the only sound reverberating through the expansive space being the low cadence of Yama's pen strokes. Earth, the temple. At the heart of this temple, the figures of the celestial deity, Ebony, and Ganas slowly materialized. The deity wielded a divine staff, his gaze imbued with a mixture of hesitation and anticipation. He turned to Ebony. Ebony, what are your intentions moving forward? Will you depart from Earth again? Ebony raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, regarding the deity with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Celestial deity, it seems you harbor some concerns. Feel free to speak candidly. The celestial being slowly maneuvered his staff, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and finally spoke. In truth, I have made a decision. Once the martial arts tournament concludes, I intend to seek someone to succeed me. At that time, would you be willing to escort me to Namek? I wish to behold the visage of my homeland with my own eyes. Yuwood nodded, responding with a smile. Of course, I too plan to attend the martial arts tournament. A grateful smile graced the celestial being's face. Thank you, Yuwood. Yuwood gently waved his hand, his tone composed. No need for thanks. I also intend to pay a visit to the Grand Elder of Namek. Just as he finished speaking, Yuwood suddenly glanced around, as if searching for something. He turned to the celestial being, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Celestial, could you lead me to the hyperbolic time chamber? I wish to train there. The celestial being appeared slightly taken aback, puzzled by how Yuwood was aware of the chamber's existence, yet he refrained from inquiring further and merely nodded. Very well, follow me. With that, the celestial being turned and walked deeper into the sanctuary, his steps steady and enigmatic. Yuwood followed closely, his footsteps light, while Ganas silently trailed behind, his eyes brimming with curiosity, and together the three entered the temple. As they advanced, the interior of the sanctuary gradually revealed itself. The murals depicted ancient mythological tales, and the stone columns were adorned with intricate carvings, each step seeming to traverse the river of time. An aura of antiquity and sanctity permeated the air, prompting a subconscious lowering of voices, filled with reverence. They ultimately arrived at a chamber that appeared ordinary yet concealed boundless secrets. The celestial being halted, gesturing towards a door embellished with mysterious symbols. This is the hyperbolic time chamber, where you may train to your heart's content. Time here flows differently than in the outside world. I hope you will gain much from this experience. Yuwood nodded, his eyes shimmering with determination, fully aware of the significance of this training. Before entering the room, he turned back to the celestial being and smiled in gratitude, then stepped forward with Ganas, crossing through the mysterious door and vanishing into the light. Chapter 56. Training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon entering, Yuwood advanced purposefully while Ganas surveyed their surroundings, which appeared vast and desolate. Though the air was thin and stifling, with temperatures fluctuating dramatically from 50 degrees Celsius to -40, and gravity tenfold that of the outside world, the chamber was well equipped with sustenance, water, and shelter. Curiously, Ganas inquired, Lord Yuwood, what makes this room so extraordinary? Yuwood turned to Ganas, elucidating, this is the miraculous hyperbolic time chamber of Earth. Here, 1 year is equivalent to merely 1 day outside. Each person may only remain for 2 days in their lifetime, allowing us to utilize 2 years for training. I intend to use this time to help you transcend your limits and become a super scion. Ganas, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Lord Yuwood, you are finally willing to impart the secrets of transforming into a super scion. The notion of having 2 years in this chamber filled Ganas with awe, as he could scarcely imagine the strength he would attain thereafter. Yuwood smiled and nodded. Previously, he had harbored concerns that once Ganas transformed into a super scion, his power would surpass his own, potentially leading to betrayal. However, those worries have dissipated. The strength of Umu has reached an unfathomable level, with the energy provided by his heart continuously growing each day. In this unique space, a mere adjustment in the direction of his training should enable him to attain power nearing that of a Super Saiyan level 2. As his combat prowess now far exceeds 100 million, Umu elucidated that there are two methods to transform into a Super Saiyan. Scions generate a type of cell known as cell in a tranquil environment. The first method involves triggering cell growth through extreme rage, thereby facilitating the transformation. The second method entails directly locating the cell and concentrating it at the lumbar region. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Ganna's waist. These methods were articulated in the original text, and Ganna had been cultivating his mind under Umu's guidance over the years, maintaining a state of inner peace. Umu regarded Ganna earnestly and continued, "You need not worry about these matters. You have fulfilled all the prerequisites. Your mental cultivation is quite commendable, but you must continue to sustain it." Ganna nodded, reflecting inwardly that the transformation into a Super Saiyan necessitates both a serene mindset and extreme fury. No wonder no Saiyan had succeeded in the past. "I understand, Master Umu." Ganna replied respectfully. Umu nodded in acknowledgement. "Then find a suitable place to try these two methods. If you encounter difficulties, return to me, and I shall assist you with the first method." Ganna nodded once more, and Umu added, "If you feel hungry, come here. There is ample food." With that, Umu ventured deeper into the dwelling. Arriving at an expansive area, Umu began to contemplate the techniques he currently mastered. In addition to his expertise in the martial art of 8 extremities fist, he had also devised 3 formidable energy wave techniques: the primordial wave, the divine wind wave, and the star shatter wave. Each of these techniques possessed unique merits. The primordial wave and divine wind wave exhibited remarkable power, while the star shatter wave possessed unparalleled penetrative capability. At that moment, Umu realized he lacked a technique with exceptional cutting power. The energy circular slash from the original text seemed suitable, and he resolved to attempt mastering this skill. Furthermore, through dealings with the Adrat Star and the Divine Dragon, he had acquired special abilities such as instant teleportation, telepathy, mental communication, healing techniques, and force separation. He also obtained the Spirit Bomb and the training methods for the King Fist from the King Kai. Contemplating this, Umu stroked his chin and mused, "If I can master a cutting skill and further refine the Spirit Bomb and the King Fist, my strength will ascend to new heights. Though my current teleportation relies on spiritual sensing, it seems I still lack something to reach the level of the King Kai's instant teleportation. I shall set this issue aside for the time being." Subsequently, Umu raised his right hand, and at the center of his palm, he began to condense a swirling energy vortex, which spun incessantly and gradually solidified. Observing the vortex in his palm, Umu furrowed his brow. Noting how reminiscent it was of a spiral sphere, it appeared that further energy compression was necessary. After several attempts, Umu finally coalesced a disc-shaped vortex in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand above his head, watching as the vortex expanded. He decided to name it the Spiral Slash. With a decisive motion, he hurled it forward, and the Spiral Slash swiftly darted out before curving back. Umu quickly summoned the primordial wave to strike the returning Spiral Slash, and at the moment of contact, the primordial wave was precisely cleaved apart. He caught the returning Spiral Slash and, with a gentle squeeze, crushed it, nodding in satisfaction at its impressive power. Next, Umu retrieved the technique for cultivating Chi blasts. He aimed to absorb Chi in a manner reminiscent of the cultivation methods from fantastical realms, the natural energy of Chi in this Dragon Ball universe. As the King of Worlds had stated, emerged alongside the cosmos, and absorbing it could overwhelm the body. Deities like the King of Worlds, despite their elevated life forms, could only be considered demigods and had not reached the realm of destruction gods, thus rendering them incapable of absorbing such high-grade Chi. In contrast, destruction gods could effortlessly accomplish this feat. Chi enhances one's life level because it is a synthesis of high energy levels and vital essence, thereby fortifying the body in every aspect, enabling a transcendence beyond mortal limits. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong inadvertently absorbed a Chi blast, attaining the state of Ultra Instinct, suggesting an inherent connection. However, Umu did not intend to merely replicate this process. In his previous life, practitioners often elevated themselves through the cycle of Chi absorption. Now, Umu sought to utilize his golden core to continuously inhale and exhale Chi, filling his entire body with it. Though this method was inefficient, Given that the heart primarily managed blood circulation, Qi could navigate this route, yet it was insufficient. Wumu resolved to open his meridians, forming a complete circuit of circulation. He sat cross-legged and meticulously studied the Qi absorption process detailed in the king's texts, finding the methodology rather straightforward. It merely involved sensing the abundant Qi in nature, attracting it towards oneself, and then performing the inhalation and exhalation. Regarding meridians, Wumu had acquired knowledge during his martial arts training in his past life. And within this temporal sanctuary, Qi was present, or rather, it existed in every corner of the universe. He closed his eyes and began to absorb Qi, a process reminiscent of his instantaneous movement technique. He quickly grasped the essentials. Qi began to gather around him, and the white energy was inhaled through his nostrils into his body. Wumu held his breath, controlling the Qi as it flowed within him. Beads of sweat emerged from his body, and after a quarter of an hour of effort, he exhaled deeply before continuing to repeat the process. Chapter 57. Ganas transforms. Arrogance and pride. Ganas discovered an open area and commenced his attempt to trigger the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Following Master Wumu's guidance, he sought to evoke this transformation through extreme anger. Master Wumu had mentioned the necessity of profound fury, albeit with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Ganas assumed a hoarse stance, his fists clenched tightly, his muscles taut with tension. He closed his eyes, and memories that ignited his fury surged within his mind. Uncontrollably, his body began to unleash a torrent of energy, causing the air around him to whip into a tempest, his hair dancing upward in the gusts. Ganas bellowed, and as his roar intensified, so too did the energy coursing through him. Were it not for the emptiness of the time chamber, devoid of any references, an outsider would almost palpably sense the formidable energy that Ganas was unleashing. Finally, as his prolonged roar subsided, Ganas gradually ceased, his hair settling back down, and the surroundings returned to tranquility. Was this still insufficient? Perhaps the trials he had faced were not enough? I do not harbor enough anger within me. Towards Lord Ebony, I feel nothing but gratitude. Were it not for his assistance, I might still be struggling for survival on some desolate planet, far from possessing the strength I have today. Ganas reflected as he gazed at his palm. I must attempt a different approach, he resolved, unwilling to accept defeat. He closed his eyes once more, maintaining his previous posture, and concentrated his thoughts at the base of his spine. Soon, the energy within him began to surge once again, exploding forth. His hair started to billow, shifting from black to golden and back to black once more. Ganas threw his head back in a thunderous roar, his eyes wide and blank. His face contorted with intensity. His garments trembled violently with the surges of energy, and the energy around him gradually coalesced into a brilliant gold. Ultimately, his hair stabilized in a golden hue, standing erect. The roar ceased, and Ganas straightened, staring at his hands. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? This overwhelming force makes me feel invincible. Ganas laughed heartily, a hint of arrogance lacing his mirth. Subsequently, his body began to ascend slowly, soaring toward the horizon in search of Lord Ebony. Lord Ebony, here I come, Ganas smirked alluringly. Meanwhile, Lord Ebony sat in meditation, absorbing and circulating energy, slowly unblocking a meridian. At the current pace, it would take 6 months to open one meridian, totaling 6 years to unlock all 12 major channels. By then, the small circulating energy cycle would be formed. Spending 2 years in this time chamber, equivalent to 4 years outside, would coincide perfectly with Radit's arrival on Earth. Lord Ebony mused. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from afar, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems Ganas has succeeded, transforming even faster than anticipated. With just the two of us at this stage, we could be considered the strongest in the universe. Cell and the androids have yet to appear, and currently, the mightiest beings are Frisia and his son. Lord Ebony rose, his gaze fixed on Ganas' approaching figure, believing Ganas was coming to deliver good news. However, upon arrival, Ganas swiftly raised his hand and unleashed several golden energy blasts, hurtling towards Lord Ebony. Frowning, Lord Ebony waved his hand, summoning a spiral slash that collided fiercely with the energy blasts, creating a cloud of smoke between them. The spiral slash sliced through the haze, hurtling toward Ganas. Ganas narrowly escaped a perilous fate, his hair grazed by the spiral blade. In disbelief, he exclaimed within, "Impossible. How could this be? I have grown so powerful." In the midst of his astonishment, he plunged downward, while Omu ascended to confront Gannis. Observing Gannis's current form, Omu realized that his opponent had transformed into a Super Saiyan, a realization that inflated his own arrogance. Gannis, a pure-blooded Saiyan, had cultivated his spirit over the years, tempering his temperament. Yet the newfound strength still could not suppress his inner pride. Omu mused that this presented a prime opportunity for enlightenment. For Omu, a foe with a combat power exceeding 100 million was easily vanquishable. His vitality was surging, bolstered by the formidable energy supplied daily by his heart. In mere moments, their fists collided, the energy from the impact radiating outward, tousling their hair wildly. How can you be so strong? Gannis's eyes widened in shock, his jaw clenched tightly. This cannot be. A Super Saiyan should be invincible. Before he could finish, he unleashed a flurry of punches, only for Omu to effortlessly deflect them, casually remarking, "Are you satisfied with being a Super Saiyan? There is a second phase yet to come." Gannis halted his assault, suspended in midair, lost in contemplation. Omu continued, "Transforming into a Super Saiyan may double your energy, but it dissipates quickly, leading to an overwhelming arrogance. You must learn to maintain inner tranquility in this state. Only then will you harness the full power of a Super Saiyan. I can guide you to the next stage." Gradually awakening from his shock, Gannis, though reluctant, fixed his earnest gaze upon Omu. "I wish to test your strength." Omu inwardly chuckled, realizing that gentle persuasion had borne no fruit. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Gannis, eyes wide, searched frantically, for Omu's energy was undetectable, compelling him to rely on his vision to locate him. However, Omu had silently reappeared behind him, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Gannis crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and the space to shudder. Immediately, Omu followed up with a foot planted firmly on Gannis's chest, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Gannis's body contorted in agony, resembling a shrimp dumpling as he gasped, expelling a mix of bile and blood. Soon after, his hair color reverted from golden to ordinary black as he lay on the ground, panting heavily. Omu stood nearby, his expression impassive, casually tossing a senzu bean. The bean landed silently beside Gannis. With great effort, he moved his left hand, trembling as he grasped the bean and swallowed it. In an instant, his wounds began to heal. Gannis pushed himself up with determination, gazing at Omu with a lowered head, attempting to defend himself. Yet Omu raised a hand, interrupting Gannis's words with a calm and measured tone. "No need for further discourse. It appears there is still resistance within you. The state of a Super Saiyan merely amplifies the voice deep within your heart. If you cannot confront your own heart, I do not mind removing you from my side. To me, the presence of followers holds little significance. Even if I must cultivate new ones, it is a trivial endeavor. Do you grasp my meaning?" The gaze of Ebony was as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Gannis. Gannis raised his head, opened his mouth, and ultimately let his shoulders droop in defeat. "I understand now, Lord Ebony." Ebony cast a fleeting glance at Gannis, gently shook his head, and casually tossed him 2 spirit fruits. "If you can faithfully follow me, I shall not neglect you. The strong you see now may be forgotten in a few years. If you wish to avoid obsolescence, you must demonstrate your resolve and awareness." At this moment, Gannis' heart solidified with determination, reflecting inwardly, "Yes, without Lord Ebony, I might still be struggling at a combat power of 12,000. Thus, Gannis nodded emphatically, "I understand, Lord Ebony. I now know what I must do." A faint smile appeared on Ebony's lips. "Since you have comprehended, spend this time practicing your transformation at the previous location, attempting to live in your transformed state, allowing your heart to find peace. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. As for meals, you shall handle it yourself," Ebony added. "Very well, Lord Ebony, I shall return now," Gannis replied. Ebony waved his hand, and Gannis rose, transforming into a flicker of light as he flew back to his prior training ground. Ebony watched Gannis' departing figure, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "I hope you truly grasp this. Without wisdom, you lose your value." Ebony pondered for a moment before deciding to temporarily set aside his cultivation of energy breathing, turning instead to improve his use of the King's Fist. The King's Fist could unleash the body's potential in a short time, generating tremendous combat power, but it left the body aching afterward, akin to the effects of adrenaline. Yet, this method cannot be relied upon long-term. As my life level continues to evolve, I must maintain my physical perfection and refine this technique, which is detrimental to my body, Ebony mused. The 8 gates technique from my past life in Naruto was also quite remarkable, seemingly able to unleash sealed vitality in exchange for temporary immense power. However, relying solely on energy breathing is sufficient to face all forthcoming adversaries. Ebony was lost in thought, ultimately shaking his head. What concerns me is the potential battle with Beerus in over 20 years. By then, I may reach a comparable life level to his, attaining divine status. Yet even so, there remains a disparity in divine power. After all, Beerus, as the mightiest god of destruction, has cultivated for several 100 million years. If I cannot significantly enhance my strength in a short time, I fear I will struggle to catch up. But will the King's fist truly be effective by then? Ebony found himself uncertain. At that moment, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He suddenly recalled that each time he practiced energy breathing, a portion of energy would dissipate. If he could control and store this emitted energy, releasing it when needed, would it not yield greater benefits? With this thought, Ebony no longer hesitated and immediately set about putting his idea into practice. He settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on the cultivation of vital energy. As the energy flowed through him, it traversed his meridians, with a portion escaping through his pores. The dark wood swiftly guided this energy to his spine, allowing it to gather there. Over time, one of his vertebrae began to transition from white to a mysterious bluish hue. In this manner, the dark wood adeptly utilized every ounce of energy while continually unblocking his meridians and strengthening his spine. With the depth of his practice, he sensed a gradual enhancement of his physique, filling his heart with joy and excitement, which spurred him to train even harder. Vital energy surged around him like a tidal wave, forming a luminous blue spherical halo that enveloped him completely. Sitting at the center of this radiant orb, as it slowly ascended, it appeared from afar like a twinkling ball of energy. Within the sacred training space of the time chamber, time passed second by second. And before he knew it, 6 months had elapsed. As he gently opened his eyes, a satisfied smile graced his face. He had successfully unblocked a meridian. And among the 26 vertebrae, 7 had been fortified, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Speaking to himself with a hint of pride, he calculated that his power had now reached over 270 million. Just this one meridian alone had increased his combat prowess by over 50 million. A truly gratifying surge. He then surveyed the swirling energy sphere surrounding him, feeling a twinge of surprise. However, he quickly grasped the reason behind it and dismissed it from his mind, closing his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. In this time chamber, every second was invaluable and could not be squandered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ganas maintained his Super Saiyan form, seated at the dining table, voraciously consuming his meal. The table was already stacked high with 7 or 8 empty bowls. He wondered how Master Wumu's training was progressing. My strength has increased significantly since my injuries healed 6 months ago. I have gradually adapted to this transformation state. I wonder how far I am from reaching full power. Ganas pondered as he ate. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted time to acclimating to this transformed state, eventually maintaining it consistently. Initially, he often exerted too much force when handling objects, but gradually, he learned to treat them with care, and now he could perform daily activities with ease. Besides eating and sleeping, he practiced combat techniques and honed his mental strength while in this state. As he finished his last bowl of rice, he slowly rose, moved to an empty space, and sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the cultivation of mental power. After his meal, he planned to complete his mental training before once more diving into the practice of combat techniques. Thus, within the time chamber, Wumu and Ganas cherished every moment, transcending their limits through relentless cultivation. Chapter 59. The conclusion of training and a surge in power within the enclosed confines of the spirit time room. Omu and Ganas were immersed in their training, seemingly detached from the passage of time in the outside world. At last, as this period drew to a close, Omu slowly opened his eyes. He was seated in midair, the ethereal spheres of energy surrounding him having vanished, replaced by a radiant silver aura emanating from his being. This aura reverberated in the vast space, illuminating his silver eyes and the similarly transformed silver hair. The striking contrast between his flowing silver locks and the dark martial attire he donned created a profound visual impact. Over the past 2 years, Omu's hair had grown to shoulder length, and a faint stubble graced his cheeks, imparting an air of maturity and composure. Disregarding the time spent in the spirit time room. In the real world, Omu was now 23 years old, 5 years senior to Sun Wukong. His heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment as he began to introspectively analyze the fruits of his labor. All 4 meridians had been unblocked, and each of the 26 segments of his spine was now infused with energy. Each liberated segment doubled his combat prowess, culminating in a potential 26-fold increase in power upon full release. However, he pondered whether this could be combined with the Kaioken technique, which would necessitate further refinement. At present, Omu's combat strength had reached an astonishing 500 million, with 200 million derived from the enhancements of his meridians and the remainder sourced from the energy supplied by his heart during this period. Gently rising to his feet, he floated gracefully in the air, his long hair billowing in the breeze. Glancing at his flowing mane, he deftly gathered it into a tie using his energy, leaving 2 strands to cascade elegantly over his forehead. This gesture, while practical for combat, also conveyed a hint of his untamed spirit. Omu's gaze shifted to the distance as he contemplated. It was time to check on Ganas and prepare to depart. He lightly placed his fingers upon his forehead, sensing the surroundings for a moment before executing a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from his original position in an instant. This action was partly a tribute to Sun Wukong. After all, employing such a technique was a whimsical choice for him, as he usually found no need for such elaborate maneuvers. Upon arriving at Ganas' training ground, Omu materialized into view. The atmosphere was charged with a potent energy, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath the force of the vibrations. Ganas, in his Super Saiyan form, exhibited distinctly defined muscles under the bright light, his eyes firmly shut as he concentrated on regulating the energy within him, appearing as one with the surrounding air. Omu stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quietly remarked, "It seems he has fully mastered the Super Saiyan's full power. Ganas, how fares your training?" Omu's voice broke the silence, interrupting Ganas' focus. Upon hearing the voice, Ganas slowly opened his eyes, a powerful aura radiating from him. He turned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his gaze. "Lord Omu, I have maintained this form until now. Is this full power?" His voice carried a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Omu nodded, his gaze revealing a sense of approval. "Indeed, this is the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. It seems he has achieved perfect control over his energy and attained true inner peace." His words were imbued with admiration. Ganas, with a simple demeanor, scratched his head and chuckled. "Yes, Lord Omu, I have endured quite a bit of hardship." A hint of pride adorned his smile, as if those tribulations had transformed into glorious medals of honor. Omu shook his head with a smile, teasingly replied, "You truly are one to benefit from hardship while feigning innocence. If you find it too arduous, I shan't disclose the second phase to you." His tone was laced with playful banter, seemingly provoking Ganas. "Ah, no. I was merely jesting, Lord Omu." Ganas quickly waved his hands, his demeanor one of urgency, betraying a hint of panic. Observing Ganas' flustered state, Omu couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, we must depart from this place. Otherwise, we may never leave." Ganas nodded but suddenly seemed to recall something, curiously inquiring, "By the way, Lord Omu, it appears you haven't eaten anything in these 2 years?" His eyes sparkled with concern and curiosity. Omu shook his head, smiling as he explained, "I no longer require sustenance to replenish my energy. However, I still yearn for delicacies, though the food in the time chamber may be best avoided. Let us be on our way." Noticing Ganas was about to ask further, he preemptively spoke and turned towards the exit. Ganas, sensing Omu's desire to change the subject, scratched the back of his head and followed suit. He felt a deep reverence for Omu's mystery and strength, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation and curiosity for the impending second phase. Upon exiting the time chamber, the Supreme Kai awaited them outside, his expression one of surprise upon seeing Omu. As Omu and Ganas approached, the Supreme Kai smiled and asked, "Have you been waiting for us all this time?" The Supreme Kai shook his head, responding with a serious demeanor, "I calculated the time. It was nearly your moment of emergence, so I came over. By the way, what is this?" The Supreme Kai pointed at Omu's silver-white hair, a hint of confusion in his tone, as if to say, "You went in with black hair, and now it has turned white." If one were unaware, they might presume you had spent decades in the time chamber. Omu smiled faintly, waving his hand as he chuckled, "Haha, I am not quite sure myself. It must be a result of my training. Nonetheless, I feel splendid." The Supreme Kai nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter, and instead suggested, "Let us proceed. It is time for a meal. Come, let us find something to eat." With that, He turned and led the way towards the plaza outside the temple. Omu and Ganas followed closely behind, making their way to the temple square. In the distance, Sun Wukong was devouring meat voraciously, surrounded by a mountain of empty bowls that stood out conspicuously. Beside him stood Mr. Bobo, clad in traditional Arabian attire, with deep brown skin. Ganas watched, entranced, as Sun Wukong consumed his food, then discreetly glanced at the Supreme Kai, as if he had something to say but hesitated. At that moment, the Supreme Kai beckoned to Mr. Bobo. Bobo, please prepare some food for these two as well. From afar, Mr. Bobo turned, nodded, and promptly set about preparing the meal. Sun Wukong, upon hearing a sound, lifted his head and beheld Omu raising his oil-stained right hand in a wave, exclaiming, "Hey, Omu." Yumo responded with a smile. The celestial being then turned to Yumo and Ganas, saying, "Yumo, please hold on for a moment. Bobo has gone to prepare the food." Yumo nodded and walked towards Sun Wukong. Ganas whispered, "Lord Yumo, is that person the scion you mentioned before?" Yumo smiled and nodded, realizing the truth. Ganas chuckled softly, noting the absence of a tail and the individual's low power level, which rendered him inconspicuous. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within Ganas as he pondered. There was already a scion on Earth, and it appeared that Lord Yumo shared a good rapport with him. Having inadvertently offended Lord Yumo in the hyperbolic time chamber, he felt compelled to improve his behavior, lest he encounter trouble. He glanced back at Sun Wukong, determination flickering in his eyes as if he had resolved to take a stand. Yumo observed Ganas with a hint of amusement, contemplating that perhaps he was not beyond redemption and should make the most of his time on Earth. After all, even Vegeta from the original tale managed to reform. Ganas' disposition was not so irredeemable. Chapter 60 Yumo and Ganas slowly approached Sun Wukong, settling onto a stone bench beside him. Sun Wukong was preoccupied with devouring his food, his cheeks puffed out, presenting a rather comical sight. With his mouth stuffed, he mumbled incoherently to Yumo, "What's the matter?" Yumo chuckled and shook his head, gently reminding him, "Try not to talk while eating, Wukong." After a brief pause, he continued, "We arrived here for training 2 days ago." Sun Wukong quickly swallowed his food, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he stretched lazily and exclaimed, "Ah, this feels wonderful. But Yumo, you are truly peculiar. Wasn't your hair previously unattractive? Why has it suddenly turned white?" He blinked curiously, his gaze fixated on Yumo's hair. Yumo felt a twinge of exasperation and retorted, "Do not rush me. Changing hair color is not as frequent for me as it is for you scions." Shifting the topic, Yumo cleared his throat twice, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Ahem, enough of that. Wukong, what are your plans after the martial arts tournament?" Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly. During this tournament, the celestial being mentioned that the son of Demon King Piccolo would also participate. "I intend to resolve this grudge, and afterward, I will continue my training." Yumo pondered for a moment, a glimmer of thought illuminating his eyes. "I see, Wukong. I have an idea. I wish to establish a martial arts school, allowing ordinary people to learn self-defense techniques. Although I have not experienced the events involving Demon King Piccolo, I have heard of them. If ordinary individuals could master some self-defense skills, it would surely enhance their safety. I would like to invite you to be an instructor at my school." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Oh, can I come to train with you often?" Yumo nodded with a smile, responding, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong beamed brightly. "Then I agree." Omu returned the smile, and the two sat there, watching Sun Wukong continue to savor his meal. This decision was not made on a whim. During his time in the Room of Spirit and Time, Omu had contemplated this matter. He understood that upon traversing into the realm of Dragon Ball, the narrative had evolved beyond the confines of the original storyline, and there was no longer a need to meticulously adhere to its progression. At this juncture, Omu was no longer preoccupied with the threat posed by Frieza, as Ganas was now capable of handling Frieza on his own. What concerned Omu more was the perspective of the higher deities, such as Whis. He did not believe that his presence in this world would go unnoticed by those who wielded power over it, especially since Whis frequently observed the dynamics of the universe. Therefore, with Frieza's pressure alleviated, Omu resolved to relax and embrace life in this world. As for the gods, if surpassing them was not feasible in the short term, he would indulge in the pleasures of life without reservation. After all, since arriving in this realm, he had been tirelessly honing his skills, and it was time to unwind. As the sun set, Its golden red rays illuminated the faces of Umu and Ganis. Mr. Bobo approached, carrying platters of delectable dishes, placing them before the two, and then politely stepping back. Umu gracefully picked up his utensils, savoring each bite with deliberate enjoyment, his movements calm and composed, as if he were relishing a solo performance dedicated solely to his palate. For him, this meal transcended mere sustenance. It was a celebration of culinary artistry. In stark contrast, Ganis devoured his food with a fervor akin to that of Sun Wukong, consuming it with an urgency that suggested an insatiable hunger. The dishes rapidly diminished under his assault, as if these delicacies were merely instruments for replenishing his energy. Their contrasting approaches to dining resembled the stillness and turbulence within a storm, each illustrating their distinct attitudes toward food. After the meal, Ganis, like Sun Wukong, lay on the ground, their bellies swollen to the size of small hills. Sun Wukong patted his stomach and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, you can really eat. You're the second person I've ever met who can eat like that." The phrase second person sent a jolt through Ganis's mind. Was there another scion? He sat up, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Who is that?" "Hey," Sun Wukong exclaimed, rising with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. He was quite a formidable fellow, named Yachirobe. He is also a very good friend. He then added, "By the way, I'm Sun Wukong. I don't know your name yet." Ganis fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Sun Wukong before lowering his gaze in contemplation. He mused, "This person is named Sun Wukong, which is not a scion name, and Yachirobe also doesn't sound like a scion name. Yet, Lord Umu mentioned Sun Wukong was indeed a scion, suggesting he might have had reasons to forego his scion identity or perhaps forgotten it." Ganis turned to look at Umu, who was watching them with a smile. Ganis turned around, rose to his feet, and brushed off the dust from his attire, murmuring to himself, "It doesn't concern me much. I am now a follower of Lord Yuwood, and my focus should solely be on following him." He then addressed Sun Wukong, stating, "My name is Ganis." At that moment, Yuwood approached Sun Wukong and said, "All right, Wukong, concentrate on your training. I shall attend the martial arts tournament when the time comes. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Upon hearing the name Yachirobe, Yuwood felt a stir in his heart, recalling the destroyer of the celestial beings. He had been preoccupied with becoming stronger, paying little attention to the original storyline, and now he needed to ascertain how many celestial beings remained. Although Yuwood had acquired healing techniques, they could not compare to the rapid efficacy of celestial beings. Sun Wukong nodded, and Yuwood turned to Mr. Bobo, saying, "Mr. Bobo, we shall take our leave now. Please inform the heavenly god that we can set off once the martial arts tournament concludes." Bobo responded with a stoic expression. Yuwood, accompanied by Ganis, teleported to the lower sanctum of Corinta, leaving behind a serene atmosphere filled with contemplation. Corinta, the Corinta sage, stood nearby, contentedly munching on dried fish while using his small eyes to scrutinize every detail. Not far from him, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and Krillin were engrossed in their training. Their movements were fluid and powerful, each punch accompanied by the whistle of wind, and every step causing a slight tremor in the ground. Yachirobe appeared somewhat bored, lazily cradling a jar of celestial beans, occasionally tossing one into the air and deftly catching it. Suddenly, a distorted ripple surged through the air, and the figures of Ganis and Yuwood materialized before everyone. This unexpected occurrence caused Tianjin Fan and the others, who were training, to swiftly turn their heads, their gazes filled with vigilance and curiosity. Yamucha and Krillin were particularly astonished, rubbing their eyes and scrutinizing Yuwood's unfamiliar appearance. Hesitantly, Krillin spoke, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Yuwood." Chapter 61. The celestial beings acquired. Yuwood replied, his voice deep and laced with a hint of nostalgia. "It is I. It has been a long time. Krillin, Yamucha." His gaze shifted to Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, giving a slight nod. The charm of the Dragon Ball world lies in the fact that if one has left an impression, and the relationship is not too strained, reunions can evoke fond memories. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Krillin and Yamucha's faces lit up with surprise, and they eagerly approached, their eyes brimming with excitement. The Corinta sage also ceased his focus on the dried fish, slowly walking over to join in the reunion. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of confusion. They were unaware of Yuwood's identity and could only wait quietly, observing the unfolding scene. Yachirobe, indifferent to these matters, was solely concerned with delectable treats. Yamucha looked at Yuwood, his brow furrowed in confusion, and asked, What is this situation? Why can I no longer sense your energy? Krillin, also tense, nodded in agreement, anxiously inquiring, Indeed, Yuud, how much stronger have you become? Are you planning to participate in the martial arts tournament this time? His voice carried a hint of anticipation and concern. Beside him, Master Karen quietly sensed the enigmatic energy surrounding Omo, his gaze profound, seemingly lost in thought. Yumo shook his head, his expression tranquil, and then reiterated the words he had previously exchanged with Sun Wukong. Yamcha and Krillin let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently introducing Yumo to Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, elucidating his identity. Yumo also recounted the origins of Ganas. The group was taken aback, astonished to discover the existence of an extraterrestrial. Gana's unfathomable aura left everyone present in awe, marveling at his formidable strength, while simultaneously growing curious about Yumo's prowess. Turning to Master Karen, Yumo spoke with a hint of urgency. Master Karen, how many senzu beans do you have left? In a corner, Yachirobe, with keen ears, swiftly concealed the jar of senzu beans behind him, eager to keep it from being discovered. Master Karen replied, there should be one jar left, but the production has been insufficient over the years. He then turned to Yachirobe, urging, Yachirobe, bring it out. However, Yachirobe clutched the jar tightly, resolutely resisting, no. They are all mine. In a fit of exasperation, Master Karen lunged at Yachirobe, who screamed in protest. Ultimately, Master Karen succeeded in seizing the jar, leaving Yachirobe sulking on the ground, visibly dejected. Master Karen approached Yumo with the jar in hand, saying helplessly, this is all we have. Yumo peered at the jar and decisively declared, Master Karen, I will take 2/3 of it. Nodding in agreement, Master Karen watched as Yumo waved his hand, enveloping 2/3 of the senzu beans in a silvery aura, which coalesced into a sphere before gradually shrinking and being absorbed into Yumo's body. The onlookers were astonished by Yumo's remarkable display of power, their curiosity piqued by the sudden emergence of such abilities. Although surprised, Ganas quickly regained his composure. Seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, Yumo's training in the hyperbolic time chamber was evidently paying off. His desire to store energy within his spinal column endowed him with the capacity to perform extraordinary feats. Yumo then inquired of Krillin and the others, what are your plans after the martial arts tournament? Yamcha shook his head, looking somewhat perplexed, and softly replied, I haven't given it much thought. Krillin, however, appeared resolute, crossing his arms and stating with unwavering conviction, I might stay with Master Roshi to accompany him. Kaiatsu glanced up at Tien Shinhan, who wore an expression of slight confusion and hesitation. Slowly, he began, I initially intended to establish my own school, but now, before he could finish, a blush crept onto his face. Over the past 2 years, Launch had been by Tien Shinhan's side, a stark contrast to the original narrative. In this lifetime, she relentlessly pursued his heart, ultimately winning him over. While Tien Shinhan diligently trained atop Korin Tower, Launch meticulously prepared meals below, their lives imbued with warmth amid their tranquil existence. Day after day, Tianjin Fan found himself profoundly moved by Lan Shi's gentle and unwavering devotion. However, Lan Shi's dual personalities often introduced complications into their relationship, leaving Tianjin Fan feeling somewhat helpless at times. He contemplated seeking the Dragon Balls in the future, wishing to separate them in hopes of alleviating this predicament. As Krillin and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances at Tianjin Fan's bashful expression, they could not suppress their mischievous smiles. Having trained together for many years, they were well aware of Lan Shi's presence alongside Tianjin Fan. Observing this scene, Omu felt a twinge of confusion and inquired with Krillin about the situation. Krillin elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Tianjin Fan and Lan Shi, prompting a subtle ant-like smile from Omo. To his surprise, many from his past life, who had been content, found themselves in this unexpected scenario after his transmigration. Upon witnessing the exchange, Tianjin Fan shyly lowered his head, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The others erupted in laughter, filling the atmosphere with joy. Afterward, Omu took a deep breath and spoke slowly, expressing his intention to open a martial arts school and inviting them to join as instructors. Goku had already consented. Yamcha and Krillin shared a glance, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yamcha gently patted Krillin's shoulder and nodded earnestly, stating that they had no objections, especially since Goku had agreed. Krillin quickly nodded in agreement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Satisfied, Omu turned his gaze toward Tianjin Fan, who stood quietly, his expression calm as still water, yet his eyes sparkled with earnestness. After reflecting on Omu's words and stroking his chin gently, Tianjin Fan finally replied, expressing his lack of objections. Omu affirmed their decision, encouraging them, and promised to attend the martial arts tournament. Subsequently, Omu turned to Master Karen and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the guidance he had received. His voice resonated with sincerity and appreciation. Master Karen smiled and shook his head, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, remarking that he believed Omu had surpassed him in both knowledge and strength. Omu shook his head, his gaze resolute and sincere, acknowledging the significant foundation Master Karen had provided him. His words were imbued with deep respect and gratitude for Master Karen. Chapter 62. The Secrets of the Universe. Treasure hunting, where shall we go now? Ganas inquired, soaring through the azure sky, tilting his head toward Omu. His voice floated on the wind, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds from the forest below. After bidding farewell to Master Karen, Omu and Ganas departed from Karen Tower. With unwavering determination, Omu gazed at the distant mountains, as if envisioning their destination. They aimed to seek treasure and subsequently establish a martial arts school for the king. Ganas furrowed his brow, uncertain, and asked, Lord Omu, I hesitate to inquire, but what is the purpose of establishing this martial arts school? Do you not think it a considerable expenditure of effort? A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. As Omu smiled subtly, there was a hint of intrigue and profound meaning in his expression. He did not respond directly to Ganas' inquiry. Instead, he countered with a question. Ganas, having accompanied me for so long, you must have encountered numerous individuals and deities, correct? How do you perceive your own strength now? After a moment of contemplation, Ganas replied slowly. If your assertion holds true that Frisia's battle power is merely 120 million, then I have surpassed him. As for the deities, while they are indeed enigmatic, they do not strike me as particularly formidable. His voice conveyed a slight uncertainty, hinting at confusion regarding Omu's question. Upon hearing this, Omu's gaze deepened, as if he were transported back to a distant past. Frisia was indeed powerful, but not in his current form. In ancient times, there existed a demon under the control of a malevolent sorcerer, a being who could not be halted by anyone across the cosmos. He continued to narrate. Eventually, the supreme deities of this universe, the Kais, emerged. Led by the Grand Kai, they confronted the evil sorcerer and the demon. At a tremendous cost, they sealed the demon and vanquished the sorcerer, leaving only one Kai remaining. Each word from Omu resonated with strength, as though he had personally witnessed that epic battle. Ganas furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Omu, pondering the true extent of that demon's strength. He asked, his tone tinged with both unease and curiosity, what was the demon's power level? Omu shook his head, admitting, to be honest, I cannot ascertain it with certainty. However, I estimate his battle power to be at least 260 billion. Should he unleash his full potential, the shockwave of his power would reverberate throughout half the universe. Ganas' mouth fell agape, momentarily speechless, his astonishment palpable. 260 billion? He echoed, waves of disbelief surging within him. Where exactly is that demon view sealed? He swallowed hard, striving to steady his emotions, realizing that even the mightiest deities had made sacrifices. Omu shook his head again, his expression grave. As for the precise location of the seal, I am equally in the dark. He paused, his sharp gaze piercing through Ganas' countenance. However, your previous assertion is somewhat misleading. While the Kais are indeed high-ranking deities, they are not the most powerful. Ganas appeared puzzled, his brow furrowing in confusion. Not the most powerful deities? But did you not say? Omu interjected with a faint smile, interrupting Ganas' words. What I meant is that the Kais hold a significant position within this universe, primarily overseeing creation rather than combat. Ganas seemed perplexed, questioning the distinction. Omu elaborated. In this universe, alongside the gods of creation, there also exist gods of destruction. It is the gods of destruction who are the true warriors. Had one of them dealt with the demon Bu, the situation would have been resolved effortlessly. However, the gods of destruction are notoriously capricious and prefer prolonged slumber, which is why they did not manifest at the crucial moment. Ganas' eyes sparkled with renewed curiosity. Then, just how powerful is this god of destruction? He eagerly inquired. Omu's expression grew even more solemn, his voice low and resonant. His prowess has transcended conventional metrics of combat strength. We exist in entirely different dimensions. Even if the combat capability of the demon were to multiply 100-fold, it would pale in comparison to that enigmatic god of destruction. One could assert that he is the most formidable entity within this universe. Ganas nodded, a flicker of incredulity illuminating his eyes as he contemplated the vast mysteries concealed within the cosmos. He gazed thoughtfully into the distance, where stars twinkled like countless stories yearning to be told. By the way, Lord Omu, you have often mentioned this universe. Is it possible that other universes truly exist? Omu smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable as he shook his head, his gaze as profound as the starry sea. Those matters shall reveal themselves to you in due time. Now, let us return to your previous inquiry. He paused before continuing. Originally, due to the pressure exerted by Frisia, I rapidly enhanced my strength. In that process, I inadvertently forged a path to divinity of my own. Now, I have far surpassed Frisia, and I need not concern myself with him any longer. Omu took a moment, then spoke slowly. As for the gods of destruction, they remain exceedingly distant from us. It is a realm we cannot hope to reach in the short term. During this period, I have been engaged in rigorous training, and now, as I take a moment to relax, I wish to seize this opportunity to impart knowledge to others, while also revisiting and enhancing my own understanding, as the saying goes, reviewing the old to learn the new. Ganas, still enveloped in confusion, furrowed his brow and asked with a tone filled with reverence and curiosity, Lord Omu, have you now become a deity? Omu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not quite. Although my level of existence is akin to that of the celestial gods, I do not hold an official title. His voice was light, seemingly indifferent to the significance of such a status. Well, we have arrived. As soon as he spoke, Omu's gaze turned toward the horizon, revealing a vast expanse of ocean. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying a briny scent, while the waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, producing a soothing sound. Omu inhaled deeply, then unleashed a formidable aura, propelling himself like an arrow into the surging sea. Prior to their arrival, Omu had engaged in profound communication with Earth through his vital energy. The planet responded to him, revealing the locations of treasures hidden deep within its crust or beneath its waves. Now, Omu could be said to possess an intimate knowledge of many treasures on Earth. Seeing Omu's actions, Ganas, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly followed him into the depths of the ocean. The underwater world was a kaleidoscope of wonders, with corals and seaweed resembling a fantastical forest, vibrant and teeming with life. The marine creatures, whether swimming or resting, curiously observed these two unexpected visitors. Omu and Ganas embarked on an underwater treasure hunting adventure, their figures appearing and disappearing like two agile fish, freely navigating this uncharted aquatic realm. Chapter 63. How could it not be a win-win? In the profound azure depths of the ocean, Omu and Ganas enveloped themselves in their energy. Akin to two pearls drifting freely in the deep sea, they meandered through the uncharted waters, each movement of their limbs stirring a flurry of bubbles. Ganas' gaze suddenly froze, his finger pointing toward a vague shadow ahead, his eyes shimmering with the thrill of discovering new lands. He turned to Yuwood, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Master Yuwood, there appears to be a dilapidated ship over there. Could it be the site of the treasure we seek? Yuwood's expression sharpened immediately, and he replied in a low, serious tone, let us investigate. No sooner had he spoken than he cleaved through the waves, swimming toward the dark silhouette, with Ganas closely following. Upon reaching the derelict vessel, Yuwood's eyes scanned the battered planks and the remnants of a tattered flag. It was an old skull and crossbones pirate flag, seemingly narrating tales of past glory intertwined with present desolation. A faint smile curved on Yuwood's lips as he murmured, it seems we have found the right place. This must be where the pirates' treasure lies. They ventured deeper into the ship's hold, the underwater light dim, relying solely on the glow emitted by their energy orbs as they navigated the narrow passageways. At last, they arrived at the captain's quarters. The room was sparsely furnished, dominated by a wooden table at its center, behind which sat a skeleton, its garments long decayed, leaving only tattered strips clinging to the bones. Clearly, this was the captain's remains, his final honor to guard the treasures. Nearby, 3 large wooden chests lay ajar, their decayed state allowing jewels and gold to spill from the crevices, twinkling alluringly. Ganas' breath quickened as he cautiously approached Yuwood, whispering, Master Yuwood, how shall we transport these treasures? The chest will collapse at a mere touch. Yuwood paused for a moment in silence, then raised his right hand, a silvery light emanating from his palm like a constellation of stars. With a gentle wave, The 3 chests were instantly enveloped in the argent glow, slowly rising before him. "Let us depart. The treasure is now in our possession," Yuwud declared, turning with an unassailable calmness toward the exit. Ganis, still astonished by Yuwud's abilities, scratched his head and blinked. Is that truly possible? He then followed Yuwud as they swam toward the surface. The two burst forth from the water like arrows released from a bow, momentarily suspended in the air. Water droplets sparkled in the sunlight, as if the very atmosphere around them had come to life. Yuwud, tall and poised, fixed his gaze on a nearby island, propelling himself toward it with grace, leaving behind an almost imperceptible trail across the sky. Upon reaching the center of the island, he halted, hovering in the air, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings. "Ganis, descend and see if there is anything we can use to carry these treasures." Yuwud's voice resonated with strength, gesturing toward the 3 floating chests. Ganis nodded gently, his form descending to the island as lightly as a feather. His landing was soundless, akin to a nimble cat, disturbing not even a single falling leaf. The island was enveloped by dense trees, lush and vibrant, yet Ganis' footsteps resonated conspicuously in this tranquil realm. His eyes scanned the surroundings, sharp as a hawk's, seeking any possible clues or useful items in this uncharted land. However, his initial exploration did not unfold as he had hoped. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he sensed a tinge of frustration. Yet, he did not yield. Instead, he pressed deeper into the island, his steps resolute. As he ventured further, a pair of crimson eyes shimmered in the underbrush, fixating intently on the silhouette of Ganis. These eyes belonged to a colossal wild creature of the island, quietly observing this unwelcome guest, ready to act when the moment called for it. Ganis sensed an unusual aura permeating the air, prompting him to slow his pace, feigning nonchalance while his instincts heightened. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the treetops, carrying with it an almost imperceptible low growl. Ganis pivoted in an instant, only to see a massive lion lunging toward him like an arrow. He swiftly grasped the lioness' forepaw, and with a powerful swing, launched its formidable body through the air, causing it to crash through several trees. The lion rose, shaking its head, undeterred as it charged again. Confronted by this beast, a complex array of emotions surged within Ganis. He hesitated to unleash overwhelming power, fearing he might inadvertently reduce the creature to ashes. A flicker of resolve crossed his gaze upon spotting the lion. His mind had already begun contemplating how to utilize its hide. In a flash, he positioned himself above the lion and forcefully pinned it to the ground, eliciting a defiant roar from the creature. With swift precision, Ganis severed the lion's head, silencing its cries. He then commenced the task of processing the lion's carcass. Carefully, he skinned the beast, employing a unique energy to incinerate the fur, ensuring no trace remained. The evening sky blazed with hues of crimson, and in the twilight, Ganis discovered several resilient vines. His hands, nimble as flickering flames, wove the vines into a rope, subsequently stringing together the lion's hide to craft a rugged yet functional leather pouch. The texture of the pouch was coarse, imbued with a wild beauty, as if echoing the lion's former majesty and strength. Ganis caressed the freshly completed pouch, a glimmer of satisfaction and concern flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "This should suffice, I believe." Then, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and called out, "Lord Ebony, I have fashioned a leather pouch." Soon, a breeze stirred, and the figure of Ebony descended from the clouds, gracefully landing upon the ground. His gaze first fell upon the enormous leather pouch, then shifted to the now bare carcass of the lion. "Well done," Ebony's voice resonated, ethereal and serene, yet filled with affirmation. As his words echoed, he waved his arm lightly, causing 3 wooden chests nearby to shatter as if struck by an unseen force. Gold, silver, and jewels cascaded like a waterfall, each treasure glistening in the sunset, akin to stars scattered across the earthly realm. Ebony once again waved his hand. A silvery energy surged forth from his palm, agile as if animated by life itself, deftly collecting the treasures scattered on the ground and gently depositing them into the leather pouch beside him. Ganis stood nearby, his gaze meticulously tracking each motion until the last treasure was safely nestled within the pouch. Only then did he secure the bag's opening with a coarse vine and hoist the weighty pouch onto his shoulder, feeling the heft of the treasures within. "Let us depart. It is time to meet the king and discuss the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy." Ebony's voice was as tranquil as water. Ganis merely nodded, his mind clouded with confusion, unsure if royal approval was indeed necessary for the establishment of such an institution on Earth. Yet, he was certain that following Ebony was the right course of action. The two figures gradually ascended into the sky, soaring towards the palace of Keslu. As they flew, Ebony's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He hoped the king would assist in promoting the academy, not to amass power, but to earn a modest living through his abilities. In gratitude to Uncle Marlowe, who had consistently supported him. In this era dominated by the technological titan, the Bulma family, the inventions of ordinary people often went unnoticed. Ebony, therefore, saw the opening of a martial arts academy as his only means of livelihood, leveraging his expertise in martial arts. Furthermore, he did not intend to personally oversee extensive training. With Wukong and other friends present, their skills and combat experiences would suffice. A glimmer of cunning and foresight flickered in Ebony's eyes. He was aware that, in the original narrative, Wukong and his companions did not earn money. Employing them at the academy would not only improve their lives, but also enhance the academy's reputation and clientele. Indeed, this is a win-win situation, Ebony mused to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 64. Audience with the king. The great plain, expansive and open, was strewn with stones, resembling a desolate battlefield. The blazing sun hung high, scorching the earth, while the air was thick with a dry aroma, as if even breathing invited the friction of sand. Amidst this silent wasteland, a 16-year-old boy silently practiced his punches, sweat trickling down his cheeks and vanishing upon hitting the parched ground. This was the grown-up Little Jet. Over a year ago, Bulma and the others had wished upon the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished during the battle with King Piccolo, and thus, Little Jet was reborn. Since that time, he had embarked on a quest to discover ways to grow stronger. Hey-ha! Hey-ha! Little Jet shouted as he threw his punches, seemingly using his voice to spur himself on. Each punch sliced through the air with a whoosh, and each kick left deep impressions in the ground. His movements were swift and forceful, as if he sought to shatter the very air around him. Pausing in his strikes, he gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed. He understood that he was still not strong enough, far from capable of contending with the monster from 3 years prior. Although he was aware of the existence of masters like Master Roshi, Son Goku, Tien Shinhan, and Ebony, he could not locate them. Not yet. I am still no match for that monster from 3 years ago. Little Jet gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white. His heart overflowed with resentment and fury, the sense of helplessness still haunting him. He reminisced about that brutal battle, feeling utterly powerless before the might of the demon King Piccolo. The sense of helplessness still haunted him, sending shivers down his spine. Each time he recalled that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand were clutching his heart, rendering him breathless. Little Jet continued to throw punches, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Each strike was infused with strength, every kick propelled by unwavering conviction. His movements quickened, as if he sought to channel all his resentment and fury into this relentless effort. I must grow stronger, Little Jet vowed silently, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. As time slipped away, the sun descended gradually, bathing the sky in a golden hue. Little Jet's actions remained unceasing, his mind singularly focused on one belief: to become stronger, to grow even more formidable. Not enough. I need to be stronger, he shouted, as if to unleash the pent-up frustration within him. His gaze was filled with tenacity and resolve, akin to an indomitable beast. At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept through, as if to lift the entire prairie into the sky. The grass bowed down, seemingly paying homage to this powerful gust. The stones in the stony forest rolled restlessly, producing a dull cacophony. Little Jet raised his arms to shield his eyes, striving to withstand the force of the wind. Through the gaps between his arms, he glimpsed two figures soaring through the sky in the distance. His eyes widened in astonishment, mouth slightly agape. He murmured, "What kind of power is this?" He knew there were those who could fly and others who wielded ki blasts. Although he did not possess such abilities himself, he had never imagined that the pressure generated by someone flying could reach the ground. The figures in the sky were none other than Omo and Ganis. They quickened their pace, akin to two meteors streaking across the heavens. Although they had the ability to teleport, Omo felt no urgency and chose instead to relish the thrill of flight. The scenery below whizzed past them, and soon, they found themselves hovering above the palace of Kaisalu. They descended gracefully before the palace gates, where 6 guards immediately raised their weapons in response. Following the incident with the Demon King, the number of guards had increased, and their vigilance heightened. One guard, visibly anxious, shouted, "Who goes there? No trespassers are allowed." Ganas glanced at Omu, who returned a puzzled look. Then, with a smile, he addressed the guards. "We are martial artists from Earth, here to consult the king regarding the protection of our planet." Upon hearing this, the guard used the intercom on his chest to call for assistance, reporting that two martial artists had arrived at the palace requesting an audience with the king to discuss the safeguarding of Earth. A voice crackled back through the intercom. "You continue to guard the entrance. I will inform the king." The guard at the entrance instructed Omu and Ganas, "You wait here and do not make any sudden moves." Omu nodded, casting a curious glance at Ganas, and asked, "Ganas, what else with that look?" "Cough, cough." Ganas coughed softly, then gazed at Lord Omu with a look of deep yearning. "My Lord Omu, at times I wonder if you are perhaps too accommodating. When I first encountered you, you did not strike me as someone so amiable. Am I not amiable?" Omu furrowed his brow, staring intently at Ganas, who trembled in fear. Then, with his hands clasped behind his back, Omu replied coolly, "You do not comprehend. I reserve my words solely for my adversaries." Ganas looked up at Omu with wide eyes, filled with eager anticipation, and softly pleaded, "Might you, Lord Omu, consider being a tad more amicable towards me in the future?" Upon hearing this, Omu could not suppress a shiver and waved dismissively, "Go away." The two engaged in playful banter before the palace gates, lightening the atmosphere significantly. Just then, the guard's intercom crackled to life, and he picked it up, hearing a voice instructing, "Let them in. The king has granted them passage." Upon receiving the order, the guards promptly sheathed their weapons, standing in two neat lines beside the grand entrance before swinging the gates open. One of the guards respectfully addressed Omu and Ganas. "You may enter, sirs." As they stepped into the palace, they were awestruck by the opulent surroundings. The palace shimmered with golden splendor and intricate carvings, each detail reflecting the grandeur of the kingdom of Kaislu. They traversed a lengthy corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the vast hall. Eventually, they arrived at a spacious auditorium where King Kaislu sat regally upon his throne, flanked by several ministers. Omu stepped forward and announced, "Your Majesty, I am Omu. And this is Ganas." King Kaislu smiled faintly and gestured for them to take their seats. "Please, be seated, gentlemen." His gaze lingered on Omu for a moment. As if recalling something, "Omu? The champion of the 21st martial arts tournament?" Omu nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, Your Majesty." The king's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of perplexity in his tone as he inquired, "Why did you suddenly vanish? You did not participate in the 22nd martial arts tournament, nor did you appear during the Dark Lord incident. What brings you here now?" Omu then recounted his adventures in the cosmos from 5 years prior, demonstrating his prowess. "Your Majesty, the Dark Lord Bick is but a minor player. In the universe, there exist numerous nefarious cosmic bandits who specialize in seizing and trafficking prosperous planets, possessing the strength to effortlessly obliterate a celestial body." Ganas looked at Omu with a sense of resignation. The king, astonished, asked in trepidation, "How do you intend to protect the Earth?" "I plan to establish a martial arts academy following this tournament and invite formidable warriors such as Sun Wukong to join. I would require Your Majesty's assistance in promoting this endeavor and perhaps a modest financial subsidy, as these martial artists focus solely on their training and struggle to sustain their livelihoods," Omu explained. A flicker of remembrance crossed King Kaislu's eyes as he recalled the young man who had defeated the Dark Lord 3 years prior, a smile gracing his face. "Oh, Sun Wukong. I remember him well." He nodded, his tone imbued with a sense of reassurance. "Is establishing an academy truly sufficient to safeguard the Earth?" With resolute eyes, Omu elucidated that while it may not be entirely feasible to protect the Earth, it is certainly possible to significantly enhance its martial prowess. The potential of Sun Wukong and his companions is immense. Through mutual growth, we can elevate our abilities. Ultimately, it is they who safeguard the planet, though it does provide ordinary people with an added layer of security. King Kaislu paid little heed to the statement regarding their guardianship of the Earth. He nodded and remarked that after the martial arts tournament concludes, he would convene a speech conference to announce this matter. Following this, Omu and the king meticulously deliberated various details, with the king expressing great interest in the affairs of martial artists, continuously inquiring, to which Omu patiently responded. Once all arrangements were finalized, Omu and Ganas bid farewell. King Kaislu smiled and nodded as he watched them depart. Chapter 65. Tai Chi. Is this truly the abode of Lord Omu? Ganas stood before the modest cabin, his eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and curiosity. As his gaze traversed the unassuming structure, he found himself marveling at the simplicity of a place so humble, yet it was indeed the home of Lord Omo. Having just taken leave from the king, Omu swiftly transported Ganas back to his residence. Nestled deep within the forest, the cabin was encircled by towering trees, exuding an aura of tranquility and solitude. Omu opened the door and stepped inside, with Ganas following closely behind. The interior was exceedingly sparse, furnished only with a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a diminutive restroom. Nevertheless, the immaculate environment radiated a sense of comfort and warmth, as though it were meticulously maintained by a dedicated caretaker. Ganas mused silently, pondering how, despite their recent travels, this place remained so pristine. Omu turned his gaze upon Ganas and inquired, "It's just one bed. How do you propose we sleep?" Ganas scratched his head, a bashful smile creeping onto his face. "I'm quite adaptable, Lord Omo. This bed appears spacious enough. We could manage to squeeze in together." Omu raised an eyebrow, regarding him with an odd expression. "I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with a man." He gestured toward a corner of the room, indicating that there was indeed space available. "You may venture outside, fell a tree, and craft another bed to place there." Omu's cabin, aside from the restroom, spanned approximately 20 to 30 square meters, allowing for the addition of another bed without creating a sense of crowding. Ganas followed Omu's direction and noted that the corner could indeed accommodate another bed. With a hint of regret on his face, he turned to exit the cabin, muttering, "Very well then." Omu sat at the edge of the bed, observing Ganas' forlorn expression, and found it both amusing and perplexing that he appeared to harbor a sense of disappointment. Fortunately, Omu's cabin was situated in the mountains, surrounded by towering, dense trees, making resource acquisition convenient. Ganas approached a sturdy tree, gently placing his fingers around its trunk. In an instant, a flash of white light encircled it, causing the tree to succumb to gravity with a resounding thud. Ganas carefully caught the fallen tree and laid it down gently, contemplating the late hour and the necessity to minimize noise, for there were villagers below still at rest. Reflecting on his time spent with Omo, Ganas couldn't help but feel a swell of introspection. He had indeed undergone significant transformation. In times past, he would have never considered such details. Ganas placed his palm against the tree trunk, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of light caused the bark to peel away, while the branches and leaves at the top of the tree snapped off with a soft rustling sound. He meticulously cleared away the fallen foliage before beginning to shape the trunk into the form of a bed with the condensed energy in his hands. As night deepened, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, cascading onto the ground like shards of silver, casting a patchwork of light and shadow that enveloped the darkness in serene tranquility. At last, after a prolonged wait and arduous labor, a rudimentary yet sturdy wooden bed took shape. Ganas gently lifted the bed, striving to make no sound, and cautiously made his way back to the cottage. He placed the wooden bed in a corner of the room, brushed off the wood shavings from his hands, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Yuwood rose and approached the wooden bed, scrutinizing it carefully before nodding in approval. It was time to rest. After 2 years of relentless training in the mental time chamber, he felt it was finally time to unwind. With that, he returned to his own bed, lay down gently, closed his eyes, and seemed to drift into slumber in an instant. Observing that Yuwood had already fallen asleep, Ganas scratched his head, began to remove his loose martial arts uniform, the tail behind him swaying gently, turned off the light, and lay on the bed, feeling the firmness and coolness of the wooden frame. The room was tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects from outside. As morning sunlight streamed through the window, it bathed the room in a warm, soft glow, as if draping the entire space in a veil of golden gossamer. Yuwood slowly opened his eyes, the restful slumber of the previous night imparting an unprecedented sense of comfort. He turned his head and saw Ganas already awake, engaging in some physical exercises outside. Yuwood rose and stepped out, inhaling the fresh air and experiencing an unparalleled sense of ease. He stretched languidly, feeling every cell in his body rejoice. "Good morning, Lord Yuwood." Ganas greeted him enthusiastically upon noticing his awakening. "Good morning, Ganas," Yuwood replied with a smile. Last night had provided him with the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in years, leaving him feeling remarkably invigorated. Yuwood glanced around, feeling the gentle morning breeze, listening to the jubilant chirping of birds among the treetops, and observing the distant mountains shrouded in morning mist, exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. He turned to Ganas and said, "There are many animals in the mountains. If you find yourself hungry, feel free to catch a few, don't mind me. And maintain your Super Saiyan form to try your hand at fishing." Ganas nodded in response, a spark of excitement lighting up his face. He unleashed his energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, with golden flames flickering around him. His gaze sharpened, and he appeared to brim with boundless strength. He then leaped into the air, disappearing into the forest. Yuwud stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath to savor the coolness of the morning breeze against his cheeks. He positioned his feet slightly apart, steady as a mountain, and slowly raised his arms, as if cradling an invisible cloud. He began to practice Tai Chi, his movements fluid and continuous, like flowing water. The first posture, the initiation. Yuwud's hands traced a circular arc in front of his chest, his body sinking slightly, resembling a tree deeply rooted in the earth. His breath synchronized perfectly with his movements, a seamless harmony. Every move and every technique is imbued with profound internal power, seemingly capable of harnessing the forces of nature. In the second form, the wild horse parts its mane, his right hand extends gracefully while the left retracts, his body rotating as if a majestic steed gallops across the prairie. His movements are both light and powerful, brimming with the rhythm of nature. In this moment, he appears to merge seamlessly with his surroundings, wholly focused on every subtle shift. In the third form, the white crane spreads its wings, his hands unfold like wings, his body leaning slightly forward, reminiscent of a white crane poised to soar. At this instant, he experiences an unprecedented tranquility and strength, as if the entire world lies within his grasp. The fourth form, embracing the knee and twisting step, sees him step forward with his right foot, pressing down with the left hand while the right glides from the side, as though encircling a colossal tree trunk. His movements flow like water, continuous and unbroken, with every detail infused with power and beauty. In the fifth form, hand waves the pipa. His left hand carves an arc before his chest while the right gently sways to the side, as if playing a melodious tune on the pipa. At this moment, his state of mind ascends to new heights, engaging in a dialogue with the cosmos, experiencing a profound sense of harmony and serenity. Gradually, his movements slow, culminating in a poised stance. His body leans slightly forward, hands frozen in the air like a robust sculpture. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and exhales. At this moment, his inner world resembles a tranquil lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. He senses the flow of energy within, a fullness that brings deep satisfaction and peace. Opening his eyes slowly, his gaze becomes profound and serene, briefly glimmering with a silvery light. Mastery of the 8 extremes fist has long been attained. Now he awaits the day he can perfect Tai Chi, sensing that it will lead to new revelations. Chapter 66. Alaga learns Chi in the realm of Dragon Ball. Martial arts techniques gradually lose their significance in later battles, with the true determinants of victory being the profundities of the mysteries and the strength of energy. As a traveler from another world, he arrives in this Dragon Ball universe, enriched by the deep heritage of his past country's martial arts. By integrating the vital energies of this realm, he creates a path to elevate the essence of life, transcending the initial 3 energies. His dedication to mastering Tai Chi and the 8 extremes fist stems from the rich history and cultural depth these martial arts possess on Earth, coupled with the infinite mysteries they embody. He believes that once he thoroughly grasps these mysteries, he may one day attain the divine mastery of effortless transcendence. Thus, he continues his training, slowly raising his hands to begin practicing Tai Chi. His movements are as gentle as flowing water, each action seemingly conversing with the energy in the air. Reciting the Tai Chi mantra in his heart, he feels the energy coursing through him. His breath synchronizes with his motions, leading him into a state of self-forgetfulness. Tai Chi gives birth to the 2 principles. The 2 principles give birth to the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. He silently contemplates, sensing the profundities of Tai Chi. His movements become increasingly fluid, as if he has truly become one with the universe. Amidst an absence of energy fluctuations, the air around him swirled with his movements, forming a miniature tornado. However, as he completed a series of movements, the dust settled, and Wumu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The practice of Bajiquan had always been vigorous, focusing on explosive power, while the latter part emphasized the subtleties of softness, leading to a significant breakthrough. Yet, in the realm of Tai Chi, regardless of whether it was the soft or hard techniques, he had already mastered them all. So why was he unable to achieve a breakthrough? He pondered deeply, questioning what the catalyst might be. Could it be that the Tai Chi he practiced was incomplete? Or was there an alternative mindset to consider? In his past life, Tai Chi was distinct from other martial arts, with numerous varied schools, and Wu Mu had only a superficial understanding of one. But that shouldn't be the case. He dismissed the thought, asserting that regardless of the school, the technique he was practicing could not be flawed. The attainment of mastery was a matter of proficiency and comprehension of the martial art. Just as Wu Mu delved into contemplation, a howling sound resonated from the sky. Suddenly, Ganas descended, astonishingly carrying a colossal dinosaur. With a thud, the dinosaur was set down heavily, stirring a cloud of dust. Ganas began to gather wood to start a fire, while Wu Mu gazed at the enormous creature, internally musing about the peculiar affinity science seemed to have with dinosaurs. Despite spending considerable time here without encountering one, Ganas managed to catch one effortlessly. This was reminiscent of the original tale where Sun Wukong and Gohan experienced similar encounters during their training with Piccolo, as dinosaurs appeared to be a delicacy exclusive to Scions. After enjoying a sumptuous feast of dinosaur meat, Ganas maintained his Super Saiyan form and turned to fish. Wu Mu, standing atop the mountain, surveyed the serene beauty below, contemplating a descent to check on Alaga and observe her progress with Baguazhang, intending to teach her some applications of Qi and the Divine Wind technique. The scene below exuded tranquility and beauty, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Alaga practiced Baguazhang in a clear space, her movements fluid and graceful, each gesture imbued with strength and rhythm. As Wu Mu approached, he admired her focused demeanor, silently praising her dedication. "Alaga, how do you feel today?" Wu Mu inquired with a smile. Alaga paused her movements, wiped the sweat from her brow, and beamed with delight. "Brother Wu Mu, you're back. I feel increasingly adept. My strength has grown significantly." Wu Mu shook his head with a smile. "Since you feel competent, I shall begin teaching you how to harness Qi today." Qi. Alaga's face was a picture of confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It is energy," Wu Mu elucidated. "The Kamehameha wave utilized by the likes of Sun Wukong in the martial arts tournament is a manifestation of Qi techniques." "Do I possess Qi as well?" Alaga queried. "Indeed. Everyone possesses Qi," Wu Mu affirmed, gesturing for her to sit. "Now, sit down, place your hands before you, and concentrate on gathering energy in that space." Heeding his instructions, Alaga crossed her legs and rested her hands before her chest, closing her eyes and striving to visualize the sensation of Qi coalescing between her palms. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her cheeks reddened, clearly engrossed in her effort. Ugh! Alaga's face turned crimson, yet there was no movement between her hands. She opened her eyes, revealing a hint of frustration. As Yuwood approached her, he gently reassured, "Do not be anxious. Simply relax and gradually guide the energy within you." His voice was as soft as a spring breeze, imbued with a touch of encouragement. Aaliyah took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against her cheeks, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in her ears. Her breathing gradually steadied, and she silently recited Yuwood's guidance, diligently focusing her attention to sense the faint energy within her. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, the only sound being the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Yuwood stood by, quietly observing her, his gaze focused and gentle, as if he could perceive the changes within her body through her skin. He sensed the breath of energy within Aaliyah gradually coalescing, though faint. It was beginning to take form. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared between her hands, a symbol of the energy. Her heart raced, and her hands began to tremble slightly. She endeavored to control this energy, attempting to gather it into a cohesive form within her palms. Yet, the energy seemed to possess a will of its own, pulsating restlessly. "Stay calm, Aaliyah. Concentrate," Yuwood softly reminded her, his eyes still fixed on her hands. Aaliyah took a moment to steady her emotions, trying to quell her anxiety. At last, a small, round particle of energy gathered between her hands. A glimmer of joy surfaced on her face, and she silently rejoiced in her success. However, just as she exhaled in relief, the energy surged unexpectedly, threatening to escape her grasp. In her panic, Aaliyah's hands trembled as if on the verge of explosion. Quick as a flash, Yuwood stepped forward, sending the energy soaring into the sky. Boom. The energy exploded in an instant, illuminating the heavens with a brilliant spark. A spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Aaliyah stood in stunned silence, a flicker of fear igniting within her. Yuwu turned to her, a gentle smile gracing his face. Do not worry. This is entirely normal. It is common to lose control during your first encounter with energy. Aaliyah inhaled deeply, striving to calm her spirit. Yuwu, was that truly energy? Indeed, he nodded. This is merely the beginning. What you need now is practice to master it. For the following month, under Yuwu's guidance, Aaliyah diligently practiced each day. Her progress was evident, evolving from an unstable breath to a competent handling of energy. Once she had a grasp on energy, Yuwu commenced teaching her the art of aerial dance and the divine wind wave. Aaliyah, the essence of aerial dance lies in the precise control of energy. You must concentrate the energy beneath your feet, then utilize its reactive force to suspend yourself in midair, Yuwu patiently explained, demonstrating the technique. Aaliyah observed Yuwu's movements intently, mentally noting every detail. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to mimic his actions, focusing the energy beneath her feet, and felt her body begin to float slightly. However, just as she felt a moment of pride, her energy suddenly became chaotic, and her body lurched forward, nearly toppling to the ground. Yuwu stepped forward to steady her, saying, "Do not rush, take your time. Mastering the art of qi requires both time and patience." As days unfold, Aaliyah's progress becomes increasingly remarkable. She has acquired the proficiency to execute the air dance technique with skill, even performing simple maneuvers in midair. With merely 2 days remaining before the martial arts tournament, Wumu advised Aaliyah to balance her training with rest, suggesting that she take the day to rejuvenate her spirit at home. Chapter 67. The eve of the competition. Solar flare. Yamucha exclaimed, channeling energy through his hands before his forehead. A blinding radiance erupted instantaneously, engulfing the surroundings in a white haze, as though the entire world had been consumed by this luminescence. Caught off guard, Krillin found himself unable to open his eyes, instinctively shielding them with his hand. But it was too late. With a resounding thud, he was struck by Yamucha's punch, crashing heavily to the ground and groaning in pain. A flicker of regret coursed through him as he berated himself for failing to anticipate the attack. "Ah, Yamucha, you're resorting to tricks again." Krillin's voice was laced with evident anger and frustration. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Yamucha stood nearby, a mischievous smirk adorning his face, his eyes glimmering with cunning. "Hee. This solar flare studied by Tenshinhan truly works wonders." Tenshinhan and Chaos descended from a distance, landing beside them. Tenshinhan patted Krillin's shoulder, concern evident in his tone. "All right, the martial arts tournament begins tomorrow. We have made significant progress in our abilities. It's time to head back." Krillin rose from the ground, brushing off the dust with a glimmer of anticipation. "Speaking of which, I wonder how Goku is doing. When he sees my current strength, he might be utterly astonished." Yamucha, wearing a sly grin, regarded Krillin with arms crossed, teasingly remarking, "What astonishment are you talking about? You can't even defeat me." Krillin's expression darkened at the remark, indignantly retorting, "That's not true. You're the one who cheated." Ignoring their playful banter, Tenshinhan turned his gaze towards the sky beyond Corinta, lost in contemplation. "Goku, just how much stronger have you become? Have I caught up to you?" At that moment, clouds drifted lazily across the sky, sunlight filtering through, bestowing a serene beauty upon the entirety of Corinta. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying with it a refreshing air, as if preparing for the impending martial arts tournament. Krillin, stretching to alleviate his discomfort, gradually shed the look of pain from his face. Approaching Yamucha, he extended his hand. "All right, Yamucha, this time you win. However, at tomorrow's tournament, I shall demonstrate my true strength." Yamucha grinned as he clasped Krillin's hand. "Great. I await your performance, but don't disappoint me." Tenshinhan, standing to the side with arms crossed and a resolute expression, said, "Let us head back to prepare. Tomorrow is the day of the competition." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Krillin proposed, "How about we race using the air dance technique to see who reaches Master Potato first?" Yamucha's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "Hee. That sounds excellent." Tenshinhan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "You two go ahead. I have some constraints." What inconvenience could there be? It is merely a desire to share a world of intimacy with Lanchi. Yamucha, draping an arm around Tianjin Fan's shoulder, chuckled, "Jiaozi, let us take our leave. We shall not intrude upon him any longer." Instantly, Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Jiaozi glanced at Tianjin Fan, hesitatingly uttering, "Well, I shall not accompany you then." A hint of disappointment and reluctance seeped into his voice. Tianjin Fan nodded. "Yes, you go ahead." Subsequently, the four bid farewell to Master Karen, and Tianjin Fan soared down from the tower to seek out Lan Qi. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others began to stretch, preparing for their bout. Suddenly, Yamcha erupted with energy, propelling himself out of Karen Tower. Krillin widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How infuriating! You dare to take off first." He and Jiaozi hastily pursued him. Laughter echoed through the air as Yamcha's mirthful voice rang out, brimming with self-satisfaction. Master Karen, leaning on his staff, wore a benevolent smile as he observed the departing figures. Abruptly, he turned to find Yachirobe attempting to pilfer some sins of beans, and he erupted in exasperation. "You little rascal. You too, get out of here." He rushed over and kicked Yachirobe out of the tower. Landing on the ground, Yachirobe dusted himself off and pouted. "How petty. It's merely a few beans." Spotting Tianjin Fan and Lan Qi staring at him, he blinked his beady eyes, scratched his head, and awkwardly laughed. "Ha, you haven't left yet? We are about to depart. What of you?" Tianjin Fan queried, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I've been cooped up and simply wish to breathe some fresh air," Yachirobe replied, attempting to mask his unease. Tianjin Fan remained silent for a moment, offering a nod. "Very well, we shall take our leave." He retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket and tossed it gently to the ground, which erupted into a small aircraft. Lan Qi smiled faintly as she joined Tianjin Fan aboard the plane. The roar of the engine gradually filled the air as the aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards Kame House. Simultaneously, a fierce chase unfolded in the sky. Krillin and Jiaozi exerted their utmost efforts to pursue Yamcha, their figures leaving fleeting shadows in the air. Krillin silently grumbled to himself about Yamcha's cunning nature. Yamcha glanced back, spotting Krillin and Jiaozi fervently chasing him, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he accelerated, his body shooting forth like an arrow, swiftly increasing the distance between them. Observing this, Krillin and Jiaozi unleashed their full power, their speed surging as they nearly matched Yamcha's pace. As dusk descended, the sun's last rays cast a golden hue across the earth, cloaking the world in splendor. Kame House stood serenely by the sea, exuding an air of tranquility. Master Roshi sat contentedly in a chair outside, cradling a cup of hot tea, leisurely gazing into the distance. Suddenly, he spotted three figures hurtling through the sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. "You have returned," he murmured softly. "Krillin, Yamcha." And Jiaozi landed gracefully, standing in unison before their master, Master Roshi. Klin spoke with great reverence, his voice tinged with excitement. Master Roshi set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping across the three of them, and slowly remarked, "It seems you have all made significant progress. In tomorrow's tournament, give it your all. Hold nothing back, and let me witness the transformations you have undergone over the years." The trio nodded in unison, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety for the impending competition. "By the way, where is Tianjin Fan?" Master Roshi suddenly inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "He's back there, flying with Lan Qi," Yamcha replied with a chuckle, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi's expression froze, revealing a look of utter disinterest. Observing Master Roshi's reaction, Klin could not help but quietly ask, "Master Wutian, are you all right?" With a resigned sigh, he stood up and silently walked into the Turtle Hermit's abode, turned on the television, and lay down on the floor to watch an educational film. Chapter 68. No suspense at the registration area for the World Martial Arts Tournament. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, the fine rain resembling threads, imparting a refreshing and tranquil ambience. Master Roshi and his disciples stood patiently at the registration desk, awaiting their turn. Tianjin Fan and Klin had already completed their registration and were engaged in idle chatter nearby. Not far off, a taxi came to a gradual stop, its doors swinging open to reveal Pulu Wulong and Bulma stepping out. Bulma, adorned in a form-fitting purple dress and high heels, elegantly wielded a delicate umbrella, her lips painted in a vibrant hue, emanating a mature and captivating aura. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of all onlookers. Master Roshi stared at Bulma, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his heart racing with excitement. "Wow, Bulma has truly become more beautiful." He coughed lightly, attempting to mask his flustered state. As Bulma approached Master Roshi, she offered a slight smile before turning her gaze to Tianjin Fan and the blonde-haired Lan Qi. Noticing the two standing closely together, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Lan Qi, it seems you have captured his attention. Her voice carried a teasing tone. Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze elsewhere, while Lan Qi erupted in laughter, declaring, once I set my sights on a man, I will pursue him no matter what. Bulma stifled a giggle, her gaze shifting to Klin, surprise flickering in her eyes. Klin, you've grown a bit taller. Klin, scratching his head, beamed with pride. Ah, ha ha ha. His vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Bulma then inquired, has Goku not arrived yet? Master Roshi glanced up at the distant sky and replied nonchalantly, he should be on his way. At that moment, Yamcha approached Bulma, a smile gracing his face. Long time no see, Bulma. Bulma scoffed, her brow furrowing with dissatisfaction. So you still remember how to talk to me? I wonder what made me take a liking to you in the first place. You abandoned me to train, leaving me alone for years without even a phone call. Her tone was filled with reproach and grievance. Yamcha awkwardly scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Don't worry, it won't happen again. He endeavored to ease the atmosphere, remarking that they had encountered Yu Wu during this visit. He has changed remarkably and is even planning to establish a martial arts school, inviting me to serve as an instructor. Bulma's brow relaxed slightly, yet her tone retained a hint of coldness. So you have met him as well. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if lost in remembrance. Yu Wu was accompanied by an alien, who bore a tail. Tianjin Fan remained silent, while Krillin and Yamcha appeared to grasp the situation. I had been pondering how Earthlings could transform into monsters, Yamcha mused, stroking his chin as though contemplating a profound conundrum. At that moment, a sudden flash of light illuminated the air, and Yu Wu, alongside Ganas and the Uriga family, materialized before the group in an instant. Yu Wu's arrival was akin to a bolt of lightning, captivating everyone's attention immediately. Master Wu Tian, Yu Wu greeted Master Roshi with politeness, then nodded toward the others. His movements were graceful and natural, as if every detail had been meticulously choreographed. Both Master Roshi and Bulma were entranced by Yu Wu, whose silver hair shimmered brilliantly. Unable to contain herself, Bulma interjected, the last time we met, you had short black hair. How is it that after just over a month, you've transformed so drastically? Yu Wu offered a slight smile, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. Perhaps it's just a phase of growth for boys. Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation. Clearly unwilling to dwell on the topic, her gaze shifting to Uriga by Yu Wu's side, a flicker of admiration crossing her features. What a beautiful young lady. Uriga responded with a sweet smile, her voice ringing like silver bells. Thank you, sister. Yu Wu gently patted Uriga's head with a tender affection. Go ahead and register. Upon hearing this, Uriga joyfully dashed off to sign up. Marlowe stepped forward, addressing Yu Wu. Yu Wu, we shall proceed to book a hotel. Yu Wu nodded, watching Marlowe depart, then turned to face the others, his faint smile still in place. She is participating in the competition? Bulma asked in astonishment, her eyes wide with incredulity. Indeed. Do not underestimate her. She is comparable to Son Goku during his inaugural competition, Yu Wu replied with a smile. What? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, that girl? Yu Wu was about to elaborate when suddenly his expression shifted, his gaze fixing on the distance. They are coming. The group turned to follow his sight, witnessing a figure approaching under an umbrella, walking with a steady and powerful stride. As the umbrella was lifted slightly, a familiar face was revealed. Grandfather, you have returned. I am so happy. How is everyone? Could it be Goku? Astonishment filled the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Wu had already sensed Son Goku's aura, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Krillin rushed to Goku's side, looking up to measure their heights with surprise. Wow, you have grown so tall. Son Goku looked down at Krillin and laughed. Krillin, it's good to see you again. You've changed so much. Yulong stood to the side, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Bulma gazed intently at Sun Wukong, softly murmuring, could this truly be the little son? In the distance, Yamcha also observed Sun Wukong, noting the significant enhancement in his strength. Beside him, Tianjin Fan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, it seems we are in for an exhilarating showdown. Master Roshi approached, clapping his hands with a smile. All right, Wukong. Hurry and register. I've already booked the hotel. We shall all enjoy a delightful reunion and rest. Sun Wukong nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face, and swiftly made his way to the registration desk. Yuwood and Gannis followed the crowd to the hotel, while Alaga had already been taken away by Uncle Marlowe after signing up. Along the way, Yuwood intermittently sensed the combat power of all the participants. Calculating in his mind, Sun Wukong, 726, Tianjin Fan, 281, Krillin, 248, Yamcha, 255, Jiaozi, 190, Alaga, 88, Kiki, 92. Suddenly, Yuwood detected an energy exceeding 100. His brow furrowing in bewilderment. He concentrated and sensed the direction, recognizing a somewhat familiar face, though he could not recall who it was at that moment. Nearby, a green figure caught Yuwood's attention as well, prompting him to focus his senses. Piccolo, 408. A slight smile crept onto Yuwood's lips as he mused. It seems Wukong's victory is assured this time. The following day, after a fervent reunion, the group finally arrived at the long-anticipated martial arts tournament. Yuwood and Uncle Marlowe's family opted for seats in the audience, while Alaga had already made her way to the preliminary competition venue, ready to face the challenges ahead. Sun Wukong and his companions donned brand new martial arts uniforms and, after bidding farewell to Master Roshi, stepped into the grand hall of the tournament. The atmosphere within was bustling with excitement. As they navigated through the throng, Tianjin Fan's gaze was suddenly captivated by a green figure at the center of the arena. His heart sank as he thought, how could it be him? Sun Wukong also took notice of that figure, his expression hardening with determination as he internally acknowledged, indeed. It's the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo seemed to sense Sun Wukong's gaze, turning his head with a sly smile and a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Before carelessly turning away, Tianjin Fan approached Sun Wukong, whispering, Wukong, is that person? Yes, indeed, he is my caretaker. Sun Wukong replied with a touch of humor. He nodded, his eyes still fixed on Piccolo's retreating form. Indeed, that is the son of the Demon King Piccolo. However, he continued in a lowered voice, this must remain a secret, otherwise it will cause quite a stir. At that moment, Krillin approached, his face filled with confusion. Wukong, do you know that person? Yamcha interjected, unable to contain himself. From his appearance, he doesn't seem like an ordinary individual. Sun Wukong turned, feigning nonchalance. No, we merely find him quite formidable, right, Tianjin Fan? Tianjin Fan felt a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead and managed a shy smile. Refraining from saying much more, Klin and Yamcha exchanged puzzled glances, their minds filled with questions. At that moment, a gentle pat on the shoulder interrupted their conversation. Sun Wukong turned to see a charming girl standing before him. She flashed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his brow furrowing as he asked in confusion, who are you? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically. Her entire body trembled before she angrily shouted at Sun Wukong, you fool. In a huff, she turned and walked away, leaving Sun Wukong utterly bewildered. What just happened with that girl? He wondered. Klin gazed enviously at the girl's retreating figure, saying, Wukong, you are truly fortunate. Sun Wukong scratched his head, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha couldn't help but laugh, lightening the atmosphere considerably. However, the sound of the preliminary match bell shattered this brief tranquility. Sun Wukong and his companions hurried to draw lots in front of the host. Tianjin Fan communicated telepathically with Jiaozi, instructing him to ensure they were placed in different groups. Jiaozi nodded, closed his eyes, and quietly activated his powers, resulting in everyone drawing lots for different groups. The preliminary matches officially commenced. Tianjin Fan stepped onto the stage, facing a chubby masked opponent. As the match began, both rushed at each other fiercely, their fists and feet colliding, filling the air with palpable tension. Tianjin Fan was secretly astonished. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, though he felt a strange familiarity. He launched another attack, and his opponent struggled to counter, muttering in frustration. Damn martial arts tournament, no weapons allowed. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan struck decisively, defeating his adversary. He approached with a smile, saying, Jackalope. So you came to this competition just to breathe fresh air. Jackalope blushed, glancing aside as he mumbled, this is so dull, before stepping down from the ring. Sun Wukong then found himself up against the girl from earlier. As the match commenced, she charged at him, raining down punches and kicks like a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong merely dodged slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked, why are you so angry? The girl's face reddened further, her fury intensifying. "Have you forgotten our promise?" she retorted. "What promise do we have?" Sun Wukong replied, his gaze brimming with bewilderment. "I'll remind you then," she snapped, gritting her teeth. "You promised that when I grew up, you would marry me." Sun Wukong scratched his head, even more confused. "What is a bride?" The girl stomped her foot, tears glimmering in her eyes. "Who exactly are you? Please tell me." Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Humph. Win against me first, and then I'll tell you," she huffed, taking a fighting stance. "Very well, then I shall commence my attack," Sun Wukong declared, positioning himself and launching a punch forward. The force of his punch whooshed through the air, sending the girl flying off the stage, unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, other contestants were eliminating their opponents, leaving only Jiaozi in a fierce battle. Tianjin Fan stood at the edge of the stage, fists clenched and eyes fixed intently on the arena. He gazed at his opponent, an unsettling wave of anxiety and panic surging within him. "Master Tao Baibai," he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Upon the arena, Tao Baibai's figure appeared particularly cold and merciless. The majority of his physique had been transformed into a chilling mechanical form, glinting with a metallic sheen. He fixed a frosty glare upon the dumpling, his voice icy. "You traitors, how dare you betray the Crane School?" Upon hearing these words, Dumpling felt a pang of guilt wash over him, his gaze dimmed. At that moment, Tao Baibai launched a sudden assault, catching Dumpling off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. "Dumpling, don't let it get to you," Tianjin Fan shouted from the sidelines, his voice brimming with resolve and encouragement. "We have not betrayed the Crane School. We merely disagree with Master Crane's teaching methods. And we have not allied with the Turtle School." Tao Baibai's attention shifted to Tianjin Fan, a flicker of rage and disdain flashing in his eyes. "And you, brat," he sneered, "once I deal with Dumpling, I will come for you." Dumpling struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, determination flickering in his eyes. The battle between the two reignited, Dumpling pouring every ounce of strength into each punch and kick, imbued with unwavering resolve. Though Tao Baibai was powerful, Dumpling's relentless onslaught forced him to retreat step by step. How can he be so strong? Tao Baibai seethed with fury, unwilling to be subdued by someone younger. Suddenly, he raised his mechanical arm, its metal glinting with an icy luminescence, revealing an aperture. Ding wave. Tao Baibai bellowed, a golden energy wave surging toward Dumpling. Unyielding, Dumpling extended a finger, his gaze resolute, shouting, Ding wave. The two energy waves collided in midair, the fierce clash echoing throughout the arena. The forces struggled against each other, neither willing to yield an inch. Dumpling roared, a surge of energy erupting from within him, shattering the equilibrium of the energy waves. His force swiftly subdued Tao Baibai's attack, barreling towards him. Boom! With a resounding crash, Tao Baibai was propelled by the overwhelming energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. On the arena, Dumpling panted heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He stared at the fallen Tao Baibai, a complex swirl of emotions welling up inside him. Amidst this intense and fierce elimination round, the contenders had battled through numerous rounds of fierce competition, ultimately selecting the top 8. Xiaojia, Alaga, Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, Dumpling, and Sun Wukong. Chapter 70. Alaga and Xiaojia. As the quarterfinals commenced, Alaga and Xiaojia ascended the arena side by side. In the audience, Uncle Marlowe and others waved their arms, cheering for Alaga, their voices thunderous. In a corner of the stands, Omu sat, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaojia, a slight furrow in his brow, quietly pondering. This person seems familiar. Vague images flashed through his mind, yet he could not ascertain their clarity. On stage, Alaga and Xiaojia bowed to each other, courteous yet laden with animosity. The host's voice boomed, announcing the commencement of the match, resonating throughout the entire venue. The two combatants swiftly assumed their stances, their gazes sharp and penetrating like that of hawks, fixated on one another. Alaga, unable to contain the turmoil within her heart, broke the stalemate first. With the grace and agility of a cheetah, she surged forward, her steps light and rapid. A fierce gust of wind accompanied her palm strike, aimed directly at Xiao Jia's face. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Jia's eyes, but he quickly reacted, sidestepping just in time to evade the blow. He swiftly adjusted his posture, retaliating with a punch aimed at Alaga's abdomen. With remarkable speed, Alaga raised her right hand to deflect Xiao Jia's attack, and the two exchanged blows in a fluid, dance-like manner, intensifying the atmosphere in the arena. The audience held their breath, captivated by every move on the stage. Uncle Marlowe clenched his fist, anxiously rooting for Alaga. Alaga felt a surge of urgency. She realized she must find a flaw in Xiao Jia's defense, or she would be forced into a passive position. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly altered her rhythm, feinting with her left hand while delivering a powerful kick with her right leg. Caught off guard, Xiao Jia stumbled backwards as Alaga's leg swept through. A glimmer of hope ignited within her. Seizing the opportunity, she pressed the attack. Her palms rained down upon Xiao Jia like a tempest, relentless and fierce. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jia quickly regulated his breath, alternating his defenses to barely withstand Alaga's onslaught. He silently marveled at her formidable strength, realizing she was not to be underestimated. Yet he knew he could no longer afford a defensive posture. Channeling his energy, he thrust forward, forcefully pushing Alaga's hands aside and charging ahead with a right hook aimed at her chest. The air reverberated with a low rumble, as if a thunderclap heralded his strike. Caught momentarily off guard, Alaga was struck and sent flying off the stage like a kite severed from its string. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Before Xiao Jia could catch his breath, he was drawn to the sight of Alaga soaring gracefully through the air, employing a technique that allowed her to hover. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, looked down upon him from above. She could indeed fly. A wave of frustration surged within Xiao Jia. He recognized that Alaga possessed a formal lineage, unlike his own eclectic training from various martial arts schools, supplemented by self-study. Alaga descended lightly onto the stage, her feet touching down as gently as a feather landing on water. A subtle smile graced her lips, inviting him forth. Fueled by a renewed fighting spirit, Xiao Jia inhaled deeply, bending slightly at the knees to assume a defensive stance. Alaga's figure shot towards him like a bolt of lightning, her movements swift and fluid. Channeling the might of the great rock from the 8 trigram's palm, her arms spread wide, embodying an unstoppable force. Xiao Jia hastily sidestepped, but Alaga's relentless assault followed like a tempest. Each of her movements was precise and fierce, as though honed through countless trials. The audience around the stage held their breath, anxiously observing this fierce confrontation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above the arena, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the two combatants. Sweat trickled down Xiao Jia's forehead, his breaths grew rapid, yet his gaze remained resolute. Alaga's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Her eyes sparkled with composure and confidence. Each of her movements radiated both strength and grace, akin to a meticulously choreographed dance. A sudden wave of helplessness surged within Xiao Jia. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Alaga, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Xiao Jia, you must remain calm. He silently urged himself, striving to regulate his breathing and seek an opportunity for counterattack. In an instant, as Alaga launched another assault, he summoned his strength, seizing her wrist with both hands, using her force against her to neutralize her attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Alaga's features, but it quickly transformed into a calm demeanor. She swiftly adjusted her stance, countering with a palm strike aimed at Xiao Jia's shoulder. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his shoulder, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. Yet he gritted his teeth and steadied himself. Gasping for breath, Xiao Jia stood in the center of the arena, sweat cascading down his forehead. His legs trembled slightly, but he forced himself to maintain his stance, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it on Alaga. He pondered internally. She can fly, and undoubtedly possesses techniques akin to that of the energy wave. Yet she has not employed them thus far. For now, I can only endure. His fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms, as waves of anxiety and unease washed over him. If this move proves ineffective, I will be defeated. He gritted his teeth, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he recalled the towering mountains and vast seas he had once witnessed, channeling that inspiration into his technique. He murmured to himself, "Mighty fist." Then, with a fierce roar, he concentrated all his strength into a singular punch aimed at Alaga. Seeing Xiao Jia's formidable presence, reminiscent of a mountain or a tsunami, Alaga felt a flicker of panic. Furrowing her brow in tension, she hastily adjusted her posture, attempting to confront this overwhelming force. However, her movements appeared somewhat rushed. Observing from the audience, Wumu shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, it seems her mental fortitude still lacks. Xiao Jie's fist surged forward with the ferocity of a gale, directly targeting Aliga's face. Aliga hurriedly attempted to defend herself, yet her defense seemed inadequate. Moments later, Xiao Jie's fist connected, sending Aliga hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The air in the arena seemed to freeze in that instant, the audience holding their breath, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Aliga struggled to rise, but her body lacked the strength to support her, leaving her no choice but to lie helplessly on the ground. The host raised the microphone high, announcing in a booming voice, "The victor is Xiao Jie." Upon hearing this proclamation, Xiao Jie exhaled in relief, dragging his weary form down from the arena. Below, the audience rose in unison, applauding fervently and cheering for Xiao Jie's triumph. Wu Mu, seated in the audience, followed Xiao Jie's retreating figure with his gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "It seems you have embarked on your own path," murmured the ebony wood figure, his voice low and gentle. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling who Xiao Jie was. Chapter 71, Surprise Attack. In the raucous atmosphere of the martial arts tournament, the cheers of the audience surged like the tide. The host announced with fervor, "Next up is the match between the short flute contestant and the Klin contestant." Klin and Bick stepped onto the arena, a palpable tension enveloping the air. Klin assumed a serious stance, fixated on Bick, feeling the weight of immense pressure. In contrast, Bick appeared unfazed, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you not going to make a move?" Bick taunted, his tone dripping with provocation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Klin's cheek. He recognized the intentional baiting. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow. A gentle breeze stirred, as if heralding the fierce confrontation about to unfold. Bick remained rooted in place, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his gaze. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly dodging Klin's initial strike. Klin's fist grazed Bick's cheek, producing a sound reminiscent of rushing wind. Bick's smile deepened, his eyes brimming with scorn. Without hesitation, Klin readied himself for another onslaught, this time with even greater ferocity, the wind from his punch roaring as if intent on toppling Bick entirely. Yet Bick maintained his composure, his figure fluidly darting across the stage, evading Klin's attacks with ease. Klin's fists repeatedly met empty air, his anxiety and unease intensifying with each failed strike. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his breath becoming increasingly labored. "Damn it, where did this guy come from?" Klin cursed inwardly. He leapt backward, grounding himself to regain composure, then gathered his energy, thrusting both hands forward, unleashing two waves of orange energy towards Bick. Bick scoffed derisively. A mere parlor trick. He leaped gracefully into the air, yet the energy waves adjusted course to follow him. Bick's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing in mild surprise as he waved dismissively at the waves. Boom. The energy waves detonated in the distance, a powerful shockwave rippling outward, stirring up clouds of dust. Bick's demeanor altered slightly. This was becoming interesting, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Klin soared behind Bick, launching a fierce kick aimed at his back. Caught off guard, Bick was propelled towards the arena floor. Just before impact, he executed a hovering technique, stabilizing himself mid-air. Klin descended as well, his expression earnest, eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Bick regarded Klin coldly, a smirk forming on his lips. "It seems I must reveal my true strength now, Bald One. I advise you to concede, lest you risk your life." Undeterred, Klin shot back icily, "Enough with the nonsense. Show me what you're truly capable of." Bick paused momentarily, then chuckled softly to himself. "It appears that reason is wasted on a fool." Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, his muscles swelling instantaneously, transforming him into a more formidable figure. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena. Dark clouds gathered above, and thunder rumbled, as if heralding the impending might of Piccolo. His aura surged dramatically, resembling a colossal mountain bearing down upon Krillin. In an instant, Piccolo elongated his arm, swiftly grasping Krillin's leg, and then yanked him towards himself with force. Before Krillin could react, Piccolo seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch, sending Krillin hurtling through the air. As Krillin soared, Piccolo followed closely, launching another kick towards him. Suspended in the air, Krillin focused his energy, his hands converging at his waist, and bellowed, Kamehameha. A brilliant wave of azure energy surged forth, striking Piccolo with dazzling brilliance, obscuring the view within its radiance. Yamcha and the others expressed their delight, exclaiming, "He hit him." However, Goku's expression turned grave as he anxiously warned, "Watch your back, Krillin." As the light dissipated, Piccolo's figure vanished. Just then, he materialized behind Krillin, fists pressed together, unleashing a devastating blow to Krillin's back. Krillin plummeted uncontrollably, crashing headfirst onto the tournament stage with a thunderous impact, causing the platform to tremble and dust to billow. Goku and the others gazed at Krillin with concern, their hearts heavy with anxiety and unease. Piccolo descended slowly, a cold smirk on his face, thinking to himself, "It is not yet time. But you are an obstacle to my dominion over the world. I must deal with you first." Krillin struggled to rise, yet his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. His vision blurred, and the chilling sound of Piccolo's laughter echoed in his ears. A bitter taste welled up within him, despite his utmost efforts. He was unable to overcome Piccolo. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, propping himself up with his hands, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. He lifted his gaze towards Piccolo and hoarsely proclaimed, "I concede." A sense of helplessness and self-mockery filled him. Truly, why was his luck always so dismal? The announcer, witnessing this, raised the microphone high and boomed, "Congratulations to Piccolo for his victory. This match was truly spectacular." His voice resonated throughout the martial arts arena, eliciting cheers and applause from the audience. The announcer continued with fervor, "Next up, we have Tien Shinhan against Yamcha." Upon hearing his name, Yamcha's face lit up with a smile, excitement bubbling within him. Finally, it was their turn. He stepped onto the stage, stretching his limbs with agility, akin to a wolf poised to hunt. Tien Shinhan also wore an eager expression, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle. As the signal for the match echoed, Tien Shinhan immediately launched his attack. His speed was astonishing, akin to a gust of wind, as he appeared before Yamcha in an instant, delivering a punch straight to Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha swiftly retreated, nimbly evading the blow, and countered with a high kick aimed at Tien Shinhan's head. Their exchanges were as swift as lightning, fists and feet colliding, producing a resounding thud. The audience held their breath, intently watching every movement on the stage. Tien Shinhan's assaults were fierce and rapid, each punch and kick imbued with immense power, as if he sought to overwhelm his opponent. Yamcha, with his agile movements, continuously evaded attacks, resembling a nimble swallow as he darted through Tien Shinhan's strikes in search of an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, a cunning expression crossed Yamcha's face as he unleashed a ki blast concealed in his palm. Observing this, Tien Shinhan swiftly sidestepped, mentally cursing, "This guy is truly sly." A ki blast. The energy projectile veered and relentlessly pursued Tien Shinhan's movements. Realizing he could not evade it, Tien Shinhan recalled their training sessions together, where he had witnessed this technique and was astonished by Yamcha's cunning, hiding a concentrated ki blast to catch him off guard. He turned back, his hands crackling with energy, and with a thunderous roar, he thrust forward against the ki blast. A tremendous explosion ensued, enveloping the arena in swirling dust, as if a colossal force had torn through it. Aware that this strategy would be futile, Yamcha followed up with a Kamehameha directed into the haze. From within the smoke came a resounding voice, "DD wave." The clash of immense energies shattered the arena's floor, sending debris flying, as if a minor earthquake had struck. Both combatants screamed in unison, and the energy columns thickened, intertwining like two colossal dragons battling in the air. Ultimately, the two forces annihilated each other, erupting in a massive shockwave that sent both fighters hurtling to opposite ends of the stage. The audience watched in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief, utterly captivated by the intensity of the battle. Chapter 72. The ruthless Piccolo Tien Shinhan struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwavering as he focused on Yamcha across from him. He mused internally, "This guy has grown remarkably over the years, even concealing a trump card during training." Yamcha slowly regained his footing, a faint smile gracing his features. Despite the exertion from their recent skirmish, he remained filled with fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he contemplated, "If I can hold out just a little longer, victory will undoubtedly be mine." The two faced off once more, the air thick with tension. The audience's eyes were riveted to the arena, anxious not to miss a single detail. Each heartbeat seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of the battle, and breaths were taken with utmost caution. The host, equally captivated by the fierce contest, exclaimed with excitement, "This match is truly spectacular. Both competitors are performing exceptionally well. Let us await the outcome." With their stamina nearly depleted, Tian Xinhan and Yamucha were left to rely solely on their martial prowess. Yamucha fixed his determined gaze on Tian Xinhan, resolute in his intention to prevail this time. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Tian Xinhan's eyes as he smiled slightly. "Very well, let us determine the victor." With a mighty roar, Tian Xinhan suddenly split into 3 identical clones, charging towards Yamucha. The audience erupted in astonishment, caught off guard by this unforeseen development. Is this an illusion? Tian Xinhan has suddenly multiplied into 4. The host exclaimed in disbelief. The spectators below stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Yamucha acutely recognized the precariousness of his situation. He had to muster all his strength to evade the relentless assaults of the 4 Tian Xinhan clones. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself overwhelmed, having managed to send one Tian Xinhan flying, only to be struck hard by another, leaving him rigid and immobilized. In swift succession, the remaining 2 Tian Xinhan clones seized the opportunity to attack, and ultimately, the previously launched Tian Xinhan rose to deliver a decisive kick that sent Yamucha tumbling from the ring. He crashed heavily onto the ground, agony coursing through his body. Unsteadily, he regained his footing and offered a rueful smile towards Tian Xinhan, acknowledging his defeat. "You've won again. I still wish to face Goku." The 3 Tian Xinhan clones then dissipated, leaving Tian Xinhan panting heavily, a weak smile gracing his lips. "Well, it appears that Tian Xinhan is the victor," the announcer exuberantly proclaimed, leading into the next match featuring our old friend, Goku, against the formidable Dumpling. Goku had undergone a remarkable transformation since the first time they had met when he was just a small child. As Tian Xinhan descended from the ring, he and Yamucha supported each other as they made their way to the resting area. Dumpling gracefully floated down onto the ring, confronting Goku. The audience's attention was once again riveted on the stage, as the announcer declared, "Now, the match officially begins." Goku smiled and nodded apologetically at Dumpling, saying, "I'm sorry, Dumpling, but I have something of great importance to attend to." With a slight push of his feet, he launched himself towards Dumpling like an arrow released from a bow. Dumpling's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly ascended into the air, extending his finger to conjure a Kamehameha wave that surged toward Goku with the sound of piercing wind. Goku, unfazed, glanced up at the radiant beam of light, his demeanor calm and collected. With a gentle swipe of his palm, he deflected the Kamehameha, which detonated in a distant explosion, sending a colossal mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Dumpling's face was etched with dread, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Before he could react, Goku appeared before him like a phantom. In a state of panic, Dumpling swung a fist, only to have Goku effortlessly catch it. Goku then enveloped Dumpling in his embrace, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry, Dumpling." In an instant, a precise chop struck the back of Dumpling's neck, rendering him unconscious, his body slumping gently into Goku's arms. Goku descended onto the ring, cradling Dumpling with the utmost care, as if laying down a precious piece of porcelain. Time seemed to freeze, enveloping the arena in an indescribable stillness. In the audience, Tian Xinhan, Yamucha, Krillin, and others stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across their faces. Krillin murmured to himself, "Has Goku truly become this strong?" Their emotions churned tumultuously, struggling to find equilibrium. It was crucial to note that Dumpling's prowess was comparable to their own, yet Goku had dispatched him with such ease. In a corner, Piccolo leaned against a wall, his brow furrowed, a grave expression in his eyes. He clenched his teeth softly and muttered, "Goku." It was only then that the announcer snapped out of his astonishment, hurriedly raising the microphone and exclaiming with fervor, "Goku is the victor." I never anticipated that the contestant Sun Wukong would conclude the match so swiftly. It is truly astonishing. Gently placing the Dumpling on the ground, Sun Wukong turned to nod at the host, a faint smile still gracing his lips. His gaze swept across the audience, lingering on Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and Krillin, his eyes revealing a blend of apology and determination. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, striving to quell the shock within him. He realized that Sun Wukong's prowess had far exceeded their expectations, yet he was reluctant to concede defeat so easily. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently, "I must catch up to you, Sun Wukong." Yamucha, with a furrowed brow, was filled with complex emotions. Having always regarded Sun Wukong as his rival, he now had to acknowledge that Sun Wukong's strength surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. With a sigh, he contemplated, "Perhaps it is time for me to reassess my ambitions." Krillin, fixated on Sun Wukong, displayed a firm resolve in his eyes. He resolved silently, "I too must become stronger. I can no longer be a hindrance." Next came the semifinals, as a troubled Little Jet stepped onto the stage, observing Piccolo ascend with ease. Little Jet understood that he was no match for such a formidable opponent. They were not even of the same dimension. Nevertheless, he knew he must give his all on that platform, as his pursuit of martial arts could not be abandoned. Once one surrenders internally, progress becomes impossible. Thus, gritting his teeth, he leaned forward and charged at Piccolo. His fist cut through the air, aiming directly for Piccolo's face. Each step was imbued with strength and resolve, and this punch encapsulated all his belief. Power fist. Piccolo scoffed, a cold smirk evident at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his palm, effortlessly intercepting Little Jet's punch. In that instant, Little Jet felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, utterly ineffective. "Ah!" Little Jet cried out in anguish, his pained voice echoing across the stage. Piccolo seized his arm, mercilessly twisting it. The forceful rotation shattered Little Jet's bones in an instant, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious, his complexion turning pale as cold sweat streamed down his brow. Piccolo coldly regarded Little Jet, devoid of any compassion. With a swift kick, he sent Little Jet flying, crashing heavily outside the ring. Little Jet's body traced an arc through the air before landing with a resounding thud upon the ground. "Humph!" Piccolo scoffed, turning to elevate his cloak behind him, nonchalantly descending from the stage. His silhouette appeared particularly austere and aloof in the sunlight, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 73. The finals commence. Sun Wukong in the audience clenched his fists, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. His gaze pierced Piccolo like a sharpened blade, filled with indignation and rebellion. He could not tolerate Piccolo's brutal actions, understanding that he must rise to defeat him. The spectators were equally shocked by Piccolo's cruelty, their eyes brimming with anger and discontent. The entire venue erupting in uproar. Some shouted in fury, others nervously bit their nails, and even a few had begun to pray for Little Jet. The host swiftly approached Xiao Jie, who was writhing in agony on the ground, clutching his arms. He urgently signaled for medical personnel. They arrived promptly, lifting Xiao Jie onto a stretcher and hastily transporting him to the infirmary. Lying on the stretcher, Xiao Jie felt his consciousness fading. Despite the excruciating pain in his arms, he harbored no regrets. He knew he had given his all. Although he had failed, he refused to abandon his beliefs and aspirations. In the audience, Master Roshi, concealed behind his sunglasses, observed Piccolo with keen scrutiny, sensing that something was amiss. His intuition warned him that significant events were about to unfold during this martial arts contest. Amidst Gannis's puzzled gaze, Ubu rose from his seat, drawing the attention of those around him, yet he seemed unfazed, as if there were more pressing matters demanding his attention. On stage, the host attempted to calm the agitated crowd, assuring them that the medical team would attend to Xiao Jie. He then announced the forthcoming match between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, urging everyone to stay tuned. In the waiting room, Tianjin Fan gazed gravely at Sun Wukong. "Do you believe you can defeat him?" he inquired. Sun Wukong understood the weight of the question and replied with unwavering determination, "I cannot say for certain, but I will do everything in my power to win." Tianjin Fan nodded, standing up to pat Sun Wukong on the shoulder. "All right, I entrust everything to you." His tone bore a hint of reluctance, yet it was laced with profound faith in Sun Wukong. Though Tianjin Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With the resurgence of the Demon King Piccolo, he realized he could not overcome him alone. Now, all hope rested on Sun Wukong's shoulders. "I will resolve this," Sun Wukong declared resolutely. As Tianjin Fan exited the waiting room, he announced to the host, "I forfeit." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the host, taken aback, declared, "Since Tianjin Fan has conceded, we shall take a 10-minute break before commencing the final match." Subsequently, Tianjin Fan returned to the waiting room, where Krillin and Yamcha approached him, their faces etched with confusion. What happened? Are you hiding something from us? Tianjin Fan remained silent, casting a glance at Sun Wukong, as if awaiting an explanation. Sun Wukong nodded and stepped forward, solemnly elucidating the situation. Krillin and Yamcha's expressions turned to horror upon hearing the revelation. What? He is the Demon King Piccolo. Tianjin Fan reassured them. Do not worry. Wukong is here to handle this. Krillin turned to Sun Wukong, his voice trembling with trepidation. Wukong, can you defeat him? It was as if he was pleading for an affirmative response. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, then grinned broadly. Yes, I can win. In the medical room, the air was thick with the scent of antiseptic, and the stark white lights illuminated the bustling figures within. Ubu entered this tense atmosphere, his gaze fixed upon a hospital bed where Xiao Jie lay, covered in bruises as the medical staff worked diligently to save him. Who are you? Please do not interfere with our medical efforts. A staff member suddenly blocked Ubu's path, clearly displeased and on guard. With a subtle smile, Omu's eyes glimmered with a flash of white light. In an instant, the medical staff seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, turning away to continue their duties as if the previous encounter with Omu had never transpired. He approached Xiao Jie's hospital bed, a silvery aura beginning to radiate from his form. All the medical personnel stood frozen, their gazes unfocused, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Omu reached Xiao Jie's side, his eyes gently resting on the scars that marred the boy's body. He extended his palm, delicately pressing it against Xiao Jie's chest. With a flash of white light, the injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Xiao Jie's eyelids fluttered momentarily before he slowly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Omu as his healer, confusion was quickly replaced by an overwhelming joy. He identified Omu, despite the change in his hair color. That familiar visage was unforgettable. Brother Omu, Xiao Jie exclaimed, his voice tinged with unmistakable elation. Omu offered a soft smile, retracting his hand. Xiao Jie sprang up from the bed. Astonished at the sight of his fully restored body, disbelief etched across his face. Brother Omu, how miraculous you are, he exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. I have been searching for you all these years. Ever since our last meeting, I developed a profound interest in martial arts and wished to learn from you. However, I could never find you. To think you have saved me once more. Omu placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Jie's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. I am already aware, and it is quite all right. After the martial arts competition concludes, I will establish a martial arts school, and you shall join me then. Xiao Jie nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet his expression radiated determination and joy. While healing Xiao Jie, Omu had utilized his unique abilities to perceive the young man's thoughts and experiences. He understood that Xiao Jie had spent years navigating the path of martial arts alone, even coming perilously close to death during the battle with the great Demon King 3 years prior. Omu silently admired Xiao Jie's resolve and decided to mentor him. The extent of Xiao Jie's potential would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Although mortals have their limits, Omu was willing to assist him in transcending those boundaries. Provided Xiao Jie possessed an unwavering spirit. Omu gently patted Xiao Jie's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Let us go. It is time to step outside." Xiao Jie nodded and followed Omu out of the medical room. The silvery aura behind them gradually dissipated, as if a dream were fading into colorlessness. The medical staff slowly emerged from their stupor, exchanging bewildered glances. When they turned to check on the bed, they were astonished to find Xiao Jie had vanished. Upon returning to the audience, Ganas immediately spotted Xiao Jie beside Omu and understood that Omu had attended to him. Nearby, Alaga also caught sight of Xiao Jie, her eyes widening in shock. "Is it you?" she exclaimed. Xiao Jie momentarily froze, then realization dawned upon him. Alaga must be Omu's disciple. No wonder she could fly. A surge of excitement coursed through him, yet he swiftly regained his composure, reassuring himself that he too could master such skills in due time. "Very well, let us take our seats and witness the match," he said. Yuwu gently placed a hand on Alaga's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. At this juncture, the arena was fully prepared, and the 10-minute wait had finally come to an end. The finals were about to commence, and the audience's anticipation was palpable. As Sun Wukong and Piccolo ascended the stage, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Chapter 74. The Kamehameha Wave Approaches. The air atop the arena seemed to freeze, all eyes fixated intently on the center of the stage. Piccolo advanced slowly towards Sun Wukong, pausing momentarily to coldly declare, "Prepare yourself for the inevitability of defeat." As his words echoed, he abruptly removed the hat from his head and the cloak from his shoulders, casting them aside with abandon. The heavy garments struck the arena floor with such force that they created a substantial dent, shards of stone scattering in all directions. Gasps erupted from the audience, astonished that such seemingly ordinary attire could possess such weight. Standing opposite him, Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, contemplating inwardly that Piccolo had evidently trained in a similar manner. Unperturbed, he leisurely removed his shoes and wristbands, discarding them onto the ground. The thud of his shoes and wristbands resonated heavily, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Observing this, Piccolo's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile forming on his lips as he thought, "So you are akin to me. However, this will not alter the fact that you shall be vanquished." Before Piccolo's words could fully dissipate, he lunged towards Sun Wukong, his fists slicing through the air with a whistling sound aimed directly at his face. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and with a nimble sidestep, he evaded the blow, feeling the rush of wind as Piccolo's fist barely grazed his cheek. Swiftly retaliating, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen. The latter felt his stomach churn violently, while rising in his throat, and he instinctively retched. Without pause, Sun Wukong leapt into the air, executing a sweeping kick that sent Piccolo hurtling against the wall, resulting in a thunderous crash. The audience, including Krillin, stood in stunned silence, astonished by the display of strength. "Incredible!" Krillin exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Yu Wude remained fixated on the arena, pondering internally, surely, Sun Wukong will not triumph by the skin of his teeth this time, especially given that his combat prowess exceeds Piccolo's by over 300. Struggling to dislodge the debris from his body, Piccolo managed to rise, wiping the bile from his lips. Disbelief etched in his eyes. "Impossible," he bellowed, extending his arms, which lengthened like agile serpents as they lunged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, expressionless, swiftly grasped Piccolo's arm, yanking him closer before delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Piccolo felt a searing pain erupt in his torso, darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Sun Wukong offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Piccolo, each strike landing with relentless precision. "Ah!" Piccolo cried out, his body forced backward repeatedly, until he ultimately crashed onto the ground, dust billowing into the air. Sun Wukong approached, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, just as he neared Piccolo, the latter suddenly lifted his head, unleashing an energy blast towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong endured the forceful strike, a cloud of dust swirling around him. Piccolo rose, emitting a sinister laugh, his presence radiating an oppressive aura that seemed to make the very air tremble under his might. The Demon King Piccolo gazed down upon the earth, his eyes filled with unbridled arrogance and confidence. "Prepare to meet your demise, Sun Wukong. I, the Demon King Piccolo, am destined to conquer the world." His voice thundered across the arena, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. The audience, upon hearing these words, was gripped by terror, fleeing in panic while calling out for the Demon King Piccolo. The scene descended into chaos, leaving only Krillin and the dedicated host still remaining. Malo watched Omu nervously, his voice trembling. "Omu, should we leave? This is the Demon King Piccolo. You've never witnessed his terror." "Indeed, brother Omu," echoed little Jie. A look of worry and fear etched upon his face. "We should hurry and escape." At that moment, he realized that it was indeed the Demon King Piccolo who had vanquished him, and he felt fortunate to be alive. Yet Omu merely smiled gently, patting Malo's shoulder, his tone calm. "It's all right, Uncle Malo. Let us leave it to Sun Wukong." Meanwhile, chaos reigned among Master Roshi's group. Bulma and Oolong paced anxiously behind Master Roshi. Bulma nearly in tears. "What do we do? What do we do? Wasn't the Demon King Piccolo already defeated? Why has he returned?" Master Roshi disregarded their panic, fixated on the smoke in the arena, murmuring, "Wukong, you must prevail. We are counting on you." In the air, Piccolo gathered energy, then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy towards the arena. A tremendous explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud rising slowly, the force of the blast sending the host flying, while Krillin and the others were propelled into the distance. Omu swiftly waved his hand, enveloping those around him in a silvery aura. The scene was one of flying debris and swirling dust, as all structures vanished in an instant. When the dust settled, only desolation remained. The arena transformed into an abyss. In the audience, Bulma and the others emerged unscathed, while Master Roshi was astonished to find himself unharmed as well. He looked down at the shimmering silver membrane surrounding him, then turned to see Omu standing behind him, confusion and amazement in his eyes. Omu smiled and nodded reassuringly, signaling them to remain calm. Though Master Roshi's doubts were somewhat alleviated, he was still unable to fully dispel them. Ha ha ha! Piccolo laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the air. However, when he caught sight of Omu's silver-white pupils, his laughter abruptly ceased. Those eyes emanated an unfathomable power, stirring a deep-seated fear within Piccolo. He pondered in silence. Who exactly was this person? Meanwhile, deep within the chasm, Sun Wukong ascended slowly. His martial arts uniform lay tattered from the earlier explosion, yet his body remained unscathed. He faced Piccolo in the air, an impassive expression etched upon his face as they locked eyes. Piccolo widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could you be unscathed?" Goku calmly replied, "Piccolo, our matters must come to an end." He assumed a fighting stance, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy, and called out, "Kamehameha." With a sudden thrust of his hands, a wave of energy surged forth, trailing a long tail as it swiftly advanced towards Piccolo. As the energy wave passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing whistle. Piccolo gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. Determined to resolve this once and for all. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes nearly popping out, as a translucent white aura enveloped him. Demon Flash. Piccolo placed both hands on his forehead, concentrating to form an orange energy wave, which clashed violently with Goku's Kamehameha in midair. The two powerful energies intertwined, stirring a tempest that swept up dust and debris, creating a massive vortex. Master Roshi and Bulma watched anxiously from the sidelines, hearts racing, nearly forgetting to breathe. Ub maintained his smile, though his eyes sparkled with trust. Chapter 75, a fitting conclusion. The confrontation between Goku and Piccolo intensified. Goku could distinctly sense Piccolo's power surging, prompting a quiet caution within him. With a furrowed brow and a glimmer of resolve in his gaze, he understood that he could no longer delay. Taking a deep breath, he gathered energy once more and murmured, "Kamehameha, maximum output." As his words fell, a brilliant blue energy wave swiftly coalesced in his palms, radiating dazzling light. Piccolo, unwilling to back down, felt Goku's strength escalating and was ensnared by a mix of fear and rage. Clenching his teeth, he pushed forward with all his might, the orange energy wave intensifying in response. A fierce expression contorted Piccolo's face, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. The two formidable energies clashed in the air, producing deafening explosions. A scorching heat filled the atmosphere, as if an enormous explosion could erupt at any moment. The spectators on the ground held their breath, eyes glued to the aerial battle, each heart racing with anticipation for the final outcome. Goku, sensing Piccolo's power growing, resolved to amplify his own strength. The Kamehameha wave erupted with even greater force, surging towards Piccolo. The blue energy wave resembled a furious dragon, roaring as it charged forward. Piccolo sensed the overwhelming power, and a flicker of terror crossed his eyes. He exerted every ounce of strength to withstand it, yet realized he was powerless to alter the course. The orange energy wave was gradually consumed by the Kamehameha, ultimately dissipating with a thunderous explosion. Piccolo was hurled backward by the immense force, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Struggling to rise, he found himself too weak to continue the fight. Goku slowly descended to the ground, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Approaching Piccolo, he calmly stated, "Piccolo, you have lost." In the distance, a multitude swiftly approached Sun Wukong, with Krillin and the others returning as well. Krillin, his face etched with urgency, inquired, "Wukong, what shall we do? Let us vanquish him." Sun Wukong shook his head resolutely, proclaiming, "No, he is one with the celestial being. To slay him would mean the demise of the celestial as well." The crowd, upon hearing this, was taken aback, their faces painted with disbelief. "Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, come and kill me. Regardless, that old fellow will perish too." Piccolo laughed heartily while lying on the ground. Yamcha, visibly outraged, exclaimed, "How infuriating! To defeat the Demon King Piccolo only to discover we cannot eliminate him." At that moment, Ubu stepped forward, offering a gentle smile. "Leave this to me. This matter ends here. Should Piccolo appear again, I shall contain him." Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy at these words. Krillin, still apprehensive, turned to Ubu. Is that truly wise? He is a formidable demon king. Sun Wukong placed a reassuring hand on Krillin's shoulder, saying, have faith in Ubu. I have exerted all my strength and still cannot lay a finger on him. What? The others turned to regard Ubu, whose countenance radiated warmth. Then it is settled. Ubu approached Piccolo, placing a magical bean in his mouth. Instantly, Piccolo's wounds healed, and he rose with a grave expression, observing Ubu. He had overheard the earlier conversation and was astonished by Ubu's strength. His eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, defiance, fury, and a hint of reverence. Subsequently, Piccolo directed a fierce retort at Sun Wukong. Wukong, you shall regret today's decision. With that, he took flight, leaving an air of silence in his wake. Ubu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, regret that you became Gohan's father. Once the battle concluded, the sky regained its tranquility, and the oppressive heat in the air gradually subsided. Ubu stood at the center of the battlefield, surveying his surroundings with a faint smile. Wukong, in a few days, after this tempest has passed, I intend to establish a martial arts school. I shall extend an invitation for you all to come and visit. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied with a grin, yes, I will surely be there. After bidding farewell to each of them, Ubu, along with the Morrow family, departed using instant transmission. Krillin gazed towards the direction where Ubu had vanished, still incredulous. I never imagined Ubu would become so powerful. Indeed, back during the tournament, he was only slightly stronger than I, Yamcha reflected, reminiscing about the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, feeling the swift passage of time. Just as they were lost in their reverie, a hurried call shattered the stillness. Wukong. Sun Wukong turned at the sound, and suddenly, a young girl leapt into his embrace. Bulma furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a flicker of unease. Sun Wukong, slightly bewildered, pushed the girl away and asked, you still haven't told me who you are. The girl looked up, her eyes shimmering with determination. I am Chi-Chi. You promised to marry me. Marriage. The others gasped in astonishment, while Bulma's eyes filled with sorrow as she silently regarded Sun Wukong, sensing the widening chasm between them. Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong scrutinized the girl before him with astonishment, exclaiming, my, how much you've changed. He then turned to the others and inquired, what is marriage? After receiving an explanation, he scratched his head and smiled innocently, saying, since I promised you, let us live together. It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Chi-Chi was overjoyed and immediately embraced Sun Wukong, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Sun Wukong stood frozen for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. Grandpa, everyone, we're off now. Kanas, Nimbus Cloud. He called out loudly, as a yellow cloud with a long tail swiftly descended from the distant sky to him. Hand in hand with Chi-Chi, he stepped onto the Nimbus Cloud, waving goodbye to the crowd before soaring into the distance. As Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi gradually faded from view, Krillin shook his head with a sigh. I never expected Wukong would get married. Yamcha, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Krillin and teased, Haha, you're the only one still single. Even Tien has launched. Krillin's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he chased after Yamcha, the two engaging in a lively pursuit that brought an air of merriment to the scene. Meanwhile, Bulma stood rooted in place, gazing vacantly in the direction of Sun Wukong's departure, her eyes filled with a tender, wistful longing, as she softly murmured, little son, seemingly calling forth a bygone era. At that moment, the glow of the setting sun bathed the earth, casting a serene ambience over the battlefield that lay in ruins after the fierce conflict. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the remnants of battle and carrying away the lingering sense of reluctance in their hearts. Each person silently wished for a future filled with tranquility and beauty. Chapter 76. Marriage. Meihua Island, a land under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Capital, is renowned for its rich martial arts culture. After discussions with the king, Wumu decided to establish a martial arts school here, a location deemed most suitable. Today marks the completion of the martial arts school that Wumu has been constructing, a week having passed since the martial arts tournament. The school was named Jidao Lu, also known as Ji Lu. Wumu stood before the entrance, contentedly gazing at the three large characters on the sign. With this matter resolved, he planned to take the deities to planet Namek and then await Radith's arrival on Earth with peace of mind. Wumu contemplated his motivations for establishing the martial arts school. First, to teach the Tai Chi and Ba Ji martial arts and seek inspiration for further advancement through his disciples. Second, to earn some money to repay Uncle Marlowe's family. And lastly, to fill the void left by the lifestyle of his childhood idol in his previous life. Regarding Raditz and the seance, Wumu had no intention of intervening, nor did he plan to make an appearance. With Kana's present, he would leave it to Kana's and Sun Wukong. However, he did intend to visit the battlefield on planet Namek. Xiao Jia, Yaligia. You two shall be the founding senior brother and sister of the martial arts school. You will impart martial arts to the apprentices we recruit, Wumu said with a smile. Looking at Xiao Jia and Yaligia, Xiao Jia respectfully replied, Yes, master. Over the past week, Xiao Jia had mastered the concept of qi under Wumu's guidance. His inherent strength was already formidable, merely lacking direction. With Wumu's subtle guidance, he quickly grasped the essence. The Ebony Master imparted to him the formidable 8 Extremes Fist, akin to his own vigorous fighting style, along with the Divine Wind Wave, which was deemed by the Master as the hallmark technique of the Extreme Path School. Turning to Ganas, the Master instructed, Ganas, you shall remain here to oversee the martial arts dojo and take some time to reflect inwardly. When the moment is opportune, I shall present you with 2 pathways to strengthen your abilities. Ganas looked at the Ebony Master in confusion, pondering silently. Is it not merely the Super Saiyan 2? Are there alternative methods? However, he refrained from voicing his queries and simply nodded. Understood, Master Ebony. A sly glimmer flashed in the Master's eyes as he smiled faintly and continued, The dojo will officially open tomorrow, and I shall not be present. As the king will preside over the event, we will invite Sun Wukong and the others to join us. The salaries and benefits will be arranged by the king. As this dojo is essentially a state enterprise, he was solely responsible for financing the establishment of the dojo and imparting martial arts knowledge, while all matters concerning salaries and management would fall to the king. In this manner, he could maintain his independence without investing excessive energy into these affairs. Noticing the time nearing noon, he remarked, Very well, the hour is getting late. Let's proceed to attend Sun Wukong's wedding banquet. No sooner had he spoken than he transported the 3 of them instantaneously to the wedding venue. The banquet was a lively affair, adorned with fluttering banners, an assembly of guests, and a cacophony of laughter and cheer. Chi-Chi was busily attending to the guests, her face radiating with joy as she held Sun Wukong's hand. Master Rashi and the Ox King occupied the main seats, while Tian Shinhan and Launch sat nearby, followed by Jiaozi, Krillin, Oolong, Puar, Yamcha, and Bulma, with even Yajirobe in attendance. All of Sun Wukong's acquaintances had gathered, seated around the surrounding tables. Upon arriving at the wedding scene via the teleportation array, the Ebony Master immediately spotted Sun Wukong, who was clad in a sharply tailored suit, appearing somewhat uncomfortable as he fidgeted with his tie, his brow furrowed in a display of uncertainty. The Ebony Master could not suppress a chuckle, a smile creeping across his lips as he approached. Wukong, congratulations on your marriage, he exclaimed with a teasing lilt. This is a gift for you. With that, he produced 2 spirit fruits from within his robe and offered them to Sun Wukong. Receiving the fruits, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with curiosity as he scratched his head, expressing his mild frustration. Thank you, Ebony Master. I never anticipated that marriage would be so complicated. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, the Ebony Master shook his head and chuckled, understanding that while Sun Wukong was fearless in battle, he was but a novice in the realm of weddings. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached, her face adorned with a warm smile as she graciously invited the Ebony Master and his companions to take their seats, arranging them at the table with Master Rashi. Once seated, the Ebony Master surveyed the surroundings and noticed the lively conversations, the atmosphere filled with camaraderie. Tian Shinhan, when do you intend to marry Launch? Yamcha inquired with a mischievous grin, his tone dripping with playful mockery. Upon hearing this, Tian Shinhan's face turned crimson as he awkwardly lowered his gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Lan Chi furrowed her brow, rose to her feet, and drew a submachine gun from her waist. With her foot planted firmly on a stool, she aimed the weapon directly at Yamcha. Yamcha, should you dare to bully my man again, I shall turn you into a sieve. The expressions of Klin and the others turned pale with fear, prompting them to lean back in trepidation. Yamcha let out a nervous chuckle, his voice laced with apprehension. All right, I understand, Lan Chi. Please lower your gun, and let us speak calmly. Lan Chi huffed, holstered her weapon, and resumed her seat. Yumucha exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, pondering inwardly about the formidable woman before him. It seemed that life would not be easy for Tianjin Fan henceforth. Omu and his companions sat beside the Ox King, first greeting Master Rashi and the Ox King before addressing Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, tomorrow marks the grand opening of your dojo. Are you prepared? Tianjin Fan nodded, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. I am ready. Since I plan to teach at your dojo, I also intend to settle there with Lan Qi. I have been a burden to Master Wu Tian during this time. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi's face adorned a bashful smile, her gaze filled with affection for Tianjin Fan, which made him somewhat uneasy. Lan Qi, when you look at me like that, I feel embarrassed, he murmured, scratching his head. Clin chimed in, speaking of which, I should find my own place. Staying with Master Wu Tian has indeed been a disturbance. He turned to Omu. By the way, Omu, where is your dojo located? Omu replied, on Meihua Island in the East Capital. Bulma frowned slightly, that is rather far. Yumucha chuckled, patting his chest. No worries, we all know the flying technique. We can travel swiftly. Bulma rolled her eyes, disregarding the foolish remark. Yumucha, confused, scratched his head, appearing somewhat innocent. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, everything will be arranged by King Kessler. Should you have any requests, feel free to discuss them with him, Omu stated. The group nodded in agreement, and the wedding commenced in earnest. Chi-Chi donned a pristine white wedding gown, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. The Ox King stepped forward, taking Chi-Chi's hand and presenting her to Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong accepted Chi-Chi's hand, the two walked side by side down the red carpet, surrounded by the smiles of family and friends. Bulma sat back, a gentle smile gracing her lips, filled with a myriad of emotions. As she observed Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, she was transported back to her own fateful encounter with him. With a soft sigh, she silently bestowed her blessings upon the newlyweds. Little son, may you find happiness. The atmosphere of the wedding grew increasingly jubilant as glasses were raised in celebration and laughter filled the air. Chapter 77. The celestial being returns to his hometown, Meihua Island. In the backyard of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Dojo, the morning sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow over the courtyard. With a delicate floral fragrance wafting through the air, Omu opened the door to his room, inhaling the fresh air deeply, feeling a serene power envelop him. Stepping outside, he observed that Little Jet and Alaga were diligently practicing their martial arts. Their sweat glistened in the sunlight as their fists cut through the air, creating a sound of rushing wind, showcasing their intense focus. Omu nodded in satisfaction and approached them, softly inquiring, "Where is Ganis?" As Xiao Jie and Yali heard the sound of Wumu, they immediately halted their actions. Xiao Jie wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, turned around, and respectfully remarked, "Teacher, Brother Ganis has gone to fetch the king." Wumu contemplated silently, surprised that Ganis had already acclimated to this life. With that in mind, there was no need for concern. He smiled gently, patted Xiao Jie's shoulder, and said, "I will leave this to you. I need to step out for a while. It may take some time." Xiao Jie stood tall, his gaze resolute as he assured, "You can trust me, teacher. I will safeguard the martial arts school." Yali, feeling somewhat reluctant, tugged at Wumu's sleeve and inquired, "Brother Wumu, where are you going again?" Wumu smiled, affectionately ruffling Yali's hair, and replied, "I have promised someone a few things, and now I must fulfill those commitments." Yali pouted slightly, though somewhat unwillingly. She nodded, "All right then." As Wumu looked at them, warmth surged within his heart. He then executed a swift movement, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the spot. This courtyard, situated behind the martial arts school, was expansive, surrounded by towering walls, and adorned with a variety of flowers and trees, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Apart from this courtyard, which was established for Uncle Marlowe's family, the other courtyards were designated for Clin and the apprentices. They could choose to reside here or return home. However, except for Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others did not possess their own houses and would certainly opt to stay here. Uncle Marlowe, unable to part with his farm, chose to return, visiting Wumu and Yali occasionally. In the hushed sanctum of the temple, Wumu's figure quietly materialized. The celestial god, accompanied by Bobo, gradually emerged. Upon seeing Wumu, a warm smile graced his face. "Wumu, you have arrived." Wumu nodded, his gaze steadfast and composed. "Celestial god, if there are no other matters, I shall take you to Namek now." A flicker of hesitation passed across the celestial god's eyes. He frowned slightly and murmured, "There is nothing pressing. But leaving like this, what about Piccolo? Do not worry. With Gannis here, Piccolo will not stir up any trouble. Furthermore, Wukong possesses sufficient strength to suppress Piccolo." Hearing this, the celestial god's anxiety eased a bit, and he nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "In that case, please take me to see my homeland on Namek." Wumu approached the celestial god, gently resting a hand on his shoulder, and in a flash of light, their figures disappeared, leaving Bobo standing expressionlessly, akin to a statue. On Namek, beneath the verdant sky, peculiar plants emitted a faint glow, and the air was suffused with a refreshing essence. The celestial god and Wumu found themselves on this strange, yet familiar land. Is this Namek? The celestial god surveyed his surroundings, surprise flickering in his eyes. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the unique breeze, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Wumu chuckled softly, patting the celestial god's shoulder. "Come. I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder." With that, he soared into the air, heading towards the distant mountains. The celestial god hesitated momentarily before quickly following, his heart brimming with anticipation and nervousness. The residence of the Grand Elder is nestled within a tranquil plain, surrounded by towering trees that filter the sunlight into dappled patches on the ground. Inside, the Grand Elder sits in an ancient armchair, his complexion pale and his demeanor frail. He softly instructs, "Neru, please step outside to greet our friends." Neru nods, opens the door, and steps out. He stands at the threshold, his gaze fixed on two figures rapidly approaching in the distance, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. "Long time no see, Neru." Yuwood descends to the ground, smiling as he greets Neru. Neru scrutinizes Yuwood closely, astonished by his dramatic transformation. "Yuwood, is that truly you? Do you require assistance this time?" Yuwood responds with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the deity beside him. "This time, we have returned with the deity from our earth to his homeland." Neru turns to regard the deity, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his eyes. Although the deity's visage bears the marks of age, Neru can still perceive a semblance of resemblance between them. The deity, equally surprised, gazes back at Neru, silently pondering, "Is this my kin?" Neru opens the door wider, gesturing invitingly, "Please, come in." The Grand Elder awaits within. Yuwood is taken aback, realizing that the Grand Elder can sense his arrival, especially since his presence had become nearly imperceptible to ordinary people. Upon entering, Neru bows deeply to the Grand Elder, while Yuwood courteously offers his greetings as well. The Grand Elder smiles faintly, his gaze warm as he looks upon the deity, beckoning with a wave of his hand. "So, you are the child of Katars. Come closer. Let me see you." The deity approaches hesitantly, gazing up at the Grand Elder's imposing figure, feeling a pang of sorrow. He senses the Elder's frailty, yet is enveloped by a comforting warmth. The Grand Elder extends his hand, gently stroking the deity's head, closing his eyes as if to absorb the experiences of the years that have passed. After a moment, he opens his eyes, filled with tenderness. "Your name is Bick, is it not? You have endured much suffering over the years. When our homeland faced great turmoil, all Namekians fled for survival, and your father, Katars, took you to Earth while you were still young." The deity nods thoughtfully, silently reflecting, "So, my father's name is Katars." The Grand Elder's eyes brim with guilt and compassion. He resolves to offer the deity some assistance. "Child, allow me to awaken the potential within you." As he speaks, a gentle radiance emanates from his palm, and the deity feels a warm current surge through him, instantly invigorating his being. He senses his energy escalating rapidly, as if every cell within him awakens. 260, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, ultimately settling at 6,500. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder emits a faint, raspy cough. The deity immediately steps forward, concern etched in his expression. "Grand Elder." The Elder slightly raises his hand, signaling for the deity to remain calm. "Do not worry, child. It is merely that my time is drawing near." He inhales deeply before continuing. "Your lifespan has also reached its limit. Otherwise, your potential would be even greater. You are the most promising Namekian of our dragonkin." The celestial being furrowed his brow, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. He acknowledged the truth in the Elder's words, yet the internal struggle rendered acceptance elusive. The Elder, sensing the celestial's hesitation, spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. You must reunite with the separated Bic. Only then shall your lifespan align with that of our Namekian kin. A flicker of anguish crossed the Celestial's eyes, but that is my malevolent side. Chapter 78. The clue to Yuwu's strength. The elder shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. What malevolence is there? That is merely your combative spirit. Without him, you are incomplete. Your union embodies the true dragon lineage of our Namek. He implored, promise me, return and embrace him. The Celestial bowed his head, a moment of silence enveloping him as the tumult within surged like tempestuous waves. He understood the elder's wisdom, yet fear and resistance clouded his judgment. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, raising his gaze, determination igniting within his eyes. I comprehend, elder. The elder nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of relief shining in his eyes. Neru, please escort him out. I have matters to discuss with Yuwud. Neru respectfully acknowledged, stepping beside the Celestial and gently patting his shoulder. Come, Bic. The Celestial nodded silently, following Neru out of the chamber. Yuwud stood to the side, quietly observing the unfolding scene, his heart brimming with questions, uncertain of what the elder had yet to convey. The elder's gaze deepened, as if penetrating Yuwud's soul, and he spoke slowly. I am unclear about the events transpiring within you. The future I previously foresaw has vanished, leaving only a shroud of uncertainty. I trust you are now capable of addressing the crisis facing our Namek. Yuwud furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. Indeed, I can readily resolve that crisis now, but I regret to inform you, elder, that the time is not yet ripe. I must not allow my transformations to exceed certain thresholds. That is a pivotal juncture, and I aim to keep it within manageable confines. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed the elder's eyes, and he regarded Yuwud with a smile. Since you can aid me in resolving that incident, I am exceedingly grateful. However, my lifespan is waning, and I kindly ask you to watch over my children, including Bic. He grapples with many unresolved issues. I hope you can guide him. In return, I shall provide you with a clue that may aid you presently. Yuwud stroked his chin, contemplating the elder's words. What clue could assist me now? Is it divinity? He mused inwardly, bewildered by the elder's profound knowledge, so distinct from the narratives of his previous life. Casting a glance at the elder, he replied, I understand, elder. The elder pondered momentarily. Your desired growth pattern is merely a matter of time. I can only assist you with insights in that regard. And the clue lies at the far reaches of the eastern galaxy. Upon hearing this, Yuwud was nearly certain that the elder indeed possessed knowledge of his circumstances. He nodded slightly, solemnly affirming, Thank you, elder. I shall investigate. The grand elder gradually closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation or weariness. Observing this, Yuwud turned to leave. As he stepped outside, the deity approached him, inquiring whether it had concluded. Yes, it is over. If you have no further matters to attend to, we may return now. Yuwud replied with a light-hearted smile. The deity gazed at the distant sky, inhaling deeply as if to absorb the last remnants of Namek's essence. There is nothing pressing. The earth still requires my presence, so I shall hasten my return. Yuwud nodded and called out, Neru, we shall take our leave. Neru smiled and nodded. Please do visit often. Certainly, Yuwud said, giving Neru's shoulder a friendly pat in farewell. Subsequently, Yuwud, accompanied by the deity, traversed the temporal barrier and instantaneously returned to the Earth's temple. With a flash of light, they found themselves in familiar surroundings. The architecture of the Earth Temple stood majestic and tranquil under the sun, resembling an ancient castle steeped in mystery and authority. Bobo approached respectfully, addressing the deity. The deity nodded slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. Bobo, has anything occurred on Earth during my absence? All is well, my lord, Bobo assured him, before turning to Yuwud and adding, Yuwud's martial arts school has commenced operations and has welcomed many disciples. Goku and the others are teaching. Upon hearing this, the deity closed his eyes and took a deep breath, quietly attuning himself to the entirety of Earth. His aura spread like an invisible net, swiftly enveloping every corner, allowing him to sense the existence of each life form and the fluctuations of every energy. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression easing. It appeared that indeed, nothing had transpired. Piccolo was living his own life as well. Turning to Yuwud, curiosity glimmered in his gaze. Yuwud, I now comprehend that the universe measures strength primarily by combat power. I had no idea my previous power was merely 260. I heard from Nera that you exceeded 20,000 5 years ago. No wonder you were unconcerned about Piccolo. Yu Wu smiled slightly. Deity, your power has now reached 500, enabling you to better safeguard Earth. Once you and Piccolo merge, you will become even stronger. The deity shook his head, a complex expression crossing his features. I do not intend to merge with Piccolo. He has his own life now, and I have come to understand that although he is the child of the original Piccolo, he is also my child. As long as he refrains from causing further chaos, I wish for him to live well. His gaze turned affectionately towards the distance, as if able to penetrate the fabric of space to see Piccolo's silhouette. It was a profound expression of a father's forgiveness and hope, imbued with warmth and understanding. Yu Wu observed the deity, his heart quietly marveling at the survival of the Sun family's caretaker. He had been contemplating how to persuade the deity, but it seemed he need not worry. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "In that case, deity, I shall take my leave." The deity nodded, and Yu Wu's figure vanished in an instant. The deity then turned to Bobo. "I need to enter the room of spirit and time. I entrust the matters outside to you." Bobo solemnly nodded. "Understood, my lord. I shall handle everything." The celestial being turned and entered the temple, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. As he sensed the earth earlier, he inadvertently gauged Bobo's combat prowess, discovering it to be an astonishing 1030. This revelation stirred a flicker of surprise within him, yet he simultaneously recognized the urgency of acclimating to his own surging strength. Upon stepping into the room of spirit and time, he was enveloped by a unique aura, as if time itself was infinitely elongated within these walls. Closing his eyes, he began to familiarize himself with his overwhelming power. Each strand of energy coursed through him, as if boundless strength awaited its moment to erupt. This force was truly remarkable, and the celestial being marveled inwardly at the sensation of his power escalating to 6,500. Subsequently, time drifted slowly within the room of spirit and time, as he diligently refined his abilities. Chapter 79. 5 years later, Wooden Demon sat above the volcanic magma, surrounded by a silvery aura, resembling a deity. Despite his appearance radiating sanctity, the sorrow etched upon his face was unmistakable. With a soft sigh, he lamented his predicament. "Alas, I find myself stuck here." A year prior, he had successfully opened all 12 primary meridians, yet the 8 extraordinary channels remained utterly unyielding. His combat power had soared beyond 900 million, and now his body was saturated, unable to harbor any more chi. His only hope lay in his heart, which continued to circulate energy, but at this rate, Goku and the others would soon catch up. 5 years ago, Wooden Demon returned to Earth, traversing the planet on foot, attuning himself to its rhythms while simultaneously breaking through his meridians. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to advance further. During these 5 years, Goku and his companions had been imparting martial arts at the dojo. Primarily, Tien and Krillin dedicated themselves daily to guiding the students. Yamcha had parted ways with Bulma, as he succumbed to the adoration of female students, neglecting his martial training. Upon discovering this, Bulma, infuriated, ended their relationship. Wooden Demon shook his head, pondering the inevitability of such patterns. Goku, due to the birth of his son, was often required at home by Chi-Chi, leading to his infrequent visits to the dojo. Nevertheless, the king continued to pay him a salary. In truth, even if Goku attended, he would not teach the students. He preferred to spar with Jiren. Despite this, the king, recognizing Goku as the savior, allowed him this freedom as long as he grew stronger. After all, he held no expectations that the academy would save the earth. Nonetheless, Chi-Chi insisted that Goten pursue academic studies, lamenting that with 2 martial artists in the household, neither could read a word. Thus, they required a scholar. The spiritual fruit was consumed, one by Goku and one by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's combat power merely doubled, while Goku, due to his scion heritage, experienced a 5-fold increase. Coupled with years of training, his combat prowess now exceeded 4,000. Krillin and the others also made notable progress. Krillin at 680, Tien at 820, Kaiatsu at 540. Yamcha at 593, Aral at 310, and Little Jet experienced the most significant growth, reaching 774. However, Ganas remained unchanged, for he had dedicated these years to cultivating his mental prowess, and his combat strength naturally increased. Yet he had yet to surpass 300 million in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Ubu's thoughts were scattered by a gust of wind. He inhaled deeply, feeling the intense heat of the volcanic magma. He understood that he could no longer continue in this manner. Rising to his feet, a silver aura danced around him, blazing like a fierce flame. He resolved to swiftly conclude matters on Earth, eliminate Frisia, and then explore the place spoken of by the Grand Elder. The sky above Baobao Mountain was a pristine blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. Chi-Chi stood at the foot of the mountain, watching as the nimbus cloud gradually receded into the distance. Sun Wukong cradled Sun Gohan, swiftly soaring towards the horizon atop the cloud. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Remember to come back early." Sitting cross-legged upon the nimbus, Sun Wukong waved his hand and wore his signature smile. In his arms, Sun Gohan's eyes widened with curiosity, filled with excitement and anticipation for this, his first journey away from home. Today marked a rest day for the martial arts school, and Sun Wukong and his old friends had planned a gathering. Chi-Chi felt she was ill-suited to attend, urging Sun Wukong to go alone. However, upon seeing the eager glimmer in Sun Gohan's eyes, she softened her heart and ultimately agreed, reminding Sun Wukong to ensure that Gohan completed his homework upon returning. The nimbus traced a graceful arc across the azure sky, finally landing in the tranquil backyard of the Plum Blossom Island's ultimate flow martial arts school. The atmosphere remained serene, fragrant with blossoms and lush greenery. "Oh, hello everyone." Sun Wukong leaped from the nimbus, waving to the crowd, revealing a bright smile. Sun Gohan clung tightly to his father's clothing, his small frame nestled within his embrace. His gaze filled with both wariness and curiosity towards the unfamiliar surroundings. The group gathered around, with Bulma being the first to approach Sun Wukong. Her eyes fixed intently on Sun Gohan, curiosity evident on her face. She reached out and gently pinched Gohan's cheek, smiling as she inquired, "Wukong, is this your child?" Sun Wukong set Gohan down, ruffling his hair as he answered with a grin, "Yes, this is my son, Sun Gohan." Gohan looked around, feeling the warmth of the friendly gazes, gradually relaxing and revealing a shy smile. "By the way, where are Yamcha and Ubu?" Sun Wukong surveyed the area, noticing the absence of a few familiar faces, and asked. Bulma's expression darkened suddenly, her brows furrowing with evident displeasure as she replied, "Don't mention Yamcha. I do not wish to see him." Her words cast a shadow over the atmosphere, and the surrounding friends exchanged awkward glances and forced smiles. Krillin gently patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, attempting to ease the tension. "As for Ubu, I haven't seen him in 5 years, and I can't reach him." Sun Wukong scratched his head, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What a bother. Ubu is always disappearing." He then turned his gaze towards Ganas in the corner, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Hey, Ganas, can you get in touch with Ubu?" Ganas shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sun Gohan, pondering silently within. This little fellow possesses astonishing potential. Is it due to being a hybrid of Earthling and Scion? It seems I too must seek out an Earthwoman. At that moment, Master Roshi stepped forward, intrigued, and inquired, "What is the name of this child?" Sun Wukong smiled softly, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, it is the name of my late grandfather." Upon finishing, his gaze tenderly drifted towards the sky, as if peering through the azure expanse to catch a glimpse of his departed kin. In the distance, Bulma led Sun Gohan towards Alaga and Lanchi, the latter cradling a small boy of approximately 2 years in her arms. 3 years prior, Tianjin Fan and Lanchi had celebrated their wedding. They had pondered whether to use the Dragon Balls to separate their two personalities, but both had declined, ultimately deciding to merge their consciousnesses instead. This child, named Tianla, was their offspring, possessing 3 eyes and dark hair. "Who would have thought? This child also has a tail," Bulma remarked to Lanchi, her tone tinged with surprise. Alaga, curious, inquired, "Sister Bulma, is there an issue with the tail?" "Brother Ganas has one too." Bulma and Lanchi exchanged a glance, then looked down at Sun Gohan's bewildered expression, shaking their heads without elaboration. Tianla reached out his tiny hand towards Sun Gohan, who reciprocated, and the 2 children beamed with joy, eliciting cheerful smiles from Bulma and the others. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm and bright glow on the ground. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a refreshing essence. In the distance, the melodious chirping of birds seemed to enhance the harmony of this tranquil moment. Chapter 80. Raditz arrives on Earth in the skies above Earth. A spherical object gleaming with metallic luster plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed. It sliced through the atmosphere, trailing a fiery tail like a meteor. Boom! The serenity of the farm was shattered by a deafening noise. The ground trembled, and dust billowed into the air. A massive crater appeared in the center of the field, earth and debris scattering in all directions. The sphere gradually opened, revealing a man with spiky hair akin to a hedgehog emerging from within. He was tall and imposing, with a piercing gaze. The very first scene stealer of the Dragon Ball universe, Raditz. The farmer, hearing the resounding crash, timidly approached with an old shotgun. His face etched with confusion and a hint of terror, nervously fixating on the uninvited guest in the crater. Raditz cast a cold glance at him, lightly touching the detector by his ear, and a mechanical voice promptly announced, "Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 5. A wretch with a battle power of merely 5. A smirk of disdain crept onto Raditz's lips as he crossed his arms over his chest, his tone dripping with contempt. Gradually ascending into the air, he surveyed the unfamiliar terrain below. Furrowing his brow, he mused silently. I never anticipated this planet still harbored inhabitants. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? The farmer, overwhelmed by Raditz's formidable presence, felt his legs weaken, the shotgun slipping from his grasp as he collapsed to the ground, pallid and drenched in cold sweat. He had never witnessed such a scene, his heart brimming with fear and helplessness. He activated the detector once more, initiating an exploration of the energy responses on Earth. What is happening? A flicker of confusion crossed Raditz's eyes as he scrutinized the readings on the detector's screen, his brow furrowed. Several power levels exceeding 100? A wave of unease washed over Raditz, his confidence beginning to waver. This was inconceivable. How could this planet harbor so many formidable beings? When he beheld 2 power levels surpassing 1,000 on the screen, his doubts deepened. The higher reading must belong to Kakarot, located in the east. Raditz's gaze hardened further. He resolved to verify this personally. He soared eastward, his speed rendering him a mere streak of light in the sky. As he flew, a myriad of speculations and questions raced through his mind. Kakarot, what exactly are you up to? Why are there so many powerful warriors? What secrets does this planet conceal? During his flight, Raditz looked down at the ever-changing landscape below. Fields, mountains, rivers, the breathtaking beauty of Earth flashed before his eyes. In a tranquil forest, a gentle breeze caressed the dense treetops, while birds joyfully chirped on the branches. Piccolo sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, surrounded by his long-time training grounds. In the mountains, early morning, a delicate mist pervaded the air, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows that seemed to narrate the passage of time. With his eyes closed in meditation, the flow of energy within Piccolo coursed through his body like a serene river. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating the intensity of his training. Over the years, his strength had far surpassed that of the warrior who once battled Son Goku at the martial arts tournament. Recalling that fierce confrontation brought a subtle smile to Piccolo's lips, his eyes glimmering with steadfast determination. Son Goku, this time, I shall defeat you. Yet, as he immersed himself in his training, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from afar, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Piccolo's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed in concern and vigilance. Whose energy is this? How could it be so powerful? Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze toward the source of the aura, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. This energy was unmasked, as if proclaiming its existence to the entire world. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo endeavored to quell the turmoil within. Could it be a new ally of Son Goku? With a surge of determination, Piccolo ascended into the air, flying towards the direction of the energy. The forest rushed past beneath him, the wind howling in his ears, his heart brimming with anticipation and tension. Meanwhile, after reminiscing, Krillin suddenly proposed a sparring match with Son Goku. At this suggestion, excitement flickered in Son Goku's eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he eagerly agreed. Goten stood beside Bulma, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he watched his father take on 4 opponents. Krillin made the first move, leaping into the air and launching a kick aimed directly at Son Goku's face. Son Goku's expression sharpened as he swiftly countered Krillin's attack with his hand. At that moment, Tien Shinhan seized the opportunity, striking from the side with a punch. Son Goku's other hand shot out, firmly grasping Tien's fist. This was the moment. In the depths of his thoughts, Xiao Jie swiftly executed a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Sun Wukong's abdomen. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Sun Wukong hastily flung Krillin and Tian Shinhan aside, retreating swiftly. However, before he could catch his breath, Jiaozi lunged at him from behind with an iron headbutt. Sensing an intense pressure approaching from behind, Sun Wukong ascended rapidly, evading the assault. Observing this, Xiao Jie and Jiaozi immediately ceased their pursuit, and the four combatants soared into the air, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The air crackled with tension as fists sliced through the atmosphere. Despite facing a coordinated attack from four opponents, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. His gaze was resolute, and his movements were swift. Each punch he threw was imbued with incredible strength and precision. Krillin launched another offensive, his fist cutting through the air with fierce momentum aimed at Sun Wukong's face. With a slight smile, Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped the attack, countering with a swift maneuver that sent Krillin tumbling through the air. Tian Shinhan, witnessing this, roared with fury and unleashed a full-force punch. Sun Wukong remained unflustered, raising his arm to block the strike, then retaliating with a kick that sent Tian Shinhan hurtling backward. Xiao Jie and Jiaozi, witnessing their companions falter, exchanged anxious glances and resolved to attempt a joint attack once more. They quickly repositioned themselves, flanking Sun Wukong from both sides. Sensing the impending dual assault, Sun Wukong thought to himself, this could be a challenge. He swiftly regulated his breathing, focusing his mind, and with a flourish of his hands, he successfully defended against both Xiao Jie and Jiaozi's strikes. Their fists collided against his arms with a resounding thud. Harnessing their force, Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed his own power, sending both opponents reeling backward. Internally, Sun Wukong felt a rush of delight. It seems everyone has made significant progress, yet I shall not yield easily. Drawing a deep breath, he moved like lightning, appearing before Xiao Jie and Jiaozi in an instant, delivering a dual strike that sent them flying. Krillin and Tian Shinhan, witnessing this, quickly adjusted their stances to launch another round of attacks. Sun Wukong's expression sharpened. He silently resolved not to grant them another opportunity. He ascended rapidly, raining down punches like a torrential storm, compelling Krillin and Tian Shinhan to retreat under his relentless pressure. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Sun Gohan watched with his heart racing, tightly clenching his fists, silently cheering for his father. Just then, Krillin unleashed a devastating technique, radiating blinding light as a formidable energy wave surged from his palms, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Sensing this formidable force, a flicker of surprise crossed Sun Wukong's eyes before he regained his composure. He swiftly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms to block the oncoming attack. Such incredible power. Sun Wukong mused inwardly, maintaining his calm demeanor. With a sudden surge of strength, he repelled Krillin, then swiftly darted to confront Tian Shinhan. Without hesitation, Tian Shinhan summoned his own powerful energy beam, palms pressed together, unleashing a formidable wave. Sun Wukong's gaze intensified with a decisive flourish. He dispersed the energy wave and swiftly countered, sending Tian Shinhan sprawling through the air. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xiao Jie and Jiaozi joined forces once more to launch an assault. However, Sun Wukong had already discerned their intentions. He swiftly adjusted his stance, using his hands to deflect their strikes, and then unleashed a powerful force that sent both adversaries staggering backward. The battle escalated to a fevered intensity. Sun Wukong's movements quickened and his strength amplified. Each punch he delivered carried immense power and precision, leaving the four opponents utterly unable to retaliate. The atmosphere was thick with tension, with every heartbeat quickening, as if the next moment would herald a decisive turning point in the conflict. Sun Wukong's fists struck like thunder, each blow tracing a dazzling arc through the air. His gaze was resolute, brows slightly furrowed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Opposite him stood Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Xiao Jie, and Jiaozi, their faces etched with resignation and anxiety. Their movements grew increasingly sluggish, their stamina and spirit rapidly depleting. At that moment, Sun Wukong surged forward with a sudden burst of power, propelling all four opponents into the air, thus concluding the battle. They soared like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. As Sun Wukong gently descended to the earth, Sun Wufan rushed forward, his face aglow with admiration as he gazed up at his father, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Dad, You are truly amazing. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and ruffled Sun Wufan's hair. Wufan, you must also strive to improve. One day you will surpass me. Tianjin Fan clutched his arm, a grimace of pain crossing his features, yet he couldn't help but approach with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Wukong, what is your current level of power? Krillin followed suit, wearing a similar expression of bewilderment. Indeed, Wukong, all four of us have reached a level comparable to what you were 5 years ago, yet even united. We are no match for you now. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. 5 years ago, Yu Wu bestowed upon me 2 peculiar fruits. After consuming one, my strength surged remarkably. What kind of fruit is so extraordinary? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. In a corner, Ganas sat on the steps, arms crossed and leaning against a pillar, eyes closed, his voice low and composed. That is the spirit tree fruit. It enhances strength based on one's potential. In the distance, Master Roshi observed thoughtfully, contemplating the situation. Years prior, Yu Wu had given him 2 fruits, which he had yet to consume. It seemed that such a treasure warranted his attention. He had not experienced any growth in power for many years, and now his disciples had all surpassed him. Ah, so that is the case. Wukong, you are indeed fortunate. I too desire to partake in one. Krillin lamented with a sigh, envy evident in his eyes. Ganas opened one eye and glanced at Krillin, his tone tinged with warning. I advise against harboring such thoughts. Regardless of the potential benefits of consuming it, you would not dare to partake once you understand how the fruit is cultivated. A wave of confusion swept over the others, uncertain of Ganas' meaning. He then rose, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance before turning to Sun Wukong. According to Lord Yu Wu's instructions from 5 years ago, it seems today is that fateful day. Sun Wukong, everything is entrusted to you. I shall not intervene in any matter. Sun Wukong tilted his head, his eyes filled with questions and his heart brimming with confusion. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged from the distance, akin to an invisible tempest that swiftly engulfed the entire sky. Raditz approached with overwhelming power, soaring through the air at lightning speed, exuding an intimidating presence. Who is it? Sun Wukong and the others sensed something amiss and turned their gazes towards Raditz's direction. A dark silhouette rapidly descended from the heavens, emanating an irresistible pressure. A sense of urgency gripped their hearts as they immediately adopted a defensive stance, the atmosphere growing tense. Raditz's figure became increasingly distinct, his cold smile and the arrogance in his eyes instilling a sense of dread. He landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust as if to proclaim his arrival. His gaze swept across everyone in the yard like a hawk, finally resting on Sun Wukong's face, which bore a striking resemblance to their father, Bardock, causing a momentary pause in his heart. At last, we meet, Kakarot. Raditz's voice was deep and frigid, laced with an undeniable authority. Though you have grown, I recognized you at once. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows in confusion. Kakarot? In a corner, Ganas realized with sudden clarity that this was indeed the surviving scion mentioned by Lord Ubu, come to seek out Sun Wukong. However, he chuckled inwardly, deeming it hopeless, as Raditz's combat power was merely around 1,500, insufficient to stir any real trouble. Raditz scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Indeed, Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father. Suddenly, he pointed at Sun Wukong and bellowed. But what is the meaning of this planet? Wasn't your mission to annihilate all of humanity on Earth? What game are you playing? Sun Wukong's frown deepened, utterly perplexed by the situation. Krillin, equally bewildered, inquired, who is this person, Wukong? Bulma seemed to have an epiphany. She exchanged a glance with Master Roshi before looking toward Ganas. Noting their inquiring expressions, Ganas silently nodded, then closed his eyes, arms crossed, indicating his disinterest in the matter. Seeing Sun Wukong's bewilderment, Raditz's fury intensified. His brows knitted together, eyes flickering with a blaze of anger, as if he sought to incinerate everything before him. With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, a powerful energy wave surged towards Sun Wukong, the air itself seeming to rend apart. Instantly, Sun Wukong sensed the ferocious force, his gaze sharpening as his body tilted slightly. The energy wave grazed his shoulder, whipping up a gale as it barreled toward the distant mountains. A thunderous explosion ensued as the wave struck the mountains, causing an instantaneous collapse, the deafening roar echoing as the ground trembled violently. Krillin and Tien Shinhan stood by, dumbfounded, their hearts racing as they swallowed hard. Krillin couldn't help but murmur, such immense power. Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he stared intently at Raditz, his eyes radiating resolve and indignation. His voice was deep and powerful. What are you doing? Who exactly are you? Raditz was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a cold smile, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes as if reminiscing, and then opened them again, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. It appears you have comfortably blended in with these earthlings, forgetting your true mission. Allow me to enlighten you. I am your biological brother, and we are the noble scion warriors of the universe. As a lower-tier fighter, you were sent by our father to this relatively weak planet, tasked with annihilating its human inhabitants and subsequently selling this world. That is your purpose. Chapter 82, Kidnapping Gohan. The furious Goku Ganis couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Raditz's self-proclaimed nobility as a scion, a flicker of resignation evident in his eyes. He gently shook his head, a tumult of emotions swelling within him. There was a time he shared that belief until he encountered Lord Ubu, realizing just how absurd it was. Everything he possessed now was a gift from Lord Ubu. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could withstand only a few blows. Especially given the astonishing events he had witnessed alongside Lord Ubu, including today's occurrences, which seemed eerily prescient. Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed at Goku, unable to fathom the revelation, while Master Roshi and Bulma were already aware of the situation but still felt a twinge of concern. Stop spouting nonsense. I am an Earthling, not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. Goku shouted angrily at Raditz. His face flushed crimson, fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with fury and defiance. Raditz regarded Goku's audacity with surprise. His brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He hadn't anticipated the situation to unfold in such a manner. It seemed that reason had left Goku, and he regretted seeking him out. I, along with my two companions, would suffice. He scoffed, his gaze tinged with disappointment and derision. He never expected that his brother would so fervently abandon the pride of their scion heritage. Had it not been for Prince Vegeta's mention of needing reinforcements, he would not have gone to such lengths to retrieve a brother he thought might be of help. He had envisioned such a scenario where Kakarot ruled over Earth, growing accustomed to the comforts of dominance, no longer wishing to engage in battles with them. Thus, he intended to bring him back forcibly. However, reality proved far more intricate than he had anticipated. Raditz surveyed his surroundings, noticing the resolute expressions of the Earth warriors beside Goku. Although their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the Scions, their unyielding spirit instilled a measure of pressure within him. Kakarot's battle power hovered around 1,000, only slightly inferior to his own, which should have been advantageous. Yet now, with Kakarot's refusal to comply and accompanied by several fighters with battle powers in the hundreds, he realized he was utterly incapable of achieving his goal alone. With a cold snort, Raditz concluded, if that is the case, then live your life as you wish. Consider me, your brother, as never having existed, for you have long since forgotten the bonds of kinship. However, in the end, the elder brother wished to embrace you, lamenting that he had not been by your side throughout your upbringing, causing you suffering. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, feigning an emotional display as he approached Sun Wukong, while inwardly he was retching. Sun Wukong frowned, his eyes brimming with confusion and vigilance. Unable to trust that this suddenly appearing brother would let him off so easily, Raditz advanced slowly, arms outstretched, wearing a facade of false benevolence. Much like a hunter closing in on its prey. Wukong, be careful, Krillin exclaimed, his body instinctively lunging forward to protect his friend. Yet, Raditz moved with an extraordinary swiftness, darting to stand directly before Sun Wukong, his arms tightening around him in a fierce embrace. Kakarot, you have truly disappointed me, Raditz whispered coldly. Wukong felt a surge of agony as a headbutt struck him violently, stars exploding in his vision. Before he could react, Raditz hurled him into the air, following up with an energy blast that pursued him relentlessly. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky as an explosion erupted like fireworks, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Wukong! Both Master Roshi and Bulma shouted simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror and rage. Krillin and the other warriors rushed forward, intent on avenging Sun Wukong. However, Raditz had no desire to engage them. He concentrated a small energy blast towards the ground, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz swiftly flew towards Gohan, snatching him up. He had previously noticed the child with the tail and surmised he was Kakarot's offspring, since he was also a scion. Taking him back would facilitate his training from an early age. Raditz, clutching Gohan, unleashed his full strength, rapidly heading towards his spacecraft. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, for Raditz had been plotting for some time and acted with remarkable speed. As Krillin and the others cleared the smoke, they watched Raditz depart, shouting in fury, "Gohan!" In the sky, Sun Wukong, struck by the energy blast, gradually regained his composure. He declared resolutely to the others below, "I will defeat him." With that, he erupted with energy, a white aura blazing like a fierce fire as he sped off in pursuit of Raditz. At that moment, Piccolo, who had been lurking nearby, emerged. He had comprehended the entire situation. "Piccolo!" Krillin exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "Humph, I merely wished to see who this sudden intruder was," Piccolo replied coolly, crossing his arms as he hovered in the air. "However, Sun Wukong can only be defeated by me." He then turned and followed suit, leaving Bulma and the others exchanging glances. "What shall we do next?" Krillin asked, furrowing his brow. "Shall we go see for ourselves?" Tien Shinhan suggested, and everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bulma turned angrily towards Goku, shouting at him, "Why didn't you stop him?" Garnaz cast a cold glance at her and stated, "I have no intention of intervening in this matter, and besides, that child will come to no harm." Bulma's face flushed with anger. For Gohan was the child of Goku, whom she cherished dearly. The fact that the child had been snatched right before her eyes left her unable to explain the situation to Chi-Chi. "Just because you say he will be fine, does that make it so? That scoundrel, you saw how menacing he was," Bulma exclaimed indignantly. "Given the scarce survival of our scion kind, he must have discerned the child's identity. Since he cannot capture Goku, he will undoubtedly take the child to train him," Garnaz replied coolly. Visions of Gohan, once trained, wreaking havoc across planets and indiscriminately killing, flashed in everyone's minds, sending shivers down their spines. "But, Brother Garnaz, you're also a scion, aren't you? Why wouldn't he recognize you?" Alaga stepped forward to inquire. "I was sent to another planet at a young age, and considering the vastness of a planet, it is not guaranteed that everyone knows one another," Garnaz elucidated. In the skies above, Goku relentlessly pursued Raditz, his heart ablaze with fury and determination. He understood that defeating Raditz was the only way to rescue his son and safeguard the peace of Earth. His gaze was resolute, his spirit ablaze like wildfire, as if he aimed to incinerate all obstacles in his path. "Raditz, you cannot escape," Goku vowed inwardly, his speed accelerating, closing the distance between them. Chapter 83. Raditz with no place to flee. Raditz glanced back, noticing Goku had caught up, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips as if mocking Goku's tenacity and folly. "Kakarot, you truly are relentless," he muttered before hastening his pace, attempting to shake Goku off. Yet, Goku remained undeterred, his sole thought consumed with the desire to save Gohan. He surged forward, matching Raditz's pace. The air thickened with tension, as if even the wind held its breath for this chase. "Raditz, release Gohan," Goku shouted, his voice resonating with anger and resolve. Raditz let out a derisive laugh, halting midair to face Goku. "Do you honestly believe you can defeat me? Kakarot, how naive you are." No sooner had he spoken than he pivoted sharply, launching a punch at Goku. Goku swiftly dodged, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves rippling through the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Dust erupted from the ground, as if rallying in support of this fierce battle. In mere moments, Raditz was sent flying, skidding a considerable distance before managing to regain his composure midair. He hovered in disbelief, then gazed down at his weeping nephew, slowly descending to the ground to place Gohan gently down. The wails of little Gohan echoed hauntingly through the tranquil valley. Raditz looked up at Goku, muttering in confusion, "Isn't his power level over 1,000? He tapped the device lightly, and it beeped. Beep, beep, beep. 1,200, no issues there. Could it be that the device is malfunctioning? A frown creased his forehead, filled with uncertainty and unease. He tapped the device once more, and in the distance, the craft he had previously landed began to move on its own, heading in his direction. Just then, Piccolo arrived, his figure appearing atop a distant hill, coldly observing the unfolding battle. Raditz glanced over, and the battle power displayed was 999. Although Piccolo's aura was not as formidable as his own, It was enough to instill a sense of threat. Goku also turned his gaze towards Piccolo, earnestly stating, "Stay out of this. It's between him and me. Humph. It would be better if he were to kill you. Then no one could stop me from ruling the world." Piccolo replied haughtily, arms crossed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of cruelty and disdain. Goku chuckled resignedly before turning to Raditz. "Raditz, you would do well to leave Earth now. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Raditz fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating Goku's words. Then, with a derisive laugh, he responded in a low voice, "Ha. Kakarot, don't get too carried away. You're merely a low-class warrior. Let me tell you, my other two partners possess several times my strength. When they arrive on Earth, it will be your doom." Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Raditz, slightly stronger than his own. If what he claimed was true, and his companions were indeed several times more powerful, the implications were staggering. His heart swelled with worry and apprehension, yet he maintained an exterior of calm and composure. "I care not for any low-class warriors. Whoever comes to Earth to wreak havoc shall not escape my wrath," Goku declared resolutely, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. With a mighty roar, he unleashed all his energy, the white aura around him intensifying, cutting through the sky like a brilliant ray of light. Raditz looked up at Goku, casting a glance at the device in astonishment. "Impossible. How can this be?" The device's screen displayed Goku's current battle power, 4120. Beside them, Piccolo was also pushed back several meters by the force of Goku's energy wave, staring at him in shock. "Is this truly Goku's strength now? How can he be this powerful?" Piccolo murmured in disbelief. Seated on the ground, Gohan ceased his tears, gazing up at Goku with wide eyes. "Daddy?" A cold sweat broke out on Raditz's brow, and a wave of unprecedented fear surged within him. "Damn it! If this continues, I will perish here." He slowly began to retreat, turning to fly away. Piccolo quickly sensed his intent and swooped down to block his path. "Get out of my way," Raditz shouted, unleashing an energy blast towards Piccolo. Without even glancing, Piccolo effortlessly deflected the blast and landed a punch squarely on Raditz. Raditz winced in pain and retaliated with a furious punch to Piccolo's face, followed by an uppercut that sent Piccolo flying. "You wretched insect. If it weren't for you wasting my time, I would have been long gone." Raditz glared fiercely at Piccolo before turning his gaze to the rear, where Son Goku had ceased his furious energy display, now hovering behind him. Piccolo rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and scoffed, "Humph. Such audacity." He removed his cloak and hat, channeling his energy, revealing a battle power of 1300. How could this be? Could this planet conceal such power? Doubt flooded Raditz's mind. "Are you all right, Piccolo?" Son Goku inquired with genuine concern. Piccolo remained silent, positioning himself alongside Son Goku, effectively sandwiching Raditz in between them. Raditz's gaze darted between the two, secretly lamenting his predicament. He understood that with their combined strength, his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. "Goku, this is no longer your concern. I intend to eliminate this scoundrel. Earth is mine to rule, and I shall eradicate all intruders." Piccolo's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he fixed his stare upon Raditz. Raditz's heartbeat quickened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped him, as if he were on the brink of being torn to shreds. If he did not act swiftly, he would find himself in a dire predicament. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, attempting to fend off Son Goku and Piccolo. They quickly evaded, the blasts detonating around them, sending dust and smoke swirling through the air. The cacophony of explosions resonated loudly, enveloping the surroundings in a haze that obscured vision. Seizing the moment, Raditz took flight, intent on escaping the battlefield. His movements were as swift as the wind, driven by an instinct for survival. However, before he could ascend far, Piccolo appeared directly in his path, blocking his escape. Piccolo's speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous, as he moved to intercept Raditz. "You won't escape," Piccolo declared coldly, crossing his arms before thrusting forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave that surged toward Raditz. The energy wave carried with it a destructive force, seemingly intent on obliterating any obstacle in its path. Raditz was struck by the wave, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact created a deep crater, dust billowing into the air. Pain coursed through him, as if his very bones were shattering. Piccolo soared to Raditz's side, eyes filled with lethal intent, concentrating an energy blast in his palm aimed directly at him. "You outsider, Do not even think of pulling tricks in my presence. Accept your demise. Chapter 84. A shocking revelation. Raditz clenched his teeth, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. He realized that there was no escape. He had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. You Earthlings have no comprehension of a Scion's true power. He slammed his fist into the ground, which instantly cracked open, a tremendous aura erupting from within him. Son Goku and Piccolo staggered back slightly from the force, but quickly regained their composure. Advancing once more toward Raditz, despair and fury mounted in Raditz's eyes. He recognized that retreat was no longer an option, and he could only fight with everything he had. Come forth, Kakarot! Raditz roared, his body unleashing an even greater energy as he charged towards Son Goku. Goku met him head-on, and their fists collided in the air, producing a thunderous explosion. With each clash, the air reverberated with a formidable wave of energy, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Meanwhile, Piccolo sought an opportunity. Fully aware that he must identify Raditz's vulnerabilities to deliver a decisive blow, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated intently on every movement of Raditz. The intensity of the skirmish escalated, yet Goku's defenses grew ever more resolute. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of strikes, the aftermath of their combat sending shockwaves through the surrounding environment. The ground trembled, clouded with dust, while the nearby trees swayed violently in the throes of their fierce battle. Raditz felt an unprecedented pressure. He understood that he must exert every ounce of strength to survive. Each of his punches and kicks bore the weight of destruction, as if he sought to vanquish Goku entirely. However, Goku's prowess was formidable. Even in a state of nonchalance, he effortlessly neutralized each assault. As the battle intensified, Raditz sensed his stamina waning. His breaths grew increasingly labored, sweat soaking through his battle attire. Anxiety and frustration filled his heart. He was unwilling to accept defeat, let alone succumb at such a critical juncture. Raditz, you have no retreat left. Surrender. Goku called out, his voice laced with a hint of counsel. He did not wish to witness his only kin march towards ruin. A flicker of anguish crossed Goku's eyes. He despised the thought of harming Raditz. Yet he knew that if the conflict was not resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Silence. I shall never concede. Raditz roared, a glint of madness igniting in his eyes. With a sudden, ferocious punch aimed at Goku's face, the speed was blinding. Yet Goku was prepared. He swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to Raditz's abdomen. A jolt of agony coursed through Raditz, forcing him to stagger backward. Pain etched across his visage. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead, and his eyes narrowed in torment. Seizing the moment while Raditz and Goku were engaged, Piccolo pressed his fingers to his forehead, rapidly gathering his energy for a lethal strike. He knew that Goku's indecisive nature might falter at a critical moment, despite his overwhelming strength surpassing that of Raditz. Goku, get back. Leave this to me, Piccolo shouted, thrusting his fingers forward, unleashing a powerful beam of light directly at Raditz's back. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's voice resonated through the air, imbued with tremendous might and resolve. Taken by surprise, Raditz was struck by the beam, which pierced through his chest, propelling his body forward as he plummeted from the sky. A flicker of terror and disbelief flashed in his eyes. He could hardly fathom his impending defeat. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth blood, a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest. He struggled to rise, but wavered, ultimately succumbing to the earth. Goku descended slowly, his gaze fixed upon the fallen Raditz, a glimmer of compassion flickering within his eyes. It is over, Raditz. He understood that Raditz was ultimately his own brother, and he could not bring himself to act against him. Today, Raditz had abruptly appeared before him, delivering a torrent of information, and although he later took Gohan with him, he did not inflict any harm. Piccolo approached, his gaze as frigid as ice, infusing the surrounding air with a chill. He stood before Raditz, towering over the once arrogant scion. Raditz coughed laboriously, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. He lifted his head, a flicker of irony and resentment in his eyes. You must be a Namekian. To think I would meet my demise at your hands. I had heard that Namekians could create wish orbs, but I never anticipated your strength to be formidable as well. Then, Raditz turned his gaze toward Goku, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused, as if he were retrieving warm fragments from the depths of his memory. Kakarot, you bear an uncanny resemblance to our father, and your temperament mirrors that of our mother. His voice was faint yet laden with emotion. However, Defeating me does not signify the end. I previously mentioned 2 companions. The mightiest among them, Prince Vegeta, possesses a combat power exceeding 10,000. You currently stand at around 4,000, far from a match. Goku and Piccolo were struck by this revelation, their hearts feeling as though they had been struck by a hammer, engulfed in shock. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the same concern and determination reflected in the other's eyes. "Thank you for revealing my identity," Piccolo coldly interjected, shattering the brief silence. "How long until your 2 companions arrive on Earth?" Raditz coughed a few times, his voice growing weaker. "Perhaps a year," he replied. With that, his eyes slowly closed, and the breath of life faded away. Goku stared at Raditz's lifeless body, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that the coming year would be their sole opportunity to prepare for the impending battle. "What shall we do now, Piccolo?" Goku inquired, to which Piccolo responded with a disdainful snort, turning toward the cloak he had cast aside. "Humph, strengthen yourself swiftly. You don't want to perish at the hands of those individuals." As he passed by Gohan, Piccolo paused, suddenly struck by the idea of taking the child with him. He turned to Goku, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I shall take your child. Every living force must be utilized. Given your soft nature, you would likely be incapable of guiding him properly. However, the notion of nurturing the offspring of an enemy is quite intriguing." "Daddy! Daddy! Wah!" Gohan cried out in terror, struggling desperately as tears blurred his vision. Goku reached out, wanting to intervene and stop Piccolo, but the words failed to leave his lips. He recognized that while Piccolo was ruthless, perhaps it was this very severity of training that would enable Gohan to survive in future battles. Sighing helplessly, he watched as Piccolo took Gohan away. "It should be fine, right?" "Piccolo seems to have changed for the better," Goku reassured himself, scratching his head. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, recalling Chi-Chi's admonitions. "Oh no, I promised Chi-Chi I would bring Gohan home." A troubled expression crossed his face as he silently prayed that Chi-Chi would not be too upset. Chapter 85. Time is of the essence in the tranquil expanse of the sky. An aircraft sliced through the clouds, gently descending to the earth. The plane's door swung open, and Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and others emerged in succession. Their gaze collectively fell upon the lifeless body of Raditz and Goku. Krillin was the first to shatter the silence, his face a canvas of astonishment and confusion. "Goku, did you defeat him?" Goku nodded, a hint of sorrowful joy illuminating his face. He inhaled deeply and recounted the details of the fierce battle they had just endured. "What? Such a formidable adversary!" Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his shock and unease. Goku spread his arms wide, his tone resolute. "Indeed. We must hasten our training. I intend to take you all to seek the guidance of the Kai. There are those who can teach us." Tenshinhan furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns, "But we only have a year. No matter how hard we train, significant progress seems unattainable." Bulma sighed in exasperation, lamenting, "It's quite troublesome that Ub is absent at this moment, and that Gigantus doesn't intend to intervene." Master Roshi, with a serious demeanor and unwavering tone, reassured them, "Worry not. I still possess 2 spirit fruits that Ub gave me. I had planned to consume them today, but it appears you are in greater need." He revealed 2 fruits from behind him, resting them in his palm, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Goku's eyes brightened with surprise. "Wow, Grandpa, you have those too. But Master Mateto, how do we divide just 2? Krillin asked, his concern palpable. Tenshinhan suggested, "I propose we give them both to Goku. He has consumed them before. Perhaps with 2 more, he could catch up to that strongest scion." Goku shook his head firmly, stating, "I shall not partake. You should have them. That sudden surge of strength feels rather disconcerting to me." The group exchanged glances, and Krillin finally spoke. "Tenshinhan, aside from Goku, you and Kairatsu possess the greatest strength among us. Perhaps it is best that you both consume them." Tenshinhan hesitated, his brow furrowed, seemingly on the verge of voicing an objection. However, before he could utter a word, Master Roshi swiftly placed the 2 fruits into his and Kairatsu's hands, interrupting his thoughts. "Enough with the deliberation. This is how it shall be." Master Roshi declared with a tone that brooked no dissent, his actions decisive and efficient. Clearly unwilling to squander a single moment, he turned to the others, urging, "Let us quickly prepare. Time is of the essence." Everyone nodded in agreement. Those capable of flight took to the skies towards the dojo, while those unable swiftly approached the aircraft. A palpable tension filled the air, each expression marked by solemnity. Bulma's attention was captured by the device affixed to Raditz eye. Curiously, she approached and delicately removed it, examining the unfamiliar apparatus with intrigue. This must be the machine that detects power levels, she murmured to herself, excitement glimmering in her eyes. Donning the device, she observed the screen displaying a series of garbled characters, her brow furrowing. These are all unfamiliar symbols. She stowed away the detector, a confident smile gracing her face as she boarded the aircraft. Yet, the brilliance of this young lady was undeterred. She would make adjustments upon her return. The plane ascended gradually, and a palpable sense of urgency and determination filled the hearts of all aboard. Master Roshi gazed out of the window, silently praying that the forthcoming training would empower Goku and his companions to confront the formidable foes that lay ahead. As everyone departed, the sunset gradually draped the plane in its golden embrace, painting the sky a haunting shade of crimson. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and the remnants of gunpowder, as if narrating the fierce battle that had just transpired. On the ground, Raditz's lifeless body lay still, surrounded by an eerie silence that seemed to suspend time in reverence for this moment of tranquility. The fading light of the sunset cast a mournful glow upon his visage. Suddenly, a subtle tremor emanated from the earth, as if some unknown force was stirring. Raditz's corpse began to quiver slightly, and then, astonishingly, it vanished, leaving behind a shocking pool of blood. In the North Galaxy, on the planet Phenomena, a bald giant hovered in the sky, cackling maniacally. Ha ha ha. A bunch of deluded fools, perish. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the city below, raining destruction. Run for your lives. The terrified populace screamed, scrambling to escape, clutching their heads in panic. The explosions wrought chaos, as buildings crumbled amidst the inferno. Those attempting to flee either met their demise in the blasts, were crushed by collapsing structures, or fell victim to the stampede of others in the chaos. Enough of this tiresome game, Nappa. We have news from Raditz, spoke a diminutive figure with hair standing on end, floating beside Nappa, his tone icy. Understood, Prince Vegeta. Nappa replied, stifling his laughter as he ceased the bombardment. He gathered his energy, unleashing a powerful wave that extended from beneath him, silencing the entire planet in an instant as all life was obliterated, leaving only desolate ruins. The two descended into the wilderness, igniting a fire to roast their meal. The flames cast an ominous glow upon their faces. Prince Vegeta, did Raditz succeed? Nappa inquired, turning the skewers. That fool has perished, achieving nothing. And he even divulged our plans to those earthlings. Vegeta spat disdainfully, his expression twisted in revulsion. What? He is dead? There are beings on Earth capable of slaying him? Nappa asked, astonished. Vegeta scoffed, a hint of scorn in his gaze. Let him be dead. He is not worth my effort to avenge. However, he has brought forth a fortuitous piece of news. The elusive Namekians we have sought throughout the cosmos are indeed on Earth. As Nappa absorbed Vegeta's cold words, a chill coursed through him. Both he and Raditz were under Vegeta's command, and now Raditz was gone, yet Vegeta remained utterly indifferent. With this thought, Nappa felt a wave of apprehension wash over him regarding his own fate. Nappa shook his head, striving to calm himself, and thought to himself, impossible. Raditz is merely a low-ranking warrior. My combat prowess far surpasses his. Prince Vegeta must value me more. After all, we few Scions are the only ones left alive now. Prince Vegeta, do wish orbs truly exist in this world? If we were to find one, what wish would you make? Nappa inquired tentatively. Indeed, they do exist. When the time comes, I shall wish for immortality, so that I may continue to grow stronger and ultimately defeat Frieza, Vegeta replied, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Enough, Nappa. Finish your meal swiftly. We shall sell this planet and proceed to Earth, Vegeta commanded. The two hastily consumed their food, sold the planet, and then boarded their spacecraft, setting it to autopilot mode in preparation for their arrival on Earth a year hence. They closed their eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The two spherical vessels streaked across the sky like meteors, heading toward the distant Earth. Chapter 86. Resurrection in a dim, silent cave. Only a few rays of feeble sunlight filtered through the entrance, casting scattered patches upon the ground. The air was thick with moisture, occasionally punctuated by the crisp sound of water droplets striking the rocks. Garnaz stood at the center of the cave, observing Raditz, who lay on the ground, bloodied and near death. A complex expression flickered across Garnaz's face, as if he were deep in thought. He inhaled deeply, placing his hands upon Radit's body, green light emanating slowly from his palms, healing Radit's wounds. As time passed, Garnaz withdrew his hands, and the horrific gaping wound in Radit's chest had vanished. Raditz slowly opened his eyes, confusion and bewilderment filling his gaze. "Am I not dead?" he rasped, his voice tinged with weakness. Garnaz regarded him coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. "You were indeed dead." But it seemed a pity for the few surviving scions to perish so easily. Upon hearing this, Raditz suddenly sat up, warily fixing his gaze upon Garnaz. He swiftly rose to his feet, raising his hand to Garnaz and gathering an energy sphere, demanding, "Who are you?" Garnaz responded with a chilling smile, his eyes glinting with coldness. "I advise you to put that away. Not only could your power not inflict any harm upon me, but given that I have just saved your life, your attitude is quite unbecoming." Raditz, hearing these words, displayed a look of disdain. "Humph, arrogant. Let me see your combat strength." He reached for his scouter, only to find it absent, realizing it was nowhere to be found. "Return it, you earthling." "That belongs to me," Raditz shouted furiously, launching the energy sphere from his palm. Garnaz remained unfazed, extending a hand and gently squeezing. The energy sphere dissipated in his grasp, as effortless as crushing a small pebble. Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as though it could accommodate an egg. "What?" he thought, incredulity surging within him as he beheld the scene before him. "After my recovery, my combat prowess has significantly increased. The energy blasts I unleash are effortlessly resolved by others. Are there truly so many formidable warriors on this earth?" Raditz's thoughts swirled chaotically, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Ganaz let out a cold laugh and slowly spoke. "Enough of this futile effort. Allow me to introduce myself. I, too, am a scion named Ganaz." He gradually loosened the long robe around his waist, revealing his tail, which swayed gently in the air, seemingly declaring his identity. Raditz's gaze fixated on the tail, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. He raised an eyebrow and shifted his focus back to Ganaz's face. "What are you talking about? With such strength? Why don't you seek out Prince Vegeta and join us in our conquests?" His voice carried a hint of skepticism and confusion. Ganaz subtly shook his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "I initially considered that, but later found it quite absurd. Following that esteemed individual is indeed the wise course of action. The original ways of the scions lead only to self-destruction." Raditz's expression darkened, and he stepped forward angrily, glaring at Ganaz. "What nonsense are you spouting? The few of us surviving scions need only to follow Prince Vegeta and, with his immense power, rebuild our homeland." However, Ganaz merely scoffed, his eyes glinting with derision. "It seems you know nothing." Raditz felt a tightening in his chest, his brow furrowing, voice low and tense. "What do you mean?" Ganaz's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath and slowly stated, "Planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, who feared the emergence of super scions among us. His power, ostensibly at 530,000, is, in reality, a staggering 1.2 billion. He paused, allowing Raditz a moment to absorb this shocking revelation. Raditz's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Frieza at 1.2 billion. His voice trembled, questioning his own hearing. Ganaz nodded, continuing. "A super scion is a transformation that occurs when one's base power reaches 3 million, enabling a transformation under certain conditions, amplifying strength 50-fold. As he spoke, he suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, golden flames enveloping him, his hair shooting upwards, exuding an unparalleled power. This is the super scion, and beyond this, there are even higher tiers, all imparted by that esteemed individual." His voice brimmed with authority and confidence. Raditz stood before Ganaz, awestruck and filled with reverence. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Is this the super scion? What is your current power level? Have you surpassed Frieza? And what of that esteemed individual? What strength does he possess? Is he also a scion?" Ganaz subdued his aura, his gaze revealing a profound depth. 5 years ago, my power surpassed Frieza's by a considerable margin. Now, my battle power is approximately 2.5 billion. The strength of that esteemed individual far exceeds our imagination. He is an earthling, and one might even say a divine being. Before him, I cannot withstand a mere finger." He spoke, and a glimmer of reverence and admiration flickered in his eyes. Raditz widened his gaze, unable to conceal the shock etched upon his face. How is this possible? Could earthlings possess such strength? Even a deity could defeat you with a mere finger. This seems rather exaggerated. Ganas stood before him, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated Radit's doubts. His gaze was profound, seemingly peering beyond Raditz into distant realms. When you meet that esteemed individual, all will be made clear, he said softly. Placing a reassuring hand on Raditz's shoulder, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. Present yourself well before him. Find a way to catch his eye, or I cannot assist you. Raditz inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turbulence within. I understand now. What is the purpose of cultivating the mind? Gana's lips curled slightly, finally revealing a hint of gentle amusement. This is the key to transforming into a super scion, a tranquil heart. Raditz nodded, a flicker of enlightenment dawning within him. All right, I have one more question. Since you have surpassed Frisia, why do you not seek vengeance? Gana's expression turned grave, his voice low and resolute. It is not yet time. That esteemed individual has his plans, and I must not disrupt his arrangements. Raditz's gaze fixed intently on Ganas, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. Then where shall we go now? To planet Yardrat, Ganas exclaimed, grasping Raditz's shoulder, his fingers resting on his forehead as he maintained the super scion form. He closed his eyes, attuning to the energy of Elder Pibera on Yardrat. Under normal circumstances, such distant sensing was beyond reach. Only in the presence of a super scion could it be achieved, or if the target's energy was immensely powerful. I found it. Ganas suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of light illuminating them. With that, he executed instant transmission, vanishing from their location alongside Raditz. Chapter 87. The Shadow of Ebony on planet Yardrat. Within Elder Pibera's palace, tranquility reigned supreme. Elder Pibera, engrossed in an art book, was absorbed in the world between its pages, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something wondrous, occasionally emitting a chuckle of delight. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Ganas along with Raditz materialized within the palace. Pibera startled, nearly dropping the book in his hands, hastily concealing it behind him, a trace of panic crossing his face. Ah, I see you, Elder Pibera. By the way, do the inhabitants of your planet lack females? Do you also read such books? Ganas teased, his gaze fixated on Pibera's slightly flustered demeanor. Pibera's face flushed, his words stumbling forth. Nonsense. I am merely seeking to understand the cultural nuances of other planetary civilizations. But what brings you here today? Ganas chuckled lightly, then adopted a serious tone. I have come today to request the use of the Spirit Lake to assist my companion in cultivating his mind. He gestured toward Raditz, who stood beside him. Pabala scrutinized Raditz closely, furrowing his brow, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. This fellow exudes a heavy aura of malevolence. Far more potent than your own from back in the day, he remarked. Ganas nodded, his tone resolute. Indeed, that is why we require the assistance of the Spirit Lake. Pabala sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, then you may take him. After all, you know the way. Just refrain from disturbing me when there is nothing of importance. With that, he turned his back and resumed his covert perusal of the art book. Ganas, shaking his head in resignation, led Raditz towards the Spirit Lake. Upon reaching its shores, Ganas halted, gesturing towards the lake's surface, and sternly advised Raditz, during this period. You shall devote yourself to inner cultivation here. Aside from meals and sleep, allocate an hour each day for our sparring. Ganas raised an eyebrow in response. What do you mean by do you have any objections? Raditz hastily waved his hands, inwardly grumbling. Isn't this just unilateral torment? Yet, he mustered the courage to speak, and no. I mean, with your strength, it seems unlikely that our sparring would yield any significant results. Ganas let out a cold chuckle, his voice laced with authority. You need not worry. Should you sustain injuries, I will heal you, provided you do not perish at the outset. As scions, with our bloodline, each near-death experience significantly enhances our combat prowess. Reach 3 million in battle power swiftly, and I shall teach you how to transform. Then I will introduce you to Lord Ubu. Very well, Raditz sighed in resignation, contemplating the inevitable beating that awaited him. However, he also mused, but if I can transform into a super scion, I shall have the chance to hold my head high before Nappa. Yet, he pondered the nature of this Lord Ubu, questioning how difficult it might be to interact with him. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts, sitting cross-legged by the lakeside to begin his meditation. The shimmering waves of the lake danced in the gentle breeze, offering a refreshing coolness. Ganas stood nearby, quietly observing Raditz with a hint of nostalgia. On Earth, at the temple, several individuals had returned to the martial arts hall, intending to consult Ganas about matters concerning the Science, but to their surprise, he was nowhere to be found. Time was of the essence. They resolved to proceed to the temple to seek assistance from the god of the earth. God, can you contact Brother Ubu? Alaga asked anxiously, her eyes glimmering with hope. The god of the earth nodded slightly. I can, but he is currently engaged in meditation, and I hesitate to disturb him. For now, you should train with Bobo, and once I reach Ubu, I shall have him come to you. Though somewhat disappointed, Alaga nodded and, along with Krillin and the others, followed Bobo to commence their training. Meanwhile, Son Goku remained behind, gazing intently at the god of the earth. You feel different now, Divine One, he remarked, his eyes filled with curiosity. The god of the earth smiled gently. Indeed, my strength has seen some advancement. Goku's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he eagerly inquired, please tell me how you achieved this. The god of the earth shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. I cannot assist you directly. However, Ubu has left you a message. Within the time chamber of the temple. You may seek him out. Ubu? He has known all along. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in confusion. The celestial being sighed, his gaze deepening. I am not entirely certain myself. Ever since Wumu returned from the cosmos 5 years ago, I have been unable to fathom him. 3 years prior, he came to Corinta, unexpectedly sought me out, and spoke of an impending crisis concerning Earth, leaving behind a projection, instructing that when you find me, you should seek him in the Time Palace. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's heart swelled with further perplexity, yet a sense of urgency crept in. The Time Palace was the very place he had traversed through time to spar with Master Teo. He was bewildered as to why Wumu had chosen to leave a projection there. Then I shall go to see Wumu. He must have something to convey to me, Sun Wukong declared resolutely. The celestial being nodded, watching as Sun Wukong entered the palace, his heart still laden with doubt and concern. He turned, lowering his gaze to peer through the clouds beneath the palace, where Wumu's true form resided in the depths of the ocean, seemingly engaged in some form of physical cultivation. What are your intentions, Wumu? The celestial being mused silently, a flicker of apprehension coursing through him as he recalled the imminent arrival of the Science to Earth in a year. His own battle power stood at a mere 6,005, and as a non-combatant, he was utterly incapable of thwarting the approaching Science, whose power exceeded 10,000. He pondered how Sun Wukong and his companions might rapidly enhance their strength in the coming year. The celestial being sighed deeply, engulfed by a sense of helplessness and trepidation. As Sun Wukong stepped into the Time Palace, the surroundings struck him with a sense of familiarity. The space within the palace twisted, shadows of countless clocks flickering in the void, as if whispering the secrets of time. Each clock's face shimmered with a faint glow, seemingly awaiting a particular moment. He surveyed the area, searching for the projection Wumu had left behind. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed, and Wumu's figure materialized before him. Sun Wukong, if you are able to see this projection, it signifies you have arrived here. Wumu's voice resonated, deep and powerful, as though it pierced through the boundaries of time and space. This projection bore no consciousness. It was merely programmed to deliver these words upon encountering Sun Wukong. Wumu, what is it that you wish to convey to me? Sun Wukong could not suppress his inquiry, his brow knitted with uncertainty and anticipation. Wumu's projection smiled faintly, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes. The future of Earth will confront a monumental crisis. The arrival of the Science is but one facet of it. You must elevate your strength within this year. Only then can you safeguard the Earth. A weight settled in Sun Wukong's heart, his clenched fists trembling slightly. I understand. Why do you not join us in vanquishing them? Chapter 88, Kakarot. I know you will undoubtedly question me, why I do not fight alongside you. Wumu's projection seemed to foresee the inquiry, his gaze growing profound, as if peering not only at him but also into a distant future. He continued slowly. I can alter many things, yet this particular matter cannot be changed. Moreover, it is your battle, your destiny entwined with that individual. Trust in yourself to overcome them. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Though the words of Wumu were somewhat obscure, he grasped the essence of the final encouraging sentence. Clenching his fists, a fiery determination ignited in his eyes. He vowed to protect the Earth. The projection of Wumu continued, stating that within the Hall of Time and Space lay the methods he needed to grow stronger. To attain that power, he must endure the trials left behind by Wumu. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the projection of Wumu, declaring, "I understand, and I shall give my all." As Wumu's image gradually dissipated into wisps of silvery light, they converged in the air, ultimately forming a clock that radiated a mysterious luminescence. Approaching the clock, Sun Wukong examined it closely. The intricate runes engraved on the clock's face appeared to conceal boundless secrets. He extended his hand, gently touching the clock, and was immediately inundated with an overwhelming surge of power. It felt as though a torrential wave was swiftly flooding his entire being. The clock's brilliance intensified, enveloping him entirely. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, absorbing the pulsating energy, a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a peculiar familiarity, yet everything felt strikingly alien. A jolt of realization struck him, and he murmured, "This is the base of the Crimson Satin Legion." Suddenly, an intense wave of energy surged forth, as if an invisible blade had pierced the heavy silence of the sky. He swiftly turned around, his gaze piercing, and beheld a towering figure manifesting before him. It was a warrior clad in black armor, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. A slight smirk creased his lips, exuding an air of contempt. "You must be Sun Wukong." The warrior's voice was low and frigid, laced with disdain and provocation, as if appraising a mere insignificant ant. Sun Wukong tightened his expression, internally bracing himself, yet maintaining an exterior of calm. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong." With a derisive snort, the warrior lunged at Sun Wukong with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning slicing through the air. Sun Wukong reacted instantly, crossing his arms to block the oncoming assault. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, the force of their impact shattering the ground beneath them, sending debris flying in all directions. Feeling the might of his opponent, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. How formidable! Is this the trial left by Wumu? He pondered, quickly adjusting his stance to launch a counterattack. The two figures danced through the air, each clash generating waves of potent energy. The warrior's strikes grew increasingly ferocious, akin to a relentless storm, yet Sun Wukong stood his ground, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve, like a flame that would never be extinguished. Continuously searching for a flaw in his adversary's defense, Sun Wukong seized an opportunity during a fierce collision, delivering a punch squarely to the warrior's chest. That blow struck with the force of a raging thunderstorm, infused with boundless strength, reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the skies. The warrior staggered back several steps, a flicker of astonishment and fury crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could uncover his vulnerability in such a brief span of time. The warrior's breath quickened, a conspicuous crack appearing in his armor. Sun Wukong afforded him no respite, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. His fists descended like a tempest, each blow imbued with the force of thunder. The warrior was compelled to retreat, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he was felled by Sun Wukong, releasing a pained groan as he crumpled to the ground. His body convulsed, the fissures in his armor widening, as if it were on the verge of shattering. "You have triumphed," the warrior uttered, his voice deep and feeble. With that, his form gradually faded, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that dissipated into the air. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where the warrior had vanished, his heart brimming with perplexity. What was to come next? He stepped into the base, the sight before him sending a jolt through his heart. The ground was littered with corpses, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Sun Wukong felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. Although he surmised that the scene might have been orchestrated by Wumu, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Each lifeless body seemed to narrate a tragic tale, and every drop of blood appeared to indite an endless cycle of malevolence. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, and continued onward. The structures of the base lay in ruin, walls riddled with bullet holes and scorched marks. As Sun Wukong ventured deeper, the scene before him sharpened into focus. At the center of the hall stood a colossal machine pod, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. Sun Wukong approached, and the pod's door creaked open, revealing a man with closed eyes, his body ensnared by various wires. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. A surge of intense shock and confusion welled within him, and he could not help but whisper, "Is this me?" Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Sun Wukong. A tightening sensation gripped Sun Wukong's heart, prompting him to retreat several paces, assuming an aggressive stance, his demeanor vigilant. The man detached the wires from his body, a sinister smile gracing his face as he spoke in a deep, taunting voice. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his voice cold as ice. Who are you? I am Kakarot. In essence, you, Kakarot sneered, his tail emerging from behind, swaying gently, stirring a slight breeze. Sun Wukong regarded the tail with a hint of nostalgia, then focused intently on Kakarot, attempting to sense his aura. However, the energy he perceived was not particularly formidable, deepening his confusion. Suddenly, Kakarot roared, five-fold Kaioken. Instantly, his entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura, his power surging dramatically, transforming him into a blazing inferno as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could react, Kakarot's hand grasped his head, propelling him backward with frenzied force. Their figures raced through the hall like lightning, smashing through walls, debris scattering, dust swirling in their wake. What kind of technique is this? And how has it suddenly increased so significantly? Sun Wukong found himself engulfed in a tempest of uncertainty, struggling desperately, yet unable to extricate himself from Kakarot's grasp. With a resounding crash, Kakarot forcefully propelled Sun Wukong into a small hill, which promptly collapsed, sending tremors through the ground as the overwhelming impact buried Sun Wukong beneath a cascade of rubble. Kakarot stood with arms crossed, murmuring to himself, "You must learn quickly. There are still 2 more trials ahead." Emerging from the debris, Sun Wukong hovered in midair, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Kakarot. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from his opponent, akin to a fleeting burst of power, formidable yet ephemeral. Nevertheless, if I can master this technique, the impending crisis a year hence will be averted, Sun Wukong resolutely vowed within, his resolve intensifying. Chapter 89. Enlightenment of the Next Realm. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, the dim waters resembled an endless night, punctuated only by the sporadic glimmers of bioluminescent sea creatures. Wu Mu sat silently on the seabed, the surrounding water exerting a heavy pressure akin to invisible hands. He made no efforts for protection, as if the oppressive depths were merely a gentle breeze upon his face. Wu Mu breathed slowly, the seawater ebbing and flowing with his breaths, merging seamlessly with his essence. This rhythmic breathing harmonized him with his environment, as though he were an integral part of the ocean itself. Suddenly, Wu Mu opened his eyes, a spark of clarity igniting within them. A subtle smile graced his lips, imbued with profound significance. "The projection has vanished. It seems Sun Wukong has commenced," he murmured, his voice echoing through the water, tinged with a hint of mischievous delight. "Do savor the gift I have bestowed upon you." As Wu Mu's smile gradually faded, a serious expression took its place. He began to ponder the distinction between Danjin and Gangjin, recalling the concepts from the novels of his past life. Danjin represented a breakthrough from a foundational mastery, wherein one internalizes the essence, spirit, and vitality into the Dantian. Gangjin, conversely, involved a highly concentrated force capable of striking outward but limited to a mere inch. He shook his head gently, a frown creasing his brow as he continued to reflect. In this realm, Qi can indeed reside outside the body, and my Danjin is formed by condensing vital energy at the heart, elevating my life essence beyond that of a mere mortal. What is the principle behind this enhancement of life? Wu Mu fell into deep contemplation, his brow furrowed, as if solving a complex riddle. A sudden spark of insight illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, the heart's function is to renew blood, and with the golden elixir situated at the heart, it replenishes my original blood with vital energy. Now, all the blood within me has transcended mortal limitations. In accordance with the fantastical narrative, there exists a martial path of blood transformation and bone renewal for enhancement. Thus, the next step must be the transformation of bone, yet the marrow's vital energy cannot circulate, and the spine merely serves as a reservoir. Wu Mu's thoughts raced as he connected this with medical knowledge. The kidneys govern the bones, housing essence, which generates marrow, nourishing the bones in turn. It appears I have discerned the path ahead. Having already cultivated 2 of the 5 organs, I shall continue until all are perfected, aligning perfectly with the 5 elements. A smile graced Wu Mu's face. He closed his eyes once more, resuming his rhythmic breathing. The vital energy of the sea seemed to respond to his call, swiftly converging upon him. The Ebony would guided this energy into his kidneys, allowing him to perceive the transformations within his body. Above him, the seawater formed a vortex, with the vital energy continuously surging into his being. Gradually, his form began to radiate light, reminiscent of a pearl shimmering in the depths of the dark ocean. His heart throbbed with increasing vigor, each beat propelling the energy through his meridians and veins in a harmonious cycle. In the temple of time and space, Kakarot observed as Sun Wukong rose once again, a wider grin gracing his features, his eyes gleaming with a challenging spark. With a tone of derision, he remarked, "What is the matter?" Still unconvinced, Sun Wukong remained silent, his gaze piercing, the fervor of battle igniting within him. Taking a deep breath, he began to regulate his energy, bracing himself for the impending clash. Noticing this, Kakarot's lips curled into a smirk as he suddenly launched another assault. A torrent of crimson energy surged forth like a tempest, causing the entire space to tremble. Sun Wukong deftly evaded, their figures intertwining in the air, engaging in an intense confrontation. Fists and feet collided, the energy radiating outward, shaking the very fabric of their surroundings. Each impact generated a gust of wind, as if the air itself was being torn asunder. As Sun Wukong countered Kakarot's onslaught, he meticulously analyzed his opponent's moves, attuning himself to the flow of energy within Kakarot's body through their physical contact. Again, Kakarot bellowed, swinging a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, countering with a punch aimed at Kakarot's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Kakarot stumbling back, yet his smile remained unbroken. Assuming a stance in midair, Kakarot placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Recognizing the impending move, Sun Wukong mirrored his posture. Their hands simultaneously shimmered with brilliant blue light, the energy pulsating between them. "Kamehameha!" They shouted in unison, unleashing waves of blue energy from their palms, hurtling toward one another. The two forces clashed violently in the air, erupting in a blinding radiance accompanied by a deafening roar. At that moment, the entire realm of time and space seemed to fracture, revealing an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to propel the Kamehameha toward Kakarot. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. He clenched his jaw, pouring all his energy into the Kamehameha wave. "Do you think this will defeat me?" Kakarot sneered, suddenly unleashing a more formidable aura. The Kamehameha wave was instantly subdued by Kakarot's overpowering force. Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming power crash against him, sending his body hurtling backwards, crashing hard onto the ground. Kakarot surveyed the fallen Sun Wukong, shaking his head, relieved that in this realm, the king's punch had no limits. "Sun Wukong, time is not on your side. The passage of time in this space differs greatly from that of the outside world." Sun Wukong lay on the ground, panting heavily, his garments tattered and torn. Yet a faint smile graced his face. "I understand now." He slowly rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Kakarot, his lips curling upwards slightly. "It's time to defeat you, Kaioken." With a deafening roar, a tempest of sand and stone was stirred, as a crimson aura emanated from Sun Wukong, billowing his clothes and hair. "Triple Kaioken," he shouted resolutely. However, his body suddenly convulsed violently, his complexion paling. "What is happening? Could something be amiss?" Kakarot hovered above, looking down at Sun Wukong with a hint of resignation in his eyes. "You truly are remarkable, grasping the principle so swiftly. But your body cannot withstand the triple form just yet." Without warning, he descended with full force, launching an attack towards Sun Wukong. He recognized that Sun Wukong had mastered the Kaioken. Continuing the battle served little purpose. As Kakarot charged towards him, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming calm wash over him. He assumed a stance, drawing his fists to his waist, then unleashed a fierce strike. The red winds of his punch fanned out like a peacock's tail, enveloping Kakarot. When their fists collided, a powerful shockwave erupted. Kakarot's form gradually vanished within the crimson winds, dissipating like flames into nothingness. "Congratulations, you have passed the second trial." Then, Kakarot transformed into a wisp of red energy, swiftly penetrating Sun Wukong's mind, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through his thoughts. Sun Wukong felt a tremendous surge of power as countless pieces of information and images flooded his consciousness. His brows furrowed, surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. So, the Kaioken indeed inflicts harm upon the body. He had comprehended the principles of the Kaioken and understood that this realm comprised 4 trials, with time flowing differently than in the outside world. I must hurry. Suddenly, the space around him was torn into myriad shards, the surroundings shifting like a kaleidoscope. With each passing second, the world before him reassembled, dazzling and disorienting. Chapter 90. Arrival of the Seance. Ah, why can't I see anything? He exclaimed, as the space before him plunged into utter darkness, rendering even his hands invisible. What on earth is that black-hearted creature up to? Sun Wukong pondered, his brow furrowing with uncertainty. At that moment, a powerful force struck him abruptly. Instinctively, he retaliated with a punch, only to find his fist meeting emptiness. He tightly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the enemy's position through the surrounding aura, but to no avail. The darkness loomed like a vast curtain, swallowing all vitality, devoid of even the faintest sound of footsteps. Suddenly, an onslaught of attacks descended upon him, seemingly coming from all directions at once. In this shadowy realm, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade, enduring blow after blow. His body was battered relentlessly, each strike inflicting excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious. On the planet Vegeta, a resounding crash echoed as Raditz was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. When will this torment ever end? Raditz's eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Garnaz approached him, gently placing his palm over Raditz's wound, employing a healing spell to mend his injuries. A green luminescence flickered beneath his hand, slowly restoring Raditz's vitality. Do not lament, be content. My ascent in strength was not as swift as yours, Garnaz consoled, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. Raditz snorted softly, acutely aware of the truth in Garnaz's words, yet it did little to alleviate his inner turmoil. In truth, Garnaz secretly chuckled. At that time, Lord Ebony had provided him with spirit fruits to enhance his power, allowing him to recover instantly from injuries sustained during training with the aid of the divine beings, unlike now, where healing required patience and endurance of pain. Over this period, Raditz's surliness had significantly diminished, and his combat prowess had surged to over 100,000. Having healed Raditz, Garnaz patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "All right, let us continue." Raditz rose, determination igniting in his eyes as his energy surged forth like a tempest towards Garnaz. The two figures intertwined in the air, their fists and feet meeting with resounding clashes that echoed through the atmosphere. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their intense training, while in the Earth Temple. Bobo effortlessly countered Krillin and his team's assaults, easily neutralizing each attack as if toying with a group of children. Thus, everyone fervently sought to enhance their strength. And a year passed in the blink of an eye. They should be arriving soon. Let us find a place to await them, Tien Shinhan remarked, surveying the surroundings. Krillin frowned in concern, urgently inquiring, "Where's Goku?" The group turned their gaze towards the Kai, who, with a furrowed brow, slowly replied, "Goku is still in training. At this time, he has still not finished?" Krillin lamented, raking his hand through his hair, anxiety flooding his mind. "How can we contend with those scions with just a few of us?" Little Jis stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he addressed Tien Shinhan, "Brother Tien, the fruit can be consumed now, right? It should be fully maximized by now." Tien Shinhan nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Yes, eat." Without hesitation, the two consumed the fruit amidst the eager gazes of their companions. Boom. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from them, bending the surrounding trees as everyone was compelled to squint against the overwhelming energy. "Now we should have a better chance." Tien Shinhan retracted his power, taking a deep breath, his gaze steadfast. "Let us proceed. We shall delay as long as we can." He turned to the Kai, solemnly stating, "Deity, please wait here for Goku." The Kai nodded, watching as Tien Shinhan soared away from the temple. "Let us go." Tien Shinhan's voice echoed through the air, prompting the others to follow suit. Yamcha, who had also been drawn into training with Krillin a year prior, was now part of the group. At this moment, their combat abilities had significantly increased. Tien Shinhan at 8,200, Little Jis at 7,600, Krillin at 2,370, Ariga at 1830, Chaozu at 1220, and Yamcha at 1480. In the north, in the block city, two deafening booms shattered the tranquility of the city, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the very world were quaking. A thick cloud of dust rapidly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sun. As a gust of wind swept through, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing two vast craters on the ground. At the center of each pit rested a spherical spacecraft, its silver-gray metallic exterior glistening coldly under the sunlight. The hatch slowly opened, and Vegeta and Nappa emerged in succession. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This Earth appears capable of fetching a handsome price. Having invaded countless life-bearing planets, he recognized that the quality of this blue orb could easily rank among the finest. Nappa, however, displayed a hint of impatience, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered Earthlings. A flicker of disdain and contempt crossing his eyes. A swarm of insects. He growled, extending his hand as several energy blasts shot forth like scattershot, hurtling toward the crowd. The energy waves traced brilliant arcs through the air before detonating, flames soaring into the sky. People screamed and scattered, plunging the entire district into chaos. Vegeta observed the scene coldly, his arms crossed over his chest as he remarked nonchalantly, "It is time to locate those responsible for Raditz' demise. Ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls and eliminate them." "Understood, Prince Vegeta." Nappa, reluctantly ceasing his assault, slowly pressed the device to his ear. "Prince Vegeta, in that direction, not far from us, there are two formidable individuals, along with several others congregating nearby." Vegeta slightly lifted his chin, responding icily, "Very well, let us investigate." He soared toward the direction Nappa indicated, his form tracing a trajectory akin to a swift arrow through the air. Nappa followed closely, laughter echoing around them. "Ha ha ha. The gravity on this planet is so light, it feels delightful to move." Meanwhile, in the rugged wilderness, an air of foreboding hung thickly. Piccolo stood atop a towering boulder, slowly removing his cloak and hat, revealing a stern visage. "They have arrived." Upon hearing this, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes widened slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. Over the past year, although he had trained diligently like in the original story, elevating his power level to 2,600, he still felt fear in the face of the impending foes. Piccolo, on the other hand, had made significant strides, his power level astonishingly reaching 4,800. He stood resolutely, his gaze piercing as he focused on the distance. Just then, Tien and the others arrived. Piccolo's eyes flickered with surprise at their newfound strength. Nevertheless, he snorted, reminding himself not to let them interfere. "The enemies are to be dealt with by me and this little brat." Gohan, glancing at Tien and the others, felt a surge of joy and cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin, Sister Yajirobe." Hearing this, Krillin hurried a few steps forward, concern etched on his face. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan shook his head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, Uncle Krillin." Krillin sighed in relief, turning to Piccolo with a serious tone. "Piccolo, now is not the time for recklessness. We need to hold them off until Goku arrives to resolve this." Chapter 91. Sun Wukong emerges. Piccolo furrowed his brow and let out a disdainful snort. "Humph. Where's that Sun Wukong? Could it be that he is afraid?" Tianjin Fan stood resolutely by his side, gazing into the distance with unwavering determination. His voice was deep and powerful. "He is at a crucial moment. He will arrive shortly. We must hold them off." At that very moment, a powerful rush of wind swept through the sky as Vegeta and Nappa descended, exuding an overwhelming aura. To their astonishment, the individuals detected by the scouter had all converged in one place. Nappa sneered, scanning the surroundings with a hint of contempt in his gaze. He glanced at each face briefly before his eyes settled on Piccolo, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's this? Have you chosen a fine burial ground for yourselves?" Piccolo, uninterested in banter, coldly retorted, "If you wish to come to Earth, then be prepared to stay here." No sooner had he spoken than he propelled himself toward Nappa, his movements swift as the wind, leaving a trail of green lightning in the air. Nappa, observing Piccolo's approach, scoffed, "With only a power level of 2,000, you dare challenge me, Nappa?" He did not take the confrontation seriously and was consequently sent flying by a single punch from Piccolo, crashing into a distant rock formation with a resounding impact. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, shouted furiously, "Fool! They can conceal their power levels. Do not trust those figures. The scouter is useless now." He removed the device and crushed it in his hand, the fragments glinting in the sunlight. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to Piccolo, his eyes filled with scrutiny and coldness. "Namekian, You should be capable of creating Dragon Balls, correct? Piccolo let out a derisive laugh, assuming a combat stance without flinching. Regrettably, I did not create the Dragon Balls. I only relish in battle. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and the others also readied themselves for the fight. Their hearts raced, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Yet none of them faltered. Humph! Vegeta sneered, turning his head back and shouting, Nappa, how long do you intend to sleep? In the distance, Nappa pushed aside the boulders weighing him down, rising to dust off his clothes, his face unscathed. He regarded the apprehensive group with a slight smile and suddenly suggested, Your Highness Vegeta, they possess considerable strength. Do we not have a few cultivators left? Let us bring them out to play. The numbers will match up perfectly. Vegeta crossed his arms and flew to a nearby boulder, coldly observing Nappa. Nappa, be mindful of your limits. Do not let it get out of hand. Rest assured. Nappa replied cheerfully as he produced a test tube, uncorked it, and poured out 8 seeds. He punctured several small holes in the ground, burying the seeds within before pouring a nutrient solution over them. Piccolo and the others were utterly bewildered, unsure of Nappa's intentions. Soon, green shoots began to sprout from the earth, gradually transforming into 8 grotesque monsters with brains protruding from their heads, crossing their arms. Krillin, upon seeing these abominations, could not suppress his grimace. Ugh, how disgusting. His face turned slightly pale, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Nappa looked at his cultivated creations with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He waved his hand, signaling the monsters to attack. As the crowd began to emit low, guttural roars, they surged towards Piccolo and his companions. A perfect match, 8 against 8. Nappa stood by, seemingly an amused spectator, his gaze laced with mockery and cruelty. In the dimly lit sanctuary of time, Son Goku stood, attuned to the lurking foes around him. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his fist striking like thunder, sending an enemy crashing to the ground. Without a moment's pause, he pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the 4th challenge. Before him lay an expansive prairie, lush with verdant flora, as a gentle breeze caressed the landscape, bringing with it a refreshing essence. Goku inhaled deeply, feeling an almost transcendent connection to the vastness of nature surrounding him. At that moment, the shadowy figure of Ubu reappeared, a serene smile gracing his face as he calmly advised, Goku, communicate with nature through your energy. Nature possesses consciousness and can lend you the strength you seek. Goku nodded, closing his eyes to attune himself to everything around him. He took a deep breath, sensing the pulse of nature, as if every blade of grass and leaf was imparting strength to him. Time became irrelevant as the flora of the prairie began to emit a radiant blue glow, which gradually flowed into Goku's being. So this technique is called the Spirit Bomb? Goku opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Rising to his feet, he suddenly felt the entire space around him begin to fracture, gradually reverting to the initial sanctuary of time. As the silver clock penetrated his body, a wave of relief washed over him, as if his body would no longer succumb to illness, and his fighting prowess had significantly augmented. Excellent. With the addition of the Kaioken technique, I should be able to vanquish those villains. Goku clenched his fists, determination and confidence radiating from his eyes. Now, it was time to see how much time had passed. Stepping out of the sanctuary, he was met by the blinding sunlight. Squinting slightly, he noticed the deity had been waiting for him. The deity scrutinized Goku with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, Goku, the Scions have arrived. Your friends are buying you time. You must hurry. Understood. I will be there at once. Goku felt a surge of anxiety upon learning that Krillin and the others were facing the villains. He rapidly unleashed his energy, the air around him swirling into a formidable aura. He soared into the sky, continually sensing Krillin's energy signature. Filled with worry and trepidation, Krillin and the others must be in grave danger. I must reach them swiftly. The deity, perched atop the towering sanctuary, gazed down at the battlefield, a wave of unease washing over him. Moments ago, Goku had unleashed a powerful aura that reverberated throughout the realm. Yet, the deity's visage bore no trace of joy. Instead, profound concern shadowed his features. He furrowed his brow, his gaze intensely fixed on the distant conflict. Indeed, Goku had grown stronger this past year, the deity mused, his voice laced with resignation and anxiety, but the gap between him and the leader remains vast. Ubu, what are your true intentions? With Ganas and Ubu absent, can Goku and his friends truly resolve this crisis? Why does Ubu possess such unwavering confidence? He turned around and looked at Bobo beside him, his gaze filled with determination. "Bobo," the Supreme Kai said, his tone laced with a hint of resoluteness. "Prepare yourself and gather all the Dragon Balls. We must brace for the worst." He continued, his voice heavy with gravity. "If Piccolo perishes, the Dragon Balls will lose their significance. We must summon the Eternal Dragon first, and if the moment is not right, we should immediately wish to transport you to Namek." Bobo's eyes shimmered with sorrow and reluctance. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering upon Bobo. "Do not worry, Namek is my homeland. And there are Dragon Balls there as well. At that time, you can revive me. This is our contingency plan. Now go, Bobo." A glimmer of tears crossed Bobo's eyes as he deeply bowed, turning to mount his small flying carpet and soared into the distance. The Supreme Kai watched him depart, his heart a tumult of emotions. He raised his eyes to the heavens, where a few white clouds leisurely drifted across the deep blue sky, as if mocking his helplessness. Chapter 92. A bitter struggle against Vegeta. The 8 Bio-Warriors engaged in fierce combat with Krillin and his companions, while Gohan stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. His heart raced like a drum, and his breath quickened with anxiety. Suddenly, one of the Bio-Warriors lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Piccolo, witnessing this, turned pale and swiftly rushed to intercept the Bio-Warrior. "Gohan, do not retreat." Piccolo's voice was cold and resolute, cutting through Gohan's fear like a sharp blade. "Yes." Gohan gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground, gradually regaining a semblance of determination in his gaze. He clenched his fists, warily focusing on the Bio-Warrior before him. Seeing Gohan slowly regain his fighting spirit, Piccolo felt a slight relief in his heart and turned to confront his own opponent. On the battlefield, Tien and Yamcha had already dispatched 2 Bio-Warriors with swift and decisive movements, exhibiting no hesitation. "These 2 are unusually strong," Nappa remarked, his face reflecting uncertainty as he surveyed the battlefield. "It seems they must be the strongest on Earth. They are far superior to you, Nappa," Vegeta retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Nappa with a tone tinged with disdain. Nappa swallowed hard, feeling a chill from Vegeta's piercing gaze. "No way. How could Earthlings be stronger than me? I am a Scion." Just then, Piccolo also eliminated a Bio-Warrior, followed closely by Krillin and Aral, each triumphing over their adversaries. Only Kaiotsu, Yamcha, and Gohan remained, struggling valiantly. Yamcha concentrated his energy, launching a spirit ball that struck the Bio-Warrior, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the Bio-Warrior was nowhere to be seen. Yamcha laughed heartily. "It seems my skills have not diminished. Be careful," Krillin shouted, preparing to rush in. Yamcha, puzzled, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He swiftly turned around to find the Bio-Warrior clinging to him. He struggled desperately, but it was too late. The Bio-Warrior's body began to expand rapidly. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the Bio-Warrior self-destructed. Yamcha found himself in the dire embrace of a nearby explosion, suffering a grievous blow that drained him of 1,200 battle points. A substantial crater was left in his wake, where he lay hunched and motionless. "Yamcha!" Krillin cried out in anguish, his eyes brimming with tears. "Hurry up and eradicate these repugnant creatures." Upon witnessing Yamcha's dire state, Tien's heart tightened with concern for Kaiotsu, prompting him to rush forward. With a swift strike of his hand, he severed the head of the cultivator, while Kaiotsu unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the foe completely. The cultivators possessed formidable regenerative abilities, necessitating their absolute annihilation. Piccolo remained still, observing Gohan with a cold gaze. "Gohan, focus. That adversary is no match for you." Gohan swallowed hard, nodding timidly, a surge of unwillingness swelling within him. Clenching his fists, a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he charged toward the cultivator. Their fists and feet clashed, the battle escalating in intensity. With every punch, Gohan infused his strikes with resolute determination, and each defense was executed with utmost caution. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the cultivator soaring. Next, he placed both hands upon his forehead, channeling his full power. Masenko! A brilliant wave of light surged toward the cultivator, culminating in a resounding explosion that eradicated the foe entirely. As the radiant display dissipated, Gohan landed breathlessly beside Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo," he uttered, fatigue evident in his voice, yet overshadowed by a yearning for praise. "Humph. To linger so long with an opponent weaker than yourself. This year's training has been in vain." Piccolo retorted coldly, his tone laced with reproach. Gohan's expression dimmed, his head bowing in disappointment. Observing Gohan's demeanor, Piccolo's heart softened slightly, his tone easing just a touch. However, you executed that last move decisively. Hearing the compliment, Gohan's spirits lifted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. The atmosphere of battle was taut, akin to a string poised to snap at any moment. Yamcha lay lifeless on the ground, his essence extinguished. Krillin and Tien fixed their steely gazes upon Vegeta, filled with vigilance and ire. Vegeta scoffed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, Nappa, this tiresome game must come to an end. Nappa nodded, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Understood. Vegeta. He stepped forward, menacingly addressing Krillin and Tien. Your ability to dispatch the cultivator suggests you possess considerable strength. But, before he could finish, he erupted with a ferocious aura, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Recalling Vegeta's earlier assertion that a three-eyed warrior surpassed him, he bristled with defiance. I, Nappa, am not to be compared with the likes of cultivators or Raditz. Nappa bellowed, darting toward Tien like a bolt of lightning, leaving Krillin with no time to react as he sent him flying with a singular blow. Tien clenched his fists, bracing himself to confront Nappa's onslaught. With a powerful punch, an aura radiated from them, sending dust swirling into the air. How infuriating! Nappa's fury intensified upon realizing that his full-force strike had been countered. Retracting his fist, he launched a relentless assault on Tien, the two combatants escalating their battle from the ground to the skies, each blow resonating with a visceral impact. The air thick with the sounds of fierce collisions. After being struck away, Krillin managed to sit up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he observed the aerial clash. Others too lifted their gaze, captivated by the fierce struggle unfolding above. Little Jet diverted his attention to Vegeta. His tone icy. Your ally has been delayed. It's just you left. Vegeta, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance, his expression dripping with contempt. So what? Piccolo furrowed his brow, cautioning the others. Be careful, do not underestimate him. This foe is formidable. Krillin and the others nodded, their faces reflecting their gravity. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed, watch out. He has vanished. During their exchange, Vegeta had indeed disappeared from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Gohan. Let us begin with you. Vegeta sneered, delivering a punch to Gohan's face, sending him tumbling through the air, a mist of blood escaping his lips. Vegeta then vanished again, reappearing before Aral and Dend, sending them flying as well. It was only then that Little Jet reacted, hastily placing himself in front of Krillin to barely deflect Vegeta's onslaught. However, Vegeta merely chuckled disdainfully. Quite impressive. With a swift change in tactic, he executed a sweeping kick, sending Little Jet crashing to the ground. Krillin rose shakily, his eyes filled with dread. Yet he gritted his teeth, pressed his palms to his forehead, and shouted, Solar Flare. His bald head erupted with blinding light, forcing Vegeta to instinctively shut his eyes. Tien, observing the situation from above, shouted anxiously, Dend. Everyone. Chapter 93. The grueling defeat of Nappa. With Tien's focus momentarily diverted, Nappa seized the opportunity. Roaring as he swung a fist towards Tien's face, the force of his punch howling through the air. How dare you fight me and lose focus? Nappa's voice brimmed with fury. Tien's gaze hardened, and he bellowed, Get away. No longer willing to engage Nappa, he unleashed a surge of energy from within. Erupting like a volcano, with a mighty swing of his arm, he sent Nappa hurtling through the air, where he spun several times before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Quickly, Tien's attention shifted to Vegeta. Noting that he had yet to fully regain his sight, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Without hesitation, he charged at Vegeta with lightning speed. Vegeta had just begun to recover his vision, the scene still hazy, yet Tien's figure was rapidly approaching. Tien delivered a direct punch to Vegeta's face. Vegeta barely raised his arms in defense, but the tremendous force forced him to stagger back, cracking the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, Krillin seized the opportunity to rush to Gohan's side, helping him up. Gohan opened his eyes weakly, fear and pain evident within them as he softly called out, Uncle Krillin. Krillin averted his gaze, merely nodding, his expression heavy with gravity, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His eyes were fixed intently on Vegeta, and a sense of unease enveloped him. This was dire indeed. He silently implored, Goku, hurry. Meanwhile, Goku, who was racing towards the scene, seemed to sense the urgency. A spark of electricity coursing through his mind. He suddenly accelerated, anxiety and concern swelling within him. Krillin, he shouted worriedly, continuing to soar towards the battlefield at full speed. Wait for me, everyone. His voice echoed through the wind, his pace quickening as if transcending time and space. Vegeta eventually regained his sight, his eyes ablaze with fury and malice. He coldly regarded Krillin and Tien, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety. Little Goten and Trunks, alongside others, managed to rise, huddling together, their gazes fixed on Vegeta. Nappa arrived as well. Standing beside Vegeta, a sinister grin plastered on his face, his eyes alight with rage. The two factions remained locked in a tense standoff. A palpable atmosphere of anxiety saturating the air, as a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a chill. Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Nappa, disdain evident in his eyes. Fool, that bald-headed man, that woman, and those two little imps are yours to handle. Do not disappoint me again. His voice was as frigid as steel, piercing through Nappa's heart. Gritting his teeth, Nappa lowered his head, his voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, Lord Vegeta. Vegeta turned, his gaze piercing as he surveyed Goten, Tien, and Piccolo, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You three can take me on together. They exchanged knowing looks, understanding that they had no alternative. Among those present, they were the only ones with the strength to confront him. Goten glanced back at Aral, concern etched in his eyes. Sister, please be careful. Aral nodded, her expression resolute. I will, and you too. Her voice carried a hint of tenderness, yet was predominantly firm. The trio of Goten, Tien, and Piccolo nodded to one another, then unhesitatingly charged towards Vegeta. They engaged in a flurry of combat mid-air, fists and feet colliding, a tense atmosphere permeating the scene. They unleashed hundreds of strikes each second, their speed dazzling to behold. On the ground, Nappa's gaze was fixed on Krillin and the others like a venomous serpent. You lot will perish, he roared, lunging towards Aral. Seeing this, Trunks swiftly extended his hands, furrowing his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He concentrated, attempting to exert his telekinetic powers to restrain Nappa. For a moment, Nappa hesitated midair, then let out a furious roar, breaking free from the hold. The backlash hit Trunks hard, blood spurting from his mouth as his body was violently thrown backward. Trunks, Krillin shouted, panic and fury flooding his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Aral and Gohan. Aral, Gohan, hold him off for a moment. I have a technique that can deal with him. Aral frowned, worry etched across her features. Are you certain? Klin nodded, though his tone was laced with a hint of uncertainty, yet it was predominantly filled with determination. Let us give it a shot. Aaliyah took a deep breath, her gaze instantly resolute. All right, Gohan and I shall engage. With that, she surged towards Nappa, her movements swift as a gale. Gohan followed closely, a flicker of fear gnawing at him, yet he gritted his teeth and matched Aaliyah's pace. Nappa had just freed himself from his restraints, exhaling with an air of disdain. He cast a glance at the defeated dumpling and scoffed, impudent little brat. Aaliyah swiftly approached Nappa, her body undulating like a serpent. Utilizing the 8 trigrams palm, she bent low and expertly evaded one of Nappa's punches. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to his chest and struck him fiercely. Nappa involuntarily staggered back a few steps, surprise etched upon his face. Gohan, Aaliyah shouted. Though trepidation lingered within him, Gohan inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and bravely charged at Nappa's back. He summoned all his strength, landing a solid punch to the back of Nappa's bald head. Nappa felt stars exploding before his eyes, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. However, he quickly regained composure, bellowing in rage as he turned and sent Gohan flying with a powerful elbow strike. Gohan crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Nappa, seething with fury, advanced towards Aaliyah, seizing her throat and lifting her off the ground. He rained down furious blows upon her face, blood bursting forth as her once beautiful visage began to swell. In a corner, Klin watched anxiously, raising his right hand towards the sky, concentrating to form a disc-like object. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he fervently prayed for the success of his maneuver. At last, he sensed the moment was ripe, and with a vigorous throw, he exclaimed, Spirit Disc Slash. The disc whirled through the air, emitting a low hum. Upon hearing the sound, Nappa turned, a sneer of disdain gracing his features. He carelessly tossed Aaliyah aside, preparing to intercept the attack. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as the disc sliced through the air. With a sharp sound, it precisely cleaved from Nappa's shoulder to his side, severing his arm, which fell to the ground. Nappa momentarily froze, then let out a piercing scream. "Ah?" He clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the ground. Blood staining the earth. Clint gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his brow as he anxiously glanced at Aaliyah, his voice trembling. "Are you all right, Aaliyah?" Aaliyah, holding her throat, coughed weakly twice, shaking her head to indicate she was not gravely harmed. Gohan, cradling his bruised neck from Nappa's elbow strike, stumbled over to Aaliyah, carefully assisting her to her feet. He cast a fearful glance at Nappa's pitiful state on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Clint patted Gohan's shoulder in a bid to offer comfort. "Do not be afraid, Gohan. He is the villain." Gohan nodded, yet the fear within him remained unassuaged. Chapter 94. Aaliyah's Demise. Goku arrives suddenly. 3 thunderous booms shattered the brief tranquility, and 3 large craters appeared on the ground, where Little Jet and his companions lay motionless within the pits. Vegeta descended like a vengeful deity, casting a frigid gaze upon Nappa. His eyes, sharp as daggers, conveyed an endless disdain as he intoned, "Fool, to be so careless as to fail against these mere mortals." Nappa, trembling, extended a quivering hand and cried out in agony, "Vegeta, save me." Yet, Vegeta offered no response, his demeanor as cold as ice. He then raised his hand and, without mercy, unleashed a blast of energy that obliterated Nappa entirely. The explosion's luminescence illuminated Vegeta's merciless visage, causing Krillin and the others to tremble involuntarily. Krillin muttered in disbelief. How could he kill his own comrade? A derisive laugh escaped Vegeta's lips as he clenched his fist, declaring, "He is no comrade." Krillin took a step back. Anxiety etched on his face as he turned to Ariga, asking, "What do we do?" Drawing a deep breath, Ariga's eyes flashed with determination as she replied, "I will hold him off. You must take Gohan and flee." Krillin hesitated, concern evident in his voice. "Can you manage?" Ariga retorted sharply, "No more time for talk, or we won't escape." With that, she swiftly conjured a ki blast and hurled it at Vegeta, then propelled herself forward, following the energy wave. As she flew, she concentrated her energy for her next assault. Vegeta, coldly observing the incoming ki blast, casually swatted it aside, the blast detonating in the distance. In that instant, Ariga closed the distance, thrusting her hands forward to release a green wave of energy. "Divine Wind Wave," she shouted, the verdant radiance illuminating Vegeta's face. He smirked, effortlessly capturing the energy wave with his left hand, while his right swiftly pierced through Ariga's abdomen. Coughing up blood, Ariga's eyes widened in disbelief as her strength waned, her vision dimming. "Father, Mother, Brother Ubu, and Brother Xiaojia." Her voice faded, her body collapsing in weakness. Vegeta scoffed, retracting his bloodied arm as Ariga fell lifelessly to the ground. Standing amidst the chaos of the battlefield, his gaze swept around, his heart a frozen void. Krillin and Gohan had vanished from sight, while others lay dead or unconscious, the scene a testament to devastation. His eyes finally settled on the pit where Piccolo lay, a frown creasing his brow as he muttered to himself, "I have yet to ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls." Striding forward, he leaned down, grasping Piccolo by the collar and shaking him violently. Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, his blurry vision locking onto Vegeta, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Struggling to raise his head, he scanned the area, relieved to find Gohan absent. "Hey, Namekian, tell me where the Dragon Balls are?" Vegeta's voice was cold and commanding. Piccolo shot him a glance, a smirk curling his lips, tinged with disdain. "Humph, I don't know." He turned his head away, dismissing Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Humph, if that is the case, then perish." He raised his hand, gathering a formidable energy, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! In this critical moment, a thunderous sound erupted, propelling Vegeta away with a formidable force, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. "Are you all right, Piccolo?" Son Goku's voice was gentle yet resolute, as he extended a hand to assist Piccolo, his gaze filled with concern. On their way, they encountered Krillin and Gohan, whose faces bore silent testimony to their anxiety and exhaustion amidst the grave circumstances unfolding. Upon learning that the situation was dire, a wave of apprehension gripped Son Goku, prompting him to accelerate his flight instinctively. Time was of the essence, and they needed to reach the scene swiftly. Piccolo stared at Son Goku in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Son Goku, he murmured in disbelief. It is I? Son Goku replied, his face lighting up with a confident smile, revealing his pearly whites. Leave the rest to me. His words were imbued with unwavering determination, though his expression soon darkened as he turned his attention to Vegeta. Vegeta, rising from the ground with a pallid face, seethed with rage. Who dares? He gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Son Goku. As he recognized Son Goku's visage, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. Kakarot, I am Son Goku. Son Goku promptly corrected him upon hearing the name. And you are? Vegeta scoffed, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Huh, I care not whether you are Kakarot, since you've come to meet your end. He paused, raising his thumb to point at himself, his tone laced with confidence and arrogance. Oh, behold. Vegeta is here. Son Goku remained silent, his gaze locked onto Vegeta, determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood that this individual before him was a formidable opponent, one not to be taken lightly. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his eyes fixated on the battlefield ahead, anxiety and unease swirling within him. Son Goku, can you defeat him? He inquired softly, a hint of worry coloring his voice. Son Goku turned his head, offering a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with resolve. Fear not. I have mastered a new technique this year. However, Vegeta, standing across from him, merely chuckled derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt. He surged forward towards Son Goku with breathtaking speed, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, as if time itself stood still at that very moment. Son Goku swiftly adjusted his stance, firmly planting his feet on the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade, ready to meet Vegeta's assault. Their eyes locked in midair, engaging in a silent duel. Come. Son Goku silently urged himself, aware that this battle would determine many fates. Their fists collided in the air, producing a deafening roar akin to thunderclaps. The surrounding air vibrated as dust swirled from the ground. Vegeta's punches descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with boundless fury and power. Son Goku, agile as ever, dodged with finesse, each counterstrike filled with strength and precision. Their battle resembled an intense dance, each movement imbued with strength and elegance, as if they were engaged in a fight for their very lives. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Vegeta scoffed, his eyes glinting with arrogance and confidence. He suddenly accelerated, his fist striking towards Goku's face with formidable force, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Goku swiftly raised his arm to block Vegeta's attack, feeling the immense power behind the punch. In response, he countered with a strike aimed at Vegeta's abdomen, fueled by boundless determination and strength. Vegeta grunted as he staggered back a few steps, yet quickly regained his composure, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Chapter 95. The Battle of the Empty Realm. Vegeta roared, his voice thunderous, a mere lower-class warrior. His words dripped with disdain and fury. Before his taunt had faded, his fist shot toward Goku like a bolt of lightning. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind quivered in anticipation of the clash. Goku evaded swiftly, but Vegeta's assault was too rapid. He still felt the impact of a powerful punch strike his shoulder. The sharp pain drew a gasp from him, his brow furrowing as beads of sweat emerged on his forehead. He quickly steadied his breath, his gaze resolute, refusing to show any sign of weakness. Observing this, Vegeta smirked coldly and seized the opportunity to launch a relentless barrage. His fists descended upon Goku like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with ferocity. Gritting his teeth, Goku endured the pain, his eyes shining with unyielding spirit as he silently calculated Vegeta's rhythm, searching for a moment to retaliate. At last, Goku seized a fleeting opportunity, delivering a sudden punch to Vegeta's chin. The unexpected strike sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare you injure me? Vegeta seethed, his voice laced with rage and defiance. The air around him grew increasingly volatile, trembling with the weight of his wrath. Vegeta erupted with tremendous energy, causing the very atmosphere to vibrate around him. His speed became a blur, propelling him toward Goku in an instant. Goku barely had time to react before Vegeta's fist struck him, sending him flying through the air in an arc before he crashed to the ground. Piccolo, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Could they truly be unable to overcome this challenge? Anxiety and uncertainty filled his heart as he observed Vegeta's unleashed fury, a flicker of despair rising within him. Kaioken, Goku bellowed as he was launched away. His body enveloped in a crimson aura that doubled his fighting power in a heartbeat. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve as he charged forward, fists ready to strike. Vegeta, with a derisive smile and a hint of contempt, met him head-on. Their fists collided in the air, producing a deafening roar that sent dust and debris swirling. The entire battlefield seemed to be caught in the throes of a tempest. The breath of the two individuals grew increasingly tumultuous, transforming the battlefield into a colossal energy realm. Each clash resonated with formidable power and momentum, reshaping the very terrain around them. On the ground, the corpses of Alaga and Jiaozi were cast away by the violent aftershocks, landing far off in the distance. The stone forest shattered into countless fragments, while Piccolo, with arms raised to shield his eyes, struggled to observe the unfolding spectacle. His body being pushed backward, leaving elongated marks upon the earth. Stunned and overwhelmed, Piccolo couldn't help but think, this is utterly unbelievable. The might of these two is truly terrifying. Vegeta, Goku suddenly called out, his voice tinged with urgency. He noticed their companions on the ground, battered by the residual energy of the duel, and realized it was time to change the battlefield. Vegeta halted his assault, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he retorted, "What's wrong? Are you contemplating surrender?" Goku inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he replied, "This place is unsuitable for combat. Follow me." With that, he turned and soared into the sky. Vegeta furrowed his brow, filled with skepticism and disdain. "Humph. Let us see what tricks you're up to." He promptly followed suit, taking flight. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude evident in his eyes. He turned to the two figures in the nearby pits, Shao Jie and Tianjin Fan, approaching to rouse them from their stupor. Shao Jie slowly opened his eyes, his blurred vision sharpening to reveal Piccolo's stern visage. His heart tightened momentarily, only to be followed by a deep breath of relief. "Did we defeat him?" he asked eagerly. Piccolo shook his head, his voice somber. "Goku has arrived. He has drawn that fellow away." Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Shao Jie felt a wave of relief wash over them, swiftly replaced by a gnawing unease. They glanced around, their eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. When their gaze fell upon several lifeless bodies lying in the distance, a jolt of shock coursed through them, prompting them to fly over. Tianjin Fan crouched down, gently cradling Jiaozi's cold form, his voice choked with emotion. Jiaozi, meanwhile, Shao Jie stumbled toward Alaga. Each step felt like treading on shards of glass. He knelt on the ground, his hands trembling, lips quivering, and facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Memories of the past 6 years spent training with Alaga and managing the martial arts school flooded his mind. "Senior sister blames me for not being strong enough to protect you." Shao Jie's voice was low and agonized, as if every word was extracted from the depths of his soul. His heart felt as though it had ceased to beat, the suffocating sensation of losing a dear friend rendering him nearly breathless. An orphan since childhood, he had discovered the path of martial arts at the age of 10 through Wu Mu, learning of the sacred realm of Carinta. Driven by curiosity, he embarked on a journey to pursue martial arts, facing numerous trials along the way, until he first encountered Alaga at the martial arts tournament at 16, narrowly winning their match. Later, he reunited with Wu Mu, becoming his apprentice and training alongside Alaga. Alaga had been by his side even longer than Wu Mu. He held profound respect for Wu Mu, yet his feelings for Alaga were nebulous and profound, bringing him a sense of tranquility whenever she was near. He had tirelessly sought strength to protect her, but this time, he had faltered. Little Jie's ebony pupils had lost their luster, and he seemed to have succumbed to an abyss of darkness. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose his emotions, striving to appear calm. He approached little Jie, gently patting his shoulder, and offered reassurance. "Do not worry, little Jie. We still have the Dragon Balls. They possess the power to resurrect the deceased." Instantly, a flicker of hope ignited in little Jie's eyes. "Ah yes, I have died once before and was brought back to life. If we can just find the Dragon Balls, we can resurrect him." However, a hint of sorrow crossed Tianjin Fan's face. Jiaozi had already perished once and would no longer have the chance to be revived. Upon hearing this, the joy on little Jia's face vanished, replaced by profound shock and grief. How can this be, Tianjin Fan? What about you? Tianjin Fan managed a strained smile, albeit one that appeared forced. Do not fret over me. I shall persevere. Our immediate priority is to defeat that Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Goku soared through the air, the wind howling past his ears. His gaze was fixed ahead, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. At last, he arrived above a small island, gradually halting his ascent to hover in the air. Gazing down at the scenery below, the mountains on the island lay barren, resembling a desolate wasteland, with only a few solitary trees swaying in the wind, exuding an air of profound solitude. At that moment, Vegeta's aura rapidly approached, his figure streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantaneously arriving before Son Goku. He cast a cold glance at the island below, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this the resting place you have chosen? Chapter 96. The Great Ape Transformation. Son Goku's expression hardened, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Vegeta in a steady and powerful voice. Vegeta, leave Earth at once and do not return. Vegeta's fury ignited upon hearing these words, veins bulging from his forehead as he snarled through gritted teeth. Who do you think you are? A lowly warrior. I am a superior warrior, Vegeta. Before he could finish, Vegeta swiftly thrust his hands forward, unleashing a barrage of small yellow energy blasts that hurtled towards Son Goku. Adada! Adada! Observing this, Son Goku immediately dove from the air, landing swiftly on the ground. Vegeta adjusted his aim, the energy blasts raining down upon Son Goku like a torrential downpour. Once on the ground, Son Goku looked up at the approaching blasts, executing several backflips to nimbly evade the onslaught, the blasts crashing down at his previous position and kicking up clouds of dust. However, just as Son Goku believed he had eluded danger, other energy blasts struck him from behind. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending debris scattering, and Son Goku's figure was engulfed in smoke. Vegeta halted his assault, suspending himself in the air, breathing heavily, his expression a mix of triumph and contempt. He gazed down at the smoke, a cold smile creeping into his heart. Is this your power, Kakarot? Pathetic. Just as Vegeta reveled in his perceived victory, a figure suddenly burst forth from the smoke. Son Goku himself. He bore not a single scratch. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, Son Goku delivered a powerful punch to his cheek. With a whoosh, Vegeta was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air. Son Goku offered him no respite, swiftly pursuing him to continue the assault. Vegeta forced himself to halt, crossing his arms defensively across his chest to absorb Goku's next strike. The two were instantly embroiled in a fierce close-quarters brawl, their fists and feet colliding with tremendous force, unleashing waves of energy. Each blow carried a potent energy, as if aiming to utterly vanquish the other. Son Goku's punches came with incredible speed, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, while Vegeta's reflexes were equally swift. And the two exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. The entire island trembled under the weight of their battle. Rocks crumbled, trees toppled, and dust filled the air. Goku and Vegeta's forms intertwined in the sky, each clash igniting a surge of energy that seemed to shake the very heavens. Goku felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, Vegeta's power was formidable, but retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and struck a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a grunt, momentarily staggered, but quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a fierce palm strike aimed at Goku's shoulder. Goku winced in pain, stumbling back a few steps. Yet he swiftly steadied himself and charged at Vegeta once more. After a brief separation, Vegeta gathered his energy, unleashing a furious roar. Final flash. His power surged to 18,000, and a torrent of purple energy surged towards Goku. In response, Goku assumed his stance, pushing forward with the Kamehameha. The blue energy wave met Vegeta's final flash, and the two formidable forces collided in a deafening roar. In a matter of moments, the purple wave began to push the blue wave back towards Goku. With a mighty shout, Goku activated the Kaioken ×3. The red aura around him flared brighter, amplifying the blue wave's power, which gradually began to overpower Vegeta's attack. Vegeta's expression changed dramatically as he sensed Goku's escalating energy, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. Impossible. I am the prince of the Scions. I cannot be defeated by you. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, but the purple energy wave was being consumed at an alarming rate by the blue wave. Ultimately, the blue energy completely engulfed the purple wave, striking Vegeta directly. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta as his battle attire was torn apart by the overwhelming force. Fragments scattering in all directions. The sheer impact sent his body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Goku panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Vegeta, bruised and battered, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend his defeat at the hands of a lower-class warrior. His voice trembled with rage and indignation as he conjured a white energy sphere in his hand, hurling it skyward. Goku looked up in confusion, furrowing his brow. What is this? Do you think destroying the moon will prevent my transformation into a great ape? With the advent of this artificial moon, I shall unveil the might of royalty. The moon glimmers in the sky, casting beams of bluish light, and Vegeta's physique begins to undergo a remarkable transformation. His muscles swell rapidly, his body rising like a mountain, morphing into a colossal ape. The roar he emits reverberates through the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath. Ha ha ha. Foolish Kakarot, you have forsaken your Scion tail. Do you not realize that transforming into a great ape amplifies your power tenfold? Vegeta's voice booms like thunder, filled with arrogance and disdain. At the very least, I still possess a battle power of 120,000. What do you have to contend with me? After the preceding battles and injuries, Vegeta's stamina has waned considerably. Goku gazes at the formidable giant before him, murmuring, "This is indeed a tricky situation. But if I can withstand the backlash of the Kaioken technique, perhaps victory is not beyond reach." Vegeta snorts derisively, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How brazen. You Earthlings have persistently resisted, forcing me into such a dire predicament. I shall annihilate both you and your planet. Perish. Before his words fully dissipate, he unleashes a powerful energy blast aimed directly at the ground where Goku stands. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Goku summons every ounce of strength, shouting, 4 times Kaioken. His veins bulge, muscles taut, as if they might burst at any moment. He continues to cry out, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. With a sickening pop, the veins in his arms rupture, blood gushing forth. Gritting his teeth in agony, he internally roars, "Is this my limit?" At that moment, his battle power barely reaches half of Vegeta's. Yet, he refuses to surrender, bringing his hands together in a lotus formation, bellowing, Super Kamehameha. A massive beam of energy, several meters in diameter, obliterates the incoming energy blast, but in doing so, it depletes his energy reserves. Vegeta gazes down at the bloodied Goku with a mocking smirk, his eyes brimming with derision. "Humph. It appears your peculiar technique may very well harm you instead. Can you endure what comes next?" Although he has deflected Vegeta's attack, it was merely a probing strike, and Goku is on the brink of collapse. With a sweeping motion of his colossal hand, Vegeta lunges for Goku. Goku throws a punch in defense, but an overwhelming force sends him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly drained of energy. Chapter 97, Vegeta's Retreat. Ubu's Breakthrough. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughs heartily, his eyes sparkling with the light of triumph. "It seems you have run out of strength." With that, he prepares to stomp down. The energy disc technique. A spinning disc hurtles toward him, and upon hearing the sound, Vegeta leaps upward with surprising agility for his mountainous frame. He lands with a cold smirk, glancing sideways to see Krillin and Tien approaching. "Huh, did you think I was as foolish as that imbecile Nappa?" After fleeing the battlefield, Krillin and Gohan are filled with anxiety and a sense of helplessness. They understand that they can no longer evade. Decisive action must be taken. Thus, they resolve to journey to Korin Tower, seeking a few Senzu beans to bolster their combat prowess. As they rushed back to the battlefield, Krillin swiftly administered 3 Senzu beans to Tien and Piccolo, rejuvenating their strength, and they all advanced towards the center of the fray. The sight before them tightened their hearts. Goku was being overwhelmed by Vegeta, on the verge of being crushed. Without hesitation, Krillin launched a Kienzan, yet Vegeta nimbly evaded the assault. "Gohan, quickly, feed Goku a Senzu bean," Krillin urged anxiously. Vegeta observed the scene coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes as he addressed Krillin and the others. "You arrived just in time. I shall capture you all." With a sudden, forceful punch, the 4 scattered, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. At last, Gohan reached Goku's side, shoving a senzu bean into his mouth. Instinctively, Goku chewed, and his injuries healed instantly. He sprang to his feet, vibrant and full of life. All right. Goku clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with determination. Gohan, retreat to the side. This is my fight. He gently ruffled Gohan's hair, then turned his gaze toward the artificial moon in the sky, obliterating it with a powerful energy blast. As Vegeta was engaged in combat with Krillin and the others, he suddenly felt his body shrink. Furious, he turned to Goku. Damn it. How can you still be standing? Restoring to his original form, he glared menacingly at Gohan. What did you just do, you brat? Gohan, frightened, stepped back as Goku positioned himself in front of him, blocking Vegeta's line of sight. Vegeta, you've lost. Damn it. Vegeta roared in rage as Tien and the others closed in, their eyes filled with animosity. A cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead as he thought. How can I die here? No, I must survive. He quickly summoned his spaceship, which approached swiftly from a distance. Just then, Little Goten shouted, You scoundrel, die? He launched himself with a punch, sending Vegeta flying. Goku swiftly intervened, stopping Goten from pursuing his attack. Enough. Let him go. Goten looked at Goku in disbelief, confusion and incomprehension filling his eyes. Tien, Piccolo, and Goten fell silent, clearly perplexed by Goku's decision. Krillin exclaimed urgently, Goku, we can't let him go so easily. Goku firmly shook his head. It's all right. Believe me, he will not return to Earth. Krillin opened his mouth to argue further, but Goku interrupted him. If he does come back, I will defeat him again. With a thundering sound, the spaceship landed beside Vegeta, who lay on the ground, too weak to rise. Slowly crawling toward the ship, Krillin and the others watched with a mix of reluctance and complex emotions. Vegeta struggled to open the hatch. Leaning against the frame to stand unsteadily, he turned back to Goku. You will regret this. He then quickly boarded the ship, departing Earth. Goku, look. Krillin remained unconvinced, eager to voice his concerns. Goku gazed after the departing ship, his expression pensive. This was indeed a formidable adversary. On the battlefield, the winds and sands gradually settled, enveloping the air in a tension-laden tranquility. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta's pallid visage glistened with cold sweat, his grip on the armrest of the seat tightening as veins bulged ominously, his heart brimming with wrath and resentment. Damn those Earthlings. And Kakarot, once I recover, I shall settle the score with you, he muttered through clenched teeth, his voice low yet infused with hatred. The spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos, unwavering in its trajectory towards the Frisia Forces Base 79. Outside, the starry expanse lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few distant stars twinkling, seemingly mocking Vegeta's predicament. In his mind, the images of his confrontation with Kakarot replayed incessantly. Despite not being his equal, that obstinate spirit infuriated him, as did those Earthlings who, despite their feeble strength, had triumphed over him. His pride suffered a monumental blow, utterly shattered in that moment. At last, the spacecraft descended onto the emergency landing platform of the Frisia Forces Base 79. The hatch slowly opened, and Vegeta stumbled out, only to be engulfed by darkness as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Surrounding soldiers rushed forward, their faces etched with astonishment and concern. Quickly, Vegeta is injured. We must get him to the medical chamber. Who could have done this to him, leaving only him to return alive? I don't know. As Vegeta was placed into the healing pod, a transparent liquid swiftly enveloped him, initiating the gradual restoration of his body. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean's abyss, darkness reigned, as if an endless void consumed all. Yet, amidst this profound obscurity, a radiant spot emanated a silvery glow, resembling a brilliant pearl, quietly illuminating the surrounding waters. In the midst of this brilliance sat a figure, a massive vortex swirling above his head. The vortex diminished slowly until it vanished entirely. Wumu gradually opened his eyes, delight and satisfaction gleaming within them. A faint smile danced upon his lips. At last, success, he murmured, feeling the essence within him grow denser and more potent. As he reveled in the surging power coursing through his body, a profound sense of achievement enveloped him. This realm shall be known as the Gangjin. Wumu mused to himself, contemplating his next objectives: 3 more organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians. The previous infusion was the essence of flora within his heart. This time, it was the essence of seawater. In accordance with the 5 elements, the heart should align with fire, which he would eventually replace with the fire essence for the golden elixir. Clenching his fist, he savored the strength of his corporeal form and the surging essence within. His physical body had grown formidable. In this world, an ordinary person's body, devoid of protective essence, was almost defenseless. Yet, Wu Mu, even without the safeguard of essence, could effortlessly withstand bullets. His essence, once a mere mist within him, now transformed into a liquid, filling his entire being and bestowing him with boundless strength. "It's time to emerge," Wu Mu whispered softly. By now, Goku and the others should have resolved the Scion incident. "It is time for me to conclude this chapter and leave Earth to pursue the Elder's clues." Rising to his feet, he willed himself into disappearance beneath the waves. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the temple. Inside, Omo wore a cheerful smile while gazing at the divine being. Chapter 98, The Enigmatic Omo. The deity regarded Omu with a complex expression. "I sincerely apologize, my lord," Omo said with a smile. "I have my reasons for being here, and I must trouble you with one more matter. Please refrain from using the dragon to wish back the deceased. I shall handle that myself. Just inform Sun Wukong and the others that they need to journey to Namek, as there is another matter requiring their attention." During his approach, he had sensed the entirety of the northern galaxy, aware of all that transpired, including Frisia's arrival at Namek, just as depicted in the original tale. Now, his combat prowess was unfathomable. He faced no challenge from Fat Bu. He did not intend to overly interfere with the original storyline, merely wishing to steer it back on course and enhance their strengths. After all, they could overcome difficulties without him. He had merely traversed dimensions and witnessed his childhood idol. He, too, had his own ambitions to pursue. Throughout his training, he pondered extensively, his ultimate goal being ascension to divinity. A path divergent from that of Sun Wukong and the others, rendering their methods of cultivation unfeasible for him. Those threats like Cell and Bu he could now easily vanquish. Yet he did not wish to play the caretaker. Such challenges were essential for Sun Wukong and his companions to experience. Without them, relying solely on himself, there would be no Sun Wukong, and the seventh universe would face annihilation. What Omo now needed to confront was how to attain divinity, what intentions he harbored post-ascension, and how to face deities like Beerus and the Omni King. What transpired on Namek? The deity's voice was laced with palpable tension. Omu stood beside him, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he gently shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Do not worry. All is well there. It is simply imperative that Sun Wukong and the others be present. Piccolo has yet to meet the Elder. He should return to see him." With no further explanation, Omu vanished in an instant. The deity extended his hand, seemingly wishing to retain him. "Hey, Omu." However, Omu's figure had already dissipated into thin air, leaving the deity standing alone, hands suspended in midair, a visage of helplessness. At that moment, a distant urgent call echoed, "Divine One." Sun Wukong and his companions hurriedly approached, victorious smiles adorning their faces. The deity swiftly composed himself, turning to greet them with a smile. "Congratulations on your victory." Sun Wukong, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Divine One, we need the Dragon Balls to resurrect those slain by the Scions." Piccolo stood silently behind them, arms crossed, eyes closed, his expression grim. Little Gohan, standing by, flicked his gaze between the deity and Piccolo, contemplating. These two seem rather alike. The deity took a deep breath, seemingly deliberating how to respond. Omu's instructions had left him momentarily speechless, and internally he lamented, "Why must this fall upon me? That insufferable enigma." He felt overwhelmed, acutely aware of how much he did not understand, while Omu appeared to possess profound knowledge, suggesting that the Elder was also in the know. How vexing, how utterly frustrating. Sun Wukong, noticing the celestial deity's prolonged silence, inquired with curiosity, "Heavenly God, what troubles you?" The deity chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. "Ah, Wukong. The Dragon Balls are temporarily unavailable. They have been borrowed by Yu Wud and have yet to be returned." Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued among the crowd. "Then how will they be resurrected?" Krillin asked anxiously. The deity raised a hand, signaling for silence. "Do not fret. There exists another location with Dragon Balls that are even more potent than those I created. You may travel there." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the heavenly being. The deity turned to Piccolo, his tone imbued with warmth. "Piccolo, you now comprehend that we belong to planet Namek, do you not? In fact, I became aware of this several years ago and have met the Grand Elder. Seize this opportunity to return and pay a visit. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty and anticipation. Tien, furrowing his brow, questioned, "But how shall we get there?" The deity hesitated, for Yu Wu had not informed him. Rubbing his head in discomfort, he replied, "Do not worry about the spacecraft. When I came to Earth, I had a ship, and those scions left behind their vessels as well. You may use those. As for the destination, only Yu Wu knows. But he is not on Earth at present. You might seek him at his residence." Nodding in agreement, the group resolved to head to Yu Wu's home. After bidding farewell to the celestial deity, they hastily made their way to Yu Wu's abode. Upon entering, they discovered a letter and a universal capsule placed on the table. Sun Wukong picked up the letter and opened it, revealing the coordinates of planet Namek and instructions for the use of the capsule. It turned out that the capsule contained the spacecraft Yu Wu had utilized years ago, which he had retrieved from Yardrat 3 years prior and sealed within the capsule. Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. How could Yu Wu have known we were coming? Tien patted his shoulder and urged, "Let us not dwell on that. We must hurry to planet Namek and resurrect Chaozu and the others." Although they were all puzzled, now was not the time for inquiries. Sun Wukong nodded and led the group to find Bulma, as none of them knew how to operate a spacecraft and required her assistance. In the afterlife, Yu Wu, having concluded his earthly affairs, suddenly appeared in the King of Hell's chamber. The king, engrossed in reviewing documents from the thick ledger of life and death, lifted his gaze upon hearing a disturbance, spotting Yu Wu standing at his desk. "Ah, it is you. What brings you here this time?" the king inquired, setting down his pen, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. Yu Wu looked up at the king, feeling somewhat awkward yet spoke nonetheless. "King, I implore you not to arrange for the souls of those who have recently departed Earth. In due time, they will be revived with the Dragon Balls." The king's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger gleaming in his eyes. "Honestly, your planet is quite troublesome. Do you not realize this disrupts the order of the underworld?" Yu Wu took a deep breath, aware that he was indeed causing inconvenience, yet he had no alternative. "I beg of you, I can assist you with a matter in return." At this moment, a cunning smile crept across the king's face, hinting at a scheme coming to fruition. He gazed at Wumu, contemplating deeply. Wumu's level of existence had reached a parity with his own, and his combat prowess was formidable enough to rank among the top 5 in this universe. A promise to resolve troubles without compensation was, to him, an assured gain. Although in the heavenly realm he wielded the power of the King of Hell to suppress many souls, there remained a lurking danger in the depths of hell that he could not address. Once Wumu's strength advanced further, he could demand his assistance in completely eradicating that menace. With this thought, the King of Hell nodded. "It's settled. I will designate an area for those earthlings." Chapter 99. Returning to the right path, Wumu observed the king's expression and understood that the previous display of anger was merely an act. This was entirely within reason. "Thank you, and I also need to take Alaga, Jiaozi, and Yamucha to the King of the Worlds." The King of Hell paused in silence, then opened the Book of Life and Death, searching for the names of the 3 individuals. "Very well, you may take them yourself. They are at the 7th section of the soul queue." Nodding in acknowledgement, Wumu bid farewell to the king and soared above the lengthy procession of souls. The soul queue wound and twisted like an endless river, and Wumu's gaze scanned its expanse until he finally spotted Alaga and the others at the 7th section. He descended slowly, landing before the 3. Alaga looked at Wumu in astonishment. "Wumu, brother, how did you come to be here? Could it be that you?" Her words carried a hint of unease. Wumu smiled gently, offering no elaborate explanation, merely patting her shoulder to reassure her. He then transported the 3 to King Kai's planet. King Kai was reclining on a comfortable lounge chair, engrossed in a book titled A Compendium of Cold Jokes, laughing heartily. He wore a pair of sunglasses, and 2 antennae atop his head quivered slightly with each chuckle. As Wumu and the others arrived, Alaga and her companions immediately felt the unique gravitational pressure of King Kai's planet. Their bodies momentarily halted as they surveyed their surroundings. "Where's this?" Alaga inquired curiously, her eyes filled with confusion. "This is King Kai's planet," Wumu explained, his tone imbued with respect. "King Kai is a highly esteemed deity. You will be learning here for a while until Sun Wukong and the others find the Dragon Balls to resurrect you." Having stated this, Wumu approached King Kai, bowing slightly. "King Kai, I must trouble you once more. I entrust these friends of mine to your care." King Kai closed his book, adjusted his sunglasses, and his smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. It seems you have succeeded. Leave them to me. Upon hearing that King Kai had no further demands, Wumu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, esteemed King Kai. King Kai waved his hand dismissively, his tone lightening. No need for formality. We can consider ourselves as one dimension now. Moreover, your power has far surpassed mine. Wumu nodded and gestured for Alaga and the others to come forward. The group approached, and Wumu briefly explained the situation to them before bidding farewell to King Kai and departing. As they watched Wumu's figure gradually fade into the teleportation array, Alaga, Jiaozi, and Yamucha were left in a state of bewilderment. Alaga's admiration for Wumu deepened. She had always believed him to be omnipotent. In contrast, Jiaozi was somewhat unfamiliar with Wumu. Although he felt a sense of shock, he did not dwell on it, instead curiously observing the surroundings. However, Yamucha felt a tumult of emotions, a profound shock surging within him. He could hardly fathom that Wumu, once his equal, had now grown powerful enough to converse with deities. Meanwhile, he had let his guard down, allowing his protege to kill him and thus neglecting his martial path. Resolving to reclaim his strength, Yamucha vowed to re-engage with the martial arts. On the planet Adrat, sunlight bathed this tranquil land, and an aura of serenity and mystery enveloped the air. Wumu stood atop a high vantage point, surveying the planet while contemplating his future plans. Everything has returned to its rightful course. All is in readiness. Save for the favorable winds, he mused, his gaze radiating unwavering conviction. He intended to empower Alaga and the others on the King S planet, while also ensuring that Namek would provide the necessary support to Goku. Yet, a troubling question lingered in his mind. Should Krillin perish? If Krillin were to survive, Goku would lose many pivotal opportunities to transform into a Super Saiyan. Conversely, if Frieza did not deliver the fatal blow, Wumu's conscience would remain unsettled. This dilemma gnawed at him, eluding a clear resolution. Never mind, I'll decide when the time comes. I must move forward, he finally resolved, setting his course for the Spirit Heart Lake. Upon arriving at the Spirit Heart Lake, Wumu found the water crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight. Surrounded by lush woods where birds sang joyfully among the trees, Raditz was meditating by the lakeside, and the hostility within him had noticeably diminished, as if he had found a newfound peace. Ganas maintained his Super Saiyan form, perched nearby with his chin resting on his hand, fixated on Raditz. A gentle cough from Wumu shattered the tranquility. Hearing the sound, Ganas immediately turned, spotting Wumu, and quickly rose with a look of reverence. Master Wumu, he exclaimed respectfully. Raditz, alerted by the voice, opened his eyes and beheld Wumu's silvery hair glistening in the sunlight, his silver pupils brimming with a divine and enigmatic aura. Clad in a black and white robe, hands clasped behind him, he wore a subtle smile. Feeling a wave of tension, Raditz stood up awkwardly and approached Wumu slowly, who regarded him with a warm smile. Observing this, Ganas nudged Raditz, urging him to act quickly. That's Master Wumu. You should. Ganas began to explain, but Wumu interjected, no need for words. I am already aware. I wish to hear it from him directly. With a smile, Wumu raised his hand to halt further discussion. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ganas scratched his head and swiftly gave Raditz a light tap on the back of his head. Where has your earlier bravado gone? Hurry up and introduce yourself to Master Wumu. This gentle nudge alleviated much of Raditz's tension. Over the past year, their shared heritage as Scions had fostered a growing familiarity between him and Ganas. Raditz took a deep breath, mustering his courage, and approached Lord Ubu with respect. Greetings. Lord Ubu. I am Raditz. Previously on Earth, I was defeated by Kakarot and his companions, and it was Ganas who revived me. He introduced me to you. And upon learning of your formidable power and profound wisdom, I wish to follow in your esteemed footsteps. Ubu smiled slightly and inquired, what makes you believe I have any need for you? I shall offer my loyalty, and my potential will surely impress you, Raditz replied earnestly. Ubu shook his head slightly, a flicker of disdain evident in his gaze. That is insufficient, he stated coldly. Ganas should have informed you of Frieza's strength. My current battle power exceeds 100 billion. What purpose could you possibly serve me in this universe? Ubu's words fell like a bucket of cold water on Raditz and Ganas, both taken aback. Over 100 billion in battle power. What does that even signify? In the original tale, Cell's power was merely in the 80s, shaking the entire solar system. While the diminutive Bu possessed a strength of 300 billion, his pressure felt across half the universe. Yet Ubu, astonishingly, wielded over 150 billion in battle power, capable of obliterating Frisia with the utmost ease. Ganas, too, was astonished by Ubu's rapid ascension in strength over the years. He glanced at Raditz, his heart heavy with doubt and concern. Raditz fell into a contemplative silence, turmoil roiling within him. He could scarcely conceive of anything that might catch Ubu's eye. Even with his current battle power of 3 million and his ability to transform into a super scion, it paled in comparison before Ubu. The crushing blow to his pride was profound. The super scion, a source of scion pride, was utterly insignificant before Ubu. Chapter 100, Trials and Teachings. After more than a month, we have reached 100 chapters. As I write, I also compare my work with others. I am acutely aware of my many shortcomings, and at this stage, I can only continue writing as I reflect. A reader expressed a desire for me to write more. I initially intended to conclude at 600,000 words, but he suggested incorporating a multiverse. I am contemplating whether to establish a chat group, and I welcome any suggestions. I also humbly request readers to offer free gifts and reviews. The number of stars is not crucial, but the current rating of this book has yet to emerge. I never anticipated that what we scions hold dear, the super scion form, would amount to nothing before you, Lord Ubu. Raditz's voice trembled, his inner arrogance shattered completely. Although Ganas had previously mentioned Ubu's immense strength, the reality had not fully registered until this encounter, revealing his own limitations. I apologize, Lord Ubu. I truly possess nothing of value, Raditz said, despondently turning away, his silhouette reflecting profound loneliness. Raditz, Ganas called out, but Raditz remained unresponsive. As if stripped of all hope and resolve, Ganas turned, his eyes filled with earnestness and determination. Lord Ubu, I earnestly implore you to accept Raditz. We shall valiantly clear all obstacles and remain steadfast in our loyalty. As he spoke, he did not hesitate to kneel, prostrating himself completely. Upon hearing Ganas' voice, Raditz incredulously turned to him, his pupils slightly trembling. He had never witnessed Ganas so subservient, and a surge of complex emotions filled his heart. Ebony gazed at the kneeling Ganas, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it truly worth it, Ganas? His tone was grave and detached. Indeed, it is worth it, Ganas bellowed, his voice thundering. We scions are but a handful now, and after this year together, Raditz has genuinely resonated with me. Moreover, it feels somewhat lacking to have only myself following you, my lord. I humbly request another brother to accompany me. Ebony turned his head slightly, fixing his piercing gaze upon Raditz. Given Ganas' fervor in this matter, I consent to your presence by my side. Upon hearing this, Raditz was engulfed in a wave of ecstasy, as if submerged in bliss. He hastily knelt again, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ebony. He then turned to Ganas, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Thank you, Brother Ganas. Ebony smiled faintly and gestured for them to rise. In truth, Ebony had long since resolved to accept Raditz. His actions were merely to chastise Ganas for his presumptuousness. Ebony's intentions were twofold. On one hand, to teach Ganas that unilateral decisions come at a cost. On the other, should Ganas insist on Raditz's inclusion and bear the consequences. This would instill in Raditz a sense of gratitude, making him cherish this hard-won opportunity even more. The two stood slowly, their faces still reflecting excitement and anticipation. Ebony's gaze shifted between them, his voice low yet powerful. Ganas, do you recall when I previously mentioned that after cultivating the mind, I would present you with two choices? Ganas nodded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I remember. Ebony nodded with satisfaction and continued. Very well, I shall reveal it today. Raditz may listen as well. Both nodded, their eyes fixed intently on Ebony, eager not to miss a single word. Taking a deep breath, Ebony spoke slowly. After transforming into a super scion, the distinctions and transformations are not significantly vast. I can share more about what you wish to know in due time. But for now, let me elucidate the two paths available for scion evolution. The first path is that of the super scion, which encompasses a transformation distinct from what you currently possess, representing a genetic ancestral evolution. The second path leads to the divinity of scions, known as the super scion god. Which path do you wish to choose? Ganas and Raditz fell into contemplation, their brows furrowed, clearly weighing the pros and cons of these two options. Frankly, they were uncertain which path was superior. I choose the path of divinity, Ganas declared resolutely, a hint of determination in his voice. Had it been in the past, He might have opted for the genetic ancestral evolution route. However, after years of following Ebony, his perspective had shifted and he aspired to pursue divinity. Upon hearing Ganna's choice, Raditz too found his resolve. Though he was not entirely clear about the specific distinctions between the two paths, he held a firm belief that since Lord Ubu had presented them side by side, their strengths must not differ significantly. As Gannas chose the path to divinity, he resolved to embark on the other route, seeking to restore the Scion glory from a different direction. I choose the first option, Lord Ubu, Raditz declared resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Subsequently, Ubu elucidated the two transformations, the Super Scion God, which in the original tale was achieved when 5 righteous warriors infused their spiritual energy into Goku. Later analysis revealed that it was indeed the spiritual energy that played a crucial role. Thus, over the years, Ubu had been guiding Gannas in the cultivation of his spirit. The second transformation was the Super Scion 4, a relatively straightforward process that bypassed the Super Scion 2 and 3 stages. One merely needed to regain their senses after transforming into a great ape and revert to human form. Ubu extended his hand, a silvery thread-like energy flickering on his index finger. Feel my energy and then channel it into your spirit, he instructed softly. With that, the silvery energy gradually flowed into Ganna's being. In the original narrative, Goku had transformed once, and the divine power of the Super Saiyan God still resided within him, allowing him to transform again through his own strength. As for Vegeta, though the specifics of his transformation remained unclear, it was speculated that Whis had provided him with divine power, and his own strength could also be considered divine. Gannas closed his eyes, slowly contemplating and absorbing this newfound power while simultaneously drawing upon his own spiritual energy. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from within him, soaring towards the heavens, altering the very fabric of the sky. The entire planet of Adrat was taken aback by this unexpected change. Pibra looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed, filled with confusion. Sensing no immediate danger through his instincts, he returned to his studies. Meanwhile, far away on the God of Destruction's planet, Whis was diligently cleaning the temple floor. Abruptly, as if sensing something, he halted his actions, a slight frown creasing his brow and a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. With a gentle gesture, the staff standing quietly in the distance flew into his hand, the round green gem atop it radiating a dazzling light. These otherworldly beings truly know how to stir things up. Our timeline's Super Saiyan God has appeared much earlier than expected, Whis mused, shaking his head in resignation, yet unable to suppress a smile. At that moment, Ganna's aura was in a state of constant flux, the power he unleashed both gentle and formidable. The air around him seemed to tremble, but soon, everything gradually settled, and the sky returned to its original state. As the crimson beam dissipated, Ganna's form became visible. His hair had transformed into a vibrant red, his physique more robust, yet appearing somewhat diminutive. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with awe. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? He murmured, incredulity evident in his voice. The amplification was 2,000 times his base power. His combat strength had now surpassed 100 billion. He raised his head to gaze at Yu Wood, finally able to distinctly sense the aura emanating from him. So this is the presence of Lord Yu Wood, Gannas pondered silently. This aura was unlike that of his divine being. While his own aura was gentle, it still brimmed with elements of battle. Yu Wood's essence, however, was an ineffable sensation, gentle yet enigmatic, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Chapter 101. Big's inquiry about Yu Wood nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Very well, maintain this state henceforth, let it become your norm. He had no intention of allowing the Super Saiyan God to become merely a transformation form, nor did he aspire to pursue some ultra-blue form. It is now your turn. Yu Wood directed his gaze toward Raditz. Raditz remained entranced by the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan God. Although he could not perceive the aura, the might he had just witnessed was undeniably real. Hearing Yu Wood's words, he momentarily regained his focus, inhaled deeply, and conjured an artificial moon, casting it into the sky. As the moon ascended, Raditz's body began to transform, gradually morphing into the great ape form, before finally becoming a golden-hued great ape. Ultimately, he reverted to his humanoid shape, his body adorned with red fur, heavy eyeliner accentuating his fierce gaze, brimming with primal ferocity. Raditz clenched his fists, an uncontrollable surge of excitement and exhilaration swelling within him. I never imagined I could become this strong, he murmured, his voice tinged with a tremor. Having just mastered the transformation into a super scion, he had now achieved this state, his battle power soaring to 6 billion. Thank you very much, Lord Yuwood. Both Ganas and Raditz said in unison, their faces reflecting profound gratitude and reverence. Yuwood offered a slight nod, his eyes glimmering with a hint of satisfaction. Now, your next task is to solidify this state as your norm, he stated calmly, then turned his gaze towards the horizon, seemingly lost in contemplation. In due time, we shall journey to Namek to confront Frisia. I need to visit the far reaches of the eastern galaxy. Will you remain on Earth, or accompany me? Yuwood inquired nonchalantly. Ganas and Raditz exchanged glances before nodding. We shall follow you, my lord. When the time comes, we can assist you by assessing the situation, they replied in unison. On Namek, within the Elder's cave, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. The Elder sat upon a stone chair, his face etched with deep wrinkles, and a look of concern lingered in his eyes. His voice was low yet resolute. Neru, summon everyone and disperse the Dragon Balls. Yes, Elder, he responded swiftly, turning and dashing towards the cave's exit with urgency. The Elder slowly closed his eyes, suddenly graced with foresight, as images of the future began to materialize in his mind. The indistinct visions deepening his unease. He was uncertain how Yuwood intended to resolve this matter. Meanwhile, on Earth, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze caressed the land. A group of individuals stood before a gleaming spacecraft, yet an air of tension permeated the atmosphere. Bulma, your outfit is rather unappealing, chuckled Sun Wukong, his tone laced with a hint of jest. His gaze fell upon Bulma, who was clad in a cumbersome space suit, her long hair now cropped to shoulder length. A change that seemed to leave her somewhat disconcerted. With a frosty expression and a helmet tucked under her arm, Bulma retorted sharply, enough with the chatter. Board the ship already. She ascended into the spacecraft with swift and decisive movements. Sun Wukong scratched his head in bemusement, muttering, what is up with her? Why the sudden anger? He followed her aboard, his face a canvas of confusion. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in a display of resignation before trailing behind. As they journeyed to Namek, Bulma took her place at the helm, her fingers dancing nimbly over the control panel. The serious expressions of Kaiatsu and Tien Shinhan mirrored the gravity of the situation, while Piccolo remained impassive, his mood laying of complexity as he gazed into the distance, perhaps pondering the bittersweet pull of familiarity. Not waiting for the others to settle, Bulma initiated the ship's ascent, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and into the boundless cosmos. Standing, she stretched languidly, a hint of fatigue etched on her face. All right, I'm off for a beauty nap, she declared, retreating into a cabin, estimating their arrival in about half a month. This left the others exchanging glances, an air of silence enveloping the spacecraft. Are we just going to wait like this? Krillin finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Sun Wukong smiled, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Let us train. Who knows if there are any strong fighters on Namek? He turned to Krillin, inquiring, how many senzu beans do you have left? Krillin produced a small pouch, counting aloud, 5. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, 1, 2, 3, 6. There are 6 of us. We must use them sparingly. At that moment, Piccolo approached, his expression stern. Sun Wukong, who exactly is this Ubu you speak of? I've only encountered him once and know little of his capabilities. Ah, Ubu, Sun Wukong scratched his head, recalling slowly, 12 years ago. He won the martial arts tournament and vanished. When we met again, he used the Dragon Balls to wish himself away from Earth. 6 years back, he returned. And when I tried to spar with him, he effortlessly defeated me with just a finger. His newfound strength stems from the techniques he left behind in the temple. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He refrained from questioning why Ubu did not personally address the current predicament, instead delving into contemplation. Ubu's character was shrouded in mystery, each of his actions seemingly orchestrated with purpose. Piccolo pondered Sun Wukong's past remarks, sensing that Ubu's initial intentions were precise. And even now, it felt as if they were mere puppets in his grand design. The intricacies were too calculated. The Dragon Balls had been borrowed at a critical juncture. And here was a being who had returned from the cosmos, easily capable of besting Sun Wukong. He simply could not fathom the purpose of the Dragon Balls. and it was particularly irksome that they were unavailable at this crucial moment. Furthermore, that old fellow wore an odd expression. He might possess some knowledge. The answers to all these questions should reside on Namek, and coincidentally, I also wish to visit my homeland. Piccolo pondered, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. Noticing Piccolo lost in thought, Goku could not help but inquire, "What's wrong, Piccolo? Why are you asking these questions?" Piccolo snorted disdainfully, turning away to sit on the ground in meditation. "Humph, it's nothing," he replied coldly, shutting his eyes in an attempt to quell the turmoil within. "Brother Goku, there's a training room here," little Jia called out loudly, pointing to a concealed metallic door not far away, beckoning the others to come over. Goku turned at the sound, following little Jia's direction. The door was shrouded in the shadows of the wall, and had it not been for little Jia's keen observation, it might have gone unnoticed. He nodded, signaling the others to follow. Little Jia pressed a button nearby, and the metallic door opened slowly with a faint mechanical whir. The sight beyond the door left everyone in awe. The training room exuded an aura of futuristic technology, its silver-gray walls embedded with an array of intricate instruments and displays, while the floor was covered with soft training mats, surrounded by high-tech equipment. The air was infused with a subtle metallic scent and an air of enigmatic mystery. "Little Jia, this place is absolutely incredible," Goku exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he entered the training room, his fingers lightly brushing against the buttons on the wall, feeling the cold metallic texture. This facility not only allowed for the summoning of virtual training partners, but also enabled the adjustment of gravity. In the days that followed, the group spent each day within the training room, continuously challenging virtual opponents, modifying the gravitational environment, honing their combat skills and physical prowess. Chapter 102. Chio e Mr. Sabo. How long until we reach Namek? Frieza elegantly reclined in a luxurious chair, his voice as smooth as silk yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Sabo stood respectfully beside him, slightly bowing as he replied, "Lord Frieza, our ship is the latest model, and at our current speed, we shall arrive at Namek in 10 days. A flicker of satisfaction glinted in Frieza's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling Sabo to proceed. "Then let us advance at full speed." Sabo stood tall, responding resolutely, "Yes, Lord Frieza." Frieza nodded slightly, a cold smirk curling at his lips, his gaze turning chilling and profound. "Humph. The Dragon Balls, the essence of eternal life. Those scions. A truly remarkable discovery. Indeed, Lord Frieza. I have heard that Vegeta has sustained severe injuries and is recuperating at base 79. Ah, and Shio-E is there as well. Haha, our proud Prince Vegeta has met his match on Earth." Mr. Sabo informed Shio-E to keep a close watch on Vegeta, ensuring he does not interfere with our plans, and also notified Jinyu and the others to abandon this mission and change course to Namek. "Yes, Lord Frieza." Sabo swiftly turned and made his way to the cockpit, preparing the plan. Frieza's laughter echoed ominously, his gaze fixated ahead like a viper poised to strike, as if he could already envision the elusive Namek. This time, he was determined to seize the Dragon Balls. No one would thwart his scheme. His heart brimmed with an insatiable yearning for the Dragon Balls, a desire so intense it felt as though it could consume him whole. The spaceship traversed the cosmos, the view outside resembling a tranquil canvas, adorned with twinkling stars that exuded an air of profound serenity. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the vessel was fraught with tension, each crew member diligently occupied, fearful of any misstep. Frieza appeared to be in high spirits, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, anticipation shimmering in his eyes. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the fabled Dragon Balls and harness them to fulfill his grand ambitions. The allure of eternal life was a temptation far too great to resist. As time slipped away in the charged atmosphere, the spacecraft hurtled toward Namek at an astonishing velocity. Sabo occasionally glanced up at Frieza, noting that his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the distant target, as if he were peering through the ship's viewport at that far-off destination. "What? That scoundrel has gone to Namek." Vegeta's voice thundered like lightning in the medical bay, causing the surrounding instruments to tremble slightly. Freshly healed from his grievous injuries, Vegeta emerged from the healing pod upon hearing this news. In a fit of agitation, he seized the nearby lizard-like scientist, his eyes ablaze with fury, his grip tightening to the point of nearly crushing the creature's throat. "Damn it! It seems that fool has installed a listening device in the scanner." Vegeta seethed internally, his gaze as cold as winter. "Vegeta, do you dare to rebel?" How audacious to utter the name of Lord Frisia. The lizard man, his face turning crimson and struggling for breath, endeavored to defend Frisia as if he were his own progenitor. Vegeta scoffed, releasing his grip, causing the lizard man to collapse onto the floor, gasping for air. Vegeta's expression remained stern, yet his mind was calculating. Now was not the time. Once he acquired the Dragon Balls and attained immortality, he would no longer be beholden to Frisia. He regarded the lizard man with a hint of disdain, thinking, considering how many planets I have conquered for him, I doubt Lord Frisia would mind. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the medical bay. The lizard man clutched his neck, glaring venomously at Vegeta's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with animosity. Stepping out of the medical bay, Vegeta was about to contemplate his next move to seize the Dragon Balls when he heard a familiar voice call out from behind him. "Where are you off to, Vegeta?" Chio-E leaned against the corridor wall of the base, a sinister grin plastered on his face. Vegeta turned at the sound, his brow furrowing. "Chio-E, what brings you here?" "I came to see how the invincible Prince Vegeta manages to return alone." Chio-E's tone dripped with mockery. "What of your two useless lackeys? They didn't make it back, did they?" "Oh, I see, they're dead. Ha ha ha." Chio-E has always been unable to tolerate Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. Despite the near extinction of the Saiyans, with only a few left, he still claims to be the Prince of Saiyans. Although his strength is rather unimpressive, he struts around with an air of superiority, dismissing anyone beneath him. However, after recovering from severe injuries, Vegeta's combat power has now surpassed his own. In his encounters with Goku and the others on Earth, Vegeta has begun to master the control of his ki. Unbeknownst to Chio-E, he remains oblivious to Vegeta's transformation, believing their strengths to be evenly matched. "Chio-E, if you seek death, I wouldn't mind assisting you," Vegeta remarked, his eyes glinting with coldness. His voice sharp as ice. "Ha ha ha, you amuse me. Anyone can boast. Let me tell you, during your time on Earth, I have grown significantly stronger. You will no longer be my match. Best you remain at the base." Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately sensed Chio-E's energy, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Chio-E's energy had increased, but to Vegeta, it was trivial. His power had only risen by a few hundred. If it were the old him, it would have been a challenge, but now he possessed a combat strength of 23,000. "Then allow me to dispose of you effortlessly." Before the last word escaped his lips, Vegeta instantaneously appeared before Chio-E, his speed so swift that Chio-E had no time to react. With widened eyes, Chio-E attempted to utter a word, but Vegeta did not grant him the opportunity, delivering a precise strike to his head. The motion was clean and decisive, and Chio-E's body fell lifelessly to the ground, his vitality extinguished. "Humph, a clown dares to prance before me, Vegeta," he coldly remarked, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. After casting a glance at Chio-E's corpse, he turned and headed towards the spacecraft. Opening the hatch, Vegeta entered the ship, activated the engines, and departed from the base. The spacecraft swiftly traversed the cosmos, while Vegeta's mind was engaged in contemplation. It seemed that Chio-E had been sent by Frisia to thwart him. Evidently, Frisia was wary of him. Within the confines of the ship, a cold smile crept across Vegeta's face. "Frisia, just wait. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls and obtain the power of immortality, it will herald your doom." Thus, in various directions across the universe, for spacecraft headed towards Namek. Chapter 103, The Ginyu Force Namek. The sky was pierced by a spherical spacecraft that descended like a meteor, carrying an undeniable aura of authority. The hatch slowly opened, and a group of aliens clad in tight-fitting combat suits streamed out, each possessing a unique appearance, yet radiating formidable energy. These extraterrestrials swiftly formed two orderly lines, standing in perfect alignment before the ship. Frisia floated out of the hatch aboard a hovering pod, accompanied by his two loyal aides, the rotund pink creature Dodoria and the green-haired handsome warrior Zarbon. Frisia's gaze swept over the assembled troops, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. "How much longer until Ginyu and the others arrive?" he inquired, tilting his head with a refined smile. Sabo respectfully replied, "Lord Frisia, Captain Ginyu has just contacted us and will arrive in a few minutes." Frisia nodded, pleased, and remarked, "Ah, I did not anticipate such swiftness. Let us await their arrival." "Indeed, Lord Frisia. I believe Captain Ginyu will be deeply moved and will surely perform a dance for you upon his arrival." A slight, awkward laugh escaped Frisia as he blushed at the thought of Jinyu's exaggerated dance moves, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, he did not wish to dampen Jinyu's enthusiasm and always bore witness with restraint. As Frisia pondered, 5 spacecraft descended from the sky nearby. 5 figures appeared before Frisia in a flash, their movements as swift as lightning. "Hey, huh," the Jinyu force exclaimed in unison, and then they launched into an incomprehensible dance. Ultimately striking a peculiar pose as they reported loudly, the Jinyu force, reporting for duty, to Lord Frisia. Sabo and Dodoria exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with silence. Frisia's lips twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat to shatter the quiet. "Ahem, well done, Captain Jinyu. I require your elite team to eliminate all obstacles in our path." The Jinyu force responded in unison. The Jinyu force vows to complete the mission at all costs. They formed a line once more, arms outstretched, their feet stomping rhythmically on the ground, and then half-squatted, arms extended forward, shouting. Frisia pressed his dark purple lips together, casting his gaze elsewhere, as if uttering insincere words. "Heh, very well, Captain Jinyu. Your dance remains as splendid as ever." Jinyu's face brightened with excitement as he fervently replied, "Thank you for your affirmation, my lord. We shall continue to strive and create even more dances that please you." Frisia waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Know your limits, know your limits." He then turned to Dodoria. "Mr. Dodoria, take your men and retrieve the Dragon Balls for me. Eliminate anyone who resists." "Understood." Dodoria, accompanied by 2 squads of soldiers, swiftly headed towards the Namekian village. The scenery of Namek was serene and beautiful, with lush green fields and clear rivers shimmering under the sunlight. Yet, this tranquility was about to be shattered. A cruel glint sparkled in Dodoria's eyes as he gestured for his soldiers to commence their actions. The soldiers quickly surrounded the village, their energy guns aimed at the interior. Dodoria strode in confidently, followed by several soldiers. However, the village was deserted. At the very center of the village lay a large Dragon Ball. This must be the Dragon Ball. It seems these people are quite astute, knowing we were coming and not hiding it. Otherwise, it would have led to another massacre. Dodoria sneered. "My lord Dodoria, should we inform Lord Frisia?" One soldier cautiously inquired. "You may report to him and see what Lord Frisia intends to do. We shall proceed to collect the other Dragon Balls," Dodoria instructed. "Yes." The soldier stood tall, saluted, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other end of Namek, Goku and his companion spacecraft finally descended. The hatch slowly opened, and Sun Wukong was the first to emerge, followed closely by Krillin and Piccolo. Bulma, clad in a cumbersome flight suit, appeared somewhat awkward. As she walked behind them, she grumbled, "This wretched outfit is such a nuisance." Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, observing a scene that was starkly different from Earth, a wave of familiarity washing over him. "Is this my homeland?" he murmured, his heart filled with complex emotions. The air, the land, the sky here felt incredibly endearing to him. "Hey, Bulma, would you kindly remove that hideous outfit?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, relishing the fresh air of Namek and noticing Bulma's clumsy demeanor. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she retorted angrily, "Enough already." She swiftly shed her flight suit and donned a comfortable casual outfit before stepping off the spaceship. Who would have thought this planet would be so similar to Earth? She mused, pulling out the Dragon Ball radar from her bag. The radar emitted a rapid beeping sound. "Ah!" Bulma suddenly shrieked. "What is it, Bulma?" Sun Wukong and the others immediately gathered around her. "Look, there are 3 Dragon Balls clustered together, and they are moving towards the direction of the other Dragon Balls. Someone is collecting them before us." Bulma pointed at the glowing dots on the radar display, her voice tinged with tension. Krillin chuckled dismissively. Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet are aware of our arrival and have gathered them for us? However, Sun Wukong paid no heed to his words. His expression grew serious as he fixated on the distance. Noticing Sun Wukong's reaction, Tien and Kaiatsu exchanged glances and closed their eyes, extending their senses outward. Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide, fear etched in their expressions. "What is this?" Tien whispered. "Huh, what have you discovered?" Krillin inquired, puzzled, as his energy was the weakest among them, leaving him unaware of anything unusual. "Wukong, it seems that the celestial beings have summoned us here for a purpose far more intricate," Tien remarked, directing his words at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. "Bulma, Gohan, Krillin, you stay here. The matter of the Dragon Balls is for us to handle." He took the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and swiftly soared towards the direction of the other Dragon Balls. Although Piccolo could not sense the specifics, He felt something was amiss and quickly followed suit. After all, this was his homeland, and he was determined to intervene, no matter what transpired. Kaiatsu and Tien prepared to take flight as well, but Krillin grasped their arms, anxiously asking, "What is happening? Why are you so tense?" "We sense a powerful and malevolent energy in the distance, one that is tenfold more sinister and formidable than Vegeta's," Tien explained. "Ah." Krillin staggered back a few steps, releasing his grip on Tien, his complexion paling. "You all hide here. If anything goes awry, run over there. There are gentle energies that should belong to the inhabitants of this planet." After Tien spoke, he and Kairatsu took to the skies. Sun Wukong and Piccolo soared through the air, their speed remarkable, as the wind howled past their ears. "Though I am unaware of your identity, I shall resolutely prevent you from obtaining the Dragon Balls." Chapter 104. The Arrival of Vegeta and the Scheme for the Dragon Balls. The sky above Namek is of brilliant blue, with a few white clouds leisurely drifting by, and sunlight graces this tranquil land. However, the atmosphere surrounding the Grand Elder's residence starkly contrasts this serene scene. Numerous Namekians have gathered, hastily summoned by the Grand Elder's directive. They encircle the exterior of the Grand Elder's dwelling, their faces etched with confusion and unease. Among the crowd, whispers emerge as individuals attempt to ascertain what has transpired. What is happening? Why have we been summoned here so suddenly? And the Dragon Balls remain in the village. Nori, do you understand what is going on? At the forefront of the Namekians, an elder villager turns to his companion Nori, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Nori shakes his head, his brow furrowed in worry. "I am not entirely certain. Let us await Neru's emergence and inquire then." As they spoke, their gazes remained fixed upon the tightly shut door of the Grand Elder's abode. Inside, the Grand Elder slumps in his seat, fatigue and anxiety evident upon his countenance. He gazes down at Neru standing before him, his voice low and deliberate. "Neru, our friends from Earth have arrived. They have already gone to Frisia. Their current strength is insufficient. You must bring them here." Upon hearing this, Neru comprehends the Grand Elder's intentions. A look of shock and anxiety flashes across his face as he clenches his fists, his voice quivering slightly. "Grand Elder, you." The Grand Elder raises his hand, signaling for Neru to cease. "Do not concern yourself about me." He gently waves his hand, indicating that Neru should not continue. "I still possess some strength. Bring them here and allow me to contribute my final efforts." Neru remains silent for a moment, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes, soon replaced by resolve. He takes a deep breath and nods. "I understand, Grand Elder." With that, he turns to depart. The Grand Elder watches Neru's retreating figure, his gaze filled with hope and resignation. He sighs softly, his eyes directed forward, as if peering through the veil of time to glimpse the future. Outside, Nori and the other Namekians continue to wait anxiously. Their eyes frequently dart toward the closed door. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and Neru steps out at a measured pace. Upon seeing him, Nori and the others immediately gather around. "Neru, the Grand Elder summoned us. Is there something amiss?" Neru scans the room, observing the inquisitive expressions of his compatriots. He carefully chooses his words before responding. "Our planet's Dragon Balls have caught Frisia's attention. The Grand Elder summoned you all to prevent casualties." "What?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turn pale, and they begin to panic and whisper among themselves. "How did that cosmic tyrant Frisia learn of our planet's location?" A Namekian asks, his voice trembling with fear. "Enough." Neru raises his hand, signaling for silence. "Now, the friends from Earth have arrived. I shall bring them over. Defeating Frisia depends on their strength." Nail is uncertain how Frisia discovered this place, but it seems the Grand Elder had been aware of it long before. However, he understands that this is not the time for inquiries. Perhaps, this time, everything will proceed without incident, he silently prays. Though he is the mightiest Namekian on this planet, he is still no match for Frisia, a fact he fully acknowledges. With this thought, Nail briefed the others and swiftly ascended into the sky, searching for the whereabouts of Krillin and the others. His speed was remarkable, resembling a streak of green lightning slicing through the heavens. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly flashed from the outer layer of the planet. As a spherical spaceship descended rapidly like a meteor, it pierced through the atmosphere, trailing a long tail and leaving a dazzling trajectory across the sky. With a thunderous crash, the spaceship landed heavily in an uninhabited area. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling into the air, instantly forming a colossal crater. Smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and a hand emerged from the haze, firmly grasping the doorframe. Subsequently, a figure peeked out. It was Vegeta, his gaze filled with a steely resolve. Vegeta stepped out of the spaceship, his arms crossed over his chest, ascending slowly into the air. He surveyed the desolate landscape below, where rocks and sand dominated, with a few solitary hills faintly visible in the distance. The wind howled, and the air was thick with dryness. Is this Namek? With that thought, he descended gently to the ground, his feet landing silently. That scoundrel Frieza, I wonder if he has found the Dragon Balls. Vegeta furrowed his brow and closed his eyes, extending his energy outward. His expression grew grave, his brow furrowing deeply. After a while, he opened his eyes, his face clouded with concern. Damn it, that fool Jinyu's energy is still present, along with Frieza and the others lingering there. They could be unaware of the demise of Goku. His voice brimmed with fury and unease. It appears the forthcoming actions may prove troublesome. However, it seems that Dodoria has separated from the group, moving about, likely tasked with seeking the Dragon Balls, and Kakarot and the Earthlings have also arrived here. Vegeta pondered for a moment, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. In that case, I shall conceal myself, allowing them to compete for the Dragon Balls. At the opportune moment, I will hide one. Thus, Frieza will be unable to gather them all, and I shall have a chance to acquire the Dragon Balls. He suppressed his energy as much as possible and soared toward the distant horizon, feeling a sense of secret delight as he muttered to himself. When that time comes, he gazed into the distance, the fierce wind whipping against his face, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Frieza and Kakarot shall be defeated by me. As Vegeta flew over the barren landscape, the surroundings were desolate, with only the sound of the wind howling in his ears. His sharp eyes scanned the ground. Searching for a suitable hiding place, he descended into a secluded valley, surrounded by towering rocks and dense vegetation, his vision thoroughly obscured. Vegeta swiftly discovered a hidden cave, entering it and completely concealing his presence. He sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breath. Frieza, your doom approaches, Vegeta mused, a cold smirk curling his lips as his eyes glinted with icy resolve. Let us see who shall have the last laugh. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dodoria, accompanied by his soldiers, was on a mission to swiftly collect the Dragon Balls before reporting back to Frieza. This is the fourth one. How fortuitous, he thought, as he stood in the center of an empty village, delighted by the Dragon Ball before him. He anticipated that the task assigned by Lord Frieza would prove so effortless. He then turned and gestured for his subordinates to proceed. Move on to the next location, he bellowed, his voice echoing harshly in the desolate village. His men promptly sprang into action, their footsteps resonating on the barren ground. One soldier quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball from the ground and rejoined the group, standing shoulder to shoulder with three others, each cradling a Dragon Ball. Dodoria stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, filled with a sense of ease and confidence, a slight smile playing on his lips. This assignment felt remarkably simple to him, akin to a mere collection endeavor. However, this relaxed demeanor was short-lived. Just as they prepared to depart, a piercing sound tore through the sky, sharp and urgent, as if slicing the air itself. Dodoria furrowed his brow, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He quickly glanced in the direction of the noise, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Halt, he commanded softly, an edge of caution in his tone. His subordinates immediately froze, anxiously looking skyward. Dodoria's mood shifted from relaxed to alert, his fists clenched tightly. What is that sound? He muttered to himself, his brow knitted in concentration as he fixated on the dark speck in the sky. That dark silhouette approached rapidly, growing larger until it revealed a figure. At once, Dodoria and his men fell into a combat-ready stance. He then turned to the soldiers clutching the Dragon Balls, instructing them, guard the Dragon Balls. If the situation deteriorates, take them and report back to Lord Frieza. The four soldiers holding the Dragon Balls nodded solemnly, their expressions serious as they kept their gazes fixed on the figure approaching from the sky. A scion? No, it doesn't appear to have a tail. Perhaps it belongs to a race akin to the Scions. The figure drew closer, ultimately revealing Goku, who landed before them. Who are you? Goku inquired, his expression stern and his tone icy. He surveyed Dodoria and his subordinates, as if assessing their strength. At that moment, Dodoria employed his scouter to gauge Goku's power level. Although Goku had just expended considerable energy to fly over, he instinctively massed a portion of his strength upon landing. The detector emitted a series of beeping sounds, ultimately displaying the value of 18,000. Upon witnessing this meager battle power, Doria let out a derisive laugh, filled with disdain. He recalled that he possessed a formidable strength of 23,000, accompanied by numerous soldiers at his side. Straightening his posture, he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Who we are is inconsequential. What matters is that you dare to stand against us. Aren't you being a tad overconfident? As his words lingered in the air, his figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong, noticing Doria's fist hurtling towards him, swiftly raised his arm to block, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Doria's fist struck against Sun Wukong's arm with a dull thud. Throughout his journey, Sun Wukong had been training aboard the spaceship, and his own battle power had soared to an impressive 110,000, surpassing the original narrative by 20,000. Blocking Doria's assault was a mere trifle. Impossible. Doria's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in astonishment. His face was a canvas of shock and fury. Struggling to accept the reality before him, Sun Wukong, undeterred by Doria's incredulity, executed a spinning kick that connected with Doria's pudgy, pink face. In an instant, Doria's cheek contorted, and he was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With a cold demeanor, Sun Wukong stood firm, observing Doria as he struggled to rise, his visage marred by anger and dissatisfaction. Doria's subordinates surrounded him, their expressions tense and vigilant. What are you waiting for? Attack! Doria bellowed, his voice tinged with madness. At his command, his men surged towards Sun Wukong, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his body just enough to evade the first soldier's attack. Apologies. He swiftly delivered a punch to the soldier's abdomen, causing the man to collapse in agony. Following this, Sun Wukong executed a side kick, sending another soldier flying. Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, Doria's fury reached a boiling point. Utterly oblivious to the disparity in their strengths, he charged at Sun Wukong once more, his fist infused with tremendous power, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong calmly assessed Doria's assault, subtly tilting his body to evade the incoming punch. In a flash, he retaliated with a powerful strike to Doria's abdomen, causing Doria to double over in pain, his complexion turning ashen. You are far too weak, Sun Wukong remarked coldly, his voice imbued with a chilling calm. Doria gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen. He raised his head with a flicker of madness igniting in his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to charge at Sun Wukong once more, desperate to defeat him with his last vestiges of power. Yet, Sun Wukong merely sidestepped gracefully, once again evading Doria's futile attack. In a swift motion, he struck Doria squarely on the chin, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Lying there, Doria's lips bled, and his eyes were filled with resentment. His subordinates ceased their assault, fear etched on their faces as they regarded Son Goku, hesitant to make another move. Son Goku cast a cold gaze upon the fallen Doria, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He was acutely aware that this battle was far from over, for mightier adversaries awaited him. Yet, in that moment, he felt prepared. No matter the challenge that lay ahead, he would confront it with unwavering determination, never retreating. Leave the Dragon Balls and depart, Son Goku stated earnestly. Doria's countenance shifted between shades of pale and green upon hearing these words, his body trembling slightly. Clearly taken aback by Son Goku's offer of safe passage and enraged at the prospect of relinquishing the Dragon Balls. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed his subordinates sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. You scoundrel! Doria bellowed through gritted teeth. He struggled to rise, his expression twisted in a grimace akin to that of a wounded beast. Son Goku remained silent, merely observing him with an air of quietude. Taking a deep breath, Doria compelled himself to regain his composure. He understood that he had been defeated, and that continuing the fight would only lead to further humiliation. However, returning without the Dragon Balls would incur the wrath of King Frieza, a fate he was desperate to avoid. Yet, the mere chance of escaping with his life was a stroke of fortune. With a fierce glare directed at Son Goku, he seemed to etch the latter's visage into his memory. Chapter 106. King Frieza, I shall return to relay the events of this encounter. and leave the fate of this individual to your judgment, Dodoria thought to himself. With that, he gestured for his subordinates to relinquish the Dragon Balls. Although their faces reflected reluctance, they complied with Dodoria's command, placing the Dragon Balls on the ground. The Dragon Ball was several times larger than those from Earth, emanating a soft glow, adorned with several crimson five-pointed stars reminiscent of twinkling celestial bodies in the night sky. "Let us go," Dodoria said coldly, turning to lead his subordinates away from the village. His retreating figure bore an air of disarray. Son Goku stood rooted in place, watching them depart until their silhouettes faded into the distant woods. "Is this the Dragon Ball of Namek? It's truly magnificent," Son Goku mused, rubbing the back of his head in contemplation. He stepped forward, examining the Dragon Ball on the ground with a heart brimming with curiosity. The village around him gradually returned to tranquility, with only a gentle breeze whispering through, bringing a hint of coolness. Just then, a familiar sound of rushing air echoed from afar. Son Goku looked up to see a few familiar figures swiftly approaching. It was Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, who had fallen behind. As soon as they landed, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan scanned their surroundings with vigilance. The soldiers of Frisia's army lay scattered across the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze lingering on Sun Wukong for a moment. "Wukong, are you all right?" Sun Wukong smiled and patted Tien Shinhan's shoulder, reassuring him, "I'm fine." Tien Shinhan nodded. Soon, his attention was captivated by the Dragon Ball on the ground, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Is this truly a Dragon Ball from Namek? It's astonishingly large." "Indeed, I too did not anticipate its size," Sun Wukong replied, nodding. "However, we now possess 4 Dragon Balls. Our next task is to locate the remaining 3. Piccolo stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the surroundings with a calm demeanor. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if he were pondering something profound. Earlier on the road, Tien Shinhan had briefed him on the situation. He understood that trouble had befallen his homeland, and he could sense the overwhelming, malevolent energy in this place. Reflecting on the words of the Earth's deity and the enigmatic figure known as Ubu, Piccolo realized that they had intentionally summoned the 4 of them here, though the purpose eluded him, as did Ubu's intentions. Piccolo's brow knitted slightly, his heart brimming with questions. "Wukong, brother," little Jia suddenly interjected. Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards him, puzzled. "What is it, little Jia? There is not a single inhabitant of this planet in the village. Where have they gone? And why did they not take the Dragon Balls with them?" Little Jia inquired. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong fell into deep thought. Indeed, since his arrival, he had not encountered any Namekians. Previously, he sensed that only 3 locations on this planet harbored vitality. One was here, where those seeking the Dragon Balls exuded an aura of malice. Another was a place with a similar, yet more potent energy, suggesting a connection, while the third, a tranquil presence, likely belonged to the original inhabitants. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, focusing his energy in that direction. In his mind's eye, thousands of white energy clusters materialized, alongside a larger, dimming cluster that resembled a flickering candle in the wind, as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. He then opened his eyes to regard Piccolo. Observing his expression, Piccolo's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his inner concerns palpable. At that moment, Tien Shinhan and little Jia, witnessing Sun Wukong's reaction, eagerly inquired, "What is it?" Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze and addressed them. "The inhabitants of this planet should be safe. They must have anticipated those villains and left the Dragon Balls here to seek refuge elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Piccolo instinctively exhaled, his brow relaxing. Tien Shinhan pondered for a moment, his eyes glinting with determination, before suggesting, "Wukong, since we have already acquired 4 Dragon Balls, we should return to regroup with Bulma and the others. We can then seek out the inhabitants of this planet. Even if the remaining Dragon Balls fall into someone else's hands, they will be rendered unusable." Sun Wukong nodded, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. While he often appeared carefree, he proved to be remarkably astute in critical moments. Tianjin Fan continued, "Moreover, I believe that Yuwood has summoned us for a reason. The answers we seek may lie with them." "Yuwood? Teacher?" Both Sun Wukong and little Jia looked at Tianjin Fan with puzzled expressions. With a resolute nod, Tianjin Fan declared, "In summary, the celestial being must not have merely sent us here to seek the Dragon Balls. Yuwood's borrowing of the Dragon Balls surely serves a purpose in bringing us here. However, To understand the reasoning behind this, we must meet the people here. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, and he recalled the note left at Yuwu's home, as if he had anticipated their arrival. The celestial being's demeanor was also peculiar, suggesting some hidden agenda. It appeared that their intentions were aligned, compelling them to come here. The entire situation was utterly perplexing. Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Tianjin Fan, silently contemplating. I didn't expect him to arrive at this conclusion. His insight is rather surprising. Who would have thought that among Sun Wukong and the others, there would be a clever individual? Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes, then stated earnestly, in that case, let's return. With that, he swiftly employed the sky dance technique and headed back along the path they had taken. Tianjin Fan and the others followed closely behind, their figures darting across the azure sky and white clouds. Meanwhile, on Frisia's side, Mr. Dodoria, you have somewhat disappointed me. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Frisia's mouth, exuding a chilling aura from his gaze. Upon hearing these words, Dodoria's corpulent form trembled involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his heart. He took a deep breath, struggling to lift his drooping head, his eyes filled with a blend of desperate pleading and terror. Lord Frisia, please grant me another chance. I assure you I will not let you down again. His voice quivered, his hands fidgeting anxiously, as if this could alleviate his internal dread. Frisia's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes as cold as ice, rendering his thoughts unfathomable. Suddenly, he emitted a sinister laugh, a sound reminiscent of a demon's whisper, sending chills down Dodoria's spine. His heartbeat quickened, a wave of coldness surged up his back, and sweat trickled down his forehead. He fought to suppress his fear, striving to stand tall, yet his plump legs betrayed him, quaking slightly. Mr. Dodoria, you have worked hard as well. Perhaps you should remain here to rest. Frisia's voice resonated once more, laced with mockery and cruelty. As for the task, I have other arrangements. This statement struck Dodoria like a heavy blow, draining the color from his face and extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. He opened his mouth to speak, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him mute. Lord Frisia, I. Chapter 107, Tabor HM? Frisia raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. His fingers gently tapped against the armrest, producing a crisp sound that resonated as though striking at the very heart of Dodoria. An invisible pressure enveloped Dodoria, prompting him to take a deep breath in an effort to compose himself. I discerned a tremor within the sound. Dejected, he stepped aside, his gaze flickering uneasily. Frisia's attention shifted towards Jinyu and his cohorts, his cold demeanor instilling a sense of dread within them. The Jinyu force quickly gathered themselves, stepping forward with respect, bowing as they proclaimed, Lord Frisia, we shall take responsibility for the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, we will fulfill our mission. The others echoed their affirmation in unison. Frisia offered a slight smile, his eyes betraying a glimmer of satisfaction. Captain Jinyu, you remain ever so reassuring. Therefore, I kindly request that you retrieve the Dragon Balls and eliminate those who have taken them. Yes. The five responded in unison, swiftly vanishing from sight with decisive agility. Once they departed, Frisia's gaze returned to Dodoria and Zabo, his eyes as frigid as a blade. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zabo. Present. The two quickly approached Frisia, standing at attention and saluting, their voices tinged with tension. Mr. Zabo, you and Dodoria shall lead the team to capture all Namekians. I sincerely hope this time you will not disappoint me. Frisia's voice was deep and authoritative, a chilling menace evident in his gaze. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Dodoria felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated being entrusted with a task by the Lord. However, the latter half felt like a bucket of cold water, an icy dread rushing from his feet to the crown of his head, which Zabo also felt acutely. Yes, we shall not fail to meet the Lord's expectations, they declared in unison, their voices laced with both a tremor and determination. Frisia, having received their response, reclined against the stroller, his right elbow resting on the armrest, his hand supporting his cheek as he waved them off, signaling them to depart promptly. The two, not daring to delay, hurriedly led their team away, leaving the area desolate save for a small squad of 10 soldiers. You, come here. Frisia's voice rang out coldly. A soldier hastened forward, bowing respectfully, Lord Frisia. You may release him now, Frisia said casually, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yes, The soldier turned and entered the spaceship. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the ship's exit. The individual was colossal, standing approximately 3 meters tall, clad in the standard battle attire of Frisia's army. Resembling a human, yet with blue skin, he approached Frisia, bowing with respect as he declared, "Lord Frisia." Frisia looked up at him with satisfaction, a flicker of approval crossing his gaze. "Taboo, it seems you have grown stronger once again." Taboo had once been merely an ordinary squad leader within Frisia's army until the day his brother, a space pirate, met his demise. He searched everywhere for his nemesis, and after exhausting all avenues, he took the perilous risk of approaching Frisia, beseeching him for assistance in uncovering clues, pledging his eternal loyalty, and diligently training to become Frisia's formidable weapon. "It was thanks to the king's promotion that I now possess a combat power of 400,000. Tabar spoke with a hint of pride and gratitude. Upon hearing this, Frisia's eyes widened slightly in surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. "Thus, my safety on this journey is entrusted to you." Tabar immediately stood at attention, his voice resolute. "I shall not allow anyone to offend you before I fall." Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Dark Wood, on the planet Adrat, at the Spirit Heart Lake, a fierce confrontation unfolded in the azure sky between Raditz and Ganas. Their figures flickered through the air, moving at a speed that dazzled the eyes. Both maintained the forms of Super Saiyan God and fourth stage transformation, their golden auras and crimson glows intertwining to create a magnificent spectacle. Raditz's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Ganas' chest. The wind generated by his fist seemed to rip through the air, the force formidable enough to warrant caution. In response, a glimmer of insight flashed in Ganas' eyes. He slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the blow. "You're not fast enough, Raditz," Ganas taunted, amusement lacing his voice. He swiftly retaliated, delivering a kick to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz hastily raised his arm to block, yet the overwhelming force pushed him back several steps. Regaining his footing, he cursed inwardly, "Damn Ganas, hitting so hard." Nevertheless, he resolved not to concede easily. In recent days, the two had become well acquainted with their powers, maintaining their transformations with ease. However, Raditz's combat prowess still lagged by over 4 billion. During their sparring sessions, both had controlled their strengths to remain on an even playing field. As they clashed once more, their fists and feet struck together, producing thunderous sounds. Each collision stirred a tempest, causing nearby trees to sway precariously, while ripples danced across the lake's surface. Every punch and kick from Raditz contained boundless power, while Ganas countered with agile movements and precise strikes, making it difficult to determine a victor. Suddenly, Raditz spun around, his back to Ganas, and quickly gathered his energy. With a low growl, he proclaimed, "Rising Cannon." A cerulean energy wave erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Ganas. Seeing this, Ganas crossed his arms before his chest, rapidly condensing energy to form a crimson energy barrier that staunchly blocked Raditz's assault. The energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a deafening explosion, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in that instant. A flicker of disappointment crossed Raditz's eyes, but he soon rekindled his fighting spirit. He understood that such an attack would not easily defeat Ganas. A glint of cunning sparkled in Ganas' gaze, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. "It seems this time you have no opportunity." Upon finishing his words, his body suddenly trembled, and an intense aura enveloped him, akin to a blazing inferno. In an instant, his figure vanished like a flash of lightning. Raditz barely had time to react when Ganas appeared before him. Ganas' movements were as swift as lightning, executing a fierce sweeping kick. Raditz, not to be outdone, quickly raised his elbow to block the blow. However, Ganas did not relent. His body spun like a whirlwind, delivering a powerful backward kick that sent Raditz crashing to the ground. Raditz felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him uncontrollably through the air. With a tremendous crash, the ground shook, and trees in the forest toppled, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 108. Organizing Realms. Creating natural perspectives. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, his entire being racked with excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony and struggled to rise. With his hands pressed against the ground, he managed to steady himself. Feeling a sharp sting on his cheek, rubbing his face, he glared angrily at Ganas in the sky, filled with indignation. How infuriating! That attack was far too powerful. Ganas descended gracefully from the air, his steps light and assured, exuding an air of calm. His gaze held a hint of mockery, as if he were savoring a splendid performance. With arms crossed and a slight smirk on his lips, he appeared utterly indifferent to Raditz' fury. Raditz, you are still too inexperienced. Upon hearing these words, Raditz's anger intensified. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white as he struggled to steady his breath, silently vowing never to show weakness before Ganas. After all, he had merely begun a few years earlier under Lord Yuwood. Otherwise, his strength would not pale in comparison. Raditz mentally competed with himself, attributing his predicament to bad luck. TCH, the scoundrel, Raditz muttered under his breath. His body trembled slightly, clearly still affected by the earlier assault. Ganas approached Raditz and placed a hand on his shoulder. The gesture, though seemingly gentle, bore enough force to elicit a wince from Raditz. All right, we should go see Lord Yuwood and discuss our next journey to Namek. Ganas withdrew his hand and casually tossed Raditz a senzu bean. Accepting the bean, Raditz nodded and promptly swallowed it without hesitation. The miraculous effects of the senzu bean manifested instantaneously, healing his injuries. He flexed his limbs, feeling strength return to his body, and took flight alongside Ganas. In the sky, Raditz and Ganas soared side by side, the wind howling past their ears. Their figures darted through the blue sky and white clouds, moving at a speed that rendered them almost indistinguishable. As Raditz contemplated how to enhance his strength, he recalled the details of their recent battle. Ganas glanced at him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Soon after, they arrived at the residence that Elder Pabala had arranged for Lord Yuwood. Here lies a vast expanse of grassland, surrounded by towering trees, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. In the heart of this prairie stands the abode of Wumu, an ancient and solemn edifice. Raditz and Ganas descend upon the grassland, making their way towards Wumu's dwelling. The interior is modestly furnished, yet each item is imbued with exquisite craftsmanship and taste. Wumu sits cross-legged upon a time-worn wooden bed, his silver gaze penetrating as he regards them. How has your training progressed? Raditz steps forward, his expression innocent as he replies, Lord Wumu. We have completed our training and are now fully prepared to journey to Namek. Wumu nods, directing his gaze toward Raditz. And you, Raditz, how have you fared? His scrutinizing look instills a sense of tension within Raditz. Striving to maintain his composure, he responds, Lord Wumu, there remains much for me to learn, but I shall endeavor to enhance my strength and not disappoint your expectations. Wumu offers a slight smile, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Well done, Raditz. Remember, strength cannot be acquired overnight. It requires relentless effort and perseverance. Raditz nods, determination shining in his eyes, his heart brimming with hope for the future. He understands that under Lord Wumu's guidance, the path ahead is limitless. The fervor for power and the vision of what lies ahead cause his very blood to surge with excitement. Very well, you may set forth now. Remember, do not jeopardize my plans, Wumu instructs. Yes, Lord Wumu, Raditz and Ganas reply in unison before turning to depart from Wumu's abode. Wumu watches their figures recede into the distance, having resolved that the debt owed to the great elder shall be repaid by Ganas and his companions, allowing them to fulfill their quest for vengeance. Furthermore, the presence of Sun Wukong and his allies would not hinder his designs, but rather serve to strengthen everyone involved. He must also arrange other matters, as the search for that fortuitous opportunity may take an indeterminate time before his return. Over the past month, his own strength has seen significant enhancement. His lungs have absorbed the vital energy carried by the wind, coalescing into a metallic essence, transforming them into a platinum hue, thereby accelerating the speed of energy absorption. He has now attained the ability to survive in a vacuum. With the fortification of his lungs, the rate of energy absorption has increased, and his spleen has also drawn in the Earth's vital essence, forming a brown elixir. Reflecting upon this, a subtle smile graces Wumu's lips. During this period, he has revisited the journey of his cultivation over the years and realized that his initial steps were somewhat chaotic. His success had been largely serendipitous. Now he comprehends that vital energy is the key to ascension in life and the practice of national martial arts, encompassing the 5 organs, meridians, acupoints, and blood energy, exists in harmonious synergy with vital energy. In his previous life, the first 3 energies were indeed real, while the latter were mere fabrications of fiction. Yet now, having arrived in this world, Wumu has embarked upon the true path of cultivation. With clarity regarding his realm, he has devised a distinct plan for his practice. He resolved to nurture Shao Jie in the future, assisting him in transcending the limitations of humanity. The initial step involves honing skills and refining vital essence, encompassing Ming Jin and Hua Jin. The subsequent phase requires enduring 5 years of cultivation across Earth. Employing the principles of Hunyuan Wave and Yuanqi Dan to forge the natural visualization method that consolidates vital energy into the 5 internal organs, resulting in Dan Jin. The third step entails harnessing the divine power emanating from the heart's vital energy to unblock the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary channels, thereby amplifying and purifying the divine energy within the body, achieving Gang Jin. The fourth step necessitates utilizing this refined divine power to open 356 acupuncture points. Only upon reaching this stage can one truly attain the pinnacle of existence, embodying a true deity, known as Pasu. As for the vision of the divine, Wumu remains uncertain. Following these steps, the internal organs will transform the body's blood, marrow, and meridians, enhancing the output and absorption of divine power. Coupled with the acupuncture points, the body will become flawless and complete. Each breakthrough elevates one's strength exponentially, doubling from the previous realm. Wumu has now unblocked all 12 meridians. Apart from the heart, his spleen, lungs, and kidneys have absorbed the corresponding elemental essences. The kidneys have assimilated the natural energy of the sea, the lungs have drawn in the energy of the wind, and the spleen has absorbed the energy of the earth. He merely awaits the final elemental fire to replace the wood element of the heart, achieving perfection in his 5 internal organs, after which he can unblock the extraordinary channels and advance to the next stage of Gang Jin. Rising to his feet, Wumu approached the window. The view outside remained as enchanting as ever, sunlight cascading upon the earth, casting a golden sheen over everything. He inhaled deeply, savoring the vital energy in the air, his heart brimming with strength and hope. One day, he shall stand atop the pinnacle, gazing down upon all living beings. Now, it is time for me to stretch my limbs. Chapter 109. Let the fireworks begin in the Western Galaxy, on the planet Bosca. Frisia reigns over a small portion of the North, South, and Western Galaxies, while the majority of the Western Galaxy belongs to his brother, Cooler. Within Frisia's dominion in the Western Galaxy, a region is designated for their father, King Cold, as his retirement sanctuary. Presently, on Cooler's territory, the Shawiza Mech Battalion is stationed amidst the ruins and corpses, enveloped in a profound silence. Bang! A corpse thudded heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and shattering the tranquility of the planet. Shawiza cast a cold glance at the body, raising his head with an expression of indifference, revealing a hint of weariness in his gaze. His heart was filled with boredom and fatigue, for this galaxy held little that intrigued him any longer. How dull! This galaxy has grown stale. Nez stood beside him, a sly smile gracing his face. With a thumbs up directed towards the distance, a spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. Shawiza, shall we venture to the northern galaxy for some amusement? Nez proposed. Nez. Dre abruptly turned, a frown creasing his brow, his tone stern. Are you seeking to incite trouble for Lord Cooler? Dre's expression was notably grave, as if warning Nez against any reckless actions. Who is unaware that this is Frisia's territory? Lord Gula has no intention of clashing with Frisia for the time being, especially since they are brothers, a boundary we cannot overstep. Nez shrugged dismissively, a hint of scorn playing on his lips, as though Dre's warning was nothing more than a whisper in the wind. Come now, Dre, why so agitated? Nez waved his hand, seemingly dispersing Dre's tension, finding amusement in his reaction. Shawiza's gaze flickered between the two before settling on Nez. That won't do. Let us conquer the eastern galaxy ruled by Shrag. This way, Lord Gula's territory will not be confined to just the western galaxy. Nez's suggestion elicited a slight nod from Shawiza, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he began to envision the conquest of the eastern galaxy. Very well, let us proceed as Nez suggests. Shawiza's voice regained its calm, his gaze now resolute. This planet is of no use. Let us destroy it and hasten to the eastern galaxy, for the distance from the western galaxy is still too great. Agreed. Dre and Nez replied in unison, their faces alight with excitement. Shawiza raised his hand, a brilliant sphere of energy coalescing within his palm. His expression was cold and merciless, as if passing judgment on the fate of the planet. The energy sphere spun in his grasp, growing hotter and more radiant. Dre and Nez stood nearby, their faces alight with fervor, eager to witness the planet's annihilation. Let us commence. Shaviza's voice was deep and powerful as he thrust his hand forward, sending the energy sphere hurtling towards the ground with devastating force. Boom! The energy sphere struck the surface, erupting with a tremendous roar. The ground began to tremble violently, fissures rapidly spreading as if the entire planet quaked in fear. Shaviza, Dre, and Nez stood aloft, coldly watching the chaos unfold, devoid of any compassion. Let us depart for the eastern galaxy. Shaviza turned away, his voice laced with a chilling determination. Dre and Nez followed closely behind, their figures gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind a world on the brink of destruction and endless ruin. Aboard the spaceship, Shavira sat in the command chair, hands crossed over his chest, his gaze profound. Visions of the impending battle danced in his mind, stirring a sense of excitement and anticipation within him. Eastern Galaxy, Shrag, he murmured softly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. We are coming. The spaceship surged through the cosmos, its course set firmly towards the Eastern Galaxy. Meanwhile, the figure of Umu suddenly appeared in the void of space, standing amidst the dark expanse, surveying the ravaged planet below. The cracked surface and flowing magma resembled a scene from hell. It seemed that Gula and his ilk were indifferent to the planet's potential for sale, embodying a stark contrast to Frisia's style. He intended to alleviate some of the formidable opposition for Little J and the others, for Gula was indeed formidable, boasting a battle power of 470 million, while his own Shaviza mech army was not to be underestimated. Shaviza possesses a formidable battle strength of 170,000, while Dre holds 185,000, and Nez stands at 163,000. The duration of their quest for fortune remains uncertain, and the continued presence of Gula poses significant danger. Shutting his eyes momentarily to sense his surroundings, Shaviza discovers that he is heading eastward. He swiftly pivots and employs instant teleportation, vanishing from his original position. The planet behind him, unable to withstand the strain, erupts like a firework. With a thunderous roar, the explosion's residual force radiates outward in a circular wave, obliterating the surrounding floating meteors. Subsequently, a powerful suction draws all matter into the epicenter of the explosion, a brilliant light momentarily illuminating the cosmos before fading into oblivion. Shaviza's vessel continues onward, his gaze unwavering from the star map ahead. Each star and every route vividly materializes in his mind. He understands that this battle transcends mere amusement. It is a quest to expand Gula's dominion. Suddenly, a silhouette appears before Shaviza's ship. Dre's voice reverberates through the communicator. A figure? How could that be? Shaviza rises abruptly, disbelief coursing through him. Aside from the lineage of Gula, he cannot fathom anyone else surviving in the void of space. He hastens to the observation room, anxiously fixated on the display screen. On the screen, an ebony figure, devoid of any protective gear, stands starkly visible. The calm and impassive gaze of the figure, with silver-white eyes seemingly penetrating the ship's hull, appears to peer into Shaviza's very soul. It's him, Shaviza, who suddenly materializes ahead. Dre, with a grave expression, points at the screen. Shaviza falls into contemplation, his brow furrowing slightly. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the scions under Frisia's command. Look, Shaviza, Dre. This person, what are they intending? The two of them, hearing Nez's voice, refocus their attention on the screen. Outside the ship, the ebony figure slowly raises a hand, directing it toward the vessel. His palm is enveloped in a silver-white radiance, his expression devoid of any emotion. This is bad. Quickly, maneuver the ship to evade. A profound sense of unease washes over Shaviza as he cries out in desperation. Yet, it is already too late. The figure's palm emits a tremendous energy, projecting it in a conical shape toward the ship. The vessel disintegrates like dust, gradually vanishing into the vastness of space. Stripped of the protective shell, the figures of Shaviza and his companions are laid bare in the void. His blue skin reddens from the lack of oxygen, filled with a sense of injustice and rage. He glares at the ebony figure, gritting his teeth as he demands, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" However, this answer eludes him forever. The overwhelming energy envelopes the three of them, reducing them to ashes in an instant, lost amidst the boundless sea of stars. The ebony figure stands motionless, coldly gazing into the void before him. His face remains impassive, as if all of this were of no concern to him. He gradually retracts his hand. The silver-white glow slowly dissipating. Turning away, his silhouette fades into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 110. Truly, this is baffling. After dealing with Shaviza and his companions, the Ebony figure arrives at the planet Yataba, where Gula resides. Unlike Frisia, Gula does not maintain stationed troops on other planets, concentrating all his military might on his own territory within the Western Galaxy. Upon the sudden appearance of Umu at the periphery of Gula's base, he was immediately spotted by the soldiers stationed there. "Who goes there?" one soldier shouted, raising his laser gun menacingly at Yumo. His voice reverberated through the military camp, drawing the attention of his comrades. Thousands of soldiers, armed and alert, surged forth from various corners of the camp, encircling Yumo. Surveying his surroundings, Yumo found himself amidst a vast military encampment. He stood there silently, his mind racing with astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Gula's soldiers, whose average battle power astonishingly reached an impressive 10,000. This was a far cry from Frisia's forces, which, despite their vast numbers, had only a scant few with power exceeding that threshold. Even Raditz, who had just made his entrance, possessed merely 1,005 in battle power, highlighting the disparity in Frisia's average combat strength. The soldiers remained tense, their gazes fixed on Yumo, and one stepped forward to inquire of the soldier who had first spotted him. "What is happening?" "I'm not sure. He just appeared out of nowhere," came the reply. Out of nowhere? The soldier appeared perplexed, as if a thought had struck him, and hurriedly activated a scanner to assess Yumo's battle power. To his astonishment, the display read 0. "What? How can this be?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "What's wrong?" asked a nearby soldier. "This person has a battle power of 0. That's impossible. Any living being would register some power." "It cannot be 0, another soldier retorted skeptically. "Unless the scanner is malfunctioning, this individual must be suspect," the first soldier remarked, furrowing his brow. "Regardless of the circumstances, do we fear one man?" He then launched a laser blast, prompting the other soldiers to follow suit. Thousands of lasers simultaneously streaked toward Yumo, enveloping the entire camp in a blinding brilliance. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. "He must be dead," someone murmured, their gaze fixated on the swirling smoke, a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. However, the sound of steady footsteps emerged from the haze. Yumo emerged, hands clasped behind his back, utterly unscathed. His black and white robe and silver hair stood out starkly against the dust. "Impossible!" the lead soldier gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. As they prepared to launch another assault, Yumo raised a hand in a fluid motion, then pressed downwards, his lips barely parting. "Annihilate!" Screams erupted around him as an unseen force pinned all the soldiers mercilessly to the ground. Silence fell abruptly, punctuated only by the sound of flesh and blood splattering. Yumo surveyed the scene before him, his heart heavy with a myriad of emotions. It was the first time in 6 years that he had unleashed his power, and he realized that dealing with these soldiers required far less force than he had anticipated. In the present day, he has truly ascended to the status of a divine being, beyond the mastery of energy waves. All techniques acquired on the planet Adrat have been refined into his unique abilities. His strength now surpasses that of Sun Wukong by several tiers, rendering any form of sparring impossible. Moreover, the god of destruction, Beerus, is several tiers above him, placing him in an awkward middle ground. The only one on par with him is Majin Buu, yet unleashing Buu would be rather foolish. Thus, he strives to grow stronger, aiming to reach the level of Beerus while awaiting Sun Wukong and the others to catch up. With a sigh, Omo flew deeper into the Gula base. The internal structure of the base was intricate, and as he traversed its corridors, he encountered numerous patrolling soldiers. However, these soldiers were no match for him, easily dispatched without effort. Eventually, he breezed through multiple defenses and arrived before a massive metal door. He reached out and pushed it open. Inside lay a spacious hall, where Gula sat upon a prominent throne, flanked by several elite soldiers, each possessing a combat power around 100,000. Upon Yumo's entrance, all gazes instantly converged upon him. Filled with wariness and hostility, they clearly did not anticipate anyone daring enough to intrude upon this domain. Gula's voice was low and frigid, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Who are you?" he demanded, utterly perplexed by the audacity of anyone in the universe to provoke their Frost clan. It was well known that 70% of the universe was under the dominion of his brother, Frisia. while the remaining 30% was governed solely by the ancient slag and the Galactic Patrol. Yet, even they would not dare to confront him, for his surface strength of 130 million was sufficient to intimidate them. Furthermore, he possessed an ultimate form unknown even to his father, King Cold, and Frisia. Yumo regarded Gula, who bore a resemblance to Frisia's ultimate form, and smiled slightly. Gula, do transform quickly. Your Frost clan is destined to perish from this world. Upon hearing this, Gula let out a cold laugh and rose to his feet. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his tone dripped with derision. I do not comprehend your words. While I am unaware of how you discovered my lineage, this is indeed my final form. Yumo scoffed, shaking his head. If that is the case, I hope you won't regret not unleashing your full power in time. Gula's expression darkened instantly, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. You speak boldly. Let us see just how capable you truly are. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gula's figure flickered, appearing before Yumo in an instant. His fist, imbued with tremendous power, struck toward Yumo like a thunderclap. However, Yumo merely extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking Gula's assault. The moment they made contact, a deafening roar erupted, causing the floor of the command room to crack and the walls to tremble. Gula gazed in disbelief and fury as Omu effortlessly blocked his attack with a mere finger. What? Impossible. Enraged, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each infused with formidable power, yet all were effortlessly caught by Yumo's single finger. Subsequently, Yumo retracted his finger and playfully flicked it towards Gula's incoming fist. Bang! Gula was hurled backward, crashing against the wall, which then collapsed upon him. Lord Gula. Several elite soldiers shouted in alarm. They charged toward Yumo, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Observing this, Yumo's gaze turned icy as he extended his palm, revealing several small spiral blades shimmering within. Suddenly, the blades shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Whoosh! The bodies of the elite soldiers continued their advance, but their heads vanished without a trace. Quite perplexing. With a resounding thud, all soldiers fell lifelessly to the ground. Gula struggled to emerge from the rubble, casting a glance at the corpses of his subordinates. He then raised his gaze to Yumo, a hint of fear lacing his voice. Who are you? Chapter 111. The beautiful fireworks. I am a passing deity. Remember that. Yumo jested. With Yumo offering no response, Gula's expression twisted into a snarl, his roar reverberating through the air like thunder. Roar. His body swelled, muscles bulging, transforming him into a more imposing and ferocious figure, his mouth resembling that of a beast awakening from slumber. This is my ultimate form. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Gula sneered, his arrogance and confidence restored. Yumo chuckled, genuinely amused. He suppressed his power to the level he possessed 6 years prior, at 500 million combat strength, perfectly matching Gula's current 470 million. Come on, Yumo exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Finally, he could relish a battle of equal footing, albeit one achieved through deliberate restraint. Yet it exhilarated him nonetheless. Yumo's form flickered like a phantom, appearing before Gula in an instant. His fist sliced through the air, accompanied by a deep rumble. Gula's eyes sharpened, and he quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. The tremendous impact forced him to slide backward, carving deep trenches into the ground beneath him. Yumo refrained from pursuing further, opting instead to remain stationary, coldly observing Gula. Regaining his composure, Gula lifted his head, revealing a haughty grin. Hee. So your strength has reached this level as well. No wonder my previous attacks failed to inflict any damage. However, you shouldn't have allowed me to transform. He abruptly propelled himself off the ground, launching toward Yumo like an arrow, while shouting, Now, I possess a staggering 470 million combat power. The two clashed once more. This time the battle grew even more intense and brutal. Yumo poured forth his full strength, and Gula met him with unwavering resolve. Every collision unleashed a tempest, the air thick with the palpable essence of battle. The walls of the command room crumbled under the ferocity of their conflict, while the ground trembled beneath their might. Bang, bang, bang. Each resounding blow reverberated through the atmosphere. At last, the base succumbed to the aftermath of their onslaught. Dust swirling and debris scattering. The two combatants soared into the sky, their figures intertwining with remarkable speed, akin to two flashes of lightning. The ebony fist of Yumo struck with formidable force, aimed squarely at Gula. Gula, quick to evade, retaliated with a counterpunch, the sheer power of which seemed to resonate with a deep, thunderous roar in the air. A glint of coldness flickered in Yumo's eyes as he astutely detected a vulnerability in Gula's stance. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a fierce punch that struck Gula's chest. In an instant, Gula was propelled through mountains, crashing heavily to the ground. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. The earth was gouged into a deep crater, dust rising, and the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Gula's voice trembled, laden with a mixture of weakness and defiance. "This cannot be," he murmured, his eyes shimmering with despair, as if struggling to accept the grim reality before him. Yumo descended slowly, hovering in the air, coldly surveying Gula. His gaze was frigid and merciless, as if regarding Gula as nothing more than an inconsequential being. A wave of humiliation surged within Gula, igniting a fierce flame of anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his resolve, staggering to his feet, his muscles taut from exertion, his eyes fixated on Yumo. The tumult of rage and defiance coalescing into a formidable force. Gathering all his energy between his hands, he formed a colossal purple energy sphere. "I shall not concede this easily," Gula roared, his voice brimming with indignation and fury. He hurled the energy sphere at Yumo, its massive form slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards its target. "Enough of this play. It is time to conclude." Yumo narrowed his eyes, delivering his judgment. As he beheld the approaching energy sphere, he exhaled gently. To Gula's astonishment, the sphere momentarily paused in midair before being redirected by an unseen force, now hurtling back towards him. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish as the colossal energy sphere struck him with tremendous force. Following this, a deafening explosion echoed across the sky. The ground torn asunder into an unfathomable chasm, with surrounding debris sent flying by the shockwave. Yumo gradually descended to the ground, approaching the edge of the pit, peering into the abyss of darkness, and murmured, "Gula is dead. Perhaps I should take care of Kuld as well, for good measure. This time, Frisia should truly perish, leaving the family intact." Quite splendid. Having spoken, he instantaneously vanished like a phantom, only to reappear above the planet Yataba. The cosmos enveloped him in an abyss of darkness, punctuated by scattered starlight. "Let us obliterate this planet, for it is inhabited solely by the Gula Legion," he murmured, a hint of curiosity and exhilaration coloring his tone. His right hand slowly ascended, emanating a pure white aura that enveloped him like a delicate halo. With his fingers poised, he directed them towards Yataba, his gaze sharpening with intensity and focus. "Star-shattering wave," he intoned, his voice resonating through the void of space. A beam of immaculate energy shot forth from his fingertips, tracing a luminous arc through the dark. As the wave traversed its path, it seemed as though myriad stars flickered and shone, creating a breathtaking spectacle. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave pierced through Yataba, revealing a vast chasm upon its surface, as if cleaved by an invisible sword. Subsequently, the planet began to fracture, akin to a colossal cookie crumbling into pieces. A powerful energy field emerged from within its core, drawing the remnants of the planet and nearby asteroids into its embrace. Once all fragments were consumed, the core erupted in a magnificent display of light, illuminating his visage. "How beautiful, akin to fireworks," he murmured, a note of wonder lacing his voice. His gaze lingered upon the dazzling radiance, reminiscent of an extravagant fireworks display. An inexplicable thought surged within him as he grasped why many villains in his previous life relished in destroying planets while watching Dragon Ball. It was for this moment of breathtaking beauty. Perhaps this was the very essence of the aesthetics of destruction. Chapter 112. Had I known such entanglements would weigh upon the heart, I would have chosen not to know you at all. Namek, honestly, had I known, I would never have accompanied you here. Bulma exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she kicked a stone beneath her foot. The stone arced through the air before landing silently on the ground, her expression marred by disappointment and discontent. Krillin and Gohan exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of helplessness and awkwardness. They understood that Bulma's anxiety and dissatisfaction were not unfounded. At that moment, Namek was eerily silent, the weight of time stretching mercilessly, suffocating in its intensity. "How dreadfully boring," Bulma sighed, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I wish we could explore somewhere else." I wonder if Goku has triumphed over those nefarious foes. Her brow furrowed, the torment of waiting gnawing at her. Previously, during the time since Tien's departure, Bulma had learned from Krillin that another group seeking the Dragon Balls was comprised of villains. Initially, panic had washed over her, but the thought of Goku's presence quelled her unease. The fact that Piccolo, once a great demon king, was by her side offered her a modicum of security. Nevertheless, the tedium of waiting continued to vex her, and she dared not wander far, fearing an encounter with those wicked individuals. After all, Krillin is unable to protect her. And as for Gohan, he is still but a child. Contemplating these thoughts, Bulma's mood grew increasingly troubled. She randomly found a stone to sit upon. Resting her chin in her hands, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts, her gaze wandered aimlessly in the air, silently praying for Goku's return, yearning for that familiar figure to vanquish the nefarious villain. Time slipped by unnoticed, until Krillin finally shattered the silence with a voice heavy and grave. Gohan, do you sense it? Gohan nodded slightly, his expression instantly turning serious. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes widening as he scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Uncle Krillin, there is an unfamiliar energy approaching us. The two sprang to their feet, their alertness heightened. Bulma, hurry and take cover in the spaceship. This command rang out like a clarion call, interrupting Bulma's daydream. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, her heart tightening as she hurriedly inquired, what is happening? Despite her questions, her actions showed no hesitation as she dashed towards the spaceship, as if pursued by some unseen force, peering out from the doorway to discern the commotion outside. Krillin, withdrawing his gaze, wore a grave expression as he warned Gohan, be cautious, that energy is unfathomable. He pondered internally whether they could withstand an encounter with an enemy. Gohan nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. After a period of training aboard the spaceship, Krillin's combat power had reached 4,100, while Gohan, learning and training simultaneously, had ascended to 4,200. Piccolo had intended to rigorously train Gohan to unlock his potential, yet Goku deemed it unnecessary. Given such words from his biological father, Piccolo, as the adoptive guardian, felt compelled to refrain from further objections. At that moment, from the distant horizon, Nail raced towards them, his figure slicing through the sky like lightning. In a short while, he landed steadily before Krillin and the others, a serious expression gracing his face. Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes brimming with confusion as they mirrored turbulent waves. Krillin, witnessing this, shared a similar astonishment. However, a brief assessment of the energy revealed that this was not Piccolo. He furrowed his brow, maintaining a calm yet vigilant tone. Who are you? I am not Piccolo. My name is Nail, a guardian of the Elder. I sense you are friends from Earth. The Elder wishes to meet you. Nail offered a slight smile, his voice imbued with determination. The Elder? Do you know we were coming? Krillin asked, his brow knitted in perplexity as he scrutinized Nail. Let us wait until your companions arrive before I explain further. Please, notify them swiftly. Now is not the time to encounter that group, Nail urged, a note of urgency evident in his tone. He was profoundly apprehensive that these friends from Earth might encounter Frieza and his minions. Krillin shook his head in regret, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. I'm truly sorry, I cannot reach Goku and the others. Just as Naru was about to speak again, he suddenly paused, a smile gracing his face. No need for that, your friends have returned. His gaze drifted towards the horizon. Indeed, in the distance, for figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, swiftly approaching. Their presence was as invigorating as a long-lost breeze. The group descended gracefully, cradling the shimmering Dragon Balls, stirring up dust as if the earth itself rejoiced at their return. Hey, Krillin! Goku's voice rang out, bright as sunlight, instantly dispelling the shadows within Krillin's heart. Goku, you're finally back. Krillin's face blossomed into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had reclaimed a long-lost hope. Bulma, spotting Goku from the ship, felt a warm surge of joy and hurried towards him, her smile as vibrant as a blooming flower. However, contrasting with their cheerful greetings, Piccolo stood aloof, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Naru. Namekian? Naru glanced at Piccolo, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing an air of indifference. It seems you are the other Piccolo. In that moment, their exchange interrupted the joyful reunion of the others, casting a sudden pall over the atmosphere. Piccolo's lips curled slightly, tinged with disdain. I am who I am. That old man is merely that old man. I expected something different from this planet, yet it seems unable to resolve even a few adversaries. Despite Piccolo's evident intelligence, it was perplexing how he lost his composure whenever the mention of the Supreme Kai arose, his words faltering. Krillin couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, here we go again. This guy is impossible. All right, Piccolo, let us not say that, Goku chuckled, his expression earnest as he sought to defuse the tension. It's all fine. Naru, unfazed, allowed a slight smile to surface, well aware that beneath Piccolo's icy exterior lay a heart of warmth. He shifted the topic, his tone becoming serious. This isn't the place for discussion. Let us head to the Elder. Only the Elder and Ubu knew the full story behind recent events. Ubu. The group gasped in unison, their expressions a blend of astonishment and confusion. Not Ubu again. Indeed. Let us talk on the way, Naru said as he ascended into the air, casting a watchful glance over them, his gaze seemingly summoning them forth. The others exchanged knowing looks, silently agreeing, before nodding in affirmation, just as they prepared to take flight. Gohan's voice broke through. What about Aunt Bulma? I completely forgot she can't fly. Without hesitation, Goku swiftly scooped Bulma into his arms, his movements decisive and assured. I'm sorry, Bulma. He then turned to Krillin. Krillin, please retrieve the ship. Krillin nodded, approaching the ship and pressing a button. With a soft sound, the vessel transformed back into a capsule, which he effortlessly picked up, his actions fluid and practiced. Subsequently, the group soared towards the Grand Elder alongside Naru, their figures streaking through the sky like meteors, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Bulma, nestled in Sun Wukong's embrace, gazed at him with a complex array of emotions reflected in her eyes. Sensing her gaze, Sun Wukong lowered his head and inquired, What is it, Bulma? Is there something on my face? Bulma shook her head, a smile blossoming on her lips. Son, you are just as you always were. So dependable. Her heart swelled with warmth and reliance, as if, in that moment, time stood still and all worries were whisked away by the wind. Chapter 113. Everyone grows stronger, ah? That's strange, Bulma, Naru remarked. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, a mix of shyness and irritation. She buried her head deeper into Sun Wukong's warm embrace, feeling a flutter of confusion in her heart. As Sun Wukong held her, they soared alongside Naru, the scenery flashing past them like lightning. Naru, do you know Ubu? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, I met him about 11 years ago, Naru replied, his gaze flickering as he reminisced about the past, when he was merely a warrior seeking to enhance his strength. When they reunited 6 years later, he had transformed into someone unfathomable, seemingly aware of everything that transpired today. The Grand Elder informed me that our Namek crisis requires your assistance. However, first, the Grand Elder must enhance your abilities. The group exchanged glances, as Ubu had ventured into the universe long ago. Except for Piccolo and Son Gohan. The others were vaguely aware of this. Yet, they could not comprehend why they were brought here. What crisis has befallen your planet? Can't you resolve it yourselves? Krillin asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. With Naru's battle power of 40,000, if everyone on their planet possessed similar strength, why would they need help? Others looked at Naru with questioning eyes. Naru shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Honestly, I cannot fathom how you could defeat those adversaries. Although my friend here possesses formidable strength, he said, glancing at Sun Wukong, he still cannot match that group. Naru's words struck the group like a bolt from the blue, leaving them in shock. What? They exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. Even Sun Wukong was not a match for them. Piccolo's voice was cold, his eyes flashing with astonishment. An 11,000 battle power Sun Wukong was the strongest they had ever encountered. In the past, Vegeta, with only 18,000, had rendered them powerless. Who knew there were so many powerful beings in the universe? One exclaimed. Indeed, Sun Wukong is bound to create miracles. He has always been like a savior, rescuing the world. This time will be no exception. In that moment, the fog of uncertainty in their hearts began to dissipate. So, who exactly are those people? Piccolo asked coldly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. That is the most formidable demon in this universe. Frieza? Frieza? Just how powerful is he, according to your universe's calculations? Well, approximately 530,000 in battle power. This news is quite alarming. A tightening sensation gripped Krillin's heart, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. After Bulma modified the battle power scanner for Raditz, they had come to grasp the cosmic power scale. However, his strength was one matter. What was truly significant was that he commanded many formidable warriors under his reign, including the Scions who served him. Scions. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with intensity, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. Are you suggesting that the Scions work for this Frieza? Indeed. Frieza utilizes these Scions to trade planets across the cosmos. At that moment, the group finally comprehended the identity of their foe. Although their strength was formidable, those who invade the sanctity of others' homes are utterly unforgivable. A blaze of fury ignited within Son Goku, solidifying his resolve to assist the Namekians in driving away these villains. As he declared this within his heart, they soared through the sky like shooting stars, racing towards the horizon. Is that Kakarot and those Earthlings? Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, gazing up at the azure sky. Son Goku and his companions streaked overhead like meteors, their figures shimmering in the sunlight. Vegeta's gaze followed closely, landing on the orange sphere they clutched. Is that the Dragon Ball? A jolt ran through him, and he clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. It remains uncertain how many Dragon Balls exist. Waiting is no longer an option. I must acquire at least one. He pondered inwardly, a fervent desire igniting within him. Time is of the essence, and opportunities are fleeting. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed by as Nail descended like an arrow, his tone resolute. Let us proceed. The elder awaits within. Without lingering, he strode directly into the dwelling. The others followed suit, landing and curiously surveying their surroundings. Piccolo silently absorbed the familiar aura, deep in contemplation, until Son Goku's remark shattered his thoughts. Wow, I didn't expect there would be so many who look like Piccolo. Piccolo's countenance turned a deep shade of anger, a seething fire igniting within him, his lips twitching. Hey, they are not the same at all. Right? Right? Ha. Son Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Upon entering the chamber, the imposing figure of the elder astonished everyone. Sitting upon a high seat, the elder slowly opened his murky eyes, his gaze sweeping over each individual like a powerful current. Ultimately, his focus settled on Son Goku. His voice deep and resonant. So it is you. Me? You know me? Son Goku was taken aback, pointing at himself in perplexity, his heart filled with confusion. The elder shook his head, providing no answer, seemingly lost in thought. Come closer. He lifted his massive hand, gesturing for them to approach. The group exchanged glances, skepticism evident. Yet they ultimately advanced. Son Goku was the first to step forward. The Grand Elder gently placed his palm upon Son Wukong's head, and in an instant, a formidable energy surged into Son Wukong's body, rising like a tide from 110,000 to 160,000. Cough, cough. I can only awaken a portion of the potential within you. This is the extent of my capabilities. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he instinctively clenched his fists. Feeling the transformation of his strength, his heart brimming with gratitude, my power has increased. Thank you, Grand Elder. He performed a slight bow, filled with reverence for the elder, and then stepped aside. Next, Son Gohan, Little Jet, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin approached in succession. Their combat powers registered at 50,000, 32,000, 32,000, and 17,000 respectively. You need not summon that strength for me. I can grow stronger without it. Piccolo cast a cold gaze at the Grand Elder. His tone laced with defiance, yet deep within, a flicker of concern for the elder emerged. He understood that repeatedly unlocking their potential had drained the Grand Elder's energy significantly. The Grand Elder, however, merely smiled warmly, as if he could see through Piccolo's thoughts. Come here, child. I have something to share with you. Whatever you wish to say, you may do so here. I can hear you. He remained unmoved, casting a skeptical glance at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder shook his head gently, his tone soothing. I have glimpsed your other side and have revealed your lineage to him. He paused, his gaze deepening. Step closer. I will impart the memories of that day to you. Piccolo hesitated upon hearing this. His heritage was something he yearned to uncover. Ultimately, he approached. As Piccolo drew near, the Grand Elder's hand enveloped his head, and in an instant, a powerful energy intertwined with memories from that day swiftly transferred to him. Perhaps due to a shared origin, Piccolo's strength surged from 8,000 to 80,000. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand. After receiving the memories, a torrent of complex emotions surged within Piccolo. He realized that the Supreme Kai had abandoned his intention to absorb him, and he could not help but snort derisively. Umph. A meddlesome fellow. He then turned to gaze at the Grand Elder with concern, silently grateful, yet unsure how to express it. Thank you. The Grand Elder shook his head, his benevolent smile unwavering. Go forth, child. His words felt like a warm current, soothing Piccolo's heart and dispelling his bravado. It can be consistently updated now. I shall quicken the pace and have decided to join the chat group. This book shall unfold as it is. Chapter 114. Sabo transforms after expressing their gratitude. The group followed Neru out of the house. The Grand Elder quietly observed their retreating figures. Alas, it seems you intend to forcibly return to the original path. He sighed, his voice low as if speaking to himself. I wonder if this time, it will resemble that future. The vision of the future grew increasingly murky in his mind, and the once clear premonition now felt elusive. Outside the house, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the air was thick with an atmosphere of tension. Dodoria and Sabo stealthily led a contingent of soldiers, inching closer to the quaint village. The surroundings exuded an eerie tranquility, punctuated only by the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze, as if foretelling an impending tempest. Suddenly, the clamor of a combat power detector shattered the stillness. What is happening? Dodoria furrowed his brow, eyes fixated on the flickering numbers on the display, a sense of unease stirring within him. This group of Namekians? He murmured softly, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. Impossible, right? He glanced sideways at Sabo, his gaze betraying a question. What should we do now? Sabo pondered briefly, his eyes sweeping over the modest dwelling behind the Namekians, a sly smile creeping across his face. It must be that house. While the occupants remain unaware, we can swiftly capture these individuals. Agreed. Dodoria nodded, contemplating. These Namekians are hardly our match. A swift strike should yield no complications. With that, they moved rapidly, their figures flitting through the crowd like phantoms. The surrounding Namekians, caught off guard, were unable to react to the sudden onslaught. Dodoria and Sabo moved with the speed of cheetahs, swiftly incapacitating the unsuspecting Namekians one by one. Their combat power barely reached 7,000 or 8,000, rendering them no threat at all. A cold smile crept onto Dodoria's lips. His subordinates, fierce as wolves, quickly bound the defenseless Namekians, as if engaged in an effortless hunt. Let us depart. Wait. At that moment, a crisp voice interrupted their plans. A young Namekian emerged from the shadows. Under the sunlight, his figure appeared diminutive, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering courage. You cannot do this. His voice trembled slightly, yet he stood resolute, locking eyes with his adversaries. Dandy, who told you to come out? Hurry and find the Elder and Neru. Silence. Dodoria bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Unexpectedly, there was yet another little pest unaccounted for. He chuckled coldly, his gaze icy as it settled on Dandy. Release them at once. Dandy stammered, suppressing his fear. Dodoria was momentarily taken aback. Then a mocking smile graced his lips, as if witnessing a farcical performance. Oh, do you believe you can thwart us? How utterly laughable. His subordinates erupted in derisive laughter, treating Dandy's bravery as mere jest. At that moment, Sabo approached Dandy slowly, a glint of malice in his eyes. A smile that was simultaneously gentle and chilling gracing his lips. Young one, do you wish to save them? He feigned concern, his tone laced with sinister intent. Would you like me to offer some assistance? Dandy froze, a wave of caution washing over him, soon realizing they were in cahoots. Spare me the pretense. Dodoria and Sabo exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise passing between them, swiftly replaced by disdain. Very well, I shall indulge you. A cold smile crept upon Sabo's lips as he stepped forward, poised to launch his attack. Just then, the creaking sound of a door being opened abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, witnessing Neru emerging alongside Goku and his companions. Neru's gaze swiftly scanned the unfolding scene outside, and he instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, his heart igniting with fury, especially upon seeing Sabo poised to strike Dandy. In a flash, he materialized between the two, sending Sabo hurtling away in his moment of distraction. Dandy, are you all right? Neru inquired with genuine concern, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Yes, Brother Neru, I'm fine. Please, save everyone. Dandy replied gratefully, waves of trust and reliance for Neru swelling within him. Understood, Neru affirmed, his gaze becoming steely as he fixed it upon Dodoria and his cohorts, a chill emanating from his presence. Release them at once. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo arrived at Naru's side. Piccolo's face a mask of rage, unprepared for the betrayal of his kin at the hands of these villains. You. Dodoria stammered, pointing at Goku in fear. It's you. I never expected you to continue your wicked ways. Goku regarded him with unwavering resolve, his eyes fierce. This time, you shall not escape. Dodoria instinctively took a step back, colliding with the returning Sabo. What's wrong? Sabo queried. His brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced up at Goku. He assessed the adversary before him, sensing no extraordinary threat, dismissing the earlier attack as merely formidable. After all, he had his own transformation to rely upon. That person is the one I mentioned, he remarked. Is it him? Sabo's heart jolted, instantly grasping the severity of the situation. He recalled Dodoria's earlier remarks regarding their failed mission. Now that he realized the enemy was present, he began to devise a plan for escape from this perilous locale. As for the mission, survival took precedence. Having partnered with Sabo for so long, Dodoria was well aware of his intentions. Their unspoken understanding enabled them to react swiftly, raising their palms towards the bound Namekians, gathering their energy, and launching energy blasts like a scattered barrage. Goku and his allies, witnessing this, rushed to their aid. Meanwhile, Sabo and Dodoria seized the opportunity to slip away from the battlefield. By the time Naru, Goku, and the others had deflected the energy blasts and rescued the hostages, they looked up to see Sabo disappearing into the distance. Curse it! Naru silently cursed, his anger boiling within him. Dodoria and Sabo felt a twinge of relief. Suddenly, they sensed a figure before them, halting abruptly, their energy blasts glimmering dangerously in their palms, ready to be unleashed. Piccolo uttered no superfluous words, merely observing them in silence before unleashing a swift strike, sending the energy blast hurtling away, transforming it into a dazzling display of light. He had discerned their intentions the moment they conjured the energy blasts and was fully aware that Sun Wukong and his companions would hasten to the rescue. Thus, he resolutely chose to intercept their escape. You think it's that easy to flee? Piccolo's figure vanished like a flash of lightning, reappearing instantaneously before Dodoria. Dodoria's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld this formidable adversary, panic surging within him. He had no time to react before a powerful gust of energy struck, followed by a swift chop that severed his pink head from his body, blood spraying forth in a gruesome spectacle. Curse it! Sabo roared in fury, swiftly adjusting his combat stance to activate the prince's fighting style, preparing to retaliate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy blasts formed in his hands, resembling a meteor shower as they surged toward Piccolo. Unfazed, Piccolo evaded the onslaught with agility, his expression cold as he gradually closed the distance to Sabo. Do you truly believe this will vanquish me? Piccolo smirked icily, suddenly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick, a torrent of energy sweeping forth. Sabo hastily raised his arms defensively, inwardly cursing, this guy's speed is utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, he was overwhelmed by the sheer force, his body spiraling out of control toward the ground. Boom! The earth shattered upon impact, debris scattering and dust billowing, resembling a miniature explosion. Piccolo was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Sabo could withstand his assault. Emerging from the smoke, Sabo soared into the air, his face contorted in rage, gritting his teeth as he glared at Piccolo, flames of fury igniting within him. You troublesome fool! You forced me to resort to that hideous transformation. Sabo bellowed, his body beginning to swell, his visage distorting grotesquely like a frog. His handsome features vanishing, replaced by an aura of dread. Chapter 115, The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a faint glow upon Sabo's face. His combat power remained at 42,000, yet at this moment, his eyes sparkled with a frenzied and stubborn light, as if he wished to tear Piccolo to shreds. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Sabo's voice reverberated like thunder in the air, his furious roars echoing endlessly. Having witnessed my form, you shall pay dearly, he shouted, his body launching forward like a released arrow, racing toward Piccolo. However, just as he believed he could deliver a fatal blow, Piccolo vanished like a specter, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, effortlessly dodging his attack. Sabo's heart sank as he gazed incredulously at the empty space before him. Too slow. Piccolo's lips curled into a cold smirk as he shadowed Sabo, instantly appearing at his side. His fist struck with tremendous force against Sabo's cheek. In that fleeting moment, Sabo felt an excruciating pain, his body soaring like a broken kite, crashing onto the hard ground, dust erupting in all directions. Damn it, Sabo cursed inwardly, enduring the agony as his cheek burned with intense pain. He swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to retaliate once more, a fire of indignation igniting within him. Yet, before his body could fully stabilize, Piccolo was already hot on his heels, pursuing him with remarkable speed. Piccolo's hand clamped around his head like a vice, the overwhelming force rendering Sabo nearly powerless to resist. Incompetent fool, Piccolo remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with disdain, as if he were gazing upon a feeble insect. Sabo felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, struggling desperately to escape Piccolo's grasp. Let me go? He exerted himself with all his might, as if he intended to shatter the chains that bound him. In that fleeting moment, Sabo unleashed his full energy, causing the very air around him to tremble with his fury. Piccolo paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, but soon resumed his indifference, contemplating that it was nearly time to send him on his way. Demon Flash. After expending all his energy, Sabo remained gasping in place, faced with the incoming Demon Flash. His mind went blank, forgetting to evade. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips as he was struck, instantly reduced to ashes, his unquenchable anger and struggle dissipating into the air. Damn that Frieza! Goku exclaimed, a hint of anger creeping into his tone. What on earth does he intend to do by capturing the Namekians? Regardless of his motives, we must first defeat him. Jinzan calmly assessed the situation, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he looked at Goku. Now that they had all grown stronger, and Goku possessed a battle power of 160,000, supplemented by the Kaioken, they should be capable of defeating Frieza. Let us go? Piccolo must have dealt with those two by now. Yes. The others nodded in agreement, collectively flying towards Piccolo's direction. Just as they prepared to depart, Neru suddenly obstructed their path, his expression grave. I wish to accompany you. And I too. Dandy followed closely behind, his voice soft yet laced with determination. As a member of this generation's Dragon Clan Namekians, though his combat skills were lacking, his supportive abilities could prove invaluable. Goku hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. Very well. Let us all go together. The group swiftly made their way towards Piccolo, leaving behind a field strewn with the corpses of Frieza's army and the rescued Namekians, who bowed their heads in prayer. Oh, Piccolo, we owe you our gratitude. Goku exclaimed, flying beside Piccolo, a sincere smile gracing his face. Humph. Piccolo turned his head away, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Faced with Goku's infuriating grin, he found it hard to accept, inwardly lamenting. This guy is truly hopeless, still so blissfully ignorant. Come on, Piccolo. We decided to confront Frieza now. Goku patted Piccolo on the shoulder. Piccolo shook his shoulder disdainfully. What is wrong with that kid? Piccolo inquired, turning to Neru, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Dandy possesses healing abilities. He can provide substantial assistance at critical moments. I will ensure his protection, Neru explained. Through the transmission of memories from the Elder, Piccolo gradually comprehended the diverse types of Namekians, all birthed by the Elder. Among them, the Dragon Clan is now represented solely by Dandy, as well as the complete form resulting from the fusion of the Supreme Being and Piccolo. The combat representative is Neru, while the support representative is Murin, destined to become the second-generation Elder. Piccolo chose to remain silent, yet internally, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on the situation. He understood that should Dandy truly find himself in peril, he would not stand idly by. Neru shook his head, a trace of a resigned smile gracing his lips. He reflected on the stark contrast between his interactions with Piccolo and those with the Supreme Being. Piccolo's aloofness and pride left him feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he recognized that this was an intrinsic part of Piccolo's character. With matters concluded, the group collectively ignited their energy, following Goku towards Frieza. Among them, only he could sense such distant energies. Lord Frieza, fulfilling our mission, the Ginyu Force presents you with 3 Dragon Balls. Ginyu proclaimed, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he slowly placed the 3 Dragon Balls before Frieza. The sunlight cascaded upon them, reflecting a dazzling brilliance, as if heralding their preciousness to Frieza. Seated in his hovercraft, Frieza regarded the Dragon Balls with curiosity, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a joyful smile. Ho ho ho, truly worthy of Captain Ginyu. Thank you for your praise, Lord Frieza. But this is a collective achievement of the Jinyu force, Jinyu replied, bowing slightly, his eyes shimmering with reverence for Frisia. Very well. Speak. What reward do you seek? Frisia's voice carried a hint of eagerness, as if anticipating Jinyu's response. We desire nothing much, merely hope for more opportunities to entertain you with our performances in the future. Jinyu's words conveyed a touch of humility, yet internally, he schemed about what dance to present next. Frisia's lips curled in slight annoyance, his expression betraying a sense of exasperation. Although he found Jinyu's response somewhat lacking, he begrudgingly acquiesced. All right. By the way, Lord Frisia, while we were in search of the Dragon Balls, we captured that monkey, Vegeta. He foolishly attempted to meddle with the Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. Jinyu remarked with a hint of derision, his tone laced with disdain. Oh. Frisia paused momentarily, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. And where is he now? With a thunderous crash, Raikim appeared, grasping Vegeta by one hand and presenting him to Frisia before carelessly tossing him to the ground. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, I hear you intend to betray me? Frisia observed the fallen warrior with a mocking gaze, his tone dripping with scorn. Struggling to rise, Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury and defiance. He gritted his teeth, staring daggers at Frisia, silently vowing to transform into a Super Saiyan and make this detestable fiend pay. Yet, in that moment, his power paled in comparison to Frisia's, leaving him no choice but to endure. I did not, Lord Frisia, Vegeta murmured, his head bowed in reluctant submission. Frisia gazed at Vegeta, a hint of a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With a crooked smile, he remarked, your fate is uncertain. While others may be kings of the urban jungle, I, Frisia, am the true sovereign of cosmic real estate. He was acutely aware of the fury simmering within Vegeta, relishing the outcome it produced. He reveled in witnessing others bow to his oppressive might. Such power brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 116, The Eve of Battle. At that moment, Tabor approached with measured steps, whispering into Frisia's ear, Lord Frisia, we have just received word that Sabo and Dodoria have been eliminated. Upon hearing this news, Frisia's countenance darkened instantly, a storm brewing in his eyes, glinting with cold malice. Incompetence, he muttered under his breath, then glanced over at Jinyu and his team. It seemed they had discovered a means to ascertain the Dragon Ball's location. Captain Jinyu. Present. Jinyu responded promptly, though internally he trembled. He understood that Frisia's wrath had to be vented, and the success or failure of this mission would directly determine his fate. We shall await those individuals here, obediently delivering the Dragon Balls to us. Captain Jinyu, do not let me down, Frisia said, a sinister smile playing on his lips, his laughter laced with treachery. Yes, I assure you, the mission will be accomplished. Jinyu's heart raced, forcing himself to maintain composure. At that juncture, Frisia's gaze shifted toward Vegeta, his eyes glimmering with malevolence. Vegeta, absorbed in the gravity of Frisia's words, contemplated. How dare those earthlings approach here? Do they truly believe they can vanquish Frisia? A cold chuckle escaped him as he resolved to seize the moment to escape, seeking the opportunity to realize his ambition of becoming a Super Saiyan before Frisia could. The notion of immortality was momentarily cast aside. His foremost priority was to enhance his power. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing, Vegeta. Frisia's voice loomed like a dark cloud, the sudden threat causing Vegeta to shudder involuntarily. Once this matter is concluded, you shall obediently serve under my command. And no, my Lord Frisia, Vegeta stammered, his face paling as waves of dread washed over him. He felt as though Frisia could see right through him, mulling over the alarming acuity of his instincts. It is best this way, ha ha ha. Tabor, take Vegeta for treatment, Frisia commanded with a casual wave, as if addressing a trivial matter. Tabor nodded, stepping forward with an expression tinged with sympathy. Although he was reluctant to forge a deep bond with Vegeta, he could not bear to witness him make foolish choices. He remembered how Vegeta had once saved him on a mission, for which he felt gratitude, but he would not jeopardize his standing with Frisia for his sake. As they boarded the spaceship, Tabor inquired with concern, Vegeta, are you all right? He understood that Vegeta's pride forbade him from showing vulnerability. I am fine, Vegeta replied coldly, not wishing to engage in further conversation, aware that Tabor was a favored confidant of Frisia. The hatch of the spaceship slowly closed. Within the confines of the spacecraft, Tabor commenced the treatment for Vegeta, the hum of machinery reverberating throughout the space. During this interval, Frisia and his companions awaited the arrival of Goku and his allies. In the serene expanse of the Namekian sky, The vastness of the universe seemed to come to a standstill. The scions, Ganas and Raditz, floated in the air with arms crossed, each bearing their own expressions. The dim, flickering starlight surrounding them appeared to lend an air of mystery to their conversation. "It's nearly time for the situation," Lord Ubu mentioned. "When the moment arrives, shall it be you or I?" Ganas tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Raditz furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Either is fine, but could we delay it a bit?" He raised his hand, his fingertips gently slicing through the air, as if contemplating something profound. Ganas' smile faltered, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. "What do you mean? Are you intending to disrupt Lord Ubu's plans?" Raditz shook his head, urgency evident in his demeanor. "Not at all. Stop with the nonsense. I merely wish for Kakarot to seize this opportunity to grow stronger." "Huh. Dare I say you're not seeking revenge on him?" Ganas' expression shifted to one of realization, his lips curling into a teasing smirk. Raditz bristled at the remark, his previously swaying tail now standing rigidly, akin to a sturdy rod. "Absolutely not. I have long since moved past that. After all, he is my brother." "Very well, with Prince Vegeta present, it's just the three of us pure-blooded scions now. I hope they can expedite their growth." Ganas' tone grew increasingly earnest, his gaze drifting into the distance as he contemplated the future. As Lord Ubu stated, "Many formidable warriors lie ahead. We scions must carve out our own space." Raditz nodded in agreement. "By the way, I didn't expect Frieza to be this formidable. And to think he has another strong ally concealed by his side," Raditz remarked coolly. He turned his gaze toward the approaching figures of Goku and his companions. "I wonder if my foolish brother will manage to survive." "Huh." Ganas suddenly let out a derisive snicker, shattering the tension in the air. "Huh. What's wrong?" Raditz paused, bewildered. "I didn't imagine you would change so much." Ganas shook his head in astonishment. "People inevitably change," Raditz replied with a hint of resignation, his expression softening as he reminisced about their father Bardock and mother Jine. "My perspective has broadened. Now, with just one brother left, I must protect him in honor of our father." Below, Goku and the others had arrived at Frieza's location. They landed one by one, their faces serious as they stared intently at Frieza. Goku spoke with unwavering determination. "Please leave this planet at once. You are not welcome here." Upon hearing this, Frieza paused momentarily, blinking in disbelief. Then, he erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request." With a piercing gaze and a stern expression, Sun Wukong declared, "In that case, allow me to defeat you." Frieza, seated in a stroller, slowly floated towards the crowd. With a curious glance, he scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe and inquired, "You bear a slight resemblance to a scion. Would you be interested in serving under me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, "I refuse. I will never assist a villain like you." Frieza, unfazed by Sun Wukong's rejection, merely retreated silently, softly uttering, "I leave it to you." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sun Wukong and his companions immediately adopted a defensive stance. At that moment, 5 figures swiftly emerged from all directions, converging in the center of the arena, striking various peculiar poses. While the others expressed disdain, Sun Gohan gazed at them in awe. Sun Wukong, however, remained relatively calm, betraying no significant reaction. "Jinyu, Guldo, Rikuum, Jeez, Berta, we are the Jinyu Force." Their voices thundered, reverberating as if to pierce the heavens, causing the air around them to quiver. "How cool." Piccolo coughed, his face flushed. Chapter 117. Piccolo against the odds. Piccolo strode forward, his hands sweeping like a mountain, blocking the path of the others. "Leave these foes to me." He had never felt such strength before. The previous encounter with the two from Zabon had not satisfied him. "Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with concern. "Don't be reckless. That purple fellow is formidable." Sun Wukong observed Piccolo's determination to take on all the enemies alone and immediately grew anxious, frowning as he earnestly advised him. He feared that Piccolo's overconfidence might lead him into peril. "Enough talk." Piccolo swiftly removed his hat and cape, revealing his robust physique and solid muscles. Like an arrow released from its bow, he propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed, charging towards Jinyu and his allies. His figure traced an arc through the air, exuding an unparalleled momentum. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, attempting to halt Piccolo, but it was too late. Piccolo had already engaged in fierce combat, with the 5 members of Jinyu Force. Apart from Jinyu and Guldo, the combat power of the other 3 hovered around 40,000. This posed no challenge for Piccolo, who possessed absolute confidence in his ability to prevail over them. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with immense power, forcing the enemies to retreat. Guldo, unable to withstand the assault, fell back and ceased his attacks. Meanwhile, Rikuum, Berta, and Jis coordinated seamlessly with Jinyu, continuing to engage in a fierce battle with Piccolo. They exchanged blows rapidly, their movements swift as lightning, leaving spectators breathless. The combatants soared from the ground to the sky and back again, a breathtaking display of strength. So powerful. The crowd gazed up in admiration at Piccolo and his adversaries. Astonished, they had initially assumed Frisia's subordinates would possess strength akin to Vegeta's, yet were taken aback by their formidable prowess, even though they have grown stronger. Facing such an adversary may not guarantee an easy victory. A sense of frustration welled up within them, and they silently resolved that if they could survive this encounter, they would strive to enhance their abilities with unwavering determination. There was something peculiar about that individual. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Gudu, suddenly furrowing his brow and vocalizing his concern. The others turned their attention to Gudu upon hearing him. Although Gudu's strength was lacking and he had not engaged in the battle, an eager expression danced across his face. The group became immediately wary, fearing he might strike from the shadows. In the heavens, Piccolo evaded the encirclement with a swift maneuver, placing his hands on his forehead as he began to gather his energy. "Demon Flash," he exclaimed, unleashing a brilliant yellow energy wave from his palms, surging forth with incredible might. Observing this, Jinyu hurriedly positioned himself in front of Riku, raising his palms and sweeping them forcefully. The yellow energy wave veered off course, ascending into the sky. A tremendous explosion followed, igniting the air with its ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo instantaneously teleported behind Bardo, clenching his fists as he amassed power, then striking with a swift knife-hand blow. Bardo, caught off guard, was struck, his body cleaved diagonally from the shoulder, blood gushing forth. His face remained frozen in disbelief, as if he could not fathom how he had been so easily vanquished. "You seek death," Jinyu bellowed, turning to deliver a punch. Piccolo teleported away effortlessly, evading the attack, before disappearing once more. "Damn it, this guy's fighting style is truly nauseating," Jinyu cursed under his breath, casting a glance at Bardo's fallen form, lamenting internally. "It seems I must recruit new members again." He turned to Jis and Riku. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Subsequently, they dispersed. At that moment, Piccolo's figure suddenly materialized beside Riku. However, Riku appeared to be prepared, swiftly pivoting and retaliating with a powerful elbow strike. "I was waiting for you," Piccolo sneered, seizing Riku's elbow and forcefully pushing him away. "So what?" Riku shouted Gudu's name. Upon hearing it, Piccolo instinctively scanned his surroundings, filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gudu finally seized his opportunity, promptly firing a potent beam of temporal energy. "What is that?" Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed by the green beam emitted by Gudu. Sensing that the beam lacked formidable power, he contemplated observing the situation further. However, at that moment, Piccolo unfortunately found himself struck by the beam, his body suddenly becoming sluggish. Boom! Riku capitalized on this moment, launching an astonishingly rapid gravity strike to Piccolo's abdomen. Unable to evade the blow, Piccolo was sent crashing toward the ground. "Humph! Do not underestimate me. My light can slow your movements," Gudu proclaimed with pride. Meanwhile, Jinyu, arms crossed, descended beside Gudu along with Rikuum. "Well done, Gudu. Gaining entry into my special forces requires more than just a combat power of 10,000, Jinyu remarked appreciatively. He then turned to Son Goku and provocatively inquired, "Who is next? Is it not my turn yet?" A slight smirk graced Son Goku's lips. Jinyu, upon hearing Son Goku's response, felt a twinge of confusion. Special Beam Cannon. With a fierce shout, a formidable wave of energy surged from Piccolo's hands, hurtling towards the enemy with unparalleled force. Not good. Jinyu sensed the imminent threat and, with his keen reflexes and agility, swiftly dodged the attack. However, the others were not as fortunate. Rikuum, Jis, and Gudu were caught off guard, struck by the energy wave, their bodies pierced as if by skewers. At a distance, Piccolo stood ragged and trembling, gasping for breath, his face etched with exhaustion. That last attack had drained him of all his energy. Son Gohan rushed to his side, supporting him. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Piccolo remained silent, gazing at Son Goku, his eyes seemingly conveying, "It is your turn." He was aware that Jinyu was more formidable than he, except for Frisia's group. Everyone present could sense energy. He indeed contemplated eliminating all of them in one fell swoop, allowing Son Goku to conserve energy for Frisia. After all, no one else could accomplish this task. Jinyu, having evaded the attack, glared at Piccolo with a grimace, his teeth clenched. Then, cautiously glancing at Frisia's impassive visage, he shuddered. These scoundrels are unforgivable. He felt humiliated to have lost face before Lord Frisia. The thought of being ambushed by an unknown adversary was intolerable. Furthermore, doing so in front of Lord Frisia left him with no dignity to continue existing in the universe. Unleash all my fury. Jinyu charged at Piccolo like a cannonball. Boom. Son Goku appeared in the path, intercepting Jinyu's punch and deflecting it. His gaze was cold, akin to a glacier. Now it is my turn. Then, before Jinyu's incredulous eyes, Son Goku tossed him into the air and executed a spinning kick. Following that, he propelled himself off the ground, delivering a powerful blow to Jinyu's cheek. Jinyu crashed to the ground but quickly rebounded, only to be met with a flurry of attacks from Son Goku, who struck him relentlessly like a tempest, leaving Jinyu with no opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 118, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Son Goku clasped his fists above his head, plummeting like a meteorite. Boom. The ground shattered, debris flying, forming a crater. Jinyu lay quietly within, having been violently struck into the ground by the power of Sun Wukong. Unlike the original tale, Sun Wukong possessed merely 90,000 points of battle power. Now, with 160,000 against Jinyu's 120,000, and with Sun Wukong fully earnest, the outcome was undeniably apparent. As he descended, he resembled a deity of war. Turning to face Frisia, he declared, "Now it is just you left." The others, including Piccolo, who had been healed by Dandy, stood prepared, with a power level of 530,000. They were utterly at a loss, unable to comprehend just how formidable it truly was. Sitting elegantly in a stroller, Frisia laughed with an air of sophistication. Taboo. A figure flashed into the scene, bowing respectfully. Lord Frisia. Taboo's formidable aura intimidated Sun Wukong and his companions, their expressions gravely serious. Where's Vegeta? Frisia casually glanced at Taboo. To him, the presence of Sun Wukong and his companions posed no real threat. The defeat of his subordinates was merely a slight embarrassment, yet it was of little consequence. After all, he was the Cosmic Emperor. Frisia? He is still recuperating. He should not be able to move for a short while. Frisia smirked. Indeed, it seems he has sustained quite a severe injury. In that case, I shall disregard him. Understood. Taboo acknowledged, finally casting a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong and the others. Whoosh. He vanished from sight. Though his figure had disappeared, his formidable energy, akin to a beacon, remained strikingly luminous. Turning back, Sun Wukong raised his arm. Bang! The immense force propelled him backward involuntarily. In midair, he struggled to regain control, rolling as he fell to the ground. Observing his trembling arm, Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn. How powerful! He exclaimed, Kaioken, with a fierce roar. A torrent of crimson energy surged forth from him, akin to a blazing inferno reaching for the heavens. His battle power surged instantly to 320,000, emanating an overwhelming aura. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. This power should suffice. With that, he forcefully propelled himself from the ground, creating a deep crater beneath him. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he charged towards Taboo, delivering a powerful kick. Taboo, with an unperturbed demeanor, effortlessly sidestepped the attack, while simultaneously seizing Sun Wukong's ankle, tossing him into the sky as if he were a mere toy. Following this, he unleashed a potent energy blast aimed directly at the airborne Sun Wukong. In quick succession, he soared after him, seizing the moment before Sun Wukong could land, launching a flurry of fierce strikes, jabs, sweeping kicks, elbow strikes, and knee attacks. Sun Wukong suffered a tremendous blow in midair, spitting out a bitter fluid. His eyes wide with shock and his face contorted in pain. Despite the agony, he gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swiftly counterattacked. Yet, Taboo deftly evaded each of his assaults. The two engaged in an intense exchange, a flurry of techniques unleashed, neither yielding an inch. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force, resonating with a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from their center, sweeping across the battlefield like ripples in a pond. Everything within the vicinity appeared to be torn asunder by this formidable force, as the heavens themselves seemed to change hue. The clouds above were dispersed, and debris from the ground was hurled aside. Piccolo and his companions were compelled to raise their arms to shield themselves from the oncoming shockwaves, lest they suffer harm. Their expressions were grave, and they inwardly lamented the vast chasm that separated their strengths. Sun Wukong and Tabar stood facing each other, their hands interlocked in a fierce struggle, their gazes rife with animosity, neither willing to concede. Their powers seemed evenly matched, rendering it difficult to determine a victor at that moment. However, just then, Sun Wukong unleashed a ruthless maneuver, striking Tabar with his head. Tabar felt a sharp pain, his neck snapping back, and he shook his head, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Come on, let us see who is stronger." He retaliated with a headbutt of his own, seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Tabar swiftly pulled him closer and delivered a precise knee strike to Wukong's chest. With a gasp, Sun Wukong expelled a mouthful of blood, his body curling like a shrimp dumpling as he collapsed against Tabar's knee. Without hesitation, Tabar followed up with a heavy elbow strike to Wukong's back. Sun Wukong lost his balance and plummeted toward the ground. Simultaneously, Tabar executed his signature Prince technique, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that rained down upon Sun Wukong. As the smoke cleared, Wukong returned to his normal state, his martial arts uniform tattered and his body adorned with wounds, lying in a pit. "Wukong!" Krillin rushed to the edge of the pit, leaping down to assist him, offering a senzu bean. Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and turned to Krillin, inquiring, "Krillin, how many senzu beans do we have left?" Krillin paused for a moment before replying, "Let me check." He pulled out a bag from his pocket and emptied its contents, revealing only 2 senzu beans resting in his palm. "This is all we have," he said helplessly, having already consumed 3 beans during their training on the spaceship. "That's sufficient." Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with confidence. "I'm now certain I can defeat them." Recently revived from the brink of death, his combat power had surged to 55 points, exceeding his previous strength. "Wait, you've become stronger again?" Krillin gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "What is going on? It's like you're joking. At this rate, I'll just be a bystander." At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out. "Prepare to meet your end, Frieza." Vegeta emanated an intense aura as he charged toward Frieza, who sat in a baby carriage. Emerging from the healing chamber, Vegeta was elated to discover that his power had skyrocketed, reaching an astounding 600,000. This sudden transformation filled him with ecstatic joy, as he believed he had finally attained the status of a Super Saiyan, granting him the ability to vanquish Frieza. After all, in his perception, only a Super Saiyan could achieve such a significant enhancement in strength within such a brief span of time. Bang! With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent flying, crashing heavily into the hillside. "Ha ha!" Vegeta laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with confidence and pride. "I am now Super Vegeta." He struck his iconic pose, thumb pointing toward himself, showcasing his immense power to all. "Is that really Vegeta?" Krillin blinked in disbelief, glancing between Vegeta and Goku, silently lamenting. "They are all monsters." Nearby, Tabor, witnessing Frieza being ambushed by Vegeta, erupted with fury, roaring in anger. Roar! He concentrated all his energy into his fist, pushing off the ground with force, and darted toward Vegeta like an arrow released from a bow. Vegeta, noticing this, prepared to retaliate. However, at that moment, Goku's figure flickered and he instantly appeared between the two, forcibly intercepting their punches. He turned to Vegeta with utmost seriousness and declared, "This is my opponent." Hearing this, Vegeta smirked disdainfully, scoffing, "Umph. Kakarot, once I defeat Frieza, I shall show you what a true Super Saiyan is." "Who do you wish to defeat? A Super Saiyan?" Chapter 119. Most likely a Namekian. Everyone turned at the sound to see Frieza pushing aside the rubble that pinned him down. Rising from the wreckage with a grim expression directed at the crowd, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. He walked slowly, step by step, each footfall echoing heavily, as if treading on the very hearts of those present. His formidable aura and intense killing intent swept through like an invisible storm, engulfing everyone's minds. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to sense the tension, gradually gathering to obscure the once brilliant sunlight, plunging the battlefield into shadows. At this moment, Frisia had lost the composure he once held, consumed by a singular thought: to transform into his ultimate form immediately and annihilate all those who had witnessed his previous disgrace. He had grown weary of playing in stages. Boom! With a thunderous noise, Frisia unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, his power erupting like a volcano. With each step he took, the ground beneath him formed massive semicircular depressions, as if the earth could not bear the weight of his terrifying might. His body began to undergo a violent transformation, muscles swelling, bones reshaping, and skin becoming hard and gleaming. In a mere moment, his form became entirely white, his head smooth like that of a finely crafted doll. He had finally completed his transformation, becoming his ultimate form. As Frisia's transformation concluded, a powerful aura rapidly spread from him, sending Goku, Vegeta, and others reeling from its force. They tumbled through the air, struggling to regain their balance. How could this be? Prince Vegeta lay on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him, murmuring to himself. With great effort, he struggled to rise, his legs trembling slightly. He had to clutch his knees tightly to steady himself. I am a Super Saiyan. Prince Vegeta gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept his plight. Huh, a Super Saiyan? Even if such a being exists, it certainly would not be you. Frisia scoffed, his tone laced with derision and contempt. He was well aware of the existence of Super Saiyans, characterized by their golden hair and indomitable aura, attributes that Vegeta did not exhibit. What do we do now? Goku. Krillin, clutching his chest with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, inquired gravely of Son Goku. The aftermath of the previous clash had left him feeling overwhelmed, and with the battle escalating, they feared they would be unable to participate further. Goku furrowed his brow, casting a glance around at his comrades. He noted that everyone had sustained varying degrees of injury from the recent shockwave. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Krillin and Piccolo. Krillin, Piccolo, you should retreat for now. He then turned to face Frisia, his gaze resolute. I will find a way to hold Frisia off. You take this opportunity to secure the 3 Dragon Balls and return to Bulma as swiftly as possible. He gestured towards the Dragon Balls displayed on Frisia's ship. Humph, do not underestimate me. Piccolo snorted, crossing his arms and fixating his gaze on Goku, silently conveying his intent to stay. Damn it, Tien Shinhan lamented, feeling an intense frustration at his own perceived inadequacy. In his first encounter with Demon King Piccolo, he accepted his defeat and strove to grow stronger. In the subsequent battle against Piccolo Jr., he resigned himself to fate, placing his hopes in Goku. And during the Saiyan saga, despite his loss, he still managed to contribute. Was he really destined to retreat in disgrace this time? Tien clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles paling, his head bowed, his face twitching as he fought back tears. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, as solid as a weight. Tien looked up to find Goku's sunny smile illuminating the moment. Tien, Din is still waiting for you to rescue him, Goku said gently. Caught off guard, Tien burst into tears, his emotions flowing like a breached dam. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I know. You have done your best, Goku continued to comfort him, exhibiting an unexpected wisdom. There is no time left. Yes. Tien wiped his tears and nodded firmly. He glanced at Kaiatsu and Krillin, noticing they seemed to have come to terms with the situation. Once Tien had regained his composure, Goku turned his serious gaze toward Frisia, adopting a battle stance and shouting, Kaioken ×5. Oh, Frisia was taken aback, surprised that someone would approach him with such reckless abandon. He turned to see a crimson aura enveloping Goku, blazing like a roaring fire, as he charged forward like a comet trailing a long tail. Frisia raised his arm to block the attack, leaping backward to dissipate the recoil. Subsequently, a similar tempest erupted, his aura resembling a violet lightning bolt, emanating a formidable presence. The two figures trailed long tails behind them, darting about like comets, colliding only to separate and then spiral upwards. Act swiftly. All right. At this moment, Tien and the others rushed to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Piccolo remained vigilant against Vegeta and Tarbell, while Nail chose to stay by his side. Krillin entrusted the remaining Senzu beans to Piccolo, believing they were more urgently needed at this juncture. Both Tarbell and Vegeta gazed skyward, their expressions rife with shock and fury. Damn it! How can Kakarot be so strong? I can't even discern his movements. Vegeta roared internally. Just then, Krillin and the others had secured the Dragon Balls and immediately took flight. Like a specter, Piccolo flashed to Vegeta's side, skillfully diverting his attention. Solar flare. Tarble turned at the sound. A blinding radiance erupted, akin to a star exploding, compelling both to involuntarily shut their eyes. As the brilliance faded, Vegeta finally had a moment to glance over. "You thieves!" Tarble bellowed, his voice thunderous. Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echoed as Piccolo and Nail were sent flying by Tarble's sudden assault, leaving them grievously injured. As Tarble pressed on, Vegeta, akin to a bolt of lightning, intercepted his attack. Though angered, he rationalized that the Dragon Balls in their possession were preferable to them falling into Frieza's hands. "Get out of my way. I have no time to settle scores with you," Tarble retorted, his voice thick with rage. "Humph. Frieza's lapdog." Vegeta sneered, gripping Tarble's fist, mocking his frailty. He then leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick to Tarble's ribs, followed by a knee strike to his chin. This tempestuous assault left Tarble utterly defenseless. The image of a 155-meter individual sending a 3-meter giant sprawling was striking, reminiscent of an ant vanquishing an elephant. After they vacated the scene, Piccolo trembled as he retrieved a Senzu bean. He consumed it, his injuries mending instantaneously, as if rejuvenated with new vitality. In a sudden burst, he sprang to his feet, approaching Nail to offer him a Senzu bean. Nail seized his hand, halting him, determination and resolve evident in his gaze. "Do not squander such a precious resource. Assimilate me. Let my death carry some worth." Piccolo's pupils quivered in disbelief. Having received the memories, he understood what assimilation entailed, the ability to transform oneself into pure energy. Transferring it to a kin. "Do not refuse me. I want you to utilize my power to defeat Frieza. And please, send my regards to Ub." A note of resolve laced Nail's voice. He was aware his life was nearing its end, yet he wished for his strength to aid Piccolo in vanquishing Frieza and safeguarding their planet. "Very well." Piccolo, not one to waver, nodded decisively, seemingly accepting Nail's charge. Nail smiled with solace, radiating green light that merged into Piccolo's being. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy shot skyward, astonishing the four combatants engaged in battle. Who was that Namekian? How could he have become so powerful? "It's Piccolo. How splendid." As the beam of light dissipated, a rejuvenated Piccolo emerged. His gaze, though initially aloof, now bore a hint of gentleness. He exuded an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a newly forged warrior. Assimilation possesses such formidable strength. Piccolo sensed his power. His battle strength had reached 1,700,000. Although he still fell short of Frieza, he was aware that he now possessed the capability to engage in battle. With this thought, he soared towards Tabor. Along the way, he passed the pit where Jinyu had fallen and noticed a lingering presence. Piccolo unleashed twin beams of crimson from his eyes, turning Jinyu to ashes. Having completed this task with ease, he arrived before Tabor. In an instant, Piccolo delivered a punch that sent Tabor flying. His attack was as swift as lightning, leaving Tabor utterly defenseless. Piccolo cast a glance at Vegeta and let out a disdainful snort. He propelled himself towards the airborne Tabor, resembling a ferocious beast in pursuit. How infuriating! What kind of gaze is that? Vegeta felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. The emotions after his near-death revival were akin to plummeting from heaven into the depths of hell, as if his heart were to shatter into oblivion. With a swift motion, Tabor attempted to block with his arms, but they were severed, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. Piccolo, refusing to grant him a moment of respite, followed up with a powerful kick. Tabor soared into the sky, akin to a cannonball launched into the air. Special beam cannon. After a brief moment of charging, he unleashed it. Tabor was pierced through, bursting in midair like a balloon punctured. Chapter 120. I hear your discontent, Vegeta. How could this be? I have yet to avenge my brother's death. I cannot perish here. In his final moments, Tabor's thoughts lingered on avenging his brother. Yet his inadequate strength left him unable to escape his fate. Meanwhile, the battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, with potent warriors continuously emerging, the pace of evolution swift, rendering the older characters incapable of keeping up. Piccolo gazed skyward, straining to discern the unfolding battle. He observed that Goku was gradually succumbing to pressure, overwhelmed by the enemy. In a moment of fervor, he erupted with energy and ascended into the fray. Frieza firmly grasped Goku's fist, while simultaneously sensing an incoming attack from below, casually tossing Goku aside. Bang! Piccolo's strike missed its mark, landing instead in empty space. He swiftly pivoted midair, launching a kick aimed at Frisia's neck. However, upon contact, he was met with an immense force rebounding back, akin to striking a solid steel plate. Frisia remained unfazed, absorbing the blow with his neck, then seized Piccolo's ankle, applying tremendous pressure. Ah! Piccolo screamed in agony. Just then, Goku arrived in the nick of time, hurling an energy sphere, forcing Frisia to release his grip, allowing Piccolo to escape and retreat. How could he be this strong? Piccolo's face was etched with disbelief. He had previously sensed Frisia's battle power to be around 3 million. He had thought that his own power of 170,000, combined with Goku's 275,000, would allow them to barely contend with Frisia. Yet, reality struck him with profound astonishment. Ha ha ha. From the moment of my birth, I have possessed a strength of 100,020,000. However, for the sake of easier control and combat, I had to restrain it, Frisia boasted, his laughter echoing as he unleashed a demonstration of his formidable might. Just moments ago, I had merely released my seal. Hence my strength was limited to approximately 3 million. But now, my battle power has surged back to 60 million. Upon hearing this revelation, despair washed over the gathered crowd. Particularly, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as his heart seethed with rage. Is there truly no way to defeat him? I refuse to believe it. He was filled with an indomitable spirit, for he was the prince of the Saiyans, Super Vegeta. With astonishing speed, he charged toward Frisia. Whoosh! He dashed forth with remarkable swiftness and returned with equal velocity. A resounding boom echoed as Vegeta was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. What has happened to him? Frisia gazed at the buried Vegeta, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Piccolo and Goku observed him with grave intensity, instinctively swallowing hard. Silently relieved that Frisia had not pursued the Dragon Balls but instead approached Vegeta directly. Indeed, a wild monkey, daring to betray me. Frisia's voice was low and brimming with fury as he pressed his foot down upon Vegeta's face, mercilessly trampling him. Vegeta grimaced in agony, unable to utter a sound. His eyes filled with fury and humiliation. Ha ha! Frisia, you are actually afraid, aren't you? Afraid of the legend of the Saiyans, Super Saiyan. Vegeta's laughter was interspersed with coughs, the pain nearly robbing him of breath. Is that why you destroyed Planet Vegeta? Ha ha! He laughed, even as it pulled at his wounds. Frisia's anger flared, intensifying the pressure beneath his foot, forcing Vegeta's head painfully into the ground. Shut up! Shut up! Frisia bellowed, ruthlessly increasing the force of his foot. At that moment, Goku could no longer contain himself. He charged in, shouting, Frisia, Goku, don't be impulsive. Piccolo's voice called from above, attempting to dissuade him. But Goku was wholly consumed by rage as he lunged toward Frisia. He delivered a powerful punch, yet Frisia merely waved his hand, effortlessly sending him flying. Goku tumbled through the air before landing steadily on his feet. Vegeta has already been defeated. Why do you humiliate him? Frisia turned to face Goku, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Goku, do you wish to save this wild monkey? With a swift kick, he sent Vegeta flying, who helplessly tumbled to rest at Goku's feet. Goku furrowed his brow, gazing at Vegeta's dismal state, his heart heavy with compassion. Vegeta, trembling, reached out and grasped Goku's pant leg, his voice barely a whisper. Kakarot, do not speak. Silence, Vegeta, Goku replied softly, crouching down beside him. He turned his gaze skyward, calling out to Piccolo. Piccolo, please hand me the last Senzu bean. Concern tinged Piccolo's voice as he responded. Hurry up, Piccolo. Goku urged, determination flashing in his eyes. Fine. Do as you wish, but the consequences will be yours to bear. Piccolo relented, reluctantly producing the Senzu bean and tossing it to Goku. Goku caught the bean, ready to feed it to Vegeta. Kakarot, do you not possess the dignity of a Saiyan? Vegeta turned his head away, a look of indignation etched across his face. I am not a Saiyan. Goku's retort left Vegeta momentarily speechless, as if choked by the words. You are a Saiyan. The planet we hailed from was destroyed, and the culprit is none other than Frisia. Vegeta's voice was laced with sorrow, his eyes glistening with tears. Your father, Bardock, and my father, King Vegeta, share the same fate. I long to defeat that monster with my own hands. If you understand my feelings, then use a Saiyan's strength to kill Frisia. I implore you to assist me in avenging him. Vegeta? Goku stared at him, his heart stirred. I understand. He clenched the Senzu bean tightly, rising with unwavering resolve. his gaze fixed on Frisia. I will slay him. Vegeta finally released his grip, tears streaming down his face, his voice faint yet resolute. I beg of you, Kakarot. Indeed, Goku was taken aback, realizing even someone as proud as Vegeta could shed tears. His heart must be filled with reluctance. Piccolo, Goku suddenly called out. What? Take Vegeta aside. Upon finishing his words, Goku popped the Senzu bean into his mouth and charged towards Frisia. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frisia's mouth as he met Goku's advance. I never imagined Mr. Goku would also be a wild monkey of the Saiyan race. I swear, I will bring you down. Tenfold Kaioken. Goku roared, his aura erupting like a volcano, the power of the tenfold Kaioken surging through him. His veins feeling as if they might burst, blood gushing forth. This punch was not merely an attack on Frisia, but also a blow to Vegeta's dignity. Their fists collided with tremendous force. An overwhelming power struck back, sending him hurtling away. Frisia appeared above him, spinning around before delivering a brutal kick to Goku's abdomen. Boom! Dust and debris flew as Goku was knocked into a pit, writhing in agony. Frisia leaned down, coiling his tail around Goku's neck and lifting him high. A cold smile gracing his lips. Ho ho ho! Do not waste your strength in struggle. Goku, in pain, fought against his restraints. A flicker of a smile crossing his face. Suddenly, he bit down hard on the Senzu bean, his injuries mending instantly, his combat power skyrocketing to 3 million. Tenfold Kaioken. A tempestuous aura of crimson surged forth from his entire being, fiercely breaking free from Frisia's constraints and soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 121. The entrance to collect heads. Simply marvelous. Frisia furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Son Goku, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Son Goku could recover from his injuries in such a brief span of time. Yet, it mattered little, for in his view, it merely prolonged the inevitable. He held no belief that anyone in this universe could vanquish him. As for the legends of the Super Saiyan and Majin Buu, he scoffed, dismissing them entirely. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, as if oppressed by an unseen force, struggling to breathe. Frisia could not help but furrow his brow, a hint of confusion rising within him. What is happening? Son Goku turned his gaze toward the distance, peering through the thick layers of clouds, seemingly trying to discern something. He murmured softly to himself, they must have successfully summoned the dragon. What? Frisia's rage erupted instantaneously, like a conflagration igniting within his heart. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have obtained the Dragon Balls long ago. Fueled by fury, he swiftly darted toward the dragon's direction. Yet, at that moment, Son Goku, like a bolt of lightning, interposed himself before Frisia, his eyes gleaming with determination. I shall not permit you, a merciless fiend, to acquire the Dragon Balls. What merciless fiend? A cruel smile crept across Frisia's face, the corners of his mouth curling upward, as if mocking Son Goku's ignorance. Spare me your accusatory tone. You Saiyans have slain countless individuals in the past. Is that justifiable? Indeed. Thus, you have met your demise. Son Goku replied in a resonant voice. Frisia was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Regardless. Get out of my way. Frisia bellowed. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Son Goku, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, as if he intended to rend his adversary to shreds. Just then, a powerful hand suddenly grasped Frisia's head, rendering him powerless, and he was hurled violently to the ground, producing a deafening crash that sent dust billowing, as though the very planet trembled beneath the force. His body carved a deep groove into the earth, appearing as if it had been plowed, leaving him in a state of disarray. The figure holding Frisia's head down bore a vaguely familiar silhouette. Son Goku peered closely, discerning a tall figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique complemented by vibrant red hair, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation. The individual slowly rose and turned around, revealing a familiar smile. Garnaz! Son Goku exclaimed in delight. Although Garnaz's hair color had changed and his physique had become more refined, that familiar visage was instantly recognizable. Garnaz smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. TCH. Once again, you've outdone yourself. Raditz, arms crossed and clearly unimpressed, descended beside him, a hint of disdain etched upon his features. He cast a glance at the prostrate Frisia, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Have you perhaps been a little too forceful? I haven't even begun yet. Ganis chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. His tone bore no trace of apology. Instead, it radiated a sense of triumph. Just then, Piccolo arrived, cradling Vegeta in his arms, gently setting him down. His gaze flitted between Goku and Raditz, as if pondering something profound. Goku approached Raditz, scrutinizing him closely, brows slightly furrowed as he stroked his chin. You seem somewhat familiar, don't you? Raditz had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, appearing utterly unrecognizable. Kakarot, you don't even recognize your elder brother? Huh? Goku exclaimed, astonished, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Piccolo and Vegeta mirrored his shock, as if grappling with an incomprehensible reality. Goku's elder brother, was that not Raditz? Had he not perished? How was he alive and transformed in such a manner? Well, we can discuss this later, Ganis interjected, retrieving a Senzu bean from his robe and gently feeding it to Vegeta. Instantly revitalized, Vegeta sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his own hand, wonder sparkling in his eyes. Is this truly the miraculous bean you all consume? His battle power had surged to 3 million, emanating an intense aura, as if poised to unleash astonishing might at any moment. Standing resolutely beside him, Ganis spoke in a low, determined voice. You should leave this place. Raditz and I will handle it from here. Indeed, it's astonishing, Goku remarked, his eyes gleaming with incredulity. You've transformed into something akin to Ubu. Your energy is entirely undetectable. Even your hair has changed color. A wave of nostalgia washed over Ganis, recalling the day several years prior when Lord Ubu had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, and Goku had expressed similar astonishment. Now, he comprehended Lord Ubu's sentiments at that moment. Saiyans indeed changed their hair color swiftly. Once we return to Earth, I shall teach you how to achieve this. No way. Goku immediately waved his hands, a playful smirk gracing his features. But this way you could become stronger. Could it be? Is this the Super Saiyan transformation? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, intrigued. Roughly so. Now, I will confront Frieza. Ganis turned, his gaze fixed upon the unconscious Frieza. Goku nodded slightly, swiftly departing the battlefield with Piccolo and Vegeta. His voice carried on the wind. Ganis, Raditz, be cautious. Once they had departed, Ganis turned to speak with Raditz, but found him frozen in place, a peculiar blush creeping across his face as if overwhelmed by some emotion. Hey, what is the matter with you? Raditz was startled by the sudden inquiry, hurriedly glancing around to mask his embarrassment. What is happening? Shouldn't we awaken Frieza now? Leitai feigned calmness, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his inner turmoil. Ganis did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Leitai with an odd gaze, stepping closer and gently wrapping his arm around Leitai's shoulder. Hey, are you unwell? Leitai impatiently shrugged off Ganis' embrace and approached the pit, beginning to feed the Senzu beans to Frieza. He would never admit that Kakarot's concern had stirred him. At the moment the beans were administered, Frieza's eyes snapped open as if jolted by electricity, quickly retreating while warily eyeing the two before him, his face a mask of vigilance. Who are you? Frieza demanded. Lord Frieza, do you not recognize me? It is I, Leitai. Leitai crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Leitai, did you not perish? Frieza inquired coldly, a frown creasing his brow. Is this not a return from hell for vengeance? Leitai replied nonchalantly. Enough of this chatter, Frieza. Today, we shall settle the score between you and the Saiyans. Ganis suddenly stepped forward, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a predator poised to pounce. Frieza's complexion turned pale, a chill running through him as he recalled his recent, futile confrontation with Ganis. A tide of fear washed over him. Trembling slightly, he pointed weakly at Leitai, muttering, Can I fight him? Leitai let out a cold laugh, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How delightful. He still wishes to choose his opponent. Are you afraid? Frieza continued to tempt fate, foolishly testing the waters. In his memory, Leitai was merely a lowly fighter with a power level of only 1500. Humph. Ganis scoffed derisively, shaking his head and leaping aside, as if too disdainful to engage with Frieza. Leitai finished this quickly. The disparity in their strengths was akin to a cannon facing a mosquito. Cooperation was unnecessary. With over 6 billion in combat power against a mere 120 million, victory was already assured. A sinister smile crept across Leitai's face as he nodded, his form vanishing instantaneously. In the brief moment Frieza was caught off guard. Leitais materialized before him, concentrating a small energy sphere in his hand and driving it forcefully against Frisia's chest. The explosive force sent Frisia hurtling backwards. Reminiscent of an asteroid colliding with the Earth, the deafening roar echoing in the air. Frisia screamed in agony, yet Leitais offered no respite, swiftly seizing his head and yanking it back. Then, with a powerful punch to Frisia's face, blood erupted like a fountain, splattering through the air. "You have provoked me." Frisia roared in pain, his muscles bulging as his power surged to 120 million. "You have forced me to this extent." Leitais merely chuckled coldly, regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for a fool, the smile on his lips becoming increasingly pronounced. He said nothing, only silently intensified his grip, savoring the exhilaration of control. Frisia let out a painful scream, unable to believe that despite unleashing all his power, he still could not break free from the grip of his adversary. It had only been a year since their last encounter, and yet this wretch had grown so formidable that it was beyond comprehension. Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt his body soaring through the air, soon followed by a wave of excruciating pain across his face. Raditz, feeling that this was insufficient retribution, hurled him into the sky, delivering a flurry of slaps that fell like rain. The resounding slaps echoed incessantly, and before he knew it, a swift chop struck the top of Frisia's head, causing a grotesque deformation and leaving his eyes wide with agony, a sight that was almost comical in its absurdity. "How resilient can this fiend be?" Raditz remarked with disdain. Boom, boom, boom. Raditz's fists rained down upon Frisia's face like a tempest, the ground beneath them crumbling under the ferocity of their battle, clouds of dust rising in their wake. Ultimately, Raditz clasped his fists together, raising them high before bringing them crashing down. With a thunderous roar, Frisia's expression turned hollow as he lay wounded in a deep pit, his body battered. Raditz stood up, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, a relaxed smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "What a workout. Finally finished." He turned to Gannis and said, "Let us go check on Kakarot and the others." Gannis flew over, raising his hand cautiously towards the pit where Frisia lay, his tone laced with prudence. "Just to be safe, let us ensure he has gone for good." He conjured a sphere of crimson energy, resembling flames, enveloping Frisia. In an instant, Frisia was reduced to ashes, his pride and arrogance dissipating along with him. "That settles it," Gannis declared, leading the way off the battlefield. Raditz shook his head and followed suit. "You truly are the cautious one," he admitted. Gannis, having spent considerable time with Ubu, recalled hearing tales of extraordinary beings in the universe capable of resurrection. Although he was uncertain if Frisia belonged to such a category, he did not wish to take any chances. Bulma and the others gazed skyward, where a dragon, unlike any they had seen on Earth, coiled through the starry expanse, radiating a breathtaking luminescence. Its massive form resembled a flowing river of stars, invoking a sense of awe. "Dragon, please resurrect the earthlings slain by the Scions." Bulma cried out excitedly, her voice resonating in the air. Yet, Purunga remained unresponsive, silently hovering in place. Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Purunga could only grant wishes in the Namekian tongue and could resurrect but one individual. Dandy stepped forward, a hint of resignation in his tone. There's a limitation?" Krillin furrowed his brow, questioning. "What should we do then?" At that moment, Tien calmly suggested, "Let us resurrect Erika first." Little Jet gazed at Tien in shock, his heart stirred by the sentiment. He had not anticipated that Tianjin Fan would choose Erika, although the three wishes perfectly aligned to resurrect three individuals. Should not the first wish be to bring back the dumplings? His heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. Tianjin Fan smiled faintly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Xiaojia. "I have observed your melancholy since Ariga's demise," he remarked. Having worked together for many years in the martial arts dojo, their bond had become profoundly deep, rendering the order of resurrection seemingly inconsequential. "Thank you," Xiaojia murmured, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Just as Dandy prepared to make a wish to the dragon using the Namekian language, 5 figures suddenly materialized on the scene. After defeating Frisia, Gannis and Raditz had utilized instant transmission to locate Goku and his companions, bringing them along. "Well then, we shall leave you here. We have conveyed the methods to transform, and now we take our leave." Before anyone could inquire further, Gannis vanished with Raditz. leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. Prior to their arrival, Ganis had elucidated the situation and shared the transformation techniques with Goku and the others. Vegeta had recognized Ganis, even though they had never met. He knew who Ganis' father was. However, he was somewhat astonished to learn of such a formidable individual among Earthlings. Goku, who was that just now? Krillin inquired, having not caught a glimpse of Ganis and Raditz. Goku nodded, patiently recounting the events of the recent battle and Vegeta's own experiences. Dandy, Brother Nello. Dandy's eyes glimmered with sorrow upon hearing this, unable to contain his emotions. He could hardly fathom that Brother Nello was gone. Noticing this, Piccolo approached Dandy and gently placed his hand on his head, offering comfort. Dandy lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Piccolo's face, a whirlwind of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Are you still Brother Nello? You can consider me as him, Piccolo said softly. Yet a wave of inexplicable feelings surged within him. Dandy shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. I think I will still call you Brother Piccolo. As you wish, Piccolo shrugged, indifferent to the name, allowing Dandy the freedom to choose. Since there are no other wishes, shall we resurrect your companion? Dandy inquired. At that moment, Vegeta interjected. Hey, kid, can you grant me a wish? I desire immortality. Dandy hesitated momentarily. Goku stepped forward, gazing intently at Vegeta. Vegeta returned the stare with determination, as if affirming his resolve. Yes, let us grant him that wish. Dandy nodded, deciding to heed Goku's suggestion without further deliberation. He then employed the Namekian language to wish upon Porunga. I am afraid this wish cannot be fulfilled, Porunga's voice responded coldly, as though pronouncing an unalterable truth. What? How can that be? Dandy exclaimed, bewildered. Porunga continued, explaining, the power of the dragon is contingent upon its creator. And since my creator is limited by lifespan, I am unable to grant the wish for immortality, unless one seeks the Super Dragon Balls, whose creator is the dragon god Zalama, a deity of supreme authority, equal to the Omni King. Certainly, he did not speak in the latter part. Given this, the wishes are left to you. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, walked aside. At this moment, he had no particular desire for immortality, as he was already aware of how to transform into a Super Saiyan. His recent encounter with the dragon was merely an experiment. Ultimately, the group successfully resurrected Alaga and others, and Goku and his companions prepared to return to Earth. He also urged Vegeta to join them, coincidentally as Ganis had spoken extensively beforehand, leading Vegeta to agree to accompany them. Chapter 123, The Demigod Omu, Double Joy. Sunstar. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Sunstar shone like a brilliant jewel, radiating boundless brilliance. Omu sat cross-legged at its center, resembling a serene sculpture, enveloped by a gentle silvery aura. This aura flowed around him, forming a protective spherical shield, isolating him from the external world. It served both as a barrier and an energy absorber, quietly consuming the surrounding fiery energies. After vanquishing Gula, Omu effortlessly destroyed King Cooled and the planet he inhabited. Subsequently, he employed a teleportation skill and returned to Earth. There, he sought out the Supreme Kai and informed him that the Dragon Balls could be used to resurrect those innocent souls who had perished. Furthermore, after establishing numerous contingencies on Earth, he arrived here to transfer the grass essence to his liver, absorbing the solar fire to condense the fire essence. Now, all 5 elemental organs were finally complete. Although the sequence was somewhat disrupted, it could be considered the pinnacle of external vigor. Omu gradually opened his eyes and murmured to himself. He felt a qualitative transformation within his body, every muscle and sinew brimming with immense power. Next, he aimed to open the 8 extraordinary meridians and step into the realm of internal vigor. A surge of excitement coursed through Omu's heart, his thoughts flowing like a tide. Only by transcending this realm could his life dimension reach the level of a Kai. Presently, his combat power had reached a saturated state of 20 billion. He whispered softly, recalling that the last time he experienced such a state was before attaining the essence of elixirs, when his power was merely 3 million. Through years of cultivation, Omu had gradually comprehended that breaking through a realm meant elevating one's own limits, triggering both quantitative and qualitative changes in combat power. By merging with vital energy, his life dimension would be enhanced, and his physique would become more resilient. Images of cultivation flashed in Omu's mind as he envisioned himself in the realm of internal vigor, where his body would be deemed semi-divine, entirely transcending the realm of mortals. Now, he would no longer require food or sleep, able to breathe freely in the cosmos and the ocean. Should he break through to demigod status, greater wonders awaited. Very well. Let me muster my strength to open the first meridian. Without hesitation, Omo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and, harnessing the natural vital energy from the sun, swiftly opened the meridian. At that moment, his body felt as though it had plunged into water, effortlessly at ease. After all, in this universe, apart from the divine realm, only the sun's energy was so abundant. 2.5 hours later, Omo finally opened the first meridian, his entire being trembling as if he had entered an entirely new domain. At this moment, his combat power had reached an astounding 64 trillion. With the force of the inner strength realm surging like a tidal wave, the state of being a demigod bestowed upon him an unparalleled might. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of other life planets within the solar system gazed skyward, feeling a twinge of unease. Why did the sun seem less radiant? Could something be amiss? Is it possible that it has been devoured by a celestial dog? Yumo glanced at the sun beside him, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his visage. Perhaps he had absorbed too much. Refining the heartfire pill and opening a meridian should have sufficed. At that moment, the sun indeed exhibited some anomalies. The significant loss of vital energy rendered it rather listless, with the ejected corona barely reaching 10 kilometers, far from its former brilliance. Regardless, having already surpassed his previous boundaries, Yumo felt a stirring within and allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, deciding to return some of the lost vital energy. With a gentle wave of his hand, divine power flowed like a gentle stream to the sun. That should suffice. He must reserve some strength. Although exhausting all the vital energy would not diminish his realm. As the open meridians would not regress, he understood that time was of the essence. Sun Wukong's affairs must also be nearing conclusion. Thus, he swiftly retracted his power, preparing to depart in search of Ganas and the others. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted, and the power of instantaneous movement surged forth naturally. His body trembled slightly in the air before vanishing from its original location, only to reappear in an instant on Adralat star. Under the vast expanse of the starry sky, the planet's surface radiated a mysterious glow. Yumo's figure materialized in the void, surprise etching itself upon his features. How could this be? He sensed that the breakthrough to the demigod realm revealed that the enhancement of strength was perhaps not the most significant aspect. Just moments ago, when he utilized instantaneous movement, he discovered that he need not communicate with the planet's spirit. Merely envisioning the name of the planet in his mind allowed him to arrive effortlessly. To his astonishment, he had naturally acquired the instantaneous movement of a god of the universe, a most unexpected delight. He closed his eyes, quietly contemplating his transformation, realizing that the application of divine power had become increasingly intuitive, as though he could now wield various spells. Just like the celestial beings of yore, who could transform garments. He too could now perform such feats. Demigod, Yumo murmured to himself, his brow slightly raised, radiating vitality. Indeed, having touched the divine, his status was markedly elevated, bringing him ever closer to his aspirations. Reflecting upon his initial journey through realms, he recalled his singular desire to surpass Sun Wukong and master martial arts. The teachings of the cat immortal and the grand elder once imparted that the pursuit of power is deemed an evil path, emphasizing the paramount importance of inner strength. Now, his objectives had crystallized within him, and he silently resolved to attain divinity through national martial arts, to cultivate mental techniques, and to comprehend the profundities of boxing. With such thoughts igniting a fierce impulse within him, Yumo found his body rising involuntarily in the void, his hands gradually lifting as he began to practice Tai Chi. Each movement flowed like water, soft yet imbued with boundless power, seemingly stirring the surrounding air into an invisible vortex. He was immersed in the realm of martial arts, his spirit intertwining with the pulsations of the universe, experiencing that wondrous connection. Each move of his boxing technique seemed to converse with the heavens and the earth, conveying the deep-seated desires and aspirations within his heart. In the depths of his mind, he savored the essence of every action, his punches soaring like rainbows, aiming directly for the sky. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed him, as if the forces of the cosmos were responding to him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery became astonishingly clear. The resplendent starry sky intertwined with mysterious celestial bodies, unfolding before him like a magnificent tapestry, causing his mind to tremble with boundless emotion. The essence of Tai Chi transcended mere martial prowess. It encompassed not only the balance of hardness and softness, but also the intricate relationship between space and time as expounded in the Tao. He murmured to himself, a look of dazed contemplation gracing his features, as if pondering some profound truth. Thus, the mastery of Tai Chi represented merely a threshold to the Tao, while the eight extremes boxing undoubtedly concealed even deeper mysteries. A flicker of inspiration flashed through his mind, sensing a mysterious connection between Tai Chi and eight extremes. Yet he felt the absence of a certain martial essence. This might be the key to transcending into divinity in the future. Nevertheless, he was merely at the threshold, and would wait to break through the void. After all, he had just begun to touch the realm of semi-divinity. As he concluded his practice, he took a deep breath, preparing to seek out Ganas and the others. Today was indeed a day of double joy, for not only had he achieved mastery in Tai Chi, but he had also glimpsed the dawn of a new path before him, just before reaching the semi-divine realm. Chapter 124, Farewell. On a small hill, warm sunlight bathed the rocks as Raditz and Ganas languidly reclined, savoring this tranquil moment. The events on Namek had concluded, and they had returned early, only to find that Wu Mu was absent, leaving them to wait in silence. Where do you think Lord Wu Mu has gone? Raditz inquired, chewing on a plant resembling dogtail grass, his curiosity glimmering in his eyes. How would I know? Ganas replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Really? After spending so much time with him, do you have no inkling at all? Raditz propped his arms behind his head, slightly turning to fix his gaze on Ganas. Disbelief etched across his features. Enough with the chatter. Just follow along when the time comes, Ganas casually retorted, spitting out a few words as if tasting sand. Instinctively wiping his mouth, he then turned his attention back to Raditz and asked, speaking of which, why aren't you catching up with Goku? Oh. Although I have changed so much, I still wonder if Kakarot has accepted me. Raditz sighed, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. I've spent years with Goku. I know he wouldn't mind. When you return next time, have a good chat with him. Ganas chuckled heartily, a relaxed smile gracing his face, both comforting and teasing Raditz. Is that true? Indeed. That is splendid. I've come to realize that in pursuing the glory of the Science, one must also cherish familial bonds. Surely, my father and mother must share similar sentiments. Raditz turned around, reclining on the rock, one hand cradling his head, while the other reached out towards the azure sky. Through the gaps between his fingers, he gazed at the drifting clouds, reminiscent of Jine, grinning shyly beside Bardock, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Since childhood, Raditz had always trailed behind Vegeta, subjected to elite training, yet his emotional needs were neglected. Later, he followed Frieza, deepening the solitude and repression within his heart. The original narrative reflects that Scions are not solely brutish. Their upbringing plays a significant role as well. After experiencing death once, and with Ganas kneeling to plead with Ubu for another chance, Raditz felt a profound stirring within. You see, Raditz, sometimes the most crucial act is to confront one's own emotions with courage. Ganas' voice interrupted Raditz's reverie. He turned slightly, regarding Ganas with a serious expression. Thank you, Ganas. A faint smile flickered across Raditz's face, as the shadows within his heart seemed to dissipate gradually. At that moment, a sudden ripple in the air heralded the appearance of Ubu, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile, akin to a breath of spring, warm and inviting. You seem quite leisurely. Have you been waiting long? Ganas and Raditz sprang to their feet, tension etched on their faces, resembling children caught in a misdeed. They scratched their heads, an awkward smile creeping onto their lips. Just taking a break. Lord Ubu, are we departing now? Yes. However, we must wait a moment. Let us first seek Elder Pibra. I understood. In the Elder's palace, Elder Pibra sat peacefully in a secluded pavilion, a cup of red tea before him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle golden glow upon him. He cradled the cup in both hands, savoring a sip, his expression one of sheer enjoyment, as if the world's troubles were of no concern to him. Ah, how delightful. He closed his eyes, leaning back slightly against the stone chair, a look of contentment enveloping his face. However, the sudden arrival of Ubu, accompanied by Ganas and Raditz, shattered this serene ambience. Elder Pibra's eyes flew open, the teacup nearly slipping from his grasp, the liquid tracing an elegant arc in the air before almost spilling onto the ground. You again. How is it that you arrived so stealthily? He glared at Ubu, his face a canvas of displeasure. Ubu smiled gently, naturally taking a seat across from him, while Ganas and Raditz stood guard-like at his flanks. He then reached for an empty cup, gracefully pouring red tea into it, his movements elegant and unhurried. After a gentle blow to cool it, he tasted it, satisfaction illuminating his features. No, I refuse to believe you've come here solely for a taste of my tea. What? Is that unacceptable? Ubu raised an eyebrow at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Speak quickly. No one visits the Sanbao Hall without reason. You must have a purpose. Is your accommodation unsatisfactory? Shall I arrange for you to stay in a larger house? Pabala, in a state of agitation, furrowed his brow and glared, perplexed by Wumu's inexplicable demeanor. Wumu, with a subtle shake of his head and a faint smile gracing his lips, gazed through the verdant foliage outside, seemingly lost in contemplation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm halo upon his face, as if to gently cradle his thoughts. Elder Pabala, I have come to bid you farewell. Wumu's voice resonated clearly and with conviction, imbued with gratitude. I am profoundly thankful for your unwavering support, from which I have gleaned invaluable wisdom. Pabala, sensing the gravity of the moment, finally spoke, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Oh, it seems this is no mere farewell. You, my boy, though I may not fully grasp the transformations you have undergone, I can sense you are nearing the destructive deity I once welcomed. Wumu nodded. Indeed, I am but a demigod at present. Yet ascension to true divinity is merely a matter of time. A look of satisfaction graced Pabala's features, his lips curling upwards as he stroked his graying beard. It appears you have truly grasped the essence of spiritual strength. Yet, remember, the pursuit of power alone can lead one astray. In my youth, I encountered numerous deities, and though many were feeble, they wielded remarkable powers. For instance, the planetary god, who attained divine status through mastery of spiritual strength recognized by their planet. I once held that title for a time, yet found it tedious and relinquished my position. The planetary god possesses near omniscience within their realm. What a bore. I suspect you were ousted from divinity for indulging in peculiar tomes, Ganas remarked with a smirk. I heard that. Pabala retorted with irritation, before clearing his throat to regain composure. Thus, strength is but one facet. Do not neglect the power of the spirit. Yes, I understand now. And I have come to realize my own path, Wumu replied, nodding slightly, filled with introspection. He recognized that he was not a warrior like Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Though he too would eventually learn from Whis in that regard, he must always maintain a clear vision of his goals. However, I feel my understanding of this world is still limited. May I replicate the tomes in your library? No need. I can transmit them directly to you, Wumu responded. Pabala paused, a thoughtful smile emerging. By the way, all the texts on this planet were penned by me. Wumu gazed at Pabala in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Wait, are you saying the history of this planet began with you? Pabala, reveling in Wumu's shocked expression, felt a surge of pride, his lips curling upward involuntarily. He had long perceived Wumu's demeanor as overly composed, as if nothing could rattle him. To finally witness such astonishment brought him a measure of satisfaction. Indeed, did I not mention it before? Pabala shrugged slightly, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. In truth, the other inhabitants of my planet are merely my own divergences. He took a sip of red tea, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were recounting the most mundane of occurrences. For a moment, Yu was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with a myriad of thoughts. Such a premise is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he recalled that the original text seemed to feature two versions of the Yatarat aliens, one with a face full of wrinkles and the other resembling the catfish before him. Then please proceed with the transmission. Not at all. It's no trouble, Pabala replied with a smile. So that was the reason for his visit. Had he known earlier, he would have completed the task and sent him on his way. With that, Pabala closed his eyes, his hands gently pressed together, and began to gather his aura. A phantom gradually emerged before him, the outlines of the library becoming increasingly distinct, before it suddenly plunged into Yu's mind. All right, if there is nothing else, please don't linger here. Pabala opened his eyes, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth, yet a barely perceptible softness shone in his gaze. After receiving the library's transmission, you felt an absence of sensation within. He understood that this knowledge would require his own exploration and digestion. Thus, he drank the red tea in one gulp, the warm liquid sliding down his throat. Standing up with determination, he fixed a steady gaze upon Pabala and spoke earnestly, "Farewell. And should you encounter any earthlings, please keep an eye on them for me." Pabala smiled faintly, waving his hand to indicate his understanding. A flicker of reluctance danced in his eyes, though he refrained from expressing it openly. After all, Yu's departure meant a return to his solitary existence. Observing this, Yu turned, accompanied by Ganas and Leitais, and in an instant, they were transported to the Eastern Galaxy. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, the Eastern Galaxy shimmered like a resplendent ribbon, connecting innumerable star systems. At this moment, Yu was enveloped in a silvery flame, resembling a luminous celestial body. Flanked by Ganas and Leitais, the three floated in the void, surrounded by stars that twinkled faintly, as if silently observing their every move. Where exactly does the Eastern Galaxy end? Yu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "There is no sense of direction at all. Lord Yu, do you think it might be possible to head towards the absolute east?" Ganas suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, it is a possibility." "Thanks to you, Ganas," Yu nodded, a slight smile curving his lips, just as Yu prepared to initiate another moment of teleportation. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance. It was a silver-haired youth, sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle that was particularly striking. Dressed in the uniform of the Cosmic Guard, adorned with a blue circular collar, he exuded an air of handsomeness and vitality. This was Mel's from the Angelic clan. "Brother to Vis, What is it, Lord Yu?" Ganas, noticing Yu's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. "It's nothing. Let us proceed." Yu replied with understanding, aware that the Eastern Galaxy was the domain of the Galactic Guard, and Mel's happened to oversee this region. Now is not the time for engagement. Let us first consider the opportunity spoken of by the Grand Elder. As the Ebony wood took its course, their figures swiftly vanished into the starry expanse, as if they had never existed. Mel's turned back, his gaze wandering through the vast cosmos, his heart laden with perplexity. Just moments ago, he sensed an unfamiliar divine presence lurking, observing him. Mel's furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Although this aura unsettled him, he understood that as a member of the Cosmic Guard, his current mission was to apprehend the cosmic bandits. Never mind, let us focus on capturing this band of marauders. Mel's resolved firmly, a smile gracing his lips, driven by a sense of justice. He thought to himself that other matters could be left for his elder brother to ponder. In a secluded corner of a planet in the Eastern Galaxy, several cosmic bandits gathered, whispering conspiratorially about their next move. The starry sky stretched above like a grand tapestry, with twinkling stars illuminating their cunning visages. The bandits' silhouettes intertwined in the dim starlight, their hushed voices echoing like specters, deliberating on how to plunder the precious resources of nearby star systems. "Hey, I've heard this planet is rich in minerals. We could make a fortune in just one night." One bandit's eyes gleamed with avarice, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "Let us not forget, the guards are hot on our heels like hyenas," another bandit coldly reminded. "What does it matter? If we act swiftly, we might just escape." At that moment, Mel's appeared like a shooting star, piercing through the night sky and suddenly entering their line of sight. "You cosmic bandits, halt." The bandits exchanged glances, revealing malevolent grins. They had never encountered such a youthful guard and held him in contempt. The leader of the bandits waved dismissively, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Kid, don't make a fool of yourself, scram." A fire ignited within Mel's. He understood that the essence of justice must not be belittled. "You who disregard the existence of justice, let me impart a lesson." No sooner had he spoken than the battle erupted instantaneously. The bandits lunged at Mel's like ferocious beasts, their fists raining down upon him, energy waves carving arcs through the air. Mel's evaded swiftly, his body flowing like a leaf in the wind, agile and graceful. He danced beneath the starry sky, weaving to the side and retreating, effortlessly dodging their attacks. "This kid is quite nimble," the leader of the bandits mused, unaware that Mel's was already poised for a counterattack. Energy beams coalesced in his hands, akin to a meteor, launched towards all the bandits. "Ah!" The bandits cried out in horror, their astonishment swiftly replaced by fear. With no escape, their bodies were struck down by the overwhelming force of energy, crashing to the ground with a dull thud before losing consciousness. Mel's approached, binding them in cuffs and confining them within the cosmic cube, then departed. Meanwhile, at the far end of the eastern galaxy, Ebony would stood before the rift in the void, his expression somewhat bewildered, his gaze pierced through the enveloping darkness, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Could this be the opportunity that elevates me to divinity? Lord Yuwood, are you certain you wish to proceed? Ganas urged from the side, an expression of trepidation flickering in his eyes, his voice tinged with unease as his gaze involuntarily darted towards the chasm. It is of no consequence, Yuwood replied, his tone calm and resolute. Though a flicker of apprehension stirred within him, he understood that to hasten his ascension to that realm, he must embrace the peril. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he stepped forth, advancing towards the void's rift. There lay the Forsaken Domain. Chapter 126. Time and Space. Entering is no easy feat, but exiting is even more daunting. A magnetic and ethereal voice reverberated softly in the void, accompanied by a radiant beam of white light. Vis hovered serenely in the air, staff in hand, a gentle smile adorning his face as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yuwood and his companions. Vis. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yuwood, his astonishment barely concealed, while Ganas and Rethys exchanged solemn glances, their vigilance heightened towards this enigmatic being. Indeed, these deities possess an uncanny ability to sense the shifts within the cosmos. Yuwood mused inwardly, striving to compose himself. Observing Vis's demeanor, he sensed no malice. Do you recognize me? Vis inquired, his tone laced with intrigue, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, seemingly relishing the dramatic moment shared with Yuwood. Well, perhaps I am somewhat familiar, he teased, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, leaving Yuwood further perplexed. Regardless, what did you imply earlier? Yuwood furrowed his brow, attempting to clarify his thoughts, gesturing for Ganas and the others to ease their guard. His voice was firm and direct, clearly intent on avoiding the mists of confusion. That place is an abandoned expanse of time and space. Once entered, returning is exceedingly difficult. Vis's voice lowered, as if recounting an ancient legend. His fingers traced the air, as though sketching that mysterious realm, his eyes revealing a hint of wistfulness. Very well, I appreciate your revelations, Yuwood nodded, inwardly grateful for the warning. It seems you must continue on your path. Vis smiled gently, producing a ring that shimmered with a soft glow, tossing it lightly to Yuwood, his tone imbued with playful sarcasm. There are still those in this universe who require your intervention. Do remember to return. With a knowing smile, Vis handed Yuwood the ring, his words laden with significance. Yuwood caught the ring, his gaze sweeping over its surface, pondering, is this the ring of the Kaishin? His curiosity deepened as he scrutinized Vis intently, yearning to inquire further, yet sensing the moment was not opportune, he ultimately bid him a silent farewell. As Vis vanished from sight, Ganas approached Yuwood, unable to contain his curiosity. My lord Yuwood, what was that all about? Yuwood offered a slight smile, a hint of mystery flickering in his eyes. That was the servant and mentor of the destroyer I mentioned earlier, Vis. Garnaz was initially taken aback, but soon relaxed, only to display a look of astonishment as he lamented, Lord Ubu, do refrain from panting so heavily while speaking. It is astonishing to think that even a destroyer has a mentor. Of course, these revelations will unfold in due time. For now, let us proceed. As Ubu spoke, he strode resolutely into the gaping void before them. Garnaz and Raditz hurriedly followed, their hearts brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Amidst a dizzying whirl, the trio suddenly found themselves atop a mountain, the surrounding scenery leaving them utterly astonished. Had they not just glimpsed Trunk's time machine? Could it be that the void tunnel was a temporal passage? Ubu stroked his chin, his brow furrowing in contemplation, laden with questions. Indeed, we appear to be on Earth. Garnaz inhaled deeply, extending his senses towards Ubu in inquiry. Ubu's thoughts were interrupted as he surveyed his surroundings, confirming the unmistakable essence of Earth. Closing his eyes, he summoned his divine power, endeavoring to probe the state of the entire planet. As his energy expanded, a jolt of realization surged within him. It was the time of the 28th Martial Arts Tournament, where Sun Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle with Ub. Let us go? I believe I have discerned our location. Ubu then transported Garnaz and Raditz instantaneously above the arena of the tournament. Kakarot, Sun Wukong. Garnaz and Raditz exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, they were witnessing an alternate timeline of Wukong, a reality forgotten by the deities, as Ubu explained, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his gaze. But why was it forgotten? Garnaz pondered, perplexed. I never anticipated Kakarot to be so formidable now, Raditz remarked, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. As for the reason for the forgetfulness, I remain uncertain. However, in this realm, the strong abound. Possessing a battle power of 100 billion is insufficient. Ubu smiled faintly, a spark of excitement dancing in his eyes. What? 100 billion is inadequate? Garnaz queried in astonishment, mentally calculating his own strength and feeling a profound sense of pressure. I do not even possess 100 billion yet, Raditz replied, crossing his arms and pouting. Indeed, that is why I emphasize the multitude of powerful beings here, with Wukong reigning as the strongest on this earth. Ubu's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Sun Wukong below, a smile creeping upon his lips. Sun Wukong, you say? Garnaz murmured softly, following Ubu's gaze. Raditz exclaimed excitedly. It is true, Kakarot is the mightiest. Below, on the arena stage, Ub, a boy with dark skin, was tightly gripping Sun Wukong's legs, preparing to hurl him skyward. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the spectators holding their breath in anticipation of the impending spectacle. With a resounding crash, Ub propelled himself off the ground. Soaring above Sun Wukong, his hands clasped together as he descended upon him. Sun Wukong plummeted through the air like a meteor, imbued with an unparalleled momentum. Boom. The arena was left with a profound pit, bricks scattered, dust swirling in the air, as the crowd gasped in astonishment, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As OOB landed, he peered into the chasm. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted from the center of the stage, and Sun Wukong gradually ascended from the depths. His blue martial attire tattered, yet his visage bore a hint of maturity. With hands on his hips, he casually rolled his neck and addressed OOB. Hey, that was quite impressive. It's been a while since I felt my blood boil like this. Having spoken, both combatants resumed their stances. In the blink of an eye, two figures darted across the stage like lightning, the shockwaves from their collision reverberating widely. Drawing on years of combat experience, Sun Wukong navigated the duel with remarkable ease, seemingly dancing on the edge of his limits. Conversely, OOB found himself gradually succumbing to adversity, his thoughts drifting back to the promise he made to his family to secure the prize from the martial arts tournament. In that instant, an overwhelming emotion surged within him, awakening the latent power hidden in his being. OOB roared, his body enveloped in dazzling flames, a powerful energy cascading forth like a tidal wave, momentarily forcing Sun Wukong back. As debris from the arena flew in all directions, the scene spiraling into chaos. He charged at Sun Wukong, but the latter deftly sidestepped, causing OOB to nearly tumble off the edge of the platform. Just at that critical moment, he managed to steady himself, clinging to the edge of the arena. Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to ascend into the air, preparing to unleash his Kamehameha wave. His gaze swept over the airborne figures of Ub and others, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated their identities. At that juncture, cracks began to form on the arena, threatening to collapse. Observing OOB in peril, Sun Wukong rushed forward without hesitation, rescuing him from the fissure. Quickly realizing that OOB lacked the ability to fly, an idea sparked within him. He would take him under his wing as a disciple. He then approached Gohan and briefly recounted the events, before cradling OOB and presenting him before Ub. Who are you? Chapter 127, a long-awaited spar. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired, frowning as he scrutinized the trio of Ub. A sense of vigilance crept into his mind. Two of them seemed devoid of any aura. If they were not androids, then they were deities akin to Shin. Do not be alarmed, Sun Wukong, Ub replied, his hands clasped behind him, silver hair fluttering in the breeze, clad in a robe of black and white, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ganaz and Raditz stood poised at his sides, reminiscent of the mystique and authority that pervaded the initial encounter between Beerus and Sun Wukong. As for my identity, may I suggest a place for a spar? Once the battle concludes, I shall reveal it to you. This thought emerged suddenly. The Sun Wukong of this timeline possessed formidable strength, though the extent remained unmentioned in the original narrative, yet it was likely sufficient for him to fully express his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong cast a discerning glance at the trio, sensing no malice, and nodded in acquiescence. Follow me. He turned, cradling OOB, and soared into the distance. As the three of them followed closely behind, Raditz turned his head toward Ganas, a flicker of confusion gleaming in his eyes. Can you sense Kakarot's energy now? Ganas shook his head, his expression grave, his gaze firmly fixed on the silhouette of Son Goku ahead. I'm not entirely certain, but I can assure you, he is significantly stronger than I am. That's impossible. Kakarot is still in his normal state, yet you are a Super Saiyan God. But the truth remains, Lord Omu. Just how formidable is Goku in this timeline? Omu turned back, a faint smile gracing his face, as if he were teasing them with a mystery. You will find out shortly. It will undoubtedly astonish you. With that, his gaze shifted forward, lost in contemplation, recalling the original Goku's performance. His normal state had a battle power exceeding that of Super Saiyan 3 during the Buu Saga, which was around 30 billion. Once transformed into Super Saiyan 1, his power would surge to a staggering 15 trillion. With these thoughts, Omu felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. Their journey had been smooth with hardly any opponents. And this Son Goku's combat prowess and experience far surpassed his own. This signified that he had the opportunity to grow even stronger. What a fortuitous encounter indeed. With a swift motion, Son Goku gracefully landed on an expansive plain, where a gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees. He gently placed OOB on the ground. Speaking in a warm tone, wait here for a moment. Those individuals are not malicious. They merely wish to test my strength. I wonder if they require my involvement. Much like Shin? Yes, master. OOB obediently replied, then scampered behind a large rock, his eyes fixed intently on the impending battle. At that moment, Omu also arrived, landing slowly. Ganas and Raditz, perceptive as they were, stepped aside to grant them ample space. Upon their arrival, Goku felt a stirring within him, no longer hesitating. He assumed the initial stance of the turtle school. Unable to sense Omu's energy, he decided to test the waters as per his usual approach. Meanwhile, Omu, in a long-awaited manner, took up the stance of the eight extremities fist. An unfamiliar martial art, Goku mused, not dwelling on it for long before vanishing from his original position. He reappeared above Raditz, launching an energy sphere toward Omu's back, and then swiftly employed instant transmission, disappearing without a trace. Indeed, this Goku was unlike the one from the main timeline. Having endured numerous battles, his combat experience was significantly superior. And he even devised clever tactics to utilize instant transmission. Omu reacted with remarkable speed, turning around to deflect the energy sphere with a single palm before swiftly pivoting to seize at his waist. Unbeknownst to Goku, he had anticipated this, responding with astonishing quickness. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Goku immediately performed 2 backflips, attempting to distance himself. That's not acceptable. I nearly had you. There's no way I'm letting you escape. Omu declared, slightly pushing off the ground, his legs coiling like a bow ready to release, and he charged forward, executing the 2 instruments peak. Just as Goku had not yet descended, Omu's attack struck him in the chest like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A resounding blast echoed through the air, the forceful shockwave violently propelling Son Wukong away. A deafening roar resonated, dust and debris swirling in a chaotic dance, enveloping the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Raditz stood frozen, his mind awash with astonishment, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the battle. Is this the true might of Lord Omu? It was his first encounter with Omu's power, and though everything transpired in the blink of an eye, he could distinctly feel the weight of that oppressive force. In merely a second of testing, he gained a profound understanding of Omu's formidable strength. Meanwhile, beside the stone, Obu clung tightly to the rock, anxiety coursing through him as he anxiously searched the smoke for his master's silhouette. Just then, a sudden burst of blue light emanated from the stone, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, forming an energy wave that shot towards Omu like a meteor streaking across the heavens. When did this happen? Gana's eyes widened in disbelief. Omu's gaze swiftly shifted to the energy wave, his silvery eyes flickering with intrigue. This must be the residual energy left behind during his momentary teleportation. The thought fueled his exhilaration, a grin gradually spreading across his face. Truly, Son Wukong is remarkable, even with a mere 30 billion in power. He proves to be a formidable adversary. One could only imagine the arduous battle that awaited him after transformation. As the energy wave approached, a spark of inspiration ignited within Omu. He extended both hands, gracefully adopting the cloud hand stance. With his left hand, he gently intercepted the energy wave, pivoting around his own axis to draw a circle before seamlessly transferring it to his right hand and casting it into the smoke. Boom! The same spot erupted in a thunderous roar once more, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Yet Sun Wukong's figure had vanished. That should suffice for preliminary probing. It's time to unveil your true strength, Sun Wukong. A few tentative exchanges could hardly reveal any genuine power. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the ultimate confrontation must culminate in a direct clash. Whoosh! With a light sound, Sun Wukong materialized before Umu, his expression grave and brow furrowed, as if lost in contemplation. Your previous move was quite extraordinary. The Tai Chi technique you employed, using a feather's weight to deflect a ton, is unprecedented in this world. It's merely a trick. Umu felt a flicker of pride within. He had not anticipated Tai Chi would begin to manifest its prowess, perhaps one day evolving into a divine technique. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Umu, a traveler from another dimension known as Earth. Yumo, an Earthling. Sun Wukong was taken aback, yet soon relaxed. This was his nature, to trust others, as if he possessed an innate discernment. In that moment, he revealed his signature smile, his eyes shimmering with the spark of battle. If that is the case, let us abandon the pretense. In an instant, golden light enveloped him. A dazzling brilliance flickering before his hair transformed into a golden hue, soaring skyward. Super Saiyan 1. It has been a long time. Chapter 128. The first release. It has been a long time. Sun Wukong slightly clenched his fists, feeling the long-lost power of transformation surge within him. An overwhelming tide of emotion swelling in his heart. He turned to Yuwud, his tone imbued with a hint of affirmative inquiry. Well, although I cannot sense your energy, you must possess untapped potential, right? Observing the transformation of the Super Saiyan, which was devoid of any explosive aura, Ganas and Raditz exchanged glances, their eyes betraying astonishment. This fellow, mastering full power with such finesse, was simply incredible. With a curious blink, gazed at the transformed Goku. Well, it's close enough. Yuwud felt no surprise at Goku's awareness of his concealed strength. Regardless of the timeline, Goku's combat instincts were terrifyingly acute. Release. Yuwud called softly. An immense surge of energy coursed through his spine, and a silvery aura erupted from him in an instant, resembling a soaring white dragon. His battle power skyrocketed from 640 billion to 1.28 trillion. Although he was still not a match for Goku, any further release might render the contest somewhat unfair. It was under pressure that Yuwud would achieve greater progress in the future. As Goku witnessed Yuwud's transformation, a tide of fighting spirit surged within him, as if he had found a worthy adversary. Since the puppet incident, Vegeta's strength had begun to lag behind his own. Simultaneously, the energy fluctuations astonished the other Earth warriors. At the martial arts tournament venue, that's Goku's energy. Krillin exclaimed suddenly. What happened to Dad? Just as Gohan and the others pondered this, Vegeta erupted with rage. Hey, Vegeta! Bulma shouted anxiously from the sidelines, her eyes glimmering with concern. Don't worry, Bulma. If there's any foe, Goku and Vegeta will be more than capable of handling it, Krillin reassured. After some discussion, they decided to collect their tournament winnings before investigating the unfolding events. In the Kaioshin realm, Jebbet looked nervously at the old Kaioshin, drenched in sweat, and asked, Master, what is truly happening? That divine energy is quite extraordinary. How could there be an unfamiliar deity? The old Kaioshin sat quietly on the grass, cradling a cup of red tea, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. Master, shouldn't we deities be the only ones here? Seeing the old Kaioshin remain silent, Jebbet grew anxious. The old Kaioshin sighed softly, finally speaking, in truth. There exists another deity of equal rank to the Kaioshin, one who is immensely powerful and capricious. He took a sip of red tea, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, reflecting on how many deities had vanished from this universe, leaving behind an unfamiliar air. Could that be the deity in question? Jebbet asked hastily, his heart tightening. Who knows? The old Kaioshin offered no definitive answer, placing the tea on the ground and lazily pulling out a book. Reclining on the grass. Ha ha ha. Thankfully I have these books that Goku gave me. Master. Jebbet, seeing the old Kaioshin's demeanor, felt increasingly anxious and couldn't help but shout. Enough of the noise. How many times must I remind you that you lack the demeanor befitting a supreme deity? This matter is not for you to fret over. Simply remain in your place. If it proves too challenging, you may venture to Earth yourself. Upon hearing these words, the deity Jebet sighed in resignation, crossed his arms, and sat down, muttering softly, "Very well then." On earth, in the nameless vast plain, sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting dappled shadows, while a palpable tension hung in the air. Sun Wukong and Yu Wu locked eyes, each searching for a flaw in the other. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the two vanished from sight, followed by the sound of fierce collisions echoing in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact was deafening, reverberating like thunder as the ground trembled slightly, dust swirling around, and nearby trees were uprooted by the fierce gusts. Sun Wukong's fists flew toward Yu Wu like cannonballs, but Yu Wu deftly sidestepped, responding with a counterattack powerful enough to disturb the surrounding air. The two moved with the swiftness of lightning, their blows landing with force, the atmosphere roiling as if twisted by their confrontation. Yu Wu launched a punch that targeted Sun Wukong directly. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong bent backward, evading the strike. Before he could turn back, Yu Wu's leg lashed out like a bolt of lightning. Sun Wukong had no choice but to lean forward, bracing himself against the ground, and kicked out toward Yu Wu. Taken aback by the unexpected retaliation, Yu Wu was caught off guard and sent flying. Yet that was not the end. Sun Wukong swiftly regained his footing, placing his hands at his waist, his eyes blazing with determination, exclaiming, "Super Turtle Shockwave." Before his words faded, he had already gathered tremendous energy in his hands, the surrounding air compressing into a radiant blue light. "Go," he bellowed, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy toward Yu Wu. The blue light illuminated Yu Wu's face. He had no time to be stunned as he forcibly halted his backward momentum, raising his hands in defense against the oncoming shockwave, which he then hurled skyward. "I've been waiting for you," Yu Wu declared, seizing Sun Wukong's fist as he approached with the shockwave, turning his body partially and striking Sun Wukong's chest with his right hand like a whip. "Ugh!" Sun Wukong let out a muffled groan, spitting out bile. He quickly adjusted his stance, delivering a flying knee strike that also inflicted pain upon Yu Wu. Both warriors, gritting their teeth against the agony, unleashed a simultaneous punch. Their furious roars echoed as their fists collided in the air, producing a tremendous clang. Boom! The powerful gust that followed bent the grass on the plain low. "Raditz, come quickly," Ganas called to Raditz, who was straining against the force of the winds. Raditz turned his gaze toward Ganas, who had already conjured a red energy shield before Oob. He dashed toward them, reinforcing the shield with his own energy, enveloping the three of them securely. High above, after exchanging blows, Sun Wukong and Yu Wu embarked on a dizzying flurry of punches and kicks, their movements like a tempestuous storm, overwhelming the eye. Meanwhile, in the distance, Vegeta was racing toward the scene with urgency. He sensed the powerful energy fluctuations ahead, gritting his teeth in frustration. How infuriating! Who was Kakarot battling to possess such strength? At this moment, the disparity in power between Vegeta and Son Goku remained considerable. "Omo, it's about time to wrap things up. My friend is arriving," Son Goku remarked, tilting his head to sense Vegeta's aura with a faint smile. "Well, today has been quite enjoyable. Let me unleash my final move." Omu gathered energy with both hands, preparing for a decisive strike. Hunyuan Wave. Kamehameha. Chapter 129. One matter cannot be confused with another. You've only just defeated Frieza? The incredulity in Son Goku's voice was palpable as his gaze fixated on Omo, who leisurely sipped tea. Vegeta and Piccolo, leaning against a corner, couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. "So, does this mean Uncle Omo's world has developed differently from ours?" Son Gohan leaned slightly forward, and the small girl in his arms, seemingly influenced by his expression, gazed up at Omo with curiosity. Inside the Turtle Hermit's abode, after concluding their final clash, Son Goku led Omu and the others into the space. Inside, Master Roshi, Bulma, Videl, Gohan, Tien, Vegeta, and Piccolo listened intently as Omu recounted tales of his dimension. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I am the champion of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament." Omu offered a gentle smile, his eyes sweeping over each person present before resting on Master Roshi with a respectful nod. "I was guided by Master Mateto at that time, which allowed me to rapidly grasp martial arts." Though from different timelines, Master Mateto held a unique significance for him. In his previous life, he had admired this old man most of all. Despite often appearing disheveled, his demeanor as a martial arts master shone brightly in critical moments. What a reliable old grandfather. As for the famous sayings he imparted, Omo kept them close to his heart, recalling how he inscribed on every social media platform in his past life. Engage in activities. Study diligently, play joyfully, eat well, rest adequately, and live each day happily. This is all part of the cultivation process. Though many Dragon fans in his previous life lamented the perceived decline in power levels in Dragon Ball Super, this was not the case for Omo. In truth, they had been overly concerned with the fluctuations of combat prowess. The essence of the god of martial arts lay not in raw power, but in the spirit of a true martial artist. Power levels had never deteriorated. He poured his heart and soul into mastering martial arts and his own path, barely managing to keep up. Ultimately, he left a lasting impression of the Turtle School's brilliance at the Tournament of Power and fulfilled the purpose of his training before exiting gracefully. I never expected you, old man, to have mentored such formidable individuals. Oolong teased as he sidled up to Master Roshi, a mischievous grin on his face. Ahem. Master Roshi feigned seriousness with a cough, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Once he regained his composure, he peered through his sunglasses, fixing a serious gaze upon Omo, voicing his inquiries. Pray tell, what is this you would? You are indeed a denizen of Earth, are you not? How have you attained such formidable strength? Surely, you have not resorted to dubious means. Upon uttering these words, the assembly turned their gaze, curiosity piqued, particularly in the eyes of Krillin and Tien. After all, apart from them, the gathering comprised Scionts, Namekians, and androids, all eager to comprehend the means by which an Earthling had grown so powerful. Yu Wood offered a subtle smile before responding. In truth, my martial prowess once stood on par with Goku's. During the semifinals, you triumphed over Goku and faced me, after which you guided my advancement, conceding defeat as your objectives had already been fulfilled. Your mentorship was merely a spontaneous whim. Subsequently, under the tutelage of Master Karen, as well as the support from the Grand Elder of Namek and the Elder of Yardrat, I unexpectedly grasped the path to divinity, which catalyzed my rapid progress. Though there are some discrepancies, the essence remains authentic. Divinity, Krillin exclaimed, astonishment illuminating his eyes. I suspected as much. No wonder I could not sense your energy. It seems you have ascended to godhood. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Goku nodded thoughtfully. That seems about right. I have diligently adhered to the teachings imparted to me, pursuing the strength of the spirit. The developments here should not differ significantly from those of my original timeline. After vanquishing Frisia, I ventured to the far reaches of the Eastern Galaxy and unexpectedly traversed into this timeline. Yu Wood, you truly are remarkable. You possess such strength even then. Goku remarked with genuine admiration. It is noteworthy that in that distant era, most were grappling with power levels hovering around tens of thousands. Yet who could have anticipated that Yu Wood already wielded a staggering power level in the billions? At that moment, Vegeta's gaze was drawn to the two silent figures behind Yu Wood, Ganas and Raditz. On another note, these two are no ordinary beings. Vegeta asserted with an air of certainty. You both must be Scionts, correct? At the inquiry, Ganas slowly lifted his head, his fiery crimson eyes surveying each individual present with a cold glare. He then replied in a tone devoid of emotion, Ganas, a Scion. Despite having known these individuals in another timeline, he exhibited no inclination to extend warmth or engage in pleasantries. He remained, as ever, an icy enigma. Meanwhile, Raditz inhaled deeply before exhaling, disregarding the others as his gaze fixated on Goku. Kakarot. At the utterance of this name, Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted to one of profound seriousness. They studied Raditz intently. Despite the significant alterations in his appearance, the familiar contours of his face remained discernible. Raditz? They exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with disbelief and astonishment. Faced with the presence of a departed acquaintance, they were engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. Indeed, it was I, the nearly deceased Raditz. Yet in this timeline, I should have long since perished. He was aware that the trajectories of the two timelines were largely similar, with the sole distinction being the addition of Ubu and Ganas. Sun Wukong could not contain his curiosity and inquired, what on earth is going on? However, before he could finish his sentence, Ubu interjected, gesturing for him to refrain from further questioning, and swiftly diverted the conversation. Let us not dwell on such matters. Sun Wukong, would you be able to escort us to the Kaishin realm? We intend to take refuge there for a while. I can indeed. But I am astonished that you are aware of the Kaishin realm, Sun Wukong replied, his expression one of surprise. Ha ha ha, I merely had some unique experiences, which led me to inadvertently learn of this place. Upon hearing Ubu's rather dismissive response, Sun Wukong chose not to pursue it further, merely nodding in understanding. He then rose to his feet, inviting Ubu and the other two to rest their shoulders against him. With 2 fingers gently pressed against his forehead, he prepared to execute instant transmission to whisk them away. After exchanging brief farewells with his companions, Sun Wukong and the 4 figures of Ubu vanished in an instant from the Kame house. Observing their departure, Krillin could not help but exclaim, I never expected Raditz to become so formidable after faking his death. If I could gain such immense power with every demise, I would willingly embrace death multiple times. A hint of envy and regret crossed his face as he spoke. Nearby, Yamcha could not resist teasing Krillin. Humph, if it truly came to dying, you would probably flee faster than anyone. Upon hearing this, Krillin grew flustered and vehemently retorted, Oh, that's entirely different. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited debate, eliciting laughter from those around them, filling the Kame house with a joyful atmosphere. However, at that moment, Vegeta, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a cold snort, crossed his arms defiantly, turned away, and strode out of the Kame house. Within him, a potent sense of urgency began to stir, as though long-dormant fighting spirit was being awakened, and the blood within him was gradually beginning to boil. Meanwhile, Piccolo silently turned and exited the Kame house as well. Chapter 130. What brings him here? In the 7th universe, on Earth, a tranquil hill suddenly flickered with an extraordinary light, accompanied by a faint humming sound. A uniquely designed, futuristic machine materialized quietly on the hillside. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended from the sky like lightning, landing gracefully on the ground. This individual was tall, clad in a form-fitting black suit with a blue denim jacket draped over it, perfectly accentuating his muscular physique. His countenance was stern, and his gaze was profound and piercing. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, Why haven't they arrived yet? His voice betrayed a hint of confusion and perplexity. After a brief pause, as if a thought had struck him, he continued his soliloquy. I heard from my mother that it should be around this time. Could I have misremembered? Or has something unforeseen occurred? With that, he began to scan his surroundings, vigilantly observing the ambient activity, as if he were awaiting the arrival of a significant individual or event. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. A small, delicate lizard slowly ascended a moss-covered rock, its head bobbing curiously as it surveyed its environment. Suddenly, sensing an imminent danger, the lizard darted away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the sky remained a pristine blue, devoid of clouds, with radiant sunlight pouring onto the tranquil hillside. Aside from the occasional melodious chirping of birds, the area was utterly deserted, exuding an air of serene solitude. The enigmatic youth stood quietly in place, approaching the machine. He gently pressed a button, and the device instantly emitted a dazzling light, swiftly contracting and transforming into a small, exquisite capsule. The boy carefully tucked it into his embrace. It was time to investigate what had transpired, as it diverged from what his mother had described. Before he could finish his thought, he took a deep breath, radiating an overwhelming aura. In an instant, he shot skyward like a meteor, trailing a long tail of light that streaked across the heavens, racing toward the horizon. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Company, in a spacious and brightly lit room, Bulma stood with her hands on her hips. Her brows furrowed in frustration as she shouted at the figure before her, Hey, can you refrain from making such a racket every night? The one she addressed was Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed, disdain etched across his face as he scoffed, Humph, what a petty woman, her voice is utterly obnoxious. With that, he turned away, dismissing her entirely. Since arriving on Earth, Vegeta had wandered aimlessly, without a permanent abode. Originally, Goku had kindly invited him to serve as an instructor at the martial arts dojo, which would not only resolve his housing issues, but also provide a stable income. However, Vegeta had unhesitatingly declined the offer. After all, the prospect of working alongside former foes was a notion too difficult for him to accept. Despite the earnest counsel from Gohan and Raditz, which had somewhat softened his stance, his long-standing pride still compelled him to maintain his solitary existence. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself drawn to Bulma's presence. It seemed that everything was unfolding in accordance with the original narrative. Vegeta, Why do you train so late every night? What are you trying to achieve? Bulma initially intended to express her anger, but suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her inquiry. However, Vegeta remained silent, offering no response. He silently clenched his fists, vowing within his heart to become a Super Saiyan before Sun Wukong. At present, both of their battle powers had reached an astonishing 3 million, and they were well aware of the method to transform into Super Saiyans. As a proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta would never allow himself to be surpassed by that Kakarot. As for Raditz and Goku, he had already deemed them fortunate, dismissing any thoughts of competition. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly felt a surge of alertness. As if sensing something amiss, he furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze fixed sharply on the distant sky. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable aura, his form darting upward like an arrow released from its bow. I shall never allow a tragedy like the future to unfold again. And Gohan. In the sky, the mysterious youth gazed down at the intact city below, silently vowing. His once fierce eyes softened gradually. This calm and harmonious city was the future he yearned for deep within. After calming his emotions, the enigmatic boy took a deep breath and swiftly soared forward like lightning. His figure traced a graceful arc across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Before long, a beautiful island appeared in his view, Plum Blossom Island. The mysterious youth descended upon the island, pausing briefly before using his sensing ability to traverse the bustling Plum Blossom town. Throughout the journey, he only cast fleeting glances at the novel sights around him, paying them little heed. Ultimately, he came to a halt at the foot of a mountain, where a sizable martial arts dojo loomed before him. Above the dojo's entrance hung a prominent sign, adorned with 3 bold characters, Extreme Path Style. The mysterious youth stared at the sign, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Extreme Path Style? Why have I never heard my mother mention this sect? Just as the mysterious boy arrived, the people inside the dojo had already sensed his presence. Little Jet, Ariga, and Tien Shinhan swiftly exited the dojo. You ask about Sun Wukong? Didn't Ti mention? He never comes to the dojo, always tending to the children on the Baozi Mountain. And now Piccolo has also gone there. Who are you? Little Jet scrutinized the unfamiliar youth before him with a look of suspicion. With his striking purple hair and somewhat tattered denim jacket, the most eye-catching detail was the conspicuous logo of the Universal Capsule Company on his attire. Additionally, a sharply honed long sword was slung across his back. If it weren't for Little Jet's instinct telling him that the boy bore no ill intent, the surrounding crowd would have likely surged forward, encircling him and launching an assault. The boy opened his mouth, hesitating, uncertain of how to explain his sudden appearance in this place. Could it be that he mistakenly believed Mr. Sun Wukong was cultivating here? Drawn by an extraordinarily powerful and overwhelming aura, little did he know that this immense energy emanated not only from a few extraterrestrials, but also from all the formidable warriors of Earth who were training in this very place, thus making him aware of the energy fluctuations. Do you know Mr. Wukong? I need to find Mr. Wukong. Fortunately, he spotted Krillin and Tien Shinhan, recognizing them as friends of Sun Wukong, and boldly inquired. He was puzzled as to why this time and space differed from what his mother had described. Regardless, this miraculous medicine must be delivered to Mr. Wukong. Brother Wukong? Little J initially appeared perplexed, but upon considering that this might be a friend of Sun Wukong, he dismissed his doubts. He is currently at the Baozi Mountain. Please wait inside for a moment, and he will arrive shortly. The mysterious boy nodded and closely followed Krillin and Tien Shinhan towards the martial arts dojo. At that moment, an unusually powerful and unsettling aura approached. How did he come here? Chapter 131, A New Powerful Foe. Dad. The mysterious boy gazed up in astonishment at the rapidly descending figure in the sky. Vegeta descended like a bolt of lightning before the dojo, exuding an air of superiority. One might question whether he still held the title of the perennial second. Vegeta? What brings you here? Krillin inquired, puzzled. Since he earnestly asked, Vegeta graciously responded, I have come today specifically to see if you have encountered any foes so formidable that they are beyond your capacity to defeat. If so, perhaps my personal intervention will be required to resolve the matter. Not quite, my friend. You certainly have some skills, Krillin replied with a weary shake of his head. Ignoring Vegeta, he turned to the mysterious boy and smiled. This is Vegeta. Pay him no mind. Let us proceed inside and wait for Wukong. The mysterious boy slightly nodded, indicating his understanding, while cautiously glancing at Vegeta from the corner of his eye. Is this truly my father? so cold and unapproachable. The group entered the dojo, while Vegeta found a quiet corner to lean against, closing his eyes in meditation. He remained indifferent to everything occurring around him, including the unfamiliar mysterious boy. In his view, on this earth, only Sun Wukong could be considered a true rival. All others were insignificant. Time passed swiftly. At last, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Piccolo and Gohan, arrived at their destination. As they touched down, Sun Wukong immediately reached for the back of his head, a pained expression crossing his face as he muttered, "Oh dear. Chi-Chi can be quite heavy-handed." Gohan almost didn't make it out. Standing nearby, Piccolo silently rolled his eyes. During this time, he had been residing at Baozi Mountain, witnessing the astonishing scene unfold. He never imagined that Sun Wukong would be so obedient to that woman at home. After a brief adjustment, Sun Wukong swiftly composed himself, his face once again illuminated by that iconic, radiant smile. "Hello, everyone," he exclaimed, raising one hand high and greeting the crowd with exuberance. Just then, he abruptly turned his head, as if he had discovered something remarkable, and his gaze fell upon Vegeta in the corner. "Oh, Vegeta, is that you?" The sight of Vegeta in this place was utterly unexpected, for the typically proud scion seldom graced this dojo with his presence. Today, however, his appearance was quite astonishing. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, showing no intention of responding to him. At that moment, a mysterious young man approached Sun Wukong. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Mr. Wukong, may I have a word with you?" In the dojo's backyard, Sun Wukong fixed his keen gaze upon the enigmatic youth and asked, "Now that the area is clear, what is it you wish to discuss?" The mysterious boy did not answer immediately. He stood silently, his eyes locked on his son Wukong, as if attempting to see through him. "What is the matter?" "Despite my instincts, Mr. Wukong seems to lack significant power," the boy mused. "Mr. Wukong, may I ask if you can transform into a Super Saiyan?" After a lengthy pause, the young man finally spoke. "What? You know about Super Saiyans?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, quickly regaining his composure and shaking his head. "Regrettably, I have yet to reach that level. This past timeline is exceedingly strange." Upon reflecting on this, the mysterious boy no longer hesitated and rapidly narrated the sequence of events to Sun Wukong, concluding by handing him a small, exquisite vial. 3 years from now, Sun Wukong extended his hand to receive the vial and lowered his gaze, softly murmuring to himself. "Indeed, Mr. Wukong." Trunks, standing nearby, stated with a serious demeanor. "Those foes are incredibly powerful and mercilessly cruel. Thus, you must do everything in your power to elevate your strength and successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. 3 years from now, I will return to aid you in combating them." As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks erupted with a tremendous aura, soaring into the sky like a rocket, racing towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving behind a faint white trail. Sun Wukong silently gazed in the direction Trunks had departed, deep in thought. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked toward the gate of the backyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he was astonished to find a crowd gathered outside. Behind the throng stood Piccolo, motionless, his piercing gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, as if he could perceive all hidden truths. However, recalling Piccolo's lineage, Sun Wukong understood. With an expression of curiosity, Krillin leaned closer to Sun Wukong, eagerly asking, "Wukong, what did that person want from you?" Sun Wukong cast a glance at Krillin before recounting Trunks' words verbatim to everyone present. After listening to his narrative, a brief silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, it was Tien who shattered the stillness, taking a deep breath and stating gravely, "It seems that from now on, we must all double our training efforts to ensure we grow stronger as soon as possible." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Vegeta, upon hearing this, adopted a dismissive demeanor, crossing his arms defiantly before turning to leave. "Just wait, Kakarot. I shall defeat our foes in the form of Super Vegeta." For Vegeta, the notion of formidable adversaries held little weight, especially considering that even the once mighty Frieza had been vanquished. What other powerful beings could possibly exist in the universe, aside from the likes of Goku and Raditz? Once he became the legendary Super Saiyan, he believed no opponent would stand a chance against him. At that moment, Vegeta radiated an astonishing aura and soared into the sky. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure, feeling a pang of concern. Although Vegeta had indeed shed much of his former malevolence, his obstinate and solitary nature posed a challenge. Sun Wukong feared that Vegeta might disregard teamwork and insist on confronting enemies alone, a scenario that could prove disastrous. With this thought in mind, he shook his head and sighed deeply. Thus, everyone commenced their intense training regimen. Chapter 132, Why Only Take the Stinky Cat? In the universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, four figures suddenly appeared, startling the resting Jebbet. Wukong? Jebbet's face displayed a mix of astonishment and confusion. Sun Wukong nodded, a bright smile gracing his lips. His gaze then shifted to the old Kaioshin, who was intently perusing a children's book, seemingly lost in its pages. Wukong stifled a chuckle, instantly teleporting to the old Kaioshin's side and whispering, "Grandpa, why are you still reading that?" Upon hearing the voice, the old Kaioshin casually closed the book, turning with a serious expression. "What is it, Wukong? Don't hide it. I saw everything." Ganas, standing behind Ubu, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendered speechless by the scene before him. Could this be the supreme god of the universe that Ubu had spoken of? He mused, noticing that the elder figures around him, including Master Rashi, Elder Pibara, and the deity before him, seemed to have lost their expected gravitas. "Grandpa, I didn't come to find you this time," Sun Wukong remarked, directing his attention towards Ubu and then addressing the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had only just noticed Ubu's presence. He scrutinized Ubu from head to toe, a curious expression gracing his face. "Oh," he feigned surprise, a glimmer of scrutiny dancing in his eyes. A deity, an unfamiliar deity. Yet the aura surrounding him was intricate, unlike that of a conventional divine being. Rather, it resembled that of what is known as a wild god. What transpired in that universe to give rise to such a god? Could it be that another divine war is on the horizon? Lord Salama, Lord Zeno. However, all of this seemed to hold little relevance for this forsaken minor deity. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. What business does this stranger from a foreign land have here? Omu was momentarily taken aback, despite his awareness from the original text that this old Kai was well-versed and knowledgeable. Realizing he was not of this particular time and space was quite normal. After all, even Whis and Beerus could do so. Generally, supreme deities should possess this ability, with the exception of Shin, the current Kibito Kai. He simply did not expect such directness. "Indeed, I wish to cultivate here for a period. Might that be permissible?" Omu maintained the respect that was due. After all, he was not a boastful character demanding a place as if he owned the domain. It is only proper to seek the consent of the rightful owner. "I have no objections," the old Kai shrugged indifferently, then turned to Kibito Kai beside him. "What about you? Is it acceptable? Why hide away when a guest has arrived?" "But, ancestor, he is addressing you," Kibito Kai protested. "You insolent brat. Who is the supreme Kai here, you or I?" The old Kai glared at Kibito Kai with indignation, as if to say, "Do you dare to contradict me?" Kibito Kai, flustered, hastily rose from the ground and approached Umu with a respectful demeanor and cautious tone. "Since you were brought here by Mr. Wukong, there is no issue." "Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai," Umu replied with a slight smile. Observing this, Kibito Kai quickly waved his hand, aware that the divine presence before him was far more formidable. He dared not act superior in his presence. "Just call me Shin," came the reply. At that moment, Kibito, within, had something to say. "Wasn't he agreed that we would refer to ourselves as Kibito Kai? You call yourself Shin, what am I to do?" Kibito Kai, oblivious to the old Kai's exasperated gaze, sighed inwardly, thinking, "This boy truly is beyond redemption." Just then, Sun Wukong, sensing the matter had concluded, prepared to take his leave. There were disciples on earth needing guidance, not to mention his granddaughter. His family was harmonious. With no enemies to contend with, he prioritized family above all else. The old Kai and Shin exchanged a few pleasantries with Sun Wukong before allowing him to depart. Then, slowly rising, he waved his hand to conjure a set of chairs. As he settled down, his gaze shifted to Umu, invitingly saying, "Come, sit with me and share the tale of your universe." Kibito Kai, overhearing this, wore a look of astonishment. "Ancestor, there are other universes?" The old Kai raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at him. "Do you not know how to make tea? Lacking any discernment, must I, an old man, manage everything personally?" Indeed, the god Jebbet quickly grasped the situation, hastily seizing the teapot from the table and diligently preparing tea. Umu seated himself alongside Ganas. Since the old Kaioshin had openly spoken, he too would not conceal anything. It was a perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of his knowledge. "Esteemed elder, I hail from Earth in the seventh universe. The seventh universe? The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering this title. Is that within the realm of the Omni King? Upon utterance of this query, the individuals present were taken aback in varying degrees. However, what baffled Omu more was how the old Kaioshin could be aware of the Omni King's universe, yet remain oblivious to the seventh universe. Are you unaware of the seventh universe? Omu could not restrain his curiosity, his tone tinged with confusion. As for the Omni King's universe, I cannot claim to know. I am only aware that the 12 great universes are overseen by the Omni King. The old Kaioshin nodded, visibly relieved. I see. So it is the Omni King's universe. That is reassuring. What do you mean by that, esteemed elder? Omu was perplexed. Logically, if Whis was knowledgeable about the universe, it would imply a shared worldview. Yet, the old Kaioshin's awareness of the Omni King did not extend to the universe under his dominion. What could be the reason for this? Could there be other universes beyond the one he referred to as the Omni Kings, or might there be other narratives encompassed within this worldview? Cursed be this nebulous sensation. It is truly unsettling. Clearly, Dragon Ball should hold no secrets for him, yet it now seems shrouded in enigma. Accompanying this confusion was a sense of unease and urgency. Previously, he believed that being strong enough would suffice, merely needing to consolidate his growth before confronting the god of destruction. Yet, it appeared that Whis had been aware of him all along, withholding any actions, instead playing coy, as did the old Kaioshin. Peering through the veil, it became evident that these supreme beings were privy to certain elements of the original narrative that had not been disclosed. Nothing much, since you are from the Omni King's universe. How did you attain divinity? Did the Omni King not intervene? I am unclear why you are unaware of the seventh universe, but its development mirrors that of this universe, with its overseers being Beerus and Shin, who have yet to make an appearance and likely remain oblivious to my ascension to godhood. However, upon my arrival here, Whis did appear, merely stating that this place is a land of the Forsaken. I understand now. The old Kaioshin appeared contemplative, his expression growing more intricate. The counterpart of this universe had not abandoned him, but had chosen to replicate the counterpart, forsaking the entire universe. Yet, what right did that insufferable cat have to take away? Chapter 133, The Chronicle of the Gods, Kinbis. At this moment, God Jebet had brewed the tea and approached Omo, presenting a cup. Please, enjoy the tea, Mr. Omo. Omo accepted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the fragrance of the tea wafting through the air. The old Kaioshin also took a delicate taste, raising his gaze to Omo. Given Whis's character, it was certain that the Omni King was aware of this individual's ascension to divinity. Since no intervention had occurred, it suggested other arrangements were in place. Yet, what had transpired during that time? In the realm of 12 universes, the seventh universe has supplanted the current one. It appears that Whis has taken on the role of assisting Beerus. Consequently, the current Grand Minister is none other than Canvas. This name is a creation of my own. The original work does not specify, only that he has replaced Salamander as the Grand Minister. If it is indeed he, it comes as no surprise. His strength is on par with Salamander's. Thus, the outcome of the divine battle culminated in Salamander's defeat. Canvas ascended to the position of Grand Minister, and the angel race supplanted the dragon race, becoming the aids to the gods of destruction. So, what fate has befallen the dragon race now? This individual before me is likely unaware of all that transpired. Yet, why has this universe been left behind? Does the divine tree still acknowledge our existence? Old Kaioshin was lost in contemplation when Yumo could no longer contain his curiosity and interrupted him, observing the elder holding his teacup in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. The old Kaioshin withdrew his musings, slowly setting down his teacup, and fixed a calm gaze upon Yumo, speaking softly. To attain divinity, merely absorbing energy is insufficient. Given that you have already been forgotten, pondering excessively is futile. Thus, I shall guide you toward becoming a deity. Perhaps one day you may reach the divine tree. What additional requirements are needed? Yumo's face lit up with astonishment. He had not anticipated a resolution to his dilemma. Although he understood how to transcend his current realm, whether breaking the void equates to becoming a deity remained unclear to him. The old Kaioshin smiled gently, as if perceiving Yumo's thoughts, and said slowly, "You must master a principle. No, not just one, but the more, the better." Principle? Yumo was momentarily taken aback, as understanding began to dawn upon him. His mind raced, recalling all that he had learned. So, it involves destruction and creation? No, that is not it. The old Kaishin shook his head, his brow furrowing, and his tone grew grave. This is a rule, not a principle. The rule exists between destruction and creation. It maintains the balance of the universe, but it is not synonymous with the principle. What you need to grasp are the principles that constitute the elements of existence, not mere concepts. Yumo frowned slightly, beginning to ponder the old Kaishin's words. How many principles must I master to attain divinity? Any number of principles can lead to divinity. It is not merely about inheriting a divine position. Only those who cultivate the principles can truly be regarded as deities. And the quantity of principles you master will represent your future potential. A glimmer of intensity shone in the old Kaishin's eyes. I suspect you aspire to achieve more than mere divinity, do you not? Regardless of whether you are on the brink of becoming a deity. You cannot settle for just that. Otherwise, you shall never reach the divine tree, and this universe shall remain but a relic. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed Kaishin. Yumo rose respectfully and bowed. There is no need for such formalities between us, the old Kaishin replied gently, his demeanor softening. You are already a member of this dimension, and moreover, I am no longer a Kaishin. He then turned, directing his gaze towards Jebet, and said calmly, please prepare accommodations for them. Yes, ancestor. Jebet responded promptly. Yumo, gentlemen, please follow me. Under the guidance of the deity Jebite, Yuwood and his companions settled near the temple of the Supreme Kai. Once Jebite had arranged for their accommodations, he returned to the side of the old Supreme Kai, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Ancestor, what does the land of legacy signify, and what is this Omni-King universe? You ought to read more and familiarize yourself with the history of the gods, the old Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head in resignation. A flicker of exasperation in his eyes. You hardly resemble a deity. One might mistake you for a mere servant of the gods. Indeed, ancestor, Jebite conceded. Sighing. Yuwood's companion Ganaz inquired, what shall we do next, Lord Yuwood? Continue cultivating your divine energy, Yuwood instructed. This is the realm of the Supreme Kai, abundant with energy. Raditz, you must focus on the mastery of your ki. By the way, it is imperative that you grasp the techniques of the Kaioken. Yuwood extended a finger, gently tapping the foreheads of the two, imparting the method for mastering the Kaioken into their minds. Given their current condition, this transformation had both advantages and disadvantages. But once they harnessed this power into a stable form, the secret technique of the Kaioken would become accessible to them. The original transformation, akin to a power-enhancing secret method found in fantastical tales, might conflict with the Kaioken. However, Yuwood guided them to refine this power until it became their new norm. Yes, Lord Yuwood, Ganaz and Raditz replied in unison. Having addressed their training matters, Yuwood pondered privately that it was time to commence his own plans. He resolved to visit the temple to study and deepen his understanding of the deities. As he entered the temple, he was enveloped by a serene and solemn atmosphere, the air imbued with a faint, sacred essence. Yuwood wandered through the library, his gaze sweeping over numerous rows of books, ultimately selecting several volumes, the Compendium of Divine Techniques, the History of the Gods, Divine Prohibitions, and Chronicles of the Time Patrol. He cradled these tomes and found a secluded corner to sit. He began with the History of the Gods, driven by curiosity regarding why the old Supreme Kai was unaware of the seventh universe. On this day, the Omni-King decreed the creation of a universe atop the Tree of Might, leading to the birth of a nebulous expanse. He appointed Salama as the high priest to govern this realm, while Kembis became the grand priest, responsible for nurturing this space. I, however, was assigned to oversee the roots of the Tree of Might, managing the flow of time and space. In the year 21598 of the Divine Calendar, as time progressed, numerous planets emerged within the universe, giving rise to various life forms. In the year 21912 of the Divine Calendar, those insignificant planetary beings gradually grew in strength and became aware of the Omni-King's existence, seeking to challenge him. In a fit of wrath, the Omni-King eradicated them all. In the year 21913 of the Divine Calendar, the deities convened to prevent a recurrence of such malevolent events. Salama birthed the Dragon Clan, while Kembis created the Angelic Clan, dispersing them throughout the universe for management. In the year 24388 of the Divine Calendar, as the universe continued to expand, the Omni-King divided it into 18 regions, governed by newly created deities born from the fruits of the divine tree, with the Dragon Clan assisting and the angels overseeing. In the year 25900 of the divine calendar, the managing deities expressed that their territories had grown too vast for them to control, especially in the face of powerful beings they could not subdue. The sovereign initially intended to eradicate once more. Yet the high priest and the grand priest suggested an alternative. Why not grant divine status to those beings, thereby allowing them to govern their own kin? Upon reflection, the sovereign found this proposal reasonable. Thus, he established the positions of the realm king and the god of destruction, linking the two. Should one perish, the other would follow suit. This measure served to restrict those beings and protect the realm king. Consequently, the divine hierarchy was perfected, with 18 regions overseen by the realm kings and gods of destruction, while planetary matters were managed by planetary gods. The cosmic entities were henceforth designated as humanity, and the grand priest, Salam, established a netherworld to receive souls, appointing deities for governance. In the 30,000th year of the divine era, I discovered a dark miasma emerging from the roots of the divine tree, corrupting its fruits and giving birth to a malevolent entity, who also fashioned a universe known as the Dark Universe, positioned in opposition to the sovereign's cosmos. 10 years later, the Dark Universe launched an offensive, prompting the sovereign to lead the deities into battle, while I continued my vigil over the fabric of time and space. By the 30,020th year, the divine war concluded with the Dark Universe's retreat. However, the victory for the sovereign's universe was bittersweet, as many deities fell, leaving vacant divine positions to be inherited by humanity. In the 197,580th year, a wild god emerged among humanity, known as the god of super science, who attained his power through wishes granted by Dragon Balls crafted by the Grand Priest. The sovereign sought to pacify him, yet he resisted governance. Enraged, the sovereign contemplated his eradication, but for reasons unknown, the Grand Priest interceded on his behalf. In light of this, the sovereign relented and arranged for him to study under the Grand Priest. By the 230th year, the Grand Priest Salam led the Dragon Clan and the Wild Gods in an assault against the sovereign. The divine war ensued, culminating in the 250th year. These are minor creative reinterpretations. Though they may lack coherence, they are deemed necessary for subsequent developments. I hope fellow Dragon Ball enthusiasts can understand. Originally, I sought advice from a friend regarding the inclusion of a character named All Magic, but I was not particularly fond of the concept. All Magic is a fusion of 5 deities, including Salam, though I borrowed the name. After much contemplation, I opted to infuse my own ideas into this reinterpretation, considering the book's lackluster performance as an experimental endeavor. Chapter 134, Speculations and Plans. Is that all? Omu gazed at the final passage of the divine era, momentarily taken aback by the emptiness before him. However, the evolution of the divine era indeed unfolded in a manner unseen in the anime, suggesting that the world I now traversed might be a confluence of perspectives. The divine tree, the dark universe, and my existence? I seem to recall encountering the divine tree in a previous online forum, where it was said that deities originated from it. But what then is birthed from this dark miasma? Is it all magic? And who am I? The guardian of the river of time? Could I be Krinoa? No. The Dragon Ball heroes mentioned a predecessor, Ios. Yet, what transpired afterward, and why was the universe left in such a state? It appears that many enigmas await resolution. I had not anticipated such a convoluted narrative lurking beyond the plot. Thus, he need not overly concern himself with the original storyline's progression. The pressing matter remains to strengthen oneself first. Setting aside the Chronicle of Divine Wood, I shall take up the Compendium of Divine Techniques. The first page that greets my eyes is the introduction to the art of ultimate freedom. As one of the divine techniques, it delves into the depths of the divine realm, representing a further manifestation of potential unleashed after surpassing one's limits, a feat even the gods find difficult to achieve. Its distinguishing feature lies in the separation of consciousness from the physical form, significantly enhancing speed and reflexes, allowing the body to act autonomously without the brain's command. This sensation resonates with the concept of transformative energy from my past life, where a feather cannot be added, nor a fly can alight. A smile inadvertently graces my lips. If this is the case, possessing a foundation in transformative energy should render mastery considerably easier. As I continue to peruse, I encounter more divine techniques. The art of self-actualization, destruction, the Kai magic wave, binding technique, and instantaneous movement, alongside several divine techniques absent from the original texts. Upon witnessing these techniques, I realized they bear no difference from the skills I have researched. All are manifestations of divine power. However, those profound skills seem to touch upon the essence of the Tao. I am reminded of the Tai Chi cloud hands I employed previously, which might indeed evolve into a divine technique. Subsequently, I conclude my reading of the divine prohibitions and the law enforcement records of the Time Patrol. The former consists merely of decrees prohibiting certain actions by deities, such as time travel and divine duels. The latter meticulously records the introduction of the Supreme Kai of Time and the enforcement records of the Time Patrol under her command. With a general understanding acquired, I set the books aside. Indeed, I am the one known as Eos, the first Supreme Kai of Time. This implies that the narrative of Dragon Ball heroes will unfold, rendering the destroyers insufficient in the face of what is to come. 5 years have elapsed. During this time, I have persistently endeavored to comprehend the laws, yet to no avail. Fortunately, I have mastered a portion of the divine techniques and have unblocked the remaining 7 extraordinary meridians. I can now claim to be at the pinnacle of internal mastery, with combat prowess reaching the trillion mark, though the exact figure eludes me. As for Ganis, under the guidance of the old Kai, he has experienced rapid growth, surpassing 300 billion in battle power. Raditz, on the other hand, has lagged, barely reaching the 100 billion level. The environment of the Kai's realm greatly benefits the Super Saiyan God, yet Raditz finds himself at a standstill, having permanently adopted Super Saiyan 4, thus experiencing a slow ascent in strength. I ponder whether to disclose the existence of Super Saiyan 5 to him, but I quickly recall that such an act would contradict my initial intentions. Nevertheless, a battle power of 100 billion suffices in the cosmos I once knew. Even the standard form of Vegeto only reached 300 billion during the Puppet Saga, although it may seem somewhat lacking, given that those later power levels are astronomical. After deliberating for a moment, I ultimately resolved to inform Raditz of the existence of Super Saiyan 5, though I am uncertain of the transformation method, as it was never a focus of mine in my previous life. Beyond combat, I have also excelled in emotional pursuits. The chaos of battle and the melodrama of the plot rendered it difficult for Wumu to accept. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance. Has one of my contingency plans been activated? A faint smile involuntarily graced Wumu's lips. It appears their narrative has commenced. Indeed, the cosmic saga has begun. This was the conclusion he had deduced. 10 years after the conclusion of the Buu saga, it was precisely the time when OOB would participate in the martial arts tournament and confront Goku, as depicted in the final episode of the original Dragon Ball series. The storyline of Dragon Ball continues 5 years after its conclusion, which brings us to the present day. However, Wumu had no intention of intervening in the early narrative. During this period, he resolved to continue comprehending the laws and breaking through the void. He also did not plan to involve himself in the subsequent arcs of Super 17 and Baby. His primary interest lay with the evil dragons, likely minions of Salaman, who might possess knowledge of certain secrets. Additionally, there was a thought he had contemplated over the years. Initially, he intended to linger in this world until he broke through the void, then utilized the time-space ring given by Whis to return. Yet, he suddenly recognized the dragon at the grand finale was extraordinarily unusual, and upon learning that this world was a fusion of worldviews through the god history, a bold conjecture emerged in his mind. Perhaps that dragon was the true form of Salaman, prompting his desire to accompany Goku to investigate. As for whether Salaman would take action against him, Wumu was uncertain, but he was willing to take the risk. There were 3 points to consider. First, the original creator god encountered on Snake Way while searching for the King of Worlds. Second, Whis. He wagered that the Omni King would protect him. Third, as long as Salaman did not act immediately, there would be room for negotiation, and he could uncover some secrets. Now, it remained to be seen how smoothly the development of Universe 7 would unfold. With so many trajectories altered, would there be no trace of Ganis and Raditz? Goku, Little Jet, can you defeat Cell? Wumu's gaze pierced the distance, as if he could glimpse Earth in Universe 7 through the fabric of time and space. Teacher, I have broken through to Danjing. Little Jet exclaimed, his eyes bright with excitement, his face radiating joy. 3 years ago, upon realizing the existence of enemies, everyone had been striving diligently to grow stronger. One day, while tidying Wumu's room, Little Jet stumbled upon a book titled Natural Visualization. Following its guidance, he quickly mastered Mingjing. In just a few days, he broke through to Anjing, enhancing his combat power from 50,000 to 100,000. Afterward, he pushed his fighting strength to 200,000 before achieving a breakthrough. Upon reaching Huajing, the next page of the book indicated the location of the spiritual fruits left by Wumu. As Little Jet consumed the fruits while training, he swiftly ascended to 3 million in combat power. Today, he finally achieved a breakthrough to Danjing with an Earth attribute, reaching an astounding 24 billion in fighting strength. He wondered if this prowess would suffice against their enemies. Chapter 135, Old Enemies of the Red Satin Legion. Now, at the age of 26, Little Jet, with his neatly cropped hair and dressed in the Yin-Yang garb of the extreme path, exuded an air of vigor. He stood up and strode toward the door. Over the past 3 years, aside from those few scions, everyone else had embraced Wumu's teachings on natural visualization. However, only Xiao Jie has succeeded in breaking through to the Dan realm. Alaga remains stuck in the transformation realm, her combat power lingering at 3 million. Krillin and Tianjin Fan are unsure if their inability to cultivate martial arts is the reason for their stagnation, as they remain unable to reach the transformation realm. Yamcha stands at 70,000, Krillin at 120,000, Jiaozi at 60,000, Tianjin Fan at 200,000, Son Goku at 420 million, Vegeta at 400 million, Son Gohan at 300 million, and Piccolo at 280 million. Son Goku and Vegeta have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans and have mastered their forms. Piccolo, however, remains aloof, neither merging with the Supreme Kai nor practicing the natural visualization technique. Yet, everyone has accepted him as he is, especially since Son Goku and Vegeta's transformations grant them combat powers exceeding 200 million, far surpassing Frieza's original 1,200 million. This leaves Krillin and the others feeling somewhat insignificant. Brother Xiao Jie, have you succeeded? As Xiao Jie stepped outside, Alaga hurried to greet him, her face radiating with anticipation. Now, Alaga is also 22 years old. They have lived together over the years, their bond deepened through shared experiences of life and death. The absence of Umu has delayed their marriage plans. Emotionally and logically, Xiao Jie lacks family, and his master must undoubtedly be present. The same applies to Alaga. Indeed, I have broken through to the Dan realm, as my master described. Sister, I promise to protect you this time. Xiao Jie gazed at Alaga with unwavering determination. I believe in you. Alaga replied with a radiant smile. Let us go see Brother Goku and the others. In the front yard of the Extreme Path School, Xiao Jie and Alaga entered to find everyone gathered. At that moment, Vegeta stood with crossed arms, displaying an impatient demeanor. Kakarot, when will that person arrive? I do not know, Krillin replied, feeling a hint of annoyance. Vegeta clicked his tongue, eager to test the power of the Super Saiyan. Wait. Son Goku suddenly turned to Xiao Jie, slightly startled. What is this energy? I can't sense it. Xiao Jie smiled in response. Brother Goku, this is the Dan realm as my master described. My combat power is approximately 2 billion. Upon hearing the term Dan realm, the aliens displayed no reaction, seemingly unfamiliar with the concept. However, Tianjin Fan and the others who practiced the natural visualization technique were left in shock. Is this what the Dan realm is? Can Earthlings become this powerful? Tears brimmed in their eyes, for although they had witnessed the strength of Umu, none had seen the process of Xiao Jie's ascent. Vegeta and Piccolo's astonishment stemmed from the increase in combat power. Really? That is fantastic. Son Goku felt genuinely happy for Xiao Jie and intended to speak with him afterward. Speaking of which, they were uncertain who their adversary would be this time. Krillin, with his hands behind his head, gazed listlessly at the sky, a wave of inexplicable emotions stirring within him. His gaze naturally drifted to his friends nearby, observing them in pairs, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Even Tianla, the child of Tianjin Fan, has now reached the age of 6. Meanwhile, Yamcha has changed partners countless times. Yet he, unlike in the original tale, has not encountered Marin. Thus, the group sat together, engaged in idle chatter, the atmosphere somewhat relaxed. Time passed slowly. Trunks had not arrived, but instead, a violent explosion echoed from the distant city. What could this be? The group turned in unison, their gazes fixed upon the source of the explosion. Is it an enemy? Uncertain, they felt no energy emanating from it. Let us go take a look. With a swift leap, Son Goku soared towards the sound of the explosion. In an unknown small city, a rotund figure hovered in the air. a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed energy blasts upon the ground. Beside him, a gaunt old man observed the horrific scene below with an expression devoid of emotion. Humph, Son Goku. Although I am unaware of your recent experiences, the sudden surge of powerful energy did instill a sense of panic within me. However, my secret weapon is nearly complete. I shall defeat you. The significance of intelligence was glaringly evident at this moment. The energy from Son Goku and his companion's first transformation into Super Saiyans had been detected. Yet, over the years, his base power had steadily increased, rendering that information obsolete. Meanwhile, Little Jet's energy remained undetectable. To them, the strongest warrior on Earth was undoubtedly Son Goku, with a combat power reaching 1.5 billion. Enough, cease your actions. Number 19. They are approaching, the old man coldly remarked, his gaze piercing through the rubble, fixated on the approaching group of Son Goku. When Son Goku and his companions finally arrived and beheld the devastated city, their faces were contorted with rage. Who are you? Son Goku demanded angrily, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at his adversaries. Humph, you may call me number 20. And this fellow beside me is number 19, number 20 replied with a mocking smile. Number 20? Son Goku furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of familiarity with the name. He scrutinized the insignias on the uniforms of numbers 19 and 20. Ah, indeed, I am Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, and I seek vengeance for my hatred. Son Goku, stop with the drivel. Vegeta interjected impatiently from the side, erupting with a powerful aura as he charged towards number 20. Whoa! Number 20 was struck by Vegeta's fist, sent flying backward, the mocking smile vanishing from his face. Meanwhile, number 19 blinked in stunned silence, seemingly taken aback. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Super Vegeta. Vegeta proclaimed confidently, pointing a thumb at himself, his eyes ablaze as he declared to number 19. Number 19 scanned Vegeta with his mechanical eye, data flickering in his mind. The database revealed, Vegeta, Saiyan. Combat power, 1.5 billion. Suspected to be an ally of Son Goku. Target, eliminate. Recognizing him as an enemy, number 19 smirked coldly and launched an attack at Vegeta, who was already prepared, skillfully evading the strike. Sensing the formidable strength of his opponent's fist, he swiftly distanced himself and let out a furious roar. Veins bulged on his forehead as a powerful golden energy surged within him, erupting skyward in an instant. Moments later, the formidable Super Vegeta, with his golden hair and azure eyes, materialized. Excellent. The second round commences. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he vanished from his original position in the blink of an eye. Android 19 searched frantically for Vegeta's silhouette. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his jaw, followed by an overwhelming force to his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward in a state of disarray. Humph. I was expecting a more formidable adversary given the tension. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, his expression replete with disdain as he looked down upon Android 19. Do not underestimate me, Vegeta. Just watch closely, Kakarot. This time, it will be solely I, Super Vegeta, who shall vanquish the enemy. It must be said, Vegeta is indeed incredibly strong. Krillin nodded in admiration, deeply impressed by Vegeta's prowess. Goku, who do you think is stronger, you or Vegeta? Tien turned to Son Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Goku replied earnestly, they're quite evenly matched, though I might have a slight edge. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, with Vegeta capable of handling two foes by himself, they also had the mightier Goku and Little Goten in their midst. As the fierce battle between Vegeta and Android 19 raged on, Android 20 also entered the fray. No one was overly concerned about this enemy anymore. Instead, they watched the battle with a sense of ease. Chapter 136. Vegeta takes center stage. Defeating the powerful foe and concluding the event. This fellow does not match the intelligence reports. Android 20's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the imposing Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's aura was resplendent, emanating an unparalleled pressure. This cannot continue, he thought anxiously, furrowing his brow while secretly devising a strategy to entice Vegeta into unleashing his energy blasts. He exchanged a knowing glance with Android 19, and they nodded in silent agreement. They began to implement their plan, crafted based on Vegeta's combat tendencies. What are you babbling about? Vegeta, reveling in the thrill of the battle, felt a sense of vindication. A self-satisfied smile graced his lips as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, crashing down upon the two androids like a tempest. Humph, truly pathetic. With a powerful punch, the two androids could no longer withstand the onslaught and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Vegeta felt a surge of exhilaration. He then executed the royal technique, thrusting both hands forward. Countless energy blasts surged forth like a tidal wave, slicing through the air towards the two androids. Finally, they fell into his trap. A sly grin spread across Android 20's face, his eyes glinting with treachery. Quick, absorb them, he commanded as he and Android 19 swiftly raised their hands to confront the oncoming barrage of energy blasts. Moments later, all the energy blasts vanished, dissipating into nothingness. What just happened? Gasped the onlookers in astonishment. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as his gaze fixated on androids 20 and 19. They had absorbed his energy. It seemed the situation was dire. Humph, merely two punching bags. Vegeta, too, realized that his attacks had been absorbed, yet he remained unfazed, merely scoffing with disdain. On the ground, androids 20 and 19 exchanged glances, their lips curling into smug smiles. What splendid energy, indeed, it has made us stronger. Subsequently, they launched a joint assault on Vegeta. The moment they made contact, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Stronger? Humph, merely a desperate struggle. At that moment, a glint of ferocity flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He lunged for 19's head with the swiftness of a tempest, his strength formidable. Following this, a powerful punch landed squarely on 19's abdomen. 19 emitted a muffled grunt, a look of anguish crossing his face as his body involuntarily recoiled. Simultaneously, Vegeta deftly dodged 20's incoming kick. In a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a crushing elbow strike to 20. With a resounding thud, 20 let out a pained groan. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta grasped his hair, preventing any chance of escape. Then, his fists rained down like a deluge upon 20's face. Each strike accompanied by a spray of blood, painting a gruesome scene. Cursed be this wretch. How could he possess such strength? 20 struggled to open his eyelids, glaring at Vegeta with seething anger, silently cursing him. His gaze then shifted to Sun Wukong and the others below, a plan igniting within him. No, I must find a way to escape this place. If I unleash my secret weapon, I can surely vanquish Sun Wukong. With this thought, he unleashed a formidable aura, forcing Vegeta's hand away, and swiftly retreated. Oh, this is intriguing. Vegeta observed 20's fleeing figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. Just as he prepared to pursue, 19, regaining his composure, clutched Vegeta tightly, rendering him immobile. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, his rage igniting within him. It is nearly time to conclude this. He growled softly, his tone dripping with contempt. To think that my 3-year-long adversary would be of such caliber is utterly disappointing. With a furious roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, his arm muscles bulging instantaneously. With a tremendous effort, he broke free, snapping 19's arms with his overwhelming strength. 19's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the moment, Vegeta executed a precise knife-hand strike, cleaving through 19's skull, blood erupting forth in a gruesome spectacle. Having accomplished this, Vegeta turned his attention to the retreating figure of 20. His body slightly hunched, he concentrated a vast amount of energy into his hands. Your energy absorption technique must rely on your palms. Final flash. With a thunderous shout, a tremendous shockwave surged forth like a tempest towards the fleeing 20. Boom. A dazzling explosion erupted in the sky, instantly engulfing 20's figure. Thus, this episode came to a close. Is this truly the conclusion? Clint questioned in disbelief. Although anticipated, the ease of the situation took him by surprise. The few of them had become mere spectators. If the enemy consisted solely of these individuals, it should be over, right? Little Jet also found it hard to believe that the mysterious foe, who had caused such tension, was vanquished so effortlessly. It seemed utterly absurd. After 3 years of relentless training to grow stronger, he hadn't even had the opportunity to strike. However, the current circumstances were not devoid of merit. He cast a gentle glance at Ariga beside him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. Regardless of everything, her safety was his greatest triumph. Since the enemy has been defeated, let us return to the dojo, Tien Shinhan interjected. No matter the situation, the priority was to strengthen themselves. The example of Little Jet filled him with motivation. He was determined not to be a mere background character time and again. Then let us go back. Son Goku replied earnestly with a nod. He then turned his gaze towards Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta, we are leaving. Upon hearing this, Vegeta curled his lips slightly and let out a cold snort. He subsequently reverted from his transformation and descended slowly. Kakarot, I will surpass you soon. He was aware that Son Goku in his normal state was superior, hence he refrained from suggesting a spar. Nevertheless, both knew that there were forms beyond Super Saiyan. I will achieve the next state before you. With that declaration, he took off into the air. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Son Goku shook his head helplessly, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his lips. Vegeta had improved, indeed, but his obstinate nature was truly exasperating. Let us go, he said to Tien Shinhan and Little Jet beside him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cave, the atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The surroundings were filled with intricate instruments, flickering with faint light, casting an eerie ambience. Deep within the cave, 3 machine pods stood silently, seemingly awaiting something. In an even deeper space, green glass pillars rose high, their bases connected by long tubes leading to a central platform. At the heart of this platform, an unsightly embryo wriggled under the dim light. If I consume it, I should be able to defeat androids 17 and 18. In the darkness, a green, spotted monster gradually materialized, its gaze fixated hungrily on the embryo, eyes gleaming with desire and greed. Once I attain my complete form, I shall vanquish Son Goku for you, Doctor. Chapter 137, An Ongoing Incident? The Role of Ebony. What? Is it not the enemy you spoke of? Everyone was taken aback, their eyes fixed in unison on Trunks. Moments earlier, upon returning to the dojo, they found Trunks already waiting. Son Goku and the others informed him that the matter was resolved, leaving Trunks astonished. After a thorough inquiry, they realized a misunderstanding had occurred, leading to this conversation. If the enemies you mentioned are androids 19 and 20, they were defeated solely by my father, Mr. Vegeta. I believe the true adversaries I have encountered in my time are the androids known as 17 and 18, who have wrought devastation upon everything, even Mr. Vegeta finds himself no match for them, Trunks stated somberly. What of Goku? Krillin inquired, voicing his concern. Indeed, in your future, does Goku also falter against these foes? Yamcha followed suit with his question. Trunks raised his gaze, locking eyes with Goku. The group held their breath, awaiting his reply. In the future, Mr. Goku did not confront the enemies. Rather, he succumbed to the ravages of illness. Trunks finally revealed this shocking truth, his voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. How can that be? Krillin exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising an octave as he nearly leaped from his seat. Goku could not possibly fall ill. Goku himself sat in stunned silence, scratching the back of his head, confusion etched on his face. I never imagined I would pass away not in battle. What are the Dragon Balls? Can they not bring him back? Krillin asked again, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Mr. Goku perished from viral heart disease. The Dragon Balls cannot revive him, and the deity responsible for their creation has also perished, Trunks explained. At that moment, Goku produced a small vial from his pocket, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Is this the medicine meant to cure me? Yet, I feel perfectly well, as if I have no illness at all. Seeing this, Trunks stepped forward, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Mr. Goku, you have not taken the medicine? Please, do not be reckless. My mother exerted tremendous effort to develop this antidote and instructed me to ensure you consume it. She said that a healthy Goku is invincible. Though I have not met you, I have heard many legends about your prowess. My mother? Goku questioned, curiosity igniting in his gaze. Indeed, Trunks replied, a hint of hesitation in his tone. He surveyed the faces around him, ultimately resolving to reveal, my mother is Bulma. The group gasped in astonishment, even Piccolo exhibiting disbelief, as if privy to an astonishing secret. Bulma is your mother? Then who is your father? Yamcha eagerly asked, his curiosity about Bulma's future partner piqued. I must keep that a secret. It is not yet convenient for him to know. Trunks smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Although he was aware Vegeta was not present, he remained tight-lipped about this secret. He was not yet prepared for a reunion with his father. From a young age, Trunks had heard the name he most associated with his mother was Goku. His father had only been described as a proud individual, occasionally gentle. Thus, the impression of his father lingered in his mind as both distant and unfamiliar. Though the others were puzzled, they nodded in understanding. Does that mean you are uncertain of the enemy's strength? Tianjin Shin pondered, stroking his chin before raising his gaze to inquire. I have faced them. If it were one, I could prevail, but their synergy as a duo renders me no match. Trunks shook his head, a flicker of reluctance and helplessness crossing his eyes. His recklessness had cost the life of his mentor, and he was determined to alter the course of this timeline. Tianjin Shin, deep in thought, murmured, I see. He then pressed further, what is your true strength? Upon hearing this, Trunks rose, his gaze resolute as he approached Son Goku. I wish for Mr. Goku to feel my power. With that, Trunks extended one hand, palm slightly open, as if inviting Goku's response. Goku, observing the outstretched palm, felt a stir within him and raised his eyes to meet the unwavering and hopeful gaze of Trunks. Without a trace of hesitation, he reciprocated, clasping Trunks's hand firmly. In an instant, a formidable aura radiated from the two, creating a small tempest around them, as if the very air quivered in response. Their palms interlocked. They sensed the latent power within each other, engaging in a wordless contest of strength. After a brief moment, they released their grip, and an exhilarated smile blossomed on Trunks' face. Indeed, Mr. Goku is remarkably strong. In just 3 years, you have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku furrowed his brow, gazing at Trunks with curiosity. During their handshake, he had felt the presence of Super Saiyan energy within Trunks. Who could his father be? Was it Giant? Raditz? Surely it could not be Vegeta? What do you think, Goku? Tianjin Shin inquired with concern, an expression of anticipation gracing his features. His strength is on par with mine. Goku responded, his tone imbued with surprise and admiration. In that case, the android should pose no significant threat. Tianjin Shin's voice carried a hint of reluctance as he chuckled. Though it shames me to admit, with you, little G, and Vegeta by our side, this predicament can certainly be resolved. Goku clapped him on the shoulder, his tone resolute. The enemy has yet to reveal themselves. We cannot afford to wait idly. Krillin, please fetch Master Roshi. The enemy could strike at any moment. I shall gather the Dragon Balls, Goku added. Krillin nodded, his expression serious as he replied, understood, I shall go at once. Old son, I should collect the Dragon Balls. There are matters I need to clarify, Piccolo interjected, his gaze contemplative. After a few moments of reflection, Goku acquiesced. They proceeded according to plan, preparing to prevent any unexpected devastation by the androids. The gathering included Little G, Ariga, Krillin, Yamchu, Tianjin Shin, Dend, Goku, Piccolo, and Trunks, all readying themselves for the impending challenge. Little G and Ariga prepared to summon the Marlowe couple, while Yamcha led the martial arts students to inform King Kessler of the situation and to evacuate the populace. Trunks is preparing to venture to South City, poised to meet his mother from this timeline. I possess a foreboding sense that this encounter will not unfold as simply as anticipated, and that Ubu, that enigmatic figure, may be aware of the impending events. Piccolo soars through the skies, lost in contemplation. The future Trunks has alluded to numerous matters, yet has conspicuously omitted Ubu's name, which is undoubtedly peculiar. How could such a formidable individual remain inactive in the future? He cannot accept that they are undergoing trials akin to those on Namek. Therefore, it is most plausible that the trajectories of the two timelines have diverged significantly. In that realm, perhaps Ubu does not even exist. This implies that Ubu is the linchpin of the entire affair. Should Ubu be privy to Piccolo's inner musings, he would likely be taken aback, truly deserving of his reputation as the intellectual cornerstone of the narrative. Chapter 138, The Decree of the Deity. Cell's Misjudgment. Upon the temple summit, an elderly figure and a youth, strikingly alike, stand opposite each other. Speak, I wish to know Ubu's whereabouts, Piccolo states directly, his tone grave, not affording the deity a moment's pause for reflection. Do not tell me you are unaware. At these words, the deity offers a faint smile of resignation, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. He genuinely does not know Ubu's location. For 3 years, Piccolo has not been the first to pose this inquiry. Even King Yama has inquired about Ubu's whereabouts. As a mere minor deity, how could he possess knowledge that eludes even Yama? Did they truly believe that Ubu confided in him about every matter? While he indeed possesses some insights, it does not imply he is privy to all movements. Ubu has returned, yet he did not disclose his destination. However, he left behind an item in the temple. Regardless, the deity speaks candidly. What item? Piccolo's gaze intensifies with fervor, his urgency palpable as he leans forward, eager to extract further details from the deity. That item can only be retrieved by Goku. Even I cannot touch it. The deity shakes his head, not out of reluctance, but sheer inability. Initially, he attempted to approach it, but it proved as elusive as a specter. Perhaps, as Ubu asserted, only Son Goku can claim it. Upon hearing this, Piccolo lapses into silence, his fingers brushing against his chin as his furrowed brow reveals his tumultuous thoughts. What has Ubu left behind? Is he aware of the current happenings? Ubu's impression upon him is shrouded in mystery, compelling such reflections. Yet, given that he cannot glean Ubu's information from the deity, lingering here serves no purpose. He must regroup with Goku and the others. Before departing, Piccolo casts a profound glance toward the deity, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Retracting his gaze, he swiftly turns, his cloak billowing in the wind, and he ascends into the sky with explosive energy. "Take care," echoes a fragmented voice from afar. This causes the stationary deity to momentarily pause, before a smile of satisfaction graces his features as he watches Piccolo's receding figure, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Piccolo, you have truly grown." Suddenly, he seemed to have made a resolute decision, nodding emphatically. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed the temple, illuminating the weathered visage of the deity. Without uttering a word or departing, he stood in place, quietly awaiting the passage of time. As the shadows gradually enveloped him, the silhouette on the ground slowly faded into the light, akin to the last flicker of a dying candle. To be prudent, it was best to release one first. Sheru gazed at the 3 machine pods before him, somewhat perplexed by the presence of 3, yet he resolved to open one. Based on his estimations, he believed he could contend with one of them. With a thud, the pod door creaked open, revealing a dark-haired youth emerging from the obscurity. The boy abruptly opened his eyes, sharp and filled with curiosity. "Who are you? Where is Dr. Gero?" The green creature before him was an enigma. It could very well be Gero's new weapon, or perhaps it was wise to observe. "Dr. Gero has gone to find Sun Wukong. He worries he may lack sufficient power, so he sent me to release you." As Sheru spoke, he cautiously moved his feet. "Oh." Number 17 casually glanced at the ground, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, seemingly intrigued by Sheru's words. "What are we waiting for? Quickly release the others to assist the doctor." "Of course." Sheru nodded, feigning readiness to open the other machine pods. As he passed by number 17, suddenly, his tail lashed out like a whip towards him. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air. "Speak. Who are you, really?" Number 17's voice resonated from behind Sheru. The attack had missed. Sheru's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! A resounding crash sent debris flying. At that moment, the tail struck the adjacent stone wall. How could he be so fast? "Don't move. I advise you to cooperate." "Where is Dr. Gero right now?" Sheru felt the heat radiating from the back of his head, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He halted his hand, poised for a counterattack, took a deep breath, and strove to maintain a calm tone. "Number 17, Dr. Gero truly has gone to seek Sun Wukong. I am also a creation of the doctor." Upon hearing this, number 17's eyes subtly shifted, a smile slowly emerging at the corners of his mouth, and the energy ball in his palm receded. "Ha ha ha, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. In that case, you should go assist the doctor. I will release them and join you immediately." "That works," Sheru replied hastily, relieved internally, and quickly departed the cave. Number 17 watched him leave, a shadow flickering in his gaze, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Humph, parents?" The sardonic words slipped from his mouth as he turned to open the other machine pods. Click! 2 sounds echoed as the doors opened. A golden-haired woman and a red-haired mohawk man stepped out slowly. "Where's Gero? How did you get out?" With a flick of her hair, number 18 cast a glance at number 17 and casually inquired about the peculiar creature unleashed by a self-proclaimed creation of Dr. Gero. He mentioned that the doctor sought revenge against Son Goku and requested our assistance. Yet it seemed he harbored ulterior motives, as his strength appeared somewhat lacking. After uttering this, number 17's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the stone wall previously struck by Cell's tail. "Humph, it seems our esteemed doctor cannot manage his own inventions." Observing the remnants of battle, number 18 let out a cold chuckle, her sarcasm unmistakable. The identity of Cell was not in question for the two. After all, in their memories, such inhuman monstrosities could only emerge from Gero's experiments. However, they pondered the fate of their esteemed doctor. Number 18 furrowed her brow slightly before turning to the towering figure beside her, who had remained silent. "Is your mission also to eliminate Son Goku?" Number 16 offered no reply, merely gazing ahead. After a lengthy silence, he unexpectedly remarked, "The doctor has been killed." "How do you know?" exclaimed both number 17 and number 18 in unison. Number 16 slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing, and replied calmly, "The doctor implanted a life detection system within me." At this revelation, a jolt of mixed joy and astonishment surged through number 17 and number 18. The confirmation of Jero's demise sent their emotions spiraling like a tide. "If that is the case, then no one on this planet can hinder us," number 17 proclaimed excitedly, his fists clenched tightly. "Let us hasten to the nearest city. I want to bathe and don new attire." Number 18, brimming with eagerness, sparkled with enthusiasm in her eyes. The two turned to number 16, inquiring expectantly, "What about you?" "I shall fulfill the Doctor's mission, then seek refuge in a forest." Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness creeping into their hearts, and urged, "Since the doctor is dead, why not abandon the mission?" Number 16 remained resolute in silence. Seeing his unwavering determination, number 17 sighed. "Then let us proceed together. I, too, wish to witness the strength of the Son Goku that the doctor feared." With their plans settled, the trio departed the cave.